Chapter 1: Many children, many blessings, and a Medusa wife? Just carry her home. Name: Su Chin.
Su Chen, male, martial arts talent F, failed 18 blind dates, unable to respond to the country's call to complete the birth mission, currently works in Area 47 of the Wild Beast Cemetery.
Your last blind date information is out, and it was a failure.
From today on, you will not be able to go on blind dates anymore.
Please do your job well.
Giving birth to children and transporting corpses are all contributions to the Federation. Coming out of the Marriage Administration Bureau, Su Chen sighed helplessly. It has been 18 years since I came into this world.
The first time I opened my eyes was in an orphanage.
At the age of 15, he was diagnosed with F-level martial arts talent, which cut off his path to martial arts. After entering the martial arts university run by the Earth Federation government and completing 2.5 years of studying martial arts theory and knowledge of the myriad races in the starry sky, Su Chen began his blind date journey.
However, even in this world where all races have invaded and the Earth's population is extremely short, women would not choose Su Chen, who was an orphan.
After 18 consecutive failed blind dates, Su Chen had no choice but to accept another arrangement. That is to go to the Wild Beast Cemetery and deal with the corpses of the giant beasts left on the Earth.
But 1,000 credit points per month can only meet basic living needs.
And now, the last blind date opportunity has been used up. In other words, Su Chen will have to stay in this cemetery for the rest of his life. After taking the space elevator back to the Wild Beast Cemetery, Su Chen looked at the piles of wild beast corpses and couldn't help but sigh. I still can't accept it.
Is this how my life will end?
Today is his 18th birthday, and it also happens to be half a year since he came to the Wild Beast Cemetery.
If his blind date is successful, they can get married today.
For those who have no talent for martial arts, the coming-of-age ceremony is a wedding.
But Su Chen could only tinker with it himself in the Wild Beast Cemetery. Just then,
a prompt sound suddenly rang out, clear and pleasant, like heavenly music.
Bite.
The host has been detected as an adult.
The fertility and blessing system has begun binding and activation. An illusory panel appeared before my eyes. Host, Su Chen. Level 0 warrior. Talent, F level. Spouse, none. Offspring, none. Offspring feedback, none. Achievements, none. System.
Su Chen's eyes lit up and his heart trembled wildly. I have waited for so many years, and the golden finger is finally here.
Suddenly, Su Chen's expression changed, as if he thought of something.
The system of having many children and many blessings, isn't it? Every time the host successfully impregnates his spouse, he will receive a generous reward.
After the offspring is born, the host will receive a certain percentage of feedback on its growth, cultivation, and achievements. Novice mission, please complete the first life formation. Since this is the first time the system is activated, if you complete the novice mission within 30 days, your reward will be doubled in critical hits, and you will also receive an additional novice gift pack. Really?
Su Chen's face fell, and 1,000 thoughts ran through his mind.
The system is very powerful. As long as you give birth to offspring, you will receive rewards. Once he gives birth to excellent offspring, Su Chen will receive huge feedback.
Especially in a world where the federal government mandates childbearing, the cost of having children is extremely low and there are subsidies for it.
It can be said that this is a completely perfect system. But the key is, I don't have a wife. Su Chen was in tears.
In his current state, he can't even pass the novice mission. But he was extremely greedy for the rewards, the double critical strike, and the novice gift package that sounded extremely generous, all of which were filled with fatal temptations.
Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly called out in his heart, System, have you forgotten something, such as issuing a wife?
However, the system's cold answer was like a bucket of ice water, which directly made Su Chen feel cold all over.
This system is only responsible for issuing rewards and tasks.
The host needs to explore the spouse on their own.
Grass. Are you kidding me? You only gave me a system of having many children and good fortune, but no wife? Do you want me to have children myself? But now he can't even leave this cemetery. 30 days.
There are only 30 days left. Where can he find a wife to have a child?
Just then, thump! The sound of an object falling suddenly rang out.
Su Chen, who was originally going crazy, was startled and his body straightened instantly.
Immediately afterwards, a cold, sticky aura suddenly filled the air. What is that? Could it be a wild beast?
Suchin broke out in cold sweat and got goosebumps all over his body. The wild beast species are wild beasts on Earth. They are deformed species that have mutated after accidentally eating the flesh and blood of wild beasts. They are ferocious and terrifying and cannot be stopped by anyone other than a warrior. For ordinary people, it is almost a dead end. Not long ago, Suchen's colleague died at the hands of a wild beast. This is also the biggest crisis in the wild beast cemetery. The air froze instantly. The sound of the wind in the wilderness, the faint roar of machinery in the distance, and even his own heartbeat seemed to disappear at this moment. There was only that tangible chill that climbed up his spine, making his hair stand on end and his blood almost freeze.
Gudong.
Suchen swallowed hard, turned around stiffly and looked towards the source of the sound. Soon, he made a discovery. In the crevices of the pile of wild beast corpses, there seemed to be a crouching human figure, but it was a bit far away and not very clear. But it also made him feel relieved. It's not a strange beast, something fell down, and it seems to be a person.
Suchen's heart moved.
Immediately, an extremely strange idea suddenly appeared in my mind.
A wife given by the system?
Suchen stuck his head out again and took a look into the depths of the gap, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
What a woman!
She also looks to have a great figure, with a tight dress that outlines her graceful curves. But she seemed motionless at the moment, covered in blood, and her life or death was unknown.
Dead? No way.
Suchen murmured subconsciously. Then he moved forward cautiously, step by step. When he got closer, he was instantly stunned by the woman's beautiful face. She lay on her side on the ground, her long black hair like a waterfall scattered messily on her purple robe stained with dust and dark red blood. That face, even in its coma and stains, was breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin is as white as jade, and her facial features are as delicate as if they were carved by gods. But at this moment, her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, her long eyelashes covered her eyelids, and her lips had lost their color, revealing a fragile paleness.
Suchen's gaze moved uncontrollably.
The edges of the tightly bound purple and gold bra were a little damaged. A small patch of dazzling white and deep grooves were revealed, rising and falling with her weak breathing. Under the extremely high slit of the skirt, one slender and straight leg was completely exposed, while the other was pressed down, revealing only half of the calf and the perfect foot that looked like a work of art. The ankles are slender, the arches are beautiful, and the toes are round like pearls.
Although they are slightly covered with mud, it does not diminish their white luster. Gulp. Suchen's Adam's apple rolled violently and his mouth was dry.
After 18 years of struggling at the bottom of society, I have never seen or even imagined such a vivid scene.
A primitive heat surged uncontrollably from his lower abdomen, making him dizzy. It's a system, giving me such a beautiful wife right away. Suchen looked around and there was no one else.
Then he sniffed the woman's breath and confirmed that she was still alive. Without hesitation, he carried her on his back. He placed his hands on the pair of jade legs, which felt cool and smooth to the touch. The graceful curves pressed against his back.
The two huge soft lumps with amazing elasticity made Suchen feel hot all over. What a great system!
They say they won't give it to you, but their actions are quite sincere.
Suchen sighed to himself and walked towards home. Level settings will be supplemented. Level 1, Qi breaks the body. Level 2, Qi into liquid.
Level 3, True Qi is like a spring, condensing into a spring in the Dantian.
Level 4, the spring nourishes the 5 internal organs and produces 5 Qi flowers.
Level 5, Cultivating the spirit of martial arts. At this point the true energy is endless and can transform into a body of dozens of meters.
Level 6, the spirit platform is square, and the divine light shines on the 3 souls.
At this point, the body is like a dragon, and a little spiritual light is on the eyebrows, which can shine on evil. The life level is improved for the first time, and the lifespan exceeds 100 years, reaching 150, and can be younger once.
Level 7, the spine emits a dragon roar, and the 9 dragon roars are the strongest.
Martial arts dragon spine, these 9 dragon-shaped essences, imbued with immense qi and martial will, are completely solidified, resembling 9 true dragons coiled around the spine, completely fused with the backbone. Physical strength reaches incredible levels, and every movement exudes dragon-like might.
Qi and blood surge like a furnace, surging with vitality.
The spine is like a pillar supporting the heavens, capable of shaking mountains.
Lifespan reaches 300. You can transform again.
Level 8, light up the 3 lamps and 7 fires, and the qi and blood are like the ocean. In this realm, the true qi is endless and can sustain flight.
Ninth level, martial arts true body.
Star energy, 1 stardust, 2 star swirl, 3 star core celebrity, 4 star domain great sect elder, 5 source star mighty, 6 star lord giant, 7 extinction secretary, 8 return to the ruins unborn, 9 venerable god.
Chapter 29 Sky Star Python. What? Queen Medusa wants to give birth to a child for me?
Soon, he returned to his shabby tin house.
Call.
After closing the door, Su Chen put the woman on his shabby bed and breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't take his eyes off her.
Beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful that it's simply incomparable to humans.
However, there were some bloodstains and mud on the perfect body that looked like a masterpiece of the creator.
Su Chen thought about it, stood up and brought over a basin of water. Wring out the towel.
Looking at the white and tender calves so close to him, Su Chen gently wiped off the dirt. His movements were very gentle, as if he was treating a piece of porcelain.
Not long. The calves and feet became extremely clean.
Then, Su Chen moved his gaze to the torn part of the woman's clothes on her chest, where there was also some mud and stains. Her plump curves were fatally tempting.
I just wanted to save you.
Su Chen muttered to himself, but his hands did not stop moving at all.
That rich white color has an amazing curve. Bang!
At this moment, the unconscious woman suddenly opened her eyes. Her pair of golden vertical pupils were filled with natural majesty.
She grabbed Su Chen's hand, and the terrifying power made Su Chen's face change drastically. Human, what do you want to do?
The woman's eyes were majestic, without a trace of human emotion, only endless indifference.
I just saw that you were dirty there, and wanted to help you wipe it. Su Chen hurriedly explained. Grass. Isn't he unconscious? Why did you suddenly wake up again? What the hell? Wipe.
The woman glanced coldly at the towel in Su Chen's hand, her voice filled with chillness and disdain.
Don't touch my body with such dirty things. Inside the cold iron house, the air seemed to be frozen.
The woman's seemingly slender jade hands were like iron pliers, with terrifying strength. In just a moment, Su Chen's face turned pale and cold sweat dripped down. He had no doubt that if the other party exerted even a little force, his hand would be easily broken like a dead branch. The pair of golden vertical pupils so close at hand were like an abyss containing eternal ice, indifferent and majestic, without any human emotion, only pure coldness that looked down on ants.
This doesn't look like a woman at all, she's clearly a cold and majestic queen. Human, tell me your name.
The woman held her head high, with a natural arrogance and pride in her eyes.
My name is Su Chen, what's yours? Su Chen replied.
This damn system, it gives me a wife without giving me any information, I have to ask myself.
But that's okay. You'll need to understand it slowly before you can go deeper. I come from the 9 Sky Star Python clan. You can call me Queen Medusa.
The woman opened her red lips slightly, and held out her chest, which was full and round, and her bra was almost bursting.
Her noble aura did not weaken in the slightest because of her injuries. 9 Sky Starry Sky Python? Su Chen's pupils suddenly shrank and his scalp exploded instantly.
He had heard this name more than once, because in his 2 years of martial arts theory classes, the teacher mentioned this race more than once. One of the 10 most powerful races in the starry sky.
It is also one of the very few beings that are friendly with humans on Earth. This is an extremely terrifying existence.
Every adult star python possesses strength beyond the 9th level of martial arts, and the strongest among them can even swallow a star in one gulp.
This race is completely beyond Su Chen's understanding.
And now, the queen of this race was right in front of him.
The system is awesome. Such a cruel gift for the first wife? After the shock, there is ecstasy.
But this wife gave Su Chen a strange feeling.
Wait.
Su Chen's mind suddenly shook, and an extremely terrifying idea slowly emerged.
This isn't a gift from the system, is it? Su Chen swallowed his saliva.
Because the timing of Queen Medusa's appearance was too coincidental, Su Chen didn't think much about it at the time. Now that he had calmed down, Su Chen realized that he seemed to have picked up a hot potato. Medusa's black hair falls like a waterfall in front of her chest, making her slender neck and deep ravines look even more seductive and mysterious.
For a moment, the room was eerily silent. This feeling is.
Queen Medusa's body trembled, and she turned her head suddenly, looking at Su Chen with her golden vertical pupils, and a hint of surprise appeared on her beautiful face.
Then, she got up from the bed, stood up, and kept approaching Su Chen.
She didn't stop until they were very close. Suddenly, a strong fragrance came to my face.
At this distance, Su Chen could feel the amazing elasticity of the other person's chest through the thin clothes.
Queen Medusa sensed it carefully, her nostrils twitching as if she was sniffing something.
Really?
Finally, she seemed to be sure of something, and she stretched out her jade hand and grabbed Su Chen's chin.
Suddenly, the face that was enough to charm everyone quietly appeared in front of Su Chen.
The breath with a faint fragrance kept hitting Su Chen's nerves.
What are you going to do?
Su Chen exclaimed, frightened by Queen Medusa's actions. Those golden eyes were majestic and domineering, as bright as stars, which made Su Chen feel scared.
A long time.
Queen Medusa spoke, her pearly teeth glistening and her red lips exhaling.
Man, the blood in you is quite interesting.
It seems to carry the genes of my clan.
Ah? Su Chen was stunned. Man, my tribe needs you now. Perhaps we can make a deal.
Queen Medusa let go of her hands and sat on the edge of the bed, crossing her legs. Her white legs were dazzlingly beautiful under the slit cheongsam.
What deal? Su Chen still hasn't figured out what's going on.
This woman is the queen of one of the 10 most powerful tribes in the starry sky.
How could she want to make a deal with me? That means having sex with me and giving birth to a child.
When Queen Medusa said this, there was no emotion in her eyes, as if she was explaining something extremely normal. As a reward, I will try my best to meet your needs within a reasonable range.
Fuck.
As soon as he heard these words, Su Chen couldn't help but swear in shock. Seeing Su Chen's behavior, Queen Medusa frowned slightly and said, "Vulgar.
How can you be so direct?" Forehead. Su Chen immediately realized that Queen Medusa had misunderstood him. He was about to explain, but Queen Medusa spoke again. Besides, now is not the time. You are unable to have intercourse with me right now. If you force it, you will only be killed. Su Chen.
It is worthy of being the 9 sky starry sky python, it is so direct.
You don't have to worry about anything.
I have never had contact with anyone else and I am still a virgin.
If it weren't for your special bloodline, I wouldn't have found you. Queen Medusa said.
The tone was light, as if describing an insignificant matter.
Chapter 3, Star Marrow Fluid. Queen Medusa's kiss. This sentence completely confused Su Chen.
But in just over 10 minutes, so much happened.
The system awakened and accidentally took Queen Medusa home as a gift from the system. Just when he didn't know what to do with it. This Queen Medusa actually asked to have a child with him? However, Su Chen accurately obtained an important piece of information from Queen Medusa's mouth.
That is, the other party obviously looked down on him at the beginning, calling him human, but now he has become a man. The reason for all this is based on what she said about her special bloodline.
I have special blood? Su Chen asked in confusion.
In his impression, he is just an ordinary person.
No. To be precise, he is not even as good as an ordinary person.
Because in the vast Earth Federation, F-level martial arts talents and S-level martial arts talents are actually equally rare, only one is the worst and the other is the best.
But why did Queen Medusa say that her bloodline was so special? Could it be that my parents are not ordinary people? If you are not an ordinary person, why would you place yourself in an orphanage?
A cloud of doubt gradually arose in Su Chen's heart. All of this is really strange.
That's right.
There aren't many bloodlines in this world that can carry my 9 sky starry sky python genes.
From my observation just now, you just happen to be one, but...
Queen Medusa frowned slightly and looked at Su Chen with disgust. Your martial arts talent is a little too poor, and you can't even reach the first level of martial arts. Although Su Chen has always known his own level, he still feels a little embarrassed when someone says this to his face.
Especially such a beautiful person. Ahem. Su Chen coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Never mind, even if you have this talent, I still have a way to make you a first-level warrior.
Medusa slowly raised her slender arms, and lightly stroked the air with her white fingertips. The void was like paper, and a dark crack appeared directly.
Hiss. Space crack. Su Chen's eyes widened. Cutting through space with fingers, what kind of skill is this? Even the legendary martial saint probably can't do it. Medusa ignored Su Chen's shock and inserted her fingers into the crack where starlight flowed.
A moment later, when she withdrew her hand, a small and exquisite transparent crystal tube was already pinched between her fingertips.
Take it. Queen Medusa flicked her fingertips. Whoosh.
A crystal tube seemed to have life, floating precisely in front of Su Chen, emitting an alluring light golden glow.
Star marrow source fluid diluted.
She added lightly. It's enough to become a first-level warrior, and the remaining energy is enough for you to benefit endlessly in the future.
Star marrow source fluid. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat again.
He had seen this name in a fleeting glance at the Federation's top resource catalog, which was only open to strong people above the Martial Saint level. Legend has it that this is a sacred object condensed from the core essence of the stars.
One drop is enough to bring the dying god of war back to life.
Although the tube in front of him is a diluted product, its value is enough to drive the top powerhouses of the entire Federation crazy. Su Chen carefully took the star marrow source liquid, his heart pounding wildly.
Suddenly, he thought of a question and looked at Queen Medusa. By the way, I haven't asked yet, why do you want to, intercourse with me?
I am just a human being, and Queen Medusa can choose a stronger race.
Queen Medusa did not avoid this question.
Those golden eyes suddenly revealed endless hatred and cold, dead murderous intent. Because I am the only one left among the 9 Sky Star Pythons now. As the queen, I must do this for the sake of the revival of my race.
As for why I didn't look for other people, firstly, I couldn't be exposed for the time being, and secondly, I'm very interested in your bloodline.
In the 9 Sky Star Python clan, the queen was not originally responsible for childbirth, but when she was the only one left, Queen Medusa had to take on this responsibility.
Racial justice is above individualism.
After saying that, the cold queen looked at Su Chen again. So, I need to give birth to enough 9 Sky Star Pythons.
There's only one 9 Sky Starry Sky Python left?
This sentence was like a bombshell, shocking Su Chen beyond words. These are the 10 most powerful clans in the starry sky. They are filled with powerful people like clouds, and there are countless Ninth Order strongmen. There are even many beings beyond the Ninth Order.
What kind of power can actually destroy such a race?
Man, before completing this deal, I hope you can be strong enough.
Because as a father, if you are strong, your child's talent will be higher.
Queen Medusa's beautiful face had a hint of pink on it at some point.
Obviously. Gudong. Su Chen swallowed his saliva. How many children do you want?
Hearing this question, Queen Medusa looked as if she was answering a very serious question.
Her expression was serious and frighteningly firm. Keep giving birth. So direct. Keep giving birth. This sentence confused Su Chen.
But this coincides with his current thoughts. He was originally still worried about how to complete the novice tasks within 30 days, but now it seems that this problem is about to be solved.
Man, hurry up and break through. Once you become a first-level warrior, we can start trying.
Queen Medusa seemed to be more anxious than expected, and her words were full of urging.
Forehead.
Although he knew that the other party said this because he wanted to revive the race, Su Chen still had a very strange feeling. Looking at the star marrow source liquid in his hand, Su Chen drank it in one gulp without hesitation.
Seeing Su Chen's actions, Medusa's icy face froze for a moment. No, can this thing be taken like this? Bang!
Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's expression changed drastically, his face turned red, starlight could not stop gushing out of his mouth and nose, and his chest kept rising and falling like a drum.
Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Chen just felt like his body was about to explode.
A strong energy, like a torrent, kept rushing through his blood vessels. The intense pain almost made Su Chen lose consciousness.
I thought you knew, but who knew you were so stupid? Queen Medusa said coldly.
She came to Su Chen, a hint of hesitation appeared in her eyes, and then turned into determination.
You're lucky. Queen Medusa held Su Chen's chin with both hands and kissed him. A kiss fell.
A cold touch came over her, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared in Queen Medusa's cold eyes. This was the first time in her life that she had intimate relations with a member of the opposite sex. She sucked gently, absorbing the excess energy of the star marrow liquid to prevent Su Chen from bursting.
However, just then,
Queen Medusa's cold eyes suddenly widened, her face full of disbelief, her breathing became rapid, her full and round breasts trembled rapidly, and her delicate body felt a tingling sensation she had never felt before.
This damn human man!
How dare he stick out his tongue?
Chapter 4 Su Chen had a wrong dream. A strange dream. Su Chen seemed to be dreaming. In a dream.
It was a woman, a beautiful woman who seemed to have walked out of a myth.
Kiss yourself proactively. If you want to dream, you have to do it. Thinking of this, Su Chen responded even harder, sucking violently.
Queen Medusa's eyes widened as she looked at the man in front of her in disbelief.
Next second, a pair of hands, like a snake, gently stroked down from her waistline. Ah!
Queen Medusa was furious, her golden eyes filled with rage. This damn man actually dared to blaspheme himself like this. She wished she could gather her energy right now and kill the other person right here, but she couldn't do that because this was the only person she had met so far who could withstand the bloodline of the Nine Heavens starry sky python.
If I kill him, my hope will be gone. Moreover, she couldn't resist.
Because the energy of the star marrow source liquid is too terrifying, it is impossible for Su Chen, a level 0 warrior, to digest it alone.
So you can only suck it out with your mouth.
The bright starlight flowed at the corners of their mouths, emitting wisps of golden light, reflecting Medusa's slightly ashamed and angry expression. This was her first kiss. As the queen of the 9 sky star python, even the opposite sex of her own tribe did not dare to look her in the eye. But at this moment, this poor weak thing was asking for a kiss so crazily. Queen Medusa's body suddenly stiffened, and she stretched straight. Her golden pupils dilated, and she looked at Su Chen with disbelief.
This guy, actually. So soft. So perky. Su Chen thought he was just dreaming.
His hands nimbly climbed down and kneaded the soft and firm buttocks frantically. A tingling and strange feeling, like an electric current, spread wildly through Queen Medusa's body, making her breathing quicken and her proud curves fluctuate rapidly. Those eyes that were originally full of majesty were filled with panic at some point.
She was a little overwhelmed.
Faced with this sudden and unfamiliar feeling, the queen who once dominated the starry sky panicked for the first time in her life.
No, don't.
Queen Medusa was so ashamed and angry that she grabbed Su Chen's arm and tried to stop his exploring hands.
However, this action made Su Chen work even harder. Gradually,
Medusa felt her body go a little soft, and the inexplicable heat gave her a strange feeling in her heart. At the slit of the Cheongsam, 2 straight and slender legs kept rubbing against each other.
She's going crazy.
At this moment, she only felt that her dignity as a queen was being desecrated and shattered by this human.
But she couldn't retreat.
The energy of the star marrow source liquid is so abundant that as long as she gives up helping Su Chen will explode and die within a minute.
But this feeling is so shameful.
Especially the damn pair of hands, which appeared in front of me at some point.
Thump! Thump!
Queen Medusa's heart was pounding and her eyes were wide open, filled with fear. In his peripheral vision, Su Chen's hand had reached her slender waistline and was about to reach the peak.
Just then,
the blazing energy of the star marrow source liquid finally began to slowly dissipate, and the dark golden starlight gradually sank into Su Chen's body.
Call! Queen Medusa quickly pushed Su Chen away, breathing heavily as if she had survived a disaster.
The proud peaks and ridges on her chest rose and fell violently and uncontrollably under the tight purple and gold bodice, outlining thrilling waves. The cheeks that were enough to charm everyone were already covered with blush, and the plump red lips were even slightly swollen because of Su Chen.
Damn man! He was so strong.
Queen Medusa bit her red lips tightly, and the scent of Su Chen still remained on her lips.
Only Su Chen didn't know how Queen Medusa would react.
He just felt like the dream had stopped. A surge of energy suddenly grew in his body, like sticky magma, madly impacting his blood vessels, raising his chi and blood bit by bit.
Boom!
There was a sound like bubbles bursting. A gust of wind suddenly appeared on Su Chen's body surface, and his blood and energy boiled, spreading around.
Release the true energy. This is the symbol of a first-level warrior. A first-level warrior?
Su Chen opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his dark eyes. When he clenched his fist, an explosive sound was heard. A loud bang represented that he had successfully broken through to the first level of the first stage warrior.
After 9 explosions, you can enter the second level. You know, the strongest person in the entire wild beast cemetery is only a second-level existence. Queen, I. Su Chen looked up and was about to convey the good news when he met Medusa's murderous gaze. What's wrong? Su Chen looked innocent and asked doubtfully.
He noticed Medusa's slightly swollen lips and the gray-stained handprint on her slender waistline, and his mind went blank for a moment.
Holy crap! This isn't a dream. The sky is falling.
Because it was a dream, Su Chen was so unscrupulous that he used his hands extremely hard to make various shapes. Especially at the end, he woke up from the dream because he was still regretting that he did not reach the peak.
The result is not a dream? Gee. This was the only reaction in Su Chen's mind. The queen in front of him was indeed beautiful, but her identity was the queen of the 9 sky star python. She was an invincible existence who could cut through space with just one finger. Su Chen absolutely has reason to believe it. If the other party just has a thought, I will definitely be killed without a trace left. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but shudder. He had just awakened the system and couldn't die directly. Queen Medusa, thank you for the star marrow fluid. What's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? At this point, Su Chen could only pretend that he knew nothing. He couldn't just start by asking if it was fun or exciting. If he really said that, a sentence of 7 words, I would definitely not survive for 7 seconds. I'm not unhappy. Queen Medusa's eyes were cold and her teeth were grinding against each other. Then why are you looking so sad? Smile. You look better when you smile. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched, but he still forced a smile. Am I looking miserable? How am I looking miserable? I ask you, why am I so miserable? Medusa said in a cold voice, her voice growing louder and louder, until it was almost like a roar, and at the same time a wave of air rushed out. Fuck! Su Chen was frightened by the momentum, and the air wave rushed over him, causing him to fall backwards uncontrollably. Bang! Su Chen fell directly into the pile of debris. Are you okay? Queen Medusa realized that she had not controlled her momentum well, and suddenly her expression became panic and she hurriedly pushed away the debris. Su Chen was lying in the pile of debris, looking at the concern in Queen Medusa's eyes, and couldn't help but grin. Are you concerned about me? Hearing this, Queen Medusa's face froze, and a blush rose quietly. She shook off Su Chen's hand and snorted coldly, humph. How could I care about you? I'm just afraid that your small body will fall to death. Then there will be no one to inherit my genes. Ha ha ha. Su Chen laughed. He seemed to understand the character of the queen in front of him. Cold outside, hot inside. He seems noble and cold, majestic and domineering, but in fact he is passionate inside. However, just then, Queen Medusa spoke again. Just one sentence made Su Chen stand there in a daze. Alright, according to the agreement, you have now reached the level of a first-level warrior and can have intercourse. What? Get on the bed. Lie down. Medusa spoke domineeringly, her golden eyes showing no trace of lust, only devotion to the reproduction of her race. Chapter 5, Conception Failed. Becoming stronger is the only way. For my first time. Su Chen had had countless fantasies. Of course, the flight taking off does not count. He might marry an ordinary woman like himself, have a couple of drinks one night, talk about the ordinary life, and then let nature take its course. It is also possible that you can save enough money in the wild beast cemetery, and then spend your life with someone at a blind date. But he definitely didn't want to be yelled at like that and forced to lie down in a domineering manner. Is this something a woman should say? But looking at Queen Medusa's serious eyes, Su Chen swallowed his opinion. What are you hesitating about? Do you want to regret it? A hint of impatience appeared on Queen Medusa's cold face, and then she pulled Su Chen up from the ground and pushed him onto the bed. Hiss! Su Chen's thin clothes were torn apart directly in Queen Medusa's hands like paper. Suddenly, although he was thin, his streamlined muscles were exposed. She has a nice figure. Queen Medusa commented lightly, but a hint of shyness flashed across her eyes. Although it was for racial reasons, it was her first time to have such close contact with a man, especially since she took the initiative. Man, remember. This is just a deal between us. Medusa bit her red lips, a look of determination appeared in her beautiful eyes, and then her delicate hand slowly unbuttoned her cheongsam. Just push back as soon as you come up? Su Chen lay on the bed, his face full of shock. He didn't expect that he had just broken through to the first level of warrior and the other party was so eager to have intercourse with him. But before he had time to think about it, his eyes were instantly attracted by the dreamlike scene and he could no longer look away. As buttons came unbuttoned one by one, a small piece of breathtaking white quietly leaked out from the tightly wrapped clothes. The second one. The third one. As the buttons are unbuttoned one by one, the scene before your eyes is like the spring snow melting, and the rolling hills gradually appear. Queen Medusa was obviously a little nervous, her breathing was rapid, and the mountains and rivers were also shaking. When the last button was undone, the cheongsam that carried the Queen's Majesty suddenly slipped off, revealing an ivory-like body. Su Chen felt his breath was choked and his throat became dry and tight. This is too direct. I'm not mentally prepared at all. Queen Medusa also felt Su Chen's burning gaze. Her heart, which had never wavered before, was once again moved. However, she still pretended to be calm. Are you ready? Lie down. Don't move. I'm not moving? Are you moving? Su Chen was stunned. Queen Medusa no longer wanted to talk. She lifted her long, white legs and climbed onto the bed. Really coming? The scene before him was so dreamy that Su Chen swallowed hard. Shut up. I'll say it one last time. This is just a deal between us. Queen Medusa spoke angrily. It was her first time, and this man kept talking. The composure that I had managed to maintain was almost gone. Time flies. But it is very slow. An hour later, it ended with heavy breathing. The system's prompt sounded like bad news. Conception failed. Reason for failure: the host's spouse is detected to be too powerful, and the chance of conception is extremely low. Please increase the host's strength to increase the chance of conception. On the bed. Su Chen's eyes were dull. Failed. The reason was actually because I was too weak. But it is also reasonable. Whether it is the human race or other races, the more powerful the existence, the more difficult it is to get pregnant. But accordingly, once conception is successful, the genes of the offspring will be even more terrifying. That is why the Earth Federation government calls on civilians to have children, because for ordinary people, the chance of pregnancy is very high. But Su Chen only has 30 days. If you fail, all your rewards will be gone. At this moment, the system voice sounded again. Detected that the host has completed the first time. Reward: talent improvement points plus 10. The first time conception rate for couples increased by 10%. Su Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly opened the panel. Host: Su Chen. Level: first level warrior, first level. Talent: F level 10-100. Spouse: Medusa 9 Sky Star Python. Offspring: none. Probability of pregnancy: 10%. Note: due to Medusa's excessive strength, the host's current chance of conception will be weakened and refreshed to 1%, originally 0.0001%. 1%? I thought I had a 10% chance and the chance of getting pregnant would be higher, but I didn't expect it to be only 1%. Even if I'm extremely lucky, it'll take at least 100 times. Luck is a bit bad, there is no difference between 1% and 0. How can I get pregnant like this? Su Chen sighed. At this moment, Queen Medusa in the quilt also opened her eyes, her golden eyes less majestic and more curious. She had seen Su Chen's previous performance and attitude. Why does he care so much about my pregnancy? Queen Medusa speculated secretly, and her heart was filled with ripples. An hour of exercise changed her body and soul. This is her first time. Su Chen's wildness and impeccable fighting power forcibly blasted open the heart of the Star Python Queen. Although it was a deal, Medusa still had a strange expectation in her heart, especially when she saw Su Chen was so concerned about her pregnancy. The queen's coldness gradually melted away a little. As for not being able to get pregnant, she had actually expected that. It is already difficult for the 9 Sky Star Python clan to get pregnant, not to mention that she is the strongest among them. So from the beginning, she made all the preparations. Otherwise, he would not have given Su Chen the valuable star marrow source liquid. Man, don't be discouraged. Looking at Su Chen's sad face, Queen Medusa finally couldn't help but laugh. A moment. Like an iceberg melting. Su Chen was stunned and turned to look at Queen Medusa. Actually, I didn't have any expectations of you at the beginning, but the feeling you gave me just now. The corners of Medusa's mouth curled up slightly. How about it? Su Chen was full of anticipation. As a man, how could I not care about this evaluation? It's just so-so. Medusa spoke. Ah. In an instant, Su Chen felt hopeless. He thinks he is pretty fierce. Is it because there are too many flights taking off? Seeing Su Chen's distraught look, Queen Medusa couldn't help but burst out laughing. I was kidding. It's beyond my expectation. Yeah? Su Chen's eyes lit up. Real. Medusa laughed. Immediately, he comforted her. It's difficult for me to get pregnant, so you don't have to blame yourself. Regardless of whether I can conceive or not, I will complete what I promised you.
Once the deal starts, it will never stop.
And Medusa's slender hand gently stroked Su Chen's chest again. You seem to be recovering well.
It should be the effect of the star marrow source fluid.
Really? Then go on.
Medusa stretched her hand downward.
Chapter 6 What is love? You will know after giving birth to a child. In the next few days, Su Chen and Medusa tried countless methods.
The results were all failures.
Certainly. Really just trying.
It's definitely not a case of just tasting it and then getting addicted.
Trying to make a queen of the 9 sky star python pregnant is really an extremely difficult task. Queen Medusa, what realm are you in?
I've done this over 30 times in the past few days, but there's still no response. Su Chen covered his waist and his legs felt a little weak.
5 full days. There are 6 guaranteed wins every day. Even someone with strong kidneys couldn't handle it. Su Chen, didn't I tell you, just call me Yunlin?
After a few days of getting along, Queen Medusa became more and more satisfied with Su Chen, and even changed the way she addressed him. From the earliest humans, to later men, and now people are calling them by their names.
The most important thing is, she told Su Chen her real name.
In the 9 Sky Star Python clan, when a woman takes the initiative to tell others her real name, it means recognition. As for realm, I should only be equivalent to a 9th level warrior of your human race. Having said that, the queen, who had always maintained her noble dignity, showed a hint of loneliness in her eyes for the first time. In that battle, the entire clan was wiped out, and even she suffered irreversible damage. Her realm plummeted to a point that even she could hardly accept.
That's exactly why.
That's why she would choose to revive the 9 Sky Starry Sky Python through reproduction. That group of people is so strong. It would be impossible for her to take revenge on her own. Don't worry, even if it's just a 9th level warrior, it won't affect our transaction. Queen Medusa, also known as Yunlin, seemed to be worried that Su Chen would despise her strength, so she added another sentence. After all, in the 9 Sky Star Python clan, 9th order warriors are almost the lowest level of existence.
However, the imagined ridicule did not appear. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at Yunlin in surprise and exclaimed. 9th rank warrior? So powerful? You won't look down on me? Yunlin asked doubtfully. She actually hesitated for a long time before deciding to tell Su Chen about her current situation. To this end, she prepared herself mentally for a long time. Because even in the human camp, a 9th order strongman is not a very noble existence. But she overlooked one thing, that is, this is the earth, not the starry sky. Before, all the powerful humans she met were in the giant starry city, and Su Chen was just a being with a talent of F. In his mind, let alone a 9th level warrior. Even a 3rd level warrior is not someone he can afford to provoke. How could I look down on you? You are a 9th level expert. With you around, who would dare to mess with me? Su Chen's face was full of joy, his eyes shining brightly, staring at Yunlin as if he was looking at a rare treasure. This kind of look was something Yunlin had never encountered before. When she was in the tribe, her fellow tribesmen treated her with awe, and almost no one dared to look her in the eye. And these few days spent with Su Chen, she had a completely different experience. Eating the simplest meals, living the simplest life, raising children every day, or just listening to Su Chen talk about his own life. Ordinary. But it is filled with a strange feeling. This feeling is just like what Yunlin often heard his mother say when he was a child. Happiness? Like? After a little thought, Yunlin became even more confused. She didn't understand what love was at all. Linner, you are the fruit of the love between your father and me. If one day you have your own child, you will understand what love is. My mother's words came to my mind again. Your own child? Yunlin glanced at Su Chen, who was still in fantasy, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Chen. Cloud Scale calls out. Su Chen came back to his senses. The queen domineeringly put her arms around Su Chen's neck, thrust her full body forward, and then kissed him passionately. Su Chen grabbed the bedsheet with both hands, his eyes wide open. Bang! Yunlin lifted the quilt and pushed Su Chen down. The heavy breathing sounded again. The next morning. Under the dim light. Yunlin leaned against the chair, her posture lazy and elegant. With Su Chen's efforts over the past few days, her already stunning face had become more mature and elegant. The purple and gold tube top could hardly cover those plump breasts.
Even after looking at them for so long, Su Chen would always linger on them for a long time at first glance. At this moment, her legs are crossed, and her slender and round legs can be clearly seen through the slits.
Where are you going so early?
Looking at Su Chen, who was packing up, Yunlin finally couldn't help but speak. After putting on his last clothes, Su Chen replied, "Today is the time to issue credit points and redivide the area.
I have to go to the city. The Wild Beast Cemetery is adjacent to Lian City in District 13.
A city that is not big, but not too small either.
The permanent population is about 300,000.
Among the 99 cities of Daxia, it ranks last, and its main task is to deal with the corpses of various giant beasts. On the 15th of every month, Su Chen needs to go to Liang City to handle formalities, take over the workload for the next month, and also redivide the area.
The Wild Beast Cemetery is not just about danger. It is also full of opportunities.
Some giant beasts' corpses may contain some special energy crystals that can help warriors improve their chi and blood, but there is also a possibility that these crystals will attract some small wild beasts.
That was the crisis.
But even so, some good areas are the objects that countless people flock to and compete for. After becoming a first-level warrior, Su Chen also had this idea.
There are only 25 days left until the end of the novice mission. He was a little anxious. Snap!
Yunlin got down from the chair, with her tall and slender figure and a fragrant smell. She came to Su Chen's side, and her golden eyes seemed to be able to see through Su Chen.
Su Chen, you are a little anxious.
Yunlin's slender white fingers gently lifted Su Chen's chin, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a smile. Although she didn't know the specific situation, she could guess a little based on her understanding of Su Chen.
Actually, I'm not in a hurry to get pregnant. After all, there's still a lot of time.
If 10 times don't work, then try 100, 1,000, or 10,000 times.
There will always be a chance. You don't have to worry about it.
Strength can be improved slowly.
I don't know why.
Although she knew that the stronger Su Chen was, the sooner she could get pregnant, the better. However, when she saw Su Chen running around and working hard for this, Yunlin felt a sense of heartache in her heart. She didn't want to make Su Chen tired, nor did she want him to feel pressured.
Hearing this, Su Chen smiled. The other party didn't know why he was anxious.
But he could clearly feel this concern.
Cloud scale.
Su Chen raised his head, his eyes shining, and then grabbed Yunlin's fingers.
What you up to?
Yunlin was shocked by Su Chen's domineering behavior, especially the look in the other's eyes that he had never seen before but was very familiar with.
That's overbearing. It's strong. What do I want to do?
Su Chen held Yunlin's jade fingers, and his other hand quickly wrapped around her slender waist.
Very hard. Very domineering. Then, he kissed her hard. After a long time, their lips parted.
Su Chen's eyes were burning, his expression was serious, and he said firmly, "What I want to do is very simple.
That is to become stronger. Strong enough to take you back to your home one day." Chapter 7, 1 year.
Must be in the top 3 zones within 1 year. Su Chen's words were so powerful that they echoed in the small room.
You?
Yunlin stared at Su Chen in a daze, his golden pupils reflecting Su Chen's resolute face. Out of the dignity and pride of her blood, she instinctively wanted to resist when Su Chen hugged her forcefully. But at this moment, feeling the strong beating of Su Chen's heart close to her chest, she was stunned.
Take yourself home? You have no idea what I'm facing. How dare you say such things?
Yunlin came back to his senses and felt that Su Chen was exaggerating a bit, and his tone suddenly became cold.
She doesn't like braggarts. Very unreliable. However,
Su Chen smiled faintly, not minding at all, and said, "I don't need to know.
I only know that I will become stronger. I definitely will."
The words fell.
Su Chen kissed her fiercely again. This is a completely different kiss from before. Domineering and fiery.
Yunlin was stunned in an instant.
A human with F-level talent. An ant who has just stepped into the first level of warrior. In her heyday, she wouldn't even be worthy of a second glance. But at this moment, he actually dared to make such a promise to her. At this moment, even though he felt that the other party was bragging, Yunlin's heart was somehow shaken and had a faint but real expectation. Can he really do it? How is that possible? Under the light, Yunlin looked at Su Chen, and there was an inexplicable emotion in his eyes again. This made her feel no need to blame Su Chen for his domineering behavior. Are you really that confident?
Yunlin pushed Su Chen away and said with a smile.
Of course. I'm the man who will be the father of your child in the future. What can I do if I'm not confident? Su Chen said.
In this world, there is simply no other way. On the road of martial arts, the fittest survive, and only the strong can survive.
Then I'm looking forward to your future. Before that, I'm afraid you have to qualify to enter the top 3 districts first.
Under the light, a smile graced Yunlin's delicate face, and her purple gold skirt rippled like water, outlining the breathtaking curves of her waist and hips. The top 3 districts of Daxia are the stage for geniuses and where the truly strong ones reside.
1 year. Within 1 year, I will definitely be in the top 3. Su Chen smiled confidently. This is not bragging, but an affirmation of one's own strength. You're a good person, but you have to take me with you today. I also want to go see the city.
After saying that, Yunlin didn't wait for Su Chen's response and walked out the door first.
Okay. Su Chen shook his head helplessly and laughed. The mind of Queen Medusa is really hard to understand. The road from the Wild Beast Cemetery to Liang City is not flat.
One needs to walk through several kilometers of giant beast corpses and then take the space elevator to enter the city.
The journey is boring.
But Su Chen was enjoying it very much. In front, Yunlin walked calmly. As she walked, her slender and round legs were faintly visible under the high slit skirt. Under the lights around the desolate beast cemetery, they looked like warm jade.
At the same time,
the door of the space elevator opened, and a man entered the Wild Beast Cemetery cursing. 1,000 credit points a month, and that's just to feed a beggar.
What a fool of an old man.
Although my talent is a little lacking, I'm only E level, but if you give me time, I can definitely reach the 3rd level warrior.
Why do I have to get married? My future, Zhang Shixian, is in the Star City. How could I be reduced to a mere reproductive tool?
The man looked up, his eyes full of determination.
My strength has now reached 3,000 kilograms.
Within 3 years, I will definitely be able to enter the 2nd level warrior.
Once I enter the 3rd level warrior, I will gain access to the Starry Sky City.
Then I can go find Xiaoqing.
When the name Xiaoqing was mentioned, a hint of admiration clearly appeared on the man's face.
That was the meaning of his persistence in martial arts.
Eh?
Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, looked in one direction, and muttered to himself, I wonder how Su Chen is doing.
The man's name is Zhang Shixian, and he is Su Chen's high school classmate.
Zhang Shixian felt more and more angry when he thought about how the person he loved was still obsessed with Su Chen before heading to the Starry Sky. Su Chen, I didn't have a chance to deal with you in high school, and I let you run away during the 2 years of martial arts theory classes, but no one is in charge of this desolate beast cemetery.
Zhang Shixian's expression was gloomy, he clenched his fists, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Level 2. When he reaches the 2nd level of warrior, that will be the end of Su Chen's death. It took a while. Zhang Shixian's eyes flashed, and he vaguely saw 2 figures. In an instant, he figured it out. Su Chen. It seems that fate is still on my side. I originally wanted to wait until I stepped into the 2nd level before dealing with you, but I didn't expect to meet you like this. A gloomy smile appeared on Zhang Shixian's face. However, when he saw the figure next to Su Chen, his smile froze. Then, a surge of anger rushed into his lungs. This brat.
He's just a loser who's not even a warrior, so why is he surrounded by such beauties? Especially when he saw Su Chen walking with that queen-like woman, talking and laughing, looking extremely intimate, he was jealous to the point of going crazy. The humiliation of the past once again came to mind. Boom! He rushed towards Su Chen and Yunlin like a flash of lightning. Zhang Shixian? Su Chen also noticed Zhang Shixian approaching quickly. How did I meet this person here? In his memory, Zhang Shixian seemed to have always been very malicious towards him, but Su Chen didn't know the reason.
Su Chen, long time no see. Zhang Shixian walked over with a cold look on his face.
I didn't expect that you and Xiaoqing would get back together so soon after breaking up.
Su Chen's face changed. Why did this guy suddenly say this? Xiaoqing's real name is Yi Xiaoqing. She is Su Chen's high school classmate and also his ex-girlfriend.
Both of them came from orphanages, but Xiaoqing is extremely talented, an S-level talent, and has now been sent to the Starry Sky City for training. It is said that he was personally trained by a high-level warrior.
However, the talent gap is too big. In order not to delay Xiaoqing, Su Chun chose to break up after graduating from high school. From the moment their talents were tested, the two of them were no longer from the same world. Because before the breakup, people from the Shenwu Bureau came to see him more than once. Ask him not to affect Xiaoqing's martial arts path. Later, Xiaoqing came to see Su Chen many times, but Su Chen avoided her every time. 2 years have passed. I thought this name would never appear in my life again, but I didn't expect Zhang Shixian to mention it again. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that there is Queen Medusa standing next to him. As expected. After Zhang Shixian finished speaking, Yunlin glanced at Su Chen, and a hint of coldness immediately flashed across his face. Fortunately, he didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. What I do should be none of your business. Su Chen responded coldly. It really doesn't matter, because you are a fatherless and motherless thing. What qualifications do you have to have anything to do with me? A cold look appeared in Zhang Shixuan's eyes. He wanted to take action. Since you have encountered it, just solve it immediately. After all, a person who hasn't even reached the level of a warrior is not worth worrying about. He wanted to provoke Su Chen and force him to take action first. However, could you please repeat what you just said? It was not Su Chen who spoke, but Yunlin with a cold face. No. It's not cold anymore. But murderous intent. Chapter 8 Explosive Kill. One punch to crush the head. Boom. Almost at the moment Yunlin opened his mouth, an invisible, sticky murderous intent burst out. This aura is really terrifying. Like a storm, it swept in all directions with Yunlin as the center. And Zhang Shixian, who was at the center of the aura, directly bore most of the pressure. Ah! Zhang Shixian seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes bulged, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Can you please repeat what you just said? Yunlin spoke in a cold voice. Obviously, Zhang Shixuan's words "I have no father and no mother" directly touched Yunlin's taboo. I. Just one sentence was like thunder. Zhang Shixuan's eyes bulged out, blood came out of his ears, his face was full of fear, and his head felt like it had been hit hard by someone, causing him excruciating pain. He covered his ears, rolled on the ground, and screamed miserably. The aura emanating from Yunlin at this moment was even more terrifying than that of wild beasts, and Zhang Shixian was almost scared to death. How is that possible? How could such a terrifying existence exist in the wild beast cemetery? Forehead. Seeing this scene, Su Chen felt a chill on his back. This Queen Medusa seems to be a bit protective of her own people. In fact, he had heard what Zhang Shixian said countless times since he was a child and had long been accustomed to it. However, seeing Yunlin protecting him like this, Su Chen felt warm in his heart. Killed? Yunlin turned his gaze to Su Chen, asking for his opinion. Su Chen was stunned. Are you going to kill me now? Just a few curse words? Need not. Su Chen looked at Zhang Shixian and said slowly. Being indecisive is not a man's style. Yunlin frowned. She was born in the starry sky and knew that being kind to the enemy is cruel to oneself, but Su Chen seemed to have not experienced this. Yunlin was about to tell Su Chen these truths, but unexpectedly Su Chen took a step forward and spoke first. I can do it myself. It turns out that when he said no need, he didn't mean not to kill, but that Yunlin didn't need to do it. In the wild beast cemetery, death is everywhere. Because most of those who can be here are worthless martial arts trash. A person who can neither bear children nor practice martial arts will naturally not receive the corresponding protection. The murderous intent in Zhang Shixuan's eyes was too obvious. Although he didn't know where this murderous intent came from, Su Chen had already decided on the outcome for Zhang Shixian in his heart. That means death. Okay. Yunlin retracted his momentum and took a step back. There was enough space for two people. Zhang Shixian, although I don't know why you want to kill me, today, there should be a result. Su Chen walked to Zhang Shixian and moved his joints, which made a crackling sound. Zhang Shixian, who had just recovered, flew into a rage after hearing Su Chen's words. You are worthy of fighting me? You are looking for death. Before he finished speaking, a wave of energy and blood belonging to a first-level warrior suddenly burst out from Zhang Shixuan's body. Although it is not very strong, it is much stronger than that of ordinary people. He grinned fiercely, his 5 fingers turned into claws, and with the sound of breaking wind, he grabbed Su Chen's shoulders fiercely. Come!
Su Chen growled, without dodging or evading, clenched his right fist, mobilized all the energy and blood in his body, and punched out at Zhang Shixuan's claws without any fancy moves. The fist whistled, carrying with it a resolute momentum.
Bang!
The fists and claws collided, making a dull thud.
The grim smile on Zhang Shixuan's face froze instantly.
He felt that what he had grabbed was not a flesh and blood body, but a piece of hard rock. A force far stronger than he had imagined came from Su Chen's fist, which made his arm numb, his blood boiling, and he took 3 steps back before he could steady himself. Su Chen also felt a tingling sensation on his fist and a slight numbness in his arm. But he stood firmly where he was, not retreating an inch.
You actually stepped into the first level?
Zhang Shixuan steadied himself and looked at Su Chen in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of fear.
How is that possible?
This useless piece of shit with F-level talent actually broke through to the first level warrior level in just half a year?
And his power is even stronger than mine?
I am at the 3rd level of the first stage, with a force of 3,000 kilograms.
This completely overturned his cognition.
Su Chen shook his numb fist and stared at Zhang Shixuan sharply. Is this all your strength?
I'm a little disappointed. Zhang Shixuan's face turned pale and blue. I'm going to kill you.
Zhang Shixuan's face was crazy, his blood was surging, and his true energy was gushing out, like a human cannonball, shooting out.
Just in time.
Su Chen's fighting spirit was also aroused. He roared again and started to fight back. His fists were filled with qi, shining brightly like 2 incandescent lamps.
Bang bang bang.
The sound of fighting never stops.
As a first-level warrior, he cannot learn martial arts. Therefore, the way of fighting is extremely direct and brutal, that is fists.
The 2 men fought fiercely with punches.
Su Chen became more and more excited as the fight went on.
This was a feeling he had never experienced before. He could feel his blood boiling.
Cool.
Su Chen punched Zhang Shixuan so hard that he coughed up blood and said excitedly.
No. Impossible. I'm at the 3rd level of the first order.
Zhang Shixuan coughed up blood and his face was full of despair. Half a year ago, he was already a first-level warrior, while Su Chen was still a 0-level warrior. Half a year later, he reached the 2nd level of the first stage. It was already amazing that the opponent was at the 1st level, but now he was even stronger than himself.
This is absolutely impossible.
Zhang Shixuan was covered in blood and was almost in a state of madness.
He rushed forward again.
But what awaited him was only a one-sided situation. Although Su Chen only has an F-level talent, he is born with a strong body, and he was promoted by taking the Star Marrow Source Liquid.
That is a top-level potion that even the martial saint would covet.
Although only a small part was absorbed.
But it's not something he can compare to. Goodbye. Su Chen didn't hesitate at all for the last punch. No.
Zhang Shixuan roared in despair.
Next second.
His head was smashed into pieces by Su Chen's punch. In the bone-breaking blood mist, Su Chen stood tall and straight with extraordinary bearing.
Good. Yunlin's eyes were full of admiration.
Ever since he embarked on the path of martial arts, this man seemed a little different. Every day gives her a different feeling.
Could it be the influence of that bloodline? Yunlin had a vague feeling.
People will not change without reason, nor will they become stronger without reason.
Everything has a cause. Walk?
Su Chen turned around, his face covered in blood, and grinned. Yunlin walked gently to Su Chen's side, a glow appeared between her jade fingers, and she wiped the blood off his face.
Walk.
Yunlin rarely took the initiative to pull Su Chen's hand. At this time, the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on the 2 of them.
Like a pair of immortal lovers.
Suddenly, Yunlin spoke up. However, I'm quite curious about your so-called ex-girlfriend.
Why did you break up? Are you still in touch with her? Hearing this, Su Chen staggered and almost fell.
Chapter 9: The Genius of the Starry Sky Royal Family.
What's her name? Is she pretty? How did you 2 know each other?
Just now he said that she is now in the Starry Sky City.
Do you want to go find her later?
Along the way, Yunlin, who was usually taciturn, started chattering non-stop. But every time he looked at Su Chen, the expression on his face was a little subtle. If I were to describe it in one sentence, it would be gnashing of teeth and a fierce look in the eyes.
Anyway, Su Chen didn't dare to respond and could only move forward.
Yunlin stopped talking only after they boarded the space elevator and left the Wild Beast Cemetery.
Soon, a huge city came into view. Liang City.
Located in the 13th arrondissement.
Is this a human city? It's so barren, the strongest is only at level 6.
Yunlin's eyes were full of disdain.
It's okay. After all, this is District 13. Our main task is to deal with the corpses of giant beasts. The real strong ones are in the first 3 districts. Su Chen smiled. The two of them walked on the street, and Yunlin's shocking appearance still attracted everyone's admiration.
And Su Chen, who walked with her, became the object of envy of countless men.
Fuck. This woman is so beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. If I could get such a beautiful wife, I would be willing to live in a villa and drive a BMW. I'm so envious. Whose rich family does this guy belong to? How could he know such a beautiful woman? Everyone was talking about it.
Yunlin had an extraordinary temperament and was dressed in a purple and gold cheongsam, looking extremely noble. It was absolutely impossible for her to come from District 13.
At least it is only available in the first 3 districts.
Correspondingly, Su Chen, who was walking with her, was naturally considered to be the son of a wealthy family.
Where are they going? Looking at the two people's routes on the road, I gradually became confused. Because the Wild Beast Cemetery Administration is ahead.
Generally speaking, only staff working at the Wild Beast Cemetery can enter. Normal people, as long as they have a little ability and a relatively good family background, will not choose to enter the Wild Beast Cemetery. Because that place is dirty, chaotic, and full of danger, a place that even the law will not protect. It wasn't until they saw the two people actually enter the Wild Beast Cemetery Administration that the streets suddenly exploded. Holy shit! Holy shit! Could this guy really be from the Wild Beast Cemetery? I see they're coming from the direction of the space elevator. Holy shit! This guy is from the Wild Beast Cemetery. Oh my god, how is this possible? How could someone from the Wild Beast Cemetery know such a beautiful woman? Isn't it said that people who go to the Wild Beast Cemetery are those who can't find a wife? How can he have one? That woman actually fell for him? Damn! Does this guy have any special skills? No one can accept such a fact. That is, a scavenger in a Wild Beast Cemetery could actually get to know a woman who looked extremely noble. But they don't know. The relationship between Su Chen and Yunlin is more than just acquaintance. For 5 consecutive days, every day was a high-intensity landing battle. If it weren't for the effective effect of the star marrow source liquid, Su Chen probably wouldn't be able to leave the room. This also stimulated Su Chen's desire for strength. Martial arts strengthen the body and replenish qi and blood. A first-level warrior is still too weak after all. Even though Yunlin deliberately suppresses his strength every time, he is not someone Su Chen can easily conquer. One day, I will make it impossible for you to get out of bed. Every time Su Chen's legs trembled and his waist and knees felt sore, he secretly swore in his heart. Pushing open the door of the Wild Beast Cemetery Administration, the hall was empty and the staff had not yet come to work. He came early. However, Su Chen did it on purpose. Because he had another purpose for this trip, which was to accurately measure his own strength. In the corner of the hall, a strength testing machine lay quietly, covered in dust. Obviously, it hasn't been opened for a long time. In fact, it is normal. After all, those who can choose to enter the Wild Beast Cemetery are basically martial arts wastes and have no use for the strength testing machine. Look at how strong my punch is now. Su Chen's eyes calmed down. He walked to the testing machine, took a deep breath, and then punched out like a meteor. Bang! The dull sound was like the beating of a drum. Immediately following, the strength testing machine shook violently, dust suddenly exploded, and the numbers on the display rose rapidly. 3,127 kilograms. Hiss. The moment the number appeared, Su Chen couldn't help but take a breath. When fighting against Zhang Shixian, he vaguely felt that his own strength was extremely strong, at least much stronger than Zhang Shixian, who was at the 3rd level of the first stage, but he had no idea how much strength he had. And at this moment, that dazzling number made Su Chen's heart suddenly restless. More than 3,000 kilograms. This has reached the level of the 3rd stage of the First Order. Just when Su Chen was extremely excited, Yunlin's words were like a basin of cold water poured over his head. That's all the strength you have? Your foundation is too weak. Not far away, Yunlin was leaning against the long table, with his arms folded across his chest, making his full and round breasts look even taller and straighter.
Weak? I'm already one level above the third level warrior. Su Chen was a little confused. But looking at the contempt in Yunlin's eyes, it didn't seem fake. This is not looking down on oneself, but disdain for the 3,000 kilograms of strength. Ha, have human standards become so low? 3,000 kilograms can be considered a first-level triple?
Yunlin walked over, her slender waist twisting, her cheongsam slit revealing her beautiful legs.
This is Queen Medusa.
Even if it's not intentional, every gesture is still full of fatal temptation. Looking at the numbers on the strength tester, Yunlin gathered up the hair that had fallen by her ears, a hint of teasing in her golden eyes. In the real Starry Sky battlefield, or rather, among the myriad races of the Starry Sky, the so-called genius, when reaching the first level and the first stage, the threshold of physical strength is 5,000 kilograms.
5,000? Su Chen's mind was shaken, his face full of disbelief. The power he was so proud of didn't even reach the threshold according to Yunlin's standards? That's right.
Yunlin took a few steps forward, and gently tapped Su Chen's chest with her slender jade fingers.
The true first level third level is 10,000 kilograms.
A genius of top-level royal bloodline, upon reaching the 9th level of the First Order, can even possess a force of 100,000 kilograms.
100,000 kilograms? Su Chen felt like his breathing had stopped. Yunlin's words were so shocking. It completely broke his cognition.
You know, in his impression, 10,000 kilograms is already an unattainable number. Even for a second-level warrior, it is actually difficult to reach this value. Of course, you don't need to be discouraged. Those who possess such strength are all among the top few of the myriad races in the Starry Sky.
You humans have always been strong in the later stages. Your physical body is not your gift, your speed of cultivation is.
When he said this, Yunlin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In fact, when all the races in the Starry Sky first gathered together, the human race was the least favored. The body is weak, the spirit is weak, the lifespan is short, and even the mind is extremely complicated. However, in later exchanges, other races discovered that the human race's realm was improving too quickly. Other races may take hundreds or even thousands of years to reach a certain level, but human geniuses can achieve it in less than 100 years.
The upgrade speed is like a monster.
When he said this, Yunlin seemed to have thought of something and poured cold water on Su Chen again. But speaking of it, your talent seems to be quite poor, and your cultivation speed is also extremely slow.
The only talent of the human race is gone. Su Chen. Is there anything so depressing? But it's also good. The slow progress of your realm is just enough to hone your body to perfection. Maybe you can really forge a path that rivals the Starry Sky royal family. Yunlin's eyes suddenly lit up and he spoke excitedly. As the man she chose, she naturally didn't want Su Chen to be weak. The stronger the body, the better it will be for the child's future. Chapter 10 9 Sky Star Python? 9 Sky Star Tiger.
The practice of martial arts focuses on the foundation. It is useless to make rapid progress in realm if your foundation is superficial.
Compared with other races, humans have a natural advantage in this regard. They are the only race that is not restricted by blood and has unlimited potential. To be precise, their talent lies in unlimited possibilities. It's a pity that our clan's skills are not suitable for human practice. Otherwise, it would really be possible.
Yunlin looked at Su Chen, his golden vertical pupils revealing regret.
100,000 kilograms.
Su Chen was still immersed in the shock brought by Yunlin and could not calm down for a long time. After a long time, he calmed down and set a goal for himself in his heart. That is to continue to hone your skills, increase your physical strength to 5,000 kilograms, and then advance to the second level of the first stage.
It's still early.
The two of them leaned against the long table, quietly waiting for the staff to come in. As time passed, the morning sun gradually rose, and golden rays of light flowed in from the door and fell on Yunlin, making her exquisite figure even more dreamy. A slender, white goose neck, a full and round body, a waist that can be held in one hand, and a graceful hip line. Especially when the golden rays of light shine on that breathtaking face, the beauty is fascinating.
Gradually, Su Chen stared in a trance again.
Yunlin noticed Su Chen's eyes, and for some reason, a hint of joy arose in his heart. This feeling made her a little confused. Because before this, she particularly hated others looking at her in this way. But at this moment, she didn't feel any rejection at all. She even wanted to tease the other person.
Does it look good?
Yunlin raised her red lips with a smile. Su Chen came back to his senses, but without looking away, he responded, "Beautiful.
I can never get tired of looking at it."
Facing Su Chen's direct answer, the aloof queen's eyes changed subtly.
She puffed out her full chest and smiled proudly. "Compared to your ex-girlfriend?" Forehead.
Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Then it must be you who looks good."
Sure enough. You still remember her.
A cold light flashed in Yunlin's eyes.
Ah. Su Chen's face was full of confusion.
Such words don't sound like they would come from the mouth of the noble Queen Medusa.
Snort.
Yunlin hugged his chest with his hands, squeezing the roundness to make it even more magnificent.
The amazing arc almost bursts through the clothes in the sunlight. I hope you can explain it to me when we get home. Otherwise, you know the consequences.
As he spoke, a fierce light flashed in his golden vertical pupils.
Holy crap!
This thing isn't a 9-heavens starry sky python, it looks more like a 9-heavens starry sky tiger.
How come she's gone from a noble queen to a tigress in just a few days? Looking at Yunlin's eyes, Su Chen couldn't help but shudder.
As for the consequences, it is nothing more than high-intensity landing.
Just then, footsteps were heard. A staff member in neat uniform walked in.
As soon as he entered the door, he saw Su Chen and Yunlin.
You two are here quite early. I'm on duty today. My name is Zhang Hu. I'm here to handle your business.
Zhang Hu came to the long table and turned on the computer.
Name: Su Chen.
Su Chen, martial arts talent F, rank 0 warrior, works at number 47 in the Wild Beast Cemetery.
Is the information correct? Is there anything that needs to be updated?
If not, I'll start issuing you last month's credits, a total of 1,000.
Zhang Hu looked up at Su Chen. If there is any need for an update, I am now a first-level warrior.
Su Chen clenched his fist and a loud explosion sounded in the air. The sound of explosion is the symbol of a first-level warrior.
That's awesome, brother.
Zhang Hu's eyes lit up and he said in surprise. It's only been half a year, and you've already officially entered the realm of warrior. For a first-level warrior, the credit points issued are increased to 5,000, and the area of service can also be upgraded. It was not uncommon to see first-level warriors in the Wild Beast Cemetery, so Zhang Hu was just surprised.
He himself is a second-level warrior. Drop.
With Zhang Hu's operation, 5,000 credit points have been issued to Su Chen's personal account.
Come on, brother.
In your lifetime, as long as you reach the third-level warrior level, you can leave the Wild Beast Cemetery and choose your own house in Liang City. Zhang Hu's face was full of smiles. A third-level warrior. It is already an extremely powerful existence. You can get a separate house issued by Daxia.
This is your area card. From now on, number 30 will be your station.
Zhang Hu handed Su Chen a position card.
Thank you.
Su Chen took the position card and felt for the first time the changes brought about by the improvement of his strength. 5 times the credit points, and you can also work in a better place.
How about this lady? How can you help me?
Zhang Hu turned his gaze to Yunlin.
She came with me. Su Chen smiled. Ah.
Zhang Hu was stunned and his face was full of surprise.
To be honest, Yunlin's temperament doesn't seem like someone from District 13 at all. I thought something special was going on, but he actually came here with this first-level warrior? Bye now. Su Chen left satisfied.
Yunlin followed him out without saying a word.
They really are together. It's truly astonishing that a first-level warrior can actually meet such a beautiful person.
Zhang Hu muttered to himself. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me.
I have to clean up quickly. There are so many people behind me, so it's not convenient to clean up.
The Wild Beast Cemetery Management Bureau is only open for a few days a month, so there is a lot of dust.
Every time someone comes on duty, they need to clean up.
Zhang Hu took the broom and started cleaning.
When he walked near the strength testing machine, he was suddenly stunned. Why is there so much dust?
Looking at the thick dust on the ground, Zhang Hu was a little confused. The strength testing machine is rarely used, so on weekdays, everyone just sweeps it casually, but this time, the dust around it is ridiculously thick. It was like shaking out all the dust that had accumulated over the years at once.
That is strange.
Zhang Hu swung the broom in confusion.
Suddenly,
he caught a glimpse of the numbers on the display screen out of the corner of his eye and his body froze suddenly.
Wait, What the hell?
Zhang Hu suddenly straightened his body and stood stiffly in place as if he was frightened. On the display screen of the strength testing machine, the four numbers 3127 are so eye-catching.
It can't be him.
Zhang Hu seemed to have thought of something and hurried back to the front desk and turned on the camera backstage.
On the computer screen,
what was shown was the scene of Su Chen punching the strength testing machine.
Level 1, weight 1, 3,127 kilograms of force.
Zhang Hu's scalp was numb and he was shocked beyond words.
Chapter 11. The Tsundere Queen. Walking on the street, looking at the dazzling array of goods around, Yunlin's delicate face was full of curiosity. Obviously, human ornaments have a fatal attraction for any race. Why, are you interested? Su Chen saw through Yunlin's little thoughts at a glance. Humph.
Such mundane things don't interest me. Yunlin raised his head and hummed softly. But his eyes were still wandering around the glass windows.
Let's go. I'll take you for a walk. After all, your clothes, well, are a little damaged.
Su Chen's gaze swept across the small tear at the edge of the Yunlin purple gold bodice.
The snow-white color suddenly appears, and the arc is amazing.
My clothes are magical artifacts, they have the function of self-cleaning.
However, since you are so kind, I will accompany you reluctantly.
Yunlin subconsciously gathered the fabric in front of her chest to slightly cover the seductive cleavage, and her round and full breasts trembled slightly with this action.
Ha ha ha. Okay. Let's go. I have money, I can buy whatever I like. Su Chen pulled Yunlin's jade hand with some amusement. Snort.
Yunlin snorted lightly, but did not resist. After getting the latest 5,000 credit points, plus the previous ones, Su Chen now has 8,000 credit points, so it is not too much to buy some gifts for his wife.
In the 13th arrondissement, this is a huge sum of money.
Enough for him to consume for a long time.
However,
when Su Chen saw Yunlin's target, his heart suddenly turned cold.
This is a clothing store called Nishang Pavilion, which looks extremely extraordinary.
At this moment, Su Chen regretted pretending to be a rich man. But he has no chance to regret now. As she walked into the store, Yunlin's temperament instantly attracted the attention of the store clerk.
Dear lady, welcome to the Nishang Pavilion. What may I do for you?
A middle-aged woman who looked like a store manager came over with a smile. When he looked at Yunlin, his eyes were full of amazement. She had never seen such a beautiful woman.
Her temperament and figure were far beyond what ordinary people could possess.
Yunlin ignored her words and exuded a natural sense of alienation.
Yunlin has this attitude towards everyone except Su Chen. It's okay, we can just take a look ourselves. Su Chen spoke hurriedly.
Yunlin had a cold expression and said nothing, his eyes scanning the clothes hanging in the store.
Soon, she spoke, extending her slender jade-like fingers and pointing at a starry blue dress. This one. This is a piece of clothing with neat cuts and simple lines.
The main color is starry blue, with a faint star pattern embroidered on it with silver thread, and the neckline and cuffs are dotted with tiny ice crystal-like rhinestones.
The store manager's eyes lit up. Ma'am, you really have good taste.
This is our latest Starry Sky style this year, called Star River Brilliance. It is made of top-grade ice cicadas silk and starry sky silk.
It perfectly suits your noble temperament. After saying that, she took off the dress, glanced at the price on it, looked at Su Chen, and asked, 5888 credit points, do you want to try it now? 5,888. Su Chen's heart trembled. This is equivalent to his accumulation of more than half a year. However, since I have already made the promise, I have no choice but to buy it. No need to try. Just pack it up. Su Chen said through gritted teeth. Just kidding, let this proud queen try on clothes here, who knows what will happen. What if he gets angry? And the dress should be about the same size, no need to try it on. Young master is so generous. The store manager was overjoyed and then packed up the things at an alarming speed. Please pay. Drop. Pay by face recognition. Looking at the balance in the account, Su Chen felt a pang of pain. But after all, it was Yunlin who chose it himself, so Su Chen didn't care. Anyway, since I am in the wild beast cemetery, there is nothing else to spend except buying nutritional paste. Just leave 1,000. Su Chen pondered silently. Carrying the bag, Su Chen walked out of the clothing store and looked at the smile on Yunlin's face. He suddenly felt that it was worth it. How is it, are you heartbroken? Yunlin raised his eyebrows and said jokingly. Feeling bad? That's not happening. I won't feel bad no matter how much I buy you. Money can't buy the queen's happiness, right? Su Chen smiled. Suddenly, Su Chen's attention was attracted by a ray of light in the shop next door. You wait here for me. Su Chen just said one sentence and quickly rushed into the store. When he came out, he had a necklace in his hand. Cloud scale. Su Chen walked in front of Yunlin. What you up to? Yunlin frowned slightly and took a step back, but Su Chen held his shoulders. Don't move. Su Chen's words were a bit strong, but full of tenderness. He gently pushed aside the long hair that cascaded down behind Yunlin's neck, revealing her snow-white and delicate neck. Then, the necklace gently wraps around Yunlin's goose neck. This is... Yunlin was stunned, his eyes flickering. It was a look of great surprise. This is a necklace inlaid with countless tiny sapphires. It feels cold. When it touches the skin, Yunlin subconsciously holds his breath. She originally thought Su Chen was going to do something. I didn't expect that I bought this necklace specifically for myself. He clearly doesn't have many credit points left. Thinking of this, Yunlin felt warm inside. It's so beautiful. Su Chen walked in front of Yunlin, his eyes shining. The deep blue gem in Yunlin's snow-white and delicate skin formed an extremely seductive contrast. The deep blue on her plump chest was like the only bright star above the endless ravine. Really? Yunlin stroked the gem under his neck and smiled for a moment. In fact, she had necklaces before, and each one was even a divine artifact. Compared with them, this ordinary necklace was not even as good as garbage. But this moment. For some reason, she felt that this was even more precious. It's worth it. Su Chen glanced at Yunlin's white and tender feet again. As a 9th-level strongman, although he has the true qi to protect his body and will not be stained, it is not appropriate to always go barefoot. Think about it. Su Chen still decided to buy another pair of shoes. Final. Yunlin chose a pair of high heels for herself. You put it on for me. A hint of pride that belonged to a queen appeared on Yunlin's face. Then she lifted her feet, and the cheongsam slipped off, revealing her slender, snow-white calves, which looked like warm jade in the sunlight, while her jade feet were full of fatal temptation. On the flawless white soles of the feet, the toes are as green as jade, like jade beads. Good. Su Chen has gradually become accustomed to the queen's little arrogance. He squatted down, held Yunlin's soft little feet with one hand, and put them into high heels. After putting it on, Yunlin tried to walk a few steps. The tall figure becomes even more proud. The original purple and gold cheongsam, combined with this pair of high heels, makes the queen's aura even stronger. Well, mundane things are not bad. Yunlin snorted softly. Phew. Fortunately, it's enough. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Now, after buying the necklace and shoes, he only has 1,112 credit points left on his body. At this moment, Yunlin came to Su Chen and kissed him gently on the mouth. Thank you. I'll reward you today. Chapter 12. What are you doing? Am I here at the wrong time? Taking the space elevator, Su Chen and Yunlin returned to the Wild Beast Cemetery again. Compared to Area 47 where Su Chen had stayed before, house number 30 was much better. At least it looks habitable. The area is also much larger. What made Yunlin most satisfied was the bed. Finally, a proper bed. Yunlin sat on the bed, feeling the softness of the bed. The corners of his mouth slowly curved up, and his eyes turned to Su Chen. We have a new home, do you want to give it a try? Try? Try it. In the afternoon. Su Chen got out of bed. Yunlin was lying on the bed, her face still flushed from making love. As expected. Failed to conceive again. I feel like it's almost time. Yunlin leaned sideways, supporting his chin with one hand, looking at Su Chen with blurry eyes. This angle made her plumpness look even more amazing, and the snow-white picture made Su Chen swallow his saliva again. I feel it's coming too. Su Chen forced his head away. Do you feel the same way? Everything depends on our efforts. As long as we work hard enough, we can definitely conceive successfully. Yunlin's eyes were shining, and she didn't care at all about revealing her spring beauty. I felt like I was dying. Su Chen was shivering and holding onto the edge of the bed. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'm really going to die.
This is actually not the fault of others, it is mainly because Yunlin is so beautiful. Almost every part of her body is filled with fatal temptation.
I'll go to the cemetery first. Su Chen ran out of the room as if escaping.
Looking at Su Chen's back, Yunlin lay lazily on the bed. Even the quilt could not hide her graceful curves. Her slender legs were exposed, showing amazing curves.
There's no mistake. It's really the bloodline of that family.
It stands to reason that there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death. It is absolutely impossible for a normal man to maintain his fighting capacity after experiencing so many times in such a short period of time. But although Su Chen looks very tired, in fact, he will fight more and more fiercely with each battle. It seems to be consumption, but it is actually improvement. And now, it has reached a point where even Yunlin finds it difficult to withstand it.
Only people from that family can do this. In a wilderness cemetery. Su Chen breathed heavily. Fuck. I'm not going to die of exhaustion before I even have a baby. If this is true, then I am probably the biggest joke in history. Forget it, let's get on with today's mission. As a scavenger, Su Chen's task is to transport the corpses of giant beasts from all over the place to the incineration area. Ha! So light?
A corpse as big as a mountain, weighing at least 3,000 kilograms.
Logically speaking, Su Chen should find it a bit difficult. But at this moment, Su Chen actually felt a little light. Did my strength increase? That shouldn't be the case. Su Chen was a little confused.
After so many intercourses, he should be deficient in qi and blood, and his strength has decreased. At least when he goes out, his waist and knees are sore and he can't stand up.
But get to work. However, Su Chen could clearly feel his blood surging abnormally, like boiling water in a boiler. Bang!
Su Chen exerted force and directly carried the 3,000-kilogram corpse of a giant beast and walked towards the incineration area. The huge body, like a mountain, completely covered Su Chen's figure. It looked like the beast had revived and was walking again.
At the same time,
the person in charge of the incineration area was sitting at the door of the house, drinking tea leisurely. Hum a little tune, lift your legs, and feel refreshed. Li Changming lay on the wooden chair, humming softly.
The incineration area is a sinecure.
All you have to do every day is wait for others to deliver the giant beast corpses.
You don't have to do anything else.
In order to get this job, he used a lot of connections.
Comfortable. He raised his teacup, squinted his eyes, and took a sip. Suddenly, in the corner of my eye, a shadow like a hill appeared. Puff!
Li Changming was so frightened that he spat out the tea in his mouth.
Holy crap! The beast is alive! Holy crap! As he spoke, his face was filled with fear, and he hurriedly shouted into the house, "Old Su! Old Su! Don't fall asleep! The wild beast is alive!" The wild beast is alive? Who are you kidding? Even if your father is alive, he won't be alive. Don't disturb my sleep. It's not my shift yet.
An impatient voice came from the room. I really didn't lie to you. Li Changming rolled and crawled off the stool and rushed into the house.
Then, Li Changming's furious roar was heard again in the room. What the hell? Old Su, aren't you supposed to be sleeping? You're actually taking off a flight here, right? And you're actually taking off from my bed? Get lost. Don't take my paper. After many quarrels,
two figures emerged from the house. One of them was Li Changming, and the other was holding up his trousers.
It was the old Su he mentioned, Su Keilang.
When they saw the giant beast slowly approaching from a distance, their faces turned pale.
I didn't lie to you, the beast is really alive.
Li Changming no longer cared about blaming others and his face was full of panic.
That's impossible. The behemoths here are all dead and cannot be deader.
Even if there are wild beasts, they are at most the size of some small behemoths.
It's absolutely unreasonable. Su Keilang's heart was also trembling. The incineration area is located at the very edge of the wild beast cemetery. It is relatively remote and the signal is not good. Even if we ask for rescue from the city, it will be too late. Bang!
The ground is shaking. The giant beast was approaching, and a breath of despair suddenly filled the air between the two of them.
I'm dying. I'm still a virgin. Li Changming's face was full of despair. Now that I'm about to die, I won't hide it anymore, Lao Li. Actually,
Su Keilang suddenly turned around and said to Li Changming.
I can help you end your virginity. Fuck.
Old Su, you're such a jerk. You're obviously from a wealthy family, and you rejected so many potential partners, but in the end you came here with me, even finding connections for me and getting me here.
You're not just after my body, are you? Li Changming's eyes widened. At this moment, he finally understood why Su Keilang took off on his bed. This guy is gay. Old Li, my feelings are known to heaven and earth, and you don't want to die a virgin, do you? Su Keilang's eyes were burning. Li Changming actually hesitated. I can be zero, and I will give you exactly the same feeling. Even though I'm not a woman, the feeling is the same. Su Keilang said firmly. Really? Li Changming's heart beat faster. Although the person in front of him was a man, he was about to die at this moment. At least you should experience the feeling of pleasure.
Seeing that Li Changming had no intention of refusing, Su Keilang squatted down excitedly and tried to unbutton his pants.
However, just then, a voice suddenly rang out, "What are you doing? Am I here at the wrong time?" Boom!
Li Changming and Su Keilang were stiff all over, their faces were pale, and they turned their heads away in horror.
Not far away,
a man, carrying the corpse of the giant beast, looked here with a complicated expression.
Chapter 13, 5,000 kilograms of strength. Human power comparable to royal blood. The sky is falling. A moment. Li Changming's consciousness was blank. Su Keilang's hand was still on his zipper. Sorry to bother you guys. I'll put the body aside and leave.
Su Chen endured the discomfort, then took heavy steps, changed direction, and threw the giant beast to the designated location.
He had known these two people before. I thought he was a good friend, but I didn't expect he was gay. And the most important thing is that they would do that kind of thing in broad daylight. Su Chen, it's not what you think.
Li Changming stretched out his hand in horror, wanting to explain. He moved his body and Su Keilang pulled him.
Crunch!
A crisp and silky sound was heard, and the pants fell off.
I understand. I understand everything. Su Chen gave him a look that said, I understand. At this moment, Li Changming knew that any more explanations he gave would be unnecessary. Old Su!
Li Changming's eyes were red and he roared in grief and anger.
Su Keilang was also embarrassed and couldn't say a word for a moment. However, the two of them realized one thing, which is the corpse of that giant beast. Su Chen actually carried the corpse weighing more than 3,000 kilograms. For a moment, emotions of shock, shame, anger, and disbelief surged in Li Changming's mind. When did Su Chen become so strong? That's the carcass of a giant beast weighing over 3,000 kilograms. Even a level 1, level 3 cultivator would have a hard time lifting it. Su Keilang stood up and looked at Su Chen, who put down the corpse and fled quickly, his face full of surprise. Li Changming was silent, picked up his pants, his mind in a mess.
What happened before was too dreamy. It turned out that the giant beast that seemed to be resurrected was actually an illusion created by Su Chen carrying a corpse.
Because the giant beast's body was too huge, it completely obscured Su Chen's figure. The two of them just stood there at the door. The air was so quiet that it was a little eerie. After about 10 minutes, Su Chen came over again carrying the corpse of the giant beast. Su Chen, I think I still need to explain something to you. Li Changming hurried over to talk. Well, there's no need to explain anything. I know everyone has their own sexual orientation. Although I don't accept it, I can understand it. Su Chen retreated a few steps in panic. These steps were taken with a bit of fear. Li Changming was desperate. He stretched out his hand and opened and closed his mouth, but he could not utter a word. Could you not tell anyone?
In the end, all the ideological struggles turned into this sentence.
Don't worry. We're all brothers, colleagues. Don't worry. After Su Chen finished speaking, he turned around and went back again. In the past, when he came here, he would chat with them and drink a few cups of tea with Li Changming, but on this day, Su Chen didn't want to stay for even a second. After returning to Area 30, in order to verify the fact that his strength is growing, Su Chen completed all the tasks for the next few days at once. I feel like my strength has reached 5,000 kilograms.
Su Chen clenched his fist and the air exploded extremely loudly, like a drum, dull and powerful.
It's truly bizarre. Not only did my strength not decrease, but my chi and blood became even more abundant.
At first, he thought it was because of the increase in strength from intercourse with Yunlin. Later he studied it carefully and found that it was not. But it is a more shocking phenomenon. That is, ever since he entered the martial arts world and condensed his true energy, his strength has been automatically growing all the time.
This matter has exceeded Su Chen's understanding. But 100,000 kilograms. It's really possible.
Su Chen's eyes were shining, and his attitude towards the path of martial arts had quietly changed slightly. It was not until the evening that Su Chen finished his work for the day. But he still didn't feel any fatigue.
Like a furnace that never runs dry. After returning home, Su Chen wanted to ask for information about Yunlin. As soon as he entered the door, he was attracted by the scene in front of him and couldn't take his eyes off it. How about new clothes?
Yunlin was standing at the door, wearing the starry blue dress she had bought that morning. Just as Su Chen thought, this dress fits Yunlin perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for him. The starry blue satin made her exposed skin look even whiter and more dazzling, just like the finest white jade, which was filled with an alluring luster under the light. What Su Chen couldn't take his eyes off the most was the proud curves tightly wrapped in the cheongsam.
A slender, snow-white gooseneck, delicate collarbones, and a chest that was bulging and bursting.
The side still retains the same high-slit style as the previous purple and gold cheongsam. A straight, slender, snow-white and flawless jade leg was almost completely exposed to the air. The skin on the legs is delicate and smooth, with tight and flowing lines. The thighs are plump and the calves are well proportioned.
Do you like it?
Yunlin seemed to be enjoying Su Chen's state of being unable to control himself and being completely attracted to her. As she spoke, she took a step forward and even leaned forward slightly, showing off her curves even more amazingly.
Like. Su Chen swallowed his saliva. The 5888 is well worth it. It's so worth it. Really?
Yunlin blinked his eyes, his golden pupil showing a hint of suspicion, and said with a sly smile, "Even if I like you, I won't even look at your actions."
Then I'm here.
Su Chen understood Yunlin's meaning very well, so he rushed over and hugged her soft and delicate body, which was as fragrant as jade.
The night is gloomy.
A charming atmosphere filled the room. The clouds and rain have not yet cleared. Yunlin shrank into Su Chen's arms, with a blush on her face, and whispered, "Why do I feel like you become stronger, more powerful each time?"
I can hardly bear it.
Now, she no longer has the aloofness of a queen.
She is simply a satisfied little wife. Hearing this,
Su Chen's expression was shocked, and all his previous fatigue disappeared. He straightened his body and said confidently, "That's for sure. I am the god of war, so of course my power is invincible." No man could refuse such compliments.
Even the readers can't do it. After all, he had been tortured badly before, and now he finally got back at ease. I'm telling you something serious.
A blush appeared on Yunlin's fair face, and her delicate hands gently patted Su Chen.
Well, I was thinking about this afternoon.
I don't seem to get tired anymore, and my strength has increased.
I feel like my strength has reached 5,000 kilograms now.
Su Chen was also a little confused.
5,000 kilograms?
Yunlin's pretty face changed, and she sat up suddenly, looking at Su Chen in surprise.
The movement was too violent, and the quilt slipped off, revealing the breathtaking white color. What's wrong? Su Chen asked with some doubts. Is 5,000 kilograms outrageous? He remembers it clearly.
Yunlin said that for the geniuses of the Starry Sky royal family, a force of 5,000 kilograms is only the threshold of the first level.
Why are you so surprised now? Su Chen, how can you reach this level?
Yunlin's eyes lit up, as if he was looking at a rare treasure.
Then,
she excitedly pulled Su Chen into her arms and kissed him hard.
What's the meaning?
The soft red lips, with a fragrant smell, were indeed very comfortable, but Su Chen became even more confused. What I said before was actually said on purpose.
My purpose was to prevent you from becoming arrogant. Do you know what it means to reach 5,000 kilograms at the first level?
Yunlin became more and more excited as she spoke, and even a blush appeared on her snow-white and delicate skin, which was filled with an alluring glow.
5,000 kilograms. That's something only someone with royal blood can achieve. And you are just a human being. Chapter 14: Amazing Rewards from the System.
In fact, Yunlin was already very surprised when he saw Su Chen punch out with a force of more than 3,000 kilograms at the Wild Beast Cemetery Management Bureau. As a human being, to achieve this intensity in the flesh, it is already extremely rare. It can even be said to be extremely rare. However, Su Chen has poor talent and his promotion speed is slow. In order to prevent him from getting discouraged, Yunlin said that he should just polish himself slowly and strive to reach 5,000 kilograms. But in fact, among all the races in the entire starry sky, those who can exert such tremendous force at the first level are all beings with royal blood. Royal blood. The direct descendant of the starry sky royal family. The closest existence to the original. In fact, Yunlin didn't think that Su Chen could do it. And now, in less than a day, Su Chen did it. It's incredible. Yunlin was very excited, but soon, this excitement made her feel inexplicably doubtful. It's not that she hasn't seen geniuses weighing 5,000 kilograms before. In fact, she has seen many. As one of the 10 most powerful royal families in the starry sky, there are many 9 starry sky pythons that have royal blood, and there are even more that can reach 5,000 kilograms at this level. However, those geniuses couldn't even raise their heads in front of Yunlin. Because she was once the invincible royal blood of her generation. Dominated an era. In the past, she would have disdained any genius weighing 5,000 kilograms, but at this moment, seeing Su Chen possess such strength, she was so excited that she lost herself in excitement. She was even happier than when she was crowned Queen of Medusa. This is unreasonable. Yunlin didn't even know why he felt this way. That's why she was confused. She wanted to attribute the reason to Su Chen's strength, which allowed her to conceive more easily and give birth to offspring with stronger talents, but she felt that this was not the reason. What is the reason? Looking at Su Chen's face, Yunlin was a little confused. What's wrong with you? Su Chen pinched Yunlin. Yunlin moaned and regained his composure. Is the reason important? Unimportant. As the person who bears the title of Queen Medusa, her thoughts are simple: the answers to all questions must be on the road ahead. And the road is found by walking. If you walk, you naturally rely on your legs. Thinking of this, Yunlin stretched out her slender and round legs, rubbing Su Chen gently, with seductive eyes and a hint of teasing. I want to try the 5,000 kilogram strength again. Yunlin slowly straightened her graceful body, her full curves and fatal temptation becoming the only scene in the room. Knowing that you will not become weaker, and may even become stronger. How could Su Chen be afraid of this? The corners of his mouth curled up, and he put his arms around Yunlin's slender and smooth waist. Is once enough? It's not enough for me. I don't know how long it took. Su Chen only knew that it was dawn outside. Yunlin also fell asleep due to exhaustion, which was extremely rare. Sleeping soundly on the edge of the bed. Her black hair was scattered all over her face, and her delicate face was filled with satisfaction and tranquility. Her red lips opened and closed, and she exhaled softly. The thin quilt can hardly hide the breathtaking and graceful curves. Just then. Bite. Su Chen was shocked. The system prompt sound finally rang again after a long absence. What the hell? Damn system. If you don't come out, I'll think you've shut it down. Su Chen cursed in his heart. He was really furious. This dog system disappeared directly after issuing the task. It was of no help at all and could be said to be completely useless. If he didn't have a golden waist, he would probably never complete the task even if he died. The host has been detected engaging in reproductive behavior 50 times. Hidden achievement completed. The system beeps. Speaking of this, Su Chen's heart was filled with tears. 6 days. 50 times. Do you know how I got through these 6 days? It's a jerk system. Not even the donkeys in the production team would dare to use it like this. He is accusing. I hope the system can give some compensation. However, the system, which has always been cold and mechanical, said something different this time. I detected that the host has been very happy these past 6 days. Please don't deceive the system. This system is very smart. Su Chen. This kid is quite smart. It's really cool. Who made him face Yunlin? However, Su Chen was very curious about what achievement the system was talking about. Soon, the system gave the answer. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement, little unlucky person. Su Chen. Damn it. Is this an achievement? Su Chen swore that if the system had a physical body, he would definitely rush up and tear that mouth apart.
This is not an achievement at all, it's a blatant mockery. Get lost. I don't want to.
Achievement Gift Pack, Conception Card 1, Boundary Breaking Pill 1, Starry Sky Psychic Potion 1. Conception Card, based on the host's unwavering but unprepossessing spirit, using this card will guarantee conception regardless of realm or probability. Mirror Breaking Pill, distributed based on the host's strength. If the host is currently at the first level of martial arts, after taking it, they will ignore the bottleneck and choose to advance on their own. Starry Sky Psychic Potion, after taking it, you can unlock your spiritual power talent. You need to equip the corresponding spiritual guidance technique. I want the achievement gift pack. I've been unlucky so many times, I deserve some compensation. Su Chen quickly changed his words and then quickly checked the 3 things in the system space. My originally depressed heart was lifted up again. It's settled. With this conception card, the 30-day novice mission is completely stress-free. What excited Su Chen the most were the last 2 rewards. Su Chen's F-level martial arts talent destined him to be far slower in martial arts cultivation than others, and it was extremely difficult for him to break through the realm. Just like him now, he has clearly reached the limit of 5,000 kilograms of force, but is still in the first level. And after having the realm-breaking pill, he will no longer be bound and can break through at any time. Even if we can reach 9 explosions now, it is not impossible. Of course, simply breaking through the realm will not increase your strength much. A 5,000 kilogram level 9 first order weapon would be useless if told to others. Of course, Su Chen's goal was not this. What he really cared about was that after taking the realm-breaking pill, he could concentrate on honing his strength and no longer worry about the realm. At least before the 2nd level. He can focus on tempering his body. The other Starry Sky Psychic Potion represents a completely different path from that of a warrior. Divine Mind Master. A group of special beings who use their mental power to guide divine arts. It is rumored that they are the descendants of gods left in the world, but in fact, they are just born with strong mental power and can practice mental guidance techniques. Dual cultivation of divine power and martial arts. Su Chen seemed to see a road waving at him. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel excited. He turned his head happily and kissed Yun Lin hard on the face. Then, get under the covers again. Embrace that ivory-like body. Yun Lin, who was still sleeping, was suddenly awakened. Feeling the warmth and tingling on his body, he was a little scared for a moment. This Queen Medusa is a cold and noble being. The queen who once domineeringly forced Su Chen to lie down. For the first time, an expression of fear appeared on her beautiful face. Su Chen, can you be gentle? Yun Lin bit her red lips lightly, her eyes like water. Chapter 15, Breakthrough. Level 1, 2nd stage. 7,000 kilograms of force. The prerequisite for using the conception card is that you must reach the 2nd level of martial arts. That is to say, Su Chen must complete the breakthrough within the next 24 days. And he is also going to perform a feat that has never happened in human history. That is to reach the ultimate state of strength for a first-level warrior. 100,000 kilograms of force. This is a feat that can only be achieved with the blood of the Star King. It was around noon when the 2 of them got up. Yun Lin held onto the edge of the bed, her legs trembling constantly. As the queen of the 9 Sky Star Python, she had never been so weak. Because when facing Su Chen, she had to release all her strength and deal with it with only her most ordinary physique. Otherwise it will be easily pinched off. This is unacceptable. But in return, she also has to bear the impact of that terrifying body. Humph. It's all your fault. Yun Lin glared at Su Chen resentfully. Su Chen not only did not feel the slightest bit of guilt about this, he was even quite proud of it. After all, Yun Lin's appearance at this moment was his most outstanding battle achievement. But Yun Lin was not an ordinary person after all. He recovered quickly by simply circulating his qi and blood. Next, the 2 began to get dressed. Naturally, there are many erotic scenes during this period. Although he has watched it countless times, Su Chen can never get enough of it. The perfect curves, the graceful figure, and the astonishingly white, cloud-scaled body, every part of it carries a fatal temptation. Gudong. Su Chen swallowed hard. Seeing him like this, all of Yun Lin's previous resentment disappeared. Soon, Yun Lin put on the starry blue cheongsam, then deliberately straightened her plump chest, her eyes full of teasing.
After recovery, teasing Su Chen became her favorite thing again. Put my shoes on.
Yunlin sat beside the bed.
A slender, snow-white beautiful leg rises from the slit of the cheongsam, with graceful lines.
The toes are crystal clear, like pearls.
Su Chen was naturally very happy about this.
Although he didn't have any special hobbies, the jade feet that looked like mutton fat jade were very nice to play with. Su Chen squatted down, holding Yunlin's jade feet with one hand and picking up her high heels with the other.
Just then,
a hint of cunning flashed in Yunlin's golden vertical pupils. He suddenly stretched out his other foot and stepped hard on Su Chen's face.
Su Chen was stunned.
As the royal blood of the 9 Sky Star Python, even though its realm has declined and it is only at the 9th level of martial arts, Yunlin's jade feet will not be stained like ordinary people.
As white as jade. With a touch of coolness. You hurt me so much.
The plan succeeded, and Yunlin smiled.
However,
the next second, a look of panic appeared on her face, and Su Chen grabbed her snow-white ankle and smiled evilly.
Ah!
Yunlin's face flushed red. The tingling sensation from the soles of her feet made her delicate body tremble wildly. This guy actually tickled the soles of her feet.
You are so mean.
Yunlin's delicate body became soft and limp from being tickled, and she gasped for breath.
Who told you to kick me? Will you dare to do it again? Su Chen's fingers approached Yunlin's white and tender soles, full of threat. Aye. Yunlin was very angry and unconvinced. I don't dare anymore.
In the end, she bowed her head.
As the Queen of Medusa, Yunlin's arrogance has long been famous in the starry sky.
She never lowered her head. No one would dare to make her bow her head like this. In fact, with her current strength, she could kill Su Chen with one kick.
The strength of a 9th level warrior is completely overwhelming for a 1st level warrior. But she couldn't do it. Didn't even think about it.
It seems that such simple and plain days are not bad.
Mother, there is absolutely no one in this world who can make me bow my head.
I will make the name of Medusa resound throughout the starry sky. Young Yunlin once said this in front of his mother.
At that time,
the mother just stroked Yunlin's forehead and said with a smile,
Linner, don't be so absolute. It's not necessarily bad to bow your head.
Not everything in this world can only be done through rebuttal.
Just like your father and I, we will bow down for each other. This is not weakness, but love. Love?
Looking at Su Chen, who still had a smile on his face, Yunlin muttered to himself.
Yunlin, do you want to go out with me today? The weather looks nice. Su Chen helped Yunlin put on his shoes.
During this time, he secretly touched her long, jade-like legs.
Invite me. Yunlin raised his neck, revealing his slender white neck. The sapphire necklace, hanging around her neck, contrasts with the cleavage on her chest. Then, my dear queen, would you be honored to join me in the wild beast cemetery to inspect your territory? Su Chen said with some amusement. He held out his hand, palm up.
Since you said so, I'll go with you. Yunlin's jade hand reached out. Su Chen held her tightly and pulled her out the door. In fact, he had already finished moving all the work for the next few days yesterday, so the area around him was empty. The midday sun was not too scorching, but it shone golden on the two of them, making them look like a pair of immortal lovers.
Su Chen searched everywhere. Yunlin, I'm about to break through. Before leaving, he had secretly eaten the realm-breaking pill. The purpose of coming out is also to break through. So suddenly?
Yunlin said in surprise. She knew Su Chen's talent, F level, which was the lowest level.
It stands to reason that the breakthrough wouldn't be so fast.
You have to know that before, he couldn't reach the 1st level for several years. And now, it's only a few days away from breaking through the 1st level.
Su Chen didn't say much.
He found a clean place and sat down cross-legged.
Immediately following,
a strong energy of qi and blood began to permeate his body. Su Chen could clearly feel the sound of his own heartbeat and the sound of blood flowing in his veins.
Break!
He had a thought in his mind. Immediately, his blood and energy were shaken. A gust of air burst out from his body, blowing away all the surrounding debris.
This aura is much more terrifying than the 3rd level of the 1st stage. Interesting.
On the other side, a strange look appeared in Yunlin's beautiful eyes.
Su Chen himself might not notice it. But Yunlin, who was once above the 9th level, saw it at a glance. The moment of breakthrough.
Just when his blood and energy were surging, Yunlin saw a glimpse of golden light. Although it is fleeting, it does exist.
Is this golden color the bloodline I sense that can inherit my clan's genes?
The bloodline contains golden clouds.
What kind of bloodline could it be, human race?
Yunlin's eyes moved as he thought inwardly.
Drink!
At this moment, Su Chen, who had just broken through, punched the ground.
Bang!
The ground shook violently and collapsed slightly.
This punch, at least 7,000 kilograms.
Su Chen's excited voice came.
Chapter 16 Big Misunderstanding. Kung Fu?
The ground was in a mess, covered with rubble. The qi and blood on Su Chen's body had not yet dissipated, and it was like a wisp of divine light. He clenched his fist lightly, and there were two explosions, like thunder.
The sound is much louder than that of ordinary warriors. I gained 2,000 kilograms right after my breakthrough?
Yunlin's eyes were full of surprise, his breathing was rapid, and the fullness of his chest was trembling and shaking.
A normal warrior's strength will not increase much after a breakthrough.
She had seen the genius of the human race in the starry sky. Even for them, each breakthrough only adds 100 kilograms of strength. Among the blood of the Star King, it is extremely rare to be able to increase 1,000 kilograms. Because the growth of physical strength mainly comes from subsequent polishing, but Su Chen broke this iron rule. As soon as the breakthrough was made, the weight increased by 2,000 kilograms.
What is the concept? It's equivalent to others being promoted twice.
Others' long-term hard training cannot compare to Su Chen's breakthrough.
This is simply outrageous. Let me see.
Yunlin was a little unconvinced and walked towards Su Chen.
As she walked, her snow-white, slender legs broke free from the restraints of the cheongsam, revealing amazing curves. She grabbed Su Chen's hand and observed carefully.
The pair of golden vertical pupils showed a strange light, which was extremely bright.
A long time. Yunlin spoke.
His tone was filled with shock. Your meridians are so powerful, they are not at all human strength.
Even the Star Royal family can hardly match you. No wonder you can withstand such powerful qi and blood.
She suddenly looked up again, her beautiful eyes shining with a strange light, as if she was struggling with something. At this angle, Su Chen was looking down at her, his gaze following her slender neck, across her delicate collarbone, and straight into the ravine formed by her snow-white and plump breasts. Yunlin didn't care about this kind of look. In the past, she would have definitely teased him and then had a big fight. But this time, she rarely did.
Maybe some things are really going to become reality.
Yunlin stood up, her tall and plump figure was filled with a faint fragrance.
What? Su Chen also noticed Yunlin's seriousness. It seems to be a serious matter.
Take off your clothes first.
Yunlin suddenly spoke. Su Chen? No way, you've been serious for so long, and now you're going to say this? Stop talking nonsense. Take it off.
Yunlin urged.
Ahem. Su Chen coughed twice and looked around. No one was around. Sister, although there are only two of us in this area, it's a bit unpleasant in broad daylight. Besides, isn't this place a bit dirty?
Upon hearing this, Yunlin frowned slightly. When Su Chen saw this, he knew that Queen Medusa was dissatisfied again.
He could only sigh. It seems that I still know too little about you. It turns out that you like this kind of excitement. I understand, but you still have to be careful. I don't want to go to the domestic area.
After saying that, he took off his shirt with a flick of his hands, revealing his strong and streamlined body. Full chest muscles, 8-pack abs.
Next second, he was about to untie his belt. At this moment, Yunlin suddenly said, "No need to take off your pants." Ah. Su Chen, with his hands on his belt, looked up blankly. How to play without taking off pants? Could it be? The memories of the previous life came back to my mind. Thinking of this, Su Chen's expression became serious. He put down his hand, his eyes determined. Yunlin, it seems that you want to try something new. I know that you will get tired of anything.
As he spoke, he walked towards Yunlin. Then he slowly squatted in front of Yunlin and looked up at Yunlin. In this posture, his sight was completely occupied by the breathtaking fullness and roundness, and he could not see Yunlin's expression at all. Certainly. If he could see, he would notice that Yunlin's expression changed from confusion at the beginning to bewilderment, and then to curiosity. She was curious about what this man was doing. Actually, I'm not willing to do this kind of thing. But if that person is you, Yunlin, then I'm willing. There was an extremely bright light in Su Chen's eyes.
That is the determination to die. It's also an expectation for certain things. Come on. I'm ready.
Su Chen suddenly grabbed Yunlin's plump and white thighs with both hands, and was about to drill in through the slit along the graceful curve.
This action frightened Yunlin.
The curiosity in his eyes disappeared. She took several steps back, her beautiful eyes filled with panic and shyness. At this moment, she finally knew what Su Chen was going to do.
This guy actually wants to. Su Chen.
Yunlin's beautiful eyes were filled with shame and anger, her delicate body was trembling wildly, her breathing was rapid, and her snow-white and plump breasts were shaking constantly, as if she was about to break free at any time.
What are you up to? This sentence is full of accusation. With doubts.
And a hint of subtle emotions that are hard to detect. Looking at Yunlin's pretty face flushed with blush, his eyes suddenly went dark and his mind went blank.
Gee. I seem to have misunderstood something.
But what she meant was to let herself.
Ahem.
Su Chen stood up, coughed twice again, put his hands behind his back, and shook his body. He looked around, but not at Yunlin. Then he slowly said, "The weather is nice today, ha." He tried very hard to force a smile on his embarrassed face.
Ha ha ha. Yunlin was silent. Ha ha. Ha. Su Chen. Okay, I'm a man, I admit I misunderstood.
Finally, Su Chen spread his hands.
But the meaning of your words is so easy to be misunderstood. But why did you ask me to take off my shirt?
When the showdown came, Su Chen hurriedly changed the subject. If Yunlin really gets angry, I won't be able to bear her wrath. Fortunately, after hearing this, the gloom on Yunlin's face gradually dissipated.
She glanced around the cemetery and said, I have a technique here that you might be able to practice.
As he spoke, Yunlin's eyes were still scanning the surroundings, as if he was looking for something.
Kung Fu? Can I practice the skills of your 9 Sky Star Python? Different ethnic groups have different emphases. The exercises are naturally different.
According to Su Chen's plan, after reaching the second level of martial arts and getting a higher salary, he would go to the city to see if there were any skills he could buy.
Of course you can't use something from my clan. If you could, I would have given it to you long ago.
Yunlin moved her long legs, and her graceful curves wandered around the cemetery.
So you're talking about the technique, huh? What are you looking for? Su Chen followed.
Yunlin's delicate face was full of solemnity, and then his gaze suddenly turned to a corner.
There. Pile of minced meat. The piece of meat in the center with a hint of blue is extremely eye-catching. Found it.
Yunlin's eyes lit up and he hurried over.
Come closer.
Looking at the minced meat all over the ground, Yunlin's beautiful eyes instinctively showed a hint of disgust, but in the end she took a deep breath and took out the piece of minced meat.
Whether you can practice that technique depends on this time,
Yunlin said solemnly.
Chapter 17 above the 9th level.
Only star energy can destroy star energy.
This is a piece of flesh the size of a palm, with an irregular shape. The outer skin is very rough and has a very special texture. In the flesh and blood inside, there are strands of blue thread-like substances, like maggots, which are very disgusting.
The corpses of wild beasts contain special substances that cannot be decomposed by the Earth's bacteria, so even if they are stored for a long time, they will not rot and need to be incinerated.
This is the meaning of the existence of the wild beast cemetery. However, Su Chen usually only moved some large corpses over. Small pieces of meat like this are thrown away at random. It won't stink anyway.
I just tried to look for it at first, but I didn't expect it to be there. Yunlin looked at the flesh in his hand with surprise. His jade fingers were slender as he gently stroked the surface of the flesh, and a strange energy was slowly injected into it.
Boo boo bo. Something happened that shocked Su Chen.
I saw that the flesh and blood of the wild beast, which had already died, began to beat, expanding and contracting like a heart.
The star energy is still there. Yunlin's eyes lit up. Star energy? Su Chen asked in confusion. This is an extremely unfamiliar word.
It never appeared in his martial arts theory courses. Star energy is an energy unique to the starry sky. Warriors below the 9th level cultivate true qi and use qi and blood to stimulate it.
However, after reaching the 9th level, they will complete the transformation of their life level.
Once you break through the 9th level and enter the Stardust realm, your true energy will combine with the power of the starry sky and transform into a special ability called star energy. Only star energy can destroy star energy, so there is a saying on the road of martial arts.
That means we are all ants under the power of the stars. This is an iron rule that cannot be broken.
When he said this, Yunlin's bright eyes were full of seriousness as he looked at Su Chen. There was once a starry sky king blood who had reached the pinnacle of strength. He attempted to break this iron rule and challenged a Stardust realm being with his ninth order martial arts body.
Do you know what the result was? The ultimate state of strength? Su Chen said in surprise. That's right.
The ultimate state of strength represents his ninth level of martial arts, and every level has reached its peak. Yunlin nodded, then slowly extended a finger and said calmly, "One finger."
Just one finger.
That Stardust Realm cultivator crushed that starry sky king blood with just one finger.
Hiss.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen's face changed drastically, his heart beat faster, and his face was full of disbelief.
The ultimate level of strength. What a genius. Every step has been taken to the extreme. He can almost be said to be the most evil genius. However, even such a terrifying existence was crushed to death by just one finger. There is only one realm difference, but the gap is so big?
At this moment, Su Chen also completely understood the horror of star energy.
No wonder it is incorruptible.
He suddenly remembered that when he was chatting with Li Changming and others, he had heard related statements that there seemed to be some star energy in the incineration area.
At that time, he didn't understand and didn't pay much attention to it.
And now, he finally understood why the corpses of wild beasts could be burned there. Because only star energy can destroy star energy. After understanding, he turned his gaze to the wild beast flesh in Yunlin's hand. So, what's the use of this? Yunlin did not answer immediately. Instead, her jade hand gushed out true energy, and all of a sudden, the wild beast's flesh and blood seemed to be hit by countless hammers, and instantly turned into a ball of blood mud.
Sit down.
Yunlin gestured to Su Chen to sit on the ground. Although he didn't know what she was going to do, Su Chen still did as she said. He was not worried that Yunlin would harm him. Yunlin also felt the trust in Su Chen's eyes, and her heart couldn't help but feel warm, and then a smile appeared on her beautiful face. She squatted down gently. This action instantly tightened the well-tailored cheongsam, outlining a breathtaking curve. Her plump thighs were exposed at the slit of her cheongsam, and her skin, as white as snow, was dazzling. Yunlin was focused, and with her slender jade fingers, she picked up a smear of blood mud and gently smeared it on Su Chen's body.
A cool breeze came over me.
But Su Chen felt uncomfortable because of the heat.
Because his attention was now focused on Yunlin.
The surprisingly full breasts were tightly wrapped in the fabric, and the sapphire necklace on the chest swayed in the ravine, bringing a unique temptation.
Yunlin smeared the blood mud bit by bit.
As the body moves, the chest and thighs press and squeeze out thrilling shapes.
The slender waist, wrapped in the cheongsam and with the amazing hip line, looks even more fragile.
Soon, Su Chen's upper body was covered by a blood mud of wild beasts that was a mixture of blood and blue.
Call.
Yunlin breathed a sigh of relief and stood up.
Next.
She muttered to herself. A fluorescent light emerged from the fingertips and directly penetrated into Su Chen's body. Follow my true energy and mobilize your qi and blood to circulate along the corresponding route. I have selected the most suitable wild beast for you, but I cannot guarantee success.
If you feel any discomfort, you must stop the operation immediately.
Yunlin said solemnly.
After that, she leaned over and kissed Su Chen on the forehead. I don't want anything to happen to you. This sentence has a special magic.
Su Chen, who had never received much love in his 2 lives, felt inexplicably sad and deeply moved.
Come on. How could anything happen to me? Su Chen sat on the ground and gave Yunlin a firm look.
Yunlin nodded. Then he guided his true energy to flow through Su Chen's meridians.
Soon.
Su Chen also sensed it, and then calmed his mind and spirit, guiding his qi and blood to follow Yunlin's true qi.
This is top-notch guidance.
It is far beyond the reach of buying skills. As a beginner, even if you have the skills, it will probably be difficult to understand the complex circulation of qi and blood in the meridians in a short period of time. But Yunlin used his own true energy to guide it directly.
All Su Chen had to do was follow.
This is an extremely complex way of circulating qi and blood through the meridians. After running for several cycles, Yunlin's true qi dissipated directly, and Su Chen operated independently.
Buzz. Just then,
The blood mud covering Su Chen's body gradually emitted strange energy and slowly penetrated along Su Chen's pores.
Ah! At the moment the energy enters,
Su Chen's face changed drastically, and a pain from the soul made his face hideous in an instant.
No! Is it really not possible?
The cloud-scaled flowers lost their luster.
Su Chen, stop now. I don't want to practice anymore.
It was originally an attempt, but looking at the current situation, it is obviously a failure.
However, Su Chen did not respond to her.
Instead, you should stimulate the qi in blood with greater force.
Crack! A flash of lightning suddenly lit up. Ah! Su Chen's eyes bulged out and he screamed again. The lightning power of the blue lightning starfish. Yunlin finally panicked.
She was only concerned with checking the spiritual energy contained in the flesh and blood, but completely ignored the power of the wild beast's own race.
The flesh and blood of the blue lightning starfish. In theory, it is also the best introductory material for that technique.
At the same time, they are the clan that masters the power of thunder among all the clans in the starry sky.
Chapter 18 Between Life and Death. There must be a great opportunity.
Under the influence of star energy, lightning surged out of the blue lightning starry skyfish.
Crackling sound.
Su Chen sat on the ground, with strands of electric light swirling on his skin. Soon, it began to burn black and even emitted the smell of meat.
Quickly stop circulating your qi and blood.
Yunlin's beautiful eyes were filled with panic, and her plump breasts kept shaking.
However, Su Chen still ignored it and did not stop working. No! Su Chen can't hear me.
Yunlin could see clearly that there was also electric flash and buzzing on Su Chen's ears. This lightning, which contained spiritual energy, had completely shattered his eardrums, and he could not receive any information from the outside world.
But why doesn't he stop?
Yunlin's heart trembled wildly, her graceful curves straightened, and then she walked forward without hesitation. The true energy surrounded the pair of white and slender arms. She wanted to stop Su Chen by force.
However,
at this moment, Su Chen, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. The eyes that used to be full of smiles were now filled with pain.
Yunlin! Believe me!
Su Chen used all his strength and roared with a ferocious look on his face.
Believe me!
These words were like thunder, shocking Yunlin to the spot. Although he didn't know that Su Chen couldn't hear him anymore, Yunlin still took a deep breath and said slowly, "I believe you." After saying this, she seemed to collapse, her body swayed, and she fell directly to the ground. In that pair of golden vertical pupils, there was only worry and helplessness at this moment.
Bang! Bang! Ah!
Accompanied by a shrill roar and two crisp sounds, Su Chen's two eyeballs could not withstand the lightning and exploded directly, spraying blood.
Ugh!
Yunlin covered her mouth, and her jade fingers turned bluish-white from excessive force. In fact, she had long been accustomed to this kind of bloody scene. As a member of the royal family of the starry sky, she has been fighting all her life.
She has since become invincible among her peers, killing countless opponents.
But when she saw Su Chen's miserable appearance, she couldn't bear it.
Because of fear. But not because of fear of blood.
But because they were afraid that Su Chen would die. Yunlin sat on the ground, staring at Su Chen intently, her full and round breasts pressing against her thighs, almost bursting the buttons.
Su Chen's appearance became more and more miserable.
With only the strength of a first-level warrior, it was impossible for him to withstand the power of thunder and lightning stimulated by star energy, but he continued to activate the mysterious technique as if he was possessed. His eyes exploded, his eardrums shattered, his skin turned black and bloody, and not a single hair was left.
It looks like he is already dead.
At this moment, a look of disbelief suddenly appeared in Yunlin's worried eyes.
She stood up with a bang.
The violent movement caused the fullness of her chest to shake violently a few times.
Su Chen's qi and blood. Getting stronger and stronger.
Yunlin's beautiful eyes were filled with horror. Su Chen, who could obviously die at any time, became stronger and stronger in the thunder and lightning. It even turned into a blood-red streak, intertwining with thunder and lightning.
At the beginning,
the qi and blood were instantly shattered by lightning.
But the next second, qi and blood surged out again.
Gradually, the thunder and lightning no longer disrupted the qi and blood, but instead intertwined with the qi and blood as if in compromise.
Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Su Chen roared in his heart.
In fact, the moment the thunder and lightning appeared, Su Chen realized the life and death crisis, but just when he wanted to stop operating, a strange feeling suddenly burst out. He felt it clearly. There were strands of energy in the blood mud on his body's surface, which flowed along his pores and blood vessels and gradually merged into his qi and blood. The thunder and lightning seemed to destroy his vitality, but every time, it would trigger the resistance of the meridians in his body. Vaguely, a mysterious power hidden deep within his body seemed to be awakened, emerging from the deepest part of the meridians. It was an extremely thin ray of golden light, but it contained a brilliant and majestic aura. The moment it appeared, the thunder and lightning seemed to quiet down and become much quieter. It appeared. Yunlin's pupils suddenly shrank. The moment she looked directly at Jinxia, a strange feeling suddenly came over her, making her face turn a little pale. Impossible. What kind of bloodline is this? It actually makes my royal blood tremble. Yunlin's heart was trembling wildly. She was born into one of the 10 royal families in the starry sky. She has the most noble bloodline under the starry sky. She is a natural-born king and an invincible existence. However, she actually felt off for the bloodline of a first-level warrior. This is incredible. The golden glow was thin, like a king, slowly swimming along Su Chen's blood and energy. Wherever I go, the thunder and lightning are silent, and the stars are trembling. This. Yunlin's plump chest rose and fell violently, causing the snow-white ravine to change constantly. He's only a first-level warrior. The words I said to Su Chen before echoed in my mind again. We are all ants under the power of the stars. But at this moment, the invincible star energy actually surrendered to a first-level warrior. This has broken Yunlin's cognition. At the same time, Su Chen's consciousness became clearer and clearer. He also felt the uninvited guest in his blood and energy, but facing the mysterious golden glow, he did not have the slightest rejection. Instead, I felt a sense of closeness and familiarity in my heart. This is something that comes from his blood. It was inspired at this moment in the desperate situation of life and death. With the emergence of golden light, Su Chen absorbed the energy from the blood mud faster and faster, and even a faint swallowing sound could be heard. This is the special effect brought about by that mysterious technique. Gradually, the lightning is getting weaker. It also becomes quiet. Correspondingly, a strong vitality emanated from the blood mud and began to repair Su Chen's body. Regeneration of flesh and blood, Su Chen, he really succeeded. Yunlin couldn't believe it, her red lips opened and closed, she was shocked beyond words. The tender buds of flesh grew on the surface of his body, bringing a tingling and numb feeling, making Su Chen feel uncomfortable all over. Call. Eardrum repair. In the hollow eye sockets, the pink granulations are intertwined with each other like worms. About half an hour later, with a crackling sound, a black shell fell off Su Chen's body. Boom! Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, lightning crackled, the air exploded, and then he suddenly stood up and clenched his fist. Bang! 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 4 consecutive explosions. Like thunder. Level 1, Level 4. He had just broken through the second level, and now he broke through again. The reason why he chose to break through was because his strength had grown again. 50,000 kilograms. This has far exceeded the scope of a first-level warrior. Yunlin, my power. Su Chen turned around. Yunlin rushed over and hugged him tightly, burying her head in Su Chen's neck, her body trembling. Su Chen was stunned. Then he smiled slightly, put one hand around Yunlin's slender waist, and gently stroked her smooth back with the other hand. It's okay, I'm fine, right? Su Chen comforted. Yunlin raised her head, her beautiful eyes turned slightly red, and then she kissed him fiercely. Chapter 19, Forbidden Kung Fu. Universal Blood Refining Sutra. This kiss. With worry, with calmness, and also with a sense of release. Yunlin wrapped her slender hands around Su Chen's neck, stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and pressed her plump body against Su Chen's, as if venting all her inner emotions in this kiss. Su Chen could feel the hot passion in Yunlin's breath, and his blood was boiling. Then he put his arms around her slender waist, as if he wanted to rub the woman in front of him into his body. Through the thin clothes, Su Chen could clearly feel the heavy fullness of his chest, which had changed shape under the pressure of his body. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. There is only the sound of breathing and wind. And 2 rapidly beating hearts. A long time. Lip parting.
The two pairs of eyes looked at each other, and no one spoke for a long time. Su Chen. Yunlin was about to speak. We'll talk later. However, Su Chen looked at her waist again in a domineering manner and kissed her forcefully. Reborn under the terrifying life essence of the wild beast's blood, his blood and energy are more abundant, almost equivalent to that of a young wild beast. Suddenly, Yunlin seemed to sense something and struggled hard to break free, panting. She lowered her head and looked at Su Chen, feeling both ashamed and angry. The lightning just now had burned all of Su Chen's clothes. So at this moment, he was naked. Two passionate kisses in a row caused a direct reaction. Then go home? This sentence seemed to be a question, but Su Chen didn't wait for Yunlin's reaction at all. He just gave Yunlin a princess hug and held her in his arms. Support your thigh with one hand and your back with the other. Yunlin, who was attacked so suddenly, obviously had no time to react. He screamed and instinctively put his arms around Su Chen's neck. Su Chen, put me down. Yunlin said angrily. She is Queen Medusa. When had she ever been picked up so domineeringly? However, Su Chen just lowered his head and kissed her hard again. He even buried his head in the snow-white ravine on Yunlin's chest with great enjoyment and took a deep breath. Epic lung-breaking. Then he laughed arrogantly and said, "Let's go. Capture a Medusa queen and bring her home to be my wife." After saying that, he went home laughing without caring about Yunlin's embarrassed and angry expression. Yunlin, who was lying in Su Chen's arms, seemed embarrassed and angry, but a strange feeling was growing in her heart. Especially when Su Chen picked her up domineeringly, her heart was beating wildly and completely uncontrollably. After returning home, Su Chen put Yunlin on the bed and said with a wicked smile, "My little beauty, I am here." As soon as the words fell, he directly took off Yunlin's high heels, and under the light, the two pairs of jade feet were filled with jade like light. Then, the buttons of the cheongsam are undone. The astonishing whiteness came into view. Along with the sound of heavy breathing, a charming atmosphere gradually echoed in the room. A long time passed. Everything is lonely. Yunlin rested her head on Su Chen's arms, her soft body still hot. Yunlin, what exactly is the technique you asked me to practice? Su Chen asked, and the hand that was under his pillow was playing with him dishonestly, changing it into various shapes, causing Yunlin to moan repeatedly. There was a look of satisfaction on her face, and no hint of blame. Instead, he pushed harder to make it easier for Su Chen. Really? As long as a woman is satisfied, everything is easy to talk about. At least Su Chen doesn't receive this kind of treatment on weekdays. Universe Blood Refining Sutra. A forbidden technique. Yunlin moved his body again and got closer to Su Chen. After the transformation, Su Chen exuded a very comfortable smell, which not only attracted her, but also attracted her royal blood. She was actually not unfamiliar with this feeling. It was this feeling when Yunlin first met Su Chen that made him decide to place the hope of racial revival on this man. And now, the feeling became even more intense. After finding a comfortable position, Yunlin continued to explain to Su Chen, "In fact, I didn't want to give you this technique at first, because since it appeared in the world, no one has been able to practice it successfully. Over the past thousands and thousands of years, many geniuses have tried, but the end result was just like what you just did, flesh and blood shattered, leaving no trace of the body. It's all your fault. You made me so worried. If you died, how would I revive my race?" Having said that, Yunlin suddenly stretched out her jade fingers downwards and pinched Su Chen's waist hard. Hiss. Su Chen grimaced in pain. He wasn't angry, but tilted his head, looked at Yunlin in his arms, and chuckled, "Are you worried that I'm just reviving my race?" Hearing this, a blush appeared on Yunlin's beautiful face. She reacted and pulled down the quilt to hide her expression. She said in a muffled voice under the quilt, "Yes. What else could it be? It's just a deal between us. Don't let your imagination run wild." Yeah? Based on his understanding of Yunlin, Su Chen naturally would not believe such words. He squeezed it hard. Snow White changes shape. Pain. Yunlin cried out. Then he patted Su Chen again and said, "I have something serious to tell you. Use the stars as a furnace, refine blood, and become a god. This is the core of the Universal Blood Refining Sutra. Practicing this technique requires inducing qi and blood to circulate within the body according to a certain pattern, then absorbing the essence of the flesh and blood of wild beasts. Because your realm is too low,
I ground the flesh and blood of wild beasts into a paste and smeared it all over your body to increase the absorption area. In theory, this is a perfect physical training method that can absorb the flesh and blood of all races to strengthen oneself, but the risks are too high. First of all, this is a physical training method suitable for the martial arts stage. It must be practiced from the first stage of martial arts, but it requires absorbing the essence of the flesh and blood of wild beasts containing star energy.
You also felt it just now. The power contained in the wild beast's body can easily destroy any martial arts body.
With a body of true energy, absorbing star energy and flesh and blood is completely illogical. I didn't even think about this at first, but seeing that you gained 2,000 kilograms of strength right after your breakthrough, I wanted you to try it. I clearly told you to give up if you feel something is wrong. Who would have thought you were so bold? Yunlin's words were full of blame.
But all Su Chen felt was concern.
He flipped over and pressed directly on Yunlin.
Looking at the beautiful eyes that were obviously a little surprised, he smiled and said, "I have always been so bold, don't you know?"
"Humph.
I'm the queen."
Yunlin pouted proudly.
"No. You are my wife now."
Su Chen said with a wicked smile. The amazing vitality brought by his new body made him burst out with fighting power again.
"Su Chen. This is the entire universe blood refining sutra. I'm going to sleep first."
Yunlin was extremely tired. A stream of light flashed from his fingertips and penetrated into Su Chen's forehead. Then he wrapped himself in the quilt and fell asleep.
Universe blood refining sutra?
Feeling the martial arts in his mind, Su Chen put on his clothes and went out.
Chapter 20 Young Wild Beast.
The moonlight is bright and the stars are sparse. Su Chen found a place, sat on it, and quietly comprehended the universe blood refining sutra in his mind. Yunlin had already described it as terrifying enough, but when Su Chen actually obtained the technique and carefully comprehended it, he discovered that the danger involved was far more terrifying than he had imagined.
Use the stars as a furnace and refine blood to become a god.
It is to make the qi and blood in the body circulate along a certain trajectory, attract star energy, and combine it with the qi and blood to form a star furnace in the body. However, at the martial arts stage, it is impossible to possess star energy. So they used the flesh and blood of wild beasts. However, there must be various special abilities in the flesh and blood of wild beasts, such as lightning, fire, and so on. This is the first crisis. Not to mention that the physical body at the martial arts stage is simply unable to withstand the power of the wild beast. Even if it can withstand it, after the blood and qi condense into star energy, the meridians will be shattered in an instant.
This is the second crisis.
Third, one needs to endure the destruction of the body and damage to the meridians while remaining conscious. Even if you have achieved the first two, once your mind becomes confused and the circulation of qi and blood goes awry, the furnace explosion phenomenon will occur. Moreover, the flesh and blood of the wild beasts are too complex, and not all of them can be absorbed and devoured. Just like the blue lightning starry skyfish chosen by Yunlin, it has the purest bloodline among the wild beasts and is relatively gentle.
Unlike some wild beasts, it does not have evil spirits remaining in its flesh and blood. The conditions are too harsh. But once you succeed, this will be a supreme martial arts technique that can be called a taboo. You should know that the wild beasts are the most special race in the starry sky. They have no civilization, are huge in size, and are terrifying war machines in the starry sky. Correspondingly, heaven and earth have also given them unique advantages. The majestic essence of qi and blood, as well as the imprint of laws that come with the blood. This mark allows them to master star energy and the power of heaven and earth from birth. This is a talent that even the star royal family cannot match. The Universe Blood Refining Sutra was born out of this. With the body of martial arts, it forcibly steps on the star energy and laws and absorbs the essence of wild beasts. Too strong. Su Chen felt the qi and blood in his body, as well as the electric flashes that occasionally appeared in his meridians. 50,000 kilograms. Such great power made him feel a sense of heroism. The fourth level, logically speaking, the upper limit should be 40,000 kilograms, but why can I reach 50,000 kilograms? Su Chen was a little confused. After thinking for a while, he could only blame the Universe Blood Refining Sutra. From this, he also began to become curious about the quality of this technique. Martial arts techniques are divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious and yellow, and each grade is further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. The lowest level yellow grade lower level martial arts on the market today is at least at level 50,000. Anything above that is not something that Su Chen is qualified to access at his level.
However, when Yunlin was teaching this technique, he did not tell Su Chen its grade.
But it will definitely not be low. Soon, I will be able to reach the extreme of 100,000 kilograms. Then, I will be able to impregnate Yunlin. Think of this.
He calmed his mind and began to practice the Universe Blood Refining Sutra.
It appeared.
At the moment when the technique was activated, the golden glow emerged again from deep within the meridians, blending with the crimson qi and blood, and circulated in Su Chen's body.
Faintly,
the trajectory of the circulation of qi and blood forms a baking furnace.
Star furnace. Gradually, an extremely weak electric flash twisted and intertwined in the blood and energy.
It was the remnant of the energy from the blue lightning starry skyfish star.
Buzz. The blood is boiling and the electricity is crackling.
Su Chen's entire body was like a furnace, his flesh rumbling and even emitting light.
After a long time, Su Chen opened his eyes and a flash of lightning passed by.
It's truly the flesh and blood of a wild beast.
I haven't absorbed all of its essence yet.
He clenched his fist lightly.
5 explosions sounded in succession, as loud as thunder. Level 1, 5th level. 55,000 kilograms of force. This is a physical strength that cannot be matched even by the blood of the Star King. Each breakthrough will increase by 5,000 kilograms. It's a miracle.
And this is not his limit. Su Chen could feel that he had not reached his limit yet, so he chose not to continue breaking through.
I collected my thoughts. Su Chen walked towards home.
When he opened the door, Yunlin was already awake. At this moment, she was lying lazily on the bed, with a thin quilt covering her body, which made her curves look even more graceful, especially her chest, which stood tall and full like 2 mountains. A slender and round beautiful leg escaped from the quilt, exposed outside, white and shiny. Seeing Su Chen coming back, Yunlin yawned and looked sleepy. She was really exhausted during this period. If it weren't for her special physique and the strength of a 9th-level warrior, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Who would have thought that Queen Medusa of the 9 Sky Star Python could not defeat a human being?
The most important thing is that this man is actually a 1st-level warrior.
Whenever Yunlin thought of this, he found it incredible.
However, she was actually very happy.
After all, the better Su Chen's potential was, the more talented the offspring would be if she became pregnant successfully.
Where did you go?
Yunlin rubbed his eyes, still feeling sleepy from just waking up.
I went out and tried out some techniques.
Su Chen sat on the edge of the bed, holding Yunlin in his arms, and his hands began to move naughtily again.
Yunlin glared at Su Chen, but Su Chen pretended not to see it.
Looking at Su Chen's robe look, Yunlin felt helpless.
The queen was completely controlled by Su Chen in just a few days. Of course, if you really want to grasp it, one hand is simply not enough. Good for your mouth. How does it feel?
The tingling sensation on his chest made Yunlin, who had just woken up, feel much more awake. A layer of crimson gradually appeared on the snow-white and delicate body.
Not bad, I feel like I've adapted to this technique. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to fully improve my strength. Su Chen looked excited. I'm going to reach the pinnacle of level 1. I have a feeling you'll be able to get pregnant once you reach level 2. Really? When she heard that she was pregnant, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Yunlin's beautiful face. However, this surprise disappeared again. There's still a big gap between the 2nd level and the 9th level.
Yunlin said lossily. Hearing this, Su Chen grasped Yunlin's fair, smooth shoulders, his eyes burning as he said firmly, Yunlin.
Believe me. As long as you reach the 2nd level, I will definitely make you pregnant. Believe me. These 3 words again.
Yunlin's heart trembled. Although she didn't know where Su Chen got his confidence from, but looking at his determined eyes, she somehow felt a sense of trust in him again.
Then he nodded and said, I believe you. Yes.
Yunlin, I promised you, I will definitely do it. One day, I will take you across the entire starry sky. Su Chen hugged Yunlin, with his cheek pressed against her hair. In both lives, I was alone. But this time, he was no longer alone.
The next few days.
Under Yunlin's guidance, Su Chen would look for suitable wild beast flesh and blood, grind it into blood mud, and smear it on his body.
After the first experience, the subsequent absorption went smoothly without any accidents. Gradually, Su Chen's body became stronger and stronger. In Yunlin's mouth, that was an evaluation. Young wild beast, Chapter 21, Big Unlucky Person. 3 Major Rewards. The path to becoming a divine mind master begins. Wild beasts have extremely long lifespans. Growth is also extremely slow. At Su Chen's age, he is just a little kid among them. Unbelievable. The human body can actually reach this level of strength. Yunlin's slender jade fingers brushed across Su Chen's chest muscles, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement. You know. Physical strength is linked to qi and blood, but when qi and blood circulate in the body, if there are no strong enough meridians, the boiling qi and blood will directly burst the meridians. Su Chen's meridians were like divine iron. Even the surging blood and energy inside them could not affect him at all. This kind of strong. It is incomparable to the blood of the Star King. Only wild beasts can possess it. But Su Chen is a real human being. Looking at Su Chen's body, a strong hormonal scent filled the air, which was a masculine scent. Gradually, Yunlin became a little obsessed. She pressed her face against Su Chen's chest, feeling the thunderous heartbeat. Bang! 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 My heartbeat is speeding up, becoming more and more rapid. Then, Yunlin's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were as blurred as water. Su Chen's hand had passed through her armpit and went straight to her plump breasts. My queen Yunlin, do you want to feel the power of 80,000 kilograms of flesh? Su Chen lowered his head slightly, his voice low, and the hot air he exhaled, with a burning heat, lingered around Yunlin's white and tender earlobes. In the past few days, he made another breakthrough. It has reached the 7th level of the first stage. Yunlin's body softened and she fell directly on Su Chen, her full breasts pressed against Su Chen's body. When you agree. Su Chen laughed and picked up Yunlin by the waist. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100 births. Completed the hidden achievement, Big Unfair Man. Really? A gleam of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. When Xiao Feiqiu appeared before, he had a vague guess that there would be higher hidden achievements, so he worked harder in the following week. When the number reaches 100 times, there really is a hidden achievement. Achievements are not clearly displayed and need to be triggered by yourself. Achievement Gift Pack, Qingfeng Xuanxin Ju, 1 Linglong Qiangtai Pill, 7 Injury Fist. Clear Wind and Smooth Mind Technique, a lower level, Earth Grade Spiritual Guidance Technique. Mental power transforms into a gentle breeze, sweeping away negative emotions and calming the mind. Linglong Qiangtai 1, taking this pill before pregnancy will significantly strengthen the body's genes. If the act results in conception, the embryo's talent will be increased. This pill is a one-time use only. If pregnancy is not achieved, the pill will be ineffective. 7 Injury Fist, a low-level martial art of Earth Grade, divided into 7 sets of fist techniques, which can be unlocked after learning. As expected of a great reward from a wealthy person. It's truly generous. Su Chen felt the things in the system space and couldn't help but feel his mind shaken. Although he had expected that the reward for the big non-Africans would be more generous than that for the small non-Africans, he never imagined that it would be so much more generous. Spiritual Guidance Technique. This is extremely rare on Earth. Even the lowest grade yellow one is at least 10 times more powerful than a martial arts technique. The most important thing is that there is a price but no demand. Not to mention, the Qingfeng Xuanxin Ju is of the lower Earth grade, and its value is inestimable. At least Su Chen couldn't even imagine it. And the Linglong Qiangtai pills are even more amazing. It allows couples to strengthen their genes during the childbearing process, so that the children born will have stronger talents. If one side's ancestors are powerful, it is even possible for them to revert to their ancestral state and obtain ancestral blood. Although it is consumable and it would be a loss if you can't get pregnant, Su Chen has a conception card. Using this card, you can be 100% pregnant. At this point, the only drawback of Linglong Qiangtai pills disappeared. It seems my first child is blessed. Su Chen looked at the last reward happily. 7 Injury Fist, lower level of Earth grade. The value is at least 100 million. The reason why Su Chen knew this was because he had once watched a live auction, and the final item was a low-grade Earth-level martial art. At that time, except for the people from Daxia, almost all other countries in the Earth Federation sent people to the scene. In the end, it was photographed by a family in Xiajing, the capital of Daxia. The price is 100 million. However, compared with the first two, although the 7 Injury Fist is very valuable, it is not that useful for Su Chen at present. During the 2 years of martial arts theory classes,
the teacher always taught that martial artists should not practice martial arts unless they are at the third level.
Because martial arts consume a lot of chi, blood, and true chi. The consequence of practicing martial arts for people below the third level is that any random move will turn them into a mummy.
The reason why this is mentioned in the course.
The answer is also very simple. Because someone has done it. How about I try it too?
Suddenly, Su Chen also had this idea. Moreover, this idea became more and more intense, and finally became uncontrollable.
Let's practice the spirit guidance technique first.
Compared to the 7-injury fist, becoming a mind master is more important. Looking at Yunlin beside him, Su Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of pity and a little heartache. In fact, according to Yunlin's identity and strength, there is no need for him to squeeze with him in the desolate beast cemetery.
Yunlin didn't mind, but as a man, Su Chen had to find a way. Wait until I become a divine mind master.
We'll be rich, and then we can buy our own house.
The status of a divine mind master is high.
Even a first-level divine mind master can receive a subsidy of 10,000 credit points every month.
Right. Not a job.
But subsidies. You don't have to do anything, just go to the Shenwu Bureau to register and file.
Su Chen kissed Yunlin on her white forehead and went out.
Not long after he left, Yunlin, who was soundly sleeping, slowly opened his eyes. Those golden vertical pupils seemed to be thinking about something, but in the end, only determination remained.
Morning. The beginning of masculinity.
A new batch of wild beast corpses was delivered.
Su Chen did not rush to move them, but chose a place. This is a corner filled with the corpses of many wild beasts. It must happen today. Su Chen took out the Starry Sky Psychic Potion and drank it in one gulp without hesitation. Suddenly, a strong tingling sensation burst out in his mind. The originally illusory mental power gradually became clearer. Countless stars seemed to appear in front of Su Chen's eyes, shining brightly. This is not what the eyes see.
Instead, Su Chen's mental power talent was briefly enhanced by the Starry Sky Psychic Energy Potion, allowing him to feel the mental power, which then directly acted on his visual nerves. That's why the scene in front of Su Chen changed.
Now, Su Chen immediately guided his mental power according to the Qingfeng Xuanxingju.
It is worthy of being a Earth-grade martial art. In just an instant, Su Chen mastered the method of controlling mental power, and his proficiency increased rapidly.
But it's obvious. Su Chen's talent in mental strength is not as good as his physical strength.
In the whole morning, he did not succeed in reaching the level of a first-level spiritual master.
Around noon, Su Chen was sweating profusely, his mental strength was almost exhausted, and his face looked visibly weak. Even with the Starry Sky Psionic Potion, is this all I can do? Su Chen sighed. But it can be considered a gain.
Thinking of this, Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly.
Chapter 22: The Power of Automatic Growth. Monster Attack. Su Chen mobilized his mental power.
Not far away, a small piece of wild beast flesh the size of a finger slowly floated up.
If outsiders saw this scene, they would be shocked.
Although Su Chen spent the whole morning but still failed to become a first-level spiritual master, and was very disappointed, he did not know that for others, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to become a first-level spiritual master. Moreover, all things are difficult at the beginning. Even for a person with extremely high talent, it would take at least 3 days to go from zero to controlling objects with mental power.
This is the hardest step. Call. Su Chen rested for a while, stood up and moved around a little. Make a fist. Bang bang. 7 consecutive explosions. Has the strength increased again? Su Chen said in surprise. Just a few days after he last broke through to the 4th level and reached 50,000 kilograms, his strength had achieved a step-by-step increase. And now, even though Su Chen is not practicing the Universe Blood Refining Sutra and is busy cultivating his spiritual power, his physical strength is still growing at an extremely terrifying speed. Yesterday it was 80,000 kilograms. Now it has reached 83,000 kilograms. Even Su Chen himself could not understand this situation. However, he had a vague feeling that once he entered the 9th level of the first stage, the limit of his physical body would probably be more than 100,000 kilograms. Yunlin said that the upper limit of royal blood is 100,000 kilograms. Even wild beasts cannot exceed it. This is the ultimate limit. Su Chen shook his head and erased the unrealistic thoughts from his mind. After taking a few bites of the nutritional paste I brought with me, Su Chen just started his day's work. Rise! Su Chen let out a low roar, and a giant beast corpse as big as a hill was lifted up by him. Then he exerted force with his legs, and another huge wild beast corpse suddenly flew up from the ground. Bang! The wild beast's corpse fell heavily onto the corpse on Su Chen's back. Su Chen's body stood upright, motionless, but his feet sank a little. The combined weight of these two bodies is actually less than 10,000 kilograms. The division of the areas in the wild beast cemetery is very particular. The earlier the serial number, the larger the wild beast corpse. The heaviest thing in Area 30 is no more than 5,000 kilograms. But this is still extremely simple for Su Chen. Carrying the corpse of a giant beast weighing tens of thousands of kilograms, Su Chen's steps were still relaxed. The huge corpse completely concealed his figure. Incineration area. As soon as Li Changming and Su Keilang opened the incinerator, they heard the ground shaking. Bang! 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 The pace was rhythmic and sounded like the walk of a wild beast. But this time, the two were not panicked at all. Su Chen is here? It's a bit late today. Li Changming sighed. After what happened last time, the two have become accustomed to this situation. Not far away. A wild beast more than 4 meters tall walked step by step. Every step caused a rumbling sound. It slowly approached the house where Li Changming was. Su Chen! Li Changming waved his hand and invited, "Why are you here so late today? I just made some tea. Would you like to have a sip before you leave?" However, there was no response from the other side, and they continued to move forward steadily. Hey, Su Chen still misunderstood. Now he won't talk to me. Old Su, it's all your fault. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Li Changming turned around and started scolding Su Keilang. However, Su Keilang seemed to have seen something. His face was stiff, his whole body was tense, and he looked behind Li Changming with eyes full of horror. Old Li is a strange beast. Hearing this, Li Changming naturally didn't believe it. He snorted coldly, "You want to use this trick to deceive me? You are still a little naive, you are not the first. Careful." Before he could finish his words, Su Keilang suddenly threw Li Changming to the ground. At the same time, a huge claw passed over the two men's heads, and a strong wind whistled. Next second, rumble. The roof of the house they lived in collapsed in an instant, and rubble flew everywhere. Li Changming lay on the ground, looking ahead in horror. There, just a few meters away, stood a strange creature with an odd shape. From a distance, it looked like a wild beast, but up close, it looked more like a monkey, without any hair. The two arms were like tentacles, limp and flabby. Where the palms should be, there are claws. This is the strange beast. A strange creature that accidentally devoured the flesh and blood of a wild beast, but did not die. No intelligence, only killing. The lowest level of strange beasts is 1 level, and because low-level warriors cannot practice martial arts, they cannot fight against them with their physical bodies alone. The flesh of the strange beast is second only to that of the wild beast. Strange beast, it's over. Li Changming's face was full of despair, and his body was shaking as he lay on the ground. Old Su, it looks like we're going to die together. I really don't want to die with you. The strange beast has already set its sights on them. It is definitely too late to run now. Li Changming finished speaking, but received no response. He looked back. Su Keilang was not found. Just when he was confused, suddenly, a figure rushed out from the ruins, his blood surging, his black hair dancing wildly, and his roaring voice resounded throughout the incineration area. Old Li! Run! Don't worry. We won't die together. Because you want to live. Roar! That was Su Keilang. At this moment, all the muscles in his body were vibrating like eardrums, transmitting terrifying power, and even began to bleed. Yellow grade lower level martial arts. Blood transforming palm. Su Keilang's family martial arts. Old Su! What the hell are you doing? Li Changming recognized this martial art at a glance and roared in disbelief. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Blood transformation palm. Destroy it. Ah. After saying this, Su Keilang's blood became more violent, but it disappeared in an instant like a meteor. He was only a second-level first-level warrior, and there was only one way to use martial arts by force. That means death.
The strange beast also felt a sense of crisis and suddenly retreated, its two tentacles and sharp claws dancing, cold light intertwined.
Bang! Accompanied by a roar.
Su Keilang's palm collided with the sharp claws.
Then, Su Keilang flew backwards, blood splattering all over the sky.
The strange beast also screamed, staggered backward and fell to the ground.
Old Su! Li Changming's face was pale and he ran forward desperately. Fortunately, he finally caught Su Keilang. Old Su! What the hell? You're such an idiot. What are you doing?
Li Changming roared with his eyes red. Although he is a straight man, he has been brothers with Su Keilang for many years and they still have feelings for each other, especially at the last moment, when Su Keilang risked his life for him and killed the strange beast.
This kindness is hard to erase. Ha, cough cough, ha. Su Keilang's face was completely pale.
The use of martial arts had almost drained his energy and blood.
He smiled miserably and looked at Li Changming. Old Li, I'm leaving. No one will bother you anymore. Go. Damn it. You're not allowed to leave. I'll use my bed as an airport.
Li Changming felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife as he felt Su Keilang's energy and vitality gradually decline.
Old Li, I'm sorry. I like men, and I like you. I wasn't accepted by this society, and I hurt you. But now, I'm finally free.
Su Keilang stared at the sky with gray eyes, and his breath dissipated.
Old Su! Li Changming roared with tears streaming down his face. Boom!
At this moment, a noise was heard. Li Changming was holding Su Keilang's body, his face pale, his body stiff, and he turned his head in disbelief.
The beast is not dead. Just a broken tentacle. Chapter 23, Su Chen is like a god. 2 punches. Ga.
The strange beast let out a shrill and strange roar, and the remaining tentacle danced wildly. It was very angry, and its huge eyes were like 2 lanterns, shining with scarlet light.
How is it possible? Li Changming was trembling all over and muttering to himself.
Su Keilang's palm strike, which exhausted all his energy, only injured its arm.
This is a second-level monster.
A first-level exotic beast possesses at least over 10,000 kilograms of strength.
The second-level alien beast even weighed a terrifying 30,000 kilograms. In the entire wild beast cemetery, he is almost invincible.
Unless the Shenwu Bureau sent people to suppress it, but at this moment, Li Changming had no idea where to find the Shenwu Bureau.
Roar!
The strange beast roared towards the sky, and its huge eyes saw Li Changming and the body of Su Keilang in his arms.
Boom!
The tentacles were like divine whips, smashing down like lightning.
No! Li Changming held Su Keilang's body and roared in despair with his head down. Bang! A dull voice sounded. The imagined severe pain did not come. Li Changming raised his head and opened his eyes tremblingly. His pupils suddenly dilated and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Ahead!
A figure stood proudly, holding the tentacle with one hand.
Not full strength. It's a hand. Su Chen.
Li Changming's eyes were full of disbelief.
The person who came was Su Chen.
He felt the vibration here from a long distance and thought it was the noise made by other people moving the corpses, but after he got closer, he saw the strange beast. We also saw the scene where Su Keilang used martial arts and died together with the strange beast. Then he simply left the beast's corpse behind and rushed forward with all his might.
Fortunately, we arrived in time. Su Chen glanced at Su Keilang, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Although Su Keilang is a gay, he is a very nice person. When Su Chen first came, he took good care of him. Later, after knowing the other party's situation last time, Su Chen deliberately distanced himself from him. But when you actually see the other person's body, Su Chen still felt an endless surge of anger. Leave it to me from now on. Su Chen nodded at Li Changming. Then, turn around. Boom! A terrifying energy and blood burst out like a mountain torrent.
Su Chen's black hair danced wildly, and electric light flashed and crackled deep in his eyes. Blood and energy were gushing out of every pore of his body, like a demon god.
Ga.
The strange beast felt the vigorous energy of Su Chen, and a hint of fear appeared in its scarlet eyes.
Although it has no consciousness, its instinct tells it.
This man in front of me is not to be trifled with.
Especially.
It actually sensed the aura of a wild beast from this human.
Suddenly, the strange beast wanted to retract its tentacles, but how could Su Chen let it do that? He exerted force with his arms and used the retracting force of the tentacles to shoot out like a cannonball. Su Chen! Be careful! That's a second-level monster, Li Changming reminded loudly. However, next second, something happened that made him tremble all over. Su Chen used the force just now to bounce in front of the strange beast, and then his fists were filled with true energy, shining brightly like two moons. Immediately following, a punch was thrown. Boom! This punch directly created a sonic boom. The strange beast let out a strange cry and blocked its body with its tentacles. However, the tentacle that could withstand Su Keilang's martial arts was instantly shattered like paper by Su Chen's punch. Roar! Blood plasma mixed with minced meat scattered in the air. The beast's howl had not yet ended when Su Chen landed and exerted force again. Bang! The ground collapsed. Su Chen shot up again, his dark eyes filled with cold murderous intent. Can you block this punch? Buzz! The true energy gathers at the tip of the fist. Su Chen's eyes flashed with cold lightning, his body was crystal clear, and the strength of his body reached its peak at this moment. The viscous plasma circulates in the meridians, and faintly, golden clouds flow and electric flashes interweave. One punch. Heaven and earth are shocked. The force of 83,000 kilograms fell entirely on the strange beast. Like a meteorite falling. Bang! The beast's head exploded, and blood plasma turned into heavy rain. Boom! The huge body fell down. So far, the entire cremating body was silent. How is it possible? Li Changming was extremely shocked. That's a second-level monster with a terrifying body and a force of at least 30,000 kilograms. Even a third-level warrior would find it difficult to match it without using martial arts. But Su Chen actually killed him with 2 punches. And he hasn't used any martial arts yet. I'm sorry I'm late. Su Chen walked over and looked at Su Keilang, who was no longer angry, and clenched his fists. No, old Su died for me. Li Changming sighed. For a while. Silence again. After a long while, Li Changming spoke again, looking at Su Chen with eyes full of emotion. Su Chen, I didn't expect you to be so strong. It's unbelievable that you killed a second-level monster with just 2 punches. But that won't save him. Su Chen spoke slowly. When he said this, an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. That is, if one day Yun Lin's enemies come looking for her again, will he be able to protect her? If the other party wants his children, as a father, will he be able to protect them? Perhaps at that time, even if he fought for his life like Su Keilang, the final result would be the same. It's a matter of life and death, and the enemy is injured. In other words, the enemy was unharmed. I have to be stronger. Su Chen clenched his fists, his inner desire to become stronger becoming stronger. The noise here is really too loud. Even if Li Changming didn't say it himself, the people in the Cemetery Management Bureau sensed it. Not long after, the phone call came. Su Chen didn't want to reveal his strength for the time being. So I hope Li Changming can help keep it secret. Although he didn't know why, Li Changming still agreed. In his report, Su Keilang fought for his life but was defeated and died tragically. In despair, a mysterious man arrived and killed the wild beast. Mysterious man? Someone from the Shenwu Bureau has arrived. A middle-aged man, a young man, and a young woman. The middle-aged man took a look at the traces at the scene and glanced at Li Changming. Yes, I was too scared at the time, so I didn't pay attention, and the distance was too far. Li Changming replied. Su Keilang is dead, and now he is the only one left here. Didn't you notice? The middle-aged man looked at Li Changming suspiciously. You're lying. You must know that guy, otherwise why would he save you? The young man immediately noticed the glint in Li Changming's eyes. How should I know why you saved me? Your question is questionable. I was thinking, why should I answer your question? Li Changming glanced at the young man coldly. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man and said, I am affiliated with the Wild Beast Cemetery Management Bureau. I haven't reached the 3rd-level warrior yet, so I don't belong to your Divine Martial Bureau. So I won't answer the following questions. Please go back. Yes, thank you. The middle-aged man knew there was no point in asking further. Before leaving, he turned around again and said, Friend, we have no ill intentions. We just want to learn more about this person.
After all, a third-level warrior scattered around is still an unstable factor. I hope you can consider it from the perspective of the Federation. If you want to talk about it at any time, please feel free to contact us. After saying that, the middle-aged man handed over a business card.
Xinwu Bureau, District 3, District Director Di Chang. Chapter 24 Di Chang's Surprise. The Hunting God's Nameplate.
The moment he saw the business card, Li Changming's pupils suddenly shrank and his breathing stagnated for a moment.
District 3.
The legendary aristocratic district.
To be precise, it is the strong area.
The regional divisions of Daxia are arranged in reverse order, with the lower the ranking, the innermost it is, and the higher the ranking, the outermost it is.
The first district of Daxia today is the city wall of the entire Daxia. Face alien races and wild beasts.
So naturally, there are the most resources there and the social status they enjoy is also the highest.
Those responsible for logistics and childbirth were surrounded in the center. This will ensure that Daxia's new forces will continue to grow.
I originally thought that these people were from the Xinwu Bureau of Liang City, but who would have thought that they would come from such a faraway place? Li Changming took a deep breath, calmed his restless heart, and said, "Okay, I understand.
If I see him again, I will tell you." Di Chang was a little surprised to see that the other party remained tight-lipped after he announced his identity.
You?
The young man was a little annoyed when he saw Li Changming's attitude. Zhang Shua. Di Chang frowned slightly. Teacher. The young man named Zhang Shua immediately stopped. Excuse me. Di Chang smiled kindly and was about to leave with the two of them. Bang. Bang. Bang.
The ground was shaking and making thumping sounds.
What's going on?
Zhang Shua's expression changed and he looked around anxiously.
Suddenly,
his expression changed, and he stared ahead in disbelief, his mouth trembling.
The wild beast is alive? There.
A wild beast as big as a hill was slowly moving towards here.
It's not a wild beast, it's a man.
The young woman opened her eyes wide in surprise. Her eyes were very strange. They were not the black and white eyes unique to Daxia, but golden and white eyes. In the center of the white of the eye, there is a pattern like a golden flower with 6 petals, each petal is crystal clear. As it rotates, there is a faint golden light swirling, which is hazy and mysterious.
Hearing the woman's words, Di Chang looked over in surprise.
Under the huge corpse, a young man was seen strolling towards it leisurely. Every step he took caused the earth to shake.
How is that possible?
Zhang Shua's face was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a monster.
That corpse must have weighed at least tens of thousands of kilograms, and he carried it all by himself? And with such ease? This kind of thing. It's beyond their understanding. A warrior at the 9th level of the first stage can only possess a maximum strength of 10,000 kilograms.
Even so, it is impossible to carry tens of thousands of kilograms so easily.
Unless this person is level 2. Even level 3. That's a bit interesting. An intriguing smile appeared in Di Chang's eyes. He glanced at Li Changming behind him and clearly noticed the panic that flashed across his face. Could it be him? Between words, Su Chen was already walking over with the corpse mountain on his back. Hello, I'm. Zhang Shua went over to say hello. Boom!
Su Chen put down the giant beast's corpse, and the ground shook violently. Zhang Shua's face changed, his body swayed, and he almost lost his balance. Then he looked at Su Chen with lingering fear.
Is this guy still human?
Just by standing beside him, Zhang Shua could feel the energy and blood emanating from this man. It was like a vast ocean, surging and surging, as if it could drown him with just a slight wave.
Ui.
Zhang Shua was so shocked that he started stuttering. Su Chen's aura was too strong, which made him feel very pressured.
Di Chang on the side shook his head helplessly and sighed, then walked over. His eyes first lingered on the mountain-like corpse of the wild beast for a while, and then he looked at Su Chen.
The more he looked, the more surprised he became, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter.
Hello, what can I do for you? Su Chen felt uncomfortable all over when he was looked at by him, and he got goosebumps.
It felt really strange to see a middle-aged man looking at me with shining eyes. Hearing this, Di Chang was stunned for a moment, then quickly retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Nothing, I'm just a little surprised that you can move such a heavy corpse."
To this,
Su Chen did not hide it. "It's not something special, I just have been very strong since I was a child, I guess I was born with supernatural powers."
Born with supernatural powers? Are you an S-level talent? Zhang Shua exclaimed. Among martial arts talents, S-level talents are the most special and are divided into many categories. Each category has its own unique name, and one of them is called innate divine power. People with this kind of talent, even if they have not embarked on the path of martial arts, will have terrifying physical strength. A strong person can even break through the 10,000 kilograms threshold at the first heavy level. Di Chang didn't say anything, but grabbed Su Chen's hand. Fuck. Uncle, stop it. I don't like men. Su Chen's face changed drastically and he tried to break free from Di Chang. He was scared by Su Keilang. And the glowing look in his eyes before was too easy to be misunderstood. However, Di Chang's hand was like a pair of iron clamps, tightly locking him, and Su Chen keenly sensed that a strange force was emanating from the other's palm. This power is very familiar. Star energy. Su Chen's heart was trembling wildly. This middle-aged man is actually a being beyond the 9th level. Who is he? How come you're here? After a while, Di Chang's expression was complicated and a little puzzled. He let go of her hand and asked doubtfully, F-level talent? Impossible. How can such abundant qi and blood be an F-level talent? Ah. Zhang Shua opened his mouth wide, and the word ah was filled with endless doubts. You must be kidding. F-level talent, can it possess such strong power? Compared with Zhang Shua's doubts, Su Chen's shock was no less. This guy actually saw my talent at first sight? Su Chen was shocked. In his impression, talent is an extremely secretive thing that can usually only be detected by machines, but the middle-aged man in front of him can actually know it just by touch. Is this the method used by a powerful Stardust Realm expert? At this moment, Di Chang's body trembled violently, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his hair stood on end. He suddenly raised his head and looked behind Su Chen. It was a very far direction. Faintly, he saw a pair of eyes with golden pupils looking at him. His eyes were majestic and domineering, with a hint of warning. Interesting, it seems there is a result. Di Chang muttered to himself, and then Su Chen smiled and said, Sorry, we were abrupt. As an apology, please accept this. If you have the chance, you can come to the 3rd district to find me. After saying that, Di Chang flipped his palm and a golden object similar to a nameplate appeared. Space equipment. Su Chen took the thing with doubt. This is a nameplate of several centimeters, golden in color, with the words Hunter God engraved on it. Hunter God? The moment they saw the nameplate, both Zhang Shua and the woman's pupils trembled wildly and their faces were filled with horror. Gold? Su Chen suddenly asked this question. The three of them looked frozen, not knowing how to answer. Chapter 25, the surname is Zhang. Shock from the 3rd district. Good job. Su Chen's words silenced the three people. Zhang Shua took a deep breath and said, Don't you know the god of hunting? Should I know? Su Chen asked back. He grew up in an orphanage and later lived in District 13. He had not seen or heard much, and had never heard of the name of the god of hunting. Zhang Shua. The young woman standing by was amused by the conversation between the two men. Her laughter was as clear and sweet as a silver bell. Su Chen then looked over and was immediately amazed. This is an extremely beautiful young woman. Her skin is whiter than snow, her black hair is like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders, and she wears a white suspender t-shirt on her upper body, revealing her round and snow-white shoulders. Under her delicate collarbone is a full and round curve. Below the slender waist are light blue shorts. A pair of snow-white, slender legs, standing straight. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of strange eyes. The golden petal eyeballs are filled with a noble aura. This sense of dignity is completely different from Yunlin's. Yunlin is a kind of nobility belonging to the queen, while the dignity of the woman in front of him is a feeling that comes from special bloodline. Hello, my name is Jiang Qingxue. The young woman was very familiar and extended her hand directly to Su Chen. Ginger. Su Chen was shocked. In the entire Daxia, almost no one does not know the surname Jiang. Because the number one person in Daxia today, the strongest martial artist standing at the top of the starry sky, is named Jiang. Jiang Taiji. An existence that ascends to an unknown realm. He once stood alone in the starry sky, and within half a day, he killed tens of thousands of alien kings. If it weren't for him, the earth wouldn't be what it is today. Obviously. This mysterious and noble woman comes from the same family as Jiang Taiji. Hello, Su Chen.
Su Chen stretched out his hand. Jiang Qingxue looked at Su Chen and explained.
Hunter God is the name of a wild beast hunting team. This team is the main force of the human race on Earth against wild beasts. The wild beast corpses in your cemetery were all killed by them. This sentence actually increased Su Chen's knowledge. He has always been curious about who hunted these terrifying wild beasts that are as big as mountains. The situation on Earth is not clear. There are alien races from the stars, eyeing the Earth and ready to invade the solar system at any time. The giant city in the starry sky is almost always in a state of war readiness. They don't even take the interior of the Earth into consideration. So how does the Earth deal with the wild beasts that appear from time to time? And now, the answer has appeared. Wild beast hunting team. I see. But why did you give me this? I'm only a first-level warrior. I can't defeat a wild beast.
After Su Chen finished speaking, Jiang Qingshue's pink lips opened slightly, her expression surprised. At the same time, her petal-shaped eyes spun rapidly, as if she wanted to see through Su Chen.
What did you say? You're only a first-level warrior?
Jiang Shua suddenly exclaimed.
Yeah, what's wrong? Su Chen clenched his fist and 7 explosions sounded. Level 1, 7th level. Holy crap! You're at the 7th level of the first stage. Can you carry this 10,000 kilogram beast's corpse? Jiang Shua looked at Su Chen as if he were a monster. Di Chan didn't show much reaction to this, as he had obviously sensed it before. It's okay. It's also quite strenuous. Su Chen didn't want to reveal too much in front of these people. Was it difficult?
Jiang Shua remembered how Su Chen had been strolling in the garden before, and couldn't help but complain. But when he thought of Di Chang's words, his shock turned into confusion again. How could such a low-level talent have such strong power?
Alright, little brother, we won't bother you anymore.
If you ever want to go to District 3, just bring this nameplate with you, and someone will lead you to me.
By the way, this is my business card. Di Chang took out his business card again.
After reading the words clearly, Su Chen finally understood why this person possessed star energy. It is natural for the director of the Xinwu Bureau of the 3rd District to surpass the 9th level.
But why would he give this to himself? And what are you coming here for?
Su Chen took the business card and nameplate and opened his mouth to ask, but unexpectedly, Di Chang smiled mysteriously, put his index finger in front of his mouth, and made a soft hushing sound.
Obviously.
He knew that Su Chen wanted to ask, but he was not prepared to answer.
Let's go, it's time to go back. Di Chang smiled and turned to leave.
Before turning around, he bowed and nodded slightly in the direction behind Su Chen, as if conveying some message. However, the coldness and warning in those golden vertical pupils did not disappear.
With full of doubts, Su Chen also went back. In the space elevator,
Jiang Shua was still in shock, full of confusion. Teacher, I don't understand.
A level 1, level 7 person can possess a force exceeding 10,000 kilograms. Even an S-level genius with innate supernatural power probably can't do that. Talent only determines the speed of martial arts advancement, not the foundation of martial arts. For S-level talents, some characteristics are just incidental. Di Chang explained.
That person has an F-level talent, but his physical foundation is very solid, like fine steel that has been tempered 1,000 times, and his chi and blood are as vigorous as a torrent.
This wasn't achieved overnight.
The most important thing is that behind him is a teacher whom even I have to stand in awe of. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Shua and Jiang Qingxue looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes.
Who is Di Chang?
He controls the entire 3rd district of Daxia and is beyond the 9th level. Even in the entire Earth Federation, he is the person standing at the top.
Who could possibly make him so odd? Teacher, who is it?
Jiang Qingxue asked softly.
Di Chang shook his head and said nothing. The space elevator opened, and Liyang City came into view. Di Chang finally spoke, back to the 3rd district. Isn't our mission not yet completed? Are we going back now? Jiang Shua asked doubtfully.
Di Chang glanced at the elevator behind him, his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the endless distance and return to the wild beast cemetery.
The mission has been completed. Now I just have to wait for her to come to me herself. Di Chang smiled. What? This moment. Jiang Shua and Jiang Qingxue finally understood what Di Chang had said before. So the queen is behind Su Chen. But why did the queen come to Earth instead of joining the federal government and come to this desolate beast cemetery? Zhang Shua asked doubtfully. Because. Di Chang sighed deeply and hesitated to speak. Some things, even though you know it, are difficult to change. This is a problem that has existed in the human camp since ancient times. On the way, Jiang Qingxue seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "By the way, teacher, Su Chen's spiritual power talent seems to be quite strong. I just felt it through the golden lotus eye. He should be approaching the level of a first-level spiritual master." Yeah? Di Chang was surprised. It is extremely difficult for a mind master to practice, and it mainly depends on talent. It was really unexpected that Su Chen, a commoner, could become a mind master while living in a desolate beast cemetery. This talent is even more amazing than S-level martial arts. A hint of anticipation appeared on Di Chang's face. That's interesting. His martial arts talent is so poor, but his mental talent is terrifying? It seems that our human race has a chance to produce another divine mind master above the 9th level. Chapter 26, Invincible Heart. Invincible Road. After returning home, before Su Chen could say anything, Yunlin spoke first. Did you see them? Who? Someone from the Xinwu Bureau. Ah, it seems to be the district chief of the 3rd district. His name is Di Chang. Su Chen handed over the business card. Yunlin didn't take it, as if he didn't want to touch it. After glancing at the name on it, he said coldly, "I know this person. He's quite powerful. I've met him before in the starry sky." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's heart was slightly shocked. Although he didn't know how powerful Yunlin was in her prime, as the queen of the 9 sky star python, her strength must be at the top of the starry sky. To be able to make her give such an evaluation, it is obvious that Di Chang's strength is even more terrifying than she imagined. It's definitely more than just the Stardust realm. After a brief exchange, Su Chen suddenly understood why Di Chang gave him those things. It seemed like he was inviting himself to enter the 3rd area, but in fact he was inviting Yunlin. It was obvious that Yunlin had already come into contact with Di Chang without his knowledge. But looking at Yunlin's expression, it seemed that he didn't like Di Chang. After all, this place is too small and not suitable for you. Once you have reached a certain level of strength, you can indeed move on to the 3rd area. The first 3 areas offer better opportunities for encountering wild beasts and are also more suitable for your cultivation of the Universal Blood Refining Sutra. Yunlin thought for a while and said, "But from the look on your face, you don't seem to want to have any contact with the people from the Xinwu Bureau." Su Chen asked. In fact, after this incident, he was also a little confused. As a race that was friendly with humans, after the 9 sky star python was exterminated, Yunlin fled to Earth and did not ask for help from the Earth Federation. Stay here all the time. Even if people from the Xinwu Bureau came over, she was extremely repulsive. Yunlin shook his head, a cold look in his eyes. It's not that I don't want to contact the Divine Martial Bureau, but some people in the Divine Martial Bureau believe that the alliance between races is based on strength. Now that my race has been destroyed and my realm has fallen to the 9th level, some people will inevitably have evil intentions. That's all I have to say. Even if no one said what happened next, Su Chen understood. The human camp is too complicated and mixed with too many racial concepts. Once Yunlin goes to the Xinwu Bureau, it would be equivalent to sending himself into the tiger's mouth. If some people have evil intentions at that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. So this is why even when Yunlin came to Earth, he chose to hide his identity and did not go to the Xinwu Bureau or the federal government. Then will Di Chang. Su Chen's face changed. If Di Chang exposes Yunlin's affairs, it will be troublesome. In response to this, Yunlin shook his head and said, "Of course not. Di Chang is Jiang Taiji's student. His students will not harm me." "Do you know Jiang Taiji?" Su Chen said in surprise. "Not only do we know each other, we've fought each other." Yunlin said. "What's the result?" Su Chen asked. As a legend on Earth for thousands of years, Jiang Taiji's reputation is so great that he is almost the idol of all martial artists. "Of course I lost." When Yunlin said this, his chest rose and fell rapidly, as if he was recalling those scenes again. Jiang Taiji's strength has reached another level. I can't see any flaws in him at all. Having said that, Yunlin's eyes sparkled as he looked at Su Chen, "But you might be able to surpass him." "What?" Su Chen was startled by Yunlin's sudden words. "Jiang Taiji is too famous.
The most important thing is that this person has lived for thousands of years and can be called a living immortal. It can be said that he is the monument of Daxia martial arts. The lifelong dream of countless martial artists is to travel to the starry sky, hoping to meet Jiang Taichi once.
As for surpassing him? No one had ever thought of this.
Su Chen was shocked by Yunlin's words. He stood there in a daze, his heart beating wildly, like a drum rumbling. Yunlin walked over, striding her long snow-white legs. She put her jade hands around Su Chen's neck, and her golden eyes met his. She opened her red lips, exhaled orchid-like breath, and a fiery breath filled the air. Don't you want to?
Don't you want to? How could Su Chen not want to?
But
Su Chen's eyes flickered, and his heart was in turmoil.
At this moment, his thoughts were racing wildly. A voice told him that was Jiang Taiji, the #1 martial artist. He could stand alone in the starry sky and resist all races.
How could you compare with him?
Another voice said, so what if you are Jiang Taiji, you are Su Chen, you are invincible. Looking at Su Chen's appearance, Yunlin curled up the corners of his mouth. She knew that the man's inner ambition was being aroused little by her.
Some things actually exist in the blood and cannot be erased.
They are just hidden and need a key to open.
And now, she, Yunlin, is the key.
Yunlin's red lips pressed against Su Chen's earlobe, and she exhaled softly, you are my man, how can you lose to someone else? Su Chen's heart was shocked, and fighting spirit gradually emerged in his eyes.
Seeing that it was working, Yunlin spoke again, Su Chen, haven't you always said that you are invincible?
Then let me see your invincible heart.
Invincible heart. Invincible road.
This was something Su Chen had boasted about before. But at this moment, it was like thunder, resounding in his sea of consciousness.
Thunder rumbled, and the haze belonging to Jiang Taiji disappeared in an instant.
Call.
Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This moment.
He seemed to have found his own path in martial arts.
Thank you, Yunlin.
Su Chen said softly.
Very good.
Yunlin put her arms around Su Chen's neck, facing him, and looking at the look in his eyes, she knew that this man had grown up again.
The feeling from before became much stronger again.
This man, with something in his blood, is destined to be extraordinary.
Yeah.
Su Chen stretched out his hand and directly embraced Yunlin's slender waist.
Suddenly, the two people pressed tightly together.
Yunlin's chest was round and full, squeezing out a breathtaking curve.
Su Chen moved his hands down and quickly covered her plump buttocks. As a thank you, I'll reward you with an early bedtime. Su Chen said with a wicked smile. Go to bed early?
Yunlin naturally knew what this meant.
The last time I went to bed early was because I was too tired.
However, she didn't mind, and even a hint of confidence appeared on her face, that I want to see who went to bed early. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen kissed her slender, white neck and moved all the way down. The night is long, with the sounds of wind, insects, and panting.
The next day.
In the middle of a piece of minced meat, Su Chen's upper body was naked, and Yunlin was carefully covering it with blood mud. If you want to surpass Jiang Taiji, you must surpass the limits of human beings, even surpass the blood of the king. Therefore, the Universal Blood Refining Sutra is your only hope. Yunlin spoke as he operated.
This time I found the plasma of the purple lightning thunder bug in some of the blue lightning starfish.
You can absorb it appropriately and see how it works.
Su Chen nodded and started practicing the Universe Blood Refining Sutra. Jiang Taiji.
He has surpassed Ding. Chapter 27, The extreme is the limit of others, but not mine. Su Chen stimulated his qi and blood and circulated them according to the trajectory of the Universe Blood Refining Sutra.
Boom! Suddenly,
his body began to rumble like a furnace, and his pores opened instantly. The star energy in the wild beast's flesh and blood was stimulated, causing thunder and lightning and crackling sounds. The intense pain came again, but it was bearable.
Su Chen absorbed the essence bit by bit.
The blood vessels were pulsating, the blood was boiling, and the familiar golden glow emerged, a little brighter than before.
Incredible! This kind of body actually appears on a human being. Yunlin's beautiful eyes blinked, full of surprise.
As the most mysterious martial art in the starry sky, the Universe Blood Refining Sutra has copies hidden in all the major starry sky royal families, but for tens of thousands of years, no one has been able to practice it successfully. As many geniuses ended up dead because of their forced attempts, this technique was labeled as a taboo. But at this moment, this technique was actually successfully practiced by a human on Earth who had such poor martial arts talent. Especially in its body, there is a mysterious bloodline that even Yunlin is in awe of. With meridians made of divine iron and forbidden martial arts techniques, Su Chen, I'm really looking forward to where you can go in the end. Yunlin muttered to himself. She found a place not far from Su Chen, sat down and waited quietly. At the same time, it also prevents other things from disturbing Wu Chen. At this moment, Su Chen has completely immersed himself in his cultivation. Buzz buzz buzz. In those indestructible meridians, the essence from the blood of the wild beast was absorbed by Su Chen's blood bit by bit. Faintly, electric flashes crackled and continued to grow. Crack. In the outside world, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared on Su Chen's body. It's not bright, nor is it very loud. But it instantly caught Yunlin's attention. Don? Yunlin's pupils shrank and he stood up suddenly. His heavy chest shook a few times with this violent movement. The first level of the Universal Blood Refining Sutra. The blood furnace is burning. There are 9 levels in the Universe Blood Refining Sutra. Before, Su Chen could only weakly extract the essence of wild meat, but after reaching the first level, he could refine the innate abilities in the wild beast's flesh and blood. The electric light that appears on Su Chen's body is his characteristic. Hiss. It actually works. Yunlin sucked in a breath of cold air, his golden vertical pupils filled with disbelief. The talent of the wild beasts is a gift from heaven and earth, and is called a gift from God. Even the royal blood and the martial arts talents beyond the S level among humans cannot compare with it. Because that is the power of the laws that comes directly from heaven and earth. Beyond all. Existing since time immemorial. For countless years, all the races in the starry sky have been studying the wild beasts, but the final result is only one conclusion. This talent only belongs to wild beasts. It cannot be plundered, let alone copied. However, in the Universe Blood Refining Sutra, it is clearly recorded that once one reaches the first level, one can refine the talents of wild beasts. This ability carries a fatal temptation for everyone. This is also the reason why for countless years, even though they knew that the Universe Blood Refining Sutra was a forbidden technique, countless geniuses were willing to try it even at the risk of their lives. But no one succeeded. Later, the great sage asserted that the Universe Blood Refining Sutra was a fraudulent practice and that it was impossible to refine the talents of wild beasts. Even Yunlin thought so before. But now, Su Chen did it. In human form, he obtained the thunder talents of the blue lightning fish and the purple lightning bug. This is incredible. Crack. The electric light became more and more intense, and soon it turned from a faint electric light into a continuous electric divine light, lingering around Su Chen, twisting and intertwining like a divine chain. At the same time, Su Chen's energy and blood were also rising rapidly. Faintly, it was like a wild beast practicing. My strength is increasing. It's already 90,000 kilograms. Su Chen had forgotten everything about the outside world, and all his mind was focused on practicing the Universe Blood Refining Sutra. He could feel the terrifying essence from the flesh and blood of the wild beast being absorbed by him bit by bit. At the same time, the golden glow was also absorbing. Like a beast that has been hungry for a long time, it devours the essence madly. Even more than Su Chen himself absorbed. It was becoming brighter and thicker, from a thin mist the size of a little finger, to the thickness of a thumb, and it was still growing with the influx of the essence of the wild beast. This is... Su Chen also noticed something unusual. This mysterious golden glow coming from deep within the meridians must be extraordinary. It had never appeared before until it was discovered when the blood and flesh of wild beasts were absorbed through the Universe Blood Refining Sutra. And as soon as it appears, it displays a supreme majesty that transcends the mundane. Since you want to eat too, let's eat together. Su Chen smiled slightly in his heart, and then practiced the Universe Blood Refining Sutra even harder. Suddenly, the furnace was boiling, his body was roaring, his body surface was glowing, electric light was intertwined, and his skin was crystal clear under the light, like jade. Suddenly, Su Chen opened his eyes, electric light flashed, and he clenched his fist. Bang, bang, bang. 9 consecutive blasts. Level 1, 9th level. Only one step away from becoming a second-level warrior. And this step is right in front of him. As long as Su Chen wants, he can take it at any time. Drink! Su Chen roared to the sky, his blood and energy burst out, turning into a terrifying airwave that swept around. Dust flew up, and the wild beast's flesh and blood on its surface had long been drained of its essence, turning into mud and shattering in an instant.
You did it! 100,000 kilograms ultimate!
Yunlin said in surprise. In the strong wind, her skirt was blown up, revealing a pair of snow-white, round thighs, as crystal clear as warm jade, incredibly beautiful.
As the former queen of the royal family, Yunlin immediately felt the amazing energy and blood in Su Chen's body.
This was the ultimate realm of 100,000 kilograms that only those with royal blood could enter. She was about to go forward. Unexpectedly, Su Chen suddenly spoke with a serious expression. "It's not enough."
"What's not enough?" Yunlin was stunned and stood there. "Not enough to surpass Jiang Taiji."
Su Chen looked at his hands and muttered to himself, "Besides, I feel that my strength has not reached its limit yet." This sentence was tinged with doubt.
Because 100,000 kilograms is the limit.
It is the limit of a first-level warrior.
In other words, the limit of all the races in the starry sky. This is the limit of royal blood.
Others may also reach this level in their lifetime. But for some reason, Su Chen vaguely felt that this was not his limit and his body still had room to grow.
This sentence shocked Yunlin. "Su Chen, what are you talking about?
100,000 kilograms is already the limit, this is the ultimate realm,"
Yunlin said.
"When I told you to surpass Jiang Taiji before, it was just to give you confidence, but you can't lose your mind because of it." At that time, Su Chen was trying to surpass Jiang Taiji, so his mind was confused and he was affected.
However, Su Chen did not answer, but just stood there blankly.
Suddenly, Su Chen seemed to have figured something out, and laughed out loud towards the sky, with a sense of joy that came from a sudden enlightenment.
"The extreme realm is the limit of others, but not mine.
I, Su Chen, will break through this extreme realm today."
Chapter 28. Today, I will define the extreme. Is the extreme really the limit? Who defines this limit?
Su Chen found himself falling into this misunderstanding. If you blindly practice according to the experience of your predecessors, the end result will be that you will fall into a quagmire. For people who practice martial arts, the experience of their predecessors helps them in their practice, but correspondingly, it is also a constraint.
"Yunlin, I need more wild beast flesh and blood." Su Chen's eyes were burning, and the meaning was naturally self-evident.
He was not planning to break through to become a second-level warrior, but instead wanted to continue honing his body here until he reached the limit he could feel.
"What? Su Chen, you are not kidding."
Yunlin seemed to have heard something incredible, her beautiful eyes widened in shock.
"I'm not kidding. It's true. I can feel that 100,000 kilograms is not my limit."
Su Chen walked over, grabbed Yunlin's arms with both hands, and said with a firm look, "Believe me." Looking at Su Chen, Yunlin breathed rapidly and her full chest heaved violently.
"It's not because of anything else.
But if Su Chen really breaks through the limit of 100,000 kilograms, it will be a groundbreaking thing for all the races in the starry sky."
Final. Yunlin's mind also calmed down. Since Su Chen has this idea and is confident, I must accompany him to give it a try. Not long.
Yunlin found the same flesh and blood again, crushed it into meat paste, and smeared it on Su Chen's body.
"Be careful." Finally, Yunlin gave Su Chen a passionate kiss. "Wait for me." Su Chen smiled.
Then he practiced the universe blood refining sutra again. Suddenly, the feeling of hunger in the body came again, and he desperately absorbed the essence of the wild beast.
Really? Su Chen's heart was shocked.
If he had followed the experience of his predecessors and chosen to break through at 100,000 kilograms, he would probably never have reached the limit.
And now, he is about to break through the real limit.
However, just when the power was about to increase, a sharp pain came from the soul. It was his body that was roaring and his meridians were trembling wildly, as if he was struggling to break free from something.
What's going on? Su Chen didn't understand.
The pain was really strange, as if countless iron chains locked him tightly, restricting Su Chen's blood and qi, and preventing his strength from increasing again.
It seems that 100,000 kilograms is really the limit. Insurmountable. Crack. Su Chen's consciousness was hazy, and in a trance, he seemed to hear the sound of iron chains intertwining and expanding. Aha!
His muscles began to tear, as if some kind of rope was cutting into his flesh. Suddenly, intense pain came over him. Su Chen's face was distorted and he looked at his hands in horror.
There are cracks there too.
It seemed that if he didn't stop practicing the universe blood refining sutra, the next second, it will be crushed by some invisible shackles.
Su-chen, what is that thing?
Yun Lin exclaimed. Faintly, she seemed to feel the strange power that was blocking Su-chen.
But she couldn't see it. Aha! Su-chen's face was distorted and he kept roaring.
He could no longer sit, and he suddenly stood up, his body twisted as if someone was strangling him. His arms were twisted irregularly, and marks from strangulation appeared on his body.
However,
the more this happened, the more excited he became.
Ha 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 ha! I guessed it! This is the true ultimate limit. Su-chen's crazy yet excited voice echoed in the empty beast cemetery.
His entire face had been strangled beyond recognition, with a huge mark almost splitting his face in two. His left eye had been crushed by the mark, and in his remaining right eye, endless madness was now visible. At this moment, Su-chen has forgotten the pain. A strange feeling that I have never experienced before is growing in my heart.
It is a belief of not giving up, not being willing to give in, and being unyielding. Su-chen! What's wrong with you?
The scene before him completely shattered Yun Lin's cognition. In the countless records of the Nine Heavens Starry Sky Python, there has never been a case like Su-chen. She hurried over.
But suddenly,
she seemed to sense something and looked up with a pale face. There, deep in the sky, at the very bottom, an illusory yet real eye pattern slowly opened.
The eye of heaven.
Yun Lin's delicate body trembled violently, her pupils shrank suddenly, and her legs began to go weak.
How is it possible?
He is a first-level warrior, how could he possibly attract the attention of the eye of heaven?
Ha 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 ha.
At this moment, Su-chen, who had been strangled beyond recognition, suddenly looked up and laughed at the sky, although there was nothing there in his sight. But he knew what the shackles on him were.
The shackles of heaven. This is the restraint of heaven on martial arts. 100,000 kilograms is the limit. Unsurpassed. Anyone who breaks through will be strangled to death by the shackles of heaven. Ancestors are not worthy of imitation. The laws of nature are not worthy of fear. No one can limit me. Today, I will define the ultimate realm. As Su-chen roared towards the sky, all the energy in his body burst out to the extreme, like a demon. 100,001 kilograms. Breakthrough. He has surpassed the limit. Next second, an invisible wave sounded, and one of the shackles that trapped Su-chen actually broke. Buzz. At the same time, deep in the sky, the illusory eyes condensed slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. Ah! Ha 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 ha!
Su-chen felt the force of the shackles increasing. In the severe pain, he howled and laughed at the same time, going crazy to the extreme.
What the hell? God! Are you impatient? Ha 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 ha!
In this situation, he took the risk.
Fuck God! I am Su-chen. I am your Grandpa Su. Su-chen roared in his heart, and at the same time, what he had been doing finally had a reaction. That is. Buzz buzz buzz.
A faint buzzing sound was heard in Su-chen's body, and it continued continuously.
Then, a bright golden light emerged and quickly merged into Su-chen's blood.
From the very beginning, he had been trying to attract that golden glow.
Until this moment, I finally succeeded. Boom! The moment the golden glow appeared, Sankon's eyes suddenly shrank, and then revealed terrifying anger. This moment.
Su-chen couldn't hold on any longer, his vision went dark, and he fell down.
Su-chen!
Yun Lin's face changed drastically, and he was about to rush over and hug Su-chen regardless of everything. An incredible thing happened. The golden clouds intertwined, the brilliant light slowly intertwined into the shadow of a young man. He caught Su-chen and held him in his arms.
My child, I've been wronged.
The man touched the wound on Su-chen's body with heartache.
Wherever I go,
the floating light is like water, moistening everything and healing all wounds.
This is... Yun Lin's breath was choked and he was terrified.
She felt a tremor from the source of life from this golden shadow man. It is a power beyond cognition.
Doesn't belong to this starry sky. Just then,
the golden shadowy man healed Su-chen's injuries, raised his head to look at the sky, and shouted, "You even dare to bind my bloodline?
How dare you?" Bang!
As soon as the words fell, Sang-cheon's eyes shattered.
Destroyed the eye of heaven with just one sentence?
Yun Lin stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time.
Chapter 29, Breaking the Limit. 109,600 kilograms. Second level warrior. Eye of Heaven.
It is the tribulation that a martial artist needs to go through when breaking through the Stardust realm.
Face the way of heaven and break the shackles.
Only then can one shed the mortal body, transform the true chi into star energy, and become Stardust. But Su Chen is just a first level warrior, but he can actually draw out the Eye of Heaven.
This is completely illogical.
What is even more incredible is that it is the man transformed from the golden cloud. Just one sentence destroyed the Eye of Heaven. After drinking the Eye of Destruction, the invisible shackles on Su Chen's body no longer had any support and shattered into pieces. A terrifying energy and blood exceeding 100,000 kilograms burst out.
100,000 kilograms. 120,000 kilograms.
In the end, the strength of chi and blood stopped at 129,600 kilograms.
Hiss.
Yunlin also felt the strength of this energy and blood. That is a level that even wild beasts cannot reach.
Beyond the limit. Are you his wife? The Golden Shadow Man walked over holding Su Chen.
He looked at Yunlin with a stern gaze and a smile on his face.
When
Yunlin heard his wife address him like this, he suddenly panicked. In fact, at the beginning, the relationship between her and Su Chen was just a deal. As the Medusa Queen of the 9 Skystar Python, she had been fighting all her life and had never considered men, nor had she ever thought about becoming someone else's wife.
But later, in the process of getting along with Su Chen,
she was gradually infected by this man.
I also somewhat understood what my mother meant by love.
But in front of this person who looked like Su Chen's elder, Queen Medusa, who had been proud all her life, became nervous. The rapid heartbeat conveyed a strange feeling that Yunlin had never experienced before.
The man looked at Yunlin, a look of understanding appeared on his face, and then he sighed.
Thousands of years have passed in a flash, and this child has finally started a family, but it's been hard for him.
Thousands of years?
Upon hearing this, Yunlin was shocked. She remembered clearly that Su Chen had just become an adult.
Why did the man say thousands of years?
9 Skystarry Sky Python, its bloodline is too inferior. The man glanced at Yunlin and spoke, frowning.
This sentence shocked Yunlin again.
The 9 Skystarry Sky Python is one of the 10 most powerful clans in this starry sky, and it also has royal blood. However, even so, in the eyes of the man, it seems extremely unbearable. Some even say it is too poor quality.
But Yunlin didn't think he was humiliating her.
Because in front of him, Yunlin could indeed feel the trembling of the royal blood in his body.
Although my clan has never interfered with a child's choice due to bloodline issues, but now that I'm here,
then I'll give you a meeting gift as a token of my gratitude for your care for him. The man stretched out a hand, gathered bits of golden light, and immediately pierced into Yunlin's body. Yunlin's mind was trembling wildly, and he felt with horror the martial arts technique that appeared in his mind. The art of divine transformation into a dragon.
What level of skill is this?
With just a slight realization, Yunlin felt the royal blood in his body boiling.
This is actually a technique to improve bloodline? Unbelievable. Bloodline is innate and cannot be changed, just as royal blood is destined to be powerful and ordinary blood is destined to be mediocre.
However, a gift given by this man casually can actually change one's fate and improve one's bloodline.
And as someone with royal blood, he could actually improve further? It's time to go, it's time to go.
The man took a last lingering look at Su Chen, then entrusted him to Yunlin's arms. I'll trouble you to take care of this child from now on. He's suffered so much in his life, and we owe him so much.
I hope you can understand. Don't tell him about my situation for now, it's a disaster. The man's figure began to dissipate. How I wish. I wish I could stay a little longer. I didn't even say a word to him. Superior.
In the end, the man turned into a golden cloud and merged into Su Chen's body. Yunlin hugged Su Chen and looked at the place where the man disappeared with a complicated expression.
3 days later. Su Chen woke up from the bed, feeling more energetic than ever. It seemed as if everything I had experienced before was just a dream. But the surging blood and energy in his body, the true energy that turned into liquid, and the second level of martial arts realm were telling him, this is not a dream. He really did it. Beyond the limit.
With a force of 129,600 kilograms, he entered the second stage of martial arts.
Ha!
Su Chen sat up suddenly and felt his own chi and blood in surprise. There was actually golden clouds flowing. Before this, the appearance of Jinxia had always been uncontrollable. Sometimes it would lurk deep in the meridians, and sometimes it would flow with the qi and blood.
There is only one situation that has the chance of triggering it.
That is to practice the Universe Blood Refining Sutra to refine the blood and flesh of wild beasts. At other times, Jinxia is like a passerby, appearing and taking action randomly. But this time, Su Chen was surprised to find that not only did the golden glow appear, but he could even control it vaguely.
By the way, what happened next? Why am I at home? Su Chen suddenly thought of this question.
He looked around, but found no sign of Yunlin. Just as I was about to get up, the door opened and Yunlin walked in.
You're awake.
Seeing Su Chen sitting on the bed, Yunlin showed a relieved expression on his face. She slowly walked over and gently placed her snow-white, delicate hand on Su Chen's head, then asked with concern, "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else?"
Have. Su Chen looked serious. Huh? Tell me quickly. What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Yunlin's expression changed and he became a little anxious. Bang. However,
Su Chen put his arms around her slender waist and then pressed down directly, placing one hand on her full and round breasts, while the other hand lifted up the silky satin skirt and stroked her snow-white thighs with amazing elasticity.
It's uncomfortable here, Su Chen said with a wicked smile.
Then he kissed her all of a sudden.
Yunlin was both angry and embarrassed.
She was so worried, yet Su Chen dared to tease her.
But soon,
she was lost in Su Chen's kiss.
In the room,
it is filled with the beauty and decadence after the battle. Yunlin lay on Su Chen's chest, the afterglow still on her beautiful face. She was panting, and her slender jade fingers were drawing circles on Su Chen's body.
Su Chen's hand was groping Yunlin's smooth back, kneading the amazing buttocks from time to time.
So, what exactly happened that day?
Su Chen asked.
That day, it must have been the effect of the Universe Blood Refining Sutra that helped you break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. It was normal for you to absorb so much blood and flesh from wild beasts.
Later, you fainted, so I brought you back.
Yunlin had already thought of an excuse. I have to say, your bloodline is truly incredible. Not only is your strength so great, but your recovery ability is also so strong. Although it was the Golden Shadow Man who helped Su Chen recover that day, Yunlin could also clearly sense that it was the power in the golden mist that really helped Su Chen recover.
Do you want to pass this bloodline on to your children? Su Chen smiled. Oh, of course I want to, but I can't get pregnant, right? Yunlin sighed. Who said I can't get pregnant? Today is the day. I can get pregnant today.
Su Chen smiled, his eyes shining.
Chapter 30 10 hours. Yunlin is pregnant. The reward is here. It's almost time. Everything is ready. Today.
However, Yunlin was still skeptical about Su Chen's words. It had been so long, and the number of times alone had exceeded 100. One could imagine how difficult it was. Although, she did want to give birth to a powerful offspring. But this kind of thing cannot be rushed.
Su Chen, there's no need to rush. There's still plenty of time.
You can put the child's affairs aside for now.
Don't feel any psychological pressure.
Yunlin gently stroked Su Chen's chest, with worry in her beautiful eyes.
No.
Su Chen grabbed Yunlin's hand, his white and tender palm was soft. Then, his other hand passed through the quilt and directly covered that soft palm. You have to trust your man.
If I say yes, it's yes.
Yunlin let out a moan and glared at Su Chen with some blame.
This guy just finished not long ago, why is he suddenly excited again? Is this still a human being?
However, she did not refuse. Instead, she pushed forward to let Su Chen's palm cover as much as possible.
I just don't want you to feel stressed.
The temperature of Yunlin's snow-white body gradually increased, becoming more crystal clear and pink.
You should be the one feeling the pressure. I'm not the same person I was before. I'm the man who defines the limit.
Su Chen smiled evilly and increased the strength in his hands a little. At the same time, the other hand also started to act dishonestly.
So what?
Yunlin raised her beautiful eyes, refusing to admit defeat. I am Queen Medusa, please don't underestimate my physical body. I was just being considerate of you before, but now that you say so, I will have to unleash a little more of my strength.
Su Chen didn't care about this at all.
At this time, he had invincible confidence. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He quickly got out of bed and pretended to search in the cabinet. Soon, a pill appeared. Linglong strong pregnancy pills? Drugs? Not really. I was just kidding. Yunlin didn't recognize this pill and thought it was a weapon enhancement. Hearing this, Suchin staggered and almost lost his balance. Don't say that carelessly. You know my strength, how could I need that kind of thing? This pill is to help with pregnancy. I specially asked someone to buy it for me. Yeah? Yunlin looked at Suchan with amusement. You're still laughing. You're still laughing. Suchin swallowed the Linglong fetal strengthening pill in one gulp and pounced on her while shouting. The conception card was used successfully. The host's spouse, Queen Medusa Yunlin, has the pregnancy rate adjusted to 100%. After using the pregnancy card, the host's reproductive process will be prolonged. The pregnancy card will enhance the gene selection ability and break the pregnancy rate limit. After it's over, you can directly trigger the reward mechanism. This battle lasted for a long time. Suchen broke through the limit and with an unprecedented force of 129,600 kilograms, he broke through to the second-level warrior. His blood and energy were like dragons, and his physical strength was even that of wild beasts of the same level. In addition, now he can slightly guide the mysterious golden glow. So at this moment, he can completely deal with the stronger Yunlin. Yunlin naturally also felt the change in Su Chen, so he no longer had to be as cautious as before and could enjoy himself to the fullest. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. One is a young wild beast who breaks through the extreme limit. One is born with royal blood and is invincible in his generation. It can be said that the chess pieces meet their worthy opponents and the generals meet their talented ones. Noon to afternoon, afternoon to evening, evening to night. Even Su Chen was shocked by Yunlin's strength. He was worthy of being the king of blood. After releasing some of his strength, he could reach an extremely terrifying level again. Until late at night. The battle is over. 10 hours. A full 10 hours. This is not human, it's simply the intercourse of wild beasts. Although the system said that the time would be extended after using the conception card, it did not explain clearly why it would be extended for so long. After the battle, Su Chen was so tired that he was panting and his legs were shaking. It's been a long time since I felt this way. Compared to this, Yunlin seemed much more relaxed. She lay lazily on the bed, her snow-white body covered with sweat, but overall she didn't look that tired. You said you weren't on drugs? You lied to me. 10 hours. Although he said so, Yunlin's face was flushed with satisfaction. This time, she had witnessed Su Chen's physical body, which was far superior to that of wild beasts. 10 hours, and that's when I've freed up some of my strength. This is simply a monster. I'm going to take a shower. Su Chen didn't want to explain anymore, so he could only hold on to the wall and walk out of the room. Chuckle. Seeing Su Chen fleeing in panic, Yunlin couldn't help but chuckle. But the next second, her expression changed. She touched her belly in surprise and exclaimed, I'm really going to be pregnant? People's physiques are different. As the royal blood of the Nine Sky Starry Sky Python clan, Yunlin was once one of the top existences in the starry sky. He could feel any abnormality in his body. She could feel that a little life was about to be born inside her body. As a queen, she has a wide range of interests and learned relevant knowledge at an early age. That's why I can judge my own conditions so accurately. This is not a dream. But she is really pregnant. A smile appeared on Yunlin's face. She lay on the bed, gently stroking her belly, looking in the direction where Su Chen left, and murmured to herself, we are going to have our own child. Su Chen walked out of the door. My legs are trembling and my steps are unsteady. I can only lean against a tree. Why haven't you responded yet? Su Chen shouted in his heart. I've already used the pregnancy card, so why is there no response? Damn system, you're not kidding me, are you? Host Jiluyu, please be quiet. Pregnancy takes time, and it won't happen overnight. This system is already generous enough to award the reward as soon as the fertilized egg is formed. The system's cold voice sounded. Obviously, Su Chen's ignorance made it a little impatient. Su Chen. It's a bit embarrassing. He thought he would get pregnant after doing it. The results will take time. I was wondering why it took them so long to find out in my previous life, but in the novels I read before, women always got pregnant right after having sex.
Su Chen complained. System.
After about an hour, Su Chen completely recovered and his blood was boiling again.
The system voice sounded.
Congratulations to the host of 9 Leaked Fish for getting his spouse pregnant.
Newbie mission completed.
Completed within 30 days and the rewards will be doubled. Second level Realm Breakthrough Pill, Talent Enhancement Points plus 230, Divine Mind Essence 2. Congratulations to the host for completing the Novice mission within 30 days and successfully activating the Novice Gift Pack.
Excuse me, would you like to open the Newbie Gift Pack now? Chapter 31 3 Major Rewards. Second level Divine Mind Master. Open. Su Chen had waited for so long, so naturally he didn't hesitate at all.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining Martial Arts Heavenly Eye, Bloodline Strengthening Potion 1, Comprehension Card 1. Martial Arts Innocent Eyes, a growth talent that can penetrate the mysteries of martial arts and condense the true meaning of martial arts. It can absorb special energy, store it in the eyes, and release it all at once.
Bloodline Strengthening Potion enhances bloodline power, stimulates bloodline power in a short period of time, and obtains ancestral power.
Comprehension Card, after using it, you will gain extraordinary comprehension in a short period of time, and directly master the skills or martial arts, regardless of the grade.
Beyond imagination. Far beyond expectations. After all, it is just the reward for one mission. Even with a so-called novice gift package, the reward can still be said to be extremely generous. The second level breakthrough pill in the mission reward is still extremely time-saving. For someone like him who has very poor talent, it might take him an endless amount of time to break through on his own. And talent points are what Su Chen needs. Compared to item drops, talent point rewards are extremely rare. The last time was in the hidden achievement of the unlucky guy, and I only got 10 points. With the current 230 points, Su Chen's talent has directly reached level D. Although it is still very poor, it has reached the threshold of martial arts. The essence of divine consciousness. Su Chen looked at the 2 clusters of light floating in the system space with burning eyes, and his heart couldn't help but be excited. This is a rare wonder in the world. Possessing a vast amount of mental power, it can help the Mind Master to advance directly. Thinking of this, Su Chen took a look at his home, then moved a little further away and used it directly. Buzz. Suddenly, the 2 clusters of divine essence slowly melted away and turned into rich mental power, merging into Su Chen's consciousness. Boom! Su Chen only felt that his brain was instantly filled up, like a dry well that's suddenly connected to an endless river. Practice it for me. The Qingfeng Xuanqingju was running wildly, helping Su Chen absorb mental power. The mental power in the essence of divine consciousness is extremely gentle and does not appear violent. Apart from a slight swelling, there is no other discomfort. There is also the essence of divine consciousness in the Earth Federation. But this kind of thing is extremely precious. It only exists in the bodies of some extremely special spiritual wild beasts. These wild beasts are extremely cautious, and some even have spiritual intelligence, so they are extremely difficult to detect. They hide very deeply. Because of their small numbers, they do not have much impact on the entire wild beast community and cannot form a civilization. They usually exist as leaders and are loyal to various alien races. Therefore, it can be seen how difficult it is to refine the essence of divine consciousness if one wants to kill this kind of wild beast. Generally speaking, only the top-level spiritual masters in the Earth Federation are qualified to enjoy it. And now, Su Chen, a second-level warrior and a small figure in District 13, actually used 2 essences of divine consciousness at once. If it gets out, it will definitely shake the entire Daxia. The Starry Sky Psychic Energy Potion opened the way for him to become a Mind Master, and he practiced Earth-level techniques. Now he can use 2 mind essences at once. He is the only one in the world who can do this. Time is passing. Su Chen became more and more proficient in controlling his mental power. Gradually, his eyebrows began to glow, and an illusory object like a spirit platform gradually emerged. However, it is not stable and is shaky, like a candle flame, and seems to be about to go out at any time. And this is exactly what is unique to a first-level Divine Mind Master. The spiritual platform appears for the first time. Peep at yourself. Su Chen's mind moved slightly, and he could see clearly the meridians in his body, the trajectory of qi and blood, and even the trajectory of the golden cloud. Although warriors can also see inside, it is not clear. Everyone has mental strength, but who can compare to a mind master? The effect of the essence of divine consciousness is still continuing. Su Chen was not far from becoming a first-level divine consciousness master before, and now he has only consumed a very small part of it, less than 1/10. Continue. Su Chen continued to operate. The spiritual platform was glowing, swaying, and floating, like a bottomless pit, absorbing the spiritual power within the essence of divine thoughts like a whale drinking. Gradually, it no longer sways, but becomes stable. Finally, it stood firmly between the eyebrows, as crystal clear as jade, shining with clear light. Suddenly, Su Chen's mind was shaking, his spirit was clear, and a divine light was shining down. In a trance, it seemed as if a vast ocean had opened up. Crash! The mental power is boiling, like drops of water, making a gurgling sound. Su Chen was shocked and almost fainted. He quickly practiced the Qingfeng Xuanxinju to calm his mind. This moment, the mental power derived from the essence of divine thoughts rushed into Su Chen's mind frantically. At the same time, a clear pool derived from the mental power gradually solidified in Su Chen's mind. It's done! Su Chen was delighted and continued to absorb mental power. The first level of spiritual master condenses the virtual image of the spiritual platform between the eyebrows. The second stage of the spiritual master is to stabilize the spiritual platform and at the same time open up the heart lake. This heart lake is the clear pool derived from the spiritual power. The glow flows and the divine thoughts flow. Boom! Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and an invisible momentum burst out, causing a strong wind to blow around him. This is not the momentum of martial arts blood, but the pressure from mental power. Second level warrior. Second level mind master. Su Chen muttered to himself. If someone saw the scene, they would be shocked. There are actually people who can practice both divine power and martial arts. You know, both martial arts and mental strength are extremely demanding. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever been able to practice both at the same time. The most important thing is, Su Chen not only practiced martial arts, but also in a short period of time, he advanced 2 levels and became a second-level spiritual master. This is really incredible. Divine mind masters are extremely rare, and even in several cities throughout District 13, it is almost impossible to find one. The second-order ones are even rarer. There is still a lot of spiritual power left from the essence of divine consciousness. According to Su Chen's estimation, the remaining amount would be enough before he reached the 4th level. Take a look at these 3 rewards. Su Chen shifted his attention to the 3 rewards in the novice gift package. The bloodline strengthening potion and comprehension card are relatively easy to understand. One is used for a sudden attack in desperate situations, and the other is used to comprehend martial arts. Su Chen cannot use these 2 for the time being. The martial arts true eye is what Su Chen cares about the most. Is martial arts profound? The introduction was too simple, so Su Chen was unable to accurately understand what was so special about the martial arts true eye. Let's merge first. Su Chen murmured to himself, then chose to merge. Buzz. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's body tensed up, and a stinging sensation even stronger than the previous heavenly Dao shackles suddenly burst out in his eyeballs. Ah! Su Chen couldn't help but scream. He felt clearly that his eyes were pierced by countless steel spikes. Extremely rude. The pain came too quickly and violently, even more terrifying than the previous eye explosion. At the same time, thin threads suddenly appeared in Su Chen's black and white eyes, spreading out from the depths of his eye sockets, like ferocious vines, climbing towards the depths of his pupils. Ho ho! Su Chen covered his eyes with his hands, bent his waist in pain, and made strange sounds that were not human from his mouth. Chapter 32, The True Eye of Martial Arts. All around is shocked. Pain. It hurts so much. At the same time, Su Chen's vision was changing rapidly. Those weakenings piled together appear to be cut and deconstructed, showing various irregular lines. Just like the trajectory of meridians. Faintly, you can see a strange energy flowing in it, like a river. Star energy. Su Chen naturally knew these energies. This is what Yunlin said. The star energy left behind by the wild beast's flesh and blood is also the reason why the wild beast does not decay. But even Yunlin needs to stimulate the flesh and blood of wild beasts before he can see the star energy. But at this moment, Su Chen could actually see it directly. There is more to it than that. Even in the air, specks of light began to appear.
They were free spiritual energy, the foundation of a warrior's practice. Warriors can transform spiritual energy into true energy by absorbing it and combining it with chi and blood. The speed of cultivation varies depending on talent and skills. Under normal circumstances, only Dasha's psychic bureau can detect the concentration of spiritual energy through special instruments. Or more than that. In the intense pain, Suchin saw too many things that he had never seen before. Chi and blood, true chi, wild beast talent. These eyes can truly see through all illusions. At this moment, an even more intense pain came over him, causing him to lean back, his eyes bulging, and his eyeballs covered with dense fine lines, so that the whites of his eyes were almost invisible. Aha! Suchen roared towards the sky, and 2 rays of divine light suddenly shot out from his eyes, shooting straight into the deep starry sky. The light was not strong and it flashed away in a flash. The fusion of the martial arts true eye was successful. As a growth talent, subsequent abilities require the host to develop them on their own. After the system prompt sound ends, the pain disappears. Su Chen's body was like a deflated ball. He collapsed to the ground, his face pale and his body soaked. He gasped for breath. Damn. If I had known it would hurt so much, I would have prepared myself before the fusion. The pain comes from the soul. It was as if his eyes were dug out alive and then stuffed back in. When he thought of it, Su Chen couldn't help but shudder again. Ha! Take a break. Let's go back and check on Yunlin. I wonder how she's doing now. Su Chen wiped the sweat off his body. At the moment when the 2 divine lights sank into the sky. District 1. Wilderness area. This feeling is. In an ancient stone house, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. He was dressed simply in a white robe, not modern clothes. His thin figure did not seem to be anything special. But the skin that should have been dry and thin was as delicate as a baby's. The old man walked out of the stone house and looked up at the starry sky in the distance. Those eyes suddenly burst into astonishing light, and then laughed loudly. Ahahaha. Martial arts true eyes. It's actually martial arts true eyes. I was about to leave, but I didn't expect to meet someone with the true eyes of martial arts. I'm so lucky. After saying that, he waved his hand lightly, and the stone house made of granite was scattered by the wind like dust. Go and have a look, go and have a look. The old man smiled happily and walked forward. What was incredible was that every time he took a step, he would directly cross several meters. Shrink the distance into an inch. Outside the first zone. A place where wild beasts roam freely. In a wild valley. Countless wild beasts that were over tens of meters tall gathered together, and vast energy and blood filled the entire valley, making it like an endless blood prison. However, at this moment, they all knelt down on the ground devoutly, prostrating themselves. At the very front, a bronze throne stood, and a man with ferocious horns on his head was sitting diagonally on the throne, tapping the armrests with his slender fingers at a very high frequency. Ta-da-day. Suddenly, the knocking stopped. In an instant, all the wild beasts fell silent, trembling uncontrollably, as if they were afraid of the man on the throne. The man sat up straight, and his eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes. This pair of extremely strange eyes seemed to have blood-red magma surging in them, hot and scorching, and at the same time filled with an astonishing aura of tyranny. Martial arts true eye? The man rubbed his chin with interest. That's great. It looks like it's in District 13. It's a bit far away. The first few districts are blocked too tightly. I can't get in. He was thinking, his eyes wandering under the bronze throne. Finally, it locked onto a wild beast that looked like a monkey. He was small in stature but had a high intelligence. He shuddered when he saw the skinny man's gaze. Go and kill that martial arts true eye. The man pointed at the monkey beast. I. The monkey beast pointed at himself blankly. Yes, I'll give you permission to summon the wild beasts and alien species near District 13. Let's set off now. The man laughed. And between the 3rd and 13th districts. In a barren mountain. A fluffy little black dog was struggling to tear apart the corpse of a wild beast that was as big as a hill. The little black dog was chubby and completely black without a trace of other colors. Its round body formed a sharp contrast with the huge corpse of the wild beast. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, looked up at the starry sky, its big eyes rolling around, then gave up eating and ran excitedly towards District 13. District 13. Wild Beast Cemetery. Area 30. Suchin pushed open the door and saw Yunlin lying on the bed. At this moment, she had an unprecedented smile on her face and was gently stroking her lower abdomen.
Suchin.
Seeing Suchin coming back, Yunlin said anxiously, "I have good news for you.
I think I'm really pregnant." Hearing this, Suchin's expression was shocked, and he showed joy. "Really?"
Then, he straightened his chest and said proudly, "I said I can get pregnant, and I can get pregnant."
Suchin naturally could not reveal anything about the system.
After saying this, Suchin's face was filled with joy. He came to Yunlin and stroked Yunlin's flat belly. "Boy or girl?"
Bang!
Yunlin gently slapped Suchin's hand away and said angrily, "I just got pregnant and haven't started the pregnancy yet."
How can I know if it's a boy or a girl? Why do you favor boys over girls? No, I wouldn't say that. How could I possibly favor boys over girls? I want to know if it's a boy or girl so I can name them. Suchin smiled awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed.
He really didn't know much about having children, otherwise he wouldn't have been evaluated as a clueless person by the system.
It's still early.
According to our 9 Skystar Python clan, it takes at least 10 years to breed a baby.
And since I have royal blood, it may take even longer. Yunlin sighed.
The more powerful the race, the more difficult it is to give birth to life. At this moment, the fact that she could get pregnant was a miracle in itself, but giving birth to the baby would cost a huge amount of time. It is extremely difficult to revive a clan through reproduction. Upon hearing this, Suchin was stunned.
More than 10 years? Chapter 33, humans can't do that, but I'm royal blood, so I can always do that. Are you kidding me?
If he only has one child every 10 years or so, then his system will become useless.
Is there any way to speed up pregnancy? Suchin asked hurriedly.
Yes. Obviously, Yunlin was also thinking about this question, but after she finished speaking, a look of difficulty appeared on her face. That is to use the spiritual power of a divine mind master to accelerate gestation. The spiritual power of a divine mind master can allow the fetus's spirit to develop earlier and increase the speed of nutrient absorption. But divine mind masters are too rare. Even in the 9 Starry Sky Python clan, only a few priests have inherited it. Although you humans have more divine mind masters, they are also extremely noble. When I went to Liang City before, I didn't find any, so this method is equivalent to not having any.
After saying that, Yunlin sighed. However, Suchin's eyes lit up. Divine Mind Master? That's him. And just recently, he entered the 2nd level.
However, Yunlin thought Suchin was worried from his expression, so he held Suchin's hand and comforted him. "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. You should become stronger first, and then go find a divine mind master when you are strong enough." Yunlin paused, as if he was struggling with something, and finally said softly, "If that doesn't work, I can reveal my identity and contact the Divine Martial Bureau to ask them to help me find a divine mind master."
Exposing one's identity is an extremely dangerous thing. Because the situation in the Shinwu Bureau is not stable. Many people have ideas about Yunlin's royal blood alone.
Once they know that there is a new life in Yunlin's body, those people will definitely be more excited, and may even directly ignore the racial contract and attack the child.
There is nothing more tempting than an unborn descendant of royal blood.
Yunlin thought Suchin cared about the revival of his race, so he said that.
She didn't want to put pressure on Suchin.
The last time, the Golden Shadow Man thought of himself as Suchin's wife. After learning that she was pregnant, Yunlin's feelings for Suchin became even stronger. Feeling the softness and warmth in Yunlin's palm, Suchin did not speak. He just stretched out his hand again and covered Yunlin's white and flat belly, and then.
How is that possible?
Yunlin's beautiful eyes widened, and she felt the mental power emanating from Suchin's palm in shock. She turned her head suddenly and looked at Suchin in astonishment.
Suchin smiled without saying anything.
He continued to release mental power from his palm, spreading it into Yunlin's body, accelerating the unformed embryo bit by bit.
You? A divine mind master? When did this happen? Yunlin was trembling with excitement.
She was not wearing any clothes, and her snow white and round breasts were shaking with her rapid breathing, which was a fatal temptation.
Well, I forgot to tell you.
I felt like I could sense spiritual power before, but I wasn't sure, so I practiced on my own.
Tonight, I inexplicably broke through. Suchin made up a reason.
It's not that he doesn't trust Yunlin, but the origin of the system is really hard to explain.
It can't be explained either.
Hiss. Su Chen's few casual words shocked Queen Medusa so much that she gasped.
You mean, you inexplicably felt spiritual power, and then inexplicably became a second-level spiritual master?
Yunlin calmed himself down and didn't worry about the quilt slipping off.
Ah. Su Chen nodded.
He was still struggling with how to explain it so that Yunlin would be convinced and stop asking questions, but Yunlin's reaction surprised him greatly.
I understand.
Yunlin looked at Yunlin seriously.
Ah. This time, it was Su Chen's turn to be confused. Is this understandable? I don't understand it myself, how can you understand it?
But he didn't know that in Yunlin's mind, ever since she faced the Golden Shadow Man that day, she could understand anything that happened to Su Chen thereafter. Even if Su Chen entered the Stardust Realm immediately, she could understand. Because that existence, with just one sentence, destroyed the Eye of Heaven. Sharing the same bloodline is such an existence, no matter what kind of existence one creates, it would not be excessive.
Let's not talk about this anymore, Su Chen. You are a mind master.
This way, our child will be born faster in the future. Yunlin sat up straight with excitement, and put his arms around Su Chen's neck.
His plump and round breasts pressed against Su Chen's chest, conveying amazing elasticity.
So? Yunlin's red lips were close to Su Chen's earlobe, blowing hot air.
How can I reward you?
She deliberately emphasized the word reward. Hearing this, Su Chen's blood and energy were aroused again, but he couldn't do this, so he said, Yunlin, you can't do this for the first 3 months and the last 3 months. He may not know the rest of the things, but he still needs to know them. Hearing this, Yunlin slowly emerged from the quilt, with long and round beautiful legs, and slowly stood up. He pushed Su Chen down and pressed on him, chuckling, that's you humans.
I am Wang Shui, and it has always been possible. With the help of Master Su Chen, Yunlin's gestation process went very smoothly.
The embryo, which would have taken several days to implant, was completed in just one night. In the next few days, in addition to practicing, Su Chen used his Divine Mind Master to speed up the gestation.
However, Su Chen's strength is limited. After accelerating for an hour every day, he would feel exhausted. But the speed is also very impressive. According to Yunlin, if the current progress continues, the baby should be born within 5 years. 5 years. It's still a bit too long. Su Chen is still anxious to have a second child.
But the problem he needs to face at the moment is not this.
It's an accommodation issue.
I'm pregnant, so I can't stay here any longer on the 30th. I need to move to a better house and buy some supplements. Besides, the quality of the wild beast's flesh and blood around here can't satisfy me anymore. At this moment, Su Chen has stepped into the 5th level of the 2nd stage. The liquid true energy in his body has gathered in his dantian like a gurgling stream. The realm-breaking pill and the flesh and blood of the wild beasts in the wild beast cemetery made Su Chen's realm soar like a rocket. Then, after a new month, Su Chen took Yunlin to the Wild Beast Cemetery Management Bureau again.
This time, still get up early.
I took the space elevator, entered Liang City, and pushed open the door of the Wild Beast Cemetery Administration. A person who surprised Su Chen greatly appeared. It was Zhang Hu from last time. Zhang Hu was sitting in front of the counter, dozing off. He woke up immediately when he heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Then he saw the person coming in, and all his sleepiness disappeared immediately. He hurriedly trotted over to greet him.
Mr. Su, here I come.
Zhang Hu came in front of Su Chen and spoke in a much more polite manner than last time.
Isn't it time for you to go to work yet? Su Chen said in surprise. Chapter 34 Zhang Hu's Attitude. Guidance.
As a government official, Zhang Hu's working and commuting hours are very fixed. At this point in time, it is obviously not yet working hours. But Zhang Hu showed up. Hearing Su Chen's question, Zhang Hu smiled and said, I know Mr. Su usually comes very early. In order not to keep him waiting, I came early today. When he said this, Zhang Hu shifted his gaze to the strength testing machine beside him. I have already cleaned the strength testing machine. If Mr. Su wants to use it, he can use it directly.
Obviously. Su Chen's last strength test left a very deep impression on Zhang Hu.
However, Su Chen shook his head and said, no need.
What do you mean? Mr. Su is not satisfied with us.
Zhang Hu immediately became nervous. He deliberately came early to clean the strength testing machine to make it easier for Su Chen to use it. A genius who can control more than 3,000 kilograms at the first level of the first order has unlimited future prospects. It is estimated that he will be able to leave the wild beast cemetery in a few years. Such a person deserves his serious attention.
But now, Su Chen actually doesn't need it. Could it be that he has done something to make the other party unhappy? I'm not dissatisfied, because. Su Chen paused and smiled. I'm already a second-level warrior now. What?
As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Hu's face was full of disbelief. He opened his mouth wide and couldn't speak for a long time.
Second-level warrior? How long has it been?
The last time he came, the other party was clearly only a first-level warrior, but now, in just 1 month, he has become a second-level warrior?
How is this possible? The path of martial arts practice is extremely difficult. There is a huge gap between a first-level warrior and a second-level warrior.
Ordinary people need to train hard to polish their bodies, and at the same time they need to constantly replenish nutrition to increase their energy and blood. Under normal circumstances, for a person with less talent, it may take 1 to 2 years of training, or even longer, to advance from level 1 to level 2.
And this man, only 1 month.
He achieved what others have achieved in several years.
A second-level warrior.
Zhang Hu was dumbfounded, and his body bent a little unconsciously.
This is respect for the strong.
Last time, he was still telling the other party that he would be able to get a house after reaching the third-level warrior in a few years. Now it seems that it won't take a few years at all.
Congratulations. I'll update you right away.
Zhang Hu reacted and hurried back to the counter to update Su Chen. By the way, when we move to a new area, please help me choose a better house.
Thanks. Su Chen said.
Zhang Hu glanced at Yunlin behind him, revealing a look of understanding. He assured, "Don't worry, big brother.
Leave it to me. I promise to arrange the best house for you." Not long. Information correction completed. Brother Su, this is your new salary.
For a second-level warrior, it's 20,000 credit points per month. It's already been paid into your account.
As for the house, there's a villa in Area 16. It's currently occupied, but.
Zhang Hu hesitated to speak.
But what? Don't worry. Su Chen said.
After getting Su Chen's affirmation, Zhang Hu continued, Area 16 is quite dangerous.
3 people have died there. And that villa is the most dangerous place. No one has lived there for several years. Many people would rather go to places with worse environments than live there.
There are often strange beasts appearing near that villa, eating the flesh and blood of wild beasts.
Why don't you just forget it and pick a new place? It will be very ordinary if it's not his place.
After Zhang Hu finished speaking, he looked at Su Chen and asked for his opinion.
Compared to surviving, what would happen if the environment was a little worse?
However, Su Chen's answer was beyond Zhang Hu's expectations.
No, this is it. Su Chen made up his mind immediately.
For other people, the presence of strange beasts might be extremely dangerous, but for Su Chen, this is more like a place of trial, and with Yunlin by his side, his life will not be in danger.
He needs more combat experience now.
Moreover, the appearance of strange beasts also means another thing, that is, the quality of the flesh and blood of the wild beasts in Area 16 is higher.
Otherwise it will attract strange beasts. Mr. Su, are you sure? Zhang Hu reminded.
Sure. Su Chen spoke confidently. Seeing Su Chen so confident, Zhang Hu felt that the man in front of him was unfathomable. He reached the second level in just 1 month and had such a beautiful wife. How could such a person appear in the wild beast cemetery? He was a little confused, but didn't dare to ask. After dealing with the things, Su Chen was about to leave.
Mr. Su.
Zhang Hu suddenly called out to Su Chen.
What's wrong? Su Chen turned around. Well, I have a humble request. I don't know if it's okay. I've been practicing a technique lately, but I always feel something is wrong.
There's a blockage in my meridians, and I can't solve it myself, so I'd like to ask Mr. Su for some guidance. Zhang Hu is also a warrior himself, but he is only at the 6th level of the 1st rank. He works hard on a daily basis, but his talent is limited, so improvement is extremely difficult.
So after seeing Su Chen's terrifying talent, he wanted to ask him. But he didn't want to. Because for warriors, training experience is extremely important. Unless they are master and disciple, they usually will not tell others. Of course, if Mr. Su is busy, I won't bother you. Zhang Hu added again.
Hearing this, Su Chen turned around, looked at Zhang Hu, and said, No problem, practiced the technique for me to see. He had a pretty good impression of Zhang Hu. I've handled problems several times with high efficiency, and this time I even helped him choose a good area.
It's just a small effort, it's okay. Really?
After receiving the reply, Zhang Hu's face was filled with ecstasy. He immediately stopped hesitating and began to practice his skills. My technique is called Snake Transformation Technique, a lower-level yellow-grade technique that allows the qi and blood to mimic the movement of a spirit snake. However, every time I practice it, I always feel a blockage, which is very strange. As the technique was running, the qi and blood in Zhang Hu's body began to boil and flow throughout his body, but in his chest, one could clearly see that the qi and blood there paused for a moment.
It's like a stone stuck in a shell.
After saying that, Zhang Hu looked at Su Chen nervously. In fact, he was not sure whether Su Chen could really see where his problem lay. After all, the martial arts involve too much and are extremely complicated. Generally speaking, only 6th-level warriors have the qualifications to teach and answer questions. But those people were not people that a small employee like Zhang Hu could get in touch with. Su Chen has reached the limit of what he can reach.
It's not your fault.
There's an error in the technique, causing the qi and blood to flow through the wrong meridians.
Try changing the qi and blood flow path in your chest. Su Chen's voice echoed in the silent hall. Next second,
Zhang Hu exclaimed.
What? The technique is wrong? Chapter 35 Area 16. Woof woof woof. Come here and run it again.
Su Chen naturally saw Zhang Hu's disbelief, but he did not explain too much in words. Instead, he motioned him to come over.
Hearing this,
Zhang Hu also ran it again in front of Su Chen.
At the same time,
Su Chen's vision suddenly changed, and the trajectory of the blood circulation in Zhang Hu's body became as clear as a visual image.
Here,
Su Chen pointed a finger at Zhang Hu's chest. That is where the qi and blood are blocked, and it is also the danjiang point of the human body. The qi and blood should be swirling slightly inward and downward here, mimicking the coiling of a snake to accumulate energy and prepare for the subsequent burst. But here your qi and blood flow outward and upward. When it flows here, it forms a tiny stagnation point.
This stagnation is what's causing you discomfort. Just follow my instructions and change it.
Hearing this, Zhang Hu guided his qi and blood to change some of their trajectories. All of a sudden, the feeling of blockage disappeared, and a sense of transparency that had never appeared before burst out.
Bang! A gust of wind swept over. I actually made a breakthrough.
Zhang Hu shouted in ecstasy. He had been stuck at the 6th level of the first stage for a long time, and because of the problem with his technique, he was unable to break through. Now that the problem is solved, I can directly enter the 7th level of the first stage.
But the next second, this ecstasy turned into incredible shock. The method is really wrong. How is this possible? How can the technique be wrong?
Zhang Hu's face was filled with astonishment and he was speechless for a long time. It was not that he did not believe Su Chen's words, but that these words were too shocking. Because as a martial art, even if it is only of the lower yellow grade, it must be rigorously calibrated by the Shenwu Bureau before it can be released into the market.
Normally, there is absolutely no way to go wrong. That shouldn't be the case. How could the technique be wrong?
Zhang Hu muttered to himself. At this moment, Su Chen's voice rang out again. It's very simple, someone wants to harm you, or the technique you practiced has been changed by someone else. Hearing this, Zhang Hu was shocked. He hurriedly took out a map from his arms and turned to the part that depicted the trajectory of the movement of qi and blood.
As expected, there are very slight traces of changes on the chest. If you don't pay attention, you won't notice it at all. Zhou Qiyan.
Zhang Hu seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly became fierce.
This martial arts technique is actually very valuable.
Although it is only of the lower level of the yellow grade, due to its special nature, it has extremely strong explosive power and is not inferior to the middle level of the yellow grade martial arts technique. So Zhang Hu couldn't afford it at first. It was my colleague Zhou Qiyan who took the initiative to say that he had a friend in the Shenwu Bureau who could get it at a low price. For this, Zhang Hu was extremely grateful to Zhou Qiyan and treated him to many meals in a row.
I never thought that Zhou Qiyan had secretly tampered with the martial arts technique.
If it weren't for Su Chen, Zhang Hu might have remained in the dark, and even after a long time, it might have caused irreversible damage to his body. Thinking of this, Zhang Hu took a step back, bowed deeply with Su Chen, and said, "Mr. Su, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. If you need me, Zhang Hu, in the future, please let me know and I will do my best."
It's just a small matter. Su Chen waved his hand and smiled. How could he do these things just to express his gratitude to Zhang Hu? It was just interpersonal communication and reciprocity. Zhang Hu was helping me and just gave me some advice. And if it weren't for the true martial arts eyes, I probably wouldn't be able to see the problem. Be careful. Living in such a chaotic world, only by surviving can you afford to talk about other things. Before leaving, Su Chen couldn't help but give a reminder. How could someone who deliberately tampers with other people's skills only have this one method? Moreover, Zhang Hu didn't notice it for such a long time, so you can imagine how deep that person's disguise is. Thank you, Mr. Su. Watching Su Chen's back disappear at the door, Zhang Hu's heart could not calm down for a long time. Who on earth is he? Zhang Hu stood there, muttering to himself. Although he was young and even worked at the wild beast cemetery, he could see the problem in his body at a glance. With just one mention, he solved the problem that had been bothering him for a long time. That is the trajectory of the qi and blood in my body, and even I can't see it clearly. But he actually did it. Zhang Hu had never heard of such a thing. Moreover, and most importantly, Su Chen pointed out the core of the spirit snake transformation technique in just a few words. Next time, I'll have to thank Mr. Su, but now. Zhang Hu took out his cell phone and made a call. Zhang Su, come over and cover my shift. I have something urgent to do. Out of the Wild Beast Cemetery Administration. Su Chen, I can't believe you can now teach others martial arts. Yunlin blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Su Chen in surprise. In fact, after Zhang Hu told her about his problem, Yunlin also had some guesses, but her subconscious reaction was that it was Zhang Hu's own fault. However, she didn't expect that Su Chen would point out that the technique was wrong at just one glance. Unless you have absolute confidence, you would never dare to say this. The subsequent guidance and help to Zhang Hu in making corrections shocked Yunlin even more. When did this guy become so powerful? That's natural. Su Chen naturally enjoyed Yunlin's admiration. He put his arms around Yunlin's slender waist and pulled her into his arms, with his palms dishonestly covering her elastic buttocks. Through the silky satin, amazing warmth and softness are transmitted. What are you doing? The streets were full of people, and Su Chen's bold action made Yunlin's face look shy. Dry. Su Chen grinned. Yunlin? Yunlin thought about it for a moment and immediately realized that Su Chen was teasing him. But she is not the kind of girl who allows herself to be bullied. He immediately took the initiative, took Su Chen's hand, walked straight to a hotel, and rushed to the front desk, open a room. After she finished speaking, she showed a wicked smile on her face. Keep your word. Ah. This time, it was Su Chen's turn to be stunned. Good job. As expected of the queen, she really doesn't want to suffer any loss. At noon, Yunlin came out of the hotel refreshed. Her plump figure became even more graceful, and her full breasts almost bursting from her chest. A pair of perfectly round jade legs were exposed from under the high-slit skirt, emitting a jade-like glow in the sunlight. Behind. Su Chen covered his waist and gasped. Why do I feel more violent now that I'm pregnant? Su Chen was full of confusion. Looking at Yunlin who was walking in front of him, twisting her sexy waist, he shook his head helplessly. Compared to Area 30. The wild beast corpses on number 16 are indeed more numerous and heavier. Fortunately, the environment of the villa did not disappoint Su Chen's expectations. In a huge courtyard, with lush green grass and vigorous old trees, a 3-story villa stands in the center, a bit like a European castle. There's even a swimming pool in the backyard. However, there was no water in the pool. After all, no one has lived here for a long time. Fortunately, Zhang Hu called me on the way and told me that someone would take care of it tomorrow, so I had to bear with it for today. Zhang Hu is a pretty good guy. Su Chen sighed inwardly. After a simple tidy-up, Su Chen went to move the body. He had to do the job first, and someone else would naturally take care of the rest. Yunlin stayed at home and cleaned up the bedroom first. At this moment, the two of them really look a bit like a couple. By the afternoon, Su Chen had already made several trips and also selected a lot of wild beast flesh and blood that he could use. Woof woof woof. A low growl was heard. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "The strange beast has finally arrived? I've been waiting for so long that my hands are itching." Another purpose of choosing number 16 is to find exotic beasts to practice with. In the end, there was nothing for the whole afternoon. Now it's finally here.
But when Su Chen turned his head to look at the source of the sound, he froze in his tracks. Is this a strange beast?
Chapter 36, Xiao Hei. The Power of the Three Desolations. A greatly fierce thing. Woof woof woof. Not far from Su Chen, a furry little black dog was sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail. A pair of watery eyes, full of excitement. It doesn't look threatening at all. But this is a cemetery for wild beasts. How could there be an ordinary dog here? Su Chen instinctively became nervous, his blood and energy began to circulate, his muscles tensed, ready to attack at any time. Woof. The little black dog moved. It really is a strange beast. Su Chen's mind was shaking wildly, his blood was surging, and he was ready to take action. However, the next second, he froze in place. The little black dog was running happily, wagging its tail, without any momentum. It ran to Su Chen's feet and gently rubbed Su Chen's calf with its head. His expression was full of enjoyment. Su Chen was very confused. He didn't feel any threat from this little black dog. It looked like an ordinary little dog. He slowly squatted down and stretched out his hand. Woo woo. The little black dog whimpered, and took the initiative to lean over and touch Su Chen's palm with its forehead. The touch on his palm and the pair of gentle eyes instantly lowered Su Chen's vigilance. It's just an ordinary puppy. Su Chen gently stroked the little black dog, his eyes full of surprise. It's not easy. You're lucky to have survived the wild beast cemetery without any mutation. Hearing this, the little black dog opened his eyes wide and watery, then stuck out his tongue and licked Su Chen's palm, his eyes full of excitement. Do you like me so much? Okay, you can follow me from now on. But I have to say, you have to be obedient when you follow me. Su Chen smiled. The little black dog seemed to understand Su Chen's words. It whimpered excitedly and circled around Su Chen. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Hei. Su Chen came up with a name very hastily. Woof woof woof. The little black dog tilted its head and stopped moving, as if it didn't like the name. However, Su Chen pinched the back of his neck and said with a smile, I can see that you like this name very much. Let's go. Go home. The work was almost done, so Su Chen carried Xiao Hei back to the villa. Where did the puppy come from? Seeing Xiao Hei, Yunlin was also surprised. In the wild beast cemetery, strange beasts roam everywhere, especially in Area 16. How could there be an ordinary puppy? Come, Xiao Hei, let me introduce you. This will be your mistress from now on. Su Chen threw Xiao Hei to the ground. Plur yulul yulul. Xiao Hei was unsteady on his feet and rolled a few times on the ground. He stood up, shook his head, opened his eyes wide, and looked at Yunlin intently. Woof woof woof. The baby-sounding cry is so cute. Yunlin's eyes suddenly lit up. What a cute dog. All the previous doubts disappeared immediately after hearing this call. Yunlin squatted down, grabbed Xiao Hei with both hands and lifted him up. Xiao Hei didn't resist, but just stuck out his tongue. He's a smart dog. Su Chen nodded secretly. When Xiao Hei first appeared, he didn't call out in such a baby voice, but after Su Chen said that this was the mistress, the voice became obviously muffled. After teasing for a while, the two people and the dog returned to the villa. Su Chen and Yunlin's bedroom was on the second floor. When they went upstairs, Xiao Hei wanted to follow them, but Su Chen was soon picked up by the neck and placed on the first floor. You can only be on the first floor, understand? Su Chen said. Woof. Xiao Hei tilted his head, his eyes full of confusion, as if wondering why. Because the master is going to visit the young master. Why am I telling you all this? You don't understand. But remember, you can only go on the first floor. Su Chen walked up the stairs. Xiao Hei wanted to follow him, but under Su Chen's stern gaze, he could only stay on the first floor in grievance. In the room, Yunlin seemed to have been waiting for a long time. She sat on the edge of the bed, a starry blue dress outlining her graceful curves. Seeing Su Chen coming in, she leaned forward slightly, looking even more seductive. I heard you were going to see the young master? Yunlin's red lips curled up with a charming arc. Of course, as a father, you have to see your child often, otherwise the child won't even recognize his father when he's born. Su Chen slammed the door shut and walked towards Yunlin. Really? Then what are you going to say? Yunlin leaned back slightly and raised one leg. Her crystal clear jade leg was exposed from the slit, showing amazing proportions and lines.
Su Chen walked over, held up Yunlin's beautiful legs, and took off her high heels.
How I see it depends on how my wife lets me see it. Su Chen smiled evilly and pressed forward directly. Son, Daddy is here to see you.
The child is still being conceived. This is called early education.
A good son is made under the stick. Do you understand? Su Chen's physical strength is almost endless.
After entering the second level of warrior, his true energy turned into liquid, making his energy and blood more abundant, completely like a bottomless pit. And the cloud scales are the blood of the king. So for the two of them, any fatigue can be absorbed in an instant. After the storm subsided, Yunlin lay in Su Chen's arms, allowing him to play with her.
What level of physical strength have you reached now? Yunlin suddenly asked.
To be honest, she was also very curious about Su Chen, who had surpassed the extreme realm and entered the second level.
Power? Don't you feel it? Su Chen's palm rubbed against Yunlin's snow-white and smooth skin.
Yunlin snorted lightly, then rolled his eyes at Su Chen. I can only feel that your body is very strong, even stronger than the second level royal blood, but how much strength do you have?
How can I feel it? Ha ha ha. Su Chen laughed loudly. As for strength, I should be around 300,000 kilograms now. 300,000? You reached the power of the three desolations at the second level?
Yunlin said in shock.
What does the power of the three desolations mean? Su Chen asked in confusion. Huang is a special unit of measurement in the starry sky. In fact, it is specifically used for king blood and wild beasts.
The strength of king blood teenagers and wild beasts is over 100,000 kilograms.
That's why one wasteland represents 100,000 kilograms.
When she said this, Yunlin's beautiful eyes shone with surprise, and she exclaimed in amazement, even with royal blood, it is difficult to reach the power of the three desolations at the second level, and you haven't even reached the limit yet.
This is really incredible.
A human being, in his physical body, actually crushed both the royal blood and the wild beast at the same time. Although for a warrior, strength is only a part of combat power, and after the third level it mainly depends on martial arts skills and techniques, Su Chen's performance is still amazing. You can no longer be called a young wild beast, you should be called a great vicious creature. Yunlin once told Su Chen that there are many strange stars in the starry sky, which will give birth to some strange species. These species are usually extremely terrifying, and their talents are even more terrifying than those of the royal blood. Such an existence is called a great evil creature.
A very evil thing?
Hearing this name, Su Chen smiled and said, I am not a very evil creature, you are the very evil creature. Then he kissed her.
Extremely powerful. Overbearing. This action was so sudden that Yunlin didn't even have time to react. Ugh. Su Chen, why are you so, Chapter 37, Learning Martial Arts.
Seven-Wound Fist.
Wild beast action.
The days that followed were peaceful. Every day, she would move the corpses of wild beasts, practice the Universe Blood Refining Sutra, and at the same time, steadily absorb the remaining spiritual power of the essence of divine thoughts, and then nurture the fetus.
Certainly. What is still indispensable is to visit the children. Su Chen's strength is steadily increasing.
After absorbing a large amount of wild beast flesh and blood, his realm reached the 7th level of the second stage.
The power reached its peak again. The power of the four wastelands.
According to Yunlin, this kind of combat power can withstand a 5th-level warrior even without using martial arts. But if there are any special martial arts, that is another matter. After all, for warriors, real combat power mainly comes from martial arts. A powerful martial art can increase a warrior's strength several times, making it possible to crush opponents of the same level and even kill opponents of higher levels. Therefore, Su Chen's previous thought resurfaced.
7 Injury Fist. As a lower-level Earth-grade martial art, its power must be extremely terrifying. How about giving it a try?
Having just refined a portion of the wild beast's flesh and blood, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, his mind immersed in the system space.
Xiao He was lying not far away, dozing and waiting. Just do it. Since martial arts require true energy and blood, I must meet the requirements.
With a thought, all the martial arts knowledge from the 7 Injury Fist flooded into Su Chen's mind. The 7 Injury Fist has 7 forms: blood-boiling injury, chi reversal injury, visceral thunder injury, heart-burning injury, mind mutinous injury, essence ash injury, and soul silence injury. Among them, the blood-boiling injury involves channeling the power of boiling blood into the fist, delivering a fiery, powerful punch with the force of erupting molten lava. The victim feels like being branded by a branding iron, their skin scorched and flesh rotted, their bones and tendons nearly broken. A picture emerged in Su Chen's mind. It was a middle-aged man with a strong build. "Drink!" The man roared, his blood boiling and gathering on the tip of his fist. The moment he punched out, his entire fist turned red, as if magma was attached. Su Chen tried to learn. Next second, his blood began to boil and roar continuously, and his fist was like a black hole abyss, madly devouring his blood in true energy. Just a few seconds. Su Chen felt the stream of true energy in his dantian begin to dry up. Holy shit! So scary? Su Chen still underestimated the energy consumption of martial arts. Or the consumption of earth-grade martial arts. Even he couldn't withstand the consumption. If he were an ordinary second-level warrior, he would probably be sucked dry in just a few seconds. But on the other hand, the changes are also amazing. Buzz! His fist was glowing, his flesh and blood became crystal clear, bright red, and the moment the fist was formed, a heat wave burst out and spread out in all directions. The heat wave swept across, surging and blazing. Woof! Xiaohei also opened his eyes and looked at Su Chen's fist in surprise. "Break it for me!" Su Chen roared and punched the pile of wild beast corpses. Boom! This punch was unleashed, with bursts of sonic booms, and the mountain-like pile of wild beast corpses shook continuously, and then the next second. Crash! The corpses of the wild beasts shot in all directions like stones. Boom! 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 The corpses of wild beasts fell like rain. So strong. Su Chen took a breath of cold air. The wild beast's corpse contained star energy and could not be erased, but under this punch, it actually showed a tendency to break apart, especially the part of the wild beast's corpse that was directly hit by the punch, which was as red-hot iron. If this punch hit a person, it would probably not be the same. This earth-grade martial art is so terrifyingly powerful. Su Chen's mind was shocked. He could feel that with this boxing technique, even a 5th-level strongman could be defeated. A 5th-level warrior is already an extremely terrifying existence among warriors. After all, in the entire Liang city, the strongest is only at level 6. Bang! The next second, a strong feeling of weakness came over Su Chen, his body softened, and he collapsed directly to the ground. He was covered in cold sweat and his face turned pale. It consumes too much energy. It's still a bit difficult for me to use earth-grade martial arts now. Su Chen was breathing heavily, but his excitement was hard to conceal on his weak face. Because he did it. Use martial arts as a second-level body. Although the other 6 punches cannot be used now, being able to use the first punch can be considered as having a trump card. Xiaohei ran over and licked Su Chen's wrist, his eyes full of concern. "It's okay, just rest for a while," Su Chen said. Hearing this, Xiaohei's eyes rolled around, and then he turned and ran away, sniffing as if looking for something. Soon he picked up a palm-sized piece of flesh from the pile of minced meat and ran back. Snap! Xiaohei placed the flesh and blood in front of Su Chen. It is the flesh and blood of the blue-light starry sky fish. Obviously, it had seen Su Chen using these flesh and blood to practice before. So good. Su Chen rubbed Xiaohei's head. Suddenly, his face froze and he looked at the blood and flesh on the ground in shock. The flesh and blood of the wild beast is extremely heavy. It is only the size of a palm, but it weighs dozens of kilograms. How could Xiaohei bring it back so easily? Is this reasonable? Woof woof woof. Xiaohei wagged his tail and barked, as if urging Su Chen to hurry up. Okay, I got it. Su Chen smiled. Looking at Xiaohei's appearance, Su Chen didn't think any more about it. He immediately practiced the Universe Blood Refining Sutra and absorbed the blood and flesh of the wild beast to restore his strength. After recovering, Su Chen took Xiaohei home. The villa has been cleaned by people sent by the Wild Beast Cemetery Management Bureau. The swimming pool was also filled with water. I'm living the life of a rich young man. Su Chen smiled slightly. Dasha District, the junction of District 13 and District 12. A wild monkey-like beast, covered in dust, crawled out from the ground. This is too difficult to get in. I sacrificed 8 7th-level wild beasts to get here. I don't know why the master must kill that human. The monkey beast complained. But no matter how much you complain, the task still needs to be completed. The monkey beast stood up straight, looked at the neatly arranged city in front of it, and locked onto one direction.
Is it right there? It whispers. Next second.
An invisible wave emanated from its body, spreading in all directions, covering an area of millions of miles.
CN, in the name of the Lord, exercises the authority of District 13. All wild beasts and exotic beasts, obey my orders. Follow me.
Target, Liang City, District 13 of the human race. Information is continuously transmitted along with the fluctuations.
Roar. Quack. Squeak.
In an instant, the roars of countless wild beasts rang out throughout District 13.
Countless strange-looking wild beasts awakened from hibernation.
Their huge bodies were as majestic as mountains.
They took heavy steps and approached Liang City. And this scene.
It was also felt by other cities in District 13.
What's going on? Why are those wild beasts awakening? Didn't the report say they wouldn't wake up? Report. Damn the report. Are those people in the monitoring team all shit-eaters? Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. These wild beasts used to fight on their own, but now they're acting together. Look where they're going. Not long.
The leaders of the Shenwu Bureau in other cities all turned pale and were horrified when they saw the movement route of the wild beast.
These wild beasts that suddenly took action had a surprisingly unified direction, which was Liang City. Chapter 38: The Feeling of Oppression from Wild Beasts. Rumble.
The ground shook and rocks collapsed. The giant beasts that had been dormant for a long time suddenly woke up, roared and howled towards the sky, responding to the call from CN.
Roar.
Near District 13, a huge mountain suddenly exploded, and a wild beast hundreds of meters long stepped out of it, its huge body covered with thick scales and barbs.
Beep beep. Inside the Shenwu Bureau in District 13, the alarm sounded shrill and bright.
All of a sudden, the face of the staff in charge of monitoring changed drastically. On the display screen was the terrifying energy diagram inside the body of this wild beast.
Pig Ina Guard. Hasn't this guy been dormant for 10 years? According to estimates, there's no way he'll wake up unless something special happens?
The staff hurriedly retrieved the data map of the wild beast town Pangolin.
Obviously, there are special circumstances now.
A middle-aged man appeared in the surveillance room. The person who came was Liao Qingxian, the director of District 13 of the Shenwu Bureau.
Director.
The staff member was about to stand up, but Liao Qingxian stretched out his hand to signal him not to stand up, and then looked at the pangolin on the screen.
Director.
News has come in from other cities that the wild beasts there have also awakened, and the route map shows that they are all heading towards Liang City. The first batch of wild beasts is expected to arrive in half an hour.
Another staff member shouted. Half an hour? Notify other branches and send support as quickly as possible.
Liao Qingxian frowned, looking a little ugly. Half an hour is too short, and the most important thing is that these are wild beasts from other cities.
What about those near Liang City?
Suddenly, Liao Qingxian seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted, "Tell them!
Don't take the space elevator! Don't take the space elevator!" Director. The staff member checked and his expression changed drastically. It's too late. The people from Qingyang City have already taken the space elevator there. It's over.
Liao Qingxian's face turned pale instantly, and he seemed to have lost all his strength. A few miles away from Liang City, in a forest, the ground suddenly swelled, and then cracks began to spread and expand.
Boom!
A sharp claw suddenly pierced through the ground and stretched out straight. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a huge figure slowly broke through the ground and crawled out.
Roar!
This is a giant beast that is tens of meters long, like a building, with crystal clusters growing on its back. It stands on the ground, roaring towards the sky. The roar turns into substantial sound waves and spreads to the surroundings.
Buzz!
As the beast roared, the crystal cluster behind it hummed and flashed. Vast energy gathered in it, and as the light flickered, it gathered in its mouth.
Boom!
The wild beast suddenly lowered its head, and the dark red energy beam from its mouth suddenly shot towards Liang City. Wherever it passed, the earth was swept away and the rocks melted, almost with the momentum of destroying everything in its path. Just as it was about to hit the outer wall of Liang City, a curtain of light suddenly appeared, blocking the beam of light outside.
Boom!
The huge roar was like the destruction of the world.
Hundreds of meters outside Liang City were completely turned into scorched earth, and thick black smoke continued to spew out. Crystal Vein Beast. On the top of the city wall, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the giant beast in the distance with a serious look. This person is Zhang Shanyan, director of the Shenwu Bureau of Liang City. He learned the news almost the moment the wild beasts near other cities awakened, and directly opened the protective shield of Liang City. If we were a little slower, Liang City would probably be destroyed by this attack. Has the district bureau investigated why these wild beasts awakened? Zhang Shanyan said in a deep voice. It's unclear at the moment, but what is certain is that a wild beast leader has appeared in District 13. Someone from the Shenwu Bureau reported. The leader of wild beasts is a spiritual wild beast with extraordinary wisdom. Once he appears, he will inevitably lead the wild beasts and cause a catastrophe. Wild beast commander? How is that possible? 30 years ago, we killed all the wild beast commanders outside the first 3 districts. How could there still be one, and in the very center, District 13? Zhang Shanyan's face was filled with shock. Bang bang bang. Figures shot out from afar and landed behind Zhang Shanyan. Chief. Should we take action now? A man spoke. The people who came were warriors registered with the Shenwu Bureau. After receiving the order, they were ready to go. As long as Zhang Shanyan gave the order, they would launch an attack on the Crystal Vein Beast. There's more than one wild beast. There are at least 3 near Liang City. The Crystal Vein Beast is only the weakest among them. The remaining 2 are probably about to awaken. Zhang Shanyan's face was solemn. After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the people behind him and asked, "Are you ready? This time, we may all die here." He didn't say you, he said us. Obviously, Zhang Shanyan himself has made preparations. Always dedicate yourself to the human race. The warriors of the Divine Martial Bureau shouted in unison. Hearing this, Zhang Shanyan nodded and said to another person. All right. Shaoli, continue to evacuate the people in the city and move them towards the nearby city of Luoyang. Women and children are given priority. They are the fuel of Daxia. They must not be lost here. Yes. Upon hearing this, a man named Shaoli jumped down from the top of the city wall. Everyone else, hold off on attacking. Activate the plasma energy cannons and try to buy time while waiting for support from the Stardust Realm experts. People from the Divine Martial Bureaus in other cities are already rushing over here. Zhang Shanyan directed the operations in an orderly manner. However, at this moment, an invisible wave swept across the entire Liang city. Buzz. 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 A giant beast with several pink halos on its head appeared in front of Liang City at some point, and the halos on its head emitted a very regular buzzing sound. Every time it hums, the energy shield of Liang City will flash. 6th rank Wild Beast. Sky Devouring Beast. Zhang Shanyan stared at the bizarre-looking giant in shock. Then his face changed drastically and he roared in terror, "Shut down the space elevator immediately! Shut down the space elevator immediately!" The voice was full of fear and panic. However, it was too late. Puff puff puff. Outside Liang City, ripples circulated in the space and a dull sound was heard, as if something was being crushed. Immediately following, endless blood spurted out, along with a huge amount of flesh and broken bones. No! Zhang Shanyan's eyes were red, his face was ferocious, and he was roaring in despair. He forgot about this wild beast. The 6th level wild beast, the Sky Devouring Beast, has 6 space rings on its head that can affect space. Once released, the entire Liang City's space elevator will become inoperable, and the people inside will be crushed. The corpses scattered all over the sky were all women and children from Liang City. Aha! Zhang Shanyan felt as if his heart was bleeding, and his entire body's blood and energy burst out instantly, transforming into a tiger shadow tens of meters high behind him. Roar! The tiger roared, sweeping across the world. The spirit of martial arts. Fire! Zhang Shanyan roared. Boom! The order was given, and several plasma cannons on the city wall gathered energy and shot out beams of light that pierced through the void. Although the wild beasts possess star energy and cannot be killed by attacks below the star energy level, it does not mean that they will not be injured. Under the attack of hundreds of plasma cannons, the pace of the Crystal Vein Beast and the Sky Devouring Beast was finally slowed down a little. Abandon the space elevator and use vehicles for transfer. Speed. Also, the wild beast cemetery needs to be notified.
Zhang Shanyan growled, the murderous intent in his eyes almost becoming tangible.
And we hold on to the death. Chapter 39, The Fate of a Warrior. To die on the battlefield. Beep, beep. The shrill sirens echoed throughout Liang City. Run! The wild beasts are attacking. Run! Oh no! The space elevator has stopped. What should I do? I'm going to die. The news about the wild beasts attacking the city spread quickly. The display screen on the street showed the scene outside Liang City. Two huge wild beasts as big as mountains, shining all over, were slowly approaching Liang City despite the attack of plasma cannons. Cars carrying civilians left in the other direction. Those over 60 and under 18 go first.
Shaoli stood in the crowd, directing each car to leave. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a figure in the crowd.
He then quickly stepped forward, kicked the figure to the ground, and shouted angrily, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? Wait for the car behind." This was a man who looked to be about 30 years old. After being kicked down by Shaoli, he immediately kowtowed with a look of horror on his face. Please. Please let me go first. Please. However, facing the man's almost humble plea, Shaoli's face showed no sympathy, and he remained indifferent. Say it one last time, go back. People over the age of 60 have been contributing to the city throughout their lives. People under the age of 18 who have not yet awakened are the hope of Daxia's future. These two types of people cannot die. This is the iron rule of Daxia.
After seeing Shaoli's cold eyes, a fierce look flashed in the man's eyes. Then he suddenly got up from the ground, rolled and crawled into the car, trying to blend into the crowd.
However, the next second, bang! Gunshots rang out.
Blood gushed out of the man's forehead and he died with his eyes open.
Disobeying orders during wartime. Anyone will be executed.
Shaoli put away the gun, his face still expressionless. When faced with life and death, it is always difficult for people to avoid being controlled by fear. If there are no rules, the group will inevitably fall into chaos and cause greater casualties. So rules must be established.
As expected.
After the man was executed, the other people who were ready to make trouble immediately became quiet.
However, there are some special people who will deliberately disobey orders.
Little one, get in the car.
An old man helped a boy of 7 or 8 years old into the car. Grandpa, what about you? Come up too. The young man eagerly pulled the old man's hand. However, the old man broke free from the boy's hand, and gently stroked the boy's forehead with his shriveled hands, his eyes full of kindness. My dear, I am old and won't live many more years. Before I die, I want to do one thing for Daxia. The old man squinted his eyes, as if he had returned to his youth, fighting against wild beasts with his comrades. Grandpa. The boy seemed to have guessed something and started crying loudly. My dear, be a man, don't cry. Grow up well in the future. The old man turned and left. With every step, his body swelled a little, and his shriveled muscles began to become engorged with blood. Soon, the abundant blood and energy almost turned into substance and soared into the sky. Grandpa. The boy's voice gradually faded away with the sound of the car. You are. When Shaoli saw this scene, his heart was shocked and his body couldn't help but straighten. Shaoli, you've grown so big. The old man smiled. Master Zhang San. You've actually been in Liang City all this time. Shaoli finally recognized the old man. The old man was of a very high generation and had served as a squad leader in the Great Xia army. Zhang Shanyan and Shaoli had both served as his soldiers. But no one would have thought that Mr. Zhang San, who killed the wild beast with 3 swords, would choose to live in seclusion in a small city like Liang after retirement. Ha ha ha. Uncle Zhang San. I haven't heard that name in a long time. The old man was filled with heroic spirit, and a large knife shining with silver light suddenly appeared in his palm. His eyes, which had been dry, were once again filled with passion. It's time to let these wild beast cubs regain their old feelings. Looking at Mr. Zhang San's back, Shaoli felt complicated. He immediately stood up straight and saluted. Things like this are not unique. Some former soldiers or old warriors ultimately chose not to get on the train, but chose to live and die with Liang City. The chance to live should be given to young people with more hope. We old men have fought all our lives and don't want to die at home. A warrior's fate. To die on the battlefield.
One after another, human figures ran against the crowd towards the direction where the wild beast was.
Everyone who saw it knew that this would be their last battle.
They were already old and their energy and blood were declining. At this moment, they were just burning their last blood and essence to show their last beauty.
Inside the Shinwu Bureau.
At the door of the space elevator, a group of people are waiting.
A call came from Qingyang City not long ago, informing them that someone would come to support them. Drop. People are displayed above the elevator. People from Qingyang City. Just as everyone opened the elevator with great anticipation. Vomit.
The man standing in the front turned pale instantly and started retching.
There was no one inside the elevator.
It was filled with blood and flesh.
The moment it was opened, blood plasma and minced meat rolled out. Gurgle. A head rolled to the ground. Zhang Qi. Everyone's expression changed drastically and their hearts turned cold. Zhang Qi was a 5th-level warrior from Qingyang City.
After learning about the situation in Liyang City, he came to support as quickly as possible.
However, he died on the way before he could take any action. Suddenly, an atmosphere of despair and oppression filled the entire Shinwu Bureau. The Wild Beast Cemetery is located in the most remote place in Liyang City, surrounded by desolate land.
Therefore, Su Chen was not aware of what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he was hugging Yunlin, sitting on the small swing in front of the villa, looking carefree and contented. The sunlight fell on the two of them, as if covering them with a layer of golden clouds. Xiaohei, who was lying on the ground and pretending to take a nap, suddenly opened his eyes, his ears stood up, and he looked around nervously, then his eyes fixed in one direction.
Woof! Woof! Woof!
This was the first time that Xiaohei used a fierce roar to convey information.
What's wrong? Su Chen hugged Yunlin and asked in confusion.
Yunlin seemed to have sensed something, and his eyes suddenly became solemn.
This is the breath of a wild beast.
Yunlin got down from the swing and looked in the same direction as Xiaohei with a serious expression.
Not long after,
the pair of golden pupils suddenly narrowed, and the tone became shocked.
How can it be so close? What happens? Su Chen also noticed something was wrong and walked over.
I sensed the presence of 2 6th-order wild beasts outside Liyang City, and they are rapidly approaching. Yunlin said in a deep voice.
How is this possible? This is District 13, the core area of Daxia. How could there be?
Su Chen's words had not yet fallen. The radio in the cemetery, which had not been heard for a long time, suddenly began to speak.
To the staff of the Wild Beast Cemetery.
Please leave the cemetery as quickly as possible and head to Liyang City.
Wild beasts are currently attacking the city.
The Divine Martial Bureau has arrived to stop them.
Please leave in an orderly manner. Important reminder. Do not ride the space elevator. Do not ride the space elevator.
The broadcast voice fell, and Yunlin said solemnly.
It can't be stopped. The Shinwu Bureau of Liyang City can't stop it. Why? Su Chen asked in confusion.
Because there have appeared 10 more 6th-level wild beasts like this. Yunlin spoke slowly.
Chapter 40, Great Xia Glory. Bless the military spirit. Everyone, please set off. Roar. Along with the earth-shaking roar, the entire Liyang City within a radius of several miles was shaking, and dust was raised.
Then, wild beasts as big as mountains came with heavy steps. It was a shark-like wild beast, its body covered with gray-black earthy scales. Where the shark's fins were, there were sharp claws that could move.
Every time it moved, the earth would shake.
It walked in the front, with 7 other wild beasts beside it, all of whose auras were above level 5.
The first batch of wild beasts arrive.
Including the crystal vein beast and the sky-devouring beast, there are a total of 10 wild beasts. On the city wall, Zhang Shanyan's face was gloomy and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound.
10 wild beasts. Absolutely unstoppable. As long as they arrive, Liyang City will be reduced to ruins in an instant, and it will not be stopped for a minute. Chief. We're ready.
12 figures leaped onto the city wall, standing in neat rows, their expressions filled with determination to die.
Hearing this, Zhang Shanyan's expression was shocked. He turned around stiffly, his lips trembling. You guys, are you really going? Don't worry, Chief. My wife and children are all gone. Let's go together. Give the order. The leading man finished his words with a smile, then stood in a straight line, chest out and head held high, shouting, "Lianyang Suicide Squad. Numbers 001012. We've assembled. Director, please give the order." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire city wall was silent. All that was left was the sound of plasma cannons firing and the roar of the giant beasts outside the city. A long time. Zheng Shanyan raised his head, his eyes red. He also stood up straight and saluted, "Glory to Great Xia. Bless the military spirit. Everyone, please set off." These people are all warriors from the Shenwu Bureau, generally at the 3rd to 4th level. Some of them have actually not been in the Shenwu Bureau for very long. But at this moment, he had to use his own life to stop the wild beast. Even if it only stops for a second. It can also allow more people to evacuate from the rear. Yes. Upon hearing this, the 12 warriors took out a red potion from their pockets, looked determined, and drank it all in one gulp. Blood burst potion. Once you drink it, all your energy and blood will be burned, and your strength will burst out several times, or even dozens of times. Boom! Brilliant blood red flames ignited on the city walls, rushed into the sky, and then shot out like meteors. This time, there was no looking back. Brothers! As long as the child is still alive, Dasha still has hope. Humanity still has hope. What's the harm in a mere death? A man covered in blood laughed loudly towards the sky. This scene was clearly displayed on the big screen in Liang City. Them. Su Chen, who had just stepped into Liang City, was stunned when he saw the scene, and his pupils suddenly shrank. A 3rd or 4th rank warrior, even if he burns his chi and blood, can only reach the 5th or 6th rank at best. Compared to these wild beasts, he poses no threat at all. Yun Lin made a judgment. As expected. After just tens of seconds, all 12 figures were dead. No one survived. Liang Suicide Squad. Numbers 1324. Assembled. Let's go. Boom. Another 12 blood-red flames rushed towards the giant beast. Why go on when you're clearly no match for your opponent? Isn't that like hitting a rock with an egg? Yun Lin was shocked by this scene, but was more puzzled. Training a warrior requires a huge amount of resources. At such a high price, at this moment, one after another goes up to die. This was a scene that Yun Lin had never seen in the 9 Sky-Starry Sky Python clan. Bang bang bang. Still within tens of seconds, 12 warriors exploded in the air. Number 2548. Let's go. However, on the city wall, the warriors of the Shenwu Bureau still did not stop. Are all of you humans such crazy people? Su Chen. Yun Lin turned around and was stunned when he saw Su Chen. Su Chen was seen standing there, staring blankly at the display screen in the air, as if he had lost his soul. He grew up on this land. Even orphans enjoy the same education and resources as everyone else. Even if he had a talent of F and no martial arts skills, he was assigned a job that could ensure his survival. He has always thought that the so-called defense of the country is just talk. But when he looked outside the city wall, he saw those ordinary warriors, each with a crazy look on their faces, rushing towards the wild beasts that were many times stronger than themselves without caring about their lives. A chord deep within him was touched. Defend the country. Drive out the Tartars. That was the memory of a previous life, the passion of a man. Just then, a voice came from the broadcast. It was a female voice, choking with sobs as she spoke. Warning to the residents of Liang City. The wild beast is currently approaching at an extremely fast speed. It is expected to reach Liang City within 10 minutes. The Divine Martial Bureau is doing its utmost to stop it, but the Suicide Squad is currently short on personnel. We are now recruiting volunteers from the residents of Liang City. Requirements: rank 3 warriors or above, not only children, and children over 6 years old. Volunteers can go to the Divine Martial Bureau to get the Blood Rage Potion. This is the last broadcast. The last broadcast. Next, I will go to the battlefield. The broadcast ends. The streets of Liang City were boiling with activity. Hey, bitch, take good care of my son. I'm going to defend my country. Mother, take good care of our child and tell him that Dad loves him. Dad is a hero. Let's go. Your man is not a coward. After hearing the announcement, almost none of the qualified warriors hesitated, and all rushed to the Shenwu Bureau. This is a stage for men. It is a poem for heroes.
There is no women's rights, no opposition between men and women. There are only tears of reluctance. Why? This scene deeply shocked Yunlin. Queen Medusa, who came from the royal family of the Starry Sky, encountered such an incomprehensible thing for the first time in her life. Her breathing was rapid and her eyes were full of shock.
Knowing that you are going to die, why turn back?
The report made it very clear that it was a voluntary recruitment and they could choose not to go, but if they went they would die. However, they still did not hesitate. At this moment, Su Chen, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. This is why even though humans are so weak, they can still be immortal after thousands of years.
He looked at Yunlin.
Yunlin looked at Su Chen and found that his eyes had turned red without him noticing.
Human.
Yunlin muttered to himself. On the display, the picture continues. The group of old men not long ago burned their last drop of blood and turned into the last ray of light of the Daxia human race.
The suicide squads continued to advance. The personnel in the rear are evacuating in an orderly manner. Finally, Liyang City held on until reinforcements arrived. Die.
The sky was vast and all things were silent. A huge blue beast that looked like a giant ape roared and descended from the sky, suppressing the crystal vein beast with one palm.
Boom! A terrifying aftermath spread in all directions.
The giant beast is not a physical body, but is in a state of energy. On its forehead, a middle-aged man is floating in it, emitting vast energy and blood.
Director of the Luoyang City Xinwu Bureau Yang Quanhai. Old Yang. Ha 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 ha. Reinforcements are coming. Brothers, it's time to go.
Seeing the person coming, Zhang Shanyan's face was full of ecstasy. Old Zhang, I'm sorry, there was a giant beast blocking the road, which delayed us a bit.
I think we should still be in time now. The azure giant beast actually spoke. Just right.
Zhang Shanyan smiled, but the next second, the smile on his face froze and turned into fear.
Bang! A ray of divine light shot out from afar and directly pierced through the chest of the azure giant beast. Crash!
The azure giant beast was pierced and turned into energy all over the sky, and Yang Quanhai, who was on its forehead, also fell out.
Interesting. It actually lasted this long. I'm a little impressed. A light voice came. Chapter 41 CNS Conspiracy. It's useless. Boom.
Along with heavy footsteps, a despairing wild beast appeared.
This is a wild beast that looks like an ape.
Its golden hair is shining as if it were made of gold. Its pair of golden eyes are like lanterns, emitting a terrifying light.
The 7th level wild beast, the golden ape. He is also the strongest existence in the entire District 13. There is more to it than that.
Immediately afterwards, the ground began to shake, and a wild beast like a pangolin emerged from the ground.
The 7th level wild beast, the mountain guardian. The 2 7th order wild beasts roared towards the sky, and the terrifying airwaves even dispersed the clouds in the sky.
In an instant, a pressure that seemed to destroy the world came crashing down.
You know.
The wild beasts that Liyang City is facing at this moment were previously distributed throughout the 13 districts, and dozens of cities shared the responsibility of suppressing them. But at this moment, everyone is gathered here.
At the same time, support from other cities also arrived quickly. The director of District 13, Liao Qingxian, also arrived. He landed on the city wall, said nothing, and looked at the golden ape with cold eyes. To be precise, it was a figure on its shoulder. It was a wild monkey-like beast, not very big in size, but its eyes sparkled with wisdom. Spiritual wild beast. CN. Liao Qingxian whispered with a serious expression. Hey. You know me? CN raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone in District 13 could recognize him. This surprised him. Aren't you in District 1? Why are you here? Liao Qingxian spoke. After hearing this, CN immediately understood what was going on and said with a smile, so we met in District 1. No wonder he recognized me. Since we're old acquaintances, that saves us some trouble. You should have realized that with our current scale, you guys definitely won't survive. CN spoke. If we can't survive, neither can you. If you dare to expose yourself, you will destroy yourself. Liao Qingxian said coldly. This is District 13, the core area of Daxia. When CN led the giant beast to be exposed, the first 3 districts had already received the news. Some people are already rushing here.
However, because of the Sky Devourer, the speed is a bit slow. However, support will be provided to stronger districts such as District 12 soon. It doesn't matter whether I live or die, but before that, I wonder how many seconds your little town can hold out.
Si Yan laughed. Is it not important whether you live or die?
The other party's words showed that he came here with a purpose.
What do you want?
Liao Qingxian said. I know you're stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements, so I'll only give you 10 seconds. Hand over your martial arts true eyes, and we'll retreat immediately.
Si Yan said directly. Martial arts true eye?
The others were bewildered by this title, while Liao Qingxian's pupils shrank, his breath caught in his throat, and he asked in disbelief, You're saying, someone in Liyang City has awakened the true eye of martial arts?
Huh, you didn't know? Si Yan asked in surprise.
The martial arts true eye is one of the most powerful talents of the human race. I thought it would be extremely famous, but I never expected that even these high-level officials didn't know about it.
Somewhat unreasonable. Ha 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 ha. Now I get it. Liao Qingxian's eyes burst into an unprecedented light, bright to the extreme. Martial arts true eye. Our human race finally has a second martial arts true eye. At the same time, Su Chen in the city also heard Si Yan's words. Are they here to kill me?
Su Chen felt heavy in his heart. I thought it was just a normal attack by wild beasts, but I never thought that they were specifically here to kill me.
Is the martial arts true eye so special? How could it actually make the wild beasts so fearful? The timer starts. Only 10 seconds left. Hand over the true eye of martial arts, or I will destroy this city.
The true eye of martial arts is inside anyway, so killing them all will make the same difference.
Si Yan's words rang out again. No need to count.
We can discuss other things, but asking us to hand over our compatriots is absolutely impossible.
Liao Qingxian flatly refused. Are you making decisions for everyone in the city? Do they know?
And we came to attack the city this time just for him. In other words, those who died were all because of the martial true eye.
If it weren't for him, Si Yan is indeed a spiritual wild beast with extraordinary wisdom.
After a cunning smile, he began to stir people's hearts.
However,
he still underestimated the cohesion of the human race when facing foreign wars.
Do you think that even without the true martial eye, there will be no death between us humans and the wild beasts?
The person who spoke was Zhang Shanyan.
Yes. Although I don't know what the true eye of martial arts is, we won't hand it over even to an ordinary person. There are only Xia people who died in battle. There are no Xia people who rely on betraying their compatriots. This time it was another person from the Shenwu Bureau who spoke. The war between us is not because of individuals, but a racial war. You are just a race that doesn't even have civilization. How dare you negotiate with my great Xia? You want us to hand over our compatriots? Impossible.
The scene before him was completely beyond Si Yan's expectations. He thought that by putting the blame for the siege on martial arts true eye, he could arouse public outrage and then surrender the target.
However, the result was that they became more united. You are making decisions for the lives of the entire city. Everyone in this city, listen up. I promise you that if you find the true eye of martial arts and hand it over, I will immediately withdraw. Si Yan's words echoed throughout the entire city. The city was silent. Su Chen was silent.
Yunlin seemed to have noticed something and nervously leaned closer to Su Chen, ready to attack at any time. In fact, she also felt something unusual that night, but she didn't pay attention to it. Now, based on Su Chen's performance, she probably knew that Su Chen was the target of the wild beast. As long as there is any unusual movement in the city, she will take action immediately. However, after a brief silence, the first voice rose from the crowd. Fuck him. You want me to survive by selling out my own people? Go to hell. This was a middle-aged man who had been shivering in the corner, but at this moment, he stood up and looked into the distance. Pooh. He spat into his palm, rubbed it, and then smoothed his messy hair. I've been hiding for so long, wanting to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now, I'm going to stop pretending. I'm going to show my cards. I'm the true eye of martial arts. After saying that, he walked towards the Shenwu Bureau. Just then, another figure grabbed him. Fuck you. You're such a jerk. I'm the real eye of martial arts. With your E-level talent, you're barely even a martial arts asshole. Don't steal my thunder.
I am the martial arts heavenly eye. Get lost. You can even pronounce the name wrong, and you have the true martial arts eye? A moment. Countless martial arts true eyes emerged from the crowd. A voice called out, Brother Wudao Jinyan, hide well. Do not come out. Those wild beasts are so afraid of you, it must be because you pose a threat to them. Yeah, brother, don't let that monkey kid provoke you. He's trying to change the subject and force you out. If you go out, you'll fall into his trap. Don't worry, it's not your fault. Even if it weren't you, we and the wild beast are still enemies for life and death. We don't have much ability or talent, but this is all we can do for you right now. You must survive well, grow up, and wipe out those alien races. Martial arts true eyes, that sounds really cool, huh? Brother, we'll go for you. Su Chen didn't recognize any of the people who spoke. But at this moment, they were dying for Su Chen. Yun Lin was also stunned. Human performance has exceeded his understanding. She looked at Su Chen standing beside her, only to find that his eyes had turned red and his fists were clenched. Su Chen. Yun Lin grabbed Su Chen's arm and comforted him softly. Chapter 42, The City is Broken. Wild Beasts Enter. The Spirit of Martial Arts. Su Chen has never wanted to become stronger as much as he does now. If I were strong enough, I wouldn't have to hide in the crowd like I am now, watching others die for me. Crunch. Su Chen lowered his head and clenched his fists. Yun Lin couldn't take action at this moment. Since she became pregnant, she couldn't use her true energy at will. Although she had the strength of the 9th level, she couldn't use it. But, are we just going to leave like this? I can't accept it. This is... Yun Lin was suddenly startled and looked at Su Chen in surprise. In the void, invisible auras, carrying the will of martial arts and unknown power, slowly gathered towards Su Chen's eyes. Martial Arts Heroic Soul. This is a unique power of the martial arts true eye, which can absorb and store special power. At this moment, the martial arts will of the entire Liyang city was flourishing, and blood was boiling. Countless people were rushing to die one after another, and the condensed martial arts will was absorbed by the martial arts true eye. Boom! The battle outside the city wall disrupted Yun Lin's thoughts. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Si Yan's furious voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, there was the endless roar of wild beasts. The display screen in the air showed the entire scene outside the city. Not only were there huge wild beasts as big as mountains, but there were also countless low-level wild beasts. In order to kill the martial arts true eye, Si Yan has mobilized all the wild beasts in District 13. The goal is to destroy Liyang City in the shortest possible time. Don't even think about escaping. Si Yan roared. Buzz. It was that spatial fluctuation again. The halo above the sky-devouring beast's head vibrated, and the rich spatial fluctuations spread in all directions. This time, it not only covers the entire Liyang City, but it is also included within dozens of miles outside the city. Those who left before can no longer leave. The true eye of martial arts, I will die today. After the shrill roar, there was a shocking roar. Then, on the display screen, a rhinoceros beast like a lava volcano roared and crashed into the protective shield outside Liyang City. Other wild beasts followed closely behind. Rumble. The protective shield exploded, and a huge gap appeared in the city wall. Dense groups of small wild beasts immediately rushed in. Fighting. On the city wall, Liao Qingxian and others jumped up, evolved the spirit of martial arts, transformed into a huge figure, and faced the high-level wild beast. Inside the city. It's a mess. Cloud scale. Su Chen looked solemn as he protected Yun Lin behind him. An abnormal color appeared in his eyes and his blood was boiling. He vaguely felt that something in his body seemed to be awakening. It's okay, these low-level wild beasts are no threat to me. Having said that, Yun Lin's expression remained solemn. Because there are too many wild beasts coming in. Roar. This is a wild beast that looks like a bear, waving its bare paws. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he gathered his true energy in his fist and punched forward. Bang! The bear paw exploded and blood splattered. Roar! The wild bear beast roared in pain, but still rushed forward desperately. At the same time, light gathered in its mouth. Even though it was a second-level wild beast, it could still use star energy. Even if the star energy is weak, it is not something that ordinary warriors can withstand. Shut up!
Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Chen jumped up, and with terrifying strength in his hands, he grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the wild bear beast and forcibly closed its mouth. Phew! In just a few seconds, a blazing light burst out from the mouth of the bear beast. However, at this moment, another lizard-like wild beast pounced on Yunlin like a sharp sword. Snort! Yunlin snorted coldly and was about to circulate his true energy when his face suddenly changed and he covered his lower abdomen.
During pregnancy, the impact is too great. Cloud scale.
Su Chen's face changed drastically and he was about to turn around to rescue him. But the lizard beast was too fast and he was too late. Woof! An angry cry was heard, and Xiao He, who had been quiet all the time, suddenly roared, like a black light, and actually bit the lizard in midair. Hiss! The lizard was struggling, and its body was glowing green. Woo! Xiao He let out a majestic growl, and at the same time, its body shape was changing. Its originally furry and round body began to swell, and was surrounded by black flames.
Not long.
It has completely changed its appearance. The strong body was extremely black, still without any other colors, but on its back, there was a dark flame burning, and on its 4 legs, there was also a burning black flame. A pair of dark eyes were filled with murderous intent. Hiss! Xiao He tore the lizard beast apart roughly, and soon the third-level beast turned into minced meat on the ground.
Not long.
The black flames burned, and the broken flesh turned into ashes. Su Chen was shocked when he saw this scene. It was not because Xiao He could transform, but in fact he had vaguely felt that Xiao He was not ordinary and might be some special beast. Wild beasts are definitely impossible. Because all the wild beasts on Earth have owners. What really shocked him was that Xiao He's flames could actually burn the flesh and blood of wild beasts. The flesh and blood of wild beasts contain star energy, and only star energy can destroy star energy. This means that Xiao He's flame also contains star energy. However, Su Chen no longer had time to think about it because there were too many wild beasts. Ouch! Xiao He stood in front of Yunlin, let out a long roar, and black flames burned violently.
Well done, Xiao He. Protect Yunlin. Su Chen knew that Xiao He could understand what he said. Xiao He's strength is even stronger than Su Chen expected. Even a third-level wild beast can be killed easily. However, on this battlefield, Su Chen's gaze was always focused on the distance, which was the real battlefield. That is where the real key to victory in this war lies. Roar! The golden ape roared, its whole body glowing brightly to the extreme. Sound waves swept across, and then it punched out. A full-strength attack from a 7th-level wild beast could almost instantly destroy Liang City. Snort! In front of the golden ape, the shadow of a warrior in armor stood upright, with Liao Qingxian's heart rising and falling inside his forehead. The shadow of the armored warrior is Liao Qingxian's martial arts spirit. Only by possessing the spirit of martial arts can one truly confront the wild beasts head-on. Facing the golden ape's punch, Liao Qingxian shook his arm, and a shield appeared on the arm of the martial arts spirit. The shield paused, blocking the punch, but the martial arts spirit also retreated frantically. Martial arts slash the sky. After Liao Qingxian blocked the punch, he suddenly drew his sword, and a 10-meter-long energy sword appeared in the hand of the warrior spirit. Immediately following, the long sword fell. The heaven and earth were shocked. Is this the battle between high-level warriors? Su Chen's blood boiled as he watched. At this moment, he was only a 2nd-level warrior and had no qualifications to participate in this battle. But I yearn for it in my heart. A 1st-level warrior condenses his true chi, a 2nd-level warrior transforms his true chi into liquid, and a 3rd-level warrior has a divine spring gushing out of his dantian. At this point, his true chi is like spring water, inexhaustible. After that, the divine spring nourishes the 5 internal organs and produces the 5 chi flowers. When the 5 chi flower blooms, it will give birth to something that can change a warrior's life. That is the spirit of martial arts. Chapter 43, Refining and Evolution. Identity exposed. The spirits of martial arts are different for each person. It could be an object, an animal, or other special images. For example, Yang Quanhai looks like a giant ape, while Liao Qingxian looks like an armored warrior. Martial arts dragon spine. Open. Liao Qingxian roared towards the sky, his energy and blood swept across the sky, and the spine on his back kept bulging, like a dragon poking its head out. At the same time, a dragon-shaped shadow emerged from behind the armored warrior. Chant! A majestic dragon roar resounded throughout the universe. The power of the 7th level martial arts dragon spine. That sword gathered all the light between heaven and earth, and even the brilliance of the sun lost its color. Roar. However, as the strongest wild beast in the entire 13th district, the golden ape is not that weak. It is like the body of the golden divine mountain, shining with divine light and extremely blazing. It was swinging its fist, and its fist was like a star, shining brightly. Buzz. Fist and knife collide. A substantial wave spreads out from the contact point to the surrounding areas. At the same time, Zhang Shanyan also faced a wild beast. His martial arts spirit took the form of a giant tiger, with surging energy waves. When it roared, the heaven and earth were shaken. Although Yang Quanhai had been ambushed before, he recovered quickly after taking the recovery potion. He condensed the spirit of martial arts again and rushed forward. All the martial arts masters from other cities came forward to meet them. And inside the city, the killing of low-level wild beasts did not stop. This is an indiscriminate killing. If the true martial arts cannot be found, everyone will be killed. Anyone with signs of life will become the target of the wild beast. Bang! Su Chen faced a 3rd-level wild ape beast and fought with his fists. Drink! The wild ape beasts have surging blood and energy, which is countless times more terrifying than humans. As wild beasts, this is a talent that other races can hardly achieve. However, Su Chen is even more terrifying. His body was roaring, the star furnace was running, his blood and energy were almost gushing out, and his pores were emitting divine light. This was a manifestation of the extreme strength of his body. Bang! Su Chen suddenly shot up, gathering his true energy, and within a few seconds, he threw out hundreds of punches. However, this wild beast is not simple. It looks like a 3rd-level beast, but its body contains a special power. He actually took Su Chen's attack. Su Chen! Be careful. This is a wild beast with special bloodline. Yunlin reminded. Special bloodline? Su Chen raised his head coldly and moved his neck again. Then I want to see how many punches your special bloodline can withstand from me. Boom! He attacked again, his fists bursting with infinite light, and his terrifying energy and blood were even more terrifying than those of wild beasts. Roar! The wild ape roared in fear and looked at his fist in disbelief. The flesh and blood there were already blurred, the bones were broken, and they pierced through the skin, looking hideous and horrible. Bang! The last punch landed. The monkey beast's head exploded and blood splattered. Hiss! What a terrifying body! Everyone around saw this scene and was shocked. However, Su Chen at this moment had no time to respond to him. At the moment of killing the wild beast, he felt a special aura overflowing from the wild beast's corpse and entering his body. The universe blood refining sutra operates autonomously and directly absorbs it. This is a completely different feeling from absorbing the flesh and blood of wild beasts. Su Chen was shocked. What was happening at this moment was something Yunlin had never explained. To be more precise, she didn't know either. After all, before Su Chen, no one had ever mastered this technique. Immediately following, Su Chen killed another 2nd-level wild beast, but there was no reaction. Obviously, this effect will only appear above level 3. In that case, Su Chen glanced around with cold eyes and directly locked onto a 3rd-level wild beast that looked like a mantis. Xiao Hei! Protect Yunlin! Su Chen instructed Xiao Hei and then shot out. Woof! Xiao Hei responded, the black flames on his body becoming more and more intense, and he stayed close to Yunlin. The mantis beast was fighting against a 3rd-level warrior. It was extremely fast, and the blades on its arms were extremely sharp. It was completely suppressing the human warrior. The warrior was about to be defeated. Su Chen suddenly appeared. Those dark eyes were crackling with lightning, the black hair was dancing wildly, the body was crystal clear, the blood was surging, and then, a punch was thrown out. Boom! This punch directly caused a sonic boom. Hiss! The mantis beast blocked with both arms, but its body was still knocked away. Little brother! The man who was rescued was still in shock, breathing heavily, and looked at Su Chen with gratitude. Go help others. After Su Chen finished speaking, he rushed towards the mantis beast again. At the same time, the mantis beast reacted and rushed forward with a roar. However, Su Chen was even faster. He stepped on the ground and bounced up. The place where he was collapsed and cracked.
The strength of the 4 desolate beasts allows him to crush even a 3rd-level desolate beast in his physical form. Swish, swish, swish. Unlike the previous monkey beast, the mantis beast was extremely fast, and the man and the beast fought quickly in the air. Bang! Suchin punched out, and the mantis beast was knocked away, smashed through the wall, and fell into the 2nd floor of a building. It was about to get up and rush down. Next second, Suchen had actually caught up with it, and his pair of fists filled with true energy filled its sight. Bang! The emerald green blood plasma spilled and splashed all over Suchen's face. Boom! Suchen's body surged, his chi and blood filled up, and that stream of chi became thicker again. Level 2, Level 8. This cultivation speed is even faster than the cultivation speed in the wild beast cemetery. Snap! Suchen walked out, stood at the eaves and looked down. At this moment, Liang City has fallen into chaos. Facing the attacks of wild beasts, these ordinary warriors are no match at all. The bodies of wild beasts of the same level are simply too strong. Fortunately, only some low-level wild beasts came in. The local warriors in Liang City, together with those who came to support them, could barely hold on. Damn it! Suchen roared, his blood boiling, and rushed down again. The battle continued, but the human side was clearly at a disadvantage. Even the strong men outside the city could no longer hold on. There were simply too many wild beasts brought by Xiyan, and their numbers were still increasing rapidly. The entire Liang city within a radius of several miles was surrounded. Suchen, this is not a solution. Yunlin's voice was solemn and his expression was unnatural. Obviously, she also sensed the changes in the outside world. It's okay. I'll protect you. Suchen gave Yunlin a reassuring look, then kissed her on the forehead and rushed out again. Suchen cannot retreat, because behind him are his wife and children. At the same time, this battle was also a huge transformation for him. After killing the 3rd order wild beast again, Suchen reached the 9th level of the 2nd order. The original stream of true energy had turned into a trickle, and it was showing the potential of a whirlpool, and was about to turn into a spring. The power also reached its peak. The power of the 5 wastelands. A terrifying body comparable to that of a 5th-tier desolate beast. At the same time, Xiyan on the city wall had been scanning the crowd, trying to find something. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on Suchen in an instant. There! It's him! The true eyes of martial arts. Chapter 44, Protect Suchen. Tragic death. Shocking change. Next second, the order was given. All the wild beasts in the city stopped attacking, then slowly turned around, their fierce eyes focused on Suchen. Oh no! They found you! Yunlin saw Xiyan on the city wall at a glance, and also sensed the order. There's nowhere to run. There's only one way to fight. Suchen took a deep breath. The entire Liang city was surrounded and there was nowhere to escape. Roar! A wolf-shaped wild beast launched the first attack, followed by the second, the third. Just a few seconds. More than a dozen wild beasts have completely submerged Suchen, and no human figure can be seen at all. Suchen! Yunlin's face was pale and she was extremely anxious. She wanted to take action, even at the risk of her life, to save Suchen. Xiaohe was even more anxious, with black flames gushing out, but Suchen's order prevented it from leaving Yunlin's side. Ah! At this moment, Suchen's roar came from the herd, and then a flash of lightning burst out from it. Bang! Accompanied by a miserable howl, the beast group exploded, and a figure covered in lightning shot out from them. It's Suchen. But he looked a little strange now, with electric light swirling around him, blazing purple light, his black hair dancing wildly, and a crazy look in his eyes. He was roaring, and thunder was spewing out of his mouth and nose. On the skin beneath the tattered clothes, there were thunder runes engraved, glowing continuously. In desperation, Suchen broke through himself and gained new strength. Wild Mark. Great perfection of the 1st level of the Universe Blood Refining Sutra. Yunlin exclaimed. The 1st level of the Universe Blood Refining Sutra can extract the talents of wild beasts for one's own use. And in a state like Suchen's, condensing the wild patterns and mastering thunder, it is the state of great perfection of the 1st level. This is the power of a wild beast with the gift of thunder, manifesting in a human being at this moment. The power of a wild beast? How could it appear on a human? Xiyan on the city wall had an expression of disbelief on his face. As a wild beast, he could clearly feel the same aura as Su Chen.
Crack! There was a flash of lightning. Su Chen disappeared. Phew!
A third-level wild beast exploded in the air, leaving blood and flesh all over the ground, surrounded by electric flashes and crackling sounds.
Roar!
The rest of the wild beasts rushed forward, but they could no longer pose a threat to Su Chen, who had mastered thunder. He was extremely fast, and his fist contained thunder. Under the power of the 5 desolations, the third-level wild beast could not resist at all and directly blew him into the air.
Impossible! What kind of monster is this guy? How can his body be so powerful? He feels even more terrifying than a wild beast? Si Yan sucked in a breath of cold air, and the pupils of his gloomy eyes suddenly shrank. It's not like he hasn't seen powerful humans before.
He has been on the front lines of the first zone for many years, and he often sees people with talents beyond S level. But he had never seen a monster like Su Chen, who was completely beyond his knowledge.
This guy is not human at all. At the same time, Liao Qingxian and others also noticed Su Chen in the city.
All the wild beasts changed their targets in an instant, which was too eye-catching. So he is the true eye of martial arts.
Liao Qingxian saw Su Chen and was horrified.
This guy's body is even more terrifying than any wild beast of the same level.
Everyone, listen up. Fully support the wild beast targets in the city. At all costs.
Protect the true eye of martial arts.
At any cost. Liao Qingxian's roar was like thunder.
In an instant, the direction of all the warriors changed, especially those in the city. Some people were still confused after seeing that the wild beasts did not attack them.
But as soon as Liao Qingxian finished speaking, they understood instantly. The wild beast discovered the true eye of martial arts. Escape? Or attack? This question appeared directly in everyone's mind. However, some people have never thought about these issues. Because they are facing wild beasts, and the wild beast's target is their compatriots.
Brother!
I'm here to help you. You wild beast cub.
You don't dare to hit me, I'm here on my own. Don't panic with your true martial arts skills.
Almost in an instant,
dozens of figures jumped up and rushed towards Su Chen. Among these people, there is a familiar figure.
Zhang Hu.
He was clearly not at the second level yet, but at this moment he did not hesitate at all and rushed forward with a roar.
Soon, Su Chen's pressure was much less.
Although he had mastered the power of thunder, it was still a bit difficult for him to face so many wild beasts alone. With the help of everyone in Su Chen's own combat power, these low-level wild beasts no longer posed a threat. The area within a 10-meter radius was filled with the corpses of wild beasts. Everyone stood on the pile of corpses and looked around at the wild beasts around them.
Brother, I didn't expect you to be the one with the true eye of martial arts.
Zhang Hu smiled excitedly.
Stop talking nonsense. Knowing the martial arts true eye is amazing, but we are on the battlefield now.
A middle-aged man scolded, and the next second, his expression changed and he smiled. Brother, let me introduce myself, I am Li Xiang.
The others couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw this. Hearing this, Su Chen also smiled. Phew!
A flash of white light flashed by, Su Chen's smile froze on his face, and his pupils trembled rapidly.
Big brother, I.
Blood was oozing from the corner of Zhang Hu's mouth. He looked down at his chest, which was pierced and blood was gushing out, unable to be stopped.
Zhang Hu.
Su Chen supported Zhang Hu tremblingly and tried his best to inject true energy into his body. But even so, it is difficult to restore his lost vitality.
Phew! Immediately following,
dense white light shot down from the sky again. Everyone around Su Chen was completely unable to resist and was shot into sieves in an instant. Even Su Chen himself was covered in burn marks and blood.
Everyone.
Su Chen's black hair was covered in blood, his eyes were empty, and he was trembling as he looked at the corpses around him.
The last second, they were talking and laughing.
The next second, he died in front of him.
Thump! 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 Su Chen's heart was beating at an extremely heavy frequency, very slowly.
He stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul.
Interesting body, it can actually withstand my attacks. A playful laugh was heard from not far away.
It was a strange humanoid creature, snow-white in color, without a single hair, thin and slender, with a lizard-like tail growing from its back.
The 6th level wild beast, the dragon lizard man. This is a special species of wild beast.
It is said to be the product of the combination of alien races and wild beasts. It is not large in size, but it has inherited the physical strength of wild beasts and the wisdom of alien races.
Shiju, what are you doing here? Cien obviously knew this wild beast. Cien, the Lord knew you were dithering, so he asked me to come over and finish the fight quickly. If we keep fighting like this, the other districts will come over. Shiju said.
Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and looked at Su Chen, who was lying on the pile of corpses. At this moment, Su Chen was holding Zhang Hu's body, his eyes were red and his whole body was trembling. A sorrow that came from the soul was rapidly invading his mind.
Aha! Su Chen roared towards the sky, and suddenly a strange wave burst out between his eyes.
Dense thin lines spread out from the depths of his eye sockets and gathered in the depths of his pupils.
Not good.
Shiju instinctively felt that something was wrong, and he dodged and was about to take action.
However, it's still too late. Because of Su Chen in front. Disappeared. Chapter 45, Fighting Alone Against 2 Level 6 Wild Beasts. Where are you? Where are you?
Shiju's eyes moved rapidly, looking around. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his back and a flash of lightning.
Here.
Shiju turned around suddenly, but there was no one there, only a crackling flash of lightning lingering in the air.
Next second,
a figure suddenly appeared above his head like lightning.
It was Su Chen.
He was in the air, with his hands clasped together, and smashed down like a sledgehammer.
Bang!
Shiju suffered a heavy blow, and his body fell like a cannonball at an extremely fast speed, leaving an afterimage, and directly smashed through the ground.
So fast.
Cien on the city wall narrowed his pupils and said in horror.
This kind of speed is simply not something a second-level warrior can achieve.
Especially at this moment, Su Chen's condition was extremely strange.
Electric light was swirling around his body, his eyes were covered with dense silk threads, his face was filled with extreme madness, and his blood was still surging, having turned into substance, like a flame. Call out. Su Chen fell down quickly, not giving Shiju any chance to breathe. Boom!
The ground exploded instantly, rubble fell like rain, smoke and dust rose, and 2 figures clashed quickly in the middle of it, and the dull sound of flesh colliding continued to be heard.
Suddenly,
the 2 men separated and smashed into the high-rise buildings on both sides.
Suddenly, layers of walls were pierced through. Hiss! Everyone around gasped. The battle was really intense. However, within a few seconds, the 2 men had fought at least hundreds of times, and their figures had turned into afterimages, which could not be seen with the naked eye. Pooh!
Shiju walked out, spat out the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the expression on his face was extremely ugly.
It's incredible that a second-level warrior could force me to this extent. No wonder the master came all the way here to kill you by name.
He looked into the distance and saw Su Chen walking out from the smoke and dust, standing on the edge of a tall building.
This human was truly incredible.
He was clearly only at the 2nd level, but his terrifying body was almost comparable to that of a 5th-level wild beast.
His vast energy and blood seemed to be endless.
At the time of the collision, even he felt palpitations.
I am a 6th-level wild beast. This is unreasonable. However, a truly strong person is not someone who only uses brute force.
Shiju's lips curled up.
Next second. Boom!
A pale flame burst out from his body, and then his aura burst out again, several times stronger than before.
Bang! Shiju disappeared. Appeared directly in front of Su Chen. Quick! It's too fast. This speed is even faster than Su Chen before. Die!
Shiju sneered, bent his fingers into claws, and reached towards Su Chen's neck.
However, Su Chen's eyes turned strangely, and the silk threads suddenly lit up. Then, Su Chen's body stepped back and actually avoided the attack. Impossible. How could you possibly react?
Shiju was horrified. At this moment, Su Chen, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke in a low voice filled with murderous intent.
Who said I needed a reaction?
When his martial arts true eyes were activated, his martial arts instincts were stimulated to the extreme. When he encountered an attack, he could react one step ahead of his brain.
Call out.
As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move, his figure disappeared, and electric light flashed in the air.
Damn it!
Shiju roared angrily.
Boom boom boom.
Suddenly, there was an explosion in the air. They were fighting, but the speed was so fast that you couldn't see their figures at all.
Die.
Shishu took a step back, gathered light in his palm, and then shot out a beam of energy cannon.
Immediately following,
he danced his hands quickly, shooting out countless rays of light that covered the entire area.
Su Chen jumped repeatedly to avoid the attacks. Drink!
It was a fist filled with thunder, falling from the sky. At this moment, Su Chen's star furnace had been running to its limit. Wild patterns on his body were flashing, lightning was swirling, and his black hair became the only thing in the purple.
Why?
Shishu roared towards the sky, flames bursting out of his body, and he blocked his chest with his arms.
He didn't understand why a second-level warrior suddenly became so strong. Suddenly,
Shishu's expression froze as he noticed a change in Su Chen's body. On his chest, there was an extremely tiny crack, like a crack in porcelain, barely noticeable. As Su Chen fought, blood was oozing out.
Boom!
Shishu was knocked away by a punch again. But a smile appeared on his face, and it gradually turned into a laugh.
I see. You're using a power that doesn't belong to you.
No wonder you're still able to gain the upper hand against me, but it seems your body can't hold up. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's face darkened and his breath became a little stagnant.
Still discovered.
After seeing the death of Zhang Hu and others, he became extremely angry and triggered the martial arts True Eye. The martial arts will he had absorbed before turned into a force and injected into his body. This is also the reason why Su Chen, who is only at the second level, can suppress Shishu.
However, that force was too strong.
Even though Su Chen's body had been condensed to the extreme, he could not last too long. You know, those powers are gathered from the heroic souls of dead warriors.
In other words, Su Chen's physical body was abnormal. If he were an ordinary second-level warrior, he would probably have exploded in an instant. So what if you find out? You have to die before I do. Su Chen roared, his cold eyes flashed with lightning, his black hair danced wildly, and he burst out again. Si Yan! Why the hell are you still not making a move? Seeing Su Chen's desperate fight, Shishu finally couldn't remain calm anymore. Grass!
Si Yan cursed, jumped off the city wall and rushed towards Su Chen.
Suddenly,
Su Chen faced two top-level wild beasts alone, and his terrifying energy and blood swept across the entire city. This scene can be called a miracle. A second-level warrior fighting against two sixth-level wild beasts alone has never happened in the entire history of human martial arts.
Aha! Su Chen looked like a madman, releasing his energy and blood without regard for his life.
The silk threads in his martial arts eyes were beating like a pulse, transmitting the power that had been stored before.
However,
after learning about Su Chen's condition, Si Yan and Shishu directly changed their tactics. It is no longer a head-on confrontation, but a pulling tactic is chosen.
As expected.
As the battle continued, more cracks began to appear on Su Chen's body, and his whole body looked like cracked porcelain, hideous and terrifying.
Boom!
Shishu threw out countless energy bombs with both hands, shining brightly. Su Chen did not retreat, but used his body to resist and rushed directly towards Si Yan, who was standing aside. Compared with Shishu, Si Yan, a spiritual wild beast, has weaker combat power, and he is also the commander-in-chief of this wild beast operation. If he is killed, the wild beast will lose its leader. So at the beginning of the battle, Su Chen's main target was Si Yan.
Die! Su Chen was covered in blood and roared.
At this moment, those strange eyes were filled with blood, like a ghost.
However,
facing Su Chen's attack, Si Yan showed no fear at all, and even had a smile on his face as if his plan had succeeded.
Who told you that spiritual beasts are necessarily weak in combat?
Si Yan made strange hand seals with his hands.
Immediately following,
a strong mental force gathered and turned into an invisible long sword, stabbing straight at Su Chen.
Chapter 46, Kill Si Yan. Desperate situation? No. Mental attack.
As the most difficult to defend against of all attacks, mental attacks have always been what all warriors least want to face.
Because there is no defense. As long as you touch it, you will lose.
Single target attacks are hard to defend against, and area attacks are extremely terrifying.
This is also the reason why the status of the Divine Mind Master is so high. In theory, a powerful Mind Master can even change the situation of a war in an instant. Si Yan. Well done.
Shishu, who was not far away, said in surprise. Although he is intelligent, he is not as good as the spiritual beast Si Yan in terms of strategy.
From the moment he joined the battlefield, Xi Yan acted like someone who was easy to bully.
Neither his strength nor his fighting style were consistent with that of a 6th-level wild beast. At that time, Shi Zhu was cursing Xi Yan for not working hard and was sure to complain to his master when he returned.
Unexpectedly, he was just showing weakness to the enemy and deliberately luring Su Chen, all for this moment. Goodbye. Martial arts true eyes.
Xi Yan sneered and thrust out a long sword of mental power.
However,
the next second, his smile froze on his face. He stared in astonishment at the hand that was strangling his neck, horrified. How is it possible?
Su Chen was not affected at all. How could my mental attack be ineffective?
As a spiritual beast, he was born with a strong spiritual force. When he reached the 6th level, his spiritual force was almost comparable to that of a 3rd-level human mind master. Although the man in front of him was physically strong and could suppress Shi Zhu, his mental strength was only that of an ordinary person.
How could he be safe and sound after withstanding his mental attack? Suddenly,
Xi Yan seemed to have thought of something, his pupils trembling rapidly, and he said in disbelief, "Unless, you are a divine mind master." Su Chen grabbed Xi Yan's neck, lifted him up, and chuckled, "Congratulations.
You got the answer right. The prize is die." Snap. Su Chen directly broke Xi Yan's neck.
At this point, a 6th-level wild beast was killed by a 2nd-level warrior. Xi Yan would never have thought until his death that there would be such a freak among humans. Not only was his physical body ridiculously strong, but he was also a 1 in a million divine master.
Actually, it's not his fault. This has never happened in the entire history of mankind. Xi Yan was already cautious enough.
He showed weakness to the enemy, lured Su Chen to get closer, and as soon as he attacked, it was his strongest attack. However, Su Chen's spiritual platform was stable, his heart lake was reflected, and the residual mental power of the essence of divine consciousness was still there. A mere attack only caused a slight ripple in his heart lake.
No harm done. See, disgusted.
Shi Zhu looked at Su Chen with horror on his face.
How is that possible? Xi Yan is actually dead. Killed by a human who was a 2nd-level warrior?
If Shi Zhu hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. After Xi Yan's death, the wild beasts outside the city seemed a little restless, and their fighting style was no longer as radical as before.
Some wild beasts that had not yet approached Liang City stopped directly, and some even retreated directly.
They have no intelligence and, without Xi Yan's leadership, are no different from ordinary beasts.
What's going on? Liao Qingxian also discovered something unusual. The wild beasts seem to have stopped their attack.
In this case, there is only one possibility, that is, the commander's order is gone. Zhang Shanyan was panting.
Holy shit! Look at the city! Yang Xuanhai's exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention.
When they looked towards the city, they were suddenly shocked.
That scene was exactly the scene of Su Chen breaking Xi Yan's neck with one hand.
A 2nd-level warrior killed a 6th-level wild beast. Liao Qingxian felt that the scene before him was even more outrageous than a dream.
This guy. Zhang Shanyan looked at Su Chen as if he were a monster.
The others were so shocked that they couldn't say a word.
Everyone who can spare a hand, go to the city to provide support. We are going to win this battle. Liao Qingxian shouted. Understood. Su Chen's killing of the 6th-level wild beast was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly arousing everyone's fighting spirit. Boom!
In the city, after killing Xi Yan, Su Chen did not stop and went straight towards Shi Zhu.
Time waits for no one.
His body was on the verge of breaking, and he couldn't drag it on any longer.
Damn it! Shi Zhu roared angrily and suppressed the shock in his heart.
At the same time, he waved his hands and shot out countless energy cannons.
Bang!
Su Chen approached him and punched him.
However,
this punch was different from the previous ones. The fist tip was red, and blood and energy were swirling around it, like lava, burning with heat waves. The first move of the 7-injury fist.
Blood-boiling injury.
Shi Zhu, who was already no match for Su Chen in terms of physical strength, had no way of blocking this punch. He flew backwards like a cannonball and fell to the ground.
Puff!
Shi Zhu coughed up blood, his face full of horror.
What kind of martial art is this?
With one punch, a huge gap appeared on his chest, as if it had been soaked in magma, charred and rotten, and the temperature was astonishingly high.
However, how could Su Chen give him time to think? Rushed up again. Damn it! Am I going to be killed by a second-level warrior? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Shiju's roar was filled with resentment. He suddenly leaped up, his body glowing, and blue lines began to appear on his pale skin. At the same time, his body size was rapidly changing, getting bigger and bigger. Soon, it turned into a giant beast more than 10 meters long.
I really don't want to become this ugly, you forced me to do it. Ah. Martial arts true eyes.
The huge Shiju roared, and its originally smooth body surface grew hideous barbs, making it look extremely ugly. All along, he has maintained the appearance of a star alien race, the Demon Lizard Clan, because he does not want to admit the wild beast bloodline in his body. Because in the starry sky, wild beasts represent barbarism, stupidity, and are not respected. But at this moment, Shiju had to use the power from the wild beast.
Roar!
Shiju roared towards the sky, and divine light spurted out of his mouth.
Boom!
Su Chen was directly knocked back and fell into a high-rise building, breaking through dozens of floors before he finally stopped.
Puff!
Su Chen collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. His body was covered with cracks and blood gushed out uncontrollably. His vitality was draining away at an extremely terrifying rate. He tried to get up, but his broken body could not withstand the power from the martial arts true eye.
Boom!
Shiju's fingertips moved, and white divine light pierced through Su Chen.
Puff puff puff!
In just a few seconds, countless holes appeared in Su Chen's body.
Su Chen!
Yunlin almost went crazy when she saw this. If Xiaohei hadn't tried his best to stop her, she would have rushed forward.
Oh no! The martial arts true eye is in trouble.
When Liao Qingxian and others saw this, their faces suddenly changed and they all rushed towards Shiju.
Phew!
Shiju evolved energy vines, picked up Su Chen, who was already on the verge of death, and hung him in the air. Martial arts true eye, you truly astonish me. A second-level warrior, to be able to push us to this point, is something to be proud of.
Shiju sneered. However,
Su Chen, covered in blood, slowly opened his eyes and said with all his strength, use
Bloodline Strengthening Potion. Chapter 47, Golden Giant. Tyrannical Shiju. Star Flash. Bloodline Strengthening Potion? What is that?
Shiju let out a light exclamation. There was no pause in the movement of his hands, and countless white energy lines shot out, trying to kill Su Chen here.
Just then, a faint golden glow transformed into countless lines, gushing out from Su Chen's body and interweaving and condensing in the air. Bang!
After a crisp sound, the white vines wrapped around Su Chen's body shattered instantly. However, Su Chen did not fall to the ground, but floated in the air.
This is...
Shiju's tone choked as he instinctively sensed something was wrong, and then his face turned grim again.
No matter what means you have, you will die now. Buzz.
Like the sound of a bell ringing, the golden clouds intertwined to form a protective shield, blocking all of Shiju's attacks.
Impossible.
Shiju said in horror. At this moment, he has unleashed all his strength. The body of a wild beast, combined with the power of an alien race, has actually exceeded the scope of the 6th level.
Even so, I can't kill this kid?
He continued to try to attack, but was always helpless and could not even stop the changes in Su Chen's body. Those golden rays of light intertwined and condensed, and they kept expanding and extending around Su Chen, gradually forming a huge skeleton.
In just a few tens of seconds, a huge golden skeleton was completed, like a giant. Crash!
The golden glow continued to extend, climbing along the skeleton, condensing, and turning into meridians, flesh and blood. Shiju just watched that place, anxious but helpless.
When Su Chen's changes finally stopped, the entire Liyang city fell into deathly silence. Not only Shiju, but also Liao Qingxian and others, as well as Yunlin, all looked there in astonishment.
It was a golden giant more than 10 meters tall, shining brightly and radiantly all over, made entirely of golden haze. Just standing there, it exuded a natural sense of dignity.
Is this the spirit of martial arts?
Zhang Shanyan said in astonishment.
So similar.
At this moment, Su Chen's appearance was exactly the same as the spirit of martial arts.
No.
It's not the spirit of martial arts.
I don't sense any martial arts will in it.
This is something derived from a special energy, even more special than the spirit of martial arts. Liao Qingxian tried to feel the breath, but just the slightest attempt made his whole body brittle with sweat, and he felt a strong sense of oppression that almost suffocated him.
Is this Su Chen's true bloodline?
Yunlin muttered to himself. A familiar aura, exactly the same as the aura of the Golden Shadow Man.
Damn it! Don't think you can do anything just by changing your appearance.
Shiju's face was distorted, and his hideous barbs grew so densely that they covered the sky. Buzz! Suddenly, the golden giant opened his eyes, ripples appeared in the void, and a wave spread out from his body. Then, he raised his hand, and with a clenched golden palm, he actually grasped all the barbs in his palm.
No, ah!
Before Shiju could even utter a shocked voice, the golden giant grabbed the barb and swung him up.
Bang!
Shiju was smashed to the ground, his face twisted and covered with stones.
Next second, he was swung up again and thrown to the other side. Bang, bang, bang!
There was a constant rumbling sound. The dignified 6th level wild beast was being swung like a toy by Su Chen, and was constantly thrown to the ground.
Snore!
Finally, the golden giant actually grabbed the barbs and swung Shiju in the air like a windmill.
Suddenly, a strong wind blew across the entire Liyang city. Bang! Boom! Shiju was thrown away and crashed into a tall building.
It was a building with dozens of floors, but at this moment, it collapsed under the impact of Shiju.
Ah! Damn it!
Shiju collapsed on the broken high-rise building, looking like a madman, roaring crazily. However, the next second, the roar stopped abruptly, and a golden fist mark suddenly appeared.
Good! Quick! Bang! The punch landed directly on Shiju's head and struck downwards.
At this moment, the sturdy high-rise building was like paper, collapsing continuously as Shiju fell. Finally, the ground cracked, and the golden giant and Shiju disappeared at the same time.
This punch is so terrifying.
It has completely surpassed the concept of the 6th level.
What kind of power is that? Liao Qingxian's mind went blank.
The scene before him was too dreamy. However, the amazement was not over yet, as the ground suddenly exploded in another place. Amidst the rubble that flew into the sky, a golden figure grabbed the neck of the white wild beast and soared into the sky.
Ahem!
Shiju was covered in blood, his eyes bulged out, and his hands were tightly grasping the golden giant's arm. But that arm, which seemed to be made of gold, was so strong that even if he tried his best, he could not shake it at all.
What kind of power is this?
Shiju roared with difficulty.
Dragon roar!
He was roaring, his body glowing with white light, carrying terrifying energy and spreading around. Seeing this, the golden giant threw him down. However, Shiju fell from the sky, terrified, but before he could catch his breath, his pupils contracted again. I saw a ray of light gathering in the palm of the golden giant, like a golden star, blooming with amazing fluctuations. And Shiju was too familiar with this fluctuation. Because that is the power of star energy.
You're crazy. How can you, a 2nd level warrior, use star flash?
Shiju's face was full of disbelief, and his soul was trembling. It was a sense of crisis between life and death.
This is star flash.
Liao Qingxian also recognized the golden giant's moves and was immediately surprised beyond words. Star flash is an ability exclusive to warriors above the 9th level. The star energy is gathered and shot out like an energy cannon, with extremely terrifying destructive power. It gets its name because it shines as brightly as stars in the process of gathering star energy.
Is it the residual star energy from absorbing the flesh and blood of the wild beast?
Compared with others, Yunlin's vision was more sharp, and he saw at a glance why Su Chen could use star flash. Because this star flash is countless times weaker than the normal stardust realm. Even so, it was still a devastating blow to Shiju, who was at the 6th level.
Boom!
The golden giant said nothing, but slapped his palm forward, and a golden energy cannon shot out, piercing through the void. Shiju's face changed drastically, and he roared angrily, and a star-like energy gathered between his hands. He was stimulating the star energy from his blood, wanting to use it forcibly. As a wild beast, it is born with star energy, its flesh and blood are incorruptible, and its vitality is strong, but it will still die. Before it surpasses the 9th level, it cannot use the star energy well. All they can do is use the abilities that come with their bloodline, which includes additional star energy. However, if he forcibly called upon the star energy, it would also be a huge burden. But before life and death, Shiju could not care less.
Boom!
Shiju also used a white star flash. Suddenly, 2 star flashes collided with each other.
Chapter 48: The oppressive feeling belonging to Su Chen. Did I let you go? Boom! An extremely powerful energy ripple spread out from the intersection to the surrounding area. Retreat. Liao Qingxian's face changed drastically.
Ordinary people had already retreated hundreds of meters after Shi Zhu grew bigger, but people like Liao Qingxian did not go far away because they were anxious to save Su Chen.
Suddenly, everyone was blown to pieces. Xiao He was fast.
Carrying Yun Lin on his back, he dodged a few times and hid far away.
Next second,
wherever the energy waves passed, tall buildings were instantly annihilated, without even the process of collapsing, but turned directly into powder.
Hiss. Seeing this, everyone gasped. This level of battle is beyond their understanding. Is this a battle above the 9th level? Zhang Shanyan's scalp felt numb and he got goosebumps.
As a 6th rank warrior, he thought his combat power was strong enough, but in this kind of situation, his strength was just like that of a child.
This hasn't even reached the level of a true Stardust Realm battle. A true Stardust Realm fighter is like a god, capable of destroying the entire Liyang city with a single move. Their current battle is still within the realm of warriors. Liao Qingxian looked solemn and spoke out the secret.
In the giant city of the starry sky, there are many powerful people who are beyond the power of stars. It is said that those who have reached the pinnacle of martial arts can easily shatter a star with a single punch. I once heard that when Jiang Taiji faced a powerful alien, his body stretched 100,000 miles, and he lifted up a galaxy in his palm, and directly entered the enemy's territory, destroying tens of thousands of the alien's royal family.
How is that possible?
Not only Zhang Shanyan, but people from other cities were all shocked when they heard these things.
The physical body stretches 100,000 miles? What is the concept?
You know, outside the first district of Daxia, the ancestral dragon Great Wall that guards the border and resists foreign races is only 400,000 miles long, which is equivalent to a quarter of the ancestral dragon Great Wall.
And that's not all.
Holding the galaxy in the palm of their hands, even if they couldn't put it into words, they couldn't imagine the scene. Everyone in Daxia knows the name of Jiang Taiji, but no one has ever seen his true combat performance. Because wherever he was, he faced kings of foreign races.
Liao Qingxian's words only revealed the tip of the iceberg. It was a battle in the starry sky, which they could not touch. Boom! The sound of fighting once again drew everyone's attention back. Ah! Impossible! Why is your star energy stronger than mine? I'm a wild beast.
Shi Zhu was trembling all over and his face was distorted.
The white starlight column was forcibly pushed back by Su Chen's golden starlight.
The golden star flashes continuously.
Boom! Accompanied by a shocking roar, Shi Zhu was blown away.
In desperation, he twisted his body forcibly to avoid fatal damage, but his entire left arm melted directly.
Huff, huff, huff. Shi Zhu hunched his back, gasped for breath, his pupils trembling rapidly, his fear and shock barely concealed. Can't beat him. Totally defeated. At this moment, no matter how arrogant Shi Zhu was, he had to admit that he could not defeat this martial arts true eye. This guy is simply outrageous, and his methods are endless. It is clearly only level 2, but that terrifying body can actually withstand the power of level 6. After he exposed the true form of the wild beast at all costs, he actually stimulated the opponent's mysterious power again. This golden giant was even more terrifying than the spirit of martial arts. If you keep fighting like this, I'll die. Shi Zhu took a deep breath and then stepped suddenly on the ground. No! We can't let him get away.
Seeing this, Liao Qingxian and others immediately stopped them.
Martial Arts Dragon Spine. Open.
The armored warrior appeared, the spine behind him was like a dragon's body, leaping and roaring, the big knife condensed, and chopped towards Shi Zhu with a bang.
Damn it!
Seeing this, Shi Zhu forced himself to land on a rooftop and barely avoided the attack.
It seems that I must overstep my authority. Lord, please forgive me. I have no other choice.
Shi Zhu muttered to himself in a low voice, and then a mental wave spread out from him to the surroundings.
Roar! Suddenly, the wild beasts outside the city, which had been silent, roared again, and the terrifying waves once again surrounded the entire Liyang city. This guy can also control wild beasts? Zhang Shanyan's face changed. Under normal circumstances, there will only be one leader in an area. This is the iron rule of the wild beasts. So after Xi Yan was killed, the other wild beasts retreated. But at this moment, Shi Zhu can actually control the wild beast? This is unreasonable. It's not manipulation, it's more like exceeding authority. He's forcibly seizing the leadership of this wild beast. But isn't Xi Yan dead?
Liao Qingxian was also a little confused. Once the leader dies, there is no such thing as leadership. If you want to command these wild beasts again, you need to reselect the spiritual wild beasts and then engrave their marks one by one. But now Shi Zhu is not doing any of this at all. So, the true leader of the wild beasts in this area is still alive? Then where is he? Everyone was puzzled. However, they had no time to think, because the two strongest 7th level wild beasts, the golden ape and the armor-suppressing beast, rushed up again. The 6th level wild beasts, such as the crystal vein beast and the sky-devouring beast, were also roaring and active. At the same time, outside the first district, in the valley, on the bronze throne, the man who had his eyes closed suddenly opened them, his tone filled with barely concealed surprise. This fellow Shi Zhu is trying to seize my leadership. The man was cautious by nature and was worried about sending only Xi Yan, so he also arranged Shi Zhu in private. It is to prevent accidents from happening. As his subordinate, Shi Zhu definitely did not have the courage to seize his leadership. And Xi Yan is right there, so there is no need to snatch him. Unless Xi is so annoying. In just a moment, the man figured out the situation. Interesting. The wild beasts in the entire 13th district couldn't even kill a martial arts true eye. Moreover, Xi Yan is dead, and Shi Zhu is probably about to die too. The corners of the man's mouth curled up, and his scarlet eyes flashed with amazing fighting spirit. So interesting. Ha ha ha. Looks like this trip to Earth won't be too boring. Martial arts true eye, you'll come to the first zone, right? How could someone like you stay in District 13 forever? We'll definitely meet. Shi Zhu and Xi Yan, consider this my gift to you. In Liang City. Surrounded by wild beasts, Liao Qingxian and others could no longer stop Shi Zhu. Goodbye. Martial true eye. The next time we meet, it will be the day of your death. Shi Zhu laughed loudly and jumped up. The terrifying reaction force directly crushed the tall building under his feet. Did I let you go? A cold voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a golden light flashed by, and it was the golden giant with a face exactly like Su Chen's, filled with terrifying murderous intent, which almost made Shi Zhu's heart burst. Sky Devourer. Stop him. Shi Zhu has already arrived outside the city. The leadership from the wild beast forces the sky-devouring beast to obey his orders. Buzz. The space halo above the sky-devouring beast's head was buzzing, trying to cause spatial disorder. However, the next second, countless golden fists fell from the sky. Snap. There was a sound like glass breaking. How is it possible? Shi Zhu was stunned. Su Chen actually used his fists to shatter the space halo of the sky-devouring beast. Chapter 49, Support arrives. Beat Shi Zhu. Crash. Light rain fell from the sky, and a golden giant stood tall. It was the appearance of Su Chen. At this moment, he was filled with murderous intent. He actually lifted up the sky-devouring beast and threw it directly at Shi Zhu as a weapon. This scene is really too shocking. Although the golden giant is big, it is only about 10 meters long. In front of the sky-devouring beast that is dozens of meters long, it is still like a child. But at this moment, this child was like a giant spirit, lifting a mountain. Shi Zhu is no match for Su Chen. If he is really hit, his already seriously injured body will probably be smashed into meat paste. So when the Sky Devourer just escaped from the hands of the golden giant, he used the suppressive power from his leadership to give the Sky Devourer an order. Self-destruction. He absolutely cannot die here. When the order was given, the Sky Devourer roared in fear. Although it had no intelligence, it was not willing to die easily. However, the leadership was too strong and directly suppressed their instincts. Buzz. The body of the sky-devouring beast began to swell, and a terrifying aura was brewing. The surrounding space was rippling with the influence of this energy. Oh no! The Sky Devourer is about to self-destruct. This guy is crazy. This is a space beast. If it self-destructs, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles will be shaken. Liao Qingxian's expression changed drastically and he exclaimed. Don't worry. He doesn't stand a chance. The golden giant that Su Chen transformed into spoke. His words were full of determination and confidence. His order has been given, no. Before Liao Qingxian finished speaking, Su Chen had already disappeared. The tip of his fist glowed red, and the hot airwaves burned the void into a blur. One punch. Just one punch. The The sky-devouring beast, which was about to self-destruct, had its body pierced through by this punch. In the huge gap, the flesh and blood were twisted and deformed like stones melted by magma, and boiling liquid dripped down.
What kind of martial art is this?
Although this was not the first time Shizhu saw Su Chen use this martial art, he was still trembling with shock. The high temperature contained in that red fist was even more terrifying than magma.
Kill your martial arts skills.
Su Chen opened his mouth and then kicked the sky-devouring beast away like a ball. The huge body flew straight into the sky and then disappeared.
Immediately following, a wave suddenly erupted. It finally exploded.
However, because he was killed by Su Chen in advance, the power of the self-explosion was countless times smaller.
In addition, it was at high altitude, so it did not affect Lian City.
However, the fluctuations in space still affected several surrounding areas, and the space elevators were unusable for at least half a year. Fortunately, there was no influence of the space halo and no casualties were caused.
Monster!
Shizhu's eyes were bloodshot and he was almost mad with shock. His mind was blank with only one word in mind.
That's running.
But just as he was about to turn around, Su Chen was already standing in front of him.
The golden giant smiled and said in a voice like thunder, "Where do you want to go? Don't worry, let me take you there. Let me go." Bang bang bang.
The words haven't finished yet.
Su Chen's fist was already coming.
The speed of the punch was so fast that the dense golden fist shadows completely filled Shizhu's vision. Shizhu was coughing out blood crazily and could hardly keep his balance, so he fell directly to the ground.
Su Chen jumped up and sat on Shizhu.
His fists were like pendulums, falling down at a speed that left after images.
Roar! The golden ape went crazy and rushed over roaring. Crack!
The armor-suppressing beast roared, stirring up a cloud of dust. Liao Qingxian and others wanted to stop them, but they could not stop the two mad 7th-level wild beasts at all. However, if they were really allowed to rush forward, Su Chen would probably find it difficult to resist.
Just then,
a thick halberd tens of meters long shot out from the air, like a pillar supporting the sky, and stuck in the way of the golden ape. The golden ape that was moving forward was startled and stopped where it was.
This is... Liao Qingxian was startled, recognized the halberd, and then became ecstatic. Support is coming. Boom!
Not long after, a giant shadow of several dozen meters tall descended from the sky. He stomped on the ground, causing it to shake.
Then he pulled out a halberd and swept it across.
This is a blue humanoid martial arts spirit, wearing ancient armor and wielding a halberd, causing a whistling wind. On the forehead, a middle-aged man had a stern expression.
Director of the Divine Martial Bureau of the 10th District LV Zhixian. 9th level warrior. The strongest realm under the stardust. An existence standing at the top of the earth.
In fact, except for District 13, the district directors of other districts are generally 9th rank.
Because District 13 is at the core, the director position is generally given to warriors with extremely high achievements for retirement. Sorry, I'm late. Lu Zhixian repelled the golden ape with a halberd and said solemnly to Liao Qingxian. Next second. He was stunned for a moment, then looked at the golden giant who was frantically hammering Shizhu, and said in astonishment, "This is..." Not long. Another martial arts spirit came through the air.
It was a fiery red lion, its body burning with raging flames and surging energy.
Director of the Xinwu Bureau of District 12 Wei Dushuan. The lion opened his mouth and laughed loudly. "Old Lu, I didn't expect you to be faster than me. Holy crap! What the hell is going on?"
Soon, more and more people arrived. All the support from the Xinwu Bureau has arrived.
But everyone's expression was filled with shock. The scene before them was truly horrifying.
The dilapidated city of Liyan was littered with the corpses of wild beasts, especially the corpse of Si Yan lying on the ground within the city, which immediately attracted everyone's attention.
"You're amazing, Brother Liao. We thought there wouldn't be enough time for us to get here without the space elevator, but we didn't expect you to be still sharp and actually stop the wild beast by yourself."
Lu Zhixian exclaimed, his eyes full of disbelief. Others may not know, but he is clear that Liao Qingxian has a special identity. He was once a strong man in the 1st district, but later he was seriously injured, his blood and energy declined, and his realm fell from the 9th level to the 7th level. That's why he was transferred to the most core District 13 for retirement. He dedicated his entire life to Daxia, so he naturally deserves this treatment.
In fact, it's not just Liao Qingxian. Most of the people in District 13 have been on the battlefield and later retired. That's why they can unite when facing the wild beasts. There is only one possibility for the current situation, that is, Liao Qingxian's strength has recovered, otherwise he would not have been able to hold on for so long. However, in response to such words, Liao Qingxian shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not me. Not you? Wei Duxuan stood at the lion's forehead and asked in confusion. We'll talk about this later. Can you tell me what this is first? Li Hong, the district director of District 11, pointed at the golden giant that was still bombarding Shizhu. Because he was so eye-catching, like a martial arts spirit, but not really, and did not fit any ability they knew of at all. Especially Shizhu's shrill screams, which made many people shudder. Ah! At this moment, Shizhu's screams stopped abruptly. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and couldn't help but gasp. This guy just beat the wild beast into a pulp? Shizhu's huge and ferocious body had turned into a pulp on the ground under the hammer of the golden giant. Blood and flesh were intertwined, dotted with broken bones, like a gorgeous blood-red blanket spread on the ground. Chapter 50, Breaking the Limit Again. Shocking vision. A drop of golden blood. Roar. The golden giant stood up and roared to the sky. At the same time, his body's surface began to dissipate. In the golden rain of light, a figure fell directly into the meat paste turned by Shizhu. After the previous battle, he had already reached his limit. The power accumulated in the martial arts almost broke his body. Later, the blood-strengthening potion activated the power of his blood, and he reverted to his ancestral form and turned into a golden giant, which finally exhausted everyone. Ugh! A strong feeling of weakness came over him, and Su Chen could no longer hold on and fell directly into darkness. At the last moment, the weak body instinctively started to practice the Universe Blood Refining Sutra. The broken body was covered with cracks, but at this moment, those cracks were like big mouths, madly devouring the energy from Shizhu's flesh and blood. Su Chen. Seeing this, Yunlin became extremely anxious and rushed out of the city riding on Xiaohei. Roar. After Shizhu died, the remaining wild beasts roared like crazy, but they were still no match for the other people from the Shenwu Bureau who came to support them. The battle was too intense. So much so that Yunlin couldn't even get close to the piece of meat paste. Brother Liao, what's going on? Lu Zhixian and others were completely stunned. It was him. That kid defended Liyang City by himself, and he was the one who killed the wild beast leader. Liao Qingxian pointed at Su Chen who was lying in the meat paste. What? When these words were spoken, everyone's face was filled with shock. Are you kidding me? This guy only looks like a second-level warrior. How could he be second level? As soon as Lu Zhixian finished speaking, he suddenly recalled the terrifying appearance of the golden giant. A second-level warrior? Is that something a second-level warrior can do? Let's deal with the wild beasts first, then I'll tell you in detail. Liao Qingxian said in a deep voice. Okay. Everyone gathered together and faced the last remaining wild beasts. At the same time, Su Chen, who was lying in Shizhu's flesh paste, was undergoing earth-shaking changes inside his body. A little bit of energy overflowed from Shizhu's flesh and blood, and was absorbed in an almost brutal way along the cracks in Su Chen's body. His meridians were pulsing, and the golden glow in the viscous blood plasma became increasingly dense, absorbing the blood of the wild beast like a voracious drink. As time passed, it was no longer a faint glow, but gradually turned into mist. At the same time, the operation of the Universe Blood Refining Sutra caused the stream of true energy in Su Chen's dantian to boil. No! At this moment, it can no longer be called a stream, but it is like a vast ocean. The surging true chi slurry, crystal clear, turned into rolling waves, acting as a barrier to the dantian. Even the sound of splashing water could be heard faintly. True chi is like the sea. Second level extreme. Under the protection of Xiaohei, Yunlin came to Su Chen with difficulty. She was about to carry Su Chen out when she was surprised to see this scene. She was so familiar with the sound of the splashing water. It is the sign of the second-level extreme realm. Although this battle is difficult, it is also a great opportunity for Su Chen. At this moment, something strange happened. Su Chen's body was changing, and the cracks were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, wisps of divine light filled the air, interweaving to create a strange vision in the air. Crash! It was a golden ocean, shining brightly, floating above Su Chen's dantian, misty and mysterious.
At the same time, a supreme and noble aura slowly overflowed.
This is.
Yunlin's beautiful eyes trembled, her expression changed, her breathing became faster, and her full chest heaved violently.
Woof. Xiao He also noticed something unusual and barked uneasily. A pressure from his blood made him instinctively lower his head. His sea of inner energy is so rich. Even more powerful than mine back then. Is this really something a human can achieve?
Yunlin was in a solemn mood, looking nervously at the golden ocean above Su Chen's body.
What is this?
Yunlin had never understood this strange vision.
Could it be?
Suddenly, Yunlin's breath stopped and he thought of what Su Chen said that day.
The extreme realm is the limit of others, but not mine.
Later, Su Chen broke the iron rule of the Starry Sky Myriad races, surpassed the extreme realm, and stepped into the second level with a brand new attitude. Now, the phenomenon displayed by Su Chen is completely different from the normal second level extreme realm, which also confirms his previous words.
Is he going to break through the limit again?
Yunlin muttered to himself. The golden ocean was boiling, filled with a noble atmosphere, and surrounded by a misty golden fog, like the first rays of morning glow. At this moment, ripples appeared in the ocean, and a golden sun broke through the ocean of true energy, slowly rising, hanging in the sky, and shedding golden light. At this moment, Su Chen and the flesh and blood around him were dyed golden.
The sun rises over the ocean. The body is coated with golden light. Hiss.
Yunlin didn't know what words to use to describe the scene before him.
He could only stand there blankly, looking at Su Chen. Not long.
The strange phenomenon sank and floated, and sank into Su Chen's body.
Bang!
A sound like bubbles rang out, and a breath from a third-level warrior burst out, but the rich energy and blood were completely incomparable to that of an ordinary third-level warrior.
Yunlin tried to peek inside Su Chen's body, but was stunned. He asked in astonishment, "Is this a spring?"
A normal second-level warrior, after breaking through to the third level, will open up the divine spring in his dantian, and from then on his true energy will flow like a spring, endlessly. Wang Shui and those who have broken through to the extreme realm have true qi like the sea, but it is just a large amount of true qi, and there is nothing special about the spring.
However, inside Su Chen's dantian, there is a huge whirlpool, which is several times larger than an ordinary spring. It is completely a CI. One is a spring and the other is a CI.
Above the CI, the golden ocean rises and falls, the sun is brilliant, and the light is dazzling. This is not the dantian, it is clearly the golden divine realm.
Yunlin swallowed hard.
This feeling was even more shocking than the last time Su Chen broke through the limit and brought out the Eye of Heaven.
The 9th level of warrior is actually about laying the foundation. Every step determines the upper limit of a warrior. The second stage is of utmost importance.
The thickness of the true qi determines the success of condensing star energy in the future.
Su Chen.
Yunlin murmured in a low voice. Even she had not expected that the useless boy in the wild beast cemetery could bring her so many surprises in such a short time.
At the same time,
when Su Chen broke through to the second level and condensed the vision, he was far away in a research institute in the first district.
Buzz. This is a drop of golden blood sealed in a precision instrument.
It is sparkling and has been there for a long time without any reaction. But at this moment, it suddenly begins to move strangely.
What's going on?
The staff discovered this scene and rushed over. The blood was glowing, sparkling, and glittering, illuminating the entire instrument as if it were cast in gold.
An aura of supreme nobility burst out from it. Finally, a response?
A calm voice came from the door.
Dean.
The staff bowed. The person who came was a young man with a handsome face. He was wearing a white coat from the research institute and gold-rimmed glasses.
He exuded a gentle aura.
But in those eyes, a hint of madness would flash from time to time.
It's been 3 years, a full 3 years, since Jiang Taiji brought you back from the starry sky.
I tried countless ways, but you didn't respond.
A drop of blood can actually destroy a red giant star. Whose blood is this?
I thought I would never find the answer in this lifetime, but now it seems that the answer is coming to me. The handsome man's lenses reflected the golden light from the instrument, and a nearly bewitching smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his hand, he was holding a tablet, on which was a picture of the golden giant hammering Shizhu.
Chapter 51 Awakening. Embarrassed Liao Qingxian. Boom. As the shocking explosion ended, all the wild beasts near Liyang City were killed.
The blood flowed into a river, dyeing the ground red, like a huge blood-colored scroll, becoming the most gorgeous color in District 13.
Brother Liao. Lu Zhixian stood on the city wall and looked at Liao Qingxian with a serious expression. That kid.
After the battle, they tried to rescue Marshal Truai, but once they got close, the dog covered in black flames would growl vigilantly.
And that extremely beautiful woman exuded a heart-pounding aura. As a result, they didn't dare to approach at will. Wait a little longer. Liao Qingxian's gaze was distant, as if he could break through the space and see Su Chen clearly on the meat paste.
They knew very little about this martial arts Truai that suddenly appeared, and they didn't even know its name.
Puff. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes and coughed up blood. Su Chen.
Seeing this, Yunlin finally breathed a sigh of relief, hurried over and hugged Su Chen in his arms. She hugged Su Chen tightly, fearing that if she let go, the person in front of her would leave her.
Suddenly, Su Chen's entire head was immersed in the snow-white softness. At the loose neckline, the huge roundness formed a deep ravine, exuding a faint fragrance. Ugh!
Su Chen was suffocated and struggled with his hands.
Su Chen, I'm so glad you're okay.
Yunlin hugged him tightly.
Well, I'm fine, but, well, something might happen soon. Su Chen's sobbing voice was heard.
Hearing this, Yunlin woke up as if from a dream and quickly loosened his arms.
Su Chen felt relieved and breathed heavily.
Good guy, he didn't die from the wild beast, but he almost suffocated to death.
Su Chen sat on the ground, shaking his head helplessly and laughing. Humph. Then I won't hug you next time. Seeing that Su Chen was fine, Yunlin was relieved. After hearing the words, he couldn't help but clasp his hands together, raise his head, and avoid looking at Su Chen. At this moment, she was squatting on the ground with her head held high. Her long neck was plump and taut, as if she could break free from the restraints and jump out at any time. The light blue skirt slipped to one side, exposing her snow-white legs, and the tight fabric highlighted her round hips to the extreme. No matter how many times he saw it, Su Chen would still be fascinated by her. Okay. Su Chen smiled. He knew Yunlin's temper very well and knew that the other party was joking. What's so good about it? Will you let me hug you? Hearing Su Chen's words, Yunlin snorted. Forehead.
Looking at Yunlin in front of him, Su Chen really found it hard to combine her with the cold and aloof Queen Medusa whom he had just met.
Are these two people really the same person?
Although Queen Medusa is powerful in martial arts and status, she has not interacted with many people because of her special identity. Emotionally, she is not much different from an ordinary girl.
Hug. Su Chen said quickly. That's more like it.
Yunlin's expression changed immediately, and he hugged Su Chen again, but not as hard as before.
Fortunately, you're okay. Don't be so impulsive next time, okay?
Yunlin said softly.
Su Chen could naturally feel that warm concern.
Over the years, Yunlin was the first and only one who cared about him so much.
Well, I won't do that anymore. Su Chen responded.
But in fact, he knew that if he had the chance again, he would do the same thing. He is a man with his wife and unborn child behind him.
If even he retreats, who else can stand up? That.
At this moment, a voice broke the warmth.
It was Liao Qingxian.
He stretched out his hand with an awkward expression, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He knew that it was not a good idea to speak at this moment, but the situation was special and there were some things he had to understand.
However,
Su Chen and Yunlin ignored him completely.
Still hugging each other. Liao Qingxian.
Good man, this is ignoring myself. Su Chen stood up from the ground, put his arms around Yunlin's slender waist, his eyes full of love, and gently stroked Yunlin's hair.
Su Chen.
Yunlin's breathing was a little rapid, his chest was heaving, and his heart was beating faster. After experiencing life and death, the love became stronger, like a raging fire, burning between the two.
Suddenly, Su Chen lowered his head and forcefully kissed Yunlin's soft and tender lips.
Yunlin's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and then she pressed hard against Su Chen, her plump breasts being squeezed and deformed. The two of them kissed in a river of corpses and blood, oblivious to the people around them.
Hey, this isn't a hotel. Liao Qingxian's face was full of shock and his expression was extremely complicated. Woof.
He wanted to move forward and interrupt the two of them, but Xiao He suddenly jumped out, barking non-stop, driving Liao Qingxian away and preventing him from getting close.
Okay. I'm leaving. Is it okay for me to leave? Liao Qingxian had no choice but to retreat. Ha 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 ha. Brother Liao, she's just experienced a life or death situation, what's wrong with a kiss? You have to disturb her. You have no sense of humor at all. Seeing Liao Qingxian come back in defeat, Lu Zhixian couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Hearing this, Liao Qingxian glared at Lu Zhixian fiercely and shouted angrily, "You are interesting.
You are the most interesting, okay? The clothes you wear, the food you eat and the drinks you drink are all interesting." Ah, this. Lu Zhixian scratched his head, not knowing how to respond. He was just joking, so why did Liao Qingxian get so angry?
Old Liao once pursued Director Wang when he was young, but failed.
Director Wang said he had no interest in romance and was like a wooden man. Wei Duxuan on the side reminded in a low voice. Director Wang is the director of the 1st District, his name is Wang Yingnan. There's this thing? Holy shit. Be careful. Lu Zhixian's eyes lit up, and he pulled Wei Duxuan and walked to the side. The setting sun is as rich as blood. The battlefield cleanup work in Liyang City is proceeding in an orderly manner.
Some people were crying, regretting the death of their relatives, some had red eyes and knelt on the ground, vowing to kill all foreigners, and some felt that they were lucky to have survived. Some people stared blankly at the sky, not knowing what they were thinking.
It's not easy.
The number of people who survived exceeded our expectations.
Looking at the casualties in Liyang City, Lu Zhixian's face was full of disbelief. After realizing that the space elevator was out of order, they could only take the most primitive means of transportation. At that time, they were already prepared for the city to be destroyed and people to die. Everyone has only one thought in mind, which is to save as many as possible. Even if only a few people survive, it's worth it. Because the Sky Devourer has sealed everything around it. But no one expected that only a few hundred people died in Liyang City. How did you survive? Lu Zhixian was a little confused. This doesn't make sense.
At this moment, one of his men took out a tablet, which showed the scene of the previous battle. It showed a group of old men walking against the crowd, and the words they spoke were deafening.
A warrior's fate. To die on the battlefield. A moment.
Lu Zhixian stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time.
Tick. It was not until a tear fell on the screen that Lu Zhixian suddenly realized. He raised his head and looked at the ruins behind him.
There were broken walls and ruins there, but he knew that the soul of Liyang City was buried there.
If it weren't for these old men and the Shinwu Bureau blocking the first wave of attacks,
Liyang City simply cannot be defended for that long.
Everyone. All of them.
Lu Zhixian suddenly shouted loudly.
Exist. All the people from the Shinwu Bureau present stood up straight and faced the ruins. Salute.
On the other side, Liao Qingxian's face was full of distress and he became more and more depressed.
It's been several minutes and the kiss isn't over yet. Could it be that these two people are treating everyone in Liyang City as part of their play? Finally, his eyes lit up. Finally, we're done kissing. Why don't I kiss your lips until they're swollen? Liao Qingxian muttered and walked towards Su Chen.
This time, Xiao He did not stop him. It had turned into a little black dog and squatted quietly at Su Chen's feet. It seemed very weak, and its fur had become somewhat duller. It seems that the previous state was a heavy burden.
Seeing Liao Qingxian coming over, Su Chen smiled slightly and said something surprising, "My mouth is not swollen." Chapter 52, After the War. Humanoid Beast.
Upon hearing this, Liao Qingxian was stunned, then looked embarrassed, but felt sad inside.
What kind of ears are these? I can even hear my own mumbling complaints.
This ear must be a radar.
However, he naturally couldn't say it out loud, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say, and could only laugh awkwardly. Well, you are the martial arts true eye, right? Su Chen and Yunlin looked at Liao Qingxian speechlessly. We've been fighting for so long, can't you see? Fortunately, at this time, Liyang City Director Zhang Shanyan came over and broke the awkwardness. Old Zhang, your Liyang City Shinwu Bureau has produced a talented person.
Liao Qingxian hurriedly pulled Zhang Shanyan over.
Hello, let me introduce myself.
This is the director of the Divine Martial Bureau of District 13.
I'm Zhang Shanyan, the director of the Divine Martial Bureau of Liyang City. You should have heard of me. Zhang Shanyan extended his hand to Su Chen. I've never heard of.
Su Chen didn't look down on the other party, but he really had never heard of him.
Ah.
These words stunned Zhang Shanyan, and his expression instantly became a little embarrassed, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Chen did not seem to be that of arrogance or contempt.
That shouldn't be the case. All warriors registered with the Shenwu Bureau will be introduced to the local director. Didn't anyone tell you that? Zhang Shanyan asked. The registration form must have the seal of the local director.
Well, I haven't registered with the Shenwu Bureau yet. In terms of my position, I should be under the jurisdiction of the Wild Beast Cemetery Administration.
Su Chen spoke. What?
Hearing this, Zhang Shanyan was shocked and looked at Su Chen in disbelief.
Area 16 of the Wild Beast Cemetery is the area I am currently in charge of. Su Chen reported his information. Zhang Shanyan and Liao Qingxian looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes.
However, when they thought of their previous observations, they realized that the Shenwu Bureau's requirement for registered warriors was to reach the 3rd level.
And Su Chen was obviously at the 2nd level just now. 2nd level? Zhang Shanyan's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly looked at Su Chen, surprised and said, "Wait, aren't you a 2nd level? Why are you now?"
I didn't notice it at first, but now I feel it carefully and I can immediately feel that there is endless true energy in Su Chen's body, which is the aura that only a 3rd level warrior has.
Level 3. Su Chen spoke lightly. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Shanyan exclaimed. Why don't we go back to the city? The medical resources we've arranged are already here. You've been through so many battles before, don't let any hidden injuries remain. Liao Qingxian reminded. Su Chen put his arm around Yunlin's slender waist and walked towards the city.
His steps were steady, and there was no sign of injury at all.
Woof. Xiao He barked and followed behind happily. This guy is really. Liao Qingxian sighed. Freak. After entering the city, we walked on the road.
When the people around saw Su Chen, they all stood up, their bodies straight, with respectful expressions on their faces. The man in front of them saved them. It was he who killed the wild beasts that invaded the city.
Thank you.
A figure bowed deeply to Su Chen.
Thanks. Benefactor. Thanks. There are old people, children, and women.
On the street, wherever Su Chen passed, everyone bowed with respect. The sound of gratitude turned into a torrent, echoing in the streets. The warriors who were dealing with the disaster stopped what they were doing when they saw Su Chen coming.
Everyone. Salute to the heroes. Bang. An action that unifies the whole. Looks like you've become a hero.
Yunlin smiled.
The boy who was once ignored in the desolate beast cemetery has now become a hero in the entire Liyang city. However,
Su Chen shook his head and said, I am not a hero, nor do I want to be a hero. I once heard a saying that heroes need to die.
Living heroes will only become puppets of morality.
This battle was never for the purpose of saving humanity, nor for any greater good. It's just because his wife and children are behind him that he has to protect them. It was simply because, after those people learned of his true martial arts eyes, not only did they not hand him over, they also used their own lives to protect him. That's why he saved them.
There is no such thing as righteousness, only pure gratitude.
Yunlin seemed particularly surprised by Su Chen's words.
Looking at Su Chen's profile, he muttered to himself, a puppet of morality?
After saying that, Yunlin smiled brightly, with bright eyes and white teeth. So beautiful, Su Chen, you are really different from others. When Lu Zhixian and others in the city saw Su Chen coming in, they immediately came forward and used the medical resources they brought with them to conduct a comprehensive physical examination on Su Chen. The results of the physical examination were beyond everyone's expectations.
There are no injuries at all. Ridiculously healthy.
Especially the Qi in blood, which almost exploded the Qi in blood instrument.
Finally, the accompanying doctor gave a diagnosis. Wild beast. This human being is completely a wild beast in human form.
The activity of his cells is at least thousands of times that of an ordinary person, and his meridians are like divine iron. In fact, Su Chen's injuries were indeed very serious, and he was almost on the verge of body collapse. However, relying on the Universe Blood Refining Sutra, he madly devoured Shiju's flesh and blood essence, and not only did his injuries recover, but he also made further progress. After the medical team came to this conclusion, they also wanted to study the reasons. But there is no way to start. It was as if Su Chen was born with this ability.
It cannot be copied at all.
Even if Su Chen cooperated and contributed his blood, it would be meaningless.
During this period, Su Chen also discovered a phenomenon.
That is the golden haze, or to be more precise, the golden mist. It seems to be hidden in the blood, but once the blood leaves the body, the golden mist will dissipate. According to Yunlin, this is a unique ability of a certain family to protect their bloodline. At night, Su Chen was assigned a separate room. Sleep outside. After kicking Xiao Hei out of the room, Su Chen slammed the door shut. Ouch! Xiao Hei looked at the door aggrievedly, trying to awaken the last bit of conscience in Su Chen, but there was no movement for a long time. In the end, he could only hang his head and find a stone to lie down.
In the room, the temporarily installed lights were not very bright and could only barely illuminate an area.
Yunlin sat there, her black hair like a waterfall, her snow-white skin like mutton fat jade, glowing fluorescently under the light. Seeing Su Chen coming over, Yunlin curled up her red lips and lay lazily, with graceful curves. Under her skirt, a pair of snow-white legs were long and straight. She raised her legs, her high heels had been taken off, her white feet rubbed against Su Chen gently, her beautiful eyes full of charm.
My lord, have you recovered from today's battle?
Yunlin's jade legs were slightly raised, her snow-white skin was translucent and charming, and her toes, like jade porcelain, teased Su Chen's sensitive parts. She was making a joke, talking about how Su Chen treated her as his concubine before.
I don't know. Maybe I haven't recovered yet? Su Chen's expression suddenly changed, as if his old injury had relapsed.
He staggered and fell forward.
Su Chen!
Yunlin exclaimed in surprise when he saw this.
However,
the next second, Su Chen, who was about to fall, changed his body shape and directly picked up Yunlin.
Yunlin exclaimed and quickly hugged Su Chen's neck. Bad guy. You lied to me.
Yunlin said in shame and anger. I haven't, and I really don't know if I've recovered, so I hope you can help me check it out.
Su Chen smiled mischievously.
He supported Yunlin's back with one hand and her snow-white thigh with the other. As he spoke, the hand that was touching her leg began to explore inside dishonestly.
Ugh!
Yunlin's delicate body trembled, and a strong electric current came, making her lean back uncontrollably. The fullness and roundness immediately stand out, and the snow-white ravines carry a fatal temptation.
Chapter 53 Su Chen, do you want to be king? Su Chen suddenly plunged in, feeling the fragrance and the snow-white softness wrapping around his cheeks.
Then he picked up Yunlin and put her on the bed. Under the light, Yunlin was incredibly beautiful. A layer of pink had appeared on her beautiful face, and her eyes were like water, 3 parts blurred, 3 parts longing, and 4 parts eager.
My lord, am I pretty?
Her jade-like fingers slid slowly from her red lips down, past her slender neck, straight collarbone, and plump roundness. She twisted her body slightly, making her already breathtaking curves even more graceful.
My wife is naturally the most beautiful. Su Chen laughed and pounced on him.
In the room, the lights flickered and the breathing became increasingly rapid.
A long time.
The storm ended, and Yunlin lay contentedly in Su Chen's arms, looking up at the man with complex thoughts flashing in her beautiful eyes.
Su Chen. Yunlin suddenly spoke.
Su Chen was playing with the snow-white thing in his hands, still in high spirits.
Why do you practice martial arts? Yunlin asked. Why practice martial arts? Su Chen repeated Yunlin's words. He had never seriously thought about this question before. When he first traveled through time, he had not thought about practicing martial arts, but just followed the crowd, thinking that practicing martial arts would give him a higher status and better treatment. Later, because of Shaoqing, he wanted to practice martial arts. After the breakup, he gave up the idea, but he didn't want to stay in the beast cemetery for the rest of his life. I'm not an ambitious person. The reason I practice martial arts is probably because I don't want to lose. After thinking for a while, Su Chen gave this answer. Hearing the reply, Yunlin smiled. This answer seemed to be exactly what she wanted. She gently stroked Su Chen's chest, breathing sweetly. Don't you know that not wanting to lose is the greatest ambition? Upon hearing this, Su Chen was shocked. He had always considered himself to be not very ambitious, but Yunlin's words woke him up. Not wanting to lose, in other words, means wanting to win all the time. Just like facing Zhang Taiji. Everyone's attitude is to respect and worship it, and they think it is an insurmountable peak. But Su Chen is different. Even if there is a legendary mountain in front of him, he is still unwilling to give up and is determined to surpass it. Even when facing the shackles of heaven, he remained the same. It's not about not wanting to lose. But it is the ambition to be invincible in the world. Thinking of this, Su Chen's thoughts became more open-minded. He pinched it gently, kissed Yunlin, and said with a smile, "It turns out you know me better than I know myself."
Yunlin moaned softly, but didn't dodge.
"It's just that you haven't noticed it yet. Ever since you said you wanted to surpass Jiang Taiji, I knew it. You have the potential to be king." "King?" Su Chen asked in confusion. This is an unfamiliar name.
King is a title, a certification in the starry sky, like me, Queen Medusa.
Yunlin explained.
This title belongs exclusively to the 9 Sky Star Python clan, but not every queen can hold this title. Only those who are invincible in their generation can hold the title of king.
Invincible in the same generation? Su Chen was excited.
This invincibility of the same generation does not refer to just one race, but all the races in the starry sky.
Su Chen, do you want to be king? Yunlin asked the question he had always wanted to ask. She didn't ask Su Chen if he could do it, nor did she ask if it was possible, but directly asked if he wanted to. Do I want to? Su Chen asked himself. Does he want to be king? Do you want to become the strongest of an era? Think. He thought. In just a few seconds, Su Chen got the answer.
Since you have practiced martial arts, you must become the strongest. That day, he decided on his future path, an invincible heart and an invincible path.
The king must experience it.
Yunlin raised her head and watched Su Chen's expression change. She already had the answer in her heart. She suddenly stood up, sat on Su Chen, looked down at the man, and said, "Su Chen, you will definitely become the king. The strongest king of this era. I will assist you. Help you on this path." Yunlin gradually aroused the ambition deep in Su Chen's heart. She could see that Su Chen had both talent and perseverance, but he lacked a guide to bring out the king's temperament. Su Chen raised his eyes, met Yunlin's golden pupils, and said with a smile, "Then you will become the wife of the chieftain." After saying that, his eyes dropped slightly. Yunlin's posture made her already plump and round breasts appear even more plump, like 2 snow-white inverted mountains, occupying all sights.
Next second.
Yunlin was stunned and frowned. "Your body is really outrageous.
You don't rest at all." "I can't help it. As a father, I have to pay attention to my children all the time. I also want to see my children. I can't help it." Su Chen's thoughts became clear and he smiled heartily. Ever since Jiang Taiji, Yunlin has been deliberately guiding Su Chen to understand his true heart. Until now, Su Chen has finally figured everything out. In an instant, even the true energy became smoother. The baby hasn't even been born yet, and he's probably going to be beaten to tears by his dad. Yunlin smiled. She had become accustomed to Su Chen's strange words. After saying that, she leaned over and kissed Su Chen tightly. Su Chen put his arms around Yunlin's smooth back. By daybreak, Liyang City had been almost cleared. With support from other districts, the injured were quickly evacuated, while other ordinary people participated in the reconstruction process. Su Chen did not participate, but took Yunlin back to his villa. "Is this Si Yan's body?" Su Chen looked at Si Yan's corpse in Area 16 in surprise, feeling a little unexpected. He had been obsessed with Si Yan's body and was thinking of taking the trouble to go to the administration to investigate, but he didn't expect it to be thrown at his doorstep. "Maybe we can try refining it." Su Chen became interested. Spiritual wild beasts are extremely rare, and he has never refined one before. The wild beasts he had refined before were all those with high-quality bloodlines selected by Yunlin. According to Yunlin, the better the quality of the wild beast's blood, the higher the absorption efficiency. Do it as soon as you think of it. Su Chen didn't hesitate and started refining directly. After reaching the first level, he no longer needed to dismember the body. Su Chen placed his hands on Si Yan's body and directly began to practice the Universe Blood Refining Sutra. Suddenly, a rich essence of qi and blood was refined and swallowed by Su Chen. Just like when he devoured Shiju's flesh and blood, a talent for mind control has indeed appeared. Su Chen was overjoyed. The reason why he was obsessed with Si Yan's corpse was because he accidentally obtained Shiju's wild beast talent when he devoured his flesh and blood. That is the control of energy. It was just because he was outside that he didn't try it, which was why he was anxious to return to the wild beast cemetery. It was at that time that Su Chen wondered whether he could obtain Si Yan's abilities by refining his flesh and blood essence. Now, the answer is out. That's it. Chapter 54, Heart Transforming Sword. Massive rewards. Changes. Compared with martial arts, Su Chen's attainments in mental power do not seem to be particularly outstanding.
Although he is now a second-level spiritual master, his mental power is improved by absorbing the essence of spiritual thoughts, and it is not like the physical body that can break through the limit.
This is what Su Chen has been thinking about. And after the previous battle with Si Yan, he finally realized the power of the Divine Mind Master. Mental attacks are hard to guard against. If Su Chen could obtain the talent for mental attack from Si Yan, he would have another trump card. As the Universe Blood Refining Sutra circulated, the essence of Qi and blood burst out from Si Yan's body and penetrated into every meridian of Su Chen. His blood was boiling and his meridians were pulsating as he enjoyed this sweet rain. At the same time, the golden mist over there was also absorbing the essence. The energy and blood of the 6th-level wild beast was so rich that Su Chen could not digest it in such a short time, and his pores were spewing out essence. For a moment, his whole body was filled with mist, brilliant and colorful. Crash! In the Dantian, the true energy surged and became thicker and richer, and the golden sun became even brighter. Not long. It has already passed 1/3 of the Dantian. 3rd level, 3rd heaven. Su Chen looked delighted. The 3rd level of a warrior is calculated based on the height of his true qi. When it reaches the top of his Dantian, it is the 9th level. At that time, the true qi can directly nourish the 5 internal organs and bloom the first 5 qi flower. He is a 4th level warrior. At this moment, Su Chen's spiritual platform swayed between his eyebrows, and ripples appeared in his heart. A wonderful feeling suddenly appeared in his mind. Heart-transforming sword? Su Chen was secretly surprised. I was just thinking of giving it a try, but it actually worked. I actually got Si Yan's talent for mental attack. This is a technique that condenses mental power into a sword shape. It has extremely strong attack power and can deliver a fatal blow when facing a warrior whose mental power is inferior to one's own. Unlike the physical body, mental power is extremely weak and difficult to cultivate. For ordinary warriors, only when they reach the 6th level and the physical body is filled with qi and blood to the extreme, can they forcibly stimulate the spiritual platform and use qi and blood to protect the mental power. However, the entry point for a spiritual master is to stimulate the spiritual platform. It can be said that warriors below the 6th level are completely powerless to fight back even when facing a 1st-level mind master who masters the method of mental attack. This was also the reason why Si Yan was so confident before and lured Su Chen closer. Every profession has its own specialization. The spiritual master cultivates mental power, while the warrior cultivates qi, blood, and physical body. Each has its strengths and correspondingly, their own weaknesses. The mind master is physically weak, while the warrior is mentally weak. However, Su Chen has mastered both and has no weaknesses at all. Before this, he only had mental power but no way to attack. Now he finally got a way to attack. Su Chen stood up, his body shook slightly, and a strong wind rose around him. Now, I should have no rivals below level 5. For warriors, the 5th level is a qualitative change. The birth of the spirit of martial arts gives warriors the power to transcend the physical body. The fighting method is no longer limited to the physical body. So there are too many uncertainties. I'm at the 3rd level now. I can continue practicing the 7-wound fist. Su Chen began to learn the 7-injury fist again. In the previous battle, Su Chen's stunning performance of the first move, blood-boiling injury, made him even more excited for the next boxing technique. Qi reversal injury reverses the flow of qi within the body, forcibly breaking through the normal meridians. The power of the fist contains the characteristics of disrupting qi, which can instantly disrupt the opponent's qi flow, causing it to backfire and lose its offensive and defensive capabilities. Its power is strange and difficult to defend against. Looking at the introduction of the second move, Su Chen had a more intuitive feeling about his first use of earth-grade martial arts. Reversing the flow of true qi is a big taboo in martial arts practice. If you are not careful, your meridians will burst and you will die. However, the 7-injury fist contains a set of mysterious techniques that will not cause any damage even if it goes against the flow. Su Chen practiced the boxing techniques bit by bit. Before we knew it, a week had passed since the behemoth attacked the city. During this period, no one came to bother Su Chen. During this period, Su Chen went to the Wild Beast Cemetery Management Bureau to resign and hand over his work. The person who received him was also a young man. He was extremely respectful to Su Chen. But it wasn't Zhang Hu after all. After that, Su Chen went to the Shenwu Bureau again and registered. From then on, he became a registered warrior. has many privileges.
Of course, the most important thing is that the monthly salary once again exceeded the upper limit, reaching an astonishing 100,000 points.
This was something Su Chen had never dared to imagine before.
After getting the money, Su Chen took Yunlin to many places and spent a lot of money.
The merchants recognized Su Chen and refused to take his money no matter what. However, Su Chen didn't want to take it for free, so he paid for it in the end. As time passed, the reconstruction of Liyan City was on the right track.
With the help of the warriors of the Shenwu Bureau, high-rise buildings were built one after another.
During this period, Su Chen also saw some wild beasts.
However, Liao Qingxian told him that these were trained by the Shenwu Bureau itself and would not attack humans.
After all, wild beasts are essentially beasts.
Since they are beasts, they have the possibility of being tamed. During this period, Su Chen has been using his mental power to conceive the child. The pregnancy went smoothly and the child has gradually taken shape. At the original rate, it would take at least 3 years. Congratulations to the host for reaching the first step, the fetus is formed. Rewards, talent points plus 60, spouse conception chance plus 5%, conception card X1, martial arts card X1, and the Xian grade, lower level martial arts skill Dragon Claw.
The long-lost reminder sound rang out. Su Chen hurriedly checked his panel. Host, Su Chen. Level, 3rd level warrior triple. Talent, C level 0100. Spouse, Medusa 9 Sky Star Python. Offspring, 1 early pregnancy. Chance of pregnancy, 15%.
System space, comprehension card, conception card X1, martial arts card X1, Xian grade lower level martial arts Dragon Claw. Martial arts card, use this card at a place where a warrior has fought to randomly deduce a martial arts skill from the battle traces. Dragon Claw, a low level Xian grade martial art. Qi and blood intertwine and transform into dragon claws. Note, this martial art has high requirements on the physical body, please learn it with caution.
The harvest is greater than I imagined.
The appearance of talent points has enabled Su Chen's talent to reach sea level. Although he is not as good as a genius, Su Chen can break through the realm on his own without the realm-breaking pill. It will never be the same again. Secondly, the probability of conception and the conception card are particularly important for Su Chen, who has a system of having many children and good fortune.
The more children you have, the more you gain. Su Chen always kept it in mind.
Xian grade martial arts are particularly important for Su Chen, who has few combat methods. However, the most likely possibility is that the martial arts card can deduce the martial arts contained in the battle traces. Although it is random, it may bring miracles.
Soon, Su Chen learned the Black Dragon Poem and master it in the next few days. This piece lasted until 3 days later, when Yunlin's scream broke the tranquility of the wild beast cemetery. Su Chen.
On this day, Su Chen was regulating his breathing outside when Yunlin's scream suddenly came from the villa.
What's wrong? Su Chen quickly stood up and rushed into the house.
When he entered, his face suddenly changed. He saw Yunlin lying on the bed, his face pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and golden light and starlight intertwined in his lower abdomen, filled with terrifying fluctuations.
Chapter 55. Your wife is not a human being. That's... Su Chen's pupils suddenly shrank and goosebumps appeared all over his body.
I saw that in Yunlin's lower abdomen, there was a hazy glow interwoven, like a nebula, and a golden dragon-shaped shadow was floating and swimming in it, emitting a faint dragon roar from time to time. Every time a dragon roars, it brings severe pain.
Ugh!
Yunlin covered her lower abdomen in pain, her body twisting, and her pair of snow-white legs curled up due to the severe pain.
Yunlin, how are you?
Su Chen hurried over and held Yunlin in his arms with an anxious look on his face. At the same time, he immediately extended his mental power to feel the abnormality in his lower abdomen.
I'm fine. It's the child. He seems a little different from ordinary children. Although Yunlin said so, how could he be okay?
His delicate cheeks were already covered with pale traces of weakness, and sweat soaked the loose hair on his forehead.
Hearing this, Su Chen's breath was held, because he felt it too. When a normal fetus is successfully conceived, it is just an embryo, and its organs have not yet developed successfully, so it basically does not show any abnormalities.
Even if one has any special talents and physique, they will only appear when the baby is close to full term. But when this child of his was just born, he was like a real dragon cub, with surging energy and blood that was incredibly rich. Almost comparable to a first-level warrior. If it was just qi and blood, it would not have caused such a big impact on Yunlin. The key is the Misty Nebula and the Golden Dragon Phantom, which were born from the bloodlines of Su Chen and Yunlin, and carried the abilities of both. Su Chen could feel that within this embryo, there were traces of golden light that originated from the same source as his own, although it was extremely thin, like a golden thread, barely perceptible. But it was this little bit that made Yunlin unbearable.
Su Chen.
Yunlin Xian was sweating profusely as she hugged Su Chen, her eyes full of panic. Although she was once the head of a royal family, at this moment, she was just a mother who was at a loss. She was not worried about herself, but was afraid that something might happen to her child.
Hearing this, Su Chen clenched his fists and took a deep breath.
He was also worried, but at this moment, he couldn't fall down, he had to carry it up. Because he is Yunlin's husband and the father of her child.
Yunlin, don't worry, you and the child will be fine.
Su Chen kissed Yunlin on her fair forehead, then picked her up in a princess hug.
The current situation is so special that he doesn't know how to deal with it and can only seek help from the outside world. Bang! The door is open. Su Chen held Yunlin and rushed towards Liang City at the fastest speed.
Seeing this, Xiao He quickly followed.
Roar!
As luck would have it, a strange beast happened to pass by, but as soon as it roared, Su Chen kicked it into the air.
Ah!
Another strange beast passed by and saw this scene. It suppressed its roar and quickly shrank into the pile of wild beast corpses.
In Liang City.
Inside the Shenwu Bureau, Liao Qingxian had not left yet and was discussing the follow-up arrangements for Liang City with Zhang Shanyan.
Suddenly,
the door was kicked open.
Who? How dare you, Su Chen?
Liao Qingxian frowned, wondering who was so brave, but then he saw Su Chen rushing in with Yunlin in his arms, looking anxious.
What's going on?
Liao Qingxian stood up suddenly and shouted at Zhang Shanyan at the same time.
Let Qingyan come over. Quickly. Qingyan is the doctor brought by Lu Zhixian.
She is a middle-aged woman who once served as a military doctor on the battlefield in the first 3 districts. She is knowledgeable and has extraordinary medical skills.
After Lu Zhixian and others left, she stayed to help Liang City restore its medical facilities.
Before, it was she who performed a physical examination on Su Chen and named him the human-shaped wild beast.
It's a child.
I don't understand these things and can't see the problem, but Yunlin is in pain.
Su Chen placed Yunlin on the sofa in the room.
At this moment, all he could think of was the Shenwu Bureau. Yunlin lay on the sofa and fell asleep. The strange sensation in his lower abdomen had disappeared, but the pain remained and seemed to be getting worse. The originally rosy skin gradually lost its color, and even the true energy began to become thinner. It's the fetus absorbing her qi and blood.
Liao Qingxian was indeed a 9th rank expert. He saw the problem immediately after just one glance. Not only is it absorbing, it seems to be affecting other parts of her body. Suddenly, Liao Qingxian seemed to have discovered something and took a deep breath. Why is this child's aura so terrifying?
Yunlin's belly was not bulging too much, which meant that it was in the early embryonic stage. A child in this state gave him the feeling that he was not a human being at all, but a wild beast.
No. Even more terrifying than wild beasts.
Because in addition to the surging energy and blood, there is also a supreme and noble charm.
Just like the golden giant from the beginning.
Thinking of this, Liao Qingxian looked solemn, looked at Su Chen, and said, I think I know the reason.
Your bloodline is too strong. Her strength and physique can't bear it, so this problem occurs. After saying this, Liao Qingxian added, I'm not saying anything harsh on you, but don't you know that warriors with powerful bloodlines can't have children with ordinary people?
She's an ordinary woman, and it's simply unbearable for her to be pregnant with your child. In order not to reveal her identity, Yunlin deliberately concealed her strength, so in the eyes of Liao Qingxian and others, she was just an ordinary woman.
Only. Su Chen had no idea how to respond to this.
Bloodline and strength do have an impact on conceiving a child.
Ordinary people simply cannot give birth to a child of a strong person.
For an ordinary woman, if she destroys the bloodline of a strong man, she may be sucked dry before the child is born.
But is Yunlin an ordinary person?
One of the 10 royal families in the starry sky, Queen Medusa, who has the royal blood of the 9 starry sky python and is invincible in her time and has won the title of king. No matter which identity it is enough to shock the world.
And what about yourself? An ordinary warrior.
So Su Chen had never considered this problem. All he had considered before was how to ensure that he would not be pinched off. As a result, now, Yunlin is in crisis because his bloodline is too strong.
Where can I find justice?
Seeing Su Chen speechless, Liao Qingxian was also hesitant to speak. In the end, he can only sigh, "I understand you." In the face of love, these things are inevitably ignored. You don't have to worry too much. When Qing Yan comes, she will definitely have a way. At this moment, Su Chen in front of him seemed to overlap with his past self. At that time, he also fell in love with someone and didn't consider anything else. But he was not as lucky as Su Chen, because the woman did not love him. Here he comes. Here he comes. Dr. Cheng is here. As soon as Zhang Shanyan finished speaking, a middle-aged woman rushed in. It was Qing Yan. When she saw Su Chen, Qing Yan was obviously surprised. "It's you, the human-shaped wild beast." Forehead. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. At that time, he burst the testing equipment and was scolded by Qing Yan. Qing Yan spotted Yunlin on the sofa at a glance, then ran over, with a bright green light emanating from her palm, covering Yunlin's lower abdomen. That's Qing Yan's Earth Grade technique, the Eternal Life technique, which specializes in medical treatment and healing. Now that she's here, you can rest assured. Liao Qingxian patted Su Chen's shoulder and comforted him. Qing Yan examined it carefully, but her expression became more and more solemn. Suddenly, she seemed to have realized something, her pupils dilated slightly, and her breathing stagnated. Then she looked at Su Chen again and muttered to herself, "This is even more strange, unreasonable." "How about it?" Su Chen asked. Qing Yan did not answer, but took out a thumb-sized pill from her arms, placed it next to Yunlin's mouth, and then gently crushed it. After the pill broke, it turned into a misty glow and entered the mouth through the red lips. After a while, Yunlin's complexion looked much better and his breathing became a little smoother, but the solemnity on Qing Yan's face did not dissipate. Qing Yan stood up and said to Liao Qingxian and Zhang Shanyan, "You two should go out first. It's not convenient for two grown men to stay here for the next treatment." Soon, only Su Chen, Qing Yan and Yunlin were left in the room. At this moment, Qing Yan said something that made Su Chen's hair stand on end, "Your wife is not a human being." Chapter 56. I just want to make a good relationship with you. Yunlin once deliberately emphasized that his identity could not be revealed for the time being. There is not absolute unity within the Earth Federation. Because of different ideologies, they are divided into multiple camps. Some people's thoughts are uncontrollable. Once their identities are exposed, it is certain that it will arouse the greed of some people. More importantly, during the thousands of years of war, alien races may have infiltrated the Earth Federation. Among these people, there might be Yunlin's enemies. So after hearing Qing Yan's words, Su Chen's muscles tensed up instantly. "Don't worry, relax. I'm just a doctor. I just want to save her. I've already given her Xinxue Anong pills. They should keep her quiet for a while." Qing Yan also noticed Su Chen's nervousness and smiled to ease the atmosphere. But the next sentence surprised Su Chen again. "It's surprising that there are still people alive in the 9 Sky Star Python clan." Qing Yan sighed. Su Chen looked at Qing Yan in shock. This woman clearly didn't seem to have much fighting power, but her words were extraordinary. She not only saw that Yunlin was not a human, she even saw his race. The 9 Sky Starry Sky Python is a member of the royal family of the Starry Sky. Ordinary warriors have no chance of coming into contact with it. Are you curious about why I know her bloodline? Qing Yan smiled. Without waiting for Su Chen to answer, Qing Yan stretched out her hand. It was a slender arm, and at this moment, green scales were slowly floating on it. "This is?" Su Chen's breath stopped and he said in surprise. "Because I also have the bloodline of the 9 Sky Star Python." Qing Yan's words were shocking. A human doctor actually had the blood of an alien race. This was something Su Chen had never thought of. "Qing family, have you heard of it?" Qing Yan asked. "Could it be you?" Su Chen said in surprise. He had naturally heard of the Qing family. It was one of the 10 major families in Daxia, with a profound heritage and extremely ancient history. It was said that it existed in the Gaowu era before the invasion of all races. There are countless powerful people in the family, and one of them even guards a huge city alone in the starry sky. "Yes, I am from the Qing family," Qing Yan said. Speaking of this, Su Chen suddenly realized that it was no wonder that a doctor from the 10th district could actually practice Earth-grade martial arts. Before the myriad clans descended, there was no Qing family. At that time, there was only a young man named Qingshan, who was exceptionally talented. He rose to prominence during the glorious era and achieved a level above the 9th order. Later, he traveled to the starry sky, exploring the many stars, and unexpectedly met a woman. They fell in love at first sight and pledged their lives together. Later, the woman returned to Earth with him and established a family.
This family is the present-day Qing family. Qing Yan seemed to be telling an insignificant story.
However, based on the previous and subsequent conversations, Su Chen immediately understood the information contained in Qing Yan's words.
Is that woman from the Nine Sky Starry Sky Python clan? Su Chen said. Smart. That woman was Queen Medusa at that time. Qing Yan's words were too shocking.
Among the 10 great families of Daxia, the Qing family actually contains the bloodline of the Nine Sky Star Python clan.
No wonder the Nine Sky Star Python clan is one of the few races that have friendly relations with humans. This connection is truly profound. Su Chen murmured. Suddenly, something occurred to him and he asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Qing Yan wouldn't say these things for no reason. There must be a special reason. I'm saying this to tell you that the Qing family can help you, or rather, you only have the Qing family to trust now. Qing Yan spoke.
This statement has another meaning, which is that, just as Yunlin said before, there are many people who are not trustworthy and will pose a threat to Yunlin.
In exchange? Su Chen naturally wouldn't think that all the members of the Qing family were saints. Ha!
Hearing this, Qing Yan looked at Su Chen in surprise and said suspiciously, "You don't look like an 18-year-old child, but more like an old vixen." In her eyes, Su Chen is actually just a child at this age. But in this brief exchange, Su Chen showed intelligence beyond his age. Of course there is an exchange, but that's all for the future. Right now, I just want to establish a good relationship with you. Of course it has something to do with her Nine Sky Starry Sky Python clan.
After Qing Yan finished speaking, Su Chen shook his head, somewhat unconvinced. Just to establish a good relationship with me? Tell me your requirements, otherwise I will be worried.
Having lived 2 lives, he doesn't believe that there is kindness in the world for no reason.
You are quite clever.
I thought you were a reckless man with your terrifying energy and blood, but now it seems that you are more cautious than a vixen.
Qing Yan smiled. But this time, you're truly wrong. I didn't lie to you.
I helped you this time just to establish a good relationship with you on behalf of the Qing family. If I had to say a specific purpose, it's because I hope you can help the Qing family if they're in danger of extinction in the future.
Ha! Su Chen was full of questions. Are you kidding me? Your Qing family needs me to save them? I'm just a third-rank warrior.
If I were to apply for a job cleaning toilets at your Qing family, I probably wouldn't even be able to get in.
You want me to help when your Qing family is doomed? What for? Pray? You talk so funny. Qing Yan was amused by Su Chen's words. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Hearing this, Su Chen also became serious. He glanced at Yunlin on the sofa and asked, "If I don't agree, will you save her?" That's what he cares about. Saving her is my duty as a doctor.
The previous conditions have nothing to do with saving her.
But if you want to save her, you must go to the first 3 districts.
So when the time comes, you will definitely need the protection of my Qing family.
Qing Yan said. As someone from a big family, she naturally wouldn't chat with Su Chen about meaningless things. What's the meaning? Su Chen asked.
The reason she had these problems was probably because she had been injured before and hadn't recovered. After she became pregnant, the fetus's bloodline in her body was too strong, causing a deficiency of qi in blood, and thus damaging her internal organs. According to current medical methods, only the first 3 districts are capable of treatment.
Qing Yan is indeed an experienced doctor, and he even saw Yunlin's previous injuries.
And at this moment, Su Chen finally understood everything.
It seems that I must go to these first 3 areas.
He had already made this preparation, but he didn't set off because the space elevator was broken.
Call. Su Chen took a deep breath, his eyes burning. I agree to your terms. Qing Yan extended a hand and said with a smile, happy cooperation.
However, the Qing family will only provide you with shelter, not resources. The allocation of resources within Daxia is based on strength and contribution.
So if you enter the first 3 areas, these are the only ways to obtain resources. Qing Yan explained to Su Chen. Su Chen listened carefully.
If you want her and the child to be safe, it will probably cost a lot of money.
Are you prepared? Qing Yan said. Su Chen did not answer, but just looked at Yunlin and clenched his fists.
The space elevator near District 13 is out of service, and the nearest one is in District 7, so you only have 1 week.
You'll arrive at District 3 in a week. Someone from the Qing family will pick you up there and take you to the hospital. But I'll ask you again, do you really want to go?
The shortest way from here to the 7th district is through the great desolate land of 100,000 miles, where there are countless ferocious beasts, even high-level ones.
Xing Yan said solemnly. Chapter 57. What if I never come back? Then I will never come back. Xing Yan said it very clearly that Yunlin's condition is very dangerous now and he must go to the first 3 areas for treatment. The effect of the Xinxue Anon pill can only last for a week at most.
After a week, no one can tell whether Yunlin will be alive or dead. In other words, Su Chen must reach the nearest 3rd district within this week. However, due to the self-destruction of the sky-devouring beast, the space elevators in several surrounding areas are unable to carry out long-distance transmission.
The nearest one that can go to the 3rd area is in the 7th area.
But if you follow the normal route in transportation, from Liang City in District 13 to District 7, the distance is hundreds of thousands of miles, and it will take more than a week to reach the destination.
So you can only go in a straight line.
Crossing the territory where the wild beasts live, 100,000 miles of wilderness.
That is a restricted area for humans, with countless wild beasts lurking in it.
It is said that there are wild beasts beyond the 9th level in the depths. Not to mention a 3rd level warrior, even a 9th level warrior would not dare to cross it easily.
But now, there is no choice. I've made up my mind. I'm going. I can't watch Yunlin die here. Su Chen responded.
A real man is born between heaven and earth.
If he can't even protect his wife and children, how can he be called a king?
The character king has the sky on top and the earth on the bottom, with self in the middle and a vertical line running through it. This vertical stroke represents a heart that moves forward courageously.
Be courageous. Be responsible. Xing Yan was infected by Su Chen's courage and was amazed.
In the vast wilderness of 10,000 miles, there is almost no chance of survival. If there were no other way, she would not let Su Chen do this. As a doctor, she would fight for it as long as there was a glimmer of hope.
I have a star treasure here that can help you. Xing Yan took out a palm-sized object.
This is a box that looks like a crystal gem, filled with faint starlight, sparkling, and looks extremely extraordinary.
Star Noble Phantasm.
Legend has it that this treasure, crafted from special metals from the stars, possesses extraordinary powers.
The price is extremely high and cannot be simply measured by credit points. Su Chen had never seen this before. This is a star box. It can hold life forms and maintain their vital signs.
After saying that, Xing Yan activated the star treasure, and a ray of clear light spread out, like a gauze dress, and fell on Yunlin. Under Su Chen's incredible eyes, Yunlin's body began to shrink, and then slowly floated up and sank into the star box.
Protect her well. Xing Yan handed the star box to Su Chen. Thank you very much.
Su Chen solemnly took the star box and looked at Yunlin sleeping in the box with a firm expression. At this moment, he finally believed Xing Yan's words. The doctor had a kind heart and gave him such a precious star artifact.
There's no time to lose. Let's go. Xing Yan looked solemn.
Su Chen put away the star box and turned to leave when Xing Yan suddenly grabbed him.
Su Chen looked back in confusion. Xing Yan's expression was complicated, and she finally spoke slowly, live. I will. Su Chen smiled.
He could feel the sincerity and concern in Xing Yan's words.
Bang!
The door opened, and Liao Qingxian and Zhang Shanyan were sitting together waiting not far away.
Su Chen, what's wrong? Liao Qingxian asked first. I'm going to the 3rd area. There's a way to cure Yunlin there. Su Chen did not hide it. 3rd district? I'll arrange a vehicle for you right now.
Zhang Shanyan said hurriedly.
No, I only have a week, it's too late to take the bus.
Su Chen didn't stay for long and walked straight out of the Shenwu bureau.
I don't even have time to take a car, how can you? 10,000 miles of wilderness.
Before Liao Qingxian could finish his words, his breath suddenly stopped, his face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, You want to cross the vast wilderness of 100,000 miles?
100,000 miles of wilderness? How is that possible? It's a restricted area. We absolutely can't go there. Su Chen, there must be another way.
After hearing this, Zhang Shanyan also understood Su Chen's thoughts. If you want to reach the third area in such a short time, you have to cross the 100,000-mile wilderness and then reach the seventh area.
I have to go. Su Chen didn't look back, but he stopped. Su Chen, have you really thought it through? Liao Qingxian took a deep breath.
He felt Su Chen's determination, but facing such a young man with extraordinary talent, he still couldn't bear to watch him die.
I've thought it through.
Su Chen looked up at the sky. The misty sky seemed to reflect his first meeting with Yun Lin and his usual smile. In the vast wilderness of 100,000 miles, a third-level warrior who enters will die. You have talent, and you will definitely become a hegemon in the future, a powerful protector of the human race, and guard the giant city in the starry sky.
Liao Qingxian said.
Hearing this, Su Chen smiled and turned around and said, Director Liao, I'm not a saint, I'm just an ordinary warrior.
Protecting the human race is the job of you top warriors, and I.
Su Chen lowered his head, touched the star box in his arms, and smiled, I just want to protect my wife and children.
What if I never come back? Liao Qingxian finally spoke. Then you'll never come back.
Su Chen stepped forward with a determined look in his eyes. As for death, he had died once 18 years ago. How could he be afraid of death in this new life? In this life, he just wants to live according to his own ideas. In fact, that day, Su Chen had something else he didn't say to Yun Lin, which was that the meaning of his martial arts practice, besides not wanting to lose, there was another reason.
That is to protect everything you have. I am a selfish person. From the moment you and I were together, everything about you belongs only to me. So I won't let you die, and no one can take you away.
Su Chen gently stroked the star box in his arms, walked out of the Shenwu Bureau, and then ran towards the outside of Liang City at the fastest speed. Xiao He followed closely behind. At this moment, even time seemed to slow down for Su Chen.
In the Shenwu Bureau, Liao Qingxian and Zhang Shanyan stood there, watching Su Chen's back disappear, and sighed slowly.
I'm old now, and I no longer have the passion I had when I was young. Liao Qingxian smiled bitterly.
If he had the courage at the beginning, maybe he could have found his love. However, his talent is rare in the world.
Losing him in the 100,000 miles of wilderness is a complete loss to the Federation.
Zhang Shanyan sighed. Su Chen's talent is beyond imagination.
A second-level warrior killing a sixth-level wild beast has never happened before, even in the history of martial arts.
Maybe he will become the second Zhang Taiji in the future.
In fact, they were discussing today that once the space elevator was restored, they would recommend Su Chen to the top 3 areas, and would even find a way to send him to the Starry Sky City for training.
Unexpectedly, this situation occurred halfway. It's okay, let him go. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean he can't. After all, he saved the entire Liang City, which is something even you can't do.
Green smoke came out of the house. Hearing this, Liao Qingxian and Zhang Shanyan looked at each other and finally laughed.
Yes. This guy has never been an ordinary person.
Qingyan secretly sighed inwardly, how could a bloodline that can suppress even the royal blood be destroyed so easily? Being able to obtain a favor from such a genius for the Qing family is truly a testament to the kindness of raising me.
Chapter 58, Hunting of Alien Races in the Starry Sky. Brilliant world. Xiao He. After leaving Liang City, Su Chen no longer had any scruples and shouted. Woof.
As Xiao He responded, his body began to grow larger and transformed into the previous form of black flames.
Su Chen jumped up and rode on Xiao He. Ouch. Xiao He roared towards the sky, and the black flames were blazing, but it could not hurt Su Chen.
It suddenly accelerated, like a black flame, rushing towards the wilderness of 10,000 miles. Just like its name, the 10,000 miles wilderness is a vast mountain range stretching for 100,000 miles. However, when Su Chen stepped into it for the first time, he understood why it was called a restricted area. What you see are towering ancient trees, with treetops like a curtain that covers everything. Among the barren mountains and huge rocks, there are thick tree roots like real dragons. The rocks are jagged, the mountains are continuous and undulating, and the air is filled with an ancient atmosphere, as if this is not the earth, but another ancient land. The roars of beasts echoed through the mountains and forests, heavy, majestic, and full of murderous intent.
1 week. 100,000 miles. Su Chen jumped off Xiao He and entered this restricted area for humans.
The road is rugged and full of dangers, so we can only move forward on foot.
At the same time,
on the other side of the vast wilderness, ripples appeared in the void, and a young woman in a purple dress rushed into the forest with a look of terror. The woman had a graceful figure, fair skin, and a fluorescent glow. She was obviously not an ordinary person, but her gauze skirt was torn everywhere, revealing large areas of snow-white skin, and her delicate body was also covered with scars. That delicate face was now filled with despair. Escape! The woman in the purple skirt ran away while looking back, as if there was some extremely ferocious creature chasing her.
It doesn't stop there. In every corner of the 100,000-mile wilderness, human figures appeared amidst the fluctuations of the void. These figures, like the woman in purple skirt, ran for their lives the moment they landed. And deep in the wilderness, in the core area, a group of young men and women in gorgeous clothes stood together. These people all looked different. Although they resembled humans, their bodies had distinct features. Some had horns on their heads and eyes like golden stars, some had faces covered in scales and ferocious expressions, and some were fair-skinned, naturally charming young women. But the only thing they have in common is that they all exude energy and blood as vast as the ocean, like young gods and demons. At this moment, an old man stood before them. His hair and beard were all white, and he was hunched over. He leaned on a cane, his eyes shining. Everyone, this hunt, we have released a total of 50 human genius captives, whose realms are below the 5th level. The requirements are the same as in previous years. Those who kill more than the 5th level will gain access to the brilliant realm. Currently, besides Earth, there are other competitions going on other ancient life planets, but the total number of places will not change, there will only be 10 in total. The brilliant realm opens once every 10 years.
The opportunities there can help you condense Stardust runes before reaching the Stardust realm. You are all geniuses from your respective races. You should understand the value of the Stardust rune.
I won't say much else. Everyone, keep up the good work. Yes.
As the old man finished speaking, the young men and women looked at each other, saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes, and then shot out in all directions.
Good luck to you.
After saying this, the old man closed his eyes and there was no sound, even his life force disappeared.
At the same time,
deep in the starry sky, above an unknown ancient star, inside an ancient palace, the mist was shrouded in fog, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. In the sky, several huge suns were rising and falling. A closer look revealed that within these suns were people sitting cross-legged, their bodies radiating brilliant light. Suddenly, one of the old men opened his eyes. His face looked exactly like the old man in the 10,000 miles wilderness. He glanced around and found that the others had also opened their eyes.
Has your hunting competition started?
The old man smiled. Of course, from this 10-match ancient land competition, 10 places will be selected to represent us in the brilliant realm.
I just don't know who they will be.
The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with red hair.
Ha ha ha.
Old Ghost Zhu, if you want to talk about your Zhu Tianqi, just say it directly.
Why are you still saying you don't know who he is?
Another young man spoke. Although he looked young, his voice was full of vicissitudes of life. It was obvious that he was also an old monster.
Tianqi must be one of them. I wanted to mention another one.
After all, I heard that a certain family even released that freak who had been dormant for decades. Having said that, the red-haired man, whom they called Zhu Laogui, looked at the blue-haired man who was sitting cross-legged in another big sun. The man lowered his head, with his long blue hair hanging down from his shoulders. When he heard Zhu Laogui's words, he raised his head, revealing his feminine and handsome face.
The fate of the common people will not last long.
If he wants to fight for his destiny in this life, he must enter the brilliant world.
The brilliant realm is an ancient land in the starry sky.
It is extremely special and difficult to enter from the outside world.
It can only be entered through some special link. And this special link was given by Dabi.
Every 10 years, they would select the geniuses of the clan below level 5 to compete, and the winners would automatically get a spot.
The requirement for victory is to become the strongest.
10 areas, 10 places.
Gonsi is on Earth now.
He will definitely win that competition. The blue-haired man said confidently.
That's not necessarily true. Another person spoke up.
This person was wearing a green robe covered with wood grain. He had a strange smile on his face. He glanced at the red-haired man, then at the blue-haired man, and finally said slowly, "The royal blood of my tribe is also on Earth."
Royal blood?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Tianqian has been dormant at the 4th level of martial arts for this brilliant world, so Gonsi may have really given in. The green-robed man laughed.
Yeah.
The blue-haired man did not refute, but just smiled slightly and lowered his head again, as if all this had nothing to do with him.
Let's wait and see.
The old man in charge of the Earth region spoke. The vast wilderness of 100,000 miles is a desolate place with no roads at all.
The rugged mountain roads are full of thorns.
The dull roars of beasts pierce through the jungle, bringing with them a deadly sense of oppression. Su Chen brought Xiao He and moved back and forth in it at a very fast speed.
However, it is the wilderness after all.
Just half an hour later, a third-level lion beast set its sights on Su Chen.
Roar!
This is a wild lion beast with a golden body. It is more than 3 meters tall, with thick limbs, twisted muscles, and a pair of golden eyes like lanterns. The moment they met, he pounced towards Su Chen.
Snort! Su Chen showed no fear at all.
He gathered his true energy in his fists and started to attack with blood-boiling injuries.
Chapter 59, He is a Great Villain. Bang!
The battle was not difficult. With just one punch, Su Chen pierced through the wild beast's chest. White smoke and the aroma of meat were coming out of the huge gap. The third-level wild beast posed no threat at all in front of Su Chen. After activating the Universe Blood Refining Sutra and refining a portion of the essence of blood and flesh, Su Chen did not stay for too long and continued to move forward. At the beginning, he was only at the edge of the 100,000-mile wilderness, and encountered some low-level wild beasts, but as he went deeper, the wild beasts around him became more and more powerful. Even when they were crossing a mountain range, there was an isolated peak in front of them. Su Chen wanted to go up, but Xiao He whimpered anxiously and pulled Su Chen back. He was confused at first, until the mountain moved. This is not a mountain at all, it is clearly the body of a giant beast, hundreds of meters in size, like a sacred mountain.
Just a breath can cause a huge storm. Seeing the scene, Su Chen couldn't help but gasp.
If it weren't for Xiao He, I would have been beaten to death in one blow if I had disturbed this giant beast. After this incident, Su Chen became more cautious in his progress. Even so, he still encountered various crises.
Humans know very little about this area. Many wild beasts have been dormant here for a long time, and many have even been forgotten by alien races. Aliens have invaded the Earth before.
If Jiang Taiji had not appeared out of nowhere and fought against several kings alone, the Earth would probably have been lost. Later, the alien race was expelled from the solar system, and humans built a giant city in the starry sky. During that war, many wild beasts beyond the 9th level were left behind on Earth, dormant in the 100,000-mile wilderness, and occupied this area. Because the Earth Federation was busy with the interstellar war, it had no energy to deal with the 10,000-mile wilderness. As time goes by, these wild beasts grow up and grow old here, or are found by alien races again and become war machines to attack Daxia. If it were these wild beasts that attack Liang City, I would definitely not be able to stop them. Su Chen walked cautiously in the mountains and forests, his eyes moving around, looking everywhere, and taking every step with extreme caution, because he didn't know whether he would step on a wild beast next. What crisis brings is the improvement of strength. Along the way, Su Chen has been experiencing battles. After killing a wild beast every time, he would use the Universe Blood Refining Sutra to replenish his chi and blood. The blood and flesh essence of 3 third-level wild beasts allowed him to advance his martial arts skills again, reaching the 3rd level, 4th heaven.
Ah!
Just then, a scream pierced the jungle.
Someone?
Su Chen was shocked and extremely surprised. The voice was clearly that of a man, and he was not far away, but how could there be humans in the vast wilderness of 10,000 miles? Su Chen carefully approached the source of the sound. As he got closer, he heard not only screams, but also the sounds of fierce fighting. The air was filled with airwaves, which were the aftermath of the battle. Soon, Su Chen finally saw the situation ahead clearly. In a valley, a young man was covered in blood, kneeling on the ground with a look of horror on his face. His arms had been cut off and blood was gushing out. In front of him, a man in a gorgeous robe sneered and raised a knife in his hand. "You lose, the price is." With a wave of his hand and a drop of his knife, heads flew off.
Aliens?
Why are they here, and killing people here?
Su Chen's mind was trembling wildly, and he was full of confusion.
The man holding the knife had a unique appearance, with green scales on his cheeks and pointed ears.
He was obviously not a human. There are actually alien races in the vast wilderness of 10,000 miles? Moreover, he doesn't look very old, and his strength is estimated to be around level 4.
Everything in front of him was beyond Su Chen's cognition. He hid behind a tree, his eyes flickering, thinking about the current situation. At this moment, the man holding the knife wiped the blood off the knife, His ears twitched slightly, and he suddenly looked in the direction of Su Chen.
Discovered? Su Chen's qi and blood circulated instantly, ready for battle. Humans and alien races are mortal enemies. Once they meet, they will fight to the death. There is no other way.
However, the man holding the knife glanced at where Su Chen was, his eyes full of vigilance, and said coldly, "Brother, I killed this man, the points are mine, you are too late."
Integral? Su Chen was puzzled.
However, he still did not walk out from behind the tree, because he still had not figured out what had happened.
This alien did not take any action after discovering him. So weird. Compared to Su Chen's nervousness and confusion, the man holding the knife was also nervous. What tribe's genius is this?
His blood and energy are so terrifying.
Just one look at him makes me feel cold. The man's name is Xianzi, from the Xuanyu tribe.
He has the gift of sharp eyes and sharp ears. His ears can hear the movements within a radius of hundreds of meters, and his eyes can see the target's strength clearly and observe every detail. He noticed it when Su Chen approached. At first he thought this was a human being, but when he saw the vast ocean of blood and energy in Su Chen's body, he immediately denied this idea.
There is no way a human being could possess such a body. Moreover, when Su Chen arrived, Xianzi also felt the aura of a wild beast emanating from his body.
Human appearance, but blood and energy more terrifying than wild beasts, as well as a similar aura.
Only the legendary thing. This guy is a real villain.
Xianzi felt a chill down his spine and went cold all over.
The great evil is a special species.
They have no race and are born naturally.
They have no father or mother.
When they are born, they have talents that surpass royal blood and bodies comparable to those of wild beasts. Every great evil, as long as it survives, will inevitably become the overlord of the starry sky.
Even creating a royal family is not impossible.
However, correspondingly, the number of great evil creatures is also extremely rare, and it is estimated that one may not appear in 10,000 years. There's actually a fierce beast participating in this hunting competition.
How is that possible? Why didn't I notice it before? Xuanzi's hand holding the knife began to become unsteady.
He unconsciously stepped back, his face solemn. At the same time, Su Chen behind the tree was also extremely nervous. At this moment, he had not figured out the situation.
There were aliens here, what were they doing, and how many aliens there were? And why doesn't this guy leave or come over? Is he waiting for rescue to kill him in one go? It's too dangerous. We must leave here. Su Chen took a deep breath.
At the same time, Xianzi was sweating profusely as he looked at the motionless tree. He could feel the blood boiling inside the fierce creature behind the tree.
The legendary evildoer is known to be belligerent by nature. Even after killing everyone, he still refuses to leave. Could it be that he wants to kill me? We have to get out of here. Xianzi's pupils suddenly shrank and his breathing stagnated. Next second. Run! Two voices rang out. Su Chen and Xianzi ran in opposite directions at almost the same speed. Boom! Rocks rolled down in the mountains and forests.
Only the human man's body remained, lying quietly on the ground.
Chapter 60, Three-Headed Divine Dragon.
The legendary precious blood.
Great evil? Where does the great evil come from?
While running, Su Chen seemed to vaguely hear the other party shouting this sentence. He had heard this name from Yunlin before. This ancient land actually harbors a great danger. We must be careful from now on.
Su Chen muttered to himself, and then took Xiao He and moved forward quickly, not daring to stay for even a minute.
If he really encountered a big beast, it would be difficult for him to leave. Xianzi stopped after running away for several miles. He looked back in shock and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the fierce beast had not caught up with him. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared.
Xianzi, why are you so flustered?
This is a man in a blue robe, with long hair like a waterfall, draped over his shoulders, and a handsome and feminine face with a sickly paleness.
It's kosher.
When Xianzi first heard the voice, he jumped up in fright.
When he found out it was someone he knew, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Didn't you go and hunt down a human? Did you encounter some powerful wild beast?
Gongxi looked behind Xuanzi and found nothing.
There are many ancient wild beasts in this vast wilderness. If all of them were recruited, they would definitely be a huge fighting force. But the aliens didn't do it.
The reason is that during the years of evolution, the original leaders of these wild beasts have died and their leadership has been lost. If they want to tame them again, a being above the 9th level will need to descend. However, if those strong people want to come to such a place, they will inevitably attract the attention of the Earth Federation. By then, there will be another big war, and the loss will outweigh the gain. Therefore, the alien race directly turned this area into a trial ground for the geniuses within the tribe.
Just like this brilliant world selection.
So in addition to hunting down humans, they also have to face attacks from some savage beasts, and there is a high possibility that they will die directly in the mouths of wild beasts.
It's not a wild beast, but a great beast.
I encountered a great beast.
Shen Zi's expression was solemn, and his words were full of heaviness.
What?
A great disaster? Where does this great disaster come from?
A look of shock appeared on Gongxi's pale face. I don't know, but I can be sure that he is among the candidates selected this time.
Gongxi, you must be careful.
Shen Zi looked at Gongxi worriedly.
This genius from the Gongong clan is plagued by illness and is dying.
He relies on the place in this brilliant world to save his life. Gongxi nodded solemnly, but a fighting spirit welled up in his blue eyes.
As a genius in the clan, how could he be the kind of person who would retreat when faced with a strong opponent?
Rumble. At this moment, the great wilderness mountains were shaking, and a crimson light shot up from afar, piercing through the sky and dispersing the clouds.
What's going on? Gongxi and Xuanzi looked over there at the same time.
Suddenly, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A desolate beast that failed to reach the Stardust realm is about to die.
Gongxi spoke solemnly. Below the 9th level, all are mortal bodies. Even wild beasts with star energy in their bodies are no exception, and their lifespans will run out. If you want to completely sublimate, there is only one way, that is to condense star energy and enter the Stardust realm. But how could this transformation based on the level of life be so simple? Just a vast starlight could directly kill countless people.
Star energy is the product of the condensation of true qi, starlight, and qi in blood.
It has incredible power, among which starlight accounts for the majority.
On Earth, it is difficult to accumulate so much starlight, not to mention the wild beasts' demand for starlight, which is even greater. Obviously, in the 100,000-mile wilderness, there was a 9th-order wild beast that tried to forcibly break through the Stardust realm, but failed. The power that erupted at this moment was the residual power before death. It will choose a piece of land as its burial place.
Let's go.
The wild beasts here can reach the 9th level, so they must be some extremely ancient species, full of treasures.
Let's go and take a look. Gongxi laughed.
After saying that, the two of them quickly rushed towards where the beam of light was.
At the same time,
the alien geniuses from other places also saw this beam of light. A dying half-step Stardust beast, maybe it contains precious blood, let's go and take a look. I didn't expect this trial would bring unexpected rewards.
Interesting.
Su Chen, who was far away in another forest, also saw the blood-red light column, and what was extremely coincidental was that the source of the light column was right in front of him.
That's the only way. Not good.
Su Chen's face changed because he felt several terrifying streams of blood and energy rushing towards here at an extremely fast speed. To be precise, it was in front of him.
Someone noticed Su Chen.
But the next second, his face changed drastically. He vigilantly avoided the direction where Su Chen was and went around from the side.
They seem afraid of me?
Su Chen's face was full of shock, and then the performance of several alien races in succession confirmed his idea.
Roar!
A majestic roar, like thunder from heaven, resounded across the vast wilderness of 10,000 miles. The voice was filled with unwillingness and anger.
It's a 3-headed divine dragon. It's truly a wild beast with precious blood. After that battle, it actually left all the descendants of that clan on Earth. Some aliens let out shocked roars. It's in a very wrong state right now.
It's about to die, but it's not dead yet.
Its vitality is fading, as if it's brewing something. That's not right.
According to its condition, it should be able to live for another 10 years, but it's burning out its vitality.
What's going on? Everyone was talking and no one moved forward. Su Chen, who was around, also understood the current situation.
Although he didn't know why the aliens were afraid of him, at least now he could be a little safer.
Of course, he couldn't walk out openly. Su Chen looked forward and his breath suddenly stopped.
It was a valley that looked like a natural ravine, majestic and vast, with jagged rocks. A gigantic dragon hundreds of meters long was entwined in it, its body glowing with a blazing red light. The dragon is majestic, with crystal scales, and exudes a wild and ancient aura. The most eye-catching thing is that it has 3 huge dragon heads. 3 dragon heads, 3 pairs of eyes of different colors. The upper left one is purple, with electric light and blazing lightning. The middle is light blue, with shimmering water like a vast ocean. On the right side, there is a raging fire, like the sun. 3-headed divine dragon. A strange wild beast that is said to contain precious blood. When he was at the martial arts university, Su Chen learned relevant theoretical knowledge. The precious blood, also known as the blood of magic weapons, is a unique and strange thing created by heaven and earth. It doesn't necessarily appear on wild beasts. It's just that the probability is a little higher, and some are certain to be possessed, such as the 3-headed divine dragon, the sky-supporting ancient dragon, etc. The reason why they are special is that anything containing precious blood can be transformed into a magic weapon after death. Law refers to the law of heaven and earth, and treasure refers to rare and precious treasures. This is an item that is different from star treasures. It cannot be created artificially. As long as it appears, no matter where it is, it will inevitably cause a bloody storm. Because the magic weapon inherited the characteristics of wild beasts, it naturally contains star energy and some laws. If people below the 9th level possess a magic weapon, they can even challenge the strong ones in the Stardust realm. Chapter 61, Smart Aliens. Making friends with each other. The battle for supremacy. At this moment, even Su Chen, who wanted to leave, was moved. Moreover, he was blocked in front and could not move forward. He could only wait and see what would happen. The 3-headed divine dragon roared, as if conveying some kind of message. At the same time, as vitality burned, a smell of decay began to emanate from its flesh. That's the breath of death. Something's wrong. What are these aliens waiting for? Su Chen observed the young people of other races around him. Their eyes were full of desire, but no one stepped forward to fight for it, which was a bit strange. Soon, a terrifying roar cleared up Su Chen's doubts. Roar! On the other side of the valley, a huge mountain exploded, and then a giant ape with brilliant golden light suddenly stepped out, causing the mountain range to shake. This is also a golden ape, but it is much larger than the one in Liang City, at least 200 meters long, with twisted muscles all over its body, glistening hair, and flowing divine light. The mountain just now was smashed to pieces by his punch. 9th order wild beast. There's more to it than that. A cry was heard in the sky, and a pair of wings that covered the sky suddenly covered the area. The sharp cry turned into a substantial sound wave, sweeping across the world. The 9th order wild beast, the ancient eagle hanging from the sky. Retreat! Someone screamed in horror. Next second, the sound wave swept down, and the expressions of the figures changed drastically. Their faces turned pale and they covered their ears in pain. Even though Su Chen was the farthest away, the sound waves from the ancient eagle caused his blood to boil and his internal organs to feel uncomfortable. Is this a 9th order desolate beast? It's only 2 realms away from a 7th order desolate beast, but the gap is so huge. Su Chen was horrified. This was his first time facing a 9th order wild beast. Each one was like a mountain, unshakable. If they were at close range, their aura alone could crush him to death. Compared to them, the wild beasts that had previously attacked Liang City were nothing but children. This isn't just a 9th-ranked desolate beast, but one that has lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Suddenly, a slightly feminine voice sounded behind Su Chen. When? Su Chen's pupils suddenly shrank and his breathing stopped. Although his attention was always on the valley, he was still distracted by his surroundings, and Xiao He was right under his feet. Even in this situation, someone could actually approach him quietly. Su Chen clenched his fists, his energy and blood were brewing, ready to attack at any time. This great villain. Oh no, big brother, can I get to know him? The voice spoke, without hostility. Su Chen turned around and saw a man in a blue robe and blue hair, and the foreign man he had met before. It was the blue-haired man who spoke. He had a feminine look and quite a feminine charm, with a pair of sea blue eyes that held a hint of curiosity. The other foreign man shuddered when he saw Su Chen's eyes. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gongxi, from the Gonggong tribe. This person is called Xuanzi, and he's my friend. What's your name? Gongxi smiled gently and spoke.
Su Chen looked at the two of them silently.
He couldn't figure out the situation for a while, but the best answer at this moment was to go along with what the other party said.
My name is Gu. Su Chen picked a name at random. Brother Gu, is this your first time participating in the Brilliant Realm hunt? Gongxi looked at Su Chen and was still shocked by the profound energy and blood.
Just standing beside him made him feel palpitations. He confirmed Xuanzi's words.
This man named Gu is a vicious creature that is hard to come by in the world. And the rarest of all the evil spirits is the human-shaped one. Brilliant Realm hunting? Su Chen suddenly realized that it was no wonder that there were so many alien races.
It turned out to be a trial. And based on what he had seen before, the so-called hunting target must be humans. But I seem to be treated as an alien.
What is going on here?
Su Chen was puzzled. It was really unreasonable to be treated as an alien for no reason. But at this moment, he had no time to think, because a shocking battle broke out in the valley ahead. The golden ape that appeared first, upon seeing the three-headed divine dragon, immediately burst into blazing golden light in its huge eyes, like the sun, and then two rays of divine light pierced through.
At the same time,
the ancient eagle in the sky spread its wings rapidly, sweeping up dense wind blades that covered the three-headed divine dragon like a rainstorm. It turns out that the three-headed divine dragon is waiting for them. Gongxi sighed, his eyes full of understanding.
Sure enough, he's waiting for his enemy.
This three-headed divine dragon knows he won't live long, so he wants to take his enemy with him before he dies.
Good fellow.
It's indeed a wild beast with precious blood.
It's different. It's so cunning, deliberately burning its vitality, storing its strength, and then attracting its enemies. Luckily, we didn't go up and wait a little longer. I estimate that there may be more than just these wild beasts. If a 9th level overlord dies, this territory will definitely cause a fight.
Listening to the discussions around him, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. The geniuses of the alien races are all extremely smart. In fact, at the beginning even Su Chen thought that the three-headed divine dragon was on the verge of death, but these geniuses of foreign races quickly analyzed that it was conserving strength. After hearing this, Su Chen began to feel it carefully, and indeed he felt that under the seemingly rotten body of the three-headed divine dragon, there was a terrifying aura and blood like the abyss.
That is the sublimation of the last struggle.
As expected, accompanied by a roar that pierced the sky, the three-headed divine dragon lying on the ground suddenly erupted. The scales glowed, the red light was blazing, and the huge dragon tail swung, directly meeting the giant fist of the golden ape. At the same time, the three heads simultaneously spurted out divine light, breaking through the void and pointing directly at the ancient eagle hanging in the sky.
Roar! After all, the golden ape was not an alien race and did not have much wisdom.
At this moment, he was shocked that a dying three-headed divine dragon still possessed such power.
Boom!
The collision between the punch and the dragon's tail caused a huge explosion. In the void, circles of ripples spread out in the surroundings. A strong gale was set off in the area of hundreds of miles. Towering ancient trees rose from the ground, huge rocks were shattered, and mountains and rivers rumbled like a mountain torrent.
The ancient eagle in the sky let out a terrified cry.
Under the three divine lights of thunder, wind and fire, its group of wind blades were instantly annihilated. The remaining power, with its residual power still undiminished, directly bombarded it. After a shrill cry, boiling blood gushed out like a river bursting its dam. The blood and energy of the ninth order wild beast is so terrifying that just a wound will cause a huge amount of blood to flow out.
The blood of a 9th-ranked desolate beast?
An unprecedented light burst out from Su Chen's eyes, and his mood was extremely excited. Brother Gu, we need to leave this area quickly. The aftermath of their battle is too strong for us to withstand.
Gongxi reminded.
At the same time, he and Xianzi retreated quickly.
Su Chen nodded and also retreated, but the direction of retreat was opposite to Gongxi. That is where the blood of the ancient eagle was shed.
Chapter 62, Level 3, Level 7, 20 Desolate Powers.
Ha!
Gongxi was a little surprised to find that Su Chen was not with him. Xianzi, who was standing by, explained, the great evil always travels alone and is extremely arrogant. We already know him well enough, so it would be difficult for us to travel with him.
Hearing this, Gongxi also nodded.
The reason why Dexiong is called Dexiong is not only because of his extraordinary talent, but also because of his fierce character, which can even be described as eccentric.
People like Gu are already extremely friendly. But even if it's a disaster, I'm going to secure a spot in the Brilliant Realm this time. Gonsi clenched his fists, looking very energetic.
The three overlords of the great wilderness were fighting fiercely, and their roars reached the sky, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 8 wildernesses. The three-headed divine dragons were burning with vitality, sublimating to the utmost, and their huge bodies were covered in blazing blood-red flames. At this moment, it seemed as if it had turned into a real dragon. The golden ape roared, and with its ferocious mouth, it bit the three-headed divine dragon, splashing large amounts of dragon blood. However, it itself was not feeling well either. It was whipped by the dragon's tail, its skin and flesh were torn, and the wounds were so deep that the bones were visible. The ancient eagle hanging from the sky was even more miserable. It was taken special care of by the three-headed divine dragon. The divine light pierced its body, leaving gaps, and its flesh and blood were torn, which was extremely tragic. However, between life and death, it did not retreat. Instead, it further stimulated the ferocity in its blood. As it cried, the wind blade cut down like a heavenly sword. A battlefield of this level can be called a world-destroying disaster. Everyone is retreating, but one person is sneaking quietly in the storm. I must get the blood of the 9th level wild beast. Su Chen's heart was surging, and his true energy was swirling around his body. He was struggling to resist the aftermath of the battlefield. He saw a drop of blood falling not far away, at the edge of the battlefield. Although it was hundreds of meters away from the valley, it was still extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a shattered wind blade came cutting towards him, and Su Chen felt his hair stand on end. The instinct from his martial arts heavenly eye urged his body to dodge it. Boom! A granite rock several meters high was shattered into dust. Hiss! Su Chen took a deep breath. If he didn't have the martial arts heavenly eye, he would probably have died here. What surprised Su Chen the most was Xiao Hei. This guy is ridiculously brave. Normal wild beasts and exotic beasts would avoid in fear when facing a being stronger than themselves and would never dare to approach. This guy, on the other hand, was following Su Chen leisurely, showing no sign of fear at all. Xiao Hei's bloodline must be extraordinary. Su Chen muttered to himself. Whether it was the previous black flame-wrapped form or the current carefree and contented look, it explained a lot. With the help of the martial arts heavenly eye, Su Chen avoided many aftermaths and finally approached the place where the blood of the ancient eagle was located. It was a ravine, formed by the aftermath of the wind blade, and now formed a pool of blood. I saw just one drop of blood fall, but there was so much? Su Chen was horrified. At that time, blood was spilled all over the sky, most of it in the center of the battlefield, and only one drop splashed to the edge, which was the limit that Su Chen could reach. However, a drop of blood from the ancient eagle fell to the ground and turned into a pool of blood, weighing at least 100 pounds. Without thinking too much, Su Chen directly found a place, put his hands in, and practiced the Universe Blood Refining Sutra. Crash! The blood pool was boiling, the serum was surging, and a rich essence suddenly sank into Su Chen's hands. Su Chen's face changed, turning an unnatural red, and his body began to heat up. Soon, he was like a red-hot iron, emitting astonishingly high temperatures. I was careless. Su Chen growled. The energy contained in the blood of a 9th-order wild beast is so terrifying that it is simply incomparable to that of an ordinary wild beast. However, this opportunity was rare, and he had no intention of giving it up. Refine it for me. Su Chen's body was glowing and golden mist was flowing. He was guiding the golden mist in his body and absorbing it together with himself. As expected. With the golden mist sharing the burden, Su Chen's pressure was much less. Crash! In the Dantian, the true energy was surging like an ocean, the sea level was rising, and at the same time, the sun was rising, shining brightly and emitting infinite light. Level 3, Level 4. In just a few seconds, Su Chen completed another breakthrough. It hasn't stopped yet. Sea levels continue to rise. Level 3, 5th level. Level 3, Level 6. Level 3, 7th level. This terrifying improvement speed was something Su Chen had never dared to imagine before. You know, the 3 third-level wild beasts before only allowed Su Chen to reach the 3rd level 3. And now, just one drop of blood allowed him to break through 4 levels in a row. Call. Su Chen withdrew his hand and suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, with white smoke coming out of his body. I can't bear it anymore. I've reached my limit. He has reached his limit, and his body can no longer withstand the impact of the blood and energy of the 9th level wild beast. If he continues to absorb it by force, the furnace will probably explode directly.
Although the star furnace is powerful, it also has its limits. But this is enough. Su Chen was very excited. The third stage, 7th level, and the power of 20 wastelands, it can be called a monster. Now, as long as he is not facing the spirit of martial arts, he can crush it directly. At this moment, the battle in the valley was also nearing its end. After all, the three-headed divine dragon had planned this for a long time. It had sublimated itself to the utmost and gave up everything just to take away the two enemies before it died. Roar! The golden H chest was pierced by the dragon's tail, and one of its eyes was blinded. After letting out a final unwilling roar, it fell to the ground with a bang. The right wing of the ancient eagle was blasted into charcoal by thunder, and it fell from the sky, and was then burned by a blazing pillar of fire. So far, 2 great ninth-order wild beasts fell, their bodies smashing to the ground, causing the mountains to tremble again. Roar! The battle was won, the 3 heads of the 3-headed divine dragon roared, and then the vitality dissipated and fell to the ground with a loud bang. After killing its opponent, it reached its limit and its life came to an end. It's over. Someone murmured to himself. Precious blood. It's mine. After confirming that the 3-headed divine dragon was truly dead, the aliens could no longer hold back and rushed into the valley. Precious blood. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It cannot be measured by value. Su Chen was also eager to make a move. Now, he was still unarmed. If he could obtain a magic weapon, his combat power would be greatly improved. Just then, a man in a green robe jumped up and laughed loudly. The precious blood belongs to me. Who dares to snatch it from me, Tianchen? Boom! Next second, an aura of domineering majesty emanated from the green-robed man, directly blowing some people away. Tianchen. Wang Zui Tianchen. Damn it! The man in green robe stood at the front, his back to the 3-headed divine dragon, swearing his ownership. Even if you are Tianchen, you can't be so domineering. So what if you have royal blood? True strength is the real test. If we were afraid of you, we wouldn't have come to participate in this trial. Someone roared. As a genius, everyone is conceited, and there are many who feel that they are not inferior to the royal blood. Aren't you afraid of me? The man in green robe, Tianchen, smiled slightly, and then light floated above his head, and a 5-colored flower slowly bloomed. 5 chi flowers gathering in the cauldron. 4th stage extreme. Chapter 63, Yunzi. At the 4th stage of martial arts, one uses true chi to nourish the 5 internal organs. Every time one is nourished, 1 petal of the 5 chi flower can be condensed. When the 5 internal organs are successfully nurtured and the 5 chi flowers bloom, the 5th level is complete. At this moment, the 5 chi flower appears on the chest. If the quality of the true chi is sufficient, it will push the 5 chi flower to continue to rise and reach the forehead, like a huge tripod, suppressing the chi and blood in the whole body, which is the ultimate state. 5 chi flowers gather in the cauldron. Wang Shui Tianchen, the ultimate existence. The terrifying aura, like that of a wild and ferocious beast, spread unscrupulously among the crowd. Many people looked solemn and retreated one after another. This Tianchen is invincible. However, at this moment, a feminine voice sounded from the crowd. Everyone is different in the extreme realm. Gongxi stepped out, the 5 energy flower on his forehead floated up and down, casting a clear light, making his pale face look a little more rosy. Gongxi, you want to snatch it from me too? You already have a magic weapon, how can you be so greedy? Tianchen's eyes were gloomy and there was a hint of anger in his words. Who would complain about having too many magic weapons? Besides, we are rivals in this hunting competition. If I let you take this magic weapon, wouldn't that just add pressure to me? Kyoshi responded coldly. Humph. You can try it. The royal blood in Tianchen's body was boiling, his eyes were bright and green. However, his body was tense. Although Gongxi in front of him was not Wang Shui, his strength was not inferior to Wang Shui at all, and even every step he took was reaching the extreme. Moreover, its identity has always been a mystery among various ethnic groups. More than 10 years ago, this man suddenly appeared in the world. When he stepped into the martial arts world, he showed his kingly status and was invincible in the same level. Before this, Donggang's clan had never heard of this person. However, it is said that he was born with a disease, so after a period of glory, he was sealed by the Gonggang clan using secret methods and fell into a deep sleep. So Tianchen was extremely wary of him. You don't have to try.
I just want to tell you that if those who are destined to receive the precious blood know this, it's not possible for one person to stop us all just by standing here. Gongsi said something shocking again with a smile on his face. Moreover, if we fight here, no matter who wins or loses, the other will be injured. If we encounter a serious disaster at that time, I'm afraid it won't be a matter of a place.
Great evil? What does that mean? Tianqin's breath was choked, he was terrified.
In this hunting tournament, a great villain has hidden his identity and is competing with me for a spot in the brilliant realm.
Gongsi looked around at everyone, but didn't see Su Chen. He was a little surprised and thought to himself, the evil one doesn't even look down on magic weapons? As soon as Gongsi finished speaking, the crowd exploded. A great beast is participating in the hunt? How is that possible?
It was already difficult enough with only one king blood and one Gongsi, and now there's another big fierce.
What else can we do? There's still a chance. The tournament is based on the number of humans hunted. I don't want the precious blood anymore. I'm going to look for humans.
Soon, many people who had originally had ideas about the precious blood quickly left. On the one hand, there is no guarantee of gaining anything here, and on the other hand, after knowing the great disaster, the pressure of competition is even greater.
Kosher, is what you said true? Tianqin still had some doubts. It's absolutely true. Xianzi and I guarantee it. I also know his name, Gu. He's a great evil in human form. Kyoji said. A big evil in human form? Hearing this, Tianqin couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. The human-shaped great demon is the most evil among the great demons. Each of them has unmatched potential.
As long as they appear in the world, they will all be kings.
Don't waste time here.
The body of the three-headed divine dragon is right here. Everyone, use your own methods to find it.
Whoever gets it will depend on luck. Gongsi waved his hand, signaling everyone to move forward.
Tianqin's eyes flashed, but he did not stop it. He turned around and was the first to rush towards the three-headed divine dragon. At the same time, the beast they were talking about followed a little black dog into a cave on the side of the valley.
Xiao Hei, what's in here? Su Chen asked in a low voice.
Not long ago, when Tianqin and Gongsi were confronting each other, Su Chen was still thinking about whether to rush in. Xiao Hei suddenly bit his trouser leg and pulled him here. Although Su Chen had doubts in his heart, he still chose to believe Xiao Hei.
But this pitch-black cave is so dark that you can't see anything and you don't know where it leads to. It is indeed a bit eerie and strange.
Xiao Hei did not answer Su Chen's doubts, but just walked forward. After an unknown amount of time, there was finally some light, and some things could be seen in the dark cave. At this moment, a chill came from behind.
Su Chen instinctively moved away.
Then his eyes flashed and he saw something. He grabbed it and pulled it hard.
Ah!
Accompanied by a sweet cry, a woman with a faint fragrance was pulled into Su Chen's arms. Su Chen couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the warm and soft beauty in his arms. The one who attacked him was a beautiful woman in a purple gauze dress. She had a beautiful face and a natural coolness. The purple gauze dress was already tattered and almost naked, with a large area of white skin exposed.
Su Chen could see the plump white skin, which rose and fell slightly with the woman's breathing when he lowered his head. Die!
A murderous look appeared on the face of the purple-clothed woman, and she waved her palm again, pointing it directly at Su Chen's face. However, Su Chen raised his hand again, grabbed her wrist directly, and then twisted it.
Ah!
The woman in purple screamed, and her already pale face was once again filled with despair.
Am I going to die here today?
But I'm so unwilling to accept this.
I haven't achieved stardust yet. The woman's name was Yunzi.
She was originally a genius, but during the trial in the Starry Sky City, she was captured by aliens and became the prey of this hunting conference. After entering the great wilderness of 10,000 miles, she desperately tried to escape and hide everywhere. People around her were hunted down one by one, and the despair almost drove her crazy. Fortunately, she found a mysterious cave, which was pitch black. She thought she would not be discovered, but unexpectedly, the aliens even found this place.
There is no way out, no hope. Yunzi was already waiting to die.
In fact, she also knew that when she was chosen as the prey of the hunting competition, the ending was already determined. However, contrary to her expectations, the alien not only did not kill her, but instead let go of her hand.
Human? Su Chen spoke doubtfully.
At first he thought it was an alien, but after taking a look at the injuries on its body and its aura, combined with what he had learned before,
He immediately understood the identity of this woman. Yun-Zi looked up in confusion. In the dim light, she finally saw the person in front of her clearly, and then she was extremely surprised. You are human too? Yes. Su Chen said. But you. Yun-Zi looked at Su Chen and became even more confused. She thought that the other party was just like herself, a prey of aliens, but the other party was dressed neatly and had a steady aura, which did not look like prey at all. On the contrary, the surging blood and the faint breath of wild beasts made it closer to the alien race. It's a long story, but to put it simply, I'm going to travel across the wilderness to the 7th district. Su Chen gave a brief explanation. What? You're going to cross 100,000 miles of wilderness? The woman's eyes widened in horror. Woof. Xiao Hei called out a few times urgingly. Su Chen understood and said to the woman, I want to go inside, you. Let me go with you. There are many dangers in this cave. You are a 3rd-level warrior, so you might be in danger. The woman in purple spoke. Hearing this, Su Chen burst out laughing. This woman couldn't even save her own life, but she was still worried about his safety. However, one more person meant one more protection, so he didn't refuse. So, the 2 men and the dog continued to move forward along the cave. Chapter 64, Refining the Dragon Egg. The Second Spouse. The journey there was smooth, but the cave stretched on for a long time and the end was nowhere in sight. During this period, Su Chen also knew the name of the woman in purple. You? Are you from the Yun family? Su Chen said in surprise. Among the 10 major families of Daxia, 8 are the most special, known as the 8 ancient clans. They are extremely ancient and are said to have existed before the Gaowu era. The Jiang family, where Jiang Taiji belongs, is one of them. So what about the Yun family? I'm not in a desperate situation now. Yun-Zi sighed and tightened her clothes around her chest. Although she was the one who came in on her own initiative, she was still a little uncomfortable with such close contact with a strange man. The main reason was that her clothes were so badly torn. The long skirt was torn, revealing her snow-white and crystal-clear skin. Under the skirt was a pair of slender legs. Although they were covered with scars, it was difficult to conceal their original beauty. This kind of dress can almost be said to be frank. The light was dim at first, but as they moved forward, the cave became brighter and brighter, and Yun-Zi's figure was almost completely exposed to Su Chen's sight. Even though Su Chen was used to Yun-Lin's beauty, he couldn't help but be amazed by Yun-Zi. Finally, after walking for a few minutes, the view in front of me suddenly became clear. An empty cave came into view, about several dozen square meters. As soon as Xiao Hei entered, he quickened his pace and walked towards the center. There is a towering stone pool with gurgling water and a glow. Su Chen hurriedly followed. When he got closer, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. The reason why the 3-headed divine dragon wanted to kill its enemy before dying was because of this. In the center of the stone pool, a giant red, blue and purple egg sank quietly to the bottom, and the glow emanated from it. Without anyone else telling him, Su Chen could tell at a glance who the egg belonged to. 3-headed divine dragon. Everything is explained here. The 3-headed divine dragon knew that his time was running out, and was worried that his child would be killed by his enemies after he was born, so he used the remaining light of his life to pave a way for his child. However, it did not expect that this place would be discovered. If Xiao Hei hadn't led the way, no one would have come here. The cave was too winding, and even if one entered it, no one would have thought that there would be a 3-headed divine dragon egg inside. If I refined the egg of the 3-headed divine dragon? A bold idea appeared in Su Chen's mind. An egg containing precious blood contains an essence that is difficult to estimate, and it may even have the ability to absorb the precious blood. How could this not be exciting? Su Chen did not hesitate. He dived into the pool and picked up the 3-headed divine dragon egg. Before this, Su Chen had only refined the flesh and blood of wild beasts. This was his first time refining eggs, but he had no choice. He tried to smash it, but found that the eggshell was terribly hard. After one punch, there was not even a mark. Let's try it. Su Chen's eyes were determined. He placed his hands on the egg of the 3-headed divine dragon and began to practice the universe blood refining sutra. On the other side, Yun-Zi also walked over and looked at Su Chen holding the egg with some curiosity. She didn't know what was happening outside, nor did she know about the 3-headed divine dragon, but she could feel the blood and energy circulating in Su Chen's body. It really works. Things went unexpectedly smoothly.
Almost at the moment when the Universe Blood Refining Sutra was activated, an essence containing strong dragon power burst out from the egg and poured into Su Chen's body. Such a rich essence. Su Chen was horrified. The essence in the three-headed divine dragon egg was even more terrifying than that of the ancient eagle, and it was extremely violent. Once it entered Su Chen's body, it began to attack randomly like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Su Chen could only try his best to guide it, circulate his qi and blood, evolve the star furnace, and gradually refine and absorb it. But soon, a strange feeling caught Su Chen's attention. My little brother got up. Moreover, his energy and blood began to rush downwards like crazy. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable strong impulse in his consciousness, as if he had taken an aphrodisiac. Dragons are inherently lustful. When Su Chen used the Universe Blood Refining Sutra to forcibly refine the essence in the dragon egg, he also absorbed the evil power into his body. The conflict between qi and blood led to the current situation. No! No! Su Chen tried hard to suppress the feeling, but the qi and blood in his body were completely out of control. Ah! An extremely suppressed roar burst out from Su Chen's mouth. He had already stopped refining the dragon egg. He held his face with his hands and trembled all over. Su Chen, what's wrong with you? Yunzi, who was standing by, noticed something was wrong and hurried over to check. She walked to Su Chen and asked worriedly. Boom! Su Chen suddenly raised his head, and his eyes, which were originally black and white, were now filled with bloodshot, looking at the snow-white body of Yunzi. The tattered clothes and the leaning forward made the dreamy and hazy whiteness under the gauze skirt appear even larger and fuller. Roar! Su Chen could no longer control himself and pulled Yunzi into his arms. His big hands were rude and domineering, and he demanded her unscrupulously. Su Chen. Yunzi was terrified, her beautiful eyes widened. She was struggling and kicking with her slender legs, but Su Chen was very domineering. He pressed down with one hand, and the terrifying force made it impossible for her to resist. At this moment, a strange energy inexplicably surged out of Su Chen's mouth and flowed into Yunzi's mouth from between his lips and teeth. That is the energy of the three divine dragon eggs involved. It also contains the power of dragon. After a while, the fear in Yunzi's beautiful eyes slowly faded away, and was covered with a layer of confusion. She no longer resisted, put her arms around Su Chen's neck, and responded enthusiastically. Hiss! The already tattered purple gauze skirt turned into pieces in Su Chen's hands. At this moment, spring is everywhere and the baby cries for the first time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a second spouse. Rewards: Earth Grade Divine Mind Technique 1000 Faces, Divine Mind Essence X3, and Heaven Grade Lower Level Technique Skeleton Star Refining Technique. The prompt sounded, but Su Chen didn't hear it at all. His mind had become blurred, and he only knew to use all his strength to vent the exploding energy and blood. I don't know how long it took. Maybe half an hour, or several hours. The storm finally subsided. The dragon power gradually dissipated, and the two recovered from their dazed state. They sat back to back, both with complicated expressions, not knowing how to start. That spot of crimson on the ground is so eye-catching. Yunzi picked up the scraps of cloth on the ground and covered her private parts with tears in her eyes. She actually gave her first time to a man she had just met in this state. Well, I'll take responsibility. Actually. The two of them turned around and opened their mouths at the same time, their eyes met, naked, and the awkward atmosphere filled the air again. Su Chen was fine, his clothes were right there and he could still wear them. But Yunzi had no clothes to wear at all. Her jade-like body was shining with a white luster, and under the clear light of the blue waves, she looked even more tender and attractive. Just when the two of them didn't know how to start, there was a rustling sound not far away. Ouch! Xiao Hei cried out. Ah, roar! Three slightly childish voices overlapped and sounded. The two looked over and were immediately shocked. Three-headed divine dragon? P.S. 3 chapters. Asking for a small gift. Chapter 65 Magical Weapon, Three-Pointed, Double-Edged Sword. Below the stone pool, a miniature three-headed divine dragon was imitating Xiao Hei and howling, but its voice was too immature and the sound it made was extremely strange. Not only is there no hint of ferocity, but it is also playful and cute. Where did it come from? Could it be? Su Chen turned his head and looked to the side. Sure enough, only a few crust fragments were left of the original dragon egg. The child of the three-headed divine dragon was born. Feeling Su Chen's gaze, the three-headed divine dragon cub's eyes lit up, and all three heads were filled with excitement. Then it crawled over quickly and rubbed Su Chen's legs very intimately. Ay. It tilted its head, its 6 eyes shining like gems, full of attachment.
What's going on? Su Chen was stunned and didn't understand what was going on.
He tried to stretch out his hand, and the three-headed divine dragon cub immediately raised its head. Suddenly, a blood-red light emerged and sank into Su Chen's palm.
Blood pact?
It actually took the initiative to form a blood pact with you.
How is that possible?
Yunzi, who was standing by, covered her mouth in surprise, her snow-white chest heaving. The blood pact is unique to beings with precious blood.
Once it is concluded, it can be transformed into a magic weapon. Blood contract? What's that?
As Su Chen's doubtful voice arose, the three-headed divine dragon cub changed its shape, and the three-colored light intertwined, turning into a weapon.
Magic weapon! Yunzi exclaimed. This is a three-pointed, two-edged sword that is more than 2 meters long.
The shaft is straight and slender, and is engraved with dragon scales, making the entire shaft look like a dragon's body. The 3 blades are like 3 dragon heads, shining with cold light. A strange connection came from the magic weapon in his hand.
Su Chen seemed to understand something.
He stood up, grasped the three-pointed, double-edged sword, and slashed down.
Boom!
A fiery breath gushed out from it, directly cutting a deep hole in the wall.
Good treasure! Su Chen's eyes were filled with unstoppable excitement.
Through that connection, he already knew what was happening. The three-headed divine dragon cub was originally in the birth stage, and after Su Chen refined its blood essence with the Universe Blood Refining Sutra, a hint of dragon power appeared in its body. Therefore, after the three-headed divine dragon was born, it immediately developed an attachment to Su Chen. The induction from the blood made it actively sign a blood contract and become Su Chen's magic weapon. Compared with simple precious blood, blood covenant magic weapons have greater potential. For example, the three-headed divine dragon cub can grow in the future, and accordingly, the magic weapon form will become stronger.
Su Chen became more and more excited as he danced.
The induction from the blood contract allowed him to become one with the three-pointed, double-edged sword the first time he touched it.
Cool!
Su Chen laughed loudly, leaning his three-pointed, double-edged sword on the ground, his blood surging.
That? Yunzi blushed and turned her head away. Can you put on your clothes first?
It turned out that Su Chen was so excited that he completely forgot to put on his clothes and was dancing with the three-pointed, double-edged sword naked, and in front of Yunzi.
Forehead. Su Chen looked down, feeling a little embarrassed.
His own Yunchang has risen again. There is no way, the qi and blood are simply too abundant. Not long after, Su Chen put on his clothes, carefully put the star box containing Yunlin into his arms, and then looked at Yunzi again. Yunzi was still naked, her snow-white body glowing faintly by the pool. She sat with her back to Su Chen, her slender waist connected to her plump buttocks, forming a breathtaking curve, like a big white pear.
I'm leaving, what about you? Su Chen said. I can't get out. I'll die if I go out. You go first. Yunzi didn't turn around, but spoke lightly. I'll go first? Su Chen's eyes flashed, and he vaguely guessed the woman's thoughts.
He sighed, walked over, and hugged Yunzi in his arms. That snow-white, soft body feels smooth like cotton.
What are you doing? Let me go. Yunzi was horrified and struggled desperately. This man just raped me once, is he going to abuse me again?
You're going to wait until I'm gone, and then commit suicide.
Su Chen lowered his head, his eyes blazing. At this angle, all of Yunzi's body was clearly exposed in his sight. Her round, snow-white, slender, straight legs were deformed due to excessive squeezing. But at this moment, there was no trace of desire in Su Chen's eyes. What does that have to do with you? Let me go. Yunzi's face flushed red, and she desperately pushed Su Chen's chest with her hands and kicked her legs wildly, but she was surprised to find that this third-level warrior was so powerful, like a wild beast, and she couldn't break free at all. Bang! A crisp sound echoed throughout the cave, and then a palm print appeared on Yunzi's snow-white and plump buttocks. Yunzi was stunned. The severe pain made her eyes red. This guy actually spanked himself. It has something to do with me. I said I will be responsible for you. You are my woman, so you can't die without my permission. Su Chen looked at the woman in his arms and spoke in a domineering manner. Who is your woman? You forced her.
Yunzi had never heard such words before, and her heart was in turmoil for a moment, especially at this moment she was naked and lying in the other man's arms.
In fact, she still doesn't know why.
Maybe it was forced at the beginning, but later she fell into it.
In this regard, Yunzi vaguely felt that it was because of the problem with the dragon egg.
But in the current situation, it no longer matters whose fault it is.
If the aliens are outside, even if they go out, they will die. No matter what, I won't allow you to die here.
After Su Chen finished speaking, he kissed Yunzi's pink lips hard.
The domineering and hot breath made Yunzi dizzy.
At first, she struggled, but soon, in the face of this aggressive kiss, her body gradually softened, and finally her arms slowly wrapped around Su Chen's neck.
We're all going to die anyway. It's better to let go of yourself completely.
And the man in front of me seems to be quite good.
In desperate situations, those usual persistences don't seem so stubborn anymore. Come with me, I will protect you.
After a long time, their lips parted, and Yunzi was already panting and her body was limp.
But, there are alien races outside.
It is impossible for us to cross the 100,000-mile wilderness.
We will die if we go out. Yunzi's resistance was no longer as strong as it used to be. Then kill them all. Su Chen smiled confidently.
After saying that, he stepped towards the exit. The three-pointed, double-edged sword behind him once again transformed into the form of a three-headed divine dragon, bounced up, and landed on Xiaohei's back, making a babbling sound. The two men and two beasts walked out of the cave. At the entrance of the cave, Su Chen put Yunzi down and said seriously, "Wait for me here, I'll be back soon."
What are you going to do? Yunzi said nervously.
She didn't know when she had begun to develop a sense of dependence on this man, and her heart went from rejection at the beginning to full of worry now. From childhood to adulthood, all her attention has been focused on martial arts, and she has never been treated like this by a man. This feeling is very strange, but it also carries a special kind of pleasure.
I'll go find you some clothes. You can't go out naked. Su Chen smiled and glanced at Yunzi's beautiful body.
The graceful curves, the round whiteness, and the straight and slender legs all carry a fatal temptation.
Then, you should be careful too.
Yunzi spoke up with a bit of shyness, but still reminded him.
Don't worry.
Su Chen smiled and strode out of the cave. Suddenly, his aura changed and his expression also began to change.
Chapter 66 The Doubtful Gongxi. Thousands of faces without form.
This divine power, as the name suggests, can change aura and appearance, but it does not change the flesh and blood, but instead uses mental power to construct a thin film on the surface. This mental film can affect the perception of other people. In other words, Su Chen's inner self has not changed at all, but other people see a different face. As a ground-grade divine mind technique, and one that specializes in one ability, even a divine mind master who is several levels higher than Su Chen cannot see through him. At this moment, he transformed into the same person as Gongxi who had greeted him before. The fight for the blood of the three-headed divine dragon in the outside world has ended. Rocks are scattered around and gullies are dense.
It is obvious that they have experienced an extremely fierce battle before.
I wonder who this precious blood flower will end up with.
Su Chen muttered to himself and chose a direction to run. Soon, the target appeared. It was a foreign woman wearing a light blue long dress.
She had a graceful figure, her neck was covered with scales, and she looked extremely ferocious. At this moment, she was looking for her own prey, but she didn't know that she had become someone else's prey.
Who?
The woman's expression changed, and she felt a murderous intent approaching rapidly. Such a keen perception. A light voice sounded in her ears.
Sneaking.
The woman suddenly turned around, a cold light flashed in her hand, and she stabbed with a long sword. When she saw the person in front of her clearly, her face was suddenly filled with horror. Gongxi. Under the woman's horrified gaze, Gongxi grabbed her neck and twisted it.
Snap.
The woman's eyes rolled back and she died on the spot. I'm already at the 9th level of the 3rd order.
It seems I should be able to become a 4th order warrior before reaching the 7th district. Su Chen muttered to himself, took off the woman's coat, turned around and left.
On the other side, behind a huge rock, a foreign man covered his mouth, his face full of fear, and his pupils trembling rapidly.
He knew the woman who was killed. Her name was Lan Ning.
She was from the Blue Fish clan and was a 4th-rank warrior. She had already condensed 3 petals of the 5 chi flower and was quite powerful. However, in front of Gongxi, she didn't even have a chance to resist and her neck was broken by him.
Why did Gongxi attack Lan Ning?
Even after confirming that Gonsi had left, the foreign man was still frightened.
Brother, what are you doing here?
A familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. The alien man was shocked and turned his head stiffly, only to see Gonsi looking at him with a smile.
Ah! The alien man was so frightened that he ran away, screaming, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I didn't see anything. What's going on?"
Gonsi's face was full of confusion, and Xuanzi beside him was also puzzled. In the cave, after changing into the clothes that Su Chen brought back, Yunzi finally covered up her spring light. The clothes fit her well. Compared with the purple gauze skirt, the blue long skirt had a sense of purity. But it was just a coat after all, and it couldn't cover everything.
The tight chest, the snow-white ravine, was extremely deep, and a semicircle could be clearly seen in front of the fabric. Under the skirt, the slender legs appeared and disappeared as Zi walked. "From now on, you will be my maid, remember." Su Chen knew that if he wanted to safely cross the 10,000 miles wilderness, it would probably not be that easy.
Although the Thousand Faces was powerful, he was only a second-level divine master after all, and could not maintain it for too long.
He could only use it at the critical moment. The best way now is to take advantage of your misunderstood identity. Maid? The kind you sleep with? Upon hearing this, Junzi's face blushed. Well, it's not impossible, but not now. Su Chen was stunned, then he took Yunzi out of the cave and headed towards the 7th district.
As he hurried on his way, he studied the rewards from the previous system. He had already experimented with the Thousand Faces formless technique and the effect was pretty good. What Su Chen cared about most was the low-level heavenly-grade martial arts technique Skeleton Star Refining Technique. This is a technique specifically for body refining. Different from the Universe Blood Refining Sutra which strengthens chi and blood and increases strength, the Skeleton Star Refining Technique focuses on strengthening bones and engraving star patterns on one's own bones. However, the requirements are also extremely high. The user needs to have a strong body, abundant blood and chi, and also needs special bone essence.
This bone essence is not limited to any race.
While Su Chen was studying, Yunzi was secretly watching him, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny.
Why are you going to District 7? And why don't you take the space elevator? Yunzi suddenly spoke.
This.
Su Chen told Yunzi what he had experienced. Are you going to save your wife? Yunzi said in surprise.
For the women in this world, it is extremely normal for a strong man to have multiple wives, because the stronger he is, the more difficult it is to give birth. In order to obtain high-quality offspring, the Federation strongly advocates polygamy. Of course, the more critical issue is that women's admiration for the strong is natural and cannot be changed. So when she heard Su Chen's purpose, Yunzi did not feel any displeasure in her heart, but was just shocked.
A man would actually cross a vast wilderness of 10,000 miles for his wife?
Faced with this kind of journey with no chance of survival, Yunzi found it hard to imagine that there would actually be someone who would do this.
Since she is my wife, who else should I save? Su Chen smiled slightly, not looking like he was in danger at all. You are indeed a good man.
Yunzi's face turned red when Su Chen looked at her.
That's not a good thing to say. It sounds like a nice guy card. Su Chen smiled, and suddenly his expression changed. He grabbed Yunzi's waist and hid behind a huge rock. Ah!
Yunzi was about to scream, but Su Chen covered her mouth in an instant.
Shoo!
Su Chen signaled her to be quiet.
Yunzi nodded vigorously.
This action, as well as the aura of Su Chen, made her breathing a little rapid, and her chest beat rapidly, almost jumping out of her skirt.
Don't talk, just look there. Su Chen let go of his hand and motioned Yunzi to look forward.
In front of them, there were not aliens, but two humans, a man and a woman, walking in the woods with panicked expressions, as if they were looking for something.
Li Ming, here.
Suddenly, a voice was heard from the woods.
It was a man running towards here quickly. Ma Liang. A hint of joy appeared on the face of the man among the two, but behind this joy, there was a coldness. Call out.
Suddenly, a green arrow broke through the air and pierced directly through the chest of a man named Ma Liang.
Alien race. Ma Liang vomited blood and looked at the man standing on the tree trunk in the distance in shock.
Li Ming, Wang Shui, good, keep seducing me.
There are 5 more, and then I'll let you go.
The green-robed alien finished his work and disappeared again with a leap.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Li Ming and Wang Shui immediately knelt down and expressed their gratitude. They use people as bait to lure others? Yun Zi's pupils trembled rapidly as she looked at the scene in disbelief. Chapter 67 Star Pattern. At this moment, even Su Chen couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. After experiencing those things in Liang City, Su Chen thought that the human beings in this world were united, but it was obvious that no matter where they were, there were always some people who were worse than dogs. There is nothing wrong with wanting to survive, but doing so by betraying your compatriots is truly shameful. If it were before, he would definitely not care about these things, but after having 1,000 faces, everything became much more convenient. Fuck you. Su Chen was furious and rushed forward directly. Of course, he still turned into Gonxi's appearance, so that even if he killed someone, no one would say anything. Alien? Li Ming and Wang Shui were still looking for humans when they suddenly saw Su Chen and were startled. Fuck! Su Chen roared angrily, curled his fingers into claws, and his true energy swirled around, faintly turning into the shape of a dragon. Mystical martial arts dragon claw. No nonsense, every move is a deadly one. Wait a moment, sir, we are. Faced with aliens, Li Ming had no intention of resisting. He just wanted to explain and resolve the conflict. It's Nima. How could Su Chen waste time talking to him? He used his right claw, wrapped in true energy, and directly crushed Li Ming's head. Bang! Amidst the blood and blood, Wang Shui's face turned pale as she looked at Su Chen in horror, but what greeted her was a fist like a red-hot iron. 7 injury fist blood boiling injury. Bang! With one punch, Wang Shui's head exploded. At this moment, the green-robed man appeared with an angry look on his face. He pointed at Su Chen and roared, "Gongxi! What do you mean? These 2 people are my bait. Why do you want to kill them? What do you mean?" Su Chen still had some anger in his heart, but now he was using the identity of Gongxi, so he had nothing to worry about. He stepped up and rushed towards the man in green robe like a cannonball. "Gongxi, you dared to attack me?" The man in green robe was shocked and angry. He had never expected that Gongxi not only stole his points, but also wanted to kill him. Damn it! He was no match for Gongxi and could only escape quickly. Snort! Su Chen did not chase after him, but just stood there with a cold expression. Yun Zi followed and looked at Su Chen in surprise, wondering, what are you doing? Just now, Su Chen suddenly attacked, which scared her. She thought he was going to do something stupid. Once his human identity was exposed in this place, he would be under endless siege. As a result, Su Chen's appearance changed all of a sudden. It's just a method used by a divine mind master. Su Chen took a breath, without further explanation, and continued forward with Yun Zi. A divine mind master, he is actually a divine mind master, practicing both divine and martial arts. On the way, Yun Zi was shocked and could not dissipate the shock for a long time. She herself was a martial arts genius, so she naturally knew the difficulty of practicing both martial arts and magic. Especially since this person not only practices both divine and martial arts, but also both are extremely powerful. This is simply a miracle. Yun Zi had been to the starry sky and met countless geniuses, but precisely because of this, she was even more shocked. Who on earth is this man? On the way forward, they encountered many alien races. When Su Chen saw them, he would transform into Gongxi and kill many of them. Gradually, a rumor about Gongxi spread throughout the vast wilderness. Fuck! Gongxi has gone crazy. Not only is he killing humans, he's killing us too. Is this guy sick? Last time I saw a group of humans, I wanted to kill them, but Gongxi rushed towards me without saying a word, like a mad dog. Yeah, I remember Gongxi wasn't like this. When I saw him attack, damn, his energy was like that of a wild beast. I was shocked. Kusi. From then on, whenever someone saw Gongxi, they would avoid him with a look of fear on their faces. What's going on? Gongxi himself was full of confusion about this. Along the way, Yun Zi witnessed Su Chen's true strength. Facing the 4th level alien, Su Chen used a complete dimensionality reduction attack and knocked the opponent to pieces with one punch. Those alien races that once frightened her bloomed like fireworks in front of Su Chen. But Su Chen is obviously just a 3rd level warrior. Time passed by like this, and 3 days later, they were gradually approaching the heart of the wilderness. After 3 days of non-stop riding, even Su Chen could not bear it anymore. Yun Zi was even paler, panting, and her legs were trembling. Let's take a break. Su Chen looked around.
Not far ahead, there is a stream with many rocks standing on the side. It is a nice place. The two walked over and found a huge rock to sit on. Call. Yunzi was sweating profusely, breathing heavily, and collapsed to the ground, her two legs spread apart and placed casually, her feet covered with mud stains. The long hours of running around, the fatigue and the stickiness on her body made her feel very uncomfortable. I want to take a shower, is that okay? After hesitating for a while, Yunzi blushed, lowered her head and made a request. Just wash it, why are you asking me what to do? Su Chen's energy and blood recovered very quickly. He encountered alien races and wild beasts on the way, and he picked up some bones. During this time, he could experiment with the skeleton star refining technique. What Yunzi wanted to say was, can you turn around? But after Su Chen finished speaking, he took the bone, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He seems to be practicing, so he should be fine. Yunzi didn't dare to disturb Su Chen and could only think about it in her heart. She untied her robe, and suddenly, a white body was exposed to the air, with graceful curves and fatal temptation. Yunzi secretly glanced at Su Chen, then quickly jumped into the water to wash the stains off her body. At the same time, earth-shaking changes were taking place inside Su Chen's body. As the skeleton star refining technique was activated, streams of milky white essence flowed out from the bones in his hand, were refined by Su Chen, and integrated into the bones. For the physical body, flesh and blood are the outside and bones are the inside. They complement each other and form the strongest physical body. It cannot be accomplished alone. If the flesh and blood are too strong, it will compress the bones and eventually crush itself. But if the flesh and blood are too weak, no matter how strong the bones are, they are meaningless. At this moment, through the skeleton star refining technique, Su Chen's physical strength has been raised to another level. This is not a simple increase in strength, but a real strengthening. The process of engraving the star pattern was not pleasant, just like a knife scratching on the bone. The severe pain made Su Chen frown. After a few minutes, the practice is over. So many bones, and yet only one stroke was made? Su Chen looked inward and saw a bright star pattern on the bone of his wrist, and was deeply moved. The first star pattern has 4 strokes in total. The bones he prepared were too few, so he can only make 1 stroke. However, this 1 stroke greatly improved Su Chen's physical strength. For a long time, Su Chen's bone strength could not keep up with the strength of his flesh and blood, so he could not exert his full strength at all. Crash! At this moment, the sound of water interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. Su Chen subconsciously looked up and happened to meet the eyes of Yunzi, who crawled out of the stream. White, big. Su Chen muttered to himself, and a warm current suddenly surged out. Chapter 68 Confused Gongsi. Ah! As soon as Yunzi stepped ashore, she froze in place upon hearing this, and her eyes met Su Chen's. In the sunlight, Yunzi's ivory white body was filled with a bright halo, and her proud and plump body swayed, constantly dripping with water. Especially those slender and round legs, like white jade, so stunningly beautiful. After realizing what was happening, Yunzi's face turned red instantly and she shrank back into the water again. She never expected that Su Chen would open his eyes at this time. It was so sudden that she didn't react at all. Yunzi hid in the water, her delicate cheeks already flushed with shame. Why did you open your eyes? Because the training is over. Su Chen spoke very naturally. He is not a shy person. Since he has seen it, there is no need to explain anything. Yunzi didn't know how to respond to this answer, but her face was still blushing. Her upper body was soaked in the water, the rippling green waves and the clear stream made her snow-white body look even more graceful and attractive. There are aliens in the water. Su Chen suddenly exclaimed. Ah! Where is it? Yunzi's face changed drastically. She jumped out of the water and stood on the shore with a look of horror on her face. Suddenly, the body that looked like a masterpiece of the creator was in full view. She looked back, but found that the water was clear, there were no fish or shrimp, let alone any aliens. Just as Yunzi was about to ask, she found that Su Chen's face was full of smiles. You lied to me. Yunzi was both ashamed and angry. There is no alien here. It's clearly this damn man teasing me. Ha ha ha. Su Chen couldn't stop laughing. He just had a sudden impulse and wanted to tease Yunzi. Get dressed, we should go. Su Chen picked up the clothes on the ground, walked over and handed them to Yunzi. Yunzi covered the vital parts of her body, glared at Su Chen fiercely, and did not take it. Shall I dress you?
Su Chen raised his eyebrows, then draped the dress over Yunzi, but Yunzi soon regretted not taking the clothes. Because the man in front of him seemed to be putting clothes on himself, but his big hands were not honest at all. After a few touches here and pinches there, Yunzi's body was already soft and she was panting. "You're just an old pervert." Yunzi grabbed her robe tightly and glared at Su Chen angrily. "Thank you for the compliment. Heroic qualities." Su Chen didn't think it was a derogatory term. "But I have to make it clear, I'm just a pervert. I'm not old. I'm only 18 and have only been an adult for a few months. I can't be called old, but I can be called older." "What? You're only 18? Yunzi said in astonishment. Because martial arts require physical training, it is difficult to accurately judge a person's age from their appearance, so Yunzi always thought that Su Chen was in his 20s, almost close to 30. Turns out this guy just turned 18 and isn't even older than me? Possessing such terrifying strength at the age of 18? What kind of monster is this man? Su Chen did not explain too much about this. He just pulled Yunzi and continued to move forward. As they got closer to the heart of the wilderness, the frequency of wild beasts appearing on the road became more and more frequent. Groan. Su Chen held a three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand, with his true energy swirling around him. His martial arts eyes shone with light, and he slashed quickly. Phew! The fourth-level wolf-shaped fourth-level wild beast in front of him was directly chopped into pieces of meat. On the other side, Xiaohei bit the neck of a third-level wild beast and spit out black flames from his mouth, burning it to ashes. Purple light bloomed on Yunzi's fair skin, making her look a little noble. She held a 3-foot green sword in her hand and pierced a third-level wild beast. Roar! The strong smell of blood attracted the attention of more wild beasts. Walk! Su Chen nodded, signaled the man and the dog to follow, and then sprinted quickly. This area is too dangerous. If you stay any longer, you may be surrounded by wild beasts. In another area of the wilderness, Gongxi is in distress. After these 3 days, he experienced the darkest moment of his life. Everyone who saw him avoided him as if he were a snake or scorpion, with fear in their eyes. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't find the reason. I clearly didn't do anything. Brother Sure. Gongxi saw someone and was about to say hello. He knew this person, who was from the Shirtai tribe and was named Shi Xian. The two tribes had a friendly relationship, so Gongxi hoped to get some information from him. However, the moment Shi Xian saw Gongxi, his face changed drastically and he ran away, shouting, "Fuck! Gongxi! Stop it, bro! Gongxi!" Seeing that Shi Xian was about to disappear from his sight, Gongxi could no longer sit still. If he didn't ask clearly today, it would be difficult to find someone to ask later. "Brother Sure, wait for me!" Gongxi shouted. Light blue innate energy filled the air, and his figure followed like water waves. As a fourth-order extreme being, his speed was extremely fast. Even though Shi Xian ran first, he was quickly caught up by Gongxi. "I just want to ask." Gongxi gave a gentle smile. However, Shi Xian's expression was filled with anger and resentment. He roared with the determination to fight to the death. "Gongxi, our two tribes are friendly. Do you really want to kill me today?" Gongxi's face was full of confusion. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Xian attacked directly. His right hand turned into gray-black iron, and the tip of his fist exploded, pointing directly at Gongxi's face. Boom! Gongxi fought back, his true energy swirling around his palm like water waves, blocking the attack. "Brother Shi, don't get excited." Gongxi wanted to say something, but he found that Shi Xian's body was filled with blood-red light. At the same time, his body was expanding like a balloon. Kyoshi. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Shi Xian's face was ferocious, and the deep hatred in his face made Gongxi shudder. In the great wilderness, all the alien races knew one thing, that is, once they were killed by Gongxi, they would most likely have their tendons and bones pulled out. This is not alarmist talk. Some people saw Gongxi taking away the bones of the person after killing him. Cruel and violent. Like a devil. That's why they are so afraid of Gongxi. Now, Shi Xian knew that he could not escape, so he would rather self-destruct than be torn apart by his tendons and bones. That kind of humiliation was more terrifying than death. Not good. Gongxi's face changed and he quickly retreated, but it was too late. Boom! A powerful energy burst out, and the huge impact caused by Shi Xian's self-explosion directly knocked Gongxi more than 10 meters away.
Puff!
Gongxi coughed up blood and looked at the blood, flesh and bones all over the ground. The confusion on his face deepened.
Is it really that serious? I just want to ask what's going on.
At this moment, auras were approaching rapidly, and at the same time, a voice was heard.
Gongxi is over there, he killed Shi Xian. Hurry up and catch up. We can't let him go on like this. This guy is crazy. We have to work together to take him out, otherwise we won't survive. Tianchen is also coming here, surround Gongxi first. What the hell is going on? Gongxi was almost going crazy.
He wanted to stay and ask what happened, but the murderous intent behind him was so strong that he didn't seem to want to explain to him.
Considering Shi Xian's previous performance, Gongxi didn't dare to stay at all. Grass.
At this moment, even Gongxi, who is usually peaceful, couldn't help but swear. Then he suppressed his injuries and fled into the distance.
Chapter 69, Tianshu Star Pattern. For rhythms. Su Chen and Yun Zi shuttled through the mountains and forests.
Along the way, his blood and energy became more and more surging, and there were faint signs of breaking through to the 4th level. The vast ocean of true energy had already filled up his dantian and could nourish his 5 internal organs at any time, but Su Chen still felt that something was missing.
This very point is like an insurmountable chasm.
No matter how much wild beast flesh and blood one refines, there will be no improvement. This made Su Chen fall into self-doubt.
Is it because of lack of talent?
Although Su Chen's talent has transformed into sea level thanks to talent points, it still seems a bit inferior in martial arts.
Su Chen.
At this moment, Yun Zi suddenly stopped and looked into the distance with her beautiful eyes solemnly. Su Chen withdrew his thoughts, looked over, and then his heart was shocked. Not far away, a huge mountain made entirely of corpses stood tall, its momentum towering over 100 meters, filled with an ancient atmosphere of vicissitudes of life.
Is this the skeleton of a Stardust Realm beast? Su Chen's eyes flickered in surprise.
It was a huge mountain of bones that was extremely similar to a human skeleton.
Perhaps after years of baptism, the bones were no longer crystal clear and had some gray-black markings on them.
However, the terrifying aura coming towards him still showed how terrifying he was in his lifetime.
This isn't the skeleton of a wild beast, but of a giant. Yun Zi said solemnly. The giant spirit clan? How could their remains be here? Su Chen was shocked.
The giant spirit clan is one of the 10 royal clans, and its reputation is no less than that of the 9 Skystar Python clan. Its members are born with strong bodies, even not inferior to wild beasts. What's more crucial is that the giants are born with special magical powers. They can grow in size and can reach tens of meters in height when they reach adulthood. The corpses in front of them are an astonishing 100 meters tall. The royal blood of the giant spirit clan possesses the legendary special physique, the giant spirit divine body, which can fight against the most evil. It is conceivable how terrifying this race is.
It must be a relic from that battle.
Judging from the appearance of this skeleton, it has been stored for a long time.
Time has weathered it.
I'm afraid it will soon turn to dust. When she said this, a look of emotion appeared in Yun Zi's eyes. No matter how stunning and unparalleled you are, you cannot escape the erosion of time, and your final destination will be nothing but a handful of earth. Compared to Yun Zi's sadness, Su Chen was excited. I wonder if the bones of the giant spirit clan can help me engrave the first star pattern. The first level of the skeleton star refining technique has a total of 7 star patterns, corresponding to the Big Dipper. The first one has 4 strokes, but along the way, Su Chen tried many times and could only carve out 1 stroke. As a top-grade skill, the skeleton star refining technique is not that simple. Although it literally says that only bones are needed, in actual practice, the quality of ordinary bones is simply unable to meet its requirements.
Ze, I'm going to practice here, can you help me watch over it? Su Chen said.
Here? Yun Zi was a little confused as to why he suddenly started practicing. However, looking at Su Chen's serious expression, she did not ask any more questions, but chose to believe, well, no problem.
Xiao San, you guys follow her. Su Chen said again.
Woof. Xiao He and the 3-headed divine dragon responded and followed Yun Zi to guard the 4 directions.
Su Chen leaned against the giant corpse and practiced the skeleton star refining technique. Suddenly,
a huge and pure bone energy diffused out from it and sank into Su Chen's body.
Pain.
Su Chen gritted his teeth, guided the energy, and slowly injected it into his bones. At the same time, the star pattern began to be engraved, and the sharp pain like being cut by a knife spread instantly. It was a strange pattern with 4 strokes, like a square. The moment it was formed, a burst of energy suddenly burst out from the 4 corners. At the same time, Su Chen's body in the outside world began to glow, and a heavy feeling filled the air. It was the power of the earth. The moment it appeared, it seemed to be connected to the earth. Soon, there was another force of storm, followed by endless water waves and the power of violent fire. The 4 forces alternated with each other in an endless cycle. Earth, wind, water, and fire. The first star pattern is completed. It's indeed a heavenly grade technique. Su Chen opened his eyes, and deep in his eyes was shock. The skeleton star refining technique is much more powerful than he imagined. The so-called extraction of the power of bones is only on the surface. Its true core can only be reflected after the star pattern is engraved. At this moment, he had only condensed the first one, and his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. The Tianshu star pattern gave Su Chen the 4 powers of earth, wind, water, and fire. This gift was not the control of elements, but rhythm. The earth represents heaviness, and it can bear a tremendous force without collapsing the body. Wind represents chaos, harnessing the swift wind and bursting out like lightning. Water represents continuity. Bathing in warm water can keep your blood flowing. Fire represents explosion, burning blazing flames, and breaking the sky with one punch. The 4 forces once again greatly improved Su Chen's combat power. It's a pity that I can only engrave one. Su Chen glanced at the giant corpse behind him with some regret. If he had time, he could continue to absorb here and maybe even engrave a second one. But it's not impossible to bring one. Su Chen became interested and his eyes wandered over the giant's corpse. However, the skeleton was too large, 100 meters high, and the bones in many places could not be removed at all. Even if they were removed, it would be inconvenient to carry. Ha! Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes locked on the pelvis of the skeleton, where there was a bone several meters long. That's it. Su Chen jumped up, and with a snap, the bone was broken off. Su Chen. Seeing this, Yun Zi's face suddenly turned red. After all, they are from a different race. This thing is really fierce. Su Chen danced with the bone stick with great vigor. What are you going to do with this? Yun Zi was shy but also a little confused. Drink the soup. It will nourish your body. Su Chen smiled. Do you still need to make up for it? Yun Zi gave Su Chen a blank look. It needs to be made up. It needs to be made up. Su Chen picked up the bone stick and continued forward. After walking for a while, a cry came from the side, "Brother Gu, save me." Kosher? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Gong Si, who had been so handsome and bright before, now looked disheveled. His blue robe was in tatters. Behind him, there were many terrifying auras filled with murderous intent. Good fellow. There were so many people that even Su Chen couldn't help but gasp. Crowded. Almost all the people who participated in the hunting conference came, so it is no wonder that Gongsi, who was at the 4th level, was forced into this situation. Gongsi! You slaughtered us, and today we will kill you. A man in the lead shouted loudly. It's really not me. Gongsi is in tears. Chapter 70. The villain is me? Su Chen couldn't help but look embarrassed when he heard this. No one knew what was going on better than him. However, he felt no guilt. Gongsi was a foreigner and deserved to die. Brother Gong, don't panic, I'll come to rescue you right away. Su Chen shouted loudly. Thank you, Brother Gu. Hearing this, Gongsi's face lit up with joy, but the next second, his voice changed drastically. What the hell? Why are you running? After Su Chen finished speaking, he took Yun Zi and ran away. Just kidding, with so many alien races, even if his strength increased greatly at this moment, he would not dare to fight them easily. But at this moment, Gongsi had no other choice. His only hope was that this evil man could join forces with him. This may be the only way to hope. So, he could only run towards Su Chen desperately. Damn it! Seeing Gongsi sticking to him like a dogskin plaster, Su Chen felt a little overwhelmed. This was not a solution, so he could only turn around and shout, Brother Gong, everyone has their own consequences. Don't harm me. Gongsi also knew that his behavior was immoral, so he did not explain too much, but shouted, Brother Gu, if you can save me this time, I am willing to give you my precious blood. The precious blood of the three-headed divine dragon was obviously obtained by him. As soon as the words fell, a figure quickly shuttled behind Gongxi and said, "Brother Gong, although you and I are not sworn brothers, we are brothers. How can I not help my brother when he is in trouble?" So fast. Gongxi was startled and looked back quickly. Su Chen was seen holding a three-pointed, two-edged sword, his blood and energy like a dragon, and his true energy swirling around him. He shouted angrily, his voice like thunder, "Whoever hurts my brothers, die!" Phew! The three-pointed, double-edged sword fell, and the figure in the front was directly split in half. "Who are you? Why are you protecting Gongxi? Don't you know that this person has been killing us all this time?" Someone shouted angrily. "So what?" Su Chen roared, his blood and energy rushed to the sky, and he wielded the three-pointed, double-edged sword to the extreme, like a real dragon in the sky. "Brother Gu, you." Gongxi, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but be moved to tears when he heard Su Chen's words. At this moment, no one believed him. They all regarded him as a murderer and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Only Brother Gu said nothing, just said brother and stood in front of him. This feeling of being valued made Gongxi's blood boil, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. How could I let Brother Gu fall into danger alone? After saying that, he clenched his right hand in the air, and blue light gathered and turned into a long sword, and then rushed forward. "Today, you and I, brothers, will kill each other to our heart's content." Gongxi let out a long roar, and the 5 chi flower blossomed, casting a clear light. The sword energy was like the blue waves of the sea, sweeping in all directions. "No matter who you are, today, Gongxi must die." The aliens rushed over with angry roars. "Drink!" Su Chen roared angrily, his black hair dancing wildly, his cold eyes flashing with lightning, his energy and blood rushing into the sky, and he chopped down again with force. "When?" An alien held a stick in both hands and stood above his head to block, but in just a moment, the weapon made of special fine steel broke into 2 pieces. The three-pointed, double-edged sword continued to have the same force and split him in half again. What a terrifying body! When the others saw this, their faces suddenly changed. Su Chen only attacked twice and killed 2 people. His methods were so powerful that he was like a demon. However, at this moment, the battle had already begun and there was no time to think. Soon, several more people came to meet Su Chen. A figure holding a spear stabbed from the side. With his martial arts eyes activated, Su Chen did not turn around. He waved the sword handle and raised it upwards. The terrifying force was transmitted and directly lifted the spear away. Then he turned his wrist, and the three-pointed, double-edged sword was as agile as a real dragon, piercing into the chest of the alien. Then he shook his arm, and the blade turned, directly crushing the alien's chest. Blood foam scattered all over the sky, dazzling and stunning, like roses blooming in the air. On the other hand, Gongxi's strength is also terrifyingly strong. The 5 chi flower blooms, and the power of the 4th level is displayed to the extreme by him. That long sword was no ordinary object either. It shone with starlight. Su Chen only took a glance and realized that its material was the same as the star box. Obviously, this is a stellar treasure. According to what Tianqian said before, Gongxi should have another magic weapon in his hand. Just as Su Chen thought of this, the next second, Gongxi flipped his palm and a sword box appeared. It was only the size of a palm, but the moment it was thrown by Gongxi, it swelled in the wind and soon became more than 1 meter long. Snap! The sword box opened, and then, dense sword energy gushed out from it, interweaving in the air and transforming into a silver-white sword dragon. Chant! The Stegosaurus roared and pounced forward. "Oh no! Magical weapon! Block it!" Someone screamed in fear. The Stegosaurus swooped down, wrapped in sword energy. Wherever it passed, the aliens screamed, and the sword energy cut their bodies with deep scars that could be seen to the bone. Only a small number of defensive weapons were able to block it. With Brother Gu joining us, it's really much easier. Gongxi's face was pale and he was panting heavily, but his eyes were full of excitement and fighting spirit. "Dude, what are you talking about?" Su Chen smiled. "From now on, Brother Gu will be my brother for life and death. If you have any problems in the future, just let me know, and I will go through fire and water together." Gongxi smiled generously. He hadn't felt this passionate for a long time, and thought that with the passage of time, this feeling would no longer exist, but at this moment, his blood was boiling again. "Good." Su Chen laughed. As the battle continued, these alien alliances were completely unable to withstand the attack of the two. Gongsi was lucky because he was already injured, and even if he had a magic weapon, he could not use it many times.
But Su Chen is different. This guy is a complete blood and chi demon.
The three-pointed, double-edged sword was swung down, and there was no way to stop it. No matter what kind of protective gear was in front of it, it was like paper, with no resistance at all.
The most important thing is that this guy hasn't even activated the 5 chi flowers.
Relying solely on the power of his physical body and blood, he slaughtered them like pigs and dogs.
Finally, someone discovered the clue and looked terrified, as if they had seen a monster. They pointed at Su Chen and shouted, "Big Evil! This guy is Big Evil! Great Evil? We were fighting before and no one noticed."
Now that someone reminded them, they observed carefully and finally noticed the difference in Su Chen.
It was like a vast ocean of blood and energy, even more terrifying than that of a wild beast. This is definitely not something any race can do. A great evil in human form. No wonder it's so terrifying. Oh no, we have to retreat. When did Gongsi make friends with the great evil in human form? After realizing Su Chen's identity, everyone lost all desire to fight. I am the villain? Su Chen was stunned.
At this moment, he finally understood why those alien races not only did not attack him when they saw him, but instead avoided him. It turned out that I had mistakenly thought that I was a very evil person. At this moment, Gongxi's face darkened. "Brother Gu, they recognized you, you may not be able to let them go."
Chapter 71 The King's blood cannot be insulted.
Before Su Chen could ask, Gongxi continued to explain.
Humanoid beasts are extremely rare and easily recognizable.
This time, Brother Gu has been recognized by them. If we let them leave, there will be no place for Brother Gu in the starry sky. This sentence was spoken out of concern, but he didn't know that Su Chen was not a vicious beast, but a real human being who would not make friends with these people.
Of course, Su Chen wouldn't say anything. He just laughed and said, "Brother Gong is absolutely right. It seems that today we have no choice but to go on a killing spree. Killing foreigners is usually a good thing. Then kill them."
Gongxi was full of passion. He was not of the same race as these people, so he felt no restraint in killing them.
After that, the two of them sprinted away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
The sword flashes, and frost chills the 19 states. The three-pointed, double-edged sword cuts down the sky.
Damn it! They want to kill us all.
Someone roared in fear, holding a spear in his hand, trying to resist. However, Su Chen's blood and energy were like a dragon, and his power was overwhelming. He directly shattered the spear and pierced him with the blade.
If we keep running like this, we'll only end up dead. Let's fight them.
An alien with a wolf head roared, and hair began to grow on his body, turning him into a werewolf 2 or 3 meters tall. He held a big knife in both hands and swung it quickly. Suddenly, dense knife energy broke through the void and formed a dense cutting net. In response, Su Chen brandished the three-pointed, double-edged sword, spinning rapidly like a windmill, directly blocking all the sword energy.
Phew!
Gongxi suddenly appeared behind the werewolf, and his sword pierced his chest from behind.
You have more than one opponent. Gongxi sneered.
However, at this moment, a figure holding a huge axe appeared behind Gongxi, with a ferocious expression. Die!
Buzz!
The three-pointed, double-edged sword broke through the air and was thrown by Su Chen, directly piercing the man in the air and then stopping on an ancient tree.
Brother Gu. Good cooperation. Gongxi laughed.
Brothers, united as one, can break any obstacle. Su Chen let out a long roar, looking quite loyal and brave. His true energy burst out, creating a storm here. In the back, behind a huge rock, Yun Zi looked at the scene with a strange expression, and the corners of her mouth twitched.
This guy Su Chen actually has such a shameless side.
It was clearly him who disguised himself as Gongxi, causing the other party to be surrounded and killed, but now he pretends to be willing to sacrifice his life for his brothers.
It's really outrageous.
The battle became more and more intense. Although the remaining alien races united as quickly as possible, they still found it difficult to resist the combined forces of Su Chen and Gongxi.
Bang!
Su Chen's right hand turned into a claw, and his true energy turned into a dragon shape.
He grabbed a man's neck, broke it forcefully, and then kicked him away.
A terrifying force erupted, and the man's body was like a meteor, directly crashing into another person who was rushing up.
Not good.
The man wanted to dodge, but it was too late and he was hit by the corpse in the air.
Hiss. This scene scared the remaining aliens to their core. Su Chen became more and more frantic as the battle went on.
The star patterns on the bones of his right hand glowed brightly, and his true energy was also tinged with a red hue.
The rhythm of fire.
Su Chen exploded, soared into the sky, pulled out the three-pointed, double-edged knife stuck in the tree, jumped along the trunk, and locked onto a foreign woman in a yellow gauze skirt.
Ah!
The woman was so frightened that her face turned pale and her scream stopped abruptly as soon as it started.
Thump!
The two halves of the body fell to the ground.
Monster! This guy is a monster. We can't stop them. With our strength, we can't deal with these two. The great evil is so terrifying.
The terrified cries of the aliens became the only symphony in this killing feast.
Of the dozens of people before, only 5 were left.
The corpses on the ground lay quietly on the crimson earth, none of them intact. Su Chen stood covered in blood, like a demon, filled with murderous intent. He once again targeted an alien and slashed down with his three-pointed and two-bladed swords.
Who can stop him?
The alien roared in despair.
I'll stop him.
A green light flashed and appeared in front of Su Chen in an instant, holding a shark-toothed sword in his hand.
It's Tianchen. De Xiong, let me meet you. Tianchen waved his sword and met Su Chen's blade with a sneer. Great! It's the royal blood.
We're saved. Everyone cheered, looking ecstatic as if they had survived a disaster. But the next second, their smiles froze on their faces.
When?
The sharp sound of metal clashing was heard, and Tianchen's face changed drastically. A force like a collapsing mountain came from the knife, and then the whole person was knocked away in an instant.
As fast as it came. Bang! Bang! Bang!
After crashing into several ancient trees, Tianchen finally stopped, coughed up blood, and looked horrified. This force. The base of his palm where he held the knife was cracked and bleeding profusely, and his right arm felt as if it was falling apart in excruciating pain.
How is that possible? I have royal blood. He couldn't even block the opponent's sword.
However, before Tianchen could think, a cold light suddenly appeared, and the speed was so fast, like a stream of light.
Tianchen was horrified and burst out all his strength and dodged away. Bang! In just a moment, the ancient tree was chopped down. Quite a quick response. Su Chen stood not far away, holding a three-pointed, double-edged sword, a smile on his face. Didn't you come to save them? Why are you running around like them now? You! Tianchen was furious. In fact, it was true.
Although he could see that the other party was a fierce beast, he attacked directly out of confidence.
Who could have thought that this guy's power was even more terrifying than that of a wild beast?
He was at the 4th level, possessing the strength of 20 wild beasts, but he couldn't even block the opponent's sword.
This is such a shame.
Tianchen opened his mouth and drank a bottle of potion. His injuries recovered quickly, then he shouted and rushed towards Su Chen.
The royal blood cannot be insulted.
The sword light was blazing, carrying a sense of dominance.
So what if I insult you?
Su Chen said coldly, turned the three-pointed, double-edged sword and rushed forward.
When?
Metal clashed, flames fell, and the two figures collided rapidly in the air, so fast that only after-images remained.
Bang!
A crack appeared on the ground, and two figures appeared. Tianchen's sword fell, and Su Chen met it with the sword handle.
Snort!
Tianchen snorted coldly, turned his wrist, and slid the blade down along the pole, slashing towards Su Chen's wrist. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he loosened one hand to release the force. At the same time, he raised his right leg and hit the knife handle.
Bang!
The terrifying force bounced up, and Tianchen's tiger's mouth shook, and he almost lost his grip on the big knife. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly exerted force with his other hand holding the knife, rotating the three-pointed, double-edged knife, and the blade chopped towards Tianchen's neck at an extremely strange angle. Seeing this, Tianchen's pupils shrank like real eyes.
He could only temporarily give up his attack and retreat quickly. What a powerful combat experience! Tianchen was horrified.
He originally thought that this great beast was only strong in physique, but when they fought, he discovered that he had rich combat experience and was terrifying.
No shortcomings at all. It seems that we must be serious.
Tianchen took a deep breath, and the 5-chi flower above his head bloomed, with clear light falling, misty and mysterious, and a majestic aura slowly spread. He was holding the knife, and the knife light spread out, becoming 40 meters long above his head.
Martial arts. Heaven-slaying sword. Chapter 72 Kill them all. Buzz.
A domineering sword intent gathered and directly locked onto Su Chen. It's a ground-grade martial art. The heaven-slaying sword. Tianqian's famous skill. Someone recognized this martial art. The pre-roll time is too long. However, at this moment, Su Chen spoke in a cold voice and then shot up. His true energy, surrounded by flames, suddenly appeared beside Tianqian and punched out.
7 Injury Fist Chi Reversal Injury. It's useless.
During the process of condensing the heaven-slaying sword, the chi will protect my body.
You can't attack me. This is a low grade.
Tianqian's confident words came to an abrupt halt, and then his face changed drastically, his chest heaved, and he coughed up blood. At the same time, the shadow of the long sword condensed by the Zhantian sword also shattered. The so-called protective true chi began to become disordered the moment it touched Su Chen's fist.
Not only was it unable to protect Tianqian, it even sent out an extremely strong backlash force. Bang! The punch landed hard on Tianqian's face.
His handsome face became twisted and swollen, and then his whole body was blown away like a cannonball.
Puff! Tianqian was shocked and coughed up blood again. How is it possible, your fist?
Tianqian's face was filled with horror, and besides shock, his eyes were filled with more incomprehension.
He felt it clearly. Su Chen's punch was too strange.
The moment it touched the chi shield, it actually directly guided the chi in his body to reverse. Therefore, not only is the shield ineffective, but it even backfires on the user.
What a weird boxing style. I told you, don't shake your body for so long before learning martial arts. Su Chen naturally would not explain to him.
He brandished the three-pointed, double-edged sword and chopped down again. After being hit hard continuously, Tianqian was unable to resist at all. After dodging narrowly, he took out a bottle of potion from somewhere and drank it hastily. However, at this moment, a sword light broke through the air and pierced directly into his shoulder.
Ah! Tianqian howled in agony, terrified.
If this sword had been a little more off, it would have pierced his chest.
Gongsi! Are you going to kill them all too? Tianqian was shocked and angry, looking at Gongsi holding the sword. Weren't you the one who came after me first?
Gongsi sneered, without saying anything more, and rushed towards Tianqian. Not long after that, Wang Shui, who had attacked confidently, suddenly fled in panic like a stray dog.
Damn it! You 2 against 1, your victory is unfair. Tianqian roared to the sky. He was already no match for Su Chen alone, and now with the addition of Gongsi, it was even more impossible for him to win. Hearing this, Su Chen and Gongsi exchanged a glance, and then Su Chen laughed and said, 2 against 1, it's really not very moral. Yes. That's right. 1-on-1, I'm Wang Shui, I'm not afraid of you. Tianqian didn't expect that his casual words would actually get a response. So? Su Chen smiled slightly, then it's 3 against 1. Woof.
Accompanied by a dog bark, a black dog covered in black flames bit Tianqian's thigh directly.
Ah!
The intense pain caused by the bite made Tianqian look almost crazy. He struggled desperately, but the power of this black dog was really terrifying, especially the strange black flame, which carried a special burning power and instantly burned the wound black. The main point is to win unfairly. It is not so easy to kill a royal blood. Even though he is in the upper hand now, Tianqian comes from a big family.
How could he not have any special means?
So he called Xiao He over and attacked Tianqian. Xiao He is petite, and Tianqian's attention was on Su Chen and Gongsi at the time, so he naturally didn't notice the little black dot.
How despicable.
Tianqian finally got rid of Xiao He, but a large piece of his leg was torn off, leaving it bloody and charred.
What a bunch of trash.
Seeing that the few remaining survivors were all hiding and not daring to take action, Tianqian's face was filled with grief and anger. At this moment, he knew that he could no longer place his hopes on these people. In this desperate situation, Tianqian's 5 chi flower bloomed brighter and brighter, and it seemed as if it was about to give birth to the spirit of martial arts. As expected of the royal blood, it's about to break through in battle.
Gongsi noticed Tianqian's strange behavior. Aha! Tianqian roared, his royal blood boiling.
A will from the king permeated his body. I am of royal blood, a descendant of the royal family.
How could I be defeated here? Shut up!
The star patterns on Su Chen's bones glowed, and the three-pointed, double-edged sword swung down.
Hiss! Tianqian's roar was forcibly interrupted.
He took a deep breath and felt a chill in his chest.
Su Chen's knife almost cut him. Are you royals also talkative? You're in a life or death battle, yet you're still making passionate declarations? Output is all about shouting? Su Chen looked at Gong Si with a strange expression. Actually, it's not always like that. The company is also a bit embarrassed.
After complaining, Su Chen's attacks became more fierce, and Gong Si followed closely behind, using various martial arts one after another.
Gong Si retreated again and again, spitting blood continuously.
He was no longer able to fight, and finally,
Su Chen raised his knife and chopped Tian Chen into two halves. Not long.
All other alien races were killed. At this point, everyone in the alien hunting conference, except Gong Si, was dead. Su Chen glanced at Gong Si, and just as he had the intention to kill, he was suddenly hit by a strong sense of crisis, as if as long as he took action, he would die here immediately.
This is... Su Chen's heart was beating wildly. This is the instinctive perception from the martial arts eye. That's strange.
Su Chen was puzzled, but finally chose to trust the instinct of the martial arts eye.
Brother Gu, there are only two of us left now, and this spot in the brilliant realm.
Gong Si seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. At this point in the conference, there was no need to continue. All the others were dead, and all that was left was to make a decision between himself and Gu.
Here you go. Su Chen spoke readily. Brother Gu, that's not what I meant. It's just that I really need this spot to save my life.
Gong Si was afraid that Su Chen would misunderstand, so he explained hurriedly.
Brother Gong, there's no need to say anything else. After this battle, you and I are brothers. Since we're brothers, I'll give you whatever you want. Su Chen patted Gong Si.
He doesn't even know what the brilliant realm is, so it's useless for him to have this.
Could it be that he really wants to kill Gong Si and then use the quota to go to the alien race? Brother Gu.
Gong Si's body shook violently and he was so moved that he was speechless. This is a spot in the brilliant realm, and Brother Gu gave it to me with just one sentence.
Who in the world can do this? Dude. By the way, where's the precious blood? Su Chen suddenly said. Here it is. I won't forget it.
Also, I see that you, Brother Gu, don't seem to have any spatial artifacts. I have a storage ring here.
You can use it first.
The space is not large, only about 100 cubic meters.
Gong Si took out a ring. The blood is in it.
Wow, he is from a big family, so generous. Space treasures are the rarest type of star treasures.
Even a 1 cubic meter one is worth hundreds of thousands. More than 100 cubic meters is already priceless.
But from Gong Si's mouth, he only received a comment that was not very positive.
Thank you.
Su Chen took the storage ring, probed his true energy into it, and felt the precious blood inside.
Where are you going, Brother Gu?
Gong Si was about to go back, but found that Su Chen was not with him. I plan to hone my skills here for a while.
Brother Gong, you can go back first. Su Chen said. Brother Gu is really hardworking.
De Xiong is already extremely talented, and with such hard work, it's no wonder he can easily defeat Tian Chen.
Gong Si admires him. Kyoshi exclaimed. I can't delay for too long, so I'll go back first. If Brother Gu has time later, you can come find me in the Ganggang tribe. Must. After that, the two of them were about to separate.
By the way, Brother Gu, let me remind you that we haven't killed all the human geniuses here yet, and someone will come to collect them later, so you can kill that woman directly after you're done. Gong Si had naturally noticed Yun Zi a long time ago.
Chapter 73, A Woman's Heart is as Deep as the Sea. After hearing this, Su Chen thought about it for a moment and understood.
The humans released into the wilderness were all prepared for the hunting competition. According to the original plan, they should all be slaughtered by these alien races.
However, this time, because of Su Chen, most people survived.
Naturally, the alien race could not let them leave, so after Gong Si returned, someone from there would come to clean up the mess. Gong Si was worried that Su Chen would be implicated because of this human woman, so he specifically reminded him before leaving. I'm bored being alone, so I'm keeping her as a maid.
Is that not okay? Su Chen asked. Maid?
Gong Si looked at Su Chen with a strange expression, then at Yun Zi, wanting to say something but stopping himself.
This evil creature was really different from others.
Normally, a fierce man would be a loner and keep to himself, but Gu not only stood by him at all costs, he even had a hobby of taking maids. Actually, it's not impossible for me to take a human maid as a toy, but some races have too much hatred towards humans, so I can't judge what they will do to you. Gongxi thought for a moment, a wooden sign appeared in his palm, and he threw it to Su Chen.
Well, this ID card is for you. If someone makes trouble for you, show this to them.
Maybe they'll let her go for the sake of the Ganggong clan.
Su Chen took the wooden plaque and took a look at it.
The wooden plaque was ordinary and not made of any special material, but the two words Gonggang on it contained special star energy.
This is the identity badge of the Gonggang clan, representing the Ganggong clan. Thank you very much. Su Chen took the wooden sign. Brother Gu, goodbye. Gongxi jumped up and disappeared quickly. Go! Su Chen turned around quickly, took Yunzi's hand and started to run away.
If Gongxi had not lied to him, the aliens would arrive soon.
He doesn't have much time left.
Although Gongxi left him the wooden plaque of the Gonggang clan, he made it clear that this wooden plaque might only be useful. Who knows if there will be anyone among those who come who will not give face to the Ganggong clan. The two of them ran quickly and continued to run towards the 7th district. Xiao He, carrying the three-headed divine dragon, followed closely behind. Along the way, Su Chen still maintained the rhythm of fighting and practicing at the same time. His qi and blood were still increasing, and the star patterns became more condensed. Although the 5 internal organs have been nourished by the true qi, the shadow of the 5 qi flower is still nowhere to be seen.
Bang!
Su Chen swung the big bone stick and smashed the head of a tiger-shaped wild beast. Then he activated the universe blood refining sutra and blood and energy flowed into his palm.
Boom! The substantial qi and blood are like a hazy red mist, lingering in the body. Faintly, one can also see the misty golden glow, which is very mysterious. How terrifying! Along the way, Yunzi exclaimed in surprise more than once. Su Chen's physical body had completely exceeded her comprehension.
His majestic energy and blood were unparalleled in the world. She had never seen such a thing even in a 5th-level warrior.
Could it be that he also has ancestral blood in his body?
Yunzi's eyes lit up with excitement, and she gradually formed a guess in her mind.
Jingxia, this guy can't be from that family. If he is really from that family, what should I do?
As Su Chen's strength grew stronger, his travel speed also became faster and faster. On the 4th day, they were already far away from the hinterland, and were less than 30,000 miles away from the finish line. At this rate, I'll probably be there in less than 7 days. Under the night sky, Su Chen gently stroked the star box in his arms, his eyes firm. Yunzi, who was standing by, had a complicated expression, with a hint of envy on her face. You love her very much.
Yes, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't be who I am today.
It was she who led me to the path of martial arts and helped me understand the heart of martial arts. When he said this, his eyes were full of tenderness, and the cold queen, the always arrogant Medusa, seemed to appear before his eyes again. Upon hearing this, Yunzi hugged her knees tightly and curled up beside the rock. She didn't know how to respond to Su Chen's words. I obviously hated this man who forced me to take my virginity at first, but why do I feel so sad when I hear him talking about another woman? Especially when he talked about the woman named Yun Lin, the tenderness in his eyes was something he had never seen before.
After resting for a while, the two continued on their journey. The future is not smooth sailing. There are often attacks from wild beasts.
They have tried their best to avoid the territories of powerful wild beasts, but it is the wilderness after all, and the number of wild beasts is still too large.
Ze. Be careful.
Su Chen grabbed Yunzi's slender waist and swung the bone stick with one hand to repel a wolf-shaped beast that was attacking him. Yunzi leaned in Su Chen's arms, looking at the man's resolute profile. She was a little distracted for a moment, but a sense of bitterness inexplicably surged in her heart.
None of your business. Yunzi pushed Su Chen away with force. Su Chen was very confused. What's going on? Why did you suddenly change your expression?
A woman's heart is as deep as the sea. Su Chen shook his head and chased after him helplessly. The more Yunzi thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She always felt like there was a breath stuck in her chest.
She didn't know where it came from. Was it because Su Chen had other women? Actually, it's not.
It is normal for a strong man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines.
So what is the reason? Yunzi was thinking all the way.
She had clearly decided that after returning to the human city-state, she would use family resources to repay Su Chen and then stop contacting him.
Let us just treat what is happening here as a dream. But now. This is so annoying.
Yunzi was a little crazy, and the depression in her heart had reached its peak.
What's bothering you? Su Chen asked. I'm bothering you. Yun Zi glared at Su Chen fiercely. Bother me? Su Chen was confused and pointed at himself. Then he looked at Xiao He and asked, Xiao He, am I annoying? Woo.
Xiao He tilted his head, not daring to answer, and could only play dumb. That attitude clearly says, this is clearly your business, why do you have to involve me? Xiao San, tell me.
Su Chen once again asked the question to the three-headed divine dragon.
In response, the three-headed dragon still used its old tricks. The three heads looked at each other and then said in unison, Yaya Master is the best.
You're still good.
Su Chen touched the head of the three-headed divine dragon. Hearing this, Xiao He turned his head and looked fiercely at the three-headed divine dragon on its back, and called out, Woof woof woof, aren't you a dragon?
Why are you acting like a dog? Ya brother He taught me well.
The three-headed divine dragon rubbed Xiao He's head obediently.
Woof. Xiao He looked at the three-headed divine dragon in astonishment. How come this guy is even worse than me?
Two people, a dog and a dragon, were traveling through the mountains.
Finally, what was supposed to come finally came. Human?
A loud shout was heard, and then a figure suddenly appeared, holding a halberd, slashing through the air, aiming directly at Yun Zi.
At this moment, Yun Zi was still in a state of irritability and could not react at all to block.
Fortunately, Su Chen exploded quickly enough. The moment the star pattern lit up, his figure was like a flame.
He stood in front of Yun Zi and waved at the same time.
The three-headed divine dragon cried out, turned into a three-pointed, double-edged sword, and flew into Su Chen's hands.
Chapter 74. Call him master. Drink! Su Chen roared, gathered his true energy, and slashed with a knife. Boom!
The collision of the two sword energies caused a huge explosion, and a substantial ripple spread out to the surroundings.
Suddenly, rocks exploded and ancient trees collapsed. Level 3? Can you block my sword?
The man was astonished. Although it was just a random blow, it was enough to kill a fourth-level warrior in an instant. He moved closer, and suddenly his pupils shrank.
He exclaimed, Great evil? The human-shaped monster is too easy to recognize.
The majestic energy and blood, coupled with the human appearance, can be seen at a glance and is almost impossible to mistake.
I never thought that there would be such a fierce beast in this vast wilderness. It really shocked me.
I may not attack you, but this human woman must die.
The man said coldly. He put away his knife, but his aura was still surging, and a faint dragon roar could be heard from his spine. The existence of the 7th level of martial arts. This is not something Su Chen can deal with.
She is my maid now, so you can't kill her.
Su Chen was neither humble nor arrogant.
He now had the identity of a great villain, so the other party would not attack him easily.
Maid?
The man also had a strange look on his face. He naturally knew a lot about the great evil. These beings had been fighting all their lives, and their arrogant instincts made it impossible for them to have companions, let alone take in maids.
What's wrong?
Su Chen hugged Yun Zi in his arms and slapped her snow-white and tender buttocks.
Call him master.
Yun Zi knew the situation was special, and she also felt the pressure from this man, so she could only bow her head and call out, Master.
Su Chen nodded, then took out Gonsi's wooden sign. You recognize this, so is there any problem with me taking a maid?
Seeing the wooden sign, the man's expression was obviously disturbed, and he was surprised. The Gongang tribe has actually taken the lead and captured this great beast. De Xiong is a loner with unlimited potential, so all the races in the starry sky want to recruit him.
However, due to his personality, few can succeed. And now, this great beast in front of him has actually joined the Gongang clan. This is extremely shocking news. The world is so vast that nothing is impossible.
They say the most vicious are cold-blooded, but now it seems that this statement is not absolute.
The coldness on the man's face disappeared, his aura was withdrawn, and he no longer had any hostility.
If you like beautiful women, you can come to my Chishio tribe in the future.
There are many beautiful women in my tribe.
As long as you come, I can definitely satisfy you. Since the Gongang tribe could recruit this great villain, then he could do the same, especially since the man judged that this great villain seemed to like beautiful women, so he put forward this condition.
Really?
How could Su Chen not see what the other party was thinking, so he hurriedly pretended to be squinting. Of course. As long as you come, you can pick the goddess of our tribe. When the man saw that there was something interesting going on, he immediately started laughing.
Okay. Okay.
The Chisho tribe, right?
I'll definitely go there someday. Su-chan smiled. Then I won't bother you anymore. This is my clan's nameplate. Just go there when the time comes.
The man threw a wooden plaque to Su-chan, which was similar to the one Gongsi gave him, with the words Chisho engraved on it. After saying that, he did not stay any longer, turned around and left, continuing to look for other humans.
You'll definitely go there someday, right?
Yunzi gritted her teeth and twisted the soft flesh on Su-chan's waist fiercely.
Hiss.
Su-chan winced in pain and raised his hand to slap Yunzi's butt.
I am your master, how dare you disrespect your master? Pa pa pa.
After a few slaps, Yunzi's buttocks were raised and the soft flesh swayed. She was only wearing a satin dress, and Su-chan's palms could easily feel the warmth of her buttocks.
Yunzi's face was full of grievance.
This man is so difficult to deal with. It was clearly his problem, yet he still hit her.
But even so, Yunzi couldn't feel angry at all.
On the contrary, the intense pain brought a strange joy to her already depressed heart.
If only I could get another slap.
Thinking of this, a blush appeared on Yunzi's fair face.
Why are you blushing? Shouldn't your butt be red? Su-chan was completely stunned by Yunzi's reaction. What on earth is going on in this woman's mind? Snort! Yunzi snorted softly and ran forward with a red face.
Time continued to move forward, and they were getting closer and closer to the edge of the wilderness.
During this period, Su-chan saw many humans being killed, but he could hardly save himself at the moment, so how could he save others?
During this period, they also passed by the habitat of a 9th-level wild beast. This was a giant beast of enormous size, hundreds of meters tall, lying in the valley and snoring soundly, with a horrible nose. Every time it collapsed, it was like a thunderclap.
Tianyua beast. Another overlord-level behemoth.
However, this wild beast likes to sleep by nature and often sleeps for several months or even years, so it did not cause any trouble. That night, they were supposed to rest, but for some unknown reason, 2 8th-level wild beasts started fighting. The horrific aftermath of the battle spread over hundreds of miles, forcing Su-chan to keep moving forward. After that, they encountered some alien tribes again. After taking out the nameplates of the Gongang and Chisho tribes, they stopped pursuing them.
If she was just a human woman, it wouldn't have any impact.
By the afternoon of the 5th day, they were almost approaching the edge of the wilderness, with less than 10,000 miles left.
But trouble eventually came. No one's nameplate is of any use. I'm determined to kill this woman today. If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you too.
The one who spoke was a 4th-level warrior, with 5 chi flowers blooming, and he was extremely arrogant.
So Su-chan directly rewarded him with a big stick.
However, this also led to some people targeting him, but these people did not want to kill Yunzi, but for.
Ha 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 ha. Great evil cub. My son has just been born. If he can bathe in the blood of the great evil, he will definitely have extraordinary talent in the future.
This is a strange-looking alien with black hair on its body, a monkey-like face, and greed in its words. He has been tracking Su-chan for a long time. Especially after hearing that Su-chan was a vicious villain, he spared no effort.
Now, he finally brought 4 people to surround Su-chan and Yunzi.
Because there are obstacles outside the Earth, the alien race cannot send down 2 strong people. Level 7 is the limit, and the rest are mainly level 4 to level 6. The person who spoke was at the 6th level.
The other 4 are all level 5. Stand behind me. Su-chan's whole body was tense.
He held the 3-pointed, double-edged sword in one hand and blocked Yunzi behind him.
I can protect you too.
Yunzi walked out stubbornly, with a purple sword in her hand. Along the way, Su-chan was protecting her, and now it was her turn to protect Su-chan.
Interesting, a human actually said something like protecting the great evil.
The 6th-level warrior laughed loudly and waved his hand, and 4 5th-level warriors rushed forward.
Chapter 75 Battle at Level 6. The battle was about to break out. Su-chan roared, stepped on the ground, and soared into the sky. The 3-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand shone brightly under the influence of his true energy. At the same time, the Tianshu star pattern also became extremely bright. This is a 6th-level alien.
This is also the strongest opponent Su-chan has ever encountered under normal circumstances, so he needs to be treated with caution.
Only level 3.
The monkey-like man sneered, grasped the air, and a silver iron rod appeared in his hand, which he swung violently.
When?
The sharp sound of metal clashing was heard, and ripples spread out, turning into a storm. The man's face suddenly changed, and the ground under his feet suddenly collapsed. He almost lost his balance and had to take a step back before he could stop.
What a terrifying body!
The man's name was Sun Xian, and he was from the Starry Sky Monkey clan. Although he was not a race that relied mainly on the physical body, his 6th level realm also brought him the power of 30 wastelands. Even so, in their first confrontation, he actually lost to a 3rd level warrior.
Drink! Su Chen's veins bulged and lightning appeared on his arms.
It was the talent of the wild beast, the power of thunder. Accompanied by crackling sounds, the lightning followed the 3-pointed, double-edged sword and rushed towards Sun Xian from the silver iron stick.
Not good.
Sun Xian's face changed and he retreated rapidly. However, Su Chen pursued him relentlessly, swinging the 3-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand to the extreme.
In just a moment, he stabbed out hundreds of times.
In terms of his physical body alone, with the blessing of the star pattern, his explosive power has reached 50 levels of power.
Far beyond level 6. The battle between warriors is a race against time.
Sun Xian retreated for just a moment, and Su Chen seized the opportunity and launched a violent attack.
Bang!
Accompanied by a terrifying roar, Su Xian was actually smashed into the mountain by Su Chen.
Hiss! Everyone around them had a pale expression on their faces and gasped. Isn't this guy a 3rd level warrior? How could he suppress a 6th level warrior? The script shouldn't be like this. Even a great villain couldn't do this. A level 3 being fighting a level 6 is too incredible. Even in my dreams, I wouldn't dare do that. It's because of the body. This fierce body is too terrifying. Its strength has reached at least 40 wildness. 40 wastelands? Everyone was stunned.
Normally, even if it is the royal blood, at the 4th level extreme, it is only between 10 wastelands and 20 wastelands.
40 wastelands, even a 6th level person can't do it.
At the same time, Yunzi breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes were filled with more shock. Coming from a large family, she had seen countless geniuses and many freaks in the flesh, but someone like Su Chen, who was even more terrifying than a wild beast, was beyond her cognition.
You have to be okay. Yunzi held a sword and wandered among the 4 5th level alien races, struggling to survive. All she could do was try her best to help Su Chen relieve the pressure. Boom!
On the other side, the battle continues.
Aha!
Sun Xian roared and suddenly shot out from the mountain, his expression distorted, full of humiliation and anger.
I am a 6th level warrior, but I can't beat a 3rd level warrior? Even if the other party is a very vicious person, this is not something he can accept. Martial arts. Heaven shaking stick. Boom!
He leaped up, and silver white runes appeared on the long staff in his hand, shining brightly and fiercely, carrying a tremendous force as he smashed down.
Su Chen's expression changed and he hurriedly held the 3-pointed, double-edged sword horizontally in front of him. Bang!
The ground exploded, smoke and dust rose up, and Su Chen's figure was directly smashed into the ground by this huge force. However, the next second, he jumped up again and slashed out with the 3-pointed, double-edged sword.
Those threads reappeared in his eyes.
After a long time, he once again used his martial arts true eyes to the extreme. However, Sun Xian was a genuine 6th level warrior after all. Although he was shocked by Su Chen's physical strength at first, he quickly calmed down. He used one martial art after another and actually regained the initiative. The spirit of martial arts. Suddenly, Sun Xian roared towards the sky, and black light began to condense on his body, and then quickly wrapped around his body. After a while, his appearance changed drastically, and he turned into a black monkey wearing armor. The spirit of martial arts can be big or small, adapting to your needs. To deal with wild beasts, it is more appropriate to become bigger, but when fighting against humans, it will appear inflexible. Instead, it will be more convenient to reduce the size. At this moment, Sun Xian was really serious. The appearance of the spirit of martial arts meant that he had begun to give it his all. Su Chen also felt the pressure. He held a knife in one hand and condensed his true energy in the other hand, turning it into a dragon detecting hand, and went straight for Sun Xian's face. When? However, Sun Xian, blessed by the spirit of martial arts, was terrifyingly strong. He swung the silver iron stick and deflected the 3-pointed, double-edged sword. At the same time, he twisted his neck and directly avoided Su Chen's attack.
Next second, he punched out. Bang!
Su Chen suffered a heavy blow and fell on a huge rock, coughing up blood. Several ribs in his chest were broken instantly, and bone spurs even pierced through his chest. For him, who was at the 3rd level, it was still a bit too difficult for him to face the alien warriors who used the spirit of martial arts.
Not to mention, this person is a 6th level warrior.
The 5th stage condenses the spirit of martial arts, and the 6th stage means that his martial arts spirit is even more condensed.
Honestly, you've been quite good.
You forced out my martial arts spirit with your 3rd level body.
But now everything is over. Your blood of the great evil belongs to me. Sun Xian approached Su Chen.
At this moment, Su Chen was lying in front of a huge rock, covered in blood, with bone spurs on his chest, and he was barely breathing. It seemed that he had reached his final desperate situation.
It's very bad.
Sun Xian grabbed Su Chen's clothes on his chest and lifted him up with a look of joy on his face. However, at this moment, Su Chen, who had been silent, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, deep in his mind, his spiritual altar glowed and ripples appeared in his heart. The rich mental power turned into a sharp sword and shot out with a bang. Divine Mind Technique turning heart sword.
The attacking divine power from Xian, at this moment, burst out with a power even more terrifying than before. Divine Mind Technique. How is that possible?
Sun Xian's face changed drastically. He instantly let go of Su Chen's clothes and retreated rapidly.
He was fast enough. But the attack of Divine Mind Technique is faster.
The heart-transforming sword silently pierced Sun Xian's forehead. After a miserable howl, blood gushed out of Sun Xian's 7 orifices, his face grimacing. How is this possible?
How can you use the magic of divine thoughts? Impossible.
At this moment, Sun Xian felt like his brain was about to explode. He covered his head and rolled on the ground. However, Su Chen was shocked by this because Sun Xian was only injured but not dead. A 6th-rank warrior, his spiritual platform begins to appear.
Su Chen muttered to himself and stood up with difficulty, holding on to the boulder.
Unlike the mind masters who awaken the spirit platform in advance, warriors can also naturally nurture the spirit platform after their physical body is filled to the extreme and their qi and blood are boiling. Although the spiritual platform cannot be as powerful as that of a spiritual master, it can withstand some spiritual techniques. By the time Sun Xian recovers, Su Chen will have no hope, so there is only one way at this moment, and that is to escape.
Su Chen ignored his injuries and shouted to Yunzi, "Zi! Run!"
When Yunzi saw Su Chen's miserable condition, her body trembled and she rushed over. Xiao Hei turned into a black flame and tried her best to protect him.
Don't let them escape. They must all die.
Sun Xian's eyes were bloodshot, and blood was gushing out of his 7 orifices. Although he had a spiritual platform that allowed him to avoid fatal injuries, the pain that came from his soul almost drove him crazy.
Chapter 76. This time, let me protect you. Su Chen, how are you?
Yunzi's face turned pale, and she supported Su Chen and ran away quickly, her voice trembling.
Because Su Chen's appearance at this moment was really scary.
There was a huge gap on his chest, and blood was gushing out uncontrollably. Several hideous bone spurs pierced through it, and there were even fragments of internal organs hanging on it. But at this moment, that resolute face was as pale as gold paper, without a trace of blood.
I'm okay. Su Chen coughed up blood every time he spoke. How can you look like nothing's wrong? Die.
Someone caught up with him, brandishing a large knife, determined to kill the evildoer.
Just you? Although Su Chen was seriously injured, his momentum was undiminished.
His true energy was mixed with blood, like a blood-colored flame, surging and blazing. He threw a punch, the star pattern was brilliant, and the tip of his fist was like a red-hot iron. When the fist and the sword collided, there was a sound of metal clashing. Su Chen's fist was injured, his skin was cut and the bone was visible, but the attacker was directly knocked away by this punch.
Puff! Forcibly mobilizing his true energy, Su Chen's injuries worsened again and he vomited blood. But at this moment, he no longer had time to think about his injuries, because the attacks from the people chasing him were too frequent. Purple light sword. Yunzi stood tall, her slender figure wrapped in a faint purple light, and her sword flashed quickly, blocking the attack. Roar! Xiao Hei opened his mouth and spewed out black flames, covering the two of them as they ran. Under the continuous attacks, not only Su Chen, but also Yunzi was covered with scars. Her dress became tattered, exposing large areas of snow-white skin. I don't know how long it took.
I don't know where he escaped to. I saw a strange mountain in front of me. It was called strange because it was made of pure purple rocks, which was incompatible with this wilderness. Before I got close, I felt an astonishing pressure. Su Chen and Yunzi rushed towards a cave without any hesitation. Stop! When the aliens chased here, they showed hesitation and stopped where they were, not daring to continue chasing, as if they were extremely afraid of this mountain. After a while, Sun Xian, who had recovered a little, came here with the help of others.
Zishan. They actually got in here.
Sun Xian's face looked grim, full of reluctance. Zishan is a forbidden place for alien races, or in other words, it is a taboo for any living creature in this vast wilderness. No one knows when this mountain appeared. But no matter who it is, as long as they are living beings, once they enter this mountain, their vitality will be devoured. Over the years, alien races have tried to explore it more than once, but apart from suffering heavy losses, they have gained nothing.
Later, Zishan became a forbidden place in the wilderness. Mr. Sun, should we go in? Someone asked. Go in? Are you stupid? I want the blood of the evildoer, not myself.
Sun Xian scolded angrily.
I am just a 6th level warrior.
Looking at the entire starry sky, I am not even an ant. Otherwise, I would not need to come to Earth to perform such a lowly mission. It is said that once one enters this purple mountain, even one in the Stardust realm will never return. If you go in by yourself, there will be nothing left. But he was still unwilling to leave like this.
Wait a little longer. Maybe they'll come out.
After finishing speaking, Sun Xian went straight to the side and started taking potions to recover from the damage caused by the divine mind technique.
Although the hope is slim, Sun Xian is still unwilling to give up. At the same time, the two people who entered Purple Mountain desperately moved forward along the cave.
The cave was not dark, and there was a faint purple light flickering around, just like daytime. Finally, without knowing where he was, Su Chen opened his mouth and coughed up blood again.
Then he could no longer hold on.
His eyes turned black and he fell directly to the ground.
Su Chen!
Yunzi was shocked and hugged Su Chen and shouted, but there was no response.
Woo woo woo! A.
Xiao Hei and the three-headed divine dragon were also calling out anxiously.
Su Chen's injuries were too severe.
A punch from a 6th level warrior, blessed by the spirit of martial arts, almost shattered his internal organs.
It's a miracle that we can hold on until now.
Gradually, Su Chen's blood and energy began to become thin, his vitality dissipated, and his body temperature dropped at an extremely fast rate.
Yunzi desperately took out the healing potion and fed it to Su Chen.
Seeing that Su Chen was unable to swallow it, she could only give it to him mouth to mouth.
However, these potions can only heal ordinary injuries and are completely ineffective at this moment. What do I do?
Yunzi slumped on the ground, her eyes moist, and her mind went blank for a moment. Looking at Su Chen lying on the ground, Yunzi's tears kept falling. Finally, she seemed to have made a decision and said in a serious tone,
Su Chen, I won't let you die.
After saying that, she stretched out her right hand, holding a dagger in her left hand, and then slashed her wrist. The snow-white skin was torn, and then blood dripped. At the same time, Yunzi began to activate some kind of martial arts, and then, a hint of purple suddenly emerged in the bright red blood. It was at this moment when the purple color emerged that an incredibly strong vitality lingered in the cave.
Tick!
The blood drops fell and turned into a rich purple mist, misty and mysterious, and sank into Su Chen's body.
Buzz!
The next second, Su Chen's collapsed body began to change. The gap in his chest was surrounded by a rosy glow, and flesh and blood began to grow, with fresh buds intertwined. Even the broken ribs seemed to come alive and retracted into his body again.
It really works!
Yunzi showed a look of joy, and her delicate body trembled slightly. She was also injured, and at this moment she was forcibly activating the ancestral blood in her body. The combination of the two made her delicate face pale and dry. This is the ancestral blood from the Yun family and also the foundation of her martial arts. At this moment, in order to save Su Chen, Yunzi has given up everything.
Su Chen, didn't you ask me why I was unhappy?
I didn't tell you before because I couldn't figure it out myself, but now I know it's because she gave you so much and she holds such an important place in your heart, so I'm jealous. As the blood lost, Yunzi's lips began to turn white, but the smile on her face gradually deepened. And now, I'm no longer entangled. I don't ask for a place in your heart, as long as you have me in your heart. Yun Zi gently stroked Su Chen's cheek and murmured to herself, "So, please don't die." As drops of blood flowed out, the blood color on Yun Zi's face gradually faded, and it even became difficult for her to raise her arms. In the end, she even put the wound on her wrist directly on Su Chen's mouth.
The instinct from his body made Su Chen suck desperately.
Suck it, as long as you can survive." Yun Zi's face was pale, her voice was weak, and she was too weak to sit up. She lay in front of Su Chen, stroking his forehead with her other hand, her eyes full of tenderness and love.
"This time, let me protect you."
At the same time, deep in Su Chen's meridians, there was a thick golden mist. It was originally silent, but the moment the purple light poured in, it devoured it madly like a cat seeing a fish, and then spit out a golden rune. The golden runes were mysterious and carried an inexplicable rhythm as they surged towards the dantian. Buzz. In the dantian, the true energy is boiling and the sun is shining.
Indistinctly, some kind of transformation is taking place.
Chapter 77. The third level of perfection. The chest reflects the 5 internal organs. Outside, Yun Zi watched as Su Chen's body gradually recovered, but he still showed no sign of waking up.
At this moment, she lowered her eyes and smiled miserably. "Still not working? Su Chen, you saved me and gave me hope for life. If your fate is destined to end here, I will accompany you."
Yun Zi's voice became increasingly weak, but her expression was terrifyingly determined. "She was with you from the beginning, and I am honored to be with you until the end.
In my next life, I hope I can meet you sooner."
Yun Zi took out a dagger and was about to end her life. At this moment, a strange rhythm suddenly came from the depths of the cave, like a heartbeat, which actually triggered the abnormal movement of the blood of the Yun family. The vitality that had been exhausted in Yun Zi's body began to grow slowly, like a dry spring that burst out with water again.
This feeling is so weird. Could it be?
Yun Zi's heart was pounding as she recalled a family legend. As the oldest family in Daxia, the emergence of the Yun family can be traced back to the origin of mankind.
That was a wild era when there was not even civilization.
It was during that era that the ancestors of the Yun family encountered a purple mountain range, where the Yun family obtained their first inheritance. That is the martial art that the Yun family is practicing nowadays, the Purple Emperor Immortal Sutra, which focuses on vitality, great existence, and even rebirth through a drop of blood. This statement is too fantastical and sounds like it is completely untrue. Even in later times, everyone was trying to find that purple mountain.
But nothing was found.
So as time passed, everyone forgot this legend. But at this moment, the mark in the blood is so clear.
Could this purple mountain be the legendary Purple Mountain? But how could it be in the great wilderness?
Yun Zi's heart was filled with shock and she looked into the depths of the cave in disbelief. There was also a faint purple light there, and she had no idea where it ended. The great wilderness was left behind by alien races and has existed for more than 1,000 years.
If Zishan was here, how could it not be discovered?
However, at this point, there was no time for Yun Zi to think about it, because if this place was really the Zishan recorded by the Yun family,
there is still hope. No matter what, she will try to go deeper. Xiao He.
Yun Zi looked at Xiao He beside her. Xiao He recalled and slowly lay down. The 3-headed divine dragon grabbed the corner of Su Chen's clothes with force, and together with Yun Zi, placed Su Chen on Xiao He's back.
Walk.
Yun Zi took a deep breath and struggled to get up from the ground. Suddenly, she felt a force supporting her arm. Looking back, it was the 3-headed divine dragon. The little guy used his 3 heads to support himself, trying to stand straight, like a crutch.
Xiao San, thank you. Yun Zi smiled weakly. The
3-headed divine dragon responded.
The Yun family did not record much about Zishan, only a few simple sentences.
Purple Mountain is the origin of the Yun family. Zhu Yun traveled to Purple Mountain and received the command from Purple Blood. He obtained the scripture and named it the Immortal Purple Emperor. Apart from this, there are no other records. But when she was a child, Yun Zi heard some other things from her elders.
The ancestor of the Yun family, Yunmi, was the daughter of the patriarch of the tribe.
One day, she went out for a walk and saw a purple mountain. She was amazed, so she went up to play. As a result, she did not come back for several days. Yun's family went to look for her and found her sleeping at the foot of the mountain, and then brought her back. When Yunmi woke up, she was surprised to find that she was pregnant. There was even a mysterious scripture in his mind, and this scripture was the Purple Emperor Immortal Scripture. This is not the name of the scripture itself, but was named by Zi Huang, the strongest ancestor of the Yun family and the child of Yunmi. This story has been passed down from generation to generation in the Yun family, but it is impossible to tell whether it is true or not.
If there is really a glimmer of hope, I am willing to give everything I have.
With the support of the three-headed divine dragon, Yun Zi moved forward with difficulty. Soon, the front became brighter and clusters of purple crystals began to appear on the surrounding stone walls. The crystal was bright and translucent, shining brightly, with an inexplicable rhythm. After being illuminated by its light, Yun Zi's spirit began to recover. After a while, she had straightened her back and could walk freely.
This feeling? Yun Zi was more and more shocked.
The scene she experienced here was so similar to the legendary Purple Mountain. She quickened her pace, and Xiao He followed closely behind. Finally, the scene in front of him changed, and a cave filled with purple crystals came into view. The purple light was thick and the mist was everywhere, looking like a divine realm.
And in the very center, there is a pool.
The pool is not big, only 2 meters long and wide, but a sticky purple slurry flows inside it, and purple mist diffuses out from it.
Purple rhythm water? So big?
Yun Zi's breathing almost stagnated, and she just stood there in a daze. Ziyun water is the secret treasure of the Yun family. It is said that it was left by Yun Mi's son, the Purple Emperor. It contains a huge amount of vitality, which can allow the descendants of the Yun family to strengthen their ancestral blood, and even have a chance to complete the return to their ancestors and achieve the Purple Emperor blood. However, even in the Yun family, the purple rime water they had was only a few hundred kilograms.
After thousands of years of consumption, there were less than a few kilograms left.
Even if Yun Zi possesses ancestral blood, she is not qualified to use it.
According to the rules of the Yun family, Yun Zi can only receive 1 drop when she enters the Stardust realm at the 9th level. But now, there are more than 100 kilograms in that pond?
Su Chen, we are saved.
Yun Zi was overjoyed.
The vitality in the purple water could definitely heal all of Su Chen's injuries. Thinking of this, her weak body seemed to have strength again.
She ran quickly to the pool. Then he took Su Chen down from Xiao Hei's back.
If this doesn't work, I'll go with you. Yun Zi took a deep breath, put Su Chen in the pool, and then fell in herself. Xiao Hei and the three-headed divine dragon stood aside nervously.
Ugh!
As soon as she entered the pool, the purple water rushed into Yun Zi's body frantically, and a strong blood force burst out in her body. She frantically activated the Purple Emperor Immortal Sutra, guiding the ancestral blood and absorbing this power. On the other side, the golden mist in Su Chen's body exuded a strong devouring force, absorbing the vitality in the purple water like a whale drinking it.
The changes don't stop there.
Driven by this massive vitality, the bottleneck of the realm that had been stagnant for a long time collapsed instantly. It turned out that the reason why Su Chen could not break through was not because of his talent.
But it's because the body is too strong.
The physical body of the 3rd level has reached a level that even the 6th level would be amazed. Moreover, he broke through the limit every time, so the vitality and blood required for the breakthrough were even more terrifying, and even the vitality and blood of wild beasts alone could not satisfy it. According to the original progress, Su Chen might need to refine dozens of wild beasts, or even more. But at this moment, driven by Ziyun Shui's boundless vitality, he completed the final sedimentation.
Boom!
A phantom of a huge sun rose from behind Su Chen's head, and a vast golden innate energy appeared in front of his chest, reflecting the shape of his 5 internal organs. The 3rd level extreme state, the chest reflects the 5 internal organs.
And that's just the beginning. Chapter 78, the sun shines brightly, illuminating the 5 internal organs. The body contains scriptures.
Su Chen sat upright in the purple water, his body glowing, surrounded by golden divine light, even suppressing the purple aura a little.
#%. Faintly, the sound of chanting could be heard from Su Chen's body.
It was not clear, but it was extremely real. It was a horrifying sight. The sun is so bright that it illuminates all 5 internal organs.
Scripture hidden in the body.
As time passed, Su Chen's 5 internal organs began to change. Flames appeared in his heart, green appeared in his liver, yellow dust shone in his spleen, golden light shone in his lungs, and water waves flowed in his kidneys.
The 5 elements belong to. This is a phenomenon beyond the limit.
Under normal circumstances, at the 3rd level, only the shadows of the 5 internal organs appear. Only after reaching the 4th level and condensing the 5 chi flower can the 5 internal organs be nourished with the 5 elements. But Su Chen did it before he had completely broken through.
And it also condenses the 5 elements of zodiac. he broke the limit again.
The vast true energy nourishes the 5 internal organs, and a 5-colored bud appears on the chest. One of the petals slowly blooms, and all of a sudden, a terrifying aura erupts in the purple pool.
Level 4. Become. Moreover, Su Chen's first petal bloomed during his first breakthrough. It represents the liver chi of what attribute? Call.
Su Chen opened his eyes and looked at Yunzi, who still had her eyes closed, with loving eyes. Although he was unconscious at the time, he could hear what Yunzi said, but he could not respond. At this moment, Yunzi blinked her eyelashes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she hurriedly looked at Su Chen, only to find that Su Chen had woken up and was looking at her intently.
Su Chen!
Yunzi cried with joy, and didn't care about anything else, hugging Su Chen tightly.
Here I am. Su Chen hugged Yunzi, stroked her back gently, and spoke in a gentle tone.
Yunzi cried loudly, as if she wanted to vent all her grievances and fears.
Bad man.
Yunzi's eyes were red, her lips were pouting, and she was sobbing.
What's wrong with me? I'm a good man. Su Chen smiled innocently. I said you were bad, and you are bad. Do you know how scared I am? I'm so scared that you will die, and I'm so scared that I will never see you again.
Yunzi felt extremely aggrieved, and the more she spoke, the more uncomfortable she felt. Su Chen gently wiped away her tears, with heartache in his eyes, and smiled, I'm sorry for making you feel wronged.
A simple sentence contains endless thoughts. Suddenly, Yunzi stopped talking and suddenly kissed Su Chen.
The kiss was passionate and domineering, with a reckless determination. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then responded, his hands naturally wrapped around Yunzi's slender waist, and then slowly moved down.
Yunzi let out a moan.
As time passed, Su Chen and Yunzi walked out of the pool and put on their clothes. They had more important things to do at the moment. Fortunately, Su Chen had been careful when he killed the aliens before and collected a lot of clothes to wear, otherwise he would probably be wearing tattered clothes now.
Come on, I'll take you to see the fireworks. Su Chen took Yunzi's hand and walked out. Watching fireworks? Yunzi asked in confusion.
After he left, the purple mountain hummed slightly, and then fell into silence again. At the same time, another wild beast that accidentally arrived near the purple mountain hummed, and its vitality dissipated, turning into dry bones all over the ground. Outside the mountain, Sun Xian and others were getting a little impatient.
Mr. Sun, these 2 people have been in there for a long time. Are they dead? Someone asked. Damn it!
Sun Xian cursed angrily, full of unwillingness. He was clearly about to obtain the blood of the great evil, but Zishan got there first. If he could obtain this great beast and use its blood to baptize his son, he might be able to create a genius who was no less powerful than the king's blood. By then, my lineage might be able to rise. Forget it, perhaps this is the fate of my lineage. Sun Xian sighed, but at this moment, 2 figures appeared in the cave.
Mr. Sun! They are not dead, they are out. Someone exclaimed. Ha 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 ha. Destiny is on my side. The villain isn't dead, capture him for me.
Sun Xian laughed wildly. He was about to give up, but God gave him hope again.
Yes. The 4 responded and then shot out. Why would Sun Xian be needed to deal with a seriously injured villain? Damn it! Die!
The first person to rush forward was a man with a face covered with scales, his green vertical pupils full of murderous intent.
Ze, look carefully, the fireworks are about to explode. Su Chen smiled at Yunzi, then turned around and shot out. Boom! A dull thunderous sound came from Su Chen's chest, rumbling.
At the same time, his fist was glowing, the thunder was blazing, and a breath of explosion filled the air.
The third move of the 7 injury fist thunder injury to the viscera. Su Chen was like lightning.
After stepping into the 4th level, with the blessing of the star pattern, he burst out with all his strength. In just a moment, he appeared in front of that person.
A punch was thrown. Bang!
The man's pupils shrank, and the next second, he exploded in the air, turning into a cloud of blood mist, blooming like fireworks, dazzling and gorgeous.
Are the fireworks pretty? Su Chen turned around and smiled. Nice. Yunzi nodded vigorously. How is that possible? The rest of the people's pupils suddenly shrank and they were terrified.
That person was a 5th level warrior, but at this moment he couldn't even summon the spirit of martial arts, and was blown to pieces by a punch.
Isn't Dixiong injured? Why does he seem stronger than before? Someone said in horror. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen had already flashed in front of him, and his fist covered with lightning filled his vision. Not good. He was about to summon the spirit of martial arts, but Su Chen's fist was faster, and the lightning intertwined, directly smashing his head. Who's next? Su Chen stood covered in blood, his true energy surging, his black hair sparkling like a demon god. Impossible. It's only been a short time, and not only was he injured, he even broke through to the 4th level. How is this possible? Sun Xian noticed the changes in Su Chen. Obviously, this great evil had his own opportunity in Zishan, otherwise such a change would not have been possible. No matter what you become, in front of me, there is only one way to go, death. Sun Xian roared angrily and transformed into a martial arts spirit again, rushing forward with a silver iron stick in hand. Yeah. Facing the previously invincible Sun Xian, Su Chen now looked calm. He stretched out his hand and the three-headed divine dragon roared and turned into a three-pointed, double-edged sword. Then I want to see who dies today. Su Chen's blood was boiling, and a golden mist faintly appeared on his body surface. What he transformed in the purple rime water was more than just his realm. Chapter 79. I'll send you off. Golden light bloomed, divine aura burst forth. Su Chen was roaring, his black hair dancing wildly, and brilliant golden light gushed out from his pores, swirling around his body, faintly turning into an armor-like existence, shining and towering, like a sun. Spirit of martial arts? You're only at the 4th level, how can? Sun Xian's expression froze, and he exclaimed in confusion. However, after careful observation, he discovered the difference. Although the appearance of this great evil being was somewhat similar to the spirit of martial arts, it was still different. No matter what you become, it will be difficult to make up for the gap between realms. It's enough to kill you. Su Chen sneered and rushed forward, waving his three-pointed and two-bladed sword. Furious. Sun Xian roared, and the silver iron rod wrapped in true energy fell down. With a clang sound, the weapons exchanged, and the terrifying aftermath spread to the surroundings. This time, Su Chen did not retreat. Standing firmly on the ground. Impossible. Sun Xian was extremely surprised. He had already condensed the power of the spirit of martial arts. How could he possibly block it? However, Su Chen did not give him time to be surprised. The three-pointed, double-edged sword danced, and golden light and electricity swirled around it, as if it had turned into a three-headed divine dragon, and it actually let out a dragon roar. This is the magic weapon. As the master's strength increases, the power that can be unleashed will also increase. Ding dang dang. The sound of metal clashing was endless. Sun Xian responded hastily, but the horror in his eyes became more and more intense. It was clear that less than half a day had passed, but the fierce man in front of him seemed like a different person. The two were fighting quickly. The sun behind Su Chen's head rose and fell, his body roared, and the 5 chi flowers on his chest bloomed. The terrifying vitality provided by his liver made his chi and blood completely transformed into substance, like a silk thread, lingering around his body. This kind of energy and blood. The remaining 2 people were completely stunned. After practicing martial arts for so many years, they had never seen anyone's body be so strong that the chi and blood could flow out of the body and turn into a solid thread. This scene is like a myth. Impossible. What on earth have you been through? Even if you managed to survive and break through to the 4th level, you only opened 1 petal of the 5 chi flower. How can you fight me? Sun Xian's roar was full of disbelief. Because. Su Chen roared angrily, and the three-pointed, double-edged sword suddenly fell from the air. You're trash. Boom. The power contained in this attack has surpassed the power of 50 wildernesses, reaching a power that even Sun Xian can hardly bear. He blocked his chest with a silver iron rod, but the terrifying power backfired and directly broke several of his ribs. Puff. Sun Xian's eyes bulged out, he coughed up blood, and flew backwards, crashing into a mountain peak hundreds of meters away. Boom. The mountain exploded directly, huge rocks flew into the sky, and ancient trees were shattered. Call out. Su Chen stepped up, his body turned into golden light, leaving a sonic boom in the air. Boom. The next second, among the shattered mountains, the figures of Sun Xian and Su Chen soared into the sky. The 2 men clashed quickly, and the silver iron rod and the three-pointed double-edged sword had clashed hundreds of times in a few seconds. Su Chen's martial arts true eyes were operating at their peak, his body was covered with dense silk threads, and his body was shining with golden light, as if cast in gold. The 5 chi flowers were swaying, and even if he was slightly injured, he would recover in an instant. This vitality comes from the ancestral blood of the Yun family. After consuming a large amount of the Yun family's ancestral blood in the purple Rhine water, the golden mist seemed to have great vitality. Martial arts. Heaven-shaking waves. Sun Xian stood covered in blood, with shock and fear in his eyes. At this moment, he had already understood one thing, that is, the villain in front of him was no longer Wu Xia Meng. If I don't fight for my life, I'm afraid I will really die here. He was roaring, urging a ground-level martial art, which was his strongest method. In an instant, the silver iron stick danced, evolving into endless stick shadows, a vast expanse, like a world-destroying wave, locking all directions of Su Chen. Nice martial arts. Su Chen commented, and at the same time he was activating the star pattern. The 4 rhythms of earth, wind, water and fire emanated from it. His bones were buzzing and his blood was boiling. But the human strength is not enough. Su Chen took a deep breath and threw down the 3-pointed, double-edged sword. Have you given up resistance? 2 aliens not far away said coldly. However, the next second, Su Chen's action made them and Sun Xian's faces change drastically. Su Chen put his hands together, then rotated and crossed his palms, a strange golden light brewed in them, then he spread his arms apart, drew circles in the air, and finally crossed his palms again. Buzz! The golden light gathered and turned into a ball of energy. This is... Sun Xian looked like he had seen a ghost, and his voice became shrill and harsh because he was too frightened. Star Flash. Why can you use Star Flash? He thought of countless possibilities, even the heavenly martial arts, but he had never thought of the scene before him. Star Flash, that is something that can only be used by beings above the 9th level. Only by mastering the star energy can it be activated. Haven't you eaten pork but seen a pig run? That terrifying energy, if it isn't star energy, then what else could it be? Boom! In the moment of his fear, Su Chen pushed his hands forward, and the golden star flash was launched out. The beam of light was actually not very big, and it could not be compared with the previous battle with Shizhu. However, the nature of that high-dimensional energy is not comparable to true qi. In just a moment, the frenzy of stick shadows was broken, and the golden star flash continued to shoot towards Sun Xian with its remaining power. No! Sun Xian was trembling all over, trying his best to mobilize his true energy to protect his body, while blocking with the silver iron stick. But star flashes are star flashes, and nothing can stop them or destroy them. The silver iron rod shattered, and the true energy on Sun Xian's body dried up in an instant like water waves. Then his eyes bulged out, and his chest was pierced by the starlight. Sun Xian coughed up blood and looked down at the bowl-sized hole in his chest. His internal organs had been destroyed. Thump! Sun Xian fell to the ground without a sound. Ha! This move is definitely not something I can use easily now. After the star flash attack ended, Su Chen couldn't help but feel exhausted both physically and mentally. His whole body seemed to be falling apart, and he was sweating coldly. His originally vigorous energy and blood also dimmed a little. Ever since the battle with Shizhu, Su Chen has mastered the method of using star flash. But the requirements for this trick are too high. Not only does it require a large amount of star energy, but it also requires a huge amount of vitality resources. Star energy can be stored through the Universe Blood Refining Sutra, but vitality is hard to come by. If it weren't for the special blood of Yun Zi's ancestors, Su Chen would not be able to use it. Before, one strike of star flash could suck Su Chen dry. However, Su Chen's physical body has almost surpassed countless wild beasts at the same level, but even so, it cannot satisfy Xingshan. If it were anyone else, there would be no hope at all. Now, with the help of the liver, I can barely use one attack. It can only be used as a trump card. Su Chen's 5 chi flowers swayed, his liver glowed, and exuded a vigorous vitality. After a while, he recovered, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the 2 people who wanted to escape. Let me see you off. Su Chen smiled slightly. One of his hands was injured by boiling blood and burning with high temperature, while the other hand was injured by lightning and surrounded by lightning. Ah! The screaming stopped abruptly. Chapter 80 Death Warrior. Feng Sun. Let's go. District 7. Su Chen waved his hand, and Yun Zi came over and hugged Su Chen tightly. She tilted her head back, and her fair and delicate face was full of admiration and love. This is her man. A genius who occupied her body and soul. Give me a kiss. Yun Zi pouted. Su Chen only felt that Yun Zi at this moment was a little different from before. Although Yun Zi followed her openly at the beginning, her words were not as intimate and proactive as before.
It seemed that after experiencing life and death, she had freed herself from the shackles in her heart. Su Chen kissed her, but Yun Zi let out a moan, because this guy didn't just kiss her, his hand was not honest at all, and it went straight into her chest from her skirt. However, she did not resist, but instead pushed forward, but the blush on her face became more intense, like a peach, juicy and lovely. After a long time, their lips parted, and Yun Zi's body had already become limp and her legs were trembling.
When did you become so sensitive? Su Chen teased.
You. Yun Zi was so ashamed and angry that she was speechless for a moment.
Who would say such words to someone's face?
And this was not sensitive at all.
Su Chen's hand. I'm done with you. Yun Zi turned around angrily and walked forward.
Ha ha ha. Su Chen laughed loudly, his words full of joy. Without the interference of people like Sun Xian, their speed increased a lot. Even though there were still some wild beasts attacking them on the road, they were not very strong. As we get closer to the edge of the wilderness, the level of the wild beasts becomes much weaker. Soon, the mountains and forests disappeared, and what came into view was a vast plain. Hundreds of miles away, a row of towering city walls stood. As long as you pass that city wall, you will officially enter the 7th district. They can enter any city and take the space elevator to enter the 3rd area, and then Yunlin will be saved.
Let's go. Su Chen glanced at Yun Zi beside him.
Yun Zi nodded heavily, then said with some worry, but how am I going to explain this to Sister Yun when the time comes? She was still a little worried about Yunlin, whom she had never met before. After all, she was forcing her way into someone else's family.
Well, as for this, we'll figure it out when the time comes. Su Chen actually hadn't thought about this question. The two continued to move forward. At the same time, in the 1st district, deep inside the Yun family, a woman answered a phone call, her face changing drastically. What did you say? Yun Zi is still alive? What's the meaning?
In the room, a middle-aged man was drinking tea. When he heard the woman's words, his face darkened.
The news from District 7 is that Yun Zi is not dead. She has passed the District 7's protective wall and is approaching Tianxian City. She should be returning by space elevator.
The woman put down the phone and said solemnly.
Snap.
The man crushed the teacup and narrowed his eyes.
She's clearly been captured by the alien race and is doomed to die. How could she possibly come back alive? This news is really shocking.
Such a thing has never happened since ancient times.
How could human captives come back alive? No matter what the reason, we must not let her return to District 1, otherwise Tanger.
The woman's words were full of murderous intent. Let Fengsun go first and kill her outside Tianxian City.
The man stood up and walked towards the door.
I heard that there is another man beside Yun Zi.
The woman reminded.
Then let's kill them together.
I'll go find Fengsun. If he takes action, nothing will go wrong.
The man disappeared through the door.
The man left the mansion and finally entered a house.
In the room, a 20-year-old young man was sitting by the bed, feeding medicine to a paralyzed old man. When he saw the middle-aged man come in, he hurriedly put down the medicine bowl and was about to stand up to greet him.
Fengsun, you're too polite. Please give your grandma the medicine first.
The man stopped him with a smile. This young man was the Fengsun he was looking for.
Thank you, Uncle Yun.
Fengsun continued to feed the medicine.
After a while, the old woman fell asleep. The two men walked out, and the middle-aged man was the first to speak. How is your grandma?
Hearing this, Fengsun's expression brightened, and he bowed and said, thanks to Uncle Yun's blessing, my grandmother's illness is almost cured. The doctor said that she will be able to get out of bed in another 2 weeks.
That's really good.
The middle-aged man smiled, then his smile disappeared and he sighed.
Has Uncle Yun encountered any difficulties? Fengsun asked doubtfully.
It's true that there are some difficult things, but these have nothing to do with you. The middle-aged man took out a credit card from his pocket and handed it to Fengsun.
Here are 100 million credits. Take them and use them first.
Then take your grandmother and leave here and move to another city today.
What does Uncle Yun mean? I can't take this money. Fengsun quickly declined. You have to. Because after today, something might happen to me. If you live here in the future, I'll also be implicated. Then. Alas, Feng Sun, be obedient and take these credits and leave quickly.
A look of sadness appeared on the middle-aged man's face, and he seemed a little unwilling. I, Feng Sun, lost my father at the age of 3 and my mother at the age of 4.
My grandmother raised me. Everyone around me called me a bastard. My classmates also bullied me when I was in school.
I dropped out of school at the age of 10 and lived with my grandmother, picking up trash. I still remember that when my grandmother was sick, I knelt on the street, hoping to sell myself to pay for her medical treatment.
No one was willing to help me except you. You gave me money to treat my grandmother's illness.
Not only that, you also told me that a man's knees are made of gold and he should not kneel down easily.
Over the years, you've never treated me like a slave.
You've bought me a house, given me money, and you've occasionally said that Brother Tang and I are both your sons.
I have always treated you as my father, but now that you have encountered problems, why don't you tell me? No matter what difficulties we have, we can get through it together.
Feng Sun's eyes were burning and he was very excited. Hearing this, the middle-aged man seemed to be infected as well. He took a deep breath, his eyes slightly moist, and gently stroked Feng Sun's head, saying, Feng Sun, I let you go because I treat you as my own son.
I don't want you to be implicated.
Now, since you want to know, then I will tell you that there is a woman named Yun Zi who is rushing here from District 7. This person is a direct descendant of the Yun family, with ancestral blood in her body. She was originally captured by an alien race, and later all her resources were taken away by your brother Tang. If she returns, your brother Tang's resources will disappear. Moreover, there was a feud between our two lines. I also thought about robbing and killing him, but people in my Yun family cannot fight among themselves, at least not openly, so I can only watch her come back. Feng Sun, take the credit card and take your grandma away. If I die in the future, just burn some paper for me. The middle-aged man smiled carefreely and handed over the credit card again. After hearing this, Feng Sun lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. When he raised his head again, his eyes were red.
He took a step back and knelt down. Uncle Yun, take good care of my grandma. I'm going to kill this Yun Zi. Feng Sun, you.
The middle-aged man said in surprise. Feng Sun stood up and said firmly, from that day on, I, Feng Sun, will never kneel before heaven or earth, but only before Uncle Yun.
Anyone who dares to hurt Uncle Yun will be my mortal enemy. Are you going to rob and kill Yun Zi?
The middle-aged man exclaimed.
That's right. I won't let her return to District 1. I'm not from the Yun family, so my intervention won't affect anything.
But she is a registered warrior with the Divine Martial Bureau.
Killing her would be a violation of federal law and a capital crime. Death penalty?
If it weren't for Uncle Yun, I would have died long ago.
Uncle Yun. Feng Sun is leaving.
After saying that, Feng Sun did not stop and took a big step forward.
Feng Sun, I will take good care of your grandma.
The middle-aged man behind him shed tears, and after Feng Sun's figure disappeared, the sadness was gone in an instant. Feng Sun, whose talent surpassed S level, was discovered by him accidentally and secretly trained to become a death warrior. Of course, Feng Sun didn't think of himself as a death warrior, he just wanted to repay a favor.
Tinger, your father will pave the way for you, no matter what method is used.
The middle-aged man stood here quietly for a long time, until night fell. He stepped out, and then a beam of fire shot up into the sky. After a long time, the house collapsed. Feng Sun will surely die on this trip, so there is no need to leave the house behind. Otherwise, if it is investigated, it will affect the reputation of the Yun family.
Chapter 81 Wind God Body. District 7, 10 miles outside Tianqian City.
The hills are undulating, short trees are scattered, and sand is blown by the wind.
Su Chen and Yun Zi were approaching Tianqian City quickly.
Suddenly, Xiaohei called out and the two of them stopped immediately. Not far away, a figure stood quietly in the wind and sand, with a long sword on his back, his arms clasped, and his eyes closed. He seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. His clothes were covered with dust, and his upright figure was like an ancient pine tree. It was Feng Sun who came early.
Murderous intent?
Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his energy and blood brewing. The warning from his martial arts true eye allowed him to sense the strong murderous intent from the visitor.
Yun Zi also felt something, but it was not clear, and the man's face was extremely unfamiliar, not anyone she knew. Excuse me.
Yun Zi had just opened her mouth when her breath stopped because the figure disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it fell beside her. The sword flashed and the cold light stung her skin. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Yunzi's pupils suddenly shrank, her eyeballs moved slightly, and she looked to the side, meeting the cold eyes of the person coming up on the sword edge. So fast. Yunzi's mind was trembling wildly, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. A strong sense of life and death crisis suddenly broke out. When? Immediately afterwards, the crisp sound of metal clashing was heard, the long sword was knocked back, and the figure quickly dodged. Who are you? Suchin held the bone stick, his heart pounding, and he felt a chill on his back. This person's speed was so fast, like teleportation. If he didn't have the martial arts true eye, he probably wouldn't have been able to react at all. The sword tip was just a hair's breadth away from grazing Yunzi's neck. Feng-sun remained silent, but glanced at Suchun with a little surprise. A fourth-level warrior could actually keep up with his speed. However, this did not affect Feng-sun. He remained calm and attacked again with his sword. Ze. Retreat. Suchen threw down the bone stick and summoned the three-pointed, double-edged sword. His muscles tensed, and his blood and energy turned into a golden red streak as he rushed forward. Boom! A terrifying wave erupted here, the ground was directly lifted up, large piles of earth exploded, and trees were destroyed. Not only is it fast, but it's also so powerful? Su Chen was surprised. Feng-sun turned a deaf ear to Su Chen's words, and there was no emotion in his eyes, which were clearly black and white. The sword light is really too fast. It was so fast that even Su Chen could hardly keep up with its speed. Soon, Su Chen's body was covered with sword wounds and bloodstains. Fortunately, the 5 chi flower was swaying, and the liver was filled with vitality, so the wounds recovered quickly. Seeing this scene, Feng-sun's eyes showed surprise again. Boom! Su Chen seized the moment when the other party was distracted, turned his wrist, and the three-pointed, double-edged knife rotated like a meat grinder, pointing directly at his abdominal cavity. Feng-sun reacted very quickly. He held the hilt of the sword with one hand and supported the sword with the other, holding it horizontally in front of his abdomen. Groan! Brilliant sparks fell, and the three-pointed, double-edged sword and the long sword rubbed against each other rapidly, making a harsh sound. Snort! Feng-sun had already seen Su Chen's extraordinariness. He moved his feet, turned his body, and at the same time moved the long sword in front of his abdomen, guiding the blade to stagger. Just waiting for you to hide. As Su Chen spoke coldly, his fist had already gathered lightning and hit Feng-sun's head directly. However, at this moment, a light blue energy, like a hurricane, condensed in front of Feng-sun's head, and like a whirlpool, it actually dissolved the internal lightning injury. This is... Su Chen suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly retreated with the three-pointed, double-edged sword in one hand. And in front, more and more green energy gathered and evolved into a piece of armor on Feng-sun's body. Wind God body. I know who you are. Feng-sun. You are Feng-sun. Yunzi was shocked. After seeing this scene, Yunzi also recognized the identity of the person who came. It was Yun Ting who asked you to come. Are you afraid that I will go back? At this moment, she seemed to understand many things. In fact, when she was captured by aliens, she had been thinking about one question, that is, as a newcomer, she generally would not perform more difficult tasks. It's mainly training. But that time, he had clearly accepted a mission below level 6, but in the end, several level 8 aliens appeared, and there was even a level 9 alien leading the team. This level of configuration shouldn't be there at all. And when he saw Feng-sun, everything became clear. Yun Ting. Su Chen repeated the name. Su Chen, be careful. Feng-sun has unparalleled talent, surpassing S-level existence, and is a rare wind god body. Moreover, it is said that he had already reached the 5th level a year ago, and now he may have already reached the 6th level. His martial arts spirit is? Yunzi wanted to provide Su Chen with more information, but Feng-sun would never give her the chance. Call out. He flashed past as if teleporting and appeared in front of Su Chen, thrusting out a sword. Before Su Chen could react, his hands had instinctively danced with the three-pointed, double-edged sword to block the sword. Is it because of these eyes? Feng-sun looked into Su Chen's eyes and spoke for the first time. He was confident that there was no way anyone in the world could react to his attack if they were lower in level than him. This is the confidence that comes from the wind god body. Wind god body. Su Chen retreated quickly, feeling extremely horrified. Martial arts talents are divided into FS, but in fact, above S level is the world that truly belongs to geniuses.
The ancestral blood of mankind, the sacred physique, the natural man, the royal blood of the alien race, the first generation, the true ancestor, the strange species among the wild beasts, the immortal species, the deformed one. They are the true geniuses under this starry sky. Su Chen had naturally heard of Feng Sun's wind god body. He was a natural son of wind and was extremely fast. His true energy contained wind attributes. Not only was he fast, but he also had the power of cutting. He is a natural-born swordsman. If it weren't for the incredible instinctive reaction given to Su Chen by the martial arts true eye, he would have collapsed by now. All martial arts in the world are invincible except speed. In front of the wind god body, no matter how strong the physical body is, it is just a living target. Ding dang dang. On the ground, Feng Sun's attacks continued. With the blessing of the wind god body, his speed reached the extreme, and Su Chen could only defend passively. In this situation, even if the martial arts true eye was pushed to its extreme, his body was still covered with scars. Suddenly, Su Chen seemed to have neglected his defense, and a flaw appeared in his abdomen. Feng Sun immediately seized the opportunity and stabbed out with a sword. Phew! Blood spilled and the sword stabbed. Su Chen! Yun Zi shouted in horror. Don't shout, it will be your turn soon. Feng Sun spoke coldly and was about to draw his sword. However, he moved his wrist and his face changed drastically, because the sword was actually forcibly clamped by Su Chen's abdominal muscles. The terrifying force made it impossible to pull the sword out. At the same time, a strong hand grabbed Feng Sun's wrist. I got you. Blood was oozing from the corner of Su Chen's mouth, but he was smiling and his eyes were shining with an unprecedented light. Chapter 82. Arriving at the 3rd District. During the battle, he was always thinking about how to deal with the wind god body. But after thinking for a long time, he finally discovered an extremely bleak reality, that is, his methods could not cause any harm to the wind god body. Faced with its speed as fast as the wind, he had brute force but was powerless to stop it. However, he finally figured out a solution. Feng Sun's face changed drastically and he looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Is this the method that anyone can think of? What do you mean by I? Take my punch first. Su Chen once again condensed the internal lightning and smashed it towards Feng Sun's face. The same attack didn't work on me before, do you think it will work now? Feng Sun sneered and guided the energy to gather in front of him to block the fist. He had already made up his mind to condense the spirit of martial arts and deal with the opponent. However, the next second, his face suddenly changed, his expression was extremely painful, his facial features were distorted to the extreme, and he gritted his teeth. Because Su Chen actually kicked him in the crotch. Fuck you! Feng Sun, who was usually calm, almost shouted this out in a roar. It turned out that Su Chen's punch to the Fu Leishan was just a feint, the purpose of which was to lure Feng Sun to gather energy for defense, but the real attack was from below. No man could withstand such an attack. Feng Sun couldn't help but gasp in pain as his whole body twitched, especially his lower body, from which water was flowing out. Broken. Hey! Su Chen grinned. Hiss. Yun Zi, who was watching the fight, couldn't help but feel a chill on her back. In her impression, Su Chen has always been an extremely positive character, with blood like a dragon, good at frontal combat, and bold moves. Who would have thought that he would use such a shady trick? When Xiao He behind him saw this scene, he shuddered and squeezed his legs together. Bang! Another kick. Feng Sun's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted from the pain. At this moment, the wind god body was completely useless because his arm was tightly grasped by Su Chen, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. This guy is like a monster. Feng Sun is going crazy. As an unparalleled genius, he had experienced countless battles, but had never encountered a being as sinister as Su Chen. Damn it! Let me go and fight me squarely. I won't accept it. Feng Sun's eyes were red, cold sweat was pouring down his face, and he roared while trembling. If you don't accept it, then don't accept it. What does it have to do with me? Su Chen didn't care. You are not a gentleman. You are using underhanded tactics to hurt me. Feng Sun roared. You're a gentleman, all right. Su Chen kicked Feng Sun again, and he clamped his legs together tightly, his whole body twisted in pain. Seeing this scene, Su Chen realized that his crotch-kicking kick seemed useless, so he spoke again. Besides, I didn't tell you not to use this move. This is a life and death duel between us. It doesn't matter what move you use, as long as you can win.
Hearing this, Feng Sun's face was conflicted. Finally, his eyes became fierce and he raised his foot to kick Su Chen in the crotch. At the same time, energy gathers in front of the crotch. However, at this moment, Su Chen smiled cunningly and kicked the three-pointed, double-edged sword. The sharp blade directly penetrated the gap between Feng Sun's legs. You! Feng Sun's hips suddenly tensed up, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. The next second, the three-pointed, double-edged sword broke through his neck, and blood gushed out. Thump! Su Chen let go of his hand, and Feng Sun fell to the ground, dying with his eyes open. A dignified wind god body, a 5th-level warrior, actually died in such a way that even Yun Zi couldn't help but sigh. This guy Su Chen's methods are completely unpredictable. If Su Chen used normal means, he would have been unable to deal with Feng Sun. On the one hand, the wind god body was too powerful, and on the other hand, Feng Sun's realm was too high. If the fight continues and Feng Sun uses the spirit of martial arts, the outcome will be hard to predict. But after Su Chen's kick, Feng Sun's mind almost collapsed, and he was no longer able to concentrate the spirit of martial arts. The three-headed divine dragon, which had transformed into its normal state, shook its head in disgust, its eyes full of resentment. Killing people from the back garden was really dirty. At this moment, Xiao He ran over, stuck out his tongue and licked the head of the three-headed divine dragon. "Wolf brother, you smell so good!" Xiao He cried out. "Iyaha?" The three-headed divine dragon asked in confusion. After a brief recovery, Su Chen asked Xiao He to use black flames to burn Feng Sun's body, and then continued to move towards Tianxian City. After entering the city, Su Chen rushed into the space elevator without stopping. Call. It was not until he entered the elevator that Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Ze, why did the wind god body come here specifically to rob and kill you?" In the elevator, Su Chen asked his doubts. Regarding this, Yun Zi did not hide anything. After a moment's hesitation, she told the truth: it must be because of Yun Tang's matter. Yun Tang is a Yun family genius of my generation. He also has ancestral blood and is stronger than me, but because he is a collateral branch, he does not have as many resources as I do. Actually, I feel quite guilty about this. Yun Tang himself doesn't care about it and says he can go to the extreme. However, his father, Yun Ting, was extremely angry about this and had been trying to gain more for Yun Tang, but to no avail. And within a year, the quota for the Brilliant Realm will be determined. According to the established pace, this quota will most likely be given to me. So Yun Ting definitely doesn't want to see me come back. That Feng Sun is Yun Ting's assassin, and he's been with Yun Tang all year round. Yun Zi told the story slowly and leisurely. Brilliant world? Su Chen was shocked. Before, in the 10,000 miles wilderness, the alien races were fighting for a spot in the Brilliant Realm. Yes, the alien races are also fighting for this quota. Our 10 major families also have 10 quotas. Yun Zi sighed. In fact, she didn't want this position. She admired Yun Tang very much. Although he was from a side branch, his character and personality were better than hers. When we get along on a daily basis, she treats me like a younger sister. But being born into a big family, there are many things that I cannot decide on my own. Yun Zi may not have this quota, but the direct descendants of the Yun family will not allow this to happen. That's why Yun Ting wanted to let Yun Zi die, so that the spot could only be given to Yun Tang. Just then, the elevator door opened and a bustling street came into view. This was a huge city that was many times more prosperous than Liang City. Everyone who comes and goes has a powerful aura, and the air is filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Level 4 and above are everywhere, but level 3 is relatively rare. Below level 3, not a single one can be seen. This is one of the areas closest to alien races and wild beasts, the third area. It is also one of the most dangerous places in Daxia. Are you Su Chen? Suddenly, a figure walked over. He looked at him carefully, and after Su Chen nodded, he spoke again. Hello, I am Qing Shangyan, from the Qing family. Xing Yan has probably explained the situation to you. I will take you to the hospital now. Chapter 83, Yun Zi is pregnant. Under the leadership of Qing Shangyan, several people came to a hospital. Shentian City First Hospital. A female doctor had been waiting here for a long time. When she saw Su Chen coming, she asked directly, "Where is the patient?" Her voice was very cold, with a natural sense of alienation. Don't mind it, Qing Yu has always been like this. Qing Shangyan explained on the side. Qingyu is the name of the female doctor in front of him, and she is also from the Qing family. Suchen didn't care about this, because as long as this person could cure Yunlin, everything would be fine. He took out the star box and handed it to Qingyu solemnly. After taking the star box, Qingyu turned around and left without saying a word. Come back in 3 days. I'll make sure she's safe. Similarly, you need to have your credit points ready in 3 days. Qingyu's voice came from the end of the corridor.
About how much? Su Chen asked.
When they were in Liyang City, Qing Yan had told them in advance that although the Qing family could provide treatment, it was like the rules of Dixia, so they still had to pay for it themselves. For this, if Xingyu were to make the move, it would probably cost at least 500,000, but I suggest you prepare a little more.
Qing Shangyan thought for a moment and gave the answer. More than 500,000? Su Chen muttered to himself. This is not a small amount of money.
Although he is now a 4th-level warrior and can receive 40,000 credit points from the Shenwu Bureau every month, it is still difficult for him to pay out 500,000 at once.
Su Chen, I have 100,000 credit points here, you can use them first. Yun Zi took out a credit card.
In the past, Su Chen might have refused, but at this moment, he really had no choice.
Thank you very much. I will return it. Su Chen took the credit card. Well, actually, it's okay if you don't pay it back.
Credit points are of no use to me.
Yun Zi smiled slightly. Then we'll leave first. I'll come over in 3 days.
After Su Chen said goodbye to Qing Shangyan, he left with Yun Zi.
The two found a hotel and booked a room. Su Chen will stay here for the next 3 days.
Inside the room, Yun Zi suddenly looked at Su Chen and said, Su Chen, I may have to go back to District 1 first. I have to go back and deal with the Yun family's affairs. In fact, Su Chen had anticipated this news when he met Feng Sun, but he didn't expect it to be so sudden.
I'll come find you. Su Chen promised.
Yun Zi nodded, then hugged Su Chen tightly, buried her head in his arms, and breathed in the scent of this man who belonged to her.
Before I leave, I want to experience. Yun Zi said softly.
After she finished speaking, her fair face immediately turned red and her heart beat faster.
How could she have taken the initiative to say such words? Su Chen was already a little annoyed, thinking about how to get credit points. Now that he was slightly provoked by Yun Zi, he became angry.
He immediately put his arms around Yun Zi's waist, gently lifted up her skirt with one hand, then reached in and pinched the snow-white thing.
I will give you an unforgettable experience. Su Chen lowered his head and kissed her.
Yun Zi's body tensed instantly, her snow-white legs clamped tightly together, and then loosened under Su Chen's kiss.
Ah!
Yun Zi let out a soft cry, and her skirt was untied, revealing her snow-white body.
Su Chen then buried himself in the mountain.
After a long time, the storm gradually subsided.
There was still an ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Su Chen lay on the bed, thinking about how to get credit points.
At this moment, the system that had not sounded for a long time suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host's spouse, Yun Zi, on her pregnancy. Rewards, a high-level, heavenly technique, sun and moon harmony technique, and 1 copy of divine blood.
Wait a moment? Su Chen sat up in shock.
His first reaction was not the generosity of the system reward, but because Yun Zi was pregnant. It only took 2 attempts and I got caught. In fact, this time, Su Chen originally just wanted to give Yun Zi an unforgettable memory, but by mistake he caused her to become pregnant. However, this made Su Chen feel more worried.
Yun Zi comes from the Yun family, one of the top 10 families in Daxia.
After she returns, her pregnancy will definitely be discovered. No one knows how they will deal with it when the time comes.
I hope Zi is okay. Su Chen clenched his fists and felt powerless again. This feeling is very uncomfortable.
If I had the power, if I was strong enough, these problems could be easily solved.
Su Chen raised his head and looked out the window.
There was the tallest building in the 3rd district, the Shintian City Shenwu Bureau, which was also the headquarters of the 3rd district. One day, I will definitely stand at the top of Daxia, the entire earth, no. Even the entire starry sky.
I don't want to feel this powerless anymore. Su Chen muttered to himself.
At this moment, his mood quietly changed slightly.
The Divine Martial Bureau?
A golden nameplate appeared in Su Chen's hand, with the words Hunter God engraved on it. If you ever want to go to District 3, just bring this nameplate with you, and someone will lead you to me.
The words of the director of the Shinwu Bureau named Di Chang came to mind again. A wild beast hunting team? Su Chen stroked the nameplate in his hand and pushed open the door. Xiao Hei and the three-headed divine dragon who were lying at the door responded and followed. At the Shinwu Bureau in the 3rd District, Di Chang was handling daily affairs when suddenly, a crystal ball on his desk glowed faintly. Are you in District 3 so soon? You're here much earlier than I thought. After that, he picked up a phone, dialed it and said, Zhang Shua, go and bring Su Chen to see me. As the Shinwu Bureau in the 3rd District, its building height is much taller than those in several core districts of Daxia, and it is also very easy to recognize. After Su Chen entered, a figure walked over directly. Hello, how can I help you? I'm looking for your director. Su Chen got straight to the point and took out the Hunter God badge. He said if I take this, someone will take me to see him. Hunter God nameplate, are you a trial participant in this year's Hunter God team? The moment he saw the nameplate, his eyes widened. Su Chen didn't know much about the God Hunter team. The only information he knew was told to him by a girl named Jiang Qingxue. The Hunting God is the name of a team that hunts wild beasts, but judging by the attitude of the person in front of him, it seems that this title is not simple. Just as Su Chen was thinking about how to respond, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Su Chen, we meet again. I thought it would take a few years for you to come over, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Su Chen looked back and saw that it was indeed one of the 3 people. This is our second meeting. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Zhang Shua, one of the trialists of the God Hunter team. Zhang Shua stretched out his hand. Su Chen. Su Chen held his hand. Young Master Zhang, this man is truly a trial taker. The man at the beginning was full of surprise. Obviously, he was still a little unconvinced when he saw Su Chen take out the nameplate. It was not until Zhang Shua appeared that he no longer doubted it. That's for sure. The director personally gave him the nameplate. Zhang Shua laughed. Chapter 84, Hunting God, Hunting God. What? A nameplate given to him personally by the director? Zhang Shua's words immediately caused quite a commotion in the Shinwu Bureau's hall. The eyes of the people around were instantly focused on him. Director D personally gave him the Hunting God badge? Whose son is this guy? That's the Hunting God's nameplate, damn. What kind of talent does this person have? Is he some kind of divine body? Everyone became more and more curious about Su Chen's identity and origin. Why, is there anything special about this nameplate? Su Chen was confused and looked at Zhang Shua. It must be special. Countless people want it but can't get it. Even the people from the 10 major families have to try their best to get it. Zhang Shua smiled complacently, then took Su Chen inside and said as he walked, "You'll know when you see the teacher." The two walked into the elevator, and Xiao Hei and the 3-headed divine dragon happily got in. Who are these two? Only then did Zhang Shua notice the 2 little guys. Xiao Hei looked like an ordinary puppy, but the 3-headed divine dragon was extraordinary, which could be seen at a glance. 2 little guys I raised. Su Chen smiled slightly and did not explain too much. Woof. A. The 2 little guys called out softly to Zhang Shua as a greeting. Hello. Zhang Shua instinctively felt that the 2 little guys Su Chen mentioned were extremely extraordinary, but with his strength, he could not sense what kind of existence they were. Especially the one with 3 heads, he always felt it was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember where. The elevator rose, and soon, it opened. Zhang Shua took Su Chen into a room. At the back of the room, in front of a desk, Di Chang had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Su Chen come in, he stood up and said with a smile, "Su Chen, we meet again." "Hello, Director D." Su Chen said. After experiencing the battle in Liyang City, Su Chen's impression of the Shinwu Bureau also became good. In addition, Yu Lin said that Di Chang was Jiang Taiji's man and had good character, so his attitude was naturally very polite. Sit. Di Chang gestured for Su Chen to sit down. When Su Chen sat down, Di Chang examined him for a moment and suddenly asked in surprise, "Have you reached the 4th level?" The breakthrough wasn't long ago. Su Chen did not hide it. It's really fast. I was right about you. It's only been a short time. I remember when we first met, you were only at the 1st level. I didn't expect you to have already reached the 4th level. Di Chang sighed. From the first time they met, he realized that Su Chen was definitely not an ordinary person.
When he was at the first level, he could easily lift the corpse of a wild beast weighing tens of thousands of kilograms. In fact, if Su Chen had an S-level talent at that time, Di Chang would not be too surprised. The key was that he personally tested it and found that this person actually had an F-level talent.
This is very abnormal.
In addition, he felt the breath of Medusa, so he took a gamble, and now it seems that his gamble was right. Even with S-level talent, it is impossible to reach the 4th-level warrior in such a short time.
Moreover, although Su Chen did not show it, Di Chang could also feel the abyss-like aura in Su Chen's body.
By the way, I heard that your Liang city was attacked. The Sky Devourer exploded, rendering the nearby space elevators unusable. How did you get here?
If I remember correctly, it's been less than a week since the giant beast rebellion in Liang City. Di Chang picked up the teacup and suddenly thought of this question. Yeah, Su Chen, I'm curious too. How did you get here?
Zhang Shuo was also a little confused.
The space elevator is indeed broken, so I came here from the Great Wasteland. Su Chen spoke lightly. Oh, Da Wang. Di Chang took a sip of tea and murmured.
Suddenly, his expression changed. His hand holding the teacup froze in the air, and his eyes stared at Su Chen intently.
What did you say? Coming from the Great Wilderness? The Great Wilderness of 100,000 miles? Yes, I came from Liang City about 6 days ago. Su Chen said.
As soon as the words came out, Zhang Shuo was so startled that he jumped up from the stool.
Fuck. Su Chen, do you want to listen to what I'm saying? You came here across 100,000 miles of wilderness? Everyone knows the name of the 10,000-mile wilderness.
As a forbidden area for humans, let alone Su Chen, a mere 4th-level warrior, even a 9th-level warrior would not dare to step in casually.
To get here from Liang City, one needs to cross this vast wilderness, which is simply impossible. Call.
Di Chang also took a deep breath, put down the teacup, and looked at Su Chen with a complicated expression.
Zhang Shuo, what he said is true. But this is simply impossible.
That's a vast wilderness of 100,000 miles.
Zhang Shu shouted madly.
He didn't think Su Chen was bragging, but because this matter was too absurd. Because that 3-headed divine dragon is a desolate beast from the 100,000-mile great wilderness.
Its appearance here actually explains a lot. Di Chang looked at the 3-headed divine dragon on Xiaohei's back. Is this a 3-headed divine dragon? Zhang Shuo finally understood what was so familiar about this 3-headed guy.
This was clearly the special wild beast with precious blood.
And Di Chang ignored Zhang Shuo's shock, but looked at the big bone stick on Xiaohei's back. This must be the bones of the giants.
As he spoke, Di Chang's expression was extremely strange. He was knowledgeable and could naturally tell which part of the giant tribe the bone came from.
Yes, Director D has a keen eye. Su Chen smiled. The Giant Spirit Clan? Is that the Star Royal Clan?
Zhang Shuo asked cautiously, afraid that he had heard it wrong.
Can there be another giant? Di Chang glanced at Zhang Shuo and said unhappily. Oh shit. The bones of the giants.
Zhang Shuo stood up in shock, lifted the bone stick from Xiaohei, his eyes full of curiosity.
The bones of the Starry Sky Royal family are tough, aren't they? This is my first time meeting the Starry Sky Royal family.
After saying that, Zhang Shuo actually started to bite the bone stick with his mouth. It has no taste. He smacked his lips a few times, feeling a little disappointed. Zhang Shuo, these are the bones from the lower body of the giant spirit race.
Di Chang suddenly spoke.
Zhang Shuo froze in place, speechless for a long time. He then dropped the bone stick and said calmly, I have something to do outside. He slowly opened the door and stepped out, his back straight.
The moment the door closed, a mournful and angry roar rang out, mouthwash. Bring me mouthwash. Ahem. Di Chang smiled awkwardly. Excuse me for making you laugh. Next, let's talk about the hunting god.
Since you're here, I'm sure you have some ideas in mind.
Next, I will introduce you to the god of hunting.
Unlike other wild beast hunting teams, this team lives up to its name.
We only kill gods. God? Su Chen said in surprise.
The word god is not used casually, especially in this era when humans can set foot on the starry sky.
Chapter 85 God.
Even Di Chang, a warrior beyond the 9th level, looked serious when he said the word God.
Su Chen, what I'm about to say may be information that you, or most people, have never been exposed to.
Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but sit up straight and listen carefully.
In this world, there are strange beings. They have bodies similar to those of humans, but they are not human.
According to their own words, they are gods. Di Chang straightened himself and continued, gods appeared about 100 years ago. They were first discovered because they killed the director of the city's Divine Martial Bureau. In fact, at first we just thought he was an ordinary warrior, so we sent warriors to capture him, but halfway through the fight, this guy turned into a wild beast.
You know what?
We were all shocked at the time.
How could someone actually turn into a wild beast? This completely contradicts our understanding of wild beasts. Not only that, he can also use Star Flash and some elemental energy attacks at the 4th level. This is totally unreasonable.
Di Chang became more and more excited as he spoke, while Su Chen became more and more puzzled as he listened. It turns into a wild beast in the middle of a fight and can even use Star Flash and energy attacks.
Isn't this talking about myself?
But he didn't say anything, but continued to listen. Of course, we did manage to capture this guy later, but after dissecting and studying him at various hospitals, we still haven't figured out why he could transform into that form. Over the past few decades, their activities have become increasingly frequent. Initially, they appeared randomly and without organization, but later on, they even began to evolve into a special group. 18 years ago, their name officially appeared, and it was God. At this point, Di Chang sighed, as much as I hate to admit it, it's true, as these guys say, they're practically perfect beings. They have invincible bodies and talents similar to those of wild beasts. There are almost no flaws to be seen. If I had to point out a weakness, it's that these guys are rather arrogant and disdainful of learning martial arts.
Of course, that's just what they say.
According to the conclusions drawn by several major studies based on corpses, they are incapable of learning martial arts. Compared to the wild beasts, these guys have a greater impact on us because the wild beasts are large and easy to spot, but the gods are hiding among humans. If they don't want to be exposed, they are difficult to find. 3 years ago, the Great Xia Divine Martial General Administration decided to emulate the wild beast hunting team and form an organization dedicated to hunting gods.
This is the hunting god.
However, in order to avoid causing panic among the people, information about the gods has always been top secret in the Divine Martial Bureau.
No one is allowed to disclose it unless they are related to the god hunting team. Actually, this is not difficult to understand.
Once ordinary people or warriors know the existence of gods, they will inevitably doubt the people around them. By then, everyone will be in danger, and the entire daxia will inevitably fall into panic.
The God Hunter nameplate represents your eligibility to participate in the God Hunter.
The first God Hunter team consists of 6 people, but 18 nameplates have been issued.
You have to choose one from 3.
These 18 people were carefully selected by me. They need to have strong bodies because the whereabouts of gods are too strange.
If they are not strong, they might die instantly if they are attacked by surprise. Let me interrupt. Su Chen suddenly spoke. Is there something you don't understand?
I thought I made myself clear.
Di Chang asked doubtfully. That's not the case.
I've heard everything about the hunting god, but that's not why I came here.
Why is that? I just want to ask, is there any place I can make money? Or, is there any way to get money within 3 days? Su Chen said solemnly. You're out of District 3 and don't have any money? How much do you need? I can lend you some. Di Chang was quite generous and offered to lend him money as soon as he asked. More than 500,000, I think 1 million would be best. After Su Chen finished speaking, Di Chang was stunned. What do you want so much money for? Buy a house. You are now a 4th level warrior. You can apply for an independent apartment in the 3rd district. That's not the case, but my wife is in the hospital, now in Shintian First Hospital. What? May, your wife is in the hospital?
Di Chang stood up suddenly, with obvious panic on his face.
Director Di, that's my wife, why are you panicking? Su Chen looked at Di Chang with a bad expression. Ahem, no, don't get me wrong.
I'm just a little surprised that an operation would cost 1 million. Di Chang looked embarrassed, then took out a card from his pocket. This is my savings, there are about 300,000 in it, not much, I hope it can help you. As for the remaining money, I don't have it, but I know where I can earn it.
It all depends on whether you're willing to go. How do you make money? Su Chen said. The arena. To be more precise, it should be the underground wild beast arena. Killing a wild beast costs 100,000. Di Chang said. 100,000? Su Chen immediately became alert and his eyes lit up.
The underground wild beast arena was specially set up by our Divine Martial Bureau to help warriors learn how to fight against wild beasts.
However, it is also quite dangerous because fighting against wild beasts is uncontrollable and casualties are likely to occur. Think about it, this is probably the only way for you to make $1 million in 3 days. Di Chang said solemnly. Don't think about it, I'll go now. Su Chen finally found an opportunity, so how could he give up easily? After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave. Suddenly, he stopped. What's wrong? Di Chang asked doubtfully. You haven't told me where the arena is? Su Chen said. Ha 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 ha.
I thought you were scared.
Let Zhang Shu take you there. Di Chan laughed.
In his mind, warriors like Su Chen are generally extremely afraid of wild beasts, but he didn't know that when Su Chen was at the 2nd level, he personally killed 2 6th-level wild beasts.
On the streets of Xintian City. Su Chen, do you really want to go to that kind of place?
Although I know you are short of money, you have to fight wild beasts there. Zhang Shua heard about Su Chen's situation, but he was still a little worried. At the 4th level, the spirit of martial arts has not yet been condensed, so it is still too early to face the wild beast.
It's okay. 1 head is worth 100,000. Just kill 10 of them. Zhang Shua was stunned by Su Chen's nonchalant tone. Wow, 10 wild beasts, they are killing them like chickens.
The underground arena is located in a basin outside Xintian City.
Before getting close, a shocking rumbling sound can be heard from afar. Chapter 86 Arena. Roar.
It was a wild beast covered with sharp scales, more than 10 meters tall, surrounded by blue light, and its roar caused the earth to shake. The one fighting against him was a humanoid martial arts spirit of the same size. 2 huge beings were fighting fiercely in the basin, killing each other. Every punch hits the flesh, showing the most extreme hand-to-hand combat. And above the basin, countless people were watching the battle, they were passionate and excited.
Kill. Kill this wild beast. I bet 200,000 on you. You must not lose. Fuck him. Go get him. Go get him. You're a 5th level wild beast, how could you possibly be defeated by a warrior of the same level? You're useless. I'm suppressing you. I'm convinced. Why is the fight so intense? I thought the desolate beast would definitely win this match. Isn't this ridge beast said to be extremely powerful among the 5th level desolate beasts?
Yes, but its opponent is Yi Chuan, who possesses the hunter god nameplate.
Yi Chuan? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Chuan, is he very strong?
Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Su Chen keenly heard a name, and it seemed that the person was also the owner of the hunting god badge, just like himself.
Very strong.
This person will most likely be your formidable opponent, and he is also a master with a strong body.
Have you heard of Ming Wang Shui? I wonder which of you two is stronger.
Zhang Shua chuckled, with curiosity in his eyes. Ming Wang blood is a special physique similar to the wind god body. It is said that the physical body is almost incomparably strong in the early stages, and the most crucial thing is that once this physique reaches the 5th level and awakens the spirit of martial arts, it will undergo a qualitative change.
Ming Wang blood. Su Chen looked into the basin and was shocked.
Different from ordinary martial arts spirits, Yi Chuan's martial arts spirit looks like a furious Vajra king, with golden flames burning all over his body. His weapon is a Vajra, and his roar is like thunder.
Just as it is written in the textbook. Once the blood of the Mingwang reaches the 5th level, the spirit of martial arts will transform into the Dharma image of the Mingwang, and the power of Vajra will be revealed in every gesture. Drink!
Ming Wang roared angrily, and sound waves struck. At the same time, he pressed down the wild beast's head with one hand, and smashed it down with the other hand holding the Vajra.
Phew! The boiling blood gushed out like a huge wave, dyeing the area red. So strong! Su Chen exclaimed.
This battle seemed fierce, but in fact it was Yi Chuan who was suppressing the wild beast.
The wild beast's attacks did not leave any injuries on Ming Wang.
On the contrary, every time Ming Wang took action, the wild beasts would howl in pain. Before the 5th level, without the spirit of martial arts, ordinary warriors would find it difficult to face wild beasts.
However, after awakening the spirit of martial arts, the situation between warriors and wild beasts will often change from offense to defense.
The spirit of martial arts is the qualitative change of martial artists. It can grow bigger to fight wild beasts, and it can shrink to shrink its strength.
Finally.
After several more battles, Ming Wang roared, his golden body glowing, and he smashed the wild beast's head with one punch.
Awesome. God. Holy crap. That's really exciting. Everyone was shocked by Yi Chuan's fighting style.
The light dissipated and Yi Chuan fell to the ground. This was a man dressed in white. He was not very tall and always had a gentle smile on his face. He didn't look like the angry King Kong he had been before at all.
Yi Chuan, continue?
A sound was heard in the arena.
I chose to take a break.
Yi Chuan gestured with his hand.
All right.
Yi Chuan, take a break.
Is there anyone else next?
It's still a 5th level beast, 100,000 per round. The voice continued to shout.
I'll do it. When Su Chen's voice sounded, other eyes turned to him instantly. Hey, there's a new person here. It's Zhang Shua. Holy crap. Zhang Shua is here in the arena too? It's going to be a good show. Zhang Shua's body is ridiculously strong.
It is said that he has some kind of special physique, similar to Yi Chuan.
He has already obtained the Hunter God nameplate.
Everyone thought it was Zhang Shua who came on stage. Yi Chuan also walked over and looked at Zhang Shua. Didn't you say you wouldn't come to a place like this?
Why, our young master Zhang also needs money sometimes.
Seeing everyone's gaze, Zhang Shua scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. It's not me, I won't go to a place like this to fight with wild beasts. After saying that, he pointed at Su Chen.
It's him, my brother.
He's short of money, and I'm just accompanying him.
Su Chen?
Yi Chuan frowned and looked at Su Chen. His eyes were scrutinizing at first, then he was puzzled.
Zhang Shua, you don't speak much truth. This kid is only at the 4th level. His martial arts spirit hasn't even condensed yet. How can he fight a wild beast?
In fact, it's not Yi Chuan's fault for not believing it, because the underground arena has an unspoken rule, that is, those who are not at the 5th level are not allowed to participate in the competition.
This is to prevent some people from becoming too arrogant and losing their lives here. Then I don't know.
The teacher asked me to bring him here, so I just did as he asked. Zhang Shua spread his hands, looking like he knew nothing.
Director D asked him to come?
Yi Chuan's breath caught in his throat, and he looked at Su Chen carefully again.
The rule that those below level 5 are not allowed to fight in the arena was set by Di Chang himself, and now, he allowed a level 4 warrior to come, which was obviously unreasonable. However, Yi Chuan thought about it for a while and figured out the reason. He walked to Su Chen and stretched out his hand. Hello, Yi Chuan. Su Chen. Su Chen also reached out. After that, Yi Chuan spoke again, shocking everyone. You also have the Hunter God nameplate, right? What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was shocked. This 4th level warrior actually also possesses the Hunter God nameplate? Hey, how did you know?
Zhang Shua said in surprise.
Nonsense. Wouldn't a normal 4th level warrior come here to die? How could Director D let someone come here to die?
So there is only one possibility, that is, he possesses the Hunter God nameplate. Even though he is only 4th level, he must have a way to fight a 5th level wild beast. Yi Chuan was very sharp-minded and guessed the current situation based on just a few words.
Fuck.
You're worthy of me. Su Chen does have the Hunter God badge, and it was given to him by the teacher himself. However, when he was given it, he was only at the 1st level.
Zhang Shua said. Director D gave it to you personally? Yi Chuan said in surprise.
Yi Chuan began to be curious about what was so special about this man named Su Chen, as Di Chang personally gave him the Hunting God plate when he was at the 1st level.
I'm looking forward to your performance. Come on.
Yi Chuan smiled and made way to let Su Chen go.
Thank you very much. Su Chen responded with a smile, and then his aura gradually became stronger. Please report your personal information. The sound echoed in the arena. Su Chen, a 4th level warrior, 1 petal of the 5 chi flower. Su Chen said loudly.
After a short silence, the voice spoke again. Your opponent is
5th level wild beast Thunder Ape. Chapter 87 The Invincible Su Chen. Crack.
A streak of electricity streaked through the air. On the other side of the arena, a large gate opened.
Roar.
A giant ape with azure hair and a huge body rushed out with a roar. Without any preparation, The Thunder Ape rushed towards Su Chen at the fastest speed the moment it entered the scene.
So fast! Zhang Shuo exclaimed in surprise.
The Thunder Ape controls the power of thunder.
Its speed is extremely fast and its strength is extremely terrifying.
Even if I were to attack, it would be difficult to kill it in a short time, Yi Chuan said in a serious tone.
After saying that, he turned to look at Zhang Shuo and asked again, is he really only at the 4th level? Guaranteed, it's definitely level 4. How could this thing be wrong?
Zhang Shuo replied.
But without the spirit of martial arts, how can we fight against wild beasts?
Yi Chuan was a little confused. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out how a human warrior could fight against wild beasts without possessing the spirit of martial arts.
After all, the size difference between the two is really too big. How would I know?
After all, this is only my second time meeting him.
I'm actually quite curious about how he would fight. Zhang Shuo said. Boom!
At this moment, a huge roar was heard in the arena, followed by exclamations from all around.
I think I know how he played it, but it's a little beyond my imagination.
Zhang Shuo swallowed hard, turned his head, looked at Yi Chuan, and said stiffly, is this guy really a human? Yi Chuan also stood there in a daze, unable to respond.
Because the scene in the basin is too horrifying.
The Thunder Ape was huge, more than 10 meters long. Its fist was like a rolling stone, surrounded by lightning, and it smashed directly towards Su Chen. However, facing such a huge disparity in the strength of the punch, Su Chen did not choose to retreat, but raised his hand in the disbelief of everyone.
He actually wanted to fight fist to fist. Impossible! Someone exclaimed. The next second, the two fists collided. Boom!
A strong storm spread from the area, and smoke and dust rose, making everything hazy.
How's it going? Everyone was extremely nervous and curious about the outcome of this game. No one dared to speak. Roar!
At this moment, a shrill howl became the only sound in the arena.
That's...
Someone pointed at the figure in the smoke in shock. When the dust and fog cleared, everyone witnessed a scene that they would never forget in their lives.
That tiny human actually took the punch from the wild beast.
The wild beast's fist cracked and blood gushed out.
What? His physical body.
Yi Chuan's mind was shaken and he said in horror.
Roar!
The Thunder Ape roared, and its violent aura turned into a strong wind, washing away. Su Chen stood still, his posture upright and heroic, his brows expression calm, his fist like a red-hot iron, and he said calmly, the power is quite great. This wild beast is actually quite powerful. For a 5th-level beast to be able to reach 20 levels of wild power is extremely rare. That's why Su Chen praised him, but at this moment, his praise seemed extremely strange.
Very powerful? It was just a punch from you that broke it. Before everyone could react, Su Chen had already moved.
His true energy suddenly burst out, and his blood and energy were like a dragon, turning into a substantial streak of light, and his fist power burst out again.
Drink! Su Chen shouted loudly. Roar!
The Thunder Ape roared in terror and retreated frantically.
Boom!
That thick arm actually exploded directly under Su Chen's punch, turning into a bloody mist. Su Chen stepped on the ground, his body shot out, his true energy surged, his fists turned into afterimages, and in a few seconds, he had thrown hundreds of punches.
Bang!
Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, the Thunder Ape's huge head exploded directly in the air.
Thump!
The Thunder Ape fell down, and the whole place fell into deathly silence again.
1 minute? Someone murmured to himself. 1 minute and 4 seconds, to be exact.
The other person had an unnatural expression on his face as he looked towards one side of the arena, where there was a timer that clearly recorded the time.
It's incredible. He killed him in just 1 minute. The key is that he is only a 4th-level warrior and doesn't even have the spirit of martial arts. I wouldn't dare to do this in my dreams. Hack! This guy must have bought a cheat.
On the other side, Yi Chuan also took a deep breath to calm his restless heart. He looked at Zhang Shuo with a complicated expression. I think the history books need to be rewritten.
What do you think?
When they were in school, the history books clearly stated that warriors below the 5th level could not face wild beasts head-on. But at this moment, Su Chen's performance completely broke this rule.
I think so.
Zhang Shuo swallowed hard. At this moment, he was completely convinced that Su Chen had crossed the 100,000-mile wilderness on his own, and the method was very simple, which was to dress up as a wild beast. This kind of qi and blood, if put into a shell, would become a purebred wild beast. Although it was just a joke, his guess was right.
Su Chen was able to safely cross the 10,000 miles wilderness because he was mistaken for a human-shaped monster. Su Chen, continue? That voice rang out in the arena. Continue. Su Chen didn't hesitate and spoke directly.
The previous battle did not consume much energy for him, and now, his practice of the universe blood refining sutra has reached a certain level.
During battle, you can also refine the flesh and blood of wild beasts.
Therefore, as long as he is fighting against wild beasts, he can always stay at his peak condition.
Next, his opponent was a wild beast that looked like a wild boar.
As soon as it appeared, it rushed around with terrifying power.
At least 30 wild powers. Su Chen made a judgment.
Then he activated the Tianshu star pattern and stepped on the ground. A heavy feeling filled the air, his bones buzzed, and his blood boiled.
Roar! The wild boar roared and rushed towards Su Chen like a bulldozer.
The people watching the fight were terrified, but also full of anticipation. After witnessing Su Chen's completely different fighting style from others, their minds were firmly grasped by him.
No one knows how Su Chen will end the battle. He moved. Someone shouted in surprise. Everyone looked over hurriedly.
Facing the aggressive wild boar beast, Su Chen did not retreat but advanced instead, without any detour, and rushed directly towards the opponent.
Holy crap! Even when I was hit by Dayun, I couldn't run as fast as him.
Su Chen's speed was really too fast, and his tiny body was like a bullet compared to the wild beast. At this moment, the bullet shot directly into the wild beast's eyebrows.
Did he come inside?
Zhang Shua muttered to himself, his face full of astonishment.
Roar!
The wild boar howled miserably, and blood began to gush out of its 7 orifices. Then, the top of its head exploded, and a figure emerged, surrounded by blood and energy.
It's Su Chen. He used his body as a weapon and crushed the wild beast's brain. 200,000.
Su Chen smiled indifferently, his aura still at its peak.
Chapter 88, The Great Evil in God. 2. This is the terrifying power of the Universe Blood Refining Sutra when facing wild beasts. The more we fight, the stronger we become. Su Chen even had a vague feeling that he was about to bloom the second 5 chi flower. The following battle was also overcome with great ease. Perhaps for other warriors below level 5, the wild beast was invincible. But for Su Chen, it's not that difficult. The final result disappointed Su Chen.
He only fought 5 games because there were not enough wild beasts.
The next batch of wild beasts would not arrive until a week later. Su Chen had no choice but to leave.
Today, a miraculous scene caused a huge uproar in the 3rd district.
Everyone was talking about a freak who appeared in Xintian City and whose body could resist wild beasts.
If I hadn't chosen him personally, I would have doubted whether this guy was a god.
Di Chang was also extremely shocked by Su Chen's performance.
He knew that Su Chen's body was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong that he could even kill a wild beast in seconds.
God wouldn't be so ostentatious.
The door opened and a middle-aged man walked in.
Headquarters. Di Chang stood up suddenly and said in surprise.
The person who came was none other than Wu Tianjun, the chief director of the Great Xia Divine Martial Bureau, who was also the strongest person in the Great Xia Federation.
Of course, that's only on Earth. Sit.
Wu Tianjun waved his hand and then found a seat to sit down.
Director General, aren't you on the front lines? Why are you here? Di Chang said. Isn't it all about hunting the god?
Wu Tianjun lit a cigarette with a slightly worried look on his face. Actually, it was your teacher who asked me to come here.
My teacher? Di Chang was surprised.
His teacher is Jiang Taiji, who is also the strongest person on Earth. He is now in a giant city in the starry sky, suppressing one side.
Well, Mr. Jiang sent back a piece of news. It's of great importance. I have to come and take a look.
Wu Tianjun took a puff of cigarette and exhaled lightly. As the smoke curled up, his expression became more solemn.
A large tomb was discovered in Shinnon City. You know about this, right? Di Chang nodded. I know, isn't this the God Hunter team's trial site? What's going on?
Upon hearing this, Wu Tianjun said in a deep voice, Mr. Zhang's information is related to this tomb.
Our initial information was that there might be a god in this tomb.
This god is most likely newborn, so we plan to use him as a test for hunting the god. But according to the information Mr. Jiang sent back, this tomb is not the birthplace of a new god, but the place where a great evil was once sealed.
Mr. Zhang's explanation wasn't very detailed. I roughly summarized 2 points. The first is that there is a sealed young demon in Shenong's tomb. The second is, this great evil may have become a god. What? A great villain becomes a god? This news is really too explosive, or even unbelievable. How could these two things, the great evil and God, be combined together?
We don't know the specific situation, but since Mr. Jiang specifically sent this message back, he must have his own plans. I guess something unusual happened in the starry sky, which is why Mr. Jiang is so concerned.
Wu Tianjun put out his cigarette and talked about Su Chen again. By the way, Di Chang, how much do you know about Su Chen? I don't know much about Su Chen. I only know that his body is very strong. From the looks of it, it's not even inferior to that of a wild beast. Di Chang said. It's not that they are not inferior, but that they crush them, even comparable to the great villain. Look at this. Wu Tianjun took out a mobile phone from his arms and played a clip, which was the scene of Su Chen fighting the wild beast in Liang City and turning into a golden giant. This. Di Chang was breathing rapidly and was in shock. You have to know that he was only at the 2nd level at that time, but he was able to kill a 6th level wild beast. Wu Tianjun added another sentence. A 2nd level beast killed a 6th level wild beast. Is this a human? Di Chang exclaimed in surprise. I don't know if he's a human, but at least he's not a wild beast, nor a great evil, and certainly not a god. Wu Tianjun laughed. So, will the god hunting trial continue? What's going on with that great evil and the god? If the news is true, they might be in danger if they go there. Di Chang said. We can't stop. The god hunter trial will continue as planned. It will begin once the last person reaches level 5. As for danger, I can assure you that their lives will not be in danger. We need the god hunting trial to attract more gods. That great evil creature is not simple and must be protected by many gods. Besides, I really want Su Chen to have a fight with that fierce villain. Wu Tianjun raised the corner of his mouth. Let Su Chen clash with the great evil? What a joke, that's the great evil. Di Chang flatly refused. Su Chen was the person he chose. How could he put himself in danger just because of Wu Tianjun's curiosity? I've already told you that there's no danger to his life. I'm more worried about Su Chen's danger than you are, so don't worry. Besides, how can you be so sure that Su Chen will lose? This kid is not as simple as he seems. Wu Tianjun revealed a meaningful smile. Shenong City is located at the junction of the 3rd and 2nd districts. This is a city built on the mountains, surrounded by endless wild forests that seem to have no end. At the end of the mountains, a huge tomb is being opened up. Staff members wearing the uniforms of the Cultural Relics Bureau were cleaning the scene and recording relevant data. What an interesting little ghost. He's been sealed for so many years, and yet he was dug out. I don't know whether it's sad or lucky. An old man in white clothes walked among the crowd. He was clearly making quite a lot of noise and speaking without restraint, but the people around him seemed not to see him and were completely unaware. The old man walked inside along the entrance of the tomb. It was dark inside, with many bends. One could even see some dark figures moving around inside, but just like the people outside, they could not sense the old man. I don't know how long I walked. The old man stepped into a dark tomb. In the center, thick chains were pulling a coffin suspended in the air. The coffin has been opened, and a young man can be seen lying inside. However, the man is now wrapped in some special liquid, and his clothes are out of place in this era. A genius from the old era, combined with the creations of this era, I wonder what level you can reach. The old man muttered to himself, and a drop of bright red blood appeared on his palm. I hope you can put more pressure on him. Consider this a gift for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood in the old man's palm flew up and sank into the man's body. Has the speed of the evil spirit's birth accelerated? A voice suddenly sounded in the darkness of the tomb, but he couldn't see the old man. When the dim light in the tomb fell, his face slowly appeared. Chapter 87, Heavenly Grade Technique. Divine Blood. 4th Stage Extreme. After leaving the arena, Su Chen returned to the hotel. With 900,000 credit points in hand, he was able to solve the urgent problem. At this moment, his attention was focused on the rewards brought by Yun Zi's pregnancy. A superior martial art of heavenly grade, and a drop of mysterious divine blood. Upper level of heavenly grade, this is an extremely terrifying level.
Even within the entire dasya, there are only a handful of heavenly grade techniques, and only the most ancient families can master them.
Land, representing an extremely rare existence in this land.
And heaven represents the limit and means the highest. So far, the highest level of martial arts Su Chen has come into contact with is only the Qingfeng Xuanqingju of the lower earth grade. So when he began to accept the information about this technique, his mind couldn't help but become nervous.
The Sun and Moon Harmony Secret, a dual cultivation technique. The man is the sun, the woman is the moon, and the sun and moon are united. This is an auxiliary type of practice, mainly used for dual cultivation. Every time there is deep intercourse, the power from above will be integrated.
The most important thing is that if you practice this exercise during pregnancy, the baby can get nourishment from the sun and the moon at the same time and will develop better.
This is simply tailor-made for the current Su Chen. But we have to wait until Yunlin recovers.
As for the other reward, Su Chen had a bad feeling.
Divine blood.
He might not have thought much about it before, but after listening to Di Chang's talk about God, he naturally associated it with that. Fortunately, the introduction of the system made Su Chen feel a little relieved.
Divine blood, the blood of the origin gods.
The origin gods were the first group of gods at the birth of the universe.
The divine blood contains the essence of the 5 elements. Call. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief.
According to the introduction, this drop of divine blood should not be the same thing as the god mentioned by Di Chang, but then a new problem arises.
How to absorb it?
After experiencing the star marrow source liquid incident, Su Chen didn't dare to swallow it directly. Yunlin was not around. If he swallowed it himself and something unexpected happened, he would be finished.
Since it's blood, can the Universe Blood Refining Sutra refine it? An idea came to Su Chen's mind.
The Universe Blood Refining Sutra can refine the blood and flesh of wild beasts, but he has not tried it on other races, and Yunlin has not said that this technique can only refine the flesh and blood of wild beasts.
Try. Su Chen is a skilled and bold man. He starts to put it into practice as soon as he thinks of it.
After taking out the divine blood from the system space, Su Chen began to activate the Universe Blood Refining Sutra. It was originally just an experiment, but the results surprised him.
Buzz.
Strands of colorful divine light emanated from the drop of bright red blood in his palm and slowly sank into Su Chen's body.
Aha! A feeling of comfort made Su Chen couldn't help but moan. This is an extremely wonderful feeling.
The power in the divine blood is extremely gentle, completely different from the essence of the flesh and blood of wild beasts. Once it enters the body, it is like a spring breeze, blowing through every part. The qi and blood are growing, and the flesh and blood are strengthening. The effect is more than several times stronger than the flesh and blood of wild beasts.
It's a qualitative difference. Could the origin god clan be related to the desolate beasts?
A thought suddenly emerged in Su Chen's mind, but he didn't care and continued to concentrate on absorbing. Not long after, the 5 chi flower appeared on Su Chen's chest, and the petal representing the heart gradually bloomed, and the fiery red light illuminated the entire room. The transformation hasn't stopped yet.
At dawn the next day, the black petals representing the kidneys also bloomed. 2 petals of 5 chi flowers bloomed continuously.
For a 4th level warrior, each petal of the 5 chi flower requires a huge amount of resources and time, but Su Chen completed 2 petals in just one night.
This is simply a miracle.
And this is only part of the effect of the divine blood.
The remaining divine blood is still bright and crystal clear, and it seems that not much has been consumed.
Now, even without activating the star mark, my explosive power can reach 50 levels of desolate power.
Su Chen felt the new power in his body and couldn't help but feel excited.
I wonder if I can reach the 5th level if I completely absorb this drop of divine blood. The 5th level is a qualitative change, condensing the spirit of martial arts, which is actually the beginning of the journey of a warrior. For the next 2 days, Su Chen did not go out, and concentrated on absorbing the essence of the divine blood. The origin god clan is the oldest clan of gods in the world, representing the origin of all living things. The essence contained in a drop of their blood is enormous. Even though Su Chen completely let go of the absorption, after 2 days, he didn't see much change.
It is still bright red, like a ruby. Level 4. So fast.
5 chi flowers were floating above Su Chen's head, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It was actually only a few days before he broke through to the 4th level, but with the help of this drop of divine blood, he was once again close to the 5th level. When the appointed time came, Su Chen stopped absorbing the divine blood. After putting it back into the system space, he stood up and walked towards the hospital.
Walk.
Suchen called out to Xiao Hei and Xiao San. These two guys have been going out to play frequently these past few days and are in high spirits. After all, they don't have the patience to stay in the house like Su Chen. When they arrived at the hospital, Qing Xianyan was already waiting there, and Xingyu still had a cold face.
How is Yunlin? Su Chen couldn't wait to ask as soon as they met.
I told you I'll make sure she's alright.
I'm waiting for you in room 103. Money. 890,000.
Pay up.
Xingyu said. 900,000. No need to change.
Su Chen directly gave the credit card to Qingyu, and then rushed into the hospital impatiently.
No need to look for it? You think I'm selling something, don't you?
I even used the latest star energy fusion machine for his wife.
Xingyu looked unhappy. He's also anxious to see his wife.
I heard that this guy went to the underground arena to save money. Qing Xianyan said with a smile.
Underground arena?
Xingyu's face changed. She knew that the place required fighting wild beasts and was extremely dangerous, and she might even lose her life, but she soon realized something was wrong.
Isn't he a 4th level person? Can a 4th level person go? I heard that Director D used a backdoor, so it's possible. Opening the backdoor to die? Can he come back after going to the 4th level? No, this amount of money.
Xingyu looked at the credit card in her hand in surprise. This guy didn't go there to die, but to collect money. He fought 5 rounds in a row, and all of them were killed instantly. He directly killed all the wild beasts in the arena.
Qing Xianyan was also sighing. This.
Xingyu's hand holding the credit card trembled slightly, and she looked in surprise at the depths of the hospital, where Su Chen was walking into the ward. In front of room 103, Su Chen took a deep breath and pushed the door open nervously. Inside the door, in the clean white ward, Yunlin was lying on the bed, looking at him with a smile. They looked at each other in silence. At this moment, time seems to have stopped.
Chapter 90. Go home. Surprise. Get ready. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?
Yunlin chuckled. She is still as beautiful as ever, with a delicate face and fair skin. She is lying on the bed with a smile on her face.
No way, how could I not recognize my wife?
Seeing that Yunlin was safe and sound, Su Chen's heart finally relaxed. He sat on the edge of the bed, hugged Yunlin, and breathed in the fragrance of her hair. Yunlin was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently, hugged Su Chen, and said nothing. The room was silent, both of them enjoying this rare warmth.
How's it going? Is your new girlfriend back? Yunlin suddenly spoke. Su Chen's body trembled obviously, but he did not answer. Are you wondering how I knew that?
Yunlin buried his head in Su Chen's arms, but there was a sly smile on the corner of his mouth.
Although I was unconscious and still in the star box, I knew everything that was happening outside. Ah. Hearing this, Su Chen could no longer remain calm. If she knows what's happening outside, doesn't that mean she also knows what's happening in the cave? Seeing Su Chen's changing expression, Yunlin blinked her beautiful eyes and asked teasingly, is it Yunzi? Forehead. Su Chen was stunned. She actually knew. Nice figure, in the pool, right? They also said they would die with you, didn't they?
Yunlin recounted the events of that time bit by bit, making Su Chen feel embarrassed and ashamed. It would have been fine if he had said it on his own initiative, but now that Yunlin said it himself, it felt very strange. For a moment, Su Chen had no idea how to answer.
Ha ha ha. I won't tease you anymore. You, Su Chen, are my man. This is something that no one can change. Besides, that little girl is a good girl. If it weren't for him, I guess neither of us would have survived. So you don't have to worry about me getting jealous. In my heart, you are destined to become king. As a king, it's not good to have me as your only woman.
Yunlin raised his head, with love in his vertical pupils.
But you can't let me down, and you can't let her down either.
Su Chen was completely unexpected by Yunlin's words.
He lowered his head and looked at Yunlin with a sincere expression.
Yunlin, you must know who I am, Su Chen.
I will never let anyone down.
Of course, I believe you.
After all, you are the man I chose.
Yunlin smiled charmingly.
She had seen Su Chen's journey, so how could she not understand? But, I almost forgot who you said you were.
Yunlin's red lips slowly approached, exhaling fragrance, her breath hot and a little rapid.
Cloud scale.
A short separation is better than a new marriage, and Su Chen's breathing was a little rapid. He reached into the quilt, but found it smooth.
This, Su Chen said in surprise. Hey, I knew you would come over, so I took it off in advance.
Yunlin gestured at the pile of clothes at the head of the bed. Those were the dresses and robes that Su Chen had bought for him before. After not having contact for such a long time, Yunlin was extremely eager.
This is a hospital, it's not good. Su Chen was still a little hesitant. Since you want to pursue excitement, then follow through to the end.
Yunlin opened her red lips slightly, and a wisp of true energy shot out from her fingertips, locking the door. Then she wrapped her snow-white and smooth arms around Su Chen's neck.
You're so sexy.
Su Chen's mouth curled up, and his blood surged, but I like it. After experiencing this incident, Yunlin's heart was completely at ease, and there was no longer any barrier. She was convinced that Su Chen was the man she wanted to pursue all her life. After a long time, she became more open. When everything calmed down, Yunlin contentedly lay in Su Chen's arms and exclaimed, "You have already reached the 4th stage?"
Yeah, I was promoted not long ago. Su Chen did not hide it.
This sentence stunned Yunlin. If she remembered correctly, when she was unconscious, Su Chen should have just entered the 3rd level. But not long after that, he actually stepped into the 4th level.
Even a monster can't be so fast.
I'll tell you in detail when I get back, and I have a surprise for you.
Su Chen smiled. Surprise? Yunlin asked with some doubt. You'll know when you get back.
Su Chen did not explain immediately, but put clothes on Yunlin with his own hands.
Who can bear it when seeing the snow-white body in front of them?
Although Yunlin was complaining a lot, she did not refuse.
Being loved so much by your man is something you should be extremely proud of. After leaving the room, Su Chen did not see Qing Shangyan and Shangyu.
They must have left in advance for some reason. He didn't ask any more questions, but took Yunlin to the Shenwu Bureau. First, he collected his salary, 40,000 credit points.
Then I applied for an apartment building. Next, we have to make some preparations for this surprise. Su Chen smiled. Yunlin became even more confused by this.
Her beautiful eyes kept blinking, and she had no idea what the surprise Su Chen was talking about was. Because the preparation Su Chen mentioned was actually taking her into a women's clothing store. A dozen of black stockings, yes, a dozen of white stockings, and one of that white shirt and hip skirt. By the way, that knitted backless sweater is ready too. Oh, and there's also the stepmother skirt.
I love Cheonsam too. I want one. Su Chen spent lavishly in the women's clothing store, like a rich man with his mistress. Is this what you call preparation? Yunlin questioned.
Yes, these things are extremely important. They are related to you, me, and our children's future. In fact, whether I can break through to the 5th level depends on these things.
Su Chen was carrying a lot of bags and was in a good mood. The assigned apartment building is not far from here.
Su Chen guessed that it might be related to Di Chang, because the apartment here is in a good location, and most of the warriors coming in and out are above level 6, with extraordinary aura.
After entering the house and putting down his things, Su Chen lay down on the sofa.
This is a fully furnished house with all the appliances already installed, so you can move in right away.
Now you can say, what a surprise. Yunlin sat next to Su Chen and asked again. She was really suffocated during this journey.
Hearing this, Su Chen put his arms around Yunlin's slender waist and began to tell her about the sun and moon harmony art.
What? A high-level dual cultivation technique?
After hearing this, Yunlin was shocked. The upper level of heavenly grade was extremely rare even among the 9 Sky-Starry Sky Python clan, not to mention the even rarer dual cultivation technique among all the techniques. However, when Yunlin thought about the existence behind Su Chen, he felt that it was natural.
So, you bought these clothes? Yunlin understood. Of course. Since we're practicing dual cultivation, shouldn't we be fully prepared? Su Chen stood up.
Or, we can take a shower first.
Chapter 91, Side Dishes. Change clothes. Taking a bath is truly a beautiful thing.
Su Chen was enjoying the service from Yunlin, and for a moment he forgot himself and felt like he was in a trance. Yunlin's snow-white body was covered with shower gel, and she slid it over Su Chen's body.
How is it? Are you satisfied? Very satisfied. Su Chen took a deep breath and felt his brother Yunchan's blood boiling, and he wanted to charge into the enemy army. Now, it's your turn to wash me. Yunlin stood up and sat opposite Su Chen. I will definitely fulfill my mission.
Su Chen poured the shower gel on his hands and then directly covered the two soft lumps. Yunlin hummed softly, closed her beautiful eyes, and exhaled a sweet breath as she enjoyed the comfort from Su Chen.
I need to wash them properly. I haven't washed them for a week. My legs are so white and long.
Su Chen lingered on the pair of jade-like legs, and then stopped to play with the pearl-like jade feet. Yunlin's jade feet are very beautiful, with smooth arches and clear visible blood vessels, and her toes are crystal clear and smooth, like pearls.
Hurry up and wash.
Yunlin was so excited by Su Chen that she kept moaning. She felt itchy, and she couldn't help but urge him, we still need to try on clothes later.
Didn't you buy them specially for us? No rush, no rush.
It's still early, and there's nothing going on recently.
Su Chen was not in a hurry.
He hugged Yunlin and kissed her delicate cheek. Yunlin put his arms around Su Chen's neck and responded enthusiastically. Their chests pressed together, the wetness of the shower brought a completely different experience.
Let's have some snacks before dinner. Looking at Yunlin's blushing cheeks, Su Chen smiled evilly.
Yunlin nodded gently.
Half an hour later, the two came out of the bathroom.
Yunlin was wearing a bathrobe, while Su Chen walked out openly and then sat directly on the edge of the bed. As the saying goes, a gentleman is open and honest, while a villain is secretive.
He, Su Chen, is naturally a gentleman.
Next, Su Chen first taught the sun and moon harmony art to Yunlin, and then began to fiddle with the clothes he had bought before.
Which one should I wear first? Yunlin asked. Hey. Su Chen took out a set of clothes and handed it to Yunlin. After Yunlin took it, he rolled his eyes at Su Chen and said, if you like this kind of clothes, why didn't you buy it for me before? You didn't have time before. Su Chen smiled.
Yunlin didn't say much and quickly changed his clothes. Looking at Yunlin in front of him, who seemed like a completely different person, Su Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva.
This is a women's suit uniform.
The upper body is a black suit jacket, and the inside is a white shirt, which tightly wraps the pair of plump breasts. It's called a shirt, but the material is extremely thin, and when it sticks to the snow-white skin, you can see the outline. The plumpness of Yunlin's body held up the shirt, and the buttons were held together with difficulty, as if they could break at any time. The bottom of the shirt was tucked into a black pencil skirt. This is a short skirt that only reaches above the thighs. The tight style shows off the round and undulating hip line in a breathtaking way. The most important thing is that Yunlin's pair of snow-white and slender legs were covered with black stockings for the first time. The thin black stockings made Yunlin's already fair and slender legs look even more breathtaking. Under the translucent material, the skin is faintly visible, and the smooth arch curve is perfectly outlined, extending to the rounded heel. Su Chen's Adam's apple rolled violently, and he felt the anger that had just dissipated in the bathroom rush straight to his head with a boom, and the blood rushed to his lower abdomen. His body's reaction was frank and unconcealed. He took a deep breath, his voice already noticeably hoarse. This is simply the creator's most perfect masterpiece. When Yunlin saw his straight eyes and the burning gaze that seemed to be spitting fire, her face flushed even more and she deliberately crossed her legs lightly. The friction of the stockings made an extremely subtle rustling sound, which sounded more seductive to Su Chen than any music. She tapped the ground with her toes, her arch forming a graceful arc. I just changed my socks, is that a big deal?
As for. It's absolutely so.
Su Chen stood up suddenly, walked a few steps to her, and gently stroked her with his big hands. Yunlin felt her whole body soften from his touch, and said coquettishly, it's not over yet.
Isn't there another set?
Su Chen finally woke up from his dream, suppressed the urge to kill her on the spot, took a few deep breaths, and took out another one. It was a more daring pencil skirt. This skirt is made of highly elastic knitted fabric, the color is a deeper jet black, and the length is shorter than the previous one, almost just covering the hip line. The waist and abdomen adopt a double-layer pressure design, which can restrain the body curves more perfectly. Yunlin took it, turned around, and put it on skillfully. When she turned around again, Su Chen felt his breath was choked. This pencil skirt seems to be tailor-made for her. No, it's even like a second skin.
It makes the breathtakingly voluptuous outline of Yunlin's upper body more prominent.
The fabric on her chest seems to have really reached its limit, standing tall and majestic, rising and falling slightly with her breathing, which arouses endless imagination. The waist, constrained by the skirt, appears to be surprisingly slender, even if it can be held in one hand. The most deadly parts are the hips and legs. The tightly wrapped fabric outlines the pair of plump and perky peach-like buttocks in an extremely clear and round manner. The curves are surprisingly full and perky, like ripe peaches, exuding crazy temptation. The absolute white and tender area between the bottom edge of the skirt and the top of the black stockings is vaguely visible due to the sitting posture or slight movements, which is 100 times more dangerous than being directly exposed. The pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings appear even more slender and straight against the backdrop of the extreme curves, full of the beauty of a blend of strength and sexiness. Su Chen's eyes were completely red, and his breathing was as heavy as a bull. He suddenly rushed forward, picked up the screaming Yunlin by the waist, and pressed him down on the soft big bed. His voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. "I'll try on the clothes later." "I must try, you first." Then, scorching kisses rained down like an overwhelming force, and his hands roamed and kneaded the seductive curves tightly wrapped in the hip skirt and black stockings frantically and greedily, feeling the touch that was enough to drive a saint crazy. Yunlin turned into a pool of spring water under him. Her eyes were seductive and she was panting. Instead of resisting, she took the initiative to lift her pair of black silk-wrapped feet and gently rubbed his calves, issuing a silent but most deadly invitation. The room is suddenly filled with the strong spring light. While practicing the sun and moon harmony technique, Su Chen could clearly feel his body strengthening. As a top-grade martial art, its effect was absolutely immeasurable. For the next period of time, Su Chen and Yunlin stayed in the house and did not go out. We spend the whole day studying the exercises, learning from each other and making progress together. Chapter 92, Entering the Fifth Stage. The Spirit of Martial Arts. The Three-Legged Cauldron. Compared to Su Chen's growing strength, Yunlin's feelings are more real. My hidden injuries are actually slowly recovering." Yunlin cried softly, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Even she underestimated the power of the heavenly grade dual cultivation technique. To be precise, it was the power of Su Chen's bloodline. Ever since the golden figure appeared in Su Chen's body, it once taught Yunlin a technique. Yunlin didn't know the grade of the technique, but he had been practicing it all along. But the results were minimal. That technique seemed to target bloodlines, and Yunlin was the royal blood, already one of the top in this starry sky. And now, as the dual cultivation progressed, the divine sky dragon transformation art actually began to enhance her royal blood. After the hidden injury is recovered, the royal blood can be further improved. This is simply great news for Yunlin. Within a month, I will definitely be able to recover to the Stardust realm. Yunlin said in surprise. Ever since that battle, Yunlin had been suffering from hidden injuries in his body and had always believed that he would never be able to recover to his former self. But at this moment, hope emerged again. And all this is because of Su Chen. This man who was riding on her. "Su Chen, I love you." Yunlin hugged Su Chen tightly and responded more enthusiastically. Although Su Chen didn't know why Yunlin suddenly said this, he was at a critical moment. As the sun and moon harmony art was practiced, the 5 chi flower on his forehead rose and fell, and the aura of the 4th level of the extreme realm filled the air. Is this the time to break through? Yunlin was surprised. She hurriedly mobilized her true energy to protect the entire room to prevent the noise of Su Chen's breakthrough from affecting the outside world. The 5 chi flowers floated up and down, emitting 5-colored light, and the clear light fell on Yunlin's snow-white and tender body. Yunlin hummed softly while pursing her lips, trying not to make any sound and affect Su Chen. Buzz! Just then, something strange happened. The crystal 5 chi flower slowly condensed into its 6th petal. How is that possible? Yunlin exclaimed. The 5 chi flower is called this name because it has only 5 petals, representing the 5 internal organs, and now Su Chen has a 6th petal. What is going on? Ugh! The moment the 6th petal appeared, Su Chen's strength became more intense. Yunlin clenched her teeth, hugged Su Chen, and hummed continuously. At this moment, Su Chen was fully focused on practicing the sun and moon harmony technique, trying to break through to the 5th level, but during this period, he once again had the same feeling as before. That means you have reached the extreme, but you still feel like something is missing. And now, the 6th petal appears, and everything is complete. The 6-petal flower sways and spins endlessly, sparkling brightly, like a spinning lotus lantern, with 6 colors of light interwoven, shrouded in mystery. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, represent the essence and energy of a person. Su Chen muttered to himself. And these 6 petals are God. As the old saying goes, people have essence, energy, and spirit. Essence refers to essence, blood, and energy. Energy refers to breath. Chi and blood and spirit refers to mental strength. When a warrior practices and refines his body, his essence and blood become abundant, and his chi and blood surge, he will generate true chi. This is the practice of essence and chi. God represents spiritual power. But this is something that only a mind master can master. However, Su Chen is a rare person in the world who has practiced both divine power and martial arts. He has gathered the three powers of essence, energy, and spirit, and integrated them all together at this moment. The divine martial arts practice the Trinity, a scene that only exists in legends. When Yun Lin listened to Su Chen's words, he suddenly thought of the information he had seen in some ancient books. Although it is no longer possible to find people who can practice both divine power and martial arts in today's era, in fact, in the more ancient era of advanced martial arts, there were geniuses who accomplished this feat. They came up with a concept. The dual cultivation of divine power and martial arts is the Trinity. By integrating the power of essence, energy, and spirit and entering the fifth level, one can awaken an unprecedented spirit of martial arts. What kind of martial arts spirit will Su Chen awaken? Yun Lin was excited and stared at the six-petaled 5 chi flower. The 5 chi flower spun and bloomed, its 6 petals gradually melted away, and a tiny seed began to emerge. That is the symbol of entering the fifth level. In other words, Su Chen has now completed the main steps from the fourth level to the fifth level, and the next step is to cultivate his own martial arts spirit. The form of the martial arts spirit depends on the warrior, whether it is bloodline, personality, or some kind of opportunity. It is extremely random and uncontrollable. Buzz. The seed was glowing like a tiny star. Soon, a small shadow appeared in it. Tripod? Yun Lin saw the shape of the shadow clearly and couldn't help being a little surprised. It was a small square tripod with 3 legs. It was bronze in color overall, but there were light golden lines flowing on the body of the tripod. At this moment, it was floating in the halo, rotating and sinking, absorbing Su Chen's true energy and gradually condensing. Yun Lin saw it clearly. There seemed to be a word at the bottom of the tripod. She tried to see it clearly, but the halo was so bright that it blocked everything. Finally, as the small tripod solidified, Yun Lin could finally see clearly. Emperor. That's the word emperor. And it is the oldest text in this starry sky. Even among the major royal families, there are only some of the most ancient books with relevant records, but at this moment, it appeared in the martial arts spirit of a human being on Earth. It's really weird. Where does Su Chen's bloodline come from? I thought he was from that family, but now it seems that it's impossible. Yun Lin became more and more confused. Yun Lin, I'm coming. At this moment, Su Chen let out a low roar, and the spirit of martial arts was completely condensed, turning into a 3-legged square cauldron, emitting green and gold light. Yun Lin hugged Su Chen and accepted this long-awaited gift. The storm subsided, and Su Chen felt the inexplicable information appearing in his mind. This is a special message from the spirit of martial arts, which is about the method of using those golden clouds. The tripod-shaped martial arts spirit destined Su Chen to be unable to fight wild beasts by changing his body shape like other warriors. However, the method of controlling the golden glow conveyed in it just makes up for this shortcoming. What kind of people are my parents? At this moment, Su Chen was already certain that his bloodline was not simple. Aunt and uncle must be really nice people. Yun Lin, who was standing by, hugged Su Chen and comforted him softly. In fact, she really wanted to tell Su Chen about the golden shadow she saw that day, but she couldn't, so she could only use this method to comfort him. Su Chen held Yun Lin's jade arm. One day, I will definitely be able to solve all the mysteries. After the breakthrough, Su Chen ended his secluded life and went to the Shinwu Bureau to register. His salary was increased by another 10,000. That afternoon, Di Chang called and said, "Good boy, have you broken through to the 5th level?" Chapter 93 4 Epochs. 5 Eras. Di Chang on the other end of the phone sounded surprised, or more accurately, confused and unbelievable. Are you a monster? It hasn't been long since you've broken through again. I thought I knew you well enough and thought a breakthrough within half a year would be incredible. But you reached level 5 in just a few days. Di Chang chattered on and on, one sentence after another. In fact, we can't blame him. After all, Su Chen's breakthrough speed has indeed exceeded the scope of normal humans. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled and said, I just broke through accidentally. I don't know why, but it's just a small realm, so why are you so surprised?
By the way, are there any instructions this time? On the other end of the phone, Di Chang said, "You're being a bit too arrogant, aren't you? But your breakthrough is also a good thing. Now everyone is waiting for you to reach the 5th level." Wait for me? Su Chen asked in confusion. Yes, because the hunting god trial can only begin after you reach the 5th level. So, come over tomorrow morning, and I will explain some things to you then. After saying this, Di Chang seemed to have other things to do, so he hung up the phone in a hurry. In the room, Su Chen and Yun Lin talked about the hunting god. God? I've heard of this word before, but it doesn't seem to be the same thing as what you're describing. After listening to this, Yun Lin felt a little confused. Actually, there are species of gods in the starry sky, but to be more precise, they are called wild gods. The wild god? Is it related to the wild beast? Su Chen thought of the origin god clan again. Clever! Yun Lin exclaimed in admiration, "What I'm going to talk about next involves the origin of the desolate beasts. This information is only recorded by us, the Star Royal family. Tens of thousands of years ago, or even longer ago, the universe wasn't what it is today. Back then, there was only one continent, and its territory was boundless. Even hundreds of galaxies couldn't even cover 1/10 of its size." This big? Su Chen said in surprise. The Milky Way is so vast that even if we travel at the speed of light, it would take tens of thousands of years to travel across it. That was an extremely brilliant era. Even those who we are now calling Stardust Realm experts were like ants in that era. This information is all recorded in ancient books, but my guess is that the true situation may be even more terrifying than imagined. On that continent, there exists an extremely ancient race. Born and raised in nature, conceived from the vast wilderness, they are divine from birth, their light illuminating the universe. The Great Wilderness, is that the Great Wilderness we are talking about? Su Chen asked. Hearing this, Yun Lin shook his head and said, "Of course not. Speaking of which, let me first tell you about the origin of our universe. According to the book, this starry sky has gone through several eras. In the first era, it was as chaotic as a chicken egg, and it was called the Chaos Era. Then, the heaven and earth gave birth, forming countless plates. In this era, a group of special creatures were born. This is the most ancient race of gods in the world, named Yuan-Chu. Original God Clan. Su Chen finally heard the name of this god. Have you heard of it? Yun Lin was surprised. Records of the origin god clan are extremely rare. Even within the Starry Sky royal family, only Wang Shui is qualified to access such secrets. No, I just think the name is a bit domineering. Su Chen smiled. That's natural, and it's more than just domineering. In the era of the origin gods, they controlled the heavens and the earth and sorted out the laws. That era, also known as the Origin Era, represents the transition of the laws of the world from disorder to order. After the Origin Protoss dissipated, those scattered continental plates began to merge, and thus evolved into the boundless continent I just mentioned. Why did the Origin God Clan disappear? Su Chen asked curiously. Regarding this question, Yun Lin shook his head. This information is too old, I don't know either. With the merging of the continents, a complete world was born, namely the Great Wilderness. Time has also entered the Great Wilderness Era. In the early days of the Great Wilderness, everything was in chaos. Then, as time passed, all races began to emerge. It can be said that the Great Wilderness Era was the most prosperous era in this starry sky. Myriad races converged, and ancient clans flourished. It is said that people at that time were born in the Stardust Realm and were born with star energy. When he said this, Yun Lin's eyes were full of longing. And the wild gods are the strongest of them all. However, as time went on, the Great Wilderness Era declined, and the battles between the myriad races became too much for the continent to bear. Then a great catastrophe occurred, the Great Desolate collapsed, detonating the entire universe and giving rise to endless galaxies. You humans call it the Big Bang. After that came the starry era we live in today. These were things Su Chen had never encountered before. At this moment, he was deeply excited. On the one hand, he was shocked by the change in his perception of the world, and on the other hand, he was yearning for the world of the wilderness. In that catastrophe, almost all of the powerful races among the myriad races were destroyed, and the entire wild god clan perished. Their souls were gone, and their flesh and blood turned into wild beasts. This is also why wild beasts generally lack intelligence, because they lack divine souls.
Only a very small number of spiritual wild beasts, presumably possessing fragments of the souls of wild gods, can gain intelligence, but their numbers are so small that they can't become a major force. Yunlin spoke in great detail, from the origin of the universe to the birth of wild beasts, which completely opened Su Chen's horizons. In the past, Su Chen's world was an orphanage. Later, his world turned into a cemetery of desolate beasts. Then, his world was the Earth Federation. And now, his world transcends the starry sky. The Chaos Era, the Origin Era, the Great Desolation Era, and the Starry Sky Era, the four eras that gave birth to the universe.
Oh, and what about the High Martial Arts Era that I heard them talk about earlier? Su Chen asked again.
He has too many questions, but it is understandable. From the beginning, Xia did not intend to train him to be a warrior, so naturally they would not teach him this information.
You are a human being, and you ask me these questions?
Yunlin looked at Su Chen with a strange expression. However, she still patiently explained, this is a division made by you humans yourselves. It is based on the evolution of martial arts on Earth, and it is divided into 5 eras. They are the Bronze Age, the Heavenly Martial Age, the Divine Martial Age, the High Martial Age, and the Age of 10,000 Races.
If I weren't on good terms with humans, I wouldn't really care about these questions. Millions of years? Or tens of millions? I can't remember.
Anyway, a long time ago, you humans came into contact with martial arts and created the first era.
That's the Bronze Age.
At that time, there should have been only 8 major families, your 8 ancient surnames. They led the human race to establish tribes and countries.
In fact, I am still very curious about where they obtained their martial arts heritage.
After all, our tribes generally inherit the legacy left by the Great Wilderness, but you humans are a species that was born in the Starry Sky Era. In fact, this problem is not only faced by Yunlin, but also by most people in the myriad races.
Because this is really unreasonable. Chapter 94: The Truth About the Invasion of All Races.
A weak race born on an unknown planet, without any inheritance or bloodline, was able to create a golden age of martial arts. Su Chen was also a little confused about this, but his experience with Yun Zi revealed a corner of this history. The Yun family's martial arts heritage comes from Zishan.
And that purple mountain is very likely from the wilderness.
Therefore, the martial arts of the human race did not come out of nothing.
Yunlin continued.
After the Bronze Age came the Tianwu Age, when you humans began to make preliminary attempts to understand the sky and the stars. In the Shenwu Age, you humans created a completely new system beyond the martial arts.
That's the Divine Mind Master. This is a feat that changed history.
It can be said that the lineage of Divine Mind Masters among all the races also originated from your human race.
Speaking of this, Yunlin couldn't help but admire.
This is a completely independent path from martial arts, and its intensity, in some ways, is even greater than that of a martial artist.
This sentence is not nonsense.
Although the Mind Master's body is weak, his mind skills are hard to defend against and difficult for warriors to defend against. The Divine Martial Era belongs to the Divine Mind Masters and warriors, and then comes the most glorious era for your human race.
High Martial Arts Era.
That era was also known as the Golden Age. Various geniuses emerged one after another. To be honest, in that era, even the 10 royal families had to avoid the edge of the earth.
Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but be shocked.
The 10 royal families were the strongest among all the races in the starry sky, with a long and ancient heritage.
Yet, they were still no match for the Earth of that era? It's surprising, right? But I'm not exaggerating.
The Earth in the High Martial Age was just that powerful. Various divine physiques appeared one after another like mushrooms after rain. During the peak of the High Martial Arts era, 10 holy bodies appeared, towering over the starry sky. Their golden aura suffocated the geniuses of all races. Then the High Martial Arts era ended, the myriad races invaded, and Earth entered the so-called myriad races era.
Holy body? Golden blood? Su Chen keenly perceived the key information. Because there is also golden mist in his body, could it be related to the holy body?
You may also have a holy body, but your blood and energy are not golden yet, so it is impossible to determine. Yunlin guessed what Su Chen was thinking.
Then how did the High Martial Arts era end? Su Chen asked. In response to this question, Yunlin shook his head and said, I don't know. This is something we're very curious about.
Our Starry Sky Python clan has been on good terms with humans for generations, but we still don't know the specific reason for the end of the High Martial Arts era.
It was very sudden.
Overnight, all the geniuses disappeared, and the remains of the original holy mountain were completely lost. Even the 10 holy bodies we knew about disappeared silently. When they said this, both of them fell silent. So weird. The decline of human martial arts is just like its emergence, it came strangely and disappeared strangely.
One last question: why did the myriad races invade Earth? This problem actually troubled him for a long time. At first, Su Chen thought that all the races cared about the territory of the Earth, but this was unreasonable.
According to Yun Lin, after the collapse of the Great Wilderness, all the races evolved, and they all had their own stars. It is impossible to waste thousands of years and deploy countless manpower just for the sake of a mere Earth.
You want to know? Yun Lin glanced at Su Chen. Is it something on Earth? A path to godhood, or some rare treasure? Or is it for some purpose? Su Chen repeated all the possibilities he could think of. Neither. This isn't a novel. Don't make it so complicated.
If it were just for external things, they wouldn't have invested so much. For thousands of years, the investment of all races in this matter on Earth has far exceeded the value of a Shinshan. The casualties have reached tens of thousands of geniuses.
Do you think they can continue with just these things? Yunlin said. Why is that? If it weren't for these, Su Chen couldn't think of any other reasons.
Next, Yunlin spoke and gave an answer that Su Chen would never have thought of. Because along with the high martial era, the then patriarchs of all races, as well as the foundations of each race's godhood, also disappeared.
Ah? Su Chen was stunned. I only learned this news later.
During the high martial arts era, a powerful human being invited the clan leaders of all races to join him, but they all disappeared afterwards. After that, no one from any of the myriad races became a god. Of course, that includes my 9 Heavens Starry Sky Python clan.
In fact, they didn't directly adopt an invasion policy at the beginning, but instead sent people to Earth.
But the final result, as I said before, was nothing. However, the myriad races naturally refused to give up and threatened to shatter the Earth to find the cause.
Then, you know the rest.
Yunlin curled his lips.
After listening for so long, Su Chen seemed to have a new understanding of the world. So this is the truth behind the invasion of all races. Su Chen murmured.
Actually, I was going to tell you these things when you entered the starry sky, but since we're talking about this, I'll tell you in advance.
As a human, you are destined to be in opposition to all races in the future.
Not just one race, but all races in the starry sky.
Yunlin smiled.
She didn't mean to put pressure on Su Chen, but to make him mentally prepared.
Su Chen naturally knew what Yunlin was thinking.
He put his arm around Yunlin's waist, with one hand climbing up her snow-white and plump breasts, and the other hand slowly moving down along the waistline.
Then shouldn't I practice with the 9 Starry Sky Python first?
Su Chen moved his fingertips slightly and exerted force with his palm, and the snow-white mass began to change shape. Yunlin hummed softly, adjusted her posture, raised one of her slender, snow-white legs, and placed it on Su Chen's body.
Then let me see how capable you, the human genius, are.
Yunlin smiled charmingly.
Medusa. Take my blow. Su Chen yelled. The next morning. Baby, I'm leaving now. Su Chen kissed Yunlin on the forehead. Just for a moment.
Yunlin pouted, a little dissatisfied, then hugged Su Chen in her arms, kissed him deeply, and forcefully pried open his teeth.
A long time. Lip parting.
Yunlin glanced at the finger marks on his chest and looked at Su Chen resentfully.
Hey. Su Chen chuckled. Go ahead, I'll go buy some new clothes and wait for you to come back. Yunlin blinked and smiled. Oh? You're so proactive this time? What clothes do you want to buy? Su Chen asked. Can I tell you then? Go quickly and be sure to be safe. Yunlin warned. Remember what I told you.
If those gods are related to the god of wilderness, you must stay away from them first and don't fight them easily.
No. Su Chen waved his hand, opened the door and walked out. After Su Chen left, Yunlin lay on his back on the bed, a look of doubt on his face. God? Could it be that guy's work?
P.S. To be honest, I myself feel uncomfortable writing these few chapters, as they do not advance the plot, but this is necessary, otherwise the worldview cannot be expanded.
There is still one chapter to come, and I am going to start advancing the plot quickly. Chapter 95, Meeting Jiang Qingxue again. Finding a senior to make up lessons. The Xinwu Bureau of the 3rd District. Su Chen pushed open the door.
In the room, besides Di Chang and Zhang Shua, there was also an old acquaintance.
Hello, Su Chen, nice to meet you again.
The person who spoke was an extremely beautiful woman, with flowing black hair, wearing a blue off-the-shoulder t-shirt that reached her chest. Her breasts were full and round, and they trembled as she spoke.
Her lower abdomen was exposed, white and flat, and she was wearing black hot pants.
Her long, straight legs were covered in a layer of white stockings. And those strange eyes, just as I remembered, had 6 golden petals spinning, carrying a noble aura.
Jiang Qingxue. From the Jiang family, one of the 8 ancient surnames. Hello, it's been a long time. Su Chen smiled. Zhang Shua just told me this, and I couldn't believe it.
It's only been a short time, and you're already at the 5th level. Jiang Qingxue's beautiful eyes were full of surprise.
It's okay, it was just luck, I managed to break through by chance. Su Chen said. Luck? Why can't I break through by luck?
Zhang Shua was muttering to himself, his face full of bitterness. It took him countless resources and time to break through to the 5th level, but for Su Chen, it was just a matter of luck.
I'm a genius, of course I can. Jiang Qingxue smiled.
Okay, I'm an idiot. Su Chen is a genius, and Jiang Qingxue, at least we're from the same school.
You can't just turn your elbow outward because Su Chen is handsome.
Zhang Shua said helplessly. It was the first time that Su Chen heard someone say that he was handsome. But it was true that his body was strong due to his practice and his blood was as strong as a dragon, which made his already resolute face have a bit more masculine charm.
Okay, Su Chen is here. I'll tell you what's going to happen next. I asked you to come here today because I wanted to talk about the hunting god trial. Di Chang interrupted the conversation.
Hearing this, the expressions of the 3 of them immediately became serious.
The God Hunter trial will be held at the Shinong Tomb near Shinong City.
It will officially begin in 3 days.
There will be 18 people in total, with 3 people forming a team.
Only the top 3 teams will advance and become official members of the God Hunter.
There are 2 conditions for promotion.
One is to kill a god, and the other is to obtain the god hunting order we placed in Shinong's tomb.
You 3 are a team, no objection, right?
When Di Chang said this, he looked at Su Chen. Zhang Shua and Jiang Qingxue are both his students, so it is natural for them to form a team, so he mainly asked Su Chen for his opinion.
No problem. Su Chen responded.
He was familiar with these 2 people, and with his relationship with Di Chang, he naturally had no objection. In that case, the 3 of you should tell each other your information to facilitate subsequent cooperation.
After Di Chang finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Shua and said, You go first. Zhang Shua nodded. A 5th order, 7th level warrior, the spirit of martial arts is the Xianyang tiger.
After saying this, he gathered his true energy, and a strange-looking tiger appeared in his palm. This is a pitch-black tiger with dense scales covering its body, and it looks very imposing. Next, it was Jiang Qingxue's turn.
For a 5th order, 9th level warrior, the spirit of martial arts is the Holy Spirit.
The shape of a martial arts spirit also appeared in Jiang Qingxue's palm. It was a human-shaped martial arts spirit with the appearance of a white fairy, wrapped in silk and with a holy aura. The Holy Spirit is the spirit of martial arts exclusive to the Holy Spirit body with a sacred physique. Once activated, the warrior will transform into a sacred form, and all states will be greatly improved.
And you?
After the 2 of them introduced themselves, Di Chang looked at Su Chen. The other 2 also looked at Su Chen curiously. What form would this enchanting martial arts spirit take? Level 5, Level 1, the spirit of martial arts is. Light gathered in Su Chen's palm, and a small square tripod with 3 legs and interwoven green and gold condensed, shedding clear light.
What kind of martial arts spirit is this?
Zhang Shua opened his eyes wide and stared at Xiao Ding with curiosity.
A martial arts spirit in weapon form? Or a non-aggressive tripod form?
Di Chang frowned, also a little surprised. This was different from what he had guessed. In fact, he had thought that Su Chen would awaken the strongest human form martial arts spirit, because this was consistent with his impression of Su Chen. Normally, for warriors with strong bodies, the awakened martial arts spirits tend to take human form, but yours is a bit strange.
Di Chang muttered to himself.
Meanwhile, Jiang Qingxue's eyes trembled, and her golden petals spun as she stared intently at the small tripod in Su Chen's eyes. Her breathing became increasingly rapid, and her chest rose and fell.
Su Chen, there seems to be something wrong with your tripod. What's the meaning? Su Chen asked in confusion. Could it be that this little tripod of mine has abilities that I'm not aware of?
A normal martial arts spirit is nurtured by the combination of true chi and blood, but your martial arts spirit actually has fluctuations of mental power.
Jiang Qingxue said in surprise. Yeah?
Su Chen seemed confused on the surface, but his heart was filled with turmoil. He looked into Jiang Qingxue's eyes and asked, "Your eyes?" I thought the other party would not answer, but Jiang Qingxue told me frankly, this is the six-flowered golden pupil that is unique to our Jiang family.
It can see through all illusions. A concise answer.
But it explained why she could tell that Xiao Ding was different.
Alright, now that everyone has gotten to know each other, let's get ready. We'll gather here again in 3 days, and I'll take you there then. Di Chang clapped his hands. The three then left. Only Di Chang was left. The tripod-shaped martial arts spirit, is it the same as the teacher's? The three of them parted at the gate of the Xinwu Bureau. Su Chen returned home but did not see Yunlin, but he naturally knew what he was doing.
What clothes will you buy?
Su Chen was ready to give it a try.
Soon, the door was pushed open and a pair of slender, snow-white legs stepped in first.
Next, there is the black skirt. You're back so early? Yunlin's voice sounded.
When she walked in, her brand new outfit caught Su Chen's eye.
Change of style?
Su Chen was a little surprised. In the past, Yunlin always dressed maturely and sexy, and went for the royal sister style, but this time, it was completely beyond Su Chen's expectations. The upper body is a white square-necked white top, revealing only the white collarbone, and the lower body is a light blue pleated skirt, which sets off the snow-white legs as smooth as jade.
Like a pure schoolgirl. What surprised Su Chen the most was that Yunlin deliberately wore a pair of black framed glasses, which added a bit of student vibe to him. But that plump and perfect figure is full of mature temptation. I heard that you humans all like girls with eyes? Yunlin adjusted his glasses. His outfit was pure, yet it had an extreme contrast. She walked over, crossed her legs, and sat diagonally on the sofa. Senior, how should I improve my grades? The tone is gentle, soft, and sticky. I actually know this. It's mainly because you're too biased in your studies.
The 2 points above are very prominent, but the bottom one has a big loophole.
Let the senior help you fix it. Su Chen walked over and got into character directly.
P.S. My income is too low, and I have lost my passion for writing.
Please give me some gifts to make up for it. Thank you very much. Chapter 91, Shinnong's Tomb. Shocking change. 3 days later. Shinnong City, near Shinnong Tomb. Just go in like this? Zhang Shuo was a little hesitant.
Not long ago, after Di Chang sent them here, he slipped away without saying a word, leaving the three of them disheveled in the wind.
What about the other teams? Su Chen also looked around with some confusion.
Logically, the 6 teams should have gathered here and then went in together, but they stood here for a long time and didn't see anyone else.
It should be straight in. Jiang Qingxue spoke.
Following these words, the three people's gazes turned to the dark cave entrance at the foot of the mountain.
Really go in. Zhang Shuo was a little hesitant.
Jiang Qingxue ignored him and walked towards the cave with her long legs.
Su Chen patted Zhang Shuo and said, "Let's go." Okay. Zhang Shuo gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. Let's go. This is a cave entrance that is more than 2 meters high.
It is morning now, and the sun is just rising. The sunlight should be shining in through the cave entrance. But when they took their first step inside, everything became dark in front of them and they couldn't see anything clearly, as if they had entered another world.
Even the air was a little cooler. Su Chen, are you still there?
Zhang Shuo's voice was heard in the darkness.
Here I am.
Su Chen responded, and at this moment, someone grabbed Su Chen's right hand. It felt smooth, slightly cool, and a little soft.
Not Zhang Shuo.
Immediately afterwards, a body with a fresh fragrance approached Su Chen.
The person seemed very scared and stuck very close. Su Chen could clearly feel the tender and soft touch between his arms. There are 3 people here, besides Zhang Shuo, it can only be Jiang Qingxue.
Although Jiang Qingxue appears to be very confident and generous, she is actually afraid of the dark.
Su Chen, what should we do? Zhang Shuo's voice sounded again. His realm was obviously higher than Su Chen's, but he couldn't come up with any ideas.
At this point, Su Chen can only act as the team leader.
Just keep going forward. There shouldn't be any danger for now.
Su Chen clenched the jade hand in his palm as if in response, and at the same time he clearly felt the person next to him tremble. The three of them walked forward in the darkness, and time seemed to have no meaning here. I don't know how long I walked. It wasn't until a ray of light appeared in front of them that the three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Jiang Qingxue withdrew his hand at an extremely fast speed and took a few steps back. Soon, the three of them could see each other. Jiang Qingxue's face was obviously flushed, and her expression was complicated. She didn't dare to look at Su Chen. Jiang Shua seemed to have discovered a new world, and walked towards the light happily. Let's go. Su Chen looked at Jiang Qingxue. Jiang Qingxue responded softly. What the hell? Suddenly, Jiang Shua's exclamation came from the front. What's wrong? The two men hurried over, and when they saw the scene in front of them clearly, they couldn't help but stand there in a daze. Is this inside a tomb? Jiang Qingxue muttered to herself. What I saw in front of me was not the cave I had imagined, but a bustling street with people coming and going in an endless stream and vendors shouting their wares. The most surprising thing is that these people are dressed completely differently from them. They are actually wearing ancient costumes. Traveled through time again? This was Su Chen's first thought. What's going on? Where's the cave? Jiang Shua exclaimed again. Upon hearing this, Su Chen and Jiang Qingxue looked back, only to see that the cave they were originally in had disappeared. They suddenly appeared at the end of the street. What happened was so unbelievable that the three of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Can we go back now? Jiang Shua said in distress. Let's take a look first. We should still be inside the tomb. I just don't know why this scene appeared. Jiang Qingxue's six-flowered golden pupil spun as she observed the surrounding scene. How do you see it? Jiang Shua said. Look here. Just then, a playful voice sounded. Who is speaking? Jiang Shua looked around but didn't see the person who was talking. Look up. Stupid. When everyone looked up, they saw a young girl on the second floor of the inn, with her arms folded, looking at them with a smile. Chapter 92. Did I really travel through time? She is called a girl, but in fact she is just short and looks young, but she is very strong. When she hugs her arms, her full chest almost bursts the palace dress. It can be said to be a baby face with big breasts. Big titty plum. Jiang Shua exclaimed, obviously recognizing the other person. My name is Qingmei. Not big-breasted Mei. Jiang Shua, you're looking for death, you know that? Hearing Jiang Shua's words, the girl's forehead veins bulged and her fists clenched, as if she would jump down and punch Jiang Shua at any time. Su Chen glanced at the girl and nodded secretly. It's just a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. The girl's strength really doesn't match her appearance. At the same time, the girl's surname also caught Su Chen's attention. Someone from the Qing family. Facing Qingmei's threat, Jiang Shua's face showed obvious fear, as if he had been taught a lesson before. Qingmei, how much do you know about this place? Jiang Qingxue spoke. Come up and talk. A voice was heard again on the second floor. It was a male voice. And Su Chen seemed somewhat familiar. The three of them looked at each other and walked towards the restaurant. The restaurant was full of guests and it was quite lively. Looking at the three people's incompatible outfits, many people showed curiosity. Soon, we reached the second floor. They also saw the three members of Qingmei's team, including her and two men. One of them was Yi Chuan, whom I had met once before. He was the one who spoke earlier. Brother Chuan. My dear brother Chuan. The moment he saw Yi Chuan, Jiang Shua rushed forward with tears and snot, as if he had unspeakable grievances in his heart. Roll. Yi Chuan frowned and kicked Jiang Shua away, who was about to pounce on him. Brother Chuan, is this how you treat me? Have you forgotten what you promised me that night? You said you would protect me and love me in the hunting god trial, but now you actually kick me. Jiang Shua slumped on the ground, his face full of grievance, looking like a resentful woman. The remaining four people were also silent, looking at the two with complicated expressions. Is there really a story between these two? At this moment, Yi Chuan's veins were bulging all over his body, even more exaggerated than Qingmei's before. He breathed hard and suppressed his anger. That's because we agreed to be a team before, and I said we would work together, don't misinterpret my meaning. Bang! After one punch, a big bump immediately appeared on Jiang Shua's head. This must be the Su Chen that Yi Chuan mentioned. The last person spoke. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, looked gentle and had a rather thin figure.
It is hard to imagine that this is a warrior with a strong physical body.
Let me introduce myself. The man adjusted his glasses, and the lenses emitted light.
I am Yi Zhaixing. What's forcing people?
Zhang Shua had just recovered from the dizziness left by the punch, and when he heard Yi Zhaixing's words, he couldn't help but wonder.
It's me. I. Yi Zhaixing, who was gentle just now, was immediately broken down by Zhang Shua's words.
The BB, you are just comparing yourself to others. Sometimes you are a scholar, sometimes you compare yourself to others, but you are just bullying me because I have not received many years of education. Zhang Shua muttered and got up from the ground. The next second, Yi Zhaixing's murderous eyes appeared in front of him.
Actually, it's good to read more books. Zhang Shua laughed awkwardly. All right. Zhang Shua, shut up. I get mad just listening to you talk. Xingmei could no longer suppress her anger. Are you inflated? Is the one on your chest inflatable?
As soon as Zhang Shua finished speaking, each one attacked directly and punched him in the abdomen.
Zhang Shua's face turned bitter and he opened his mouth to vomit. The next second, a big steamed bun flew over and blocked Zhang Shua's mouth. If you dare to speak again. Today I am no longer the hunting god, but the hunter.
Xingmei clenched her fists and her eyes turned red. This scene scared Su Chen, who was standing by. He knew that Zhang Shua was a chatterbox and careless person, but he didn't expect that this kid's mouth had such strong offensive power.
At least a top-tier ventriloquism skill. Su Chen commented. Without Zhang Shua's interruption, the few of them finally calmed down.
Yi Zhaixing regained his gentle and elegant appearance. He seemed to have the habit of adjusting his glasses from time to time.
I know what you want to know. We don't actually know much about this issue. What we know so far is that this world is absolutely real.
It's not an illusion, nor is it created by some other means.
Yi Zhaixing spoke. Are you saying that the city we are in now is in the Shenong tomb? Su Chen said in surprise. This is unreasonable. The area of this city is at least equivalent to hundreds of Shenong tombs. Then how do you explain these people? They are real people, how could this be fake?
Yi Zhaixing pointed out the problem.
I have a question. Jiang Qingxue spoke.
Logically, there are 6 teams in this God Hunter trial.
Besides us, there should be 4 more. Where are they?
Hearing this, Yi Zhaixing adjusted his glasses again and said, I don't know.
We just came here not long ago and didn't run into anyone else. Didn't you meet anyone else? Su Chen thought to himself, always feeling that something was wrong. But he didn't say it right away.
Here are a few taels of silver.
Go and buy yourself some clothes here. If you want to learn more, you must first integrate into this place.
Yi Chuan took out some silver.
These are all ancient currencies. Where did it come from?
Jiang Qingxue was a little surprised. Yi Chuan and the others had just arrived and already had money here. Of course I exchanged it for my gold bracelet.
Xingmei said unhappily. Thank you.
Jiang Qingxue took the silver.
Let's go together.
We've already paid money to get in touch with the city lord. We were planning to go later, but now that you're here, let's go together.
Yi Chuan stood up.
Several people also stood up, but Zhang Shua was the only one who still looked aggrieved and didn't dare to speak. Soon, Su Chen and the other 2 changed into clothes that were the same as those of this era. Afterwards, they headed to the city lord's mansion.
Young man, you are here.
The city lord was a wealthy middle-aged man named Zhang Lia. When he saw Yi Chuan, the smile on his face almost turned into reality.
After all, this is his own money-bringing boy.
After everyone sat down, Yi Chuan began to ask questions.
City Lord Zhang, I'd like to ask about the situation around Tianyang City. Tianyang City is the name of this city. What's going on nearby? What could be the situation? We belong to the Great Song Dynasty. This is just an ordinary city. Zhang Lia didn't quite understand Yi Chuan's question.
As soon as these words were spoken, the doubts of several people deepened.
The Great Song Dynasty? Could there be other cities outside the city? Yi Chuan asked some more questions, but Zhang Lia's answers did not provide any useful information at all.
In the end, not only was the problem not solved, but everyone's doubts became even deeper.
Did I really travel through time? Chapter 93. Did you see me? Right. That night, Su Chen had difficulty falling asleep. Looking at the moon outside the inn window, he was a little confused for a moment. What was going on? It was clearly a god hunting trial, and he and others had also entered the Shinong tomb. But why is it here? The bright moonlight shone through the clouds, making the night seem exceptionally cold. Suddenly, Su Chen's pupils shrank. What is that? Su Chen climbed up, walked to the window and looked at the sky. Just now, he saw something in the air. It was something similar to scales. Because he didn't pay attention and the distance was too far, he couldn't see it clearly. Su Chen activated his martial arts true eye, and suddenly, dense silk threads spread out, like vines, interweaving around his pupils. This was the first time he had actively activated the martial arts true eye since coming here. Next second, the scene in front of me suddenly changed. The dark and deep sky began to twist and deform under the gaze of the martial arts true eye. The edge of the bright moon was actually covered with fine lines like blood vessels, pulsating slightly and emitting an unnatural, heart-pounding cold luster. And further away, the scale that he had just caught a glimpse of appeared again. No, it's not a slice. There are countless pieces. Huge, translucent, scaly structures like the inner wall of the abdominal cavity of some creature, stacked layer upon layer, covering the entire sky. They squirmed at a frequency so slow that it was almost imperceptible, and the moonlight seeped through this strange film, becoming cold and false. Su Chen felt a chill running from his spine to the top of his head, and all the blood in his body seemed to freeze in an instant. This world, the sky is fake? He abruptly averted his gaze, his heart pounding and his breathing rapid. Su Chen forced himself to calm down and looked at it again. This time, he saw more. The lines that make up the streets, houses, and even pedestrians all appear unstable in the vision of the martial arts true eye. But they seemed like real flesh and blood, just as Yi Zhaixing said, they were living people. But when Su Chen observed carefully, he found that the smiles on the pedestrians' faces were stiff and repetitive, and the vendors' shouting tones had almost no ups and downs. The whole world was like a chess game with a set program, precise, but lifeless. Illusion? That's not right. Su Chen muttered to himself. This is definitely not an illusion. The flesh and blood are real, the material is real, but this reality is built on a larger and more terrifying false foundation. Boom, boom, boom. There was a slight knock on the door, which was particularly clear in the silent night. Su Chen became alert instantly and retracted his martial arts true eyes. The room returned to normal. Outside the window was still the bright moon and the quiet ancient street scene. Who? It's me, Jiang Qingxue. A low voice came from outside the door, with a barely perceptible tremor. Su Chen opened the door and Jiang Qingxue quickly slipped in. She was also wearing ancient pajamas, with her long hair loose, and her face looked a little pale in the moonlight. You noticed it too, didn't you? She went straight to the point, her six-flowered golden pupils faintly glowing in the darkness, and it was obvious that she had also used pupil techniques. Su Chen nodded solemnly. There is something wrong with the sky. More than just the sky. Jiang Qingxue lowered her voice even more, with a hint of fear. I just tried to use my divine sense to check on Zhang Xuan next door. He was sleeping soundly, but his life force was fading extremely slowly. It was so weak that if it weren't for my special pupil technique, I wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. Disappearing? Su Chen's heart trembled. Where is it flowing to? Jiang Qingxue shook her head, the golden petals slowly spinning. I don't know. It seems like they've been absorbed by this space itself. Furthermore, I tried to use my mental power to probe the city's boundaries, but I found. When I extended my mental power, the information I got back was still streets, houses, and people. It was as if this city was infinite, or, in other words, self-circulating. Infinite loop? Absorbing life force? Su Chen remembered Yunlin's warning: if those gods were related to the god of wilderness, he must stay away from them. Could it be that this isn't a god hunter trial at all? Or is the trial field itself a trap? A terrifying existence related to the wild god? However, this trial was arranged by the Great Xia Divine Martial Bureau, and it would definitely not harm them. There are so many mysteries, so many that it's suffocating. Where are Yi Chuan and the others? Su Chen asked. There wasn't any unusual movement in their room, but the more this happened, the more unsettling it became. Jiang Qingxue frowned. At this moment, the sound of the night watchman's clapper suddenly came from the street. It's dry, be careful with fire. The sound came from far away and was extremely clear.
But Su Chen and Jiang Qingxue looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes.
What time is it now?
The timing and frequency of the night watch seem wrong.
The two of them quietly came to the window and looked down through the gap.
I saw a man in night watchman's clothes, mechanically knocking on a clapper, walking along the deserted street. But his footsteps were floating 3 inches off the ground. His face was hidden in the shadows, but every time the clappers struck, his neck made a teeth-grinding cracking sound, as if the joints were being forcibly twisted. The night watchman passed by their building and seemed to notice something, so he stopped suddenly. His head suddenly tilted up a full 180 degrees, a way that no human could ever do, and he looked towards their window.
A blank face. There are no facial features, no ups and downs, just a smooth skin that reflects the moonlight. Click. Click.
Its head continued to twist, making creepy noises, and its blank face was facing Su Chen and Jiang Qingxue behind the window. Although they had no eyes, both of them clearly felt that a cold, greedy, and malicious gaze was fixed on them. Jiang Qingxue subconsciously grabbed Su Chen's arm, her fingertips were cold.
The faceless night watchman tilted his head, as if confirming something.
Then, it slowly raised the clapper in its hand and pointed towards the window.
A dark crack appeared in its skin where its mouth should be.
A distorted and strange sound, a mixture of the sound of a clapper and the noise of electricity, echoed directly in the depths of the two people's minds.
You saw me? Right. The next second, the temperature of the entire inn dropped sharply. Thick frost instantly formed on the windows.
On the street, the doors of the houses that were originally asleep began to creak and open automatically.
Inside the door was bottomless darkness. And in the darkness, countless pairs of eyes slowly opened, flashing the same cold and greedy light. Not good. Su Chen's expression changed drastically. Chapter 99, Ghost Wall? Boom!
Su Chen threw a punch, his blood surged, golden mist swirled around him, and he smashed directly towards the faceless night watchman.
Click!
The night watchman did not dodge or evade, and blocked the attack with the clashing hammer, which actually made a sound of metal clashing. Then, a huge force rebounded back, and Su Chen's arm became slightly numb.
So hard.
Jiang Qingxue's 6-flowered golden pupils spun, her jade hands formed seals, and her mental power turned into invisible spikes, stabbing fiercely at the blank face. The night watchman's body shook violently, and he let out an inhuman scream, and the stone slabs on the street shattered into pieces.
Doors are wide open on all sides.
Twisted figures crawled out one after another. Some had their limbs bent backwards, some were dragging their intestines, and some had their heads spinning.
The same cold greed flashed in their eyes as they roared and pounced. Wake up! Zhang Shua! Yi Chuan!
Su Chen shouted loudly, his voice exploded in the dead silent night, but it fell like a stone into the sea.
There was no movement in the next room. Jiang Qingxue's face turned pale, they can't hear. It's like they're dead asleep. Hiss!
A sharp claw tore through the air and grabbed Jiang Qingxue's back. Su Chen backhanded and exerted force suddenly, and the arm exploded into blood mist, but the next second, the blood mist rolled back and condensed again.
Unkillable?
Jiang Qingxue gave a delicate cry, and the shadow of the Holy Spirit appeared behind her, showering holy light. The monsters froze in their tracks, howling in pain, and black smoke billowed from their bodies. But in just a moment, the black smoke was sucked back into their bodies, and the injuries healed instantly.
More monsters came.
The streets are packed, so densely packed that there is no end in sight.
Su Chen's tripod-shaped martial arts spirit hung above his head, and sapphire light descended, protecting the two of them.
Each of his punches and kicks contained immense power, and any monster that he touched would be shattered to pieces.
But the broken pieces of meat squirmed and reassembled in an instant. Indestructible. Inexhaustible. Jiang Qingxue's mental energy was consumed like crazy, and sweat appeared on her forehead. No.
Their power comes from this space itself.
Just as the two were locked in a bitter struggle and the pressure was mounting,
all the monsters' movements suddenly stopped. The faceless night watchman tilted his head, his blank face turned in a certain direction, as if listening to something.
The next second, all the monsters, including it, turned into black shadows like the receding tide and shrank back into the open doors. Squeak bang. Doors closed on their own. The streets became empty again. The moonlight is still bright.
The frost melted and the temperature rose.
It was as if everything that just happened was an illusion.
Only the messy rubble and traces of battle on the ground proved that it was not an illusion.
Disappeared? Jiang Qingxue gasped in disbelief.
Su Chen's face was solemn, and the tripod-shaped martial arts spirit slowly rotated, vigilantly sensing the surroundings.
There was dead silence.
Zhang Shua's deafening snoring came from the next room. The two men looked at each other, rushed over immediately, and broke in through the door. Zhang Shua was lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out, sleeping soundly with drool flowing from the corners of his mouth. Yi Chuan and Yi Zhaixing were in another room, also fast asleep.
Yi Zhaixing was even still holding his glasses. Wake up! Su Chen shook Zhang Shua. Chicken drumstick, don't grab it.
Zhang Shua muttered and turned over.
Zhang Qingshua's mental strength was slightly stimulated. Ouch!
Zhang Shua sat up suddenly, looking confused.
What's wrong? Is dinner ready? Yi Chuan and Yi Zhaixing were also forcibly awakened and looked at them blankly. Something just attacked. Didn't you hear it? Su Chen quickly recounted what had just happened.
After hearing this, the three of them looked at each other.
You had a nightmare? Yi Zhaixing adjusted his glasses and said, we didn't hear anything. It's absolutely true.
Zhang Qingxue pointed at the cracks on the street outside the window.
Yi Chuan's expression became serious. Let's go. Leave the city immediately. We can't stay here for long.
No longer sleepy, everyone packed up their things and quietly left the inn.
The streets were deserted and eerily quiet late at night.
They hurried towards the city gate they remembered.
The journey was uneventful. The outline of a tall city wall appeared before my eyes, and the city gate was closed. Yi Chuan easily climbed to the top of the city wall and lowered the rope. Several people climbed out one after another.
As soon as their feet landed on the ground, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Zhaixing froze in his movement to adjust his glasses.
Zhang Shu rubbed his eyes. Am I dazzled? The place before us is not a wilderness. But the dimly lit streets and the ancient buildings. They were standing on the main road of Tianyang City.
Behind him was the city gate tower that he had just climbed out of.
They are back again. Ghost wall?
Zhang Shua's voice trembled.
Yi Chuan's face looked grim.
He rushed towards the city gate again and pushed it open with all his strength. Outside the door, it is no longer the wilderness. But it was another familiar street in the city.
It was as if the entire Tianyang city was folded and circulated by an invisible force. Infinite and endless, without beginning and end. Wrong.
Zhang Qingshue's golden eyes flickered as she looked towards the sky. The position of the moon hasn't changed. At least an hour had passed since they discovered the anomaly, and the bright moon was still hanging in the same place.
Cold and fake. Su Chen took a deep breath and felt a chill gripping his heart. God Hunter trial? Where exactly is this place? Dead silence.
A bone-chilling chill ran down my spine and spread throughout my body.
Try again.
Yi Chuan roared, and his figure was as fast as lightning, rushing towards the city gate in the other direction.
Everyone followed closely. The results were identical.
The moment I rushed out of the city gate, the scene became blurred, and the next moment I was standing in the bustling morning market in the city. Peddlers were hawking their wares, and pedestrians were passing by, as if the escape just now was just a collective hallucination, and they had actually gone directly from night to day.
The sun is warm, but it doesn't bring any warmth to my body. It's over. We're stuck in a maze. We're trapped. Zhang Shua's face turned pale and he muttered to himself. It's not a ghost wall.
Zhang Qingshue's golden eyes flickered as she scanned the passers-by.
It's something even more terrifying. This space is alive.
She saw that the extremely weak life breath of those pedestrians was still slowly dissipating, merging into the ground beneath their feet and into the surrounding air. Yi Zhaixing held up his glasses, his gaze sharp behind the lenses.
Absorbing life, circulating space. This is like some ancient ritual, or perhaps more like an act of digestion.
Su Chen clenched his fists, and the tripod-shaped martial arts spirit vibrated slightly in his body. The drop of divine blood that had not been fully absorbed actually emitted a barely perceptible burning heat.
He suddenly looked up. Go to the city lord's mansion. Everyone was stunned. Let's ask him for clarification? Zhang Shua wondered. What could that greedy fat guy possibly know? It's not asking. Su Chen's eyes were cold, it's forcing. Since gentle means can't get the answer, then use the most direct one. The group came to the city lord's mansion again.
The guard wanted to stop them, but Yi Chuan pushed him away with a palm. His precise control of force only made the guard faint. The palace is still luxurious.
Zhang was happily counting gold and silver when he saw the men breaking in. His fat face was startled. Young man? What are you doing?
Before he could finish his words, Su Chen had already approached him like a ghost, his 5 fingers like hooks, grabbing his throat, lifting his fat body directly and pressing it against the wall.
Young man. What do you mean?
Zhang Liya struggled in fear, his fat face flushed red.
What's going on in Tianyang City?
Su Chen's voice was cold and murderous.
Where's the exit? If you can't tell me, you'll die.
Jiang Qingshua's golden eyes were fixed on him, sensing his emotional fluctuations. Zhang Lia's eyes were filled with pure fear and confusion. The exit is at the city gate.
Young man, spare me. I really don't know. Still playing dumb.
Zhang Shua said angrily.
No, he's not playing dumb. Jiang Qingxue frowned.
His fear is real, and his confusion is also real.
He seems to really think this is the normal world. Su Chen let go.
Zhang Lia collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, tears streaming down his face.
The clue seems to be broken again.
Yi Zhaixing suddenly walked to the window, looked at the normal street scene outside, and slowly said, "What if the city lord himself is also part of this digestion, or even a caged feed?" One sentence made everyone shudder.
Chapter 100: The Figure in the Flesh and Blood. Gulu.
A slight strange sound came from under my feet.
It's not my stomach growling. The sound comes from underground? Immediately afterwards, the entire city lord's mansion, no, the entire Tianyang city, shook slightly and rhythmically.
Like the heartbeat of some giant creature.
Buzz.
The burning sensation of the divine blood in Su Chen's body suddenly intensified. The tripod-shaped martial arts spirit manifested uncontrollably, and the sapphire light became brighter, enveloping his entire body.
Almost at the same time, the sunlight outside the window suddenly distorted. The blue sky was torn into a huge hole like a low-quality canvas.
Behind the crack, there was no longer the false sky, but a wriggling, dark red flesh wall covered with blood vessels and mucus. The flesh walls pulsated violently, emitting an ancient and ferocious aura. The pedestrians on the street froze. Their bodies began to melt and drip like wax figures, revealing tangled, dark roots dancing wildly inside their bodies.
The sky is broken.
Zhang Shua pointed at the sky in horror. The crack grew bigger and bigger, and as the flesh wall squirmed, the outline of an extremely huge, cold, and ruthless eye slowly condensed behind the flesh wall, glancing indifferently towards the city. Everyone's soul trembled when they were swept by that gaze.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The surrounding houses and streets began to crumble, turning into a sticky, flesh-like substance that squeezed towards them like a barrier inside a stomach.
The true horror has only just been revealed at this moment. Run!
Yi Chuan roared, and the knife flashed, splitting the oncoming flesh and blood. But the substance was endless, splitting apart and quickly closing together. Jiang Qingxue was possessed by the Holy Spirit, and the holy light barely opened up a small space.
His mental strength was drastically depleted. No! My power is suppressed.
Yi Zhaixing's glasses shattered, revealing sharp eyes. He formed seals with his hands, and starlight flashed as he tried to calculate a way out, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, cause in effect, have all been messed up. Zhang Shua howled, and the shadow of the Shenyang tiger burst out, tearing madly, but with little effect. Su Chen felt the boiling divine blood and the roaring spirit of martial arts in his body. The power originating from the original divine race seemed to be producing some kind of confrontation and resonance with this terrifying existence. An idea suddenly struck him, and he looked towards the city lord Zhang Lia.
The fat man huddled in the corner amidst the violent shaking. Besides fear, a hint of strange piety gradually emerged on his fat face. He looked at the cracked sky and the huge eye, muttering to himself. God has awakened. The time for offerings has come. Su Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Boom!
The ground beneath my feet completely collapsed.
Everyone fell down.
Surrounding it were sticky and smelly passages of flesh and blood, as if it were falling deep into the stomach of some giant creature. Jiang Qingshua's screams, Zhang Shua's howls, Yi Chuan's roars, and Yi Zhaixing's groans mixed together. Su Chen tried his best to practice the Universe Blood Refining Sutra, with golden clouds protecting his body, his eyes fixed on the endless darkness below.
There's something waiting for them. Falling. Endless falling.
A fishy wind blew in my face, the sticky flesh walls were wriggling wildly around me, and the pulsation of blood vessels made a dull loud noise, like beating drums, which made people's blood boil. "Hold steady!" Yi Chuan roared, and the sword flashed across the sky, cutting off the bloody tentacles that were trying to wrap around him. Jiang Qingshua's holy spirit light dimmed, and her face was as pale as paper. "My spiritual power has been devoured. This place restrains divine thoughts." Jiang Shua screamed loudly, and the shadow of the Shenyang tiger rushed left and right, but could not tear open the cage of flesh and blood. The stars on Yi Zhaixing's fingertips flickered as he coughed up blood. The rules of space are completely chaotic. We are inside him. Su Chen's tripod-shaped martial arts spirit roared, and the sapphire light was the only stable source of light in the darkness, struggling to resist the pervasive devouring force. The divine blood in his body burned, as if it was angry and roaring, fighting against this malicious ancient environment. Bang! Finally, several people fell heavily onto the soft and elastic ground. The surroundings were dark red, the flesh walls piled up like mountains, and the huge blood vessels coiled like dragons, pulsating and transporting a sticky, glowing liquid. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and a decaying scent similar to sandalwood. This looks like the heart chamber of some giant creature? Is everything all right? Yi Chuan stood up quickly, holding his sword in hand as a guard. Jiang Shua climbed to his feet and spat out a mouthful of blood. It's almost falling apart. What the hell is this place? Jiang Qingxue endured the discomfort, her six-flowered golden pupil operating with difficulty as she observed her surroundings. The rate at which my life force is being lost has accelerated by more than 10 times. As soon as the words fell. Gulp! 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 The largest piece of flesh in front suddenly rose and fell violently, like the contraction and relaxation of a heart. The dark red flesh membrane became translucent, and inside it, a curled-up, human-shaped outline was vaguely reflected. An indescribable pressure spread out. Ancient. Violent. Sacred. Chaotic. Several completely different auras twisted and intertwined together, forming a suffocating and terrifying force field. What is that? Jiang Shua's teeth chattered. Yi Zhaixing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His glasses were broken, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. It looks like some kind of god, and it's very likely the core of this space. Buzz. The outline inside the flesh membrane moved. As if about to wake up. The entire chamber vibrated violently, and the flesh walls squeezed in madly, trying to crush and absorb them. Can't let him wake up. Yi Chuan roared, his body following the sword. Man and sword became one, transforming into a dazzling streak, slashing straight at the beating heart core. The knife light slashed on the flesh membrane, but it only caused a ripple, and was bounced back violently. The backlash force made Yi Chuan groan and retreat. Countless blood vessels shot out from the flesh walls, like poisonous snakes, biting towards everyone. Jiang Shu roared, and the Shenyang tiger pounced, but his blood vessels were easily broken, and he vomited blood and flew backwards. Jiang Qingshua's mental power condensed into a shield, but it instantly shattered when it touched the blood vessels. Her delicate body shook violently and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Yi Zhaixing's technique was completely suppressed and difficult to perform. It's totally not the same level of power. Su Chen's pupils contracted, and the tripod-shaped martial arts spirit felt extremely threatened and spun wildly. The drop of divine blood in the body is burning to the extreme. A sudden inspiration came to him, and he stopped suppressing himself and used all his strength to practice the Universe Blood Refining Sutra. Boom! The majestic golden energy and blood rushed up into the sky, turning into tangible wolf smoke, sweeping through the dark red space. Buzz! The outline within the flesh membrane suddenly opened its eyes. Those were a pair of incredibly strange eyes. The left eye is golden and blazing, like the sun, flowing with divine light. The right eye was dark and sticky, like an abyss, filled with the most vicious and violent aura. Divinity and evil coexist in one perfect yet twisted form. Roar! A roar that was neither human nor beast came from the flesh membrane, shaking the entire space to the point of almost collapsing. All the blood vessels were raging. The force suddenly increased several times, instantly shattering Jiang Qingshue's last defense and throwing her hard against the flesh wall. Yi Chuan's knife broke, and he fell to the ground vomiting blood. Yi Zhaixing was pinned to the ground by a blood vessel piercing his shoulder blade. Jiang Shua was beaten unconscious. Su Chen Jinxia was oppressed to the point that she could only protect 3 feet of her body. Her bones were crackling as she endured unimaginable pressure. Those strange eyes locked onto him coldly through a layer of flesh. full of greed and desire. Suddenly, a huge tentacle that was 10 times thicker than other blood vessels and flashing with dark gold patterns tore through the flesh wall and stabbed toward Su Chen fiercely with a breath of destruction. Fast. Ruthless. Accurate. There is no way to avoid it. Su Chen gritted his teeth, poured all his strength into the spirit of the tripod-shaped martial arts, and prepared to fight hard.
At this moment, mutation regeneration.
On Su Chen's chest, a silver scale that had been silent for a long time suddenly became hot. That was a gift from Yun Lin, but its function was not clearly stated.
Immediately following,
an illusory, noble, and slightly majestic snake shadow flashed across the scales. Hiss. A faint hissing sound of a snake was heard. The huge tentacle that was piercing down suddenly stopped.
The strange eyes within the flesh membrane flashed a very subtle trace of confusion and reminiscence. The violent attack froze for a moment. Right now, Su Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance as he seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
The spirit of the tripod-shaped martial arts suddenly surged. He put his fingers together like a knife, and the golden light around him condensed into a point of extreme sharpness, which did not cut towards the tentacles, nor did it cut towards the heart. Instead, stab hard at the pulsating ground beneath your feet.
Phew!
The sharp edge of the golden glow tears through the soft tissue. A bottomless hole, only wide enough for one person to pass through, suddenly appeared. There was no longer flesh and blood below, but a dense, impenetrable darkness.
And a completely different, more ancient and desolate aura.
Walk! Su Chen roared, grabbed Jiang Qingxue and Zhang Shua who were nearest to him, and jumped into the hole without hesitation. Yi Chuan and Yi Zhaixing reacted extremely quickly, endured the serious injuries, and followed closely behind.
Roar!
The roar behind him sounded again, full of rage. Countless blood vessels rushed towards the hole like crazy. But before they rushed in, the hole began to heal rapidly. With one last look, Su Chen saw the flesh membrane vibrating violently, and the pair of eyes, filled with both fierceness and ferocity, were staring at him intently.
Then, darkness completely swallowed everything. Chapter 101 Strange Black Shadow. Plop! Plop!
The heavy sound of the landing was particularly clear in the dead silence and darkness, accompanied by a few suppressed groans of pain.
Well.
Su Chen felt his back hit some hard and wet ground, which shook his internal organs and dislocated them.
He was still holding two people tightly in his arms.
The soft and fragrant one is Jiang Qingxue, and the other heavy one is naturally Zhang Shua.
Ahem.
Jiang Qingxue coughed and struggled to get up from Su Chen's arms.
Her voice was trembling with fear. Su Chen, are you okay? It's okay.
Su Chen sat up with a grin, feeling as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. He subconsciously tightened his arms. In a hurry, he grabbed Jiang Qingxue with one hand and grabbed Zhang Shua's belt with the other hand and pulled him down. And on the other side, Jiang Qingxue's waist is surprisingly slender and soft, and you can feel her delicate skin through the clothes. Hiss.
Where is this?
It's pitch black. Zhang Shua also woke up groaning, touched his head and looked around, but saw nothing.
Yi Chuan? Yi Zhaixing? Su Chen shouted twice into the darkness.
The echo echoed in the empty space for a few times, but no one responded.
They didn't fall together?
Jiang Qingxue's voice immediately became tense, and she subconsciously leaned closer to Su Chen. In the cold darkness, only the warm body temperature and vigorous blood from Su Chen beside her made her feel a little at ease.
It seems they are separated,
Su Chen said in a deep voice, trying hard to adapt to the darkness before him. His martial arts true eyes moved slowly, and he could barely make out the blurry outlines around him. This place is like a huge underground passage. The air is damp and cold, with a strong and strange smell mixed with earth and rust.
Just the three of us? Jiang Qingxue's voice became even quieter. Su Chen responded and felt Jiang Qingxue's body trembling slightly.
He hesitated for a moment, then reached out and gently patted her shoulder.
Don't be afraid, let's take a look at the situation first.
His palm was warm and strong, and it fell on Jiang Qingxue's shoulder, causing her trembling body to stiffen slightly, and then seemed to relax a little.
She hummed softly and didn't dodge. What are you afraid of? I'm here.
Zhang Shua was quite brave. He fumbled his way to his feet and patted his chest.
It's just too dark here. I can't see a thing. Ouch.
Before he could finish his words, he seemed to trip over something and almost fell. Su Chen frowned and used all his strength to activate his martial arts true eyes. Light golden lines intertwined in his pupils, and his vision finally became much clearer. This passage was unusually wide, with the floor and walls made of a dark metal covered with faint ancient carvings.
Follow me closely and watch your step, Su Chen whispered and walked forward first.
He felt Jiang Qingshui immediately following closely behind him, almost sticking to his back, and a cold little hand subconsciously grabbed the clothes at his waist. Zhang Shua followed at the end, muttering. The passage was long and silent, with only the footsteps and breathing of the three people as the sound. The feeling of being watched seemed to have disappeared, but the oppressive atmosphere remained unchanged. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a faint light appeared ahead.
Bright.
Jiang Qingshua's voice was filled with a hint of surprise and nervousness, and her hands gripped his clothes even tighter. Su Chen quickened his pace, and when he got closer he found that the light was coming from the gap of a huge stone door that was half open. He signaled the two men to be silent and carefully pushed the stone door open to create a larger gap. Behind the door is a huge circular altar space. In the center of the altar stood a strange statue with a human body and a snake tail, its face blurred, emitting a faint, uncomfortable glow, which was the only light source in this space. Countless complex and twisted runes were carved on the ground around the altar, and in some places there were still dark brown, dried stains. What was most terrifying was that at each of the four corners of the altar, there was a figure kneeling in a tattered black robe. They hung their heads and remained motionless, as if they had already turned to stone, and there was no trace of life in them. What the hell is this place? Zhang Shua lowered his voice and rolled his throat. Jiang Qingshui hid behind Su Chen, stuck out half of her head, and her six-flowered golden pupils moved subconsciously as she looked at the statue in the center. The next second, she took a deep breath, covered her mouth with her hand, and almost shrank into Su Chen's arms, her body shaking like a leaf in the wind.
What's wrong? Su Chen sensed her fear and asked in a low voice. That statue, it's looking at me.
Jiang Qingshua's voice trembled violently, and her cold fingers tightly grasped Su Chen's arm. Its eyes are alive. They are filled with madness and hunger. Su Chen's heart trembled, and he stared at the statue intently.
The statue's face is indeed blurry.
But at this moment, where his eyes should have been, he seemed to really feel two cold, twisted gazes cast at him.
The focus fell on him, and Jiang Qingshui.
Buzz. At this moment, the four black-robed statues around the altar suddenly raised their heads. There was an empty darkness under the hood, with only 2 points of scarlet light suddenly lighting up. Swish. 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 Four black shadows, like ghosts, pounced on him in an instant, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air.
The speed is amazing. Hold. Zhang Shua reacted extremely quickly.
With a roar, the shadow of the Shenyang tiger burst out and punched the black shadow that pounced first.
Bang!
The fists and claws collided, making a dull thud. Zhang Shua was so shocked that he took 2 steps back and his arms became numb.
Damn! Such great strength. Su Chen pushed Jiang Qingshui, who was almost frightened to death, behind him.
A tripod-shaped martial arts spirit instantly appeared, and the cyan gold light protected his body, and he directly faced the other 2 black shadows.
Boom! Boom!
He threw out with both fists, golden light burst out, and he confronted the black shadow head-on. The huge force collision caused the entire altar space to shake slightly. The black shadow was knocked back, but he rolled over and landed on the ground unharmed, his scarlet eyes becoming even more ferocious. These ghost things have ridiculously strong bodies. The last black shadow strangely bypassed them and rushed straight towards Jiang Qingshui, who was so scared that her face was pale and her body was stiff. The sharp claws dug straight into her heart.
Qingshui! Be careful!
Su Chen shouted anxiously and wanted to turn back to rescue but was entangled by the other 2 black shadows. Jiang Qingshui looked at the sharp claws that were rapidly enlarging in her pupils, her mind went blank, and the intense fear of death made her unable to even scream. She could only close her eyes in despair.
Chapter 102 God? Bang!
The expected pain did not come, instead a stream of warm liquid splashed on her face. She opened her eyes tremblingly, only to see that Su Chen had somehow managed to break free from the entanglement and used his back to block the claw for her. The sharp claws tore the clothes on his back, leaving several deep bloody marks on his strong back, and blood gushed out instantly.
Su Chen!
Jiang Qingshui screamed in shock, her heart skipping a beat. Su Chen groaned, and with a backhand punch, he forced the black shadow back without any pause.
He pulled Jiang Qingshui to a safer position behind him, his voice still calm. Stay behind me, don't move.
Looking at his bleeding back, feeling the reassuring breath and strong male hormones coming from him, Zhang Qingshua's eyes became hot, and an indescribable sense of security and strange emotions suddenly surged into her heart. She nodded vigorously, and her trembling hands subconsciously gathered the little remaining mental strength to try to assist Su Chen. The battle instantly became intense. Zhang Shua howled and fought with a black shadow. Su Chen had to fight two people alone and also had to pay attention to protect Zhang Qingxue, which was a huge pressure. His tripod-shaped martial arts spirit hummed, and the sapphire light kept flashing, resisting the black shadow's violent attack. These shadows have no reason, feel no pain, and their attacks are crazy and deadly. What's more troublesome is that the light emitted from the eyes of the snake-tailed statue in the center of the altar seems to be able to continuously provide energy to these black shadows, making them fight more and more courageously. Damn it! He can't be killed. Zhang Shua was already injured, with a wound on his arm so deep that the bone was visible. Su Chen's eyes became fierce. We can't delay any longer. He took a deep breath, and the drop of divine blood in his body was activated again, and the majestic blood and energy burst out. The golden glow is almost materializing. Break it for me. He gave up on defending himself and took the claw attack from the black shadow on his left, causing blood to surge in his chest. But he used this force to make his right fist burst out with an unprecedented bright golden light, like a small sun, smashing hard into the head of the black shadow on the right. Bang, crack. This time, it was no longer a muffled sound, but a clear sound of bones breaking. The shadow's head suddenly exploded like a watermelon. Black and red, sticky liquid splashed everywhere. The headless corpse twitched, and finally fell to the ground with a bang, no longer moving. It works. These things have brains that are the weakest point. Hit the head. Su Chen shouted immediately. Zhang Shua was greatly encouraged when he heard this. He roared and concentrated his strength to attack his opponent's head. Su Chen did the same thing, endured the pain, and burst out again, quickly smashing the other black shadow's head to pieces. At this moment, the snake-tail statue in the center of the altar seemed to be enraged, and the light in its eyes suddenly became blazing. The runes on the entire altar lit up. A larger, more twisted aura, a mixture of sacredness and ferocity, slowly awakens. Phew! Su Chen's fist, wrapped in golden light, pierced fiercely into the chest of the last black shadow. The thing let out a sharp hissing sound and then exploded, turning into a pool of sticky black water, splashing onto the cold metal floor, making a sizzling corrosion sound. Finally, done. Zhang Shua slumped to the ground, breathing heavily, the wound on his arm still oozing blood. This is more tiring than fighting a wild beast. In the center of the altar, the light in the eyes of the statue with a human body and a snake tail became brighter and brighter, and a low buzzing sound filled the entire space. The blurred ancient carvings on the surrounding walls seemed to come alive and began to flow with a dark luster. It's waking up. Zhang Qingshua's voice tightened and she subconsciously moved closer to Su Chen. The cold fingertips accidentally touched Su Chen's bleeding back, causing his muscles to tense slightly. Hiss, gently. Su Chen took a breath, but his eyes were fixed on the statue that was shaking more and more violently. The drop of divine blood in the body became restless again, and the tripod-shaped martial arts spirit hung above his head on its own, shedding green light and protecting the three of them. Click click. The surface of the statue began to crack and stone chips fell off. What shone through the cracks was no longer a faint light, but a heart-pounding energy of dark red and fiery gold. The next second, the entire statue exploded. The bright light made it impossible for people to open their eyes, and the violent energy shockwave came like a tsunami. Block it! Su Chen roared, and the cauldron-shaped martial arts spirit shone brightly, resisting the impact. The cyan gold light shield twisted violently, groaning as if it could not bear the heavy burden. Zhang Qingxue also endured the stinging pain of mental exhaustion. The shadow of the Holy Spirit appeared again, and he pressed his palms on the inner wall of the light shield. The white holy light merged into it, barely stabilizing it. The light gradually faded and smoke and dust filled the air. A figure hovered above the altar. It maintains a roughly humanoid shape, but its skin has a strange translucent texture, beneath which dark red energy can be seen flowing like magma. The left half of the body was shrouded in a soft yet majestic golden halo, while the right half was wrapped in inky black tentacles that kept twisting and wriggling. Its face is half holy and compassionate, and half hideous and distorted. The most terrifying thing is its eyes. The left eye is golden, and the pupil is like molten yellow. The right eye was pitch black, with no pupil, only an endless vortex of the abyss. Just looking at it makes one's soul palpitate and blood boil. This is God? Zhang Shua opened his mouth wide and forgot the pain.
Isn't it said that God and humans look the same?
The god slowly turned his head, and his golden and dark eyes swept over the three people below, finally fixing on Su Chen.
A complex emotion mixed with curiosity, greed, and disgust was conveyed through his eyes. The breath of origin?
A twisted and strange whisper, as if countless voices overlapped together, echoed directly in the depths of the three people's minds. Before he finished speaking, the black tentacles on the right half of its body suddenly expanded, like countless poisonous pythons, tearing through the air and piercing Su Chen with a shrill scream. The speed is more than twice as fast as the previous black shadow.
Hold!
Su Chen's pupils contracted, and he used all his strength to activate the golden blow, and punched out with both fists, rushing forward fiercely.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The golden glow and the black beard collided violently, and every collision produced a dull roaring, dazzling energy turbulence. Su Chen was shocked and retreated repeatedly, leaving deep footprints on the metal floor with every step. The opponent's strength was beyond imagination. Every collision made his arms numb and his blood boil.
Swish! A tentacle strangely bypassed the front line of defense and stabbed Su Chen's ribs like lightning. Careful!
Zhang Qingxue screamed and rushed over without thinking, trying to push Su Chen away with her body.
Su Chen reacted extremely quickly.
He swung his left arm and tightly embraced Zhang Qingxue's soft body in his arms. At the same time, he twisted his body to narrowly avoid the fatal blow. The tentacles brushed past his waist, taking away a piece of cloth and leaving a bloody mark on his waist.
Don't move! Su Chen growled, wrapping his arms around Zhang Qingxue's slender yet elastic waist, holding her firmly to his side.
Their bodies were pressed tightly together, and he could clearly feel the frantic heartbeat in her chest, as well as the two surprisingly full and soft breasts on her chest, which were pressing tightly against his arms and sides, and were unusually warm and soft. Zhang Qingxue was still in shock, her pale cheeks flushed instantly. She subconsciously put her hands on his solid chest, her fingertips touching his warm skin and the sweat oozing out of it. Her body trembled slightly, but unexpectedly she did not struggle.
Damn it! I looked down on your grandpa Zhang.
Zhang Shi rushed forward with a roar, and the shadow of the Xianyang tiger pounced on the back of the god, trying to interfere.
Chapter 103, A Fierce Battle with God. A defeated god?
The god didn't even look back, and a golden light flashed slightly in his left eye.
Bang!
Zhang Shua was like being hit by an invisible giant hammer. He screamed and flew backwards, hitting the wall heavily, and slid down, losing his voice for a while.
Zhang Shua! Zhang Qingxue called out urgently.
Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and he pushed Zhang Qingxue to a safe corner behind him. Wait! Immediately, he no longer held back, and the universe blood-refining sutra in his body began to circulate crazily at an unprecedented speed. The majestic golden energy and blood rose into the sky like wolf smoke, almost breaking through the constraints of this underground space. The drop of divine blood in the chest was burning hot, continuously providing ancient and powerful power. The tripod-shaped martial arts spirit vibrated and hummed, its size suddenly expanded, and the cyan gold light condensed into substance. The ancient patterns on it lit up one by one, and a vast and heavy aura spread out. A hint of obvious surprise appeared on the god's twisted face. The greed in his golden left eye grew stronger, and the brutality in his dark right eye also soared.
Roar!
It let out an inhuman roar, and the dark red and fiery gold energy around it completely boiled over, turning into a torrent of red and gold interwoven energy, rushing towards Su Chen like an overwhelming force.
Su Chen stood still, holding up the giant tripod with both hands, pointing the mouth of the tripod at the destructive torrent, and bravely faced it. Give me the town. Boom!
Two terrifying energies collided violently. The entire underground space shook violently, countless cracks appeared on the ceiling, and rubble fell like rain. The dazzling light swallowed up everything, and the huge roar almost shattered people's eardrums. Zhang Qingxue was forced to close her eyes due to the strong light and shock wave, and she covered her face with her arms, her heart in her throat.
The light gradually faded away.
Su Chen was still standing there, his legs sunk deep into the ground, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth.
But the giant cauldron above his head slowly rotated, absorbing and suppressing all the violent energy torrents.
Above the cauldron, sapphire light circulated endlessly, emitting a dull roar, as if it was unable to fully absorb this power for a while.
The god obviously didn't expect that the attack would be blocked, and his body paused slightly. Now is the time.
A fierce look flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and his fingers were like knives, gathering the remaining strength in his body, and activating the terrifying energy that was temporarily suppressed in the cauldron. It mixed with his own golden blood and turned into a light column condensed to the extreme, wrapped in gold, red and black, and suddenly gushed out from the mouth of the cauldron.
Call out.
The beam of light instantly cut through space and hit the center of the god's chest accurately before the god could react.
Ugh!
An extremely shrill scream resounded throughout the space.
A huge hole was blown in the god's chest.
No blood flowed out, only chaotic energy dissipated madly. The golden light on the left half of the body quickly dimmed, the black beard on the right half of the body danced and twitched wildly, and the body became flickering.
It stared at Su Chen intently, its eyes filled with resentment, shock, and a hint of unbelievable fear.
Immediately, its body suddenly collapsed and turned into a dark red stream of light. With a whoosh, it shot into the depths of the dark passage behind the altar and disappeared in an instant. The terrifying pressure that filled the space suddenly disappeared.
Plop! Su Chen could no longer hold on and fell to one knee on the ground. The tripod-shaped martial arts spirit instantly retracted into his body. His face was as pale as paper and he was gasping for breath. Su Chen!
Jiang Qingxue immediately rushed over, squatted down to support him, and anxiously checked his wounds, especially the deep claw marks on his back and the new wound on his waist.
How are you? Don't scare me.
Her voice was tearful, her hair was a little messy, and a few strands of hair were wet with sweat and stuck to her smooth forehead and white neck. Because of her rapid breathing, her plump breasts rose and fell violently, almost breaking free from the restraint of the ancient nightgown. Su Chen raised his head and met her bright eyes filled with worry.
The two people's breath blended and their postures were ambiguous.
He forced a smile, not yet, dying. Jiang Qingxue looked at his pale face and the blood on his body, her eyes reddened. She no longer cared about being shy and quickly tore off a relatively clean strip of cloth from the corner of her tattered clothes. She carefully wiped the wound for him and bandaged it. During the movement, it is inevitable that the skin will touch each other.
Cough, 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 shit, I'm still alive?
In the corner, Zhang Shuo woke up groaning, touched his almost falling apart body and sat up. Where's that damn thing?
Run away.
Su Chen stood up with the help of Jiang Qingxue, his brows furrowed as he looked towards the dark passage where the god disappeared. This thing was much more troublesome than he had imagined.
Moreover, it seemed to recognize the power within him.
This was the first time Su Chen encountered such a situation, which made him a little curious.
Did he recognize the divine blood in his body, or the golden blow? Let's get out of here first,
Su Chen said in a deep voice. A cold wind rushed out from the depths of the passage, carrying with it an indescribable fishy, sweet and decayed smell that made people's hair stand on end.
Hiss. This damn place is really weird.
Zhang Shu rubbed his arm, gritted his teeth, and wrapped the bandage around his injured arm tighter.
That thing ran away? Will it come back and attack again? Su Chen did not answer immediately.
He closed his eyes and concentrated, carefully sensing his surroundings. The tripod-shaped martial arts spirit slowly rotated in his body, and the just agitated blood and energy gradually calmed down, but the wounds on his back and waist were still burning with pain. Deeper in the depths, the drop of divine blood seemed to have subsided, leaving only a faint burning sensation.
It's seriously injured, its breathing is disordered, and it won't be back in the short term.
Su Chen opened his eyes and glanced at the messy debris on the altar and the four headless black-robed corpses.
But we can't stay here for long.
As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Qingxue suddenly let out a very slight gasp. Su Chen turned his head immediately and saw that her face was pale, one hand was covering her forehead, her body was shaking slightly, and her gorgeous six-flowered golden pupils were flickering.
What's wrong?
Su Chen subconsciously reached out and held her arm. It felt cold and smooth to the touch, and even through the thin fabric I could feel the tenderness of her skin and the slight trembling.
No. It's okay.
Jiang Qingxue used his strength to stand firm, took a deep breath, shook her head, and pressed her temples with her fingertips.
It's just that I've consumed too much mental energy and am feeling a little dizzy.
Also, when that thing escaped just now, the remaining mental shock was very chaotic, like countless shattered thoughts and painful screams. Her words made the atmosphere even more solemn. Zhang Shuo looked around nervously.
A broken thought? Could it be that that damn thing really isn't a complete thing? 9 out of 10.
Su Chen said in a deep voice, his eyes once again turned to the dark passage where the god disappeared. Although its power is powerful and violent, it is also impure and its mind seems confused. It is more like a pieced-together product of failure. He thought of Yunlin's description of the wild god's flesh and blood turning into a wild beast, and his doubts grew even more.
Chapter 104, Desire for Divine Blood.
At this moment, an extremely faint sound of dripping water came from the depths of the passage. In this dead silent environment, this little sound was infinitely amplified and struck people's hearts. The three of them held their breath and looked towards the source of the sound vigilantly. The darkness seemed to have life, wriggling and emitting an even stronger ominous aura. Go and take a look. Su Chen made a quick decision, endured the pain, and took the first step. Golden light flows faintly on the surface of the body, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. Jiang Qingxue immediately followed closely beside him, almost walking close to him. After experiencing the life and death crisis just now, she seemed to subconsciously regard Su Chen as her only support. Her cold fingers even unconsciously hooked the torn corner of his clothes at his waist. As she walked, the curves of her plump thighs and tight buttocks were faintly visible under her torn dress. Her snow-white skin rubbed against Su Chen's arm, bringing a cold and slippery touch. Zhang Shua followed nervously at the end, holding a sharp stone picked up from the ground in his hand, muttering to himself to give himself courage. The passage was longer than expected. The further in I went, the damper and colder the air became. A slippery, dark green, mossy substance began to appear on the walls, emitting a faint fishy smell. The sound of dripping water gradually became clearer. Da! Da! Finally, a corner appeared ahead. Faint light shone from there, mixed with a kind of intermittent whimpering sound. It sounded like someone was crying, or swallowing something very strange. The three of them exchanged glances and approached more cautiously. Su Chen leaned against the cold wall and slowly stuck his head out. Behind the corner is a small natural cave. Water drops keep seeping from the top of the cave, falling into a small puddle on the ground, making a tapping sound. And in the center of the cave, there was a person curled up. The man was in tattered clothes, with his back to them, his body shaking violently and uttering suppressed sobs of pain. The skin on his exposed arms and neck was an abnormal grayish-white color, covered with dark red, spiderweb-like lines, looking weird and terrifying. Is it a human? Alive? Zhang Shua lowered his voice, shocked and suspicious. How could there be people here? This is unreasonable. Su Chen frowned and signaled the two of them not to move, while he slowly walked over. The sound of footsteps startled the man. He suddenly stopped whimpering, his body stiffened, and then his head turned little by little in an extremely slow, almost rigid posture. Next second, a face extremely distorted and full of pain came into the eyes of the three people. His eyes were wide open, the whites of his eyes were bloodshot, his pupils were dull and lifeless, the corners of his mouth were crooked, and saliva mixed with dark blood flowed uncontrollably. What was even more frightening was that the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Chen was first filled with extreme fear, and then suddenly burst out with a crazy, greedy desire. Blood, divine blood. He made a strange hoarse sound in his throat and struggled to get up and pounce on Su Chen, but his body seemed out of control and he fell heavily to the ground again, curling up in pain. Divine blood. It's divine blood again. These guys seem to have an inexplicable obsession with the divine blood in Su Chen's body. He's been contaminated. Jiang Qingxue lost her voice, her six-flowered golden pupils saw that this person's life force was being rapidly devoured and assimilated by a cold and evil force. Similar to those pedestrians outside, but more serious. Su Chen's heart trembled, and he understood instantly. This survivor was probably the trial participant who was trapped here before. He was corroded by the power of the failed god and was transforming into that kind of monster. This so-called god-hunting trial is becoming increasingly bizarre. Save me, kill me. The man seemed to have a last bit of sanity left, and he squeezed out a broken plea with all his might, his eyes filled with despair. Zhang Shua's scalp tingled as he watched, and he subconsciously took a step back. What should I do? He was a little overwhelmed. Su Chen looked at the person struggling in pain on the ground with complicated eyes and clenched his fists. Save? How? Even Jiang Qingxue couldn't see the root cause, so what could I do? Kill him? To end his suffering? At the moment he hesitated, the survivor's body suddenly straightened up, and he let out a scream that was not like a human voice. The last bit of rationality in his eyes was completely devoured by madness, and the dark red lines under his skin suddenly glowed. He suddenly jumped up, landed on all fours, and pounced on Jiang Qingxue who was nearest to him like a beast, at an astonishing speed. Careful! Su Chen reacted extremely quickly, pulling Jiang Qingxue backwards with one hand, while his other hand, filled with golden light, slapped forward without hesitation. Bang! The palm of the hand was precisely imprinted on the forehead of the completely alienated person. The violet energy and blood surged in instantly, destroying its last bit of life. The man's movements came to an abrupt halt, the madness in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his body fell limply to the ground, without a sound. The strange lines on the skin gradually faded away. The only sounds in the cave were the dripping water and the heavy breathing of the three people. Jiang Qingxue was still in shock, her soft body almost completely leaning in Su Chen's arms, her towering breasts heaving violently, pressing against his chest, and he could feel the amazing elasticity and heat through the clothes. The warm breath sprayed on his neck, carrying a faint fragrance.
Su Chen could feel her heart pounding. He tightened his arms around her slender waist slightly and whispered, "It's okay."
Zhang Shuo looked at the corpse on the ground that was rapidly rotting and turning into black water, his face pale.
Damn! What the hell is going on in this place? Why is the hunting god trial in such a mess? Su Chen let go of Jiang Qingxue, walked to the pool of black water, squatted down and observed it carefully.
In the black water, there seemed to be an extremely faint crystal light flickering. He put his fingers together like a knife, and the golden light swept across, carefully picking out the thing from the highly corrosive black water. It was a fingernail-sized, incomplete piece of black jade, made of unknown material, engraved with an extremely ancient and twisted symbol, a coiled snake staff.
This is...
Jiang Qingxue also came over, her golden eyes focused on the symbol, her eyebrows furrowed tightly.
I seem to have seen similar records in the oldest secret book of my family. It seems to be related to an extremely ancient, long-lost evil sect. They believe not in the true god, but the fallen remains of the wild gods, and pursue taboo fusion. The clues seemed to be starting to connect, but the fog only deepened. Could it be that the so-called god is the work of that evil cult? Su Chen held the cold jade piece tightly, stood up and looked deeper into the cave. There seemed to be a narrow gap there, leading to an unknown place. Let's go on.
Yi Chuan and Yi Zhaixing might be out there somewhere. After saying that, he took a step forward and headed deeper.
Since the Shenwu Bureau arranged this trial, it must have a real purpose. Chapter 105, The Third Spouse. Jiang Qingxue. The three of them struggled forward along the narrow gap. The air became increasingly humid and mixed with a faint sweet fishy smell, which made people dizzy if they smelled it for too long. This smell is really intoxicating.
Zhang Shuo covered his nose and muttered, his voice buzzing in the small space. Su Chen frowned, and used all his strength to practice his skills to resist the strange aura, while protecting Jiang Qingxue behind him. She was not in good condition, her cheeks were abnormally flushed, her breathing was a little rapid, and her soft body rubbed against Su Chen's back from time to time. After walking for about an incense stick of time, they could faintly hear the sounds of fighting and violent fluctuations of energy ahead.
There's movement. Su Chen growled and quickened his pace.
At the end of the gap, there is a huge underground cave. The scene before them made the three of them gasp. The cave was in a mess, with rubble everywhere. Yi Chuan's clothes were torn, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. The long sword in his hand was waving with a sharp blade, and he was fighting with several black-robed monsters. On the other side, Yi Zhaixing was in a worse condition, his eyes and face were pale, and he relied on exquisite footwork and occasional star finger gestures to maneuver around, but he was obviously caught in a dilemma and was in danger. Qingmei was leaning against the rock wall, her palace dress was torn in many places, revealing patches of snow-white skin. Especially her plump breasts, which were about to burst out, rose and fell violently with her rapid breathing.
Even Su Chen couldn't help but take a second look. What the hell are you looking at? Come and help. Qingmei noticed the gaze and felt embarrassed and angry, and let out a delicate cry.
During this distraction, a monster's sharp claws broke through the light of the Holy Spirit and grabbed her fair and slender neck.
Careful!
Yi Zhaixing screamed, but was unable to rescue.
Call out!
At this critical moment, a golden light came from behind and knocked away the sharp claw with a loud thud, causing a dull roar.
Su Chen's figure was as fast as lightning, inserting into the battle group.
The tripod-shaped martial arts spirit floated above his head, shedding sapphire light, and instantly stabilized the position.
Su Chen? Yi Chuan and Yi Zhaixing were surprised and happy. And us.
Zhang Shuo rushed in howling, and the shadow of the Shenyang tiger pounced on another monster. Jiang Qingxue also forced herself to stay awake, her six-flowered golden pupils moving, and her mental power interfering with the monster's actions. With the arrival of new forces, the situation of the battle was instantly reversed.
Su Chen's punch was like a dragon, with golden clouds surging.
Every blow was powerful and directly blasted the monster away. With his previous experience, he specifically attacked the heads of these ghost creatures.
With a few crisp bangs, the heads of several monsters exploded, fell to the ground and turned into black water. Yichuan's pressure was greatly reduced, the sword light became stronger, and he cooperated with Su Chen to quickly clear out the remaining enemies. Not long after, the last monster was hit between the eyebrows by Yi Zhaixing's finger and fell down twitching. The battle is temporarily over. The cave was dead silent, with only the heavy breathing of a few people as the sound. Damn it! I'm finally saved. Zhang Shua sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Yichuan put away his knife and looked at Su Chen with a complicated look. I owe you again. The wounds on his body were serious, and the bones were visible in several places. Yi Zhaixing slid down the rock wall and rubbed his brows tiredly. If you had come a little later, I'm afraid you would have been left with nothing but our bodies. Without his glasses, his eyes looked sharp and unfamiliar. Xingmei breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly realized that her private parts were exposed. She screamed and quickly covered the torn collar with her hands. But the round and full outline is still faintly visible, and the blush on her cheeks adds a bit of charm. Su Chen looked away and asked in a deep voice, "What happened to you? Did you also encounter that kind of god?" Yichuan shook his head, his face solemn. We didn't encounter it directly. But we found something worse. He pointed deep into the cave. There's a huge egg, it looks like it's gestating something, and the aura is terrifying. As soon as we approached, we were besieged by these monsters. Egg? Fertility? Su Chen's heart sank when he thought of the failed god who had escaped. Is there more than one such thing? Just then. Boom! The entire cave began to shake violently without any warning, more violently than any time before. Huge rocks fell from above, and the ground cracked wildly. Oh no! This place is going to collapse! Yi Zhaixing exclaimed. The next second, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly collapsed. Ah! Amid screams, everyone fell down along with the rubble. In the chaos, Su Chen only had time to grab Jiang Qingxue, who was closest to him, and held her tightly in his arms. Plop! Plop! The sounds of heavy objects falling into the water rang out one after another. Su Chen hugged Jiang Qingxue and smashed into a pool of cold liquid. The huge impact force made them sink to the bottom instantly. But the strange thing is that this liquid is not ordinary groundwater. It feels slippery, has a strange warmth, and is a strange pink color. Su Chen kicked the water hard and floated to the surface holding Jiang Qingxue. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Qingxue choked on the water and started coughing violently. The coldness and the sudden warmth made her tremble all over, and she subconsciously hugged Su Chen tightly. Su Chen looked around. It was a small enclosed pool of water. The water was pink and exuded a rich and sweet fragrance. It was the source of the smell he had smelled before. There was a collapsed hole above my head, but it was too high to climb. Yichuan and others disappeared, and seemed to have landed somewhere else. What is this place? Jiang Qingxue's voice trembled. She felt her body getting hotter and hotter, and an inexplicable restlessness rose from her lower abdomen. Su Chen also noticed something was wrong. This pink pool of water seemed to have life, and strands of strange energy penetrated into the body through the pores, arousing the most primitive desires. The delicate body in his arms was soft and warm, and their wet clothes pressed tightly together, almost like hugging each other naked. They could clearly feel the curves and heat of each other's bodies. Jiang Qingxue's cheeks flushed, her eyes began to blur, and her breathing became hot and rapid, spraying on Su Chen's neck. The pair of slender and round legs rubbed Su Chen's body unconsciously in the water. Su Chen, I'm so hot. She murmured, her voice soft and tearful, her body twisting restlessly. The amazingly full breasts pressed against Su Chen's chest through the wet clothes, and the touch was extremely clear. Su Chen's throat was dry and a fire of evil rose in his lower abdomen. The golden glow moved on its own, trying to dispel the strange lustful power, but the pink energy was extremely stubborn and tended to intensify. He bit the tip of his tongue, trying to stay awake. There's something wrong with this water, stay focused. But Jiang Qingxue in his arms was completely overwhelmed by lust. She suddenly raised her head, and her pink lips accurately blocked Su Chen's mouth, kissing him awkwardly and passionately, her cold and slippery lilac tongue clumsily exploring. Buzz! The string in Su Chen's mind broke instantly. He growled, suddenly tightening his arms and pressing her soft body deeper into him, responding fiercely. All the trials and dangers were thrown out of the window at this moment. In the water, clothes were roughly torn off. Soon, a snow-white, tender body with breathtaking curves was completely exposed in the pink water light.
Her skin was delicate and smooth, glowing an alluring pink with excitement, her breasts were full and proudly erect, and her legs were long and straight. Congratulations to the host for obtaining his third spouse. Rewards: Earth Grade Lower Level Martial Arts Skill 8 Steps of the Heavenly Dragon, 1 Tianwu Pill, 1 Star Energy. Chapter 106, 8 Steps of the Heavenly Dragon. The Spirit of Heavenly Martial. Star Flash Freedom. The pink pool is surging and the spring scenery is boundless. I don't know how long it took, but the clouds cleared and the rain stopped. The water in the pond seemed to become clearer, and the sweet fragrance faded. Su Chen was the first to wake up. He looked at Jiang Qingxue, who had fallen asleep in his arms due to exhaustion. There was still a blush on her face and tears on her eyelashes. She looked so pitiful. The two were still closely connected, and the scene was extremely ambiguous. I didn't expect that by some strange mistake, I would end up with a third spouse. He took a deep breath, carefully carried her to the shore, and covered her seductive body with clothes that were not yet completely wet. I sat cross-legged and checked my body. Unexpectedly, after that ridiculous incident, the strength in his body was actually much more abundant, the drop of divine blood became more condensed, and even the wound on his back was mostly healed. This place, although weird, seems to have its own special features. Then he began to check the rewards he had received. 8 Steps of the Heavenly Dragon, a combination of physical and offensive martial arts. There are 8 steps in total, chosen based on the universe and the vastness of heaven and earth. Each step has a special effect. Body movement and martial arts. This just makes up for Su Chen's shortcomings. Su Chen has always had no shortage of skills in martial arts, but he has not yet developed a martial art of physical movement. The 8 Steps of the Heavenly Dragon can be said to be a timely help. Tianwu Pill, warriors below the 9th level can take it and become Tianwu spirits. The spirit of Tianwu? Su Chen's mind was shocked. The way of martial arts, the 5th level can become the spirit of martial arts, but there is a kind of people who are born with the spirit of martial arts, and its form is integrated with its destiny, which can trigger celestial phenomena. That is the spirit of Tianwu. However, according to historical records, the spirit of Tianwu was created by heaven and earth, and is innate, not acquired. And now, a Tianwu pill can actually directly transform Su Chen's martial arts spirit into the Tianwu spirit. Su Chen had already thought of it. After the hunting god trial was over, he could go back and take it. The first 2 were good, and the third won't be bad either. Su Chen hurriedly looked at the last one. Star energy, it is derived from star energy and contains a vast amount of star energy, comparable to a Stardust Realm expert. It can be used for cultivation. A very ordinary reward. It is only used for practice. For people below the 9th level, it doesn't mean much. But the corner of Su Chen's mouth curled up. Just because others can't use it doesn't mean he can't. After all, he uses Star Flash. With this star energy, wouldn't the stars be free in the future? The seemingly ordinary reward is exactly what Su Chen needs most at the moment. Soon, Jiang Qingxue slowly woke up. When her memory came back to her, her body stiffened, her cheeks turned red instantly, and she sat up abruptly, clutching her clothes to cover her chest, not daring to look at Su Chen. What just happened? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, with a hint of panic and embarrassment. Forget it. Just pretend it never happened. Su Chen looked at the ambiguous red marks he had left on her snow-white skin, was silent for a moment, and nodded, yeah. In fact, he understands some things even without saying them. Whether it is the status of the Jiang family or the relationship between the two, they have not yet reached the point where they can share weal and woe just because of a single interaction. The two of them sorted out their clothes, and the atmosphere was awkward and subtle. Just then, knocking sounds and faint shouts were heard from the nearby rock wall. Su Chen! Jiang Qingxue! Are you in there? It's Yi Chuan's voice. Su Chen responded quickly. Soon, a hole was blasted open in the rock wall, revealing the figures of Yi Chuan, Yi Zhaixing, Zhang Shua, and Qingmei. I'm so glad you're all okay. Zhang Shua yelled, we fell next door and have been looking for a long time. His words stopped abruptly, and his eyes looked suspiciously between Su Chen and Jiang Qingxue. The auras of these two people seem a little different? Especially Jiang Qingxue, with a rosy face and dodging eyes, she looked like she had been deeply nourished. Yi Zhaixing adjusted the new glasses that he had taken out from somewhere. The lenses reflected the light, and a smile of understanding seemed to appear at the corner of his mouth. Qingmei also blinked, looked at Jiang Qingxue's blushing face, then looked at Su Chen, pouted, and said nothing. Jiang Qingshue's cheeks turned even redder, and she lowered her head, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
Su Chen coughed dryly and forced himself to change the subject. Have you found a way out?
Also, Yi Zhaixing, that symbol you mentioned earlier. Yi Zhaixing pushed his glasses up, his expression becoming serious. Combining the environment here with that symbol, I have a rough idea.
That organization is very likely calling itself Nuwa. Nuwa? Zhang Shua's eyes widened. The Nuwa who created humans? It's about the creation of man, but it's definitely not like a myth.
Yi Zhaixing said solemnly, they probably believe in a twisted power of creation, attempting to create so-called new gods using the remains of the wild god or other forbidden objects. The monster we encountered was most likely their failed creation. When everyone heard this, a chill rose in their hearts.
Creating a god from the remains of a desolate god? How crazy!
They must be stopped, or this place must be completely destroyed. Yi Chuan gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, his eyes sharp.
Perhaps this is the true meaning of our trial.
After resting for a while, the group continued to go deeper along the passage discovered by Yi Chuan and his team. At the end of the passage is a larger and more spacious underground space. In the center of the space, there is a strange device made of flesh and unknown metal. In the center of the device, soaked in pink liquid, is the failed god who was injured by Su Chen and escaped. The hole in its chest seemed to have repaired a little, but its breath was still unstable. The moment it saw Su Chen and others, it let out an angry roar, and its golden and black eyes burst out with astonishing murderous intent. Around the device, there were several black-robed monsters, as well as several living people wearing robes similar to ancient priests and with fanatical eyes.
Blasphemer! How dare you disturb the incarnation of God?
The leading priest shouted sternly.
Incarnation? Just like this? Zhang Shua spat. The war broke out instantly. Monsters and fanatical priests swarmed over.
Yi Chuan's sword light was shocking, and he went straight for the chief priest. Yi Zhaixing's technique was deployed to disrupt the opponent's formation. Jiang Qingxue is possessed by the spirit of martial arts, and the light assists everyone.
Zhang Shua roared and rushed towards the monster.
Su Chen did not hesitate and directly confronted the failed god.
The golden glow bursts out completely, and the energy and blood are like a dragon.
This time, the failed god seemed to have absorbed the power of the device and became stronger. Dark red and fiery gold energy surged, and its tentacles were like countless poisonous dragons, lashing and biting wildly.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The battle was extremely brutal, with the sound of energy collisions and explosions being endless. Su Chen pushed the spirit of the cauldron-shaped martial arts to the extreme, and the large blue-gold cauldron flew up and down, constantly sealing and bombarding. But the opponent's power seemed endless, and with the help of the device, he gradually suppressed Su Chen.
Su Chen!
Jiang Qingxue exclaimed, and regardless of the consumption of her mental energy, she used her 6 golden pupils to work at full capacity, trying to find a flaw.
Bang! Su Chen was not careful and was hit in the chest by a thick tentacle.
He flew backwards and felt a sweet taste in his throat.
Oh shit!
He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fierce.
Can't keep it any longer.
He took a deep breath, and the power of the universe blood refining sutra and the divine blood in his body resonated wildly in an unprecedented way.
Buzz!
The majestic golden glow was no longer confined to his body surface, but rose into the sky, completely enveloping him. In the light, his figure seemed to rise taller, his outline blurred, and finally turned into a nearly 3-meter-tall, hazy figure composed entirely of brilliant golden light. The figure's face was unclear, but his eyes were as bright as golden lamps. In his hands was the materialized, four-sided tripod with 3 legs in green gold, which had grown several times larger.
A vast, ancient and domineering aura swept through the entire underground space.
Everyone was stunned by this sudden change.
What form is this?
Yi Zhaixing lost her voice. The failed god also felt threatened and let out an uneasy roar. All his tentacles were retracted, and the red and black energy was highly concentrated, ready for a desperate attack.
The golden figure moved.
Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. The giant tripod in his hand, carrying a terrifying power that could suppress everything, smashed hard at the strange device and the failed god inside. The failed god also roared and pushed out the highly compressed, chaotic energy ball. At the earth-shattering moment when the two were about to collide.
Snap!
The ground beneath everyone's feet, which was supporting the huge device, was ultimately unable to withstand the pressure of these two extreme forces and collapsed again.
Again?
Zhang Shua's screams were drowned out by the sound of crashing rocks. Everyone, along with the device and the failed god, fell towards the endless darkness below.
Chapter 106, Shang. Wild beast form. This time the fall lasted longer than before. It's like an endless abyss with no end. Thump!
Su Chen fell to the ground, and the violent impact almost dislocated his internal organs. Fortunately, his body was strong and he recovered quickly.
Jing Xue? Zhang Shua? Yi Chuan? It was pitch black all around, with a cold wind blowing. Su Chen tried to call out, but there was no response.
At this moment, a cold voice echoed in the darkness.
What is your relationship with the Qing family? This is a man's voice. Who? Who's talking?
Su Chen was bathed in golden light, his expression alert.
The small sapphire cauldron was suspended in the void, illuminating an area with its blazing glow. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, it was like turning on a light. The blazing light spread, illuminating the entire area.
Everything became brighter, and all that came into view were white bones, eerie and terrifying. These bones are piled up to form bone trees or bone mountains. And high in the sky, a pair of pale eyes appeared, shining like the bright moon. After a quick glance, Su Chen's eyes focused on a pile of bones more than 2 meters high not far away.
There stood a man. God!
Su Chen said in a deep voice, his blood suddenly boiling. This person is exactly the failed god from before, but compared to before, he is in much better condition now, and his body has completely taken on a human form. His black hair was flowing, his skin was cold and pale, and his dark eyes were filled with murderous intent and a hint of imperceptible doubt. Judging from the aura, the other party is also a 5th-level warrior.
God?
The corners of the man's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes burst into blazing light at the same time. His laughter was like thunder, shaking all around.
I prefer you to call me Green. Boom. The moment the words fell, the man, Shang, disappeared and reappeared directly in front of Su Chen. A punch was thrown. So fast. Su Chen's pupils shrank and he blocked hurriedly. Bang!
A terrifying force came, and Su Chen was like a cannonball, directly smashing several piles of bones. Suddenly, ashes flew everywhere and mist curled up.
Nice body.
After Qing made a brief evaluation, his figure disappeared again. This time, he no longer attacked with a simple straight punch, but his left fist was wrapped in golden light, like a golden sun.
Bang!
However, this time, Su Chen was no longer counterattacking passively. What greeted Qing was a fist that felt like a red-hot iron.
Boom!
A storm surged into the sky from between the two of them, spreading out in all directions, shattering large areas of the bone forest.
This martial art?
Qing was a little surprised. However, Su Chen was also a little surprised. This person's body was so amazing that he could actually withstand his boiling blood injury without any damage. The two separated as soon as they touched.
Are you serious?
Qing looked at Su Chen, who was covered in golden light, and smiled.
Not yet. Su Chen responded while chatting and laughing. Next second.
The two men collided again, and the terrifying fist fight was like the beating of drums, with a dull roar. They were moving at an extremely fast speed, with sonic booms occurring continuously, and their figures could no longer be seen.
All you can see are sonic boom rings remaining in the air.
They fought from the ground to the bone mountain, and then from the bone mountain into the mountain. Finally, the mountain exploded, and the two men continued to collide in the sky full of bones and rocks.
Ha 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 ha. Awesome.
I didn't expect the Divine Martial Bureau to have someone as physically powerful as you. Qing laughed wildly towards the sky, his left eye shining with golden light, and his right eye dark and deep.
You surprised me too. God's incarnation is indeed worthy of its reputation.
Su Chen's blood and energy were like a dragon, transforming into a substantial streak of light.
He rose up surrounded by golden mist, with gold and red intertwined, like a god. Only. Su Chen suddenly grinned, I've had enough fun. What?
Qing laughed dumbly, you are just trying to provoke.
Bang!
Before he could finish his words, a fist like fire suddenly attacked him, so fast that even his godlike eyes did not see it. Qing was like a meteor, piercing through several bone mountains.
Su Chen chased closely and rushed forward again.
Fighting with this god was indeed very enjoyable, it was simply a collision of flesh and blood, but at this moment, he could not afford to delay. Others don't know what situation they are in now. Especially Jiang Qingxue. So Su Chen didn't want to delay any longer, so he directly activated the Tianshu star pattern and used the most explosive heart-burning injury of the 7 injury fist. The heart-burning fist was overbearing, coupled with the rhythm of fire in the Tianshu star pattern.
The effect is surprisingly good. Ha 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 ha. Funny. So funny. You actually didn't use your full strength before.
Qing's wild laughter was heard in the smoke and dust.
Su Chen, who was being pursued, sensed danger with his martial arts true eyes and instinctively dodged to the side.
Then, a huge tentacle shot out from the hole in it and just brushed past Su Chen's shoulder.
It was just a little bit away from the neck. Boom!
The ground was shaking and bones and rocks were flying.
A figure over 10 meters tall suddenly emerged from the fog.
Unlike the dark and strange form before, Qing at this moment had completed his transformation. It was a strange humanoid creature, completely black and covered with scales, with black tentacles growing from its armpits. The face that was originally handsome had completely changed. The eye sockets were empty, and the 2 eyeballs were hanging on the cheeks by silk threads, like lanterns, shining brightly.
God! A god transformed into a wild beast. Moreover, this wild beast is particularly strange. Roar!
Qing roared to the sky, venting this power that did not belong to humans.
The vast energy and blood, like a vast ocean, turned into substantial ripples, rushing outward in circles.
I'll show you what kind of power I gained after abandoning my human identity. Chang was roaring, his voice like thunder.
Give up being a human, just to become this half-human, half-ghost appearance? Su Chen responded coldly. Ha 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 ha. Humans have their limits, but gods are infinite. What's the point of just a mere appearance?
It's something that must be discarded in order to evolve towards a higher dimensional life form. Qing was laughing, and the 2 eyeballs on his face were buzzing, emitting 2 rays of divine light.
Accompanying it are 2 black tentacles under the armpits.
When strong men fight, every move they make is deadly and murderous.
Buzz!
The small green gold tripod shone brightly, casting a clear light that blocked the divine light.
Su Chen raised his head, looked at the tentacles shot towards him, and sneered. Who says people have limits? That's not an excuse for your incompetence, because It's infinite.
The increasingly dense golden light began to gather, forming fine veins on Su Chen's body surface at an extremely fast speed.
Skeleton. Flesh. Meridians. Boom.
A 10-meter-tall golden giant emerged, and then grabbed the black tentacles. Immediately afterwards, the small sapphire tripod also grew larger, and was danced by the golden giant, smashing directly into the tentacles.
Ah!
Qing felt pain and quickly retracted it. And the golden giant who was standing there uttered an incomprehensible word.
Inherit. Chapter 108, Starflash Attack. Qingshuan's letter.
The words fell. At this moment, all the information about the 8 steps of the heavenly dragon flooded into Su Chen's sea of consciousness like a tide.
The spiritual platform shines, and the heart lake is reflected.
But in an instant, Su Chen mastered this martial art. In this god-hunting trial, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not bring the 3-headed divine dragon, and his fighting methods were also much less. Facing an opponent like Qing, he had to use this newly acquired martial art.
Roar!
Qing let out a beast roar, took heavy steps, and rushed towards Su Chen. As he walked, his dark body was glowing, half of it was golden and the other half was as black as ink. The 2 completely different colors, at this moment, strangely merged together.
Come!
Su Chen stood inside the golden giant's forehead, bathed in golden mist, his black hair dancing wildly, and he directly danced with the small green gold tripod.
No!
At this moment it should be called the green gold cauldron. Qing waved his hand, the ground collapsed, and a huge bone knife flew out and fell into his hand.
Then he chopped it down with a knife. Su Chen resisted with a tripod. When?
The rumbling sound of metal clashing turned into ripples, impacting the surroundings, and the hard bone mountain fell into the sky like broken glass. Both of them were about 10 meters tall, and every collision would cause a huge roar, like an earthquake.
Suddenly,
Qing retreated backward, and the tentacles under his armpits began to change, finally turning into a pair of flesh wings that covered the sky. With a flap of his wings, he flew into the air.
I'm only at level 5, yet I can fly. This is the power of God.
Qing stood in the void, his flesh wings vibrating, the eyeballs on his cheeks buzzing, and emitting divine light.
It's just flying, what's all the fuss?
Su Chen sneered, raised one foot, and then in Qing's incredulous eyes, the foot stopped steadily in the air.
Then, do the same with the other foot. Su Chen flew into the air as if he was walking on an invisible staircase. 8 steps of the heavenly dragon step. Walk like a dragon. 1 step into the void. This is not real flying. In essence, it is actually a special way of using true qi. The true qi is condensed at the soles of the feet, lifting the body to form a pedal. How can you fly? Qing said in surprise. As a warrior, only after reaching the 8th level and lighting the 3 lamps and 7 fires can one fly into the air, but this person is clearly only at the 5th level. What kind of martial art is this? He could see that Su Chen was using an extremely special martial art. Cut your martial arts skills. Su Chen stood in the void and took a step forward. A strange wave spread from the soles of his feet. Qing's face suddenly changed drastically. He felt that his body was out of control, and his flesh wings vibrated wildly, but he still fell down. 8 steps of the heavenly dragon Xianlong step. Use your steps to influence the opponent's state and break their original balance. Qing was flying with 2 wings, but under the influence of the Xianlong step, his state was broken and he fell naturally. Damn it! Qing roared and snarled, a thick black divine light gushing out from his mouth. I don't believe you can block this. I didn't want to kill you so early. I wanted to ask about your relationship with the Qing family, but since you're so eager to die, don't blame me. Star Flash? Su Chen naturally recognized Qing's moves. Below the Stardust realm, this is a devastating killing move that only wild beasts can use. No. In the past, only wild beasts could use it. And now, Su Chen is even more outrageous than the wild beast, because not long ago, he has achieved star-flashing freedom. Buzz. The golden giant clasped his hands together, golden energy gathered, and then a golden beam of light shot out. A golden beam of light descended from the sky and collided with a black beam of light rising from the ground. Suddenly, black and gold intertwined, and flames surged. No! How is it possible? Why can you use Star Flash? Why? Qing's eyes were full of disbelief. Not only that, he also felt very clearly that the other party's Star Flash energy was even more abundant than his own. But his Star Flash is the star energy extracted from wild beasts. Under the stardust, the idea that only wild beasts can use star energy once again flashed through Qing's mind. You are also God. The golden star flashed down, swallowing up the black star flash, and also swallowed up Chang's head. The golden giant dissipated and turned into a rain of light in the sky. Su Chen slowly fell from the air, feeling relieved and breathing a sigh of relief. This battle is not easy. He tried almost all the methods he could, and finally killed Qing with the help of Star Flash. If it were an ordinary warrior, there would be no way he could fight against a god. Looking at Qing, who had regained his human form but had a shattered head on the ground, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. For Qing, God is indeed a path of evolution. However, it was difficult for Su Chen to abandon his human body and transform into that strange appearance. Su Chen searched Qing's body for a while and found a space ring with a lot of things in it, including credit cards, clothes, and some martial arts. Tianxian sword technique, a Xian grade superior martial art, you can learn it. Star spirit liquid, a good thing, can be used to improve qi in blood. Su Chen picked out a few useful things. At this moment, a letter in the corner of the space ring attracted Su Chen's attention. Does anyone still write letters in this day and age? Su Chen opened it doubtfully and read it bit by bit, his expression becoming more and more complicated. Xuan, how have you been recently? My brother is doing well here, and everyone is very friendly to me. You don't have to worry about me. You are not in good health, so you should get enough rest, don't stay up late, and don't read novels all the time. Protect your eyes. I heard from them that you were bullied at school. When you have time, write back to your brother and tell him who they are and he will help you beat them up. By the way, remember to visit your parents' graves. The Ghost Festival is coming soon. They will probably come to you in your dreams tonight. If you see them, remember to say sorry on your brother's behalf. It's your brother's fault. I don't know when my brother will be able to go back. I have asked someone to send you money every month, so you don't have to worry about it. Su Chen looked down little by little, and his mood became heavier. This is a family letter, or to be more precise, a letter written from a brother to his sister. Obviously, these are 2 orphans who depend on each other. Brother has prepared a bottle of spirit medicine for you, and a Barbie bunny doll that you love the most. I'll bring it to you next time you go back. You have to be good and obedient. The pen is Qing Xian. Qing Xian? Su Chen glanced at the corpse on the ground.
From this letter, it can be seen that Qing Xian really loves his sister. As for why she became a god, Su Chen has no idea.
However, based on Qing Xuan's previous words, Su Chen had some vague guesses. No fight, no acquaintance. We're half friends now. I'll pass the stuff on for you.
Su Chen put the letter, a bottle of potion and a Snow White and clean rabbit doll into his space ring. Then he buried Qing Xian and left. And not long after he left, Qing Xian, who had been buried, unexpectedly appeared here again. He glanced at the grave on the ground and laughed dumbly. Interesting person.
Boss, what are you doing?
Another voice was heard in the darkness.
I can't go back, so I can only rely on him to send me off. Su Chen, Su Chen, Su Chen.
Qing Xian muttered to himself, then his voice became louder and louder, and finally turned into wild laughter.
Su Chen, the origin divine blood. This is so fun. Chapter 109. We are in the body of a certain existence. Walking forward, there is still an endless forest of bones. Everything here is so weird. Two large pale eyeballs in the sky illuminated the area like lanterns. Gradually, in addition to the bone forest and bone mountain, some even more bizarre things appeared. Half of a broken star lay quietly on the ground, as well as a shattered mountain. Su Chen even saw a broken warship. The picture is too weird, just like a hungry person who stuffs everything into his stomach. But apart from Qing Xian, Su Chen never met anyone else. I don't know how long it took, but a figure fleeing in panic came into view. It's Jiang Qingxue. She was in a rather disheveled state at the moment. Her dress was tattered, exposing a large area of her snow-white skin, and her delicate face was full of panic. And behind him, a huge human-shaped skeleton was roaring and chasing. Su Chen ran over quickly, without saying a word, and punched out with a powerful punch, directly shattering the skeleton. Level 4? So weak?
At this moment, the doubts that had been buried in my heart for a long time came to my mind again. Di Chang once said that in order to form the God Hunting team, only 18 nameplates were issued, and the requirements of these 18 people were extremely similar.
That requires a strong body. However, since entering Shenong's tomb, the combat capability displayed by Jiang Qingxue was completely different from the requirements.
To be precise, she hadn't even demonstrated any physical strength. Most of the battles depended on mental strength, which meant that she was not a warrior, but a mind master. But before, when they were introducing each other in the Shenwu Bureau, she clearly stated that she was a warrior. Since she was a companion and Di Chang's student, Su Chen didn't think she was lying to him.
But its behavior is still too contradictory.
Especially now, she couldn't even deal with a foreign object that was almost at the 4th level.
Did she get in through connections? But who would use their connections to get themselves into the God Hunter squad with a very high mortality rate?
With doubts in his heart, Su Chen looked at Jiang Qingxue. Jiang Qingxue had not yet recovered from the shock. She was breathing heavily, and her plump chest was heaving violently.
This behavior is also unreasonable. Same as before. The reaction is a bit too big. Thanks. Jiang Qingxue still didn't dare to look at Su Chen. We are companions. Su Chen spoke. Yeah, what's wrong? Jiang Qingxue was a little confused and didn't understand why Su Chen asked this. If you behaved like this with someone else, or in any other situation, I wouldn't mind. But since you've come to the God Hunter trial, why are you acting like this? Sorry.
Before Su Chen finished speaking, Jiang Qingxue began to apologize.
Alas.
I don't blame you, I just don't understand why you came to hunt gods.
Actually, being a divine mind master is not bad either. Su Chen sighed. A spiritual mind master? I'm not a spiritual mind master. I'm a warrior. Didn't I tell you that? Jiang Qingxue said. Su Chen frowned. So you didn't know?
Sorry, I thought the teacher had told you before, so I didn't tell you.
Jiang Qingxue understood what Su Chen meant. What do you mean? Tell me what? Su Chen looked at Jiang Qingxue. Are you confused as to why I, despite my weak physique and timidity, would join the God Hunter team? Jiang Qingxue said.
Well, after walking for so long, you should know how dangerous it is to be in the God City.
Your physical body is too weak to survive.
I see that you have been using your mental power the whole time, so you should be a divine mind master.
Su Chen nodded. Actually, it's not. I'm a pure warrior.
It's just that the situation is special, so I can use my divine consciousness. To be more precise, I can not only use divine consciousness, but also star energy, elements, physical enhancement, spatial movement, and telepathy. This is the ability given to me by the 6 golden eyes. After saying that, the 6 golden petals in Jiang Qingshue's eyes began to spin, and a strange wave spread. But I'm too weak now. Activating the 6 flower golden eyes will have some side effects. For example, using divine consciousness will make me timid, and using physical strength will. When she said this, Jiang Qingshue's cheeks turned slightly red. What will happen? It was the first time that Su Chen knew of such a miraculous pair of eyes. Yes, don't ask. Anyway, I'm not the kind of person you think. Jiang Qingxue was a little embarrassed and annoyed, and stomped her feet in anger. I'm just worried about you. I don't think you're that bad. Su Chen didn't ask any further questions. Okay, let's keep going. We don't know where they've gone yet. Jiang Qingxue calmed down and responded. The two continued to move forward. As they went deeper, the human-shaped skeletons began to appear again. Su Chen turned into a bulldozer and punched them one by one. After walking for a while, a huge cave came into view. This is so strange. What kind of place is this? Why do I feel like we're falling down and into a cave? Are we in an underground world? Jiang Qingxue asked in confusion. I feel more like we are in the body of some kind of being than in the underworld. Su Chen looked at the cave entrance and said slowly. In the body? Yes. It's inside the body. When we first entered the Shinnong tomb, we entered that city, and that strange city was like a mouth. Later, we began to descend and entered another place. That place looks like an internal organ. Then I cut a path on the ground. Don't you think that path looks like a blood vessel or meridian? The subsequent events were similar. We were constantly falling and changing positions. In essence, it was like we were moving back and forth within the body of some entity. In fact, I didn't think about this place at first, until I came here and saw so many things. For example, battleships and broken stars, so I boldly guessed that this is actually the stomach of that being. And these bones are actually the remains he digested over endless years. Following Su Chen's words, Jiang Qingxue gradually connected all the previous events together. A strange city, an endless descent, various holes. Everything was in line with Su Chen's guess. So I think I understand the true meaning of this God Hunter trial. If that's true, then the locations of the other teams are probably in other parts of this body. Su Chen guessed. What kind of being has such a huge body? Jiang Qingxue was shocked. It must be related to God, or maybe Aragami. Aragami? In this world, no one has ever seen the god of wilderness. He is too old and does not belong to this era. All we know about it is that its flesh and blood turned into a wild beast. Another reason why Su Chen made such a guess was that Qing Xian said the words original breath before he became a god. The original gods. The word Shin god is also included in the word Huangshan. There's a high probability that these two are related. Let's go. If this is the stomach, then this path should lead to the intestines. Su Chen took the lead and stepped into the cave. Intestines? Will there be shit? Jiang Qingxue was a little hesitant. What? Are you hungry? Su Chen's laughter came from the cave. You're hungry. Jiang Qingxue hurriedly chased after him. Yes, I'm hungry and need milk. Please feed me. Rogue. It's not like I haven't eaten it before. After this confession, the relationship between the two gradually became closer. Chapter 110. Actually, there is only one team here. This is a narrow cave entrance. It was dark inside and I couldn't see the road clearly. Jiang Qingxue leaned close to Su Chen, clutching the corner of his clothes with her delicate hands, her face full of panic. As long as she activated her 6 flowered golden pupils, she would not become uncontrollably timid. Don't be afraid. Su Chen sensed Jiang Qingxue's fear and whispered to comfort her. Suddenly, he felt a hand around his waist and couldn't help but smile. Why are you so proactive? Taking the initiative for what? Jiang Qingxue's voice came. Come hug me actively, your little hands are still soft. Su Chen touched his waist with his hand, which was smooth, tender, and soft. I hug you? No. Jiang Qingxue said. No? Su Chen's expression changed drastically.
What's wrong, little brother? Are my hands soft? It's okay, just touch them more. I have plenty of hands. In the darkness, a charming voice suddenly sounded, and then a second hand came up, and then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. In just a few seconds, Suchen felt more than a dozen hands around his waist. What the hell? Suchen felt a chill down his spine and got goosebumps all over his body. Buzz. The spirit of martial arts was activated, and the small sapphire tripod floated in the air, shedding clear light. Suchen finally saw some light, and then took a deep breath. I saw an extremely strange woman following me. In other words, many women. She has 3 heads, crowded on one shoulder, and on both sides are more than a dozen hands. These hands are white, tender and smooth, and all placed on Suchen's waist. What the hell? Suchen was startled, and his blood and energy burst out instantly, turning into a solid streak of light. At the same time, lightning crackled and surrounded his body. Thunder? The strange woman was obviously surprised and immediately withdrew her hands. Are you God? The woman said in surprise. This is the power of wild beasts, how can humans use it? God damn it. Suchen was shocked and angry. He punched out with lightning and a powerful punch. 7 injury fist thunder injury to the internal organs. Ah! Lei Ting seemed to have a natural restraint towards women. With just one punch, he broke several of her hands. She was screaming, her voice shrill and piercing. Damn it! Why can you use thunder? The woman was so surprised and terrified that she didn't dare to fight and started running. Follow her! Suchen shouted. This is a rare opportunity. This person obviously belongs here. If we follow her, we might be able to find the exit. The 3 of them chased each other in the dark cave. Soon, light appeared before my eyes. There was a cliff ahead, and the woman jumped down directly, while Suchen and Jiang Qingxue stopped. Wait a moment. Suchen looked forward. This is a relatively spacious cave with stalactites hanging upside down on the dome and various huge rocks standing in a complex network underground. Several caves appeared around. After the woman jumped down, she also disappeared. Just as Suchen was hesitating about what to do next, a scream broke the silence. Big Tits May. I was wrong. I will never speak foul language again. I was wrong. Zhang Shua screamed and ran out of a nearby cave. He looked really miserable, with scratches all over his chest and flesh visible. There was a huge gap in the abdomen, as if it had been bitten by some kind of mouthpart. Roar! From the cave where Zhang Shua came out, an inhuman roar was heard, which was extremely dull. Immediately following, a figure that made Suchen and Jiang Qingxue's scalps tingle rushed out. It's Green Plum. But she is not a childhood sweetheart. She was called Qingmei because she wore Qingmei's clothes and had the same appearance, but her body had undergone earth-shaking changes. The clothes on the chest were completely torn into pieces, and the original Snow White in round shape turned into 2 thick tentacles. At the end of the tentacles, a cold and huge mouth kept roaring. In the huge mouth, the disordered sharp teeth kept rubbing against each other, making a harsh sound. Save Zhang Shua first. Suchen took a step forward and ran into the air. Flying in the air? Jiang Qingxue was startled. Is this the method of an 8th-level warrior? Roar! The tentacles on Qingmei's chest were roaring, the sound dull, like beating drums. Zhang Shua was so scared that he was almost unconscious and could only run non-stop. With a thud, he crashed directly into a huge rock. Don't kill me! Big Tits May, I don't want to die on this thing. Zhang Shua's face was pale and his legs were trembling. Get down! A roar rang out. Zhang Shua instinctively obeyed and lay down. Immediately afterwards, a figure descended from the sky. When his foot landed, the void seemed to ripple, and a heavy force of the earth suddenly descended. 8 steps of heavenly dragon, 8 steps of earthly dragon. With one kick, there is the power of the 100 desolations. Bang! The 2 tentacles were directly crushed to pieces, turning into blood and flesh all over the sky. Ah! Qingmei felt pain and let out an inhuman roar. At this moment, the roar of beasts was heard again in the cave, and Yichuan and Yi Zhaixing also rushed out in strange forms. Yichuan's 2 arms turned into big swords, and Yi Zhaixing's head disappeared and turned into 2 huge eyeballs. What the hell is going on? Suchen's scalp tingled, but he didn't have time to think about it. He directly took the Tianlong step to meet the enemy.
One of his hands was injured by boiling blood, and the other hand was injured by lightning. As the thunder and fire intertwined, boundless power erupted.
Su-chan, kill them, they are not real people, they are all pretending. They were the ones who led us here. From the very beginning of our encounter in the city, everything was planned by them. Actually, there's only one team here. Zhang Shu shouted loudly. What? Su-chan was shocked. Looking at the three strange people, he knew that Zhang Shu must have seen something, which was why they were chasing him. So he no longer held back. Die! He punched out. Xingmei screamed, but she couldn't resist and exploded directly in the air. Immediately afterwards, the Earth Dragon Step was taken and Yi Chuan was crushed to pieces. Finally, he used his true energy to transform into dragon claws and grabbed Yi Zhaixing to pieces. The battle was over in just a few minutes. These three people don't seem as strong as before. What's going on? Su-chan looked at Zhang Shuo. Zhang Shuo did not answer, but looked at Zhang Qingxue. Save me first, I feel like I might die. Zhang Qingxue hurried over, her six-flowered golden pupils spinning, and a life force emanated from her hands. Then a bright green light emerged, repairing the wound. Comfortable. Zhang Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this scene, Su-chen was somewhat surprised at the ability of the six-flower golden eyes. Now you can tell me. Su-chen asked again. Didn't we fall down together? Then I fell into a dark cave, and I walked and walked. Get to the point. Su-chen interrupted. Zhang Shuo, this guy, talks like he's being electrocuted. He speaks very fast, but there's not a single piece of useful information in his mouth. The point is, I saw their secret. Deep in that cave, there's an experimental site, a human experiment. Zhang Shuo said. That's where they create gods. Chapter 111, Banshee Attack. Side effects of the six-flower golden eyes. Creating a god? Su-chen and Zhang Qingxue looked at each other and both understood. Clearly, they seemed to be approaching the end of their journey. This trial is ostensibly about hunting gods, but in reality it is not that simple. The content of the trial is unknown, and you have to rely on yourself to explore. For now, all the answers are speculation. And the only way to verify the guess is to actually get there. All right. Zhang Qingxue stood up and the light in her hand disappeared. Thank you very much. Zhang Shuo grinned and returned to his previous lively self. Okay, let's keep going. Su-chen spoke. Zhang Shuo was stunned. Where should we go next? Go to the lab you mentioned, where else could it be? Su-chen took the lead and stepped forward, followed closely by Zhang Qingxue. No, I finally escaped from there, I'm not going back, if you want to leave, go ahead. Are you really leaving? Fuck. Don't leave me alone, wait for me. Unlike before, the inside of the cave this time was not flat, but a slippery area. The surroundings were not narrow, but rather spacious. However, the surroundings were not made of hard stone walls, but a sticky fleshy membrane, just like flesh and blood. One could even hear a slight pulsating sound coming from inside. And with every beat, a red light would appear inside the wall. This red light became the only source of light. Ha! Zhang Shuo tiptoed forward with disgust on his face, because the ground was also soft, slippery, and covered with strange mucus. If it was the stomach before, then this is most likely the intestines of that person. Su-chen determined his current location. Intestines? We're in the intestines? Will there be shit? Zhang Shuo exclaimed. Are you hungry? Zhang Qingxue used the same words Su-chen had used to reply to her before. Hearing this, Su-chen, who was walking in front, couldn't help laughing out loud. It was no wonder that they were taught by the same teacher, their focus was really the same. As we move forward, the surrounding environment is becoming increasingly worse. The air is filled with a foul smell, and some indigestible debris can be seen everywhere on the path. Some are in human form, some are in animal form, and there are even some metal fragments. This is very similar to what we have seen before. How long do we have to go? Zhang Qingxue's voice trembled a little. She held Su-chen's arm tightly. Her six-flowered golden pupils glowed in the darkness. She controlled her mental power and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. At the same time, the side effects of activating her pupil power made her more timid than usual, so much so that she almost stuck to Su-chen. Su-chen could clearly feel the warmth coming from his arm.
Jiang Shua, who was standing next to him, also turned pale and cursed, "Damn it! I never thought I would get into something like this in my life. Ugh." He was so sickened by the foul smell that he started to retch. Just then, the pulsation of the surrounding flesh walls suddenly intensified. He. Little brother, we meet again." The charming and strange female voice sounded again, coming from all directions and echoing in the empty cave. Swish! 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 White figures emerged from the shadows of the folds of the flesh and surrounded the three people. It was exactly the kind of multi-armed banshee we encountered before. And more than one. They all look similar, with multiple heads and dozens of pale, slender arms. When their arms dance, they bring up gusts of cold wind and emit a teeth-grinding friction sound. There was a gleam of greed and hunger in their eyes as they locked their eyes on the three people. Especially the leader, who was injured by Su Chen's thunder fist. Sticky liquid was still dripping from his broken hand, and he was looking at Su Chen with resentment. Fuck! What the hell is this? So disgusting. And there are so many of them. Jiang Shua's scalp tingled, and the shadow of the Shenyang tiger instantly possessed him, taking a defensive stance. Su Chen. Jiang Qingshue's face was as pale as paper. She subconsciously shrank behind Su Chen, and her fingers grabbing his clothes were cold. Don't be afraid, just follow me. Su Chen's eyes became fierce, he let out a low roar, and golden light surged around him, and he took the lead in launching an attack. He took a step forward, his body seemingly motionless, but a heavy wave of power suddenly spread out from under his feet. 8 steps of heavenly dragon, 8 steps of earthly dragon. Boom! The ground shook violently. The surrounding banshees staggered and their movements slowed down for a moment. Many of them even fell to the ground, screaming in anger. Qing Xue. Divine Thought Attack. Su Chen shouted a reminder. Jiang Qingxue suppressed her fear, her 6-flowered golden pupils spun rapidly, and her mental power was highly concentrated, turning into invisible spikes, which stabbed fiercely into the minds of the nearest banshees. Ah. The banshees held their heads and screamed miserably, their movements completely frozen. However, the next second after the divine thought was sent out, Jiang Qingshue's delicate body trembled violently, the golden petals in her pupils fluctuated violently, and the side effects surged back. Extreme fear came over her, and Jiang Qingxue let out a short scream. Her mental strength instantly collapsed, and she was about to fall backwards limply. Qingxue. Su Chen quickly turned around and put his arms around her waist. Die. At this moment, the banshee with the broken hand seized the opportunity, hissed viciously, and dozens of arms suddenly expanded, tearing through the air and stabbing Su Chen's back and Jiang Qingxue in his arms from several tricky angles. The speed is amazing. At the dangerous moment, although Jiang Qingxue was overwhelmed by fear, when she saw the fatal attack coming towards Su Chen, some deeper instinct overwhelmed the panic caused by the side effects. Golden light suddenly flashed in her eyes, and the 6 petals spun wildly at an unprecedented speed. Don't hurt him. A cry filled with tears but incomparably firm came out of her throat. The next second, her originally soft body tensed instantly, and an indescribable powerful force burst out from deep within her body. The muscle lines on the slender arms instantly became clear and smooth, containing explosive power. She threw a punch almost instinctively. Boom! The fist was so powerful that it created a visible airwave. The dozens of attacking pale arms shattered like fragile glass the moment they came into contact with the seemingly delicate fist. The handless banshee let out an incredibly shrill scream, and her entire body was blown away by the huge force, hitting the flesh wall in the distance with a muffled sound. What a powerful force! Su Chen said in surprise. The power of this punch reached at least 30 levels. However, after one punch, the golden light in Jiang Qingshue's eyes quickly dimmed, replaced by a hazy watery light. She groaned and her body completely collapsed in Su Chen's arms. The temperature of her skin was frighteningly high, and her breathing became hot and rapid, spraying on Su Chen's neck with an alluring sweet fragrance. It's so hot, Su Chen. I feel so uncomfortable. Jiang Qingxue murmured unconsciously, her cheeks flushed, her eyes completely blurred, and she began to instinctively rub against Su Chen's arms, looking for a source of coolness that could relieve the heat in her body. Qingxue? How are you? Su Chen's heart tightened. Obviously, this is the side effect that Jiang Qingxue was reluctant to mention before. Such powerful eyes cannot be used casually before one reaches a certain level of cultivation. Roar! The other banshees around gathered around again, roaring and attacking. Damn it!
It's not over yet.
Zhang Shu roared and rushed forward, transforming into the form of a black tiger and charging left and right, barely blocking one side, but it was obvious that he could not hold the line alone.
Su Qin. Think of a way. I can't hold on any longer.
Chapter 112. The frustrated Zhang Shua. The battle situation was tense, but Jiang Qingxue was holding Su Qin tightly at this moment, and he couldn't get away.
He could only deal with Jiang Qingxue first. Su Chen looked around and saw a sunken hole on the side and rear.
It was not big, but it was big enough for him to live in temporarily. Without hesitation, he picked up Jiang Qingxue, who was already in a daze, and kept groping him by the waist. The golden glow burst out and shook off the two female demons that were rushing towards him. With a flash of his body, he dived into the dark cave. The cave was narrow and damp, filled with a stronger fishy and sweet smell. The flesh walls feel smooth and soft, and are constantly wriggling slightly. Su Chen had just put Jiang Qingxue down and wanted to check on her condition, but she immediately wrapped herself around him like an octopus.
Su Chen, Su Chen.
Jiang Qingxue's breathing was rapid, her eyes were unfocused, her hot cheeks pressed against his slightly cool neck, greedily absorbing the coolness, her lips unconsciously brushing against his skin.
You're so cool, so comfortable. Qingxue, wake up.
Su Chen tried to hold down her restless hands, but she was surprisingly strong at the moment. Although the 6 golden pupils were dim, they still moved unconsciously, interfering with his strength.
Don't push me away.
She sobbed, her voice filled with tears and desire that was hard to conceal. Her hot lips clumsily and eagerly found his lips, and she kissed him awkwardly and passionately.
Su Chen's body suddenly stiffened.
The delicate body in his arms was hot and soft, its elastic and full body pressed tightly against his chest, and its slender yet powerful waist twisted restlessly under his palm. The confined space, the dangerous situation, the passionate and proactive advances of the opposite sex, all of these combined to form a fatal temptation.
Su Chen tried to stay rational. But the next second, when Jiang Qingxue's smooth and sweet tongue tentatively pried open his teeth, it completely broke.
Oh shit. He growled, his arms tightened suddenly, and he took the initiative, deepening the kiss fiercely and greedily absorbing her sweetness. In the darkness, the two people's breathing became heavier and more intertwined. Her body rubbed against him impatiently, and she murmured intermittently, "Well, don't look at me, this is not what I want." Outside the cave, the roar of the banshee and Zhang Shua's angry curses could be heard continuously. Inside the hole, spring light suddenly appeared, and she gasped and moaned. In the gap between life and death, the two briefly indulged in the most primitive desires.
Su Qin. Jiang Qingxue. What are you two doing? I can't take it anymore.
Zhang Shua's howling sounded again, with obvious anxiety and helplessness.
Su Chen woke up instantly.
He suddenly raised his head and looked outside the cave. Jiang Qingxue also seemed to have regained some clarity, realizing what had just happened. She moaned and suddenly buried her hot face in Su Chen's chest, feeling ashamed and embarrassed, but her body was still soft and powerless.
Wait here, don't come out. Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the restless blood in his body, quickly tidied up their messy clothes, and pushed Jiang Qingxue deeper into the hole.
Then his eyes instantly became sharp and cold, and he turned and rushed out of the dark cave.
At this moment, the situation outside is already precarious.
Zhang Shua was covered in wounds, the shadow of the Shenyang tiger was dim, and he was forced to retreat step by 7 or 8 female demons. What was even more terrifying was that all the banshees stopped attacking. They formed a circle, waving their arms wildly and uttering an ancient and evil chant. Debris and slime on the ground began to gather as the chanting sounded. Soon, a horrific monster made up of countless broken limbs and distorted faces slowly took shape. The pressure it exuded far exceeded that of all other banshees, reaching the peak of the 5th level and even faintly touching the threshold of the 6th level.
Mother of banshees. Damn, what the hell is this? Zhang Shua looked desperate.
At this moment, Su Chen came with a golden glow rising into the sky and rushed over. Although his clothes were a little disheveled and there was even a trace of ambiguous red mark at the corner of his mouth, his aura was more violent than ever before. The power and anger in his body that had not been released due to the ambiguity just now completely erupted, and the golden glow burned like a blazing flame, illuminating him like a god of war.
Get out of my way. Su Chen roared angrily and punched out directly without even using the cauldron spirit.
On the tip of the fist, golden and red blood and violent lightning intertwined and entangled, containing terrifying explosive power. Blood-boiling injury superimposed on visceral lightning injury.
Boom!
The power of this punch directly shattered the half of the Banshee mother's body that had just formed. Broken limbs and arms mixed with mucus splattered everywhere. The monster let out a painful scream, and the remaining body twisted violently, with countless faces wailing at the same time.
Su Qin. Zhang Shuo was surprised and happy.
At the same time, Jiang Qingxue in the dark cave heard the noise outside, and the strong shame and worry temporarily overwhelmed the abnormality in her body. She struggled to get up, and the 6 golden pupils in her eyes lit up again, but this time it was no longer to strengthen her body, but switched to another mode. In the center of the golden petals and the pupil, a star suddenly shone brightly.
Don't hurt him.
She gritted her teeth, endured the soreness in her body and the deep feeling of emptiness, transformed all her emotions into strength, and pushed her hands forward.
6-flowered golden pupils star energy mode. Call out.
A beam of light emitting a breath of destruction burst out from her fingertips, like a stream of light, and shot directly into the gap in the chest of the Banshee mother that was pierced by Su Chen.
Boom!
The golden beam exploded inside the monster's body.
The star energy raged, completely destroying its remaining body structure.
The Banshee mother let out a final, unwilling roar, and her massive body completely disintegrated, transforming into foul-smelling pieces of flesh and blood that fell to the ground with a crackling sound. The leading Banshee with a broken hand let out a mournful wail, turned around and tried to escape.
Want to leave? Su Chen's eyes were cold.
He took a step forward and his body was as fast as lightning. He instantly caught up with him and chopped down his palm covered with golden mist like a knife.
Phew!
The Banshee's head shot up into the sky, and her headless corpse staggered a few steps, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Seeing that their leader and the mother were dead, the remaining Banshees screamed in terror and retreated like a tide into the shadows of the wrinkles of the surrounding flesh walls, disappearing. The battle came to an abrupt end. The intestinal cavity temporarily returned to silence, leaving only the mess on the ground and the strong smell of blood. Su Chen slowly exhaled, and the golden glow around him gradually subsided. He turned and looked towards the dark cave.
Jiang Qingxue was holding onto the wall and walking out tremblingly.
Her cheeks were still flushed, her hair was messy, her dress was untidy, and there were still ambiguous red marks on her exposed skin. When meeting Su Chen's gaze, Jiang Qingxue immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, her fingers nervously twisting the corners of her clothes, no longer having the fierce look she had just when she shot out the star energy beam. Zhang Shuo slumped down on the ground, breathing heavily. He looked at Su Chen, then at Jiang Qingxue, opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end. He just showed an extremely complicated expression, as if saying I understand and fuck, you really know how to pick the time.
Su Chen walked up to Jiang Qingxue, was silent for a moment, and whispered, it's okay.
Jiang Qingxue's voice was as soft as a mosquito.
Oh my god, I almost lost my life, and you didn't even care about me. Zhang Shuo finally couldn't hold it anymore.
Chapter 113 Divine Martial Arts, Divine Fist. Sun and moon shine together.
Okay, isn't it okay for me to care about you? Su Chen shook his head and laughed.
After all, he did feel a little sorry for Zhang Shuo.
Hey.
Zhang Shuo grinned, then stood up and imitated Jiang Qingxue, grabbing Su Chen's arm, pouting and saying aggrievedly, Brother Su, I'm scared too, I want to stick to you.
Roll. Bang.
Zhang Shuo flew backwards like a ball. Su Chen's brows were almost twisted into a shape, and white smoke began to come out of his fists, which was a sign of blood-boiling injury.
He almost couldn't help it. Hey, Brother Su, are you serious?
Zhang Shuo grinned as he climbed up from a pile of sticky soft tissue, rubbing his butt and wailing. Su Chen ignored him and turned to look at the end of the flesh wall. There was a nondescript metal door vaguely embedded there, its surface covered with a film-like organic substance, which was undulating slightly with the pulse of the surroundings.
Yes.
Jiang Qingxue recovered a little, her cheeks were still red, but her eyes were much clearer. She subconsciously adjusted her collar to cover the faintly visible white curve of her chest.
This thing.
Zhang Shuo limped over and tilted his head to examine it.
Could it be the anus?
Since he was now in the large intestine, Zhang Shuo naturally thought of calling the door at the end of the large intestine this.
Shut up.
Su Chen and Jiang Qingxue glared at him at the same time.
Well, I just said it casually. Zhang Shuo shrank his neck. Su Chen reached out and touched the door.
It feels cold to the touch, completely different from the warm and moist flesh and blood around it. He exerted a little force and the door slid inward. Behind the door is a short, narrow passage with another door at the end. After pushing it open, the three of them were stunned at the same time.
It's a laboratory. To be precise, it was an abandoned laboratory.
Broken utensils were scattered on the operating table, the screens of several instruments were black, and there was a thin layer of dust on the floor. The air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant, mixed with a faint fishy odor.
Is there really no one left? Zhang Shua poked his head in. Is this what you see? Su Chen asked.
It seems so, but it also seems not.
I remember there seemed to be no door.
Zhang Shua was recalling whether what he had seen before was this place, but he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. If I have to say, he ran for a long time before, but this time he seemed to see the door in a short while.
Did I remember it wrongly?
Zhang Shua muttered to himself.
Go in and take a look. Su Chen walked in front, looking around.
There were many patterns carved on the wall, the most conspicuous of which was the symbol of a snake wrapped around a staff exactly the same as the mark on the black jade piece.
It's really Nuwa.
Jiang Qingxue whispered, her fingertips stroking the symbol, her golden eyes flickering. They really did conduct some kind of experiment here.
Look here. Zhang Shua kicked out a half-broken culture chamber from under a laboratory table.
There was light green liquid remaining in the cabin, and a few black scales were sunk at the bottom.
Just then. Boom! The entire space shook violently. Dust fell overhead. Another vibration? It's not over yet. Zhang Shua cursed. Su Chen's expression was stern. No. This vibration comes from far away. It's the fluctuation of the battle. Is it the teachers? Jiang Qingxue reacted. I'm afraid so. Su Chen nodded. The Divine Martial Bureau had indeed made other moves. Hunting the god is fake, clearing it out is real. At the same time, in another huge chamber in Shenong's tomb,
Di Chang stood with his hands behind his back, with more than 10 elite members of the Shenwu Bureau behind him. The blood and energy in everyone's body were steaming, and the spirit of martial arts was looming. They were confronting dozens of Nuwa believers in black robes. There were many corpses lying on the ground, including men in black robes and personnel from the Shenwu Bureau.
Di Chang, you guys really came.
The leader of the believers spoke hoarsely, revealing a pair of inhuman vertical pupils beneath his hood. Unfortunately, it's too late.
Di Chang sneered, it's not too late. Just in time to send you on your way.
Before he finished speaking, he rushed out and punched out. The fist wind condensed into substance, transformed into a roaring tiger head, and charged straight into the opponent.
We have already prepared everything, and I also want to thank you for giving us an amazing gift.
The leader of the believers laughed.
The war is about to break out. Inside the laboratory, Su Chen withdrew his perception and said thoughtfully, it is safe here for the time being. Let's look for other clues.
The three searched carefully. A moment later, Jiang Qingxue found a mechanism in a secret compartment on the wall. With a light push, an entrance slid open on the ground, revealing a staircase leading down.
There's a secret passage. Zhang Shua exclaimed, just how big is this place?
At the end of the stairs is a spacious stone chamber. Eternal lamps were lit on the four walls, the dim flames illuminating a black wooden coffin in the center.
The tomb? Jiang Qingxue frowned. Su Chen walked forward slowly.
With the help of the light, you can clearly see some patterns engraved on the walls of the tomb. They have become somewhat weathered and decayed, as if they have gone through many eras.
Here it is.
Jiang Qingxue's eyes flashed with gold as she looked at the patterns and suddenly said, I think I know where this is. Su Chen and Zhang Shua looked at Jiang Qingxue at the same time. The family secret book mentions, in the ancient era of high martial arts, two peerless masters once fought a decisive battle here. The aftermath shook the heavens and earth, and even created the Shenong Mountains. Jiang Qingxue's voice gradually lowered, and her fingertips brushed across the incomplete patterns.
The Jiang family has extremely ancient records that include these patterns.
It's said that when the Shenong Mountains were first formed, someone worshipped those two men, so they buried the site of their decisive battle and carved a mark into it.
Could it be here? Hearing this, Su Chen's heart moved.
He remembered the martial arts card he had obtained earlier. That was the reward given to him and Yunlin when their child was first formed, but he never had the chance to use it. And now, the traces left by the two top masters from the high martial arts era are the best opportunity to use them. He didn't hesitate and used the martial arts card directly.
Buzz! Su Chen's eyes suddenly went dark, and then his vision exploded into chaos. What came into view was no longer the claustrophobic space of the laboratory, but the boundless sky and the cracked earth. Two figures stood between heaven and earth, their mere existence causing the void to wail continuously. This is an existence beyond Su Chen's cognition. One of them had wildly dancing red hair and blazing golden flames wrapped around his body. He said nothing, but simply raised his hand and grabbed at the sky. Buzz! He actually forcibly tore down a huge burning star from outside the domain, and it fell straight down with a huge tail flame. The other man was wearing a fluttering black robe, his face was blurred, and only his clenched fists could be seen clearly. The left fist bursts out with scorching sun, the right fist flows with cool moonlight, the sun and the moon shine together, reflecting in front of the body. Break! The man in black robe shouted in a low voice and threw out with both fists. Boom! The scorching sun and the bright moon transformed into two entangled beams of light, rushing up against the sky and slamming into the fallen star. The light swallowed up all sounds, and Su Chen felt that his soul was about to be shattered by the aftermath of the collision. The next moment, the picture shattered. Ding! Witness the ancient battle and comprehend the divine martial art, Divine Fist. Divine Fist, one move, Great Sun, burns mountains and boils seas. One move, Bright Moon, freezes thousands of miles. When both fists strike simultaneously, the sun and moon appear, their power is unpredictable. Extremely powerful, use with caution. Chapter 114, The Girl in the Coffin. The Great Evil God. A sense of oppression. Divine martial arts. A level never heard of. So strong. So strong. Su Chen suddenly came back to his senses, gasping for breath, his back soaked in cold sweat. At the same time, a strange understanding of martial arts flooded into his mind like a tide. Su Chen? What's wrong with you? Jiang Qingxue noticed that his breathing was disordered, and she leaned over with concern, subconsciously grabbing his arm with her cold and soft hand. When she moved, her clothes opened slightly, revealing her snow-white skin and seductive curves. Before Su Chen could open his mouth. Crunch, bang! The lid of the black wooden coffin in the center of the room was suddenly blasted open from the inside by a huge force, falling to the ground, with broken wood scattering everywhere. Immediately following, a suffocatingly strong and powerful pressure of qi and blood, like a physical tsunami, filled the entire stone chamber. What the hell? What the hell? Zhang Shuo was so overwhelmed by this anger that he half knelt on the ground, his face pale. Jiang Qingxue's delicate body trembled, and she almost collapsed into Su Chen's arms. Her six-flowered golden pupils moved instinctively, and she trembled. What a terrible blood and qi! Su Chen's tripod-shaped martial arts spirit emerged on its own, and the sapphire light swayed violently, barely able to withstand the pressure. His pupils constricted and he stared at the coffin. Snap! A white, slender hand with well-proportioned flesh rested on the edge of the coffin. Then, a young girl slowly sat up. She looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, with a delicate face but expressionless, and a pair of eyes that were pure blood red, so cold that there was not a trace of human emotion. She was only wearing a simple, tattered white dress, revealing her arms, shoulders, and calves, revealing skin so white and delicate it was dazzling. But this seemingly delicate body exudes a terrifying aura like that of a prehistoric beast. Qi and blood surged around her body like an ocean, even making a roaring sound like the tide. Level 6, definitely level 6. Zhang Shuo's teeth were chattering. Damn it! Why is there such a monster in this damn place? Could this be the god we are hunting? The girl's golden eyes slowly turned and finally locked onto the three people. When her eyes swept over the three of them, they felt as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake, and their hair stood on end. Interesting but weak human. The girl spoke, her voice clear but as cold as ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. Before she finished speaking, her figure suddenly became blurred. The next second, a white and delicate fist appeared in front of Su Chen. The speed of the punch is so fast that it is beyond the limit of visual capture. The wind from the fist caused pain on Su Chen's face. Hold! Su Chen had no time to think at all. The divine blood and the universe blood refining sutra in his body instantly exploded to the extreme. The golden mist was wrapped in the meaning of the divine fist that he had just comprehended, and he hastily punched forward. Boom! When the two fists collided, there was a loud noise like the collision of metal. The terrifying airwave exploded with the two of them as the center, directly blowing Zhang Shuo and Jiang Qingxue next to them away. Su Chen only felt an irresistible force surging, his entire arm creaked under the weight,
his body flew backwards and hit the stone wall behind him heavily.
Boom!
A human-shaped dent was smashed into the stone wall, and cracks spread.
Puff!
Su Chen felt a sweet taste in his throat and a mouthful of blood spurted out.
Just one punch.
He even used a bit of the power of his newly acquired divine fist, but was still crushed by the absolute force.
This girl is even countless times more terrifying than Qing Xian.
The strength of his physical body surpassed any opponent Su Chen had ever encountered, including those with royal blood and ancestral blood.
Great evil? Su Chen's pupils shrank and he thought of a possibility. An ordinary 6th level cultivator is definitely not his opponent.
With only one realm difference between them, the only one who can crush him is the legendary Great Beast.
This girl is very evil. Moreover, Su Chen keenly felt that he had an aura similar to Qing Xuan's. A god transformed from a great evil? Su Chen's breath was choked.
Seeing that Su Chen was fine, a hint of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes, as if she didn't expect this human being to be able to take her punch. But she didn't stop at all, her figure disappeared again, and she rushed straight to Jiang Qingxue, who had just crawled up from the ground.
Qingxue! Get out of the way! Su Chen roared anxiously.
Jiang Qingxue's face was pale, her 6-flowered golden pupils were spinning wildly, and her mental power, star energy and other powers instantly intertwined in front of her to form a shield.
This is a life and death battle, there is no time to consider side effects. Bang!
However, the shield that could withstand a full-strength attack from a level 6 warrior was shattered like paper by the girl with just a simple knife move. Jiang Qingxue screamed in surprise and was swept by the aftermath. Her delicate body flew backwards again, with blood oozing from her mouth.
Damn it! I'll fight you!
When Zhang Shuo saw Jiang Qingxue injured, his eyes instantly turned red.
The two of them are from the same family and are almost like brother and sister.
Although Zhang Shuo is always laughing and joking, in his heart, no one can touch Jiang Qingxue.
Bang!
He pounded his chest hard, and a mouthful of blood spurted out and splashed onto the shadow of the Xianyang tiger.
Roar!
The shadowy figure of the Xianyang tiger let out a roar mixed with pain and violence, and its body suddenly swelled and deformed. Blood-colored lines covered the tiger's body, and the character on its forehead broke apart, turning into a more ferocious character Biao.
Immediately following,
the Xianyang tiger's fangs grew larger, its claws became sharper, and its aura instantly broke through the 5th level, approaching the 6th level. But Zhang Shuo's hair turned gray at a speed visible to the naked eye, and wrinkles appeared on his face. It was obvious that the price he paid was huge.
Biao! That's interesting. For the first time, the girl showed some expression, a look of cold curiosity, as if she were looking at an interesting toy. Your mother is so interesting. Take this claw from your master Biao.
Zhang Shuo roared and turned into blood-red lightning and pounced on the girl. His sharp claws, with the murderous intent of tearing everything apart, grabbed the girl's face fiercely. The girl didn't dodge or evade, but simply raised her fair hand with her 5 fingers spread out.
Bang!
With ease, he grabbed the violent bloody tiger claw. The strong wind blew up the strands of hair on her forehead, revealing her blood-red eyes that were calm and motionless. The strength is acceptable, she commented calmly, but it's too rough. The next second, she twisted her wrist slightly.
Snap! Ouch!
Zhang Shuobiao let out an extremely shrill howl, and his entire tiger arm was twisted into pieces by a strange force. The sound of bones breaking is toothacheing. The girl swung her hand casually, slamming the seriously injured Zhang Shuo into the ground, creating a deep pit filled with smoke and dust.
In an instant, all 3 were defeated.
The girl turned her gaze to Su Chen again, and walked towards him step by step, using her energy and blood to block all his escape routes.
Your power is very special. I like it very much.
She stretched out her hand, which was still white and not even stained with a trace of dust, and grabbed Su Chen's head. Su Chen clenched his teeth, and a madness flashed in his eyes.
Next second, a golden divine light burst out from Su Chen's palm. Star flash.
In this situation, only Xingshan is his last resort.
Boom!
The girl obviously did not expect Su Chen to have such a move, and she was instantly blasted away by the star flash. She crashed into the wall, and a hole appeared in her chest, charred and smoking, but life was still active.
It's really unexpected.
If it weren't for the divine blood given by someone, I'm afraid I would really die in your hands. The girl stood up again, and the wound on her chest that was damaged by the starlight was recovering rapidly.
Chapter 115 Breakthrough. The second level of the Universal Blood Refining Sutra. No one understood what the girl said.
But one thing is certain, that is, even Starflash can hardly cause effective damage to it.
Interesting toy, let me see how long you can keep me entertained.
As soon as she finished speaking, the girl disappeared. Su Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, his martial arts true eyes started to work, and then he instinctively protected his chest with his arms.
Boom!
A huge force like a falling meteorite hit him, and Su Chen was knocked away by a punch.
Instinct?
The girl was surprised. She knew her own strength was enough to crush her opponent. There was no way the opponent would be able to react to this punch. There is only one possibility, that is, it comes from physical instinct. Su Chen slammed into the wall, his blood boiling, and he felt his internal organs shifted. The power of this ferocious god had completely surpassed Bai Huang and reached an immeasurable level.
Damn it!
Su Chen let out a low shout, and the Tianshu star pattern started to operate. He stepped on the ground, and a red light appeared on his arm. At the same time, the Universe Blood Refining Sutra started to operate, and vast blood and energy gushed out, turning into a blood-red streak that wrapped around his body.
Bang!
He took a step forward, and a terrifying wave spread out, turning into substantial ripples that rushed forward.
At the same time as the Earth Dragon step is released, Su Chen took the Tianlong step again and quickly approached the girl in the air.
He wanted to attack the girl at the moment she was attacked by the Earth Dragon step.
However,
the next second, the girl, who should have been shocked by the Earth Dragon step, raised her head and smiled brightly.
Man, you're funny.
She stretched out her jade hand, and true energy filled her palm. Then, an illusory palm print came towards Su Chen.
How is that possible? Su Chen was horrified.
The Earth Dragon step that he unleashed with all his strength had no effect on the girl at all.
Bang!
Su Chen was slapped onto the dome of the tomb and sank several meters into the stone wall.
Cracks spread out from Su Chen to the surrounding area. Puff!
Su Chen opened his mouth and coughed up blood, but what greeted him was another white palm print.
Bang! 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 Countless palm prints came one after another, directly cracking the entire dome, and large pieces of rocks fell like rain.
The girl stood in the dust and rubble, her figure graceful and her body unstained by dust.
It's over.
She chuckled lightly, looking relaxed, and then turned her gaze to the unconscious Jiang Qingxue and Zhang Shuo. However, at this moment, a roar came from the sky. It's not over yet.
How is that possible?
This time, it was the girl's turn to exclaim. She raised her head and looked at Su Chen standing in the air in surprise. At this moment, Su Chen was covered in blood, his clothes were torn, and his face was stained with blood and mud, but his eyes, which were filled with fine lines, were full of unyielding spirit.
It's not over yet. As long as Su Chen hasn't fallen down, then the battle is not over yet. Crack!
In the dark tomb, a flash of lightning lit up, and then this flash of lightning turned into thick thunder like a prairie fire, lingering around Su Chen. In desperation, relying on his unyielding will, Su Chen finally broke through to the second level of the Universe Blood Refining Sutra. When the first level of the Blood Refining Sutra is ignited, the blood furnace can extract the talents of wild beasts, and when it is fully perfected, it can condense wild patterns. Su Chen had condensed the thunder pattern a long time ago.
But as for how to enter the second level, I have no idea.
As a forbidden technique in the starry sky, Su Chen was the first to successfully practice it. There was no one to guide him, so he could only explore it on his own. And now, under the girl's oppression, he finally achieved sublimation.
Starfire tempering the veins. This is the name of the second level of the Universe Blood Refining Sutra.
The meridians in Su Chen's body circulated, forming the shape of a huge furnace that could refine the flesh and blood of wild beasts.
At this moment, this huge furnace was burning with blazing flames.
The spark energy generated by the furnace began to actively temper the meridians, bones, and internal organs throughout the body. After that, the meridians become wider and tougher like the veins of the stars, the bones become more lustrous like star marrow and jade bones, and the internal organs are full of vitality.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
A dull drum sound was heard in the tomb, like thunder, but it did not come from lightning, but from Su Chen's body. That was the result of Su Chen's body becoming stronger after activating the Universe Blood Refining Sutra, and the sound of his heartbeat could be heard outside his body.
This is impossible. How can your body be so strong?
The girl's expression changed for the first time. She didn't understand how this man could have changed so much in such a short time.
Even if it is a realm breakthrough, it is impossible. With me, everything is possible. The battle has just begun. Su Chen roared and swooped down. His left hand shone with golden light, turning into the sun, and his right hand shone with silver light, like a full moon. Bang! The girl looked stern as she went forward to meet him. Su Chen retreated violently, crushing the ground with his feet and leaving a deep pit in the ground, but this time, a smile appeared on his face. Because the girl finally stepped back. The girl took several steps back with a gloomy look on her face. At this moment, she knew that the man in front of her was worth her serious attention. Aren't you invincible too? Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with lightning, and then he rushed out again. Call out. The speed is so fast that it almost flashes. In an instant he was in front of the girl. But the girl didn't have a true martial arts eye, and her fair face was almost distorted by the punch. 8 steps of the heavenly dragon Yulong step. Specialize in speed steps. It's like teleporting. Ah! How dare you hit me in the face? The girl touched her red and swollen face, and anger finally appeared on her calm face for the first time. How dare a lowly and inferior life punch her in the face? She can't bear it. Very young. Su Chen grinned. The next second, an even more violent aura burst out. It was not simply chi and blood, but the aura of an elevated realm. After entering the second level of the Universe Blood Refining Sutra, Su Chen's refining efficiency and compatibility with the flesh and blood of wild beasts made a qualitative leap. Even in battle, it can still be refined. And the object he refined was that drop of divine blood. Although he was rather panicked and prone to problems at this time, Su Chen knew that it was impossible to defeat the evil girl with only the strength of the first level of the 5th stage. So since his breakthrough, he has been refining the divine blood. And now, the effect has been achieved. Level 5, second level. Level 5, level 3. What are you doing? The girl couldn't understand why Su Chen had improved his realm, but she knew that she had to stop him. Boom! She was performing ancient martial arts, her body like a huge mountain, crashing down. Her slender figure was oppressing the tomb so much that it was roaring. However, Su Chen had anticipated this. He took the Yulong step and flashed continuously. 5th level, 5th level. The momentum rose again. At this moment, the girl's eyes flashed, and she seemed to be going to attack Su Chen, but she suddenly changed halfway and rushed towards Jiang Qingxue. I can't kill you, but your companions won't be able to escape. The girl sneered. Not good. Su Chen's face changed, he ignored this point. However, at this moment, a strange voice was heard in the dark tomb. Woof. Chapter 116, Xiao He to the rescue. The undercurrent is always surging. Pango plan. Just as the girl was about to approach Jiang Qingxue, a dark figure emerged and rushed directly towards the girl like a stream of light. What the hell? The girl frowned. This is indeed a piece of shit, because it's Xiao He. Xiao He? Su Chen said in surprise. The black shadow that suddenly broke in was Xiao He. At this moment, he turned into a big dog, with black flames surrounding his body and a fierce aura. Xiao He. That's an evil spirit. Don't. In Su Chen's impression, Xiao He can usually only fight against 3rd and 4th level wild beasts, while the girl is a 6th level evil spirit. Even I am not sure I can defeat him. But before he could finish his words, an incredible scene happened. Xiao He collided with the girl. The girl was disdainful at first, but the next second, she was knocked away like a cannonball. Grass. Su Chen was stunned. What is going on? He was also planning to delay time until he could refine the divine blood, forcibly break through to the 6th level, and then fight a decisive battle with the girl. As a result, when Xiao He came out, he knocked the person away? Su Chen had long known that Xiao He had extraordinary bloodline, but it seemed that he still underestimated him. That's a fierce god. Aya Aya. A familiar voice was heard again at the entrance. 3-headed divine dragon. The little guy came over too. Just in time. Su Chen laughed loudly, stretched out his hand, and the 3-headed divine dragon turned into a 3-pointed, double-edged sword, shining with cold light. He didn't know how Xiao He and Xiao San came, nor did he know why Xiao He was so strong, but the most important thing at the moment was to kill this evil spirit as soon as possible. Woof. Xiao He raised his head and roared. The black flames on his body became more and more intense, like the mane of a lion king, majestic and powerful. Ahem. The girl stood up and looked at Xiao He in horror. What kind of wild beast are you? How could you be stronger than me? Pooh. Xiao Hei snorted, his eyes full of disdain, as if saying, isn't it normal to be better than you? Damn it! How dare you, a beast, look at me like that? The girl was furious. Whether in her past life or this life, she was the most arrogant person. As a great villain, she possesses an extraordinary talent in the starry sky, and even in the era of high martial arts, few people can match her. In this life, he even combined with divine blood to surpass the past. But at this moment, he was actually despised by a dog. She was roaring, her blood and energy were like a vast ocean, flooding the entire tomb, and a phantom like a real dragon gathered in it. Heavenly martial arts. True dragon technique. Su Chen's breath was choked. This martial art is recorded in textbooks and belongs to the era of advanced martial arts. Someone once used this martial art to kill a real star dragon, hence the name. Een. The true dragon roars, evolving into a vast divine power. The girl rushed forward, covered in the phantom of a real dragon, with an aura soaring to the top, as if a divine mountain was rushing towards her. Just in time. Woof! Su Chen, holding a three-pointed, double-edged sword, walked forward with a big laugh. Xiao Hei roared and spewed black flames, like a demon from hell. Suddenly, the two people and the dog started fighting each other. The girl's recovery ability was terrifying, and most of her injuries healed instantly. It was a fierce battle and the aftermath was extremely terrifying. Su Chen had to take the time to move Jiang Qingxue and Zhang Shua out of the tomb. For this, he took the girl's palm strike. But this time, he did not vomit blood, nor was he seriously injured like before. His blood and qi just surged, and then there was no more fluctuation. You've become weaker? No. I've become stronger. Su Chen laughed. At this moment, the aura of the 5th level and 9th layer was no longer concealed, and the blood and energy gushed out, turning into a violent storm, actually competing with the girl's ocean of blood and energy. What kind of monster are you? The girl was beaten back step by the man and the dog. She had the absolute advantage in the last second and was toying with the opponent, but the offense and defense changed in just a moment. This was beyond the girl's understanding. Monster? Are you talking about me? Su Chen laughed loudly and swung the three-pointed, double-edged sword down. The dazzling sword light was like a startled wild goose in the blood. Phew! The girl had no weapon and blocked with her arms, but naturally her arms were cut off. Magical weapons will become stronger as their owners become stronger. As Su Chen's strength increases, the power of the three-pointed and two-bladed swords is also rapidly changing. The girl who lost both arms fled in panic when facing the attack of Su Chen and Xiao Hei. Final. Phew! The blade passed by. The girl was split into two by the force and died tragically in the tomb. At this moment, even with the help of the so-called divine blood, it is of no avail. Call. Su Chen collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. This battle was even more brutal than the one in Liyan City. That time, at least he had the effect of blood strengthening, and was able to fight against the giant beast, but this time, he was facing a high-level fierce god, whose realm was higher than his own. If you are not careful, you will be killed. If it weren't for the desperate situation of breaking through the second level of the Universe Blood Refining Sutra, and Xiao Hei's timely rescue, it would have been difficult for me to succeed. Xiao Hei! Su Chen called out. Woof! Xiao Hei responded and rubbed Su Chen's arm affectionately with his head. It turned back into the form of a little black dog. How did you get here? Su Chen stroked Xiao Hei's dog head. Woof woof woof, I sensed the master was in danger, so I brought Xiao San here. Xiao Hei looked up and barked. Although he didn't understand, Su Chen still understood what Xiao Hei meant. The reason was unknown, but as long as Xiao Hei wanted to express it, he would understand. Very strange. But if Xiao Hei doesn't want to express himself, I won't understand. The initiative is not in your hands. It's incredible that you can find this place. What kind of species are you? You can collide with a 6th-level fierce god. Su Chen exclaimed. Woof woof. Xiao Hei held his head high, as if waiting for praise. Great. Xiao Hei is the best. Su Chen smiled. The three-headed divine dragon came running over happily, also wanting to take credit. You two are both amazing, but Xiao Hei and Xiao San are the best. Su Chen shook his head and laughed. After resting for a while, Su Chen almost recovered.
He stood up and walked into the passage, threw Zhang Shuo onto Xiao Hei's back, and carried Jiang Qingxue on his back.
Can you find your way back?
Su Chen looked at Xiao Hei.
Woof!
Xiao Hei shouted confidently.
Then let's go. Su Chen held Jiang Qingxue's white, tender and smooth legs with his hands.
For a moment, he was distracted, especially the soft touch on her back, which made him recall the ridiculous experience before.
At the same time, the unknown depths of Shenong's tomb.
The evil girl who should have been dead was actually standing inside alive, and next to him was Qing Xian. In front of the two of them, a picture appeared, which showed Su Chen's departing figure.
I told you, there's something very wrong with this kid.
You can't judge him with ordinary people's thinking, especially the smell of the origin divine blood, which is extremely strong.
Qing Xian spoke. It's really interesting.
He's much better than those self-proclaimed geniuses of the high martial arts era.
He was actually able to kill one of my clones.
The girl's eyes flickered with interest.
Qing Xian, how's the status you said you'd arrange for me? It's all done.
From now on, you will be Ji Ruoshi, the daughter of the Ji family, one of the 8 ancient surnames.
Qing Xian smiled. That's amazing. He can even arrange the identity of the Ji family.
The girl was surprised.
Of course she knew about the 8 ancient surnames.
This isn't my relationship, but that of the people above. Someone in Yuhua has taken a fancy to this beautiful vessel.
If we use him to create a god, perhaps we can actually create a Pangu. Qing Xian sighed. Pangu? They actually want to use that plan.
The girl said in surprise.
Who knows?
But Daxiao won't be so peaceful in the future. Hunting god, let's see who hunts whom. Qing Xian smiled mysteriously.
Chapter 117. The trial is over. Yao Ilio.
Su Chen was surprised by the route Xiao Hei took, which was completely different from the way he came.
It's winding and I don't know where it leads to. But since it can come in, it can definitely go out.
Su Chen followed Xiao Hei and didn't know how long he had walked before the view in front of him suddenly became clear.
He actually came directly to the outside of Shenong's tomb. Why? Su Chen was stunned and looked behind him. It was a desolate place and the previous exit didn't exist at all.
At this moment, Jiang Qingxue behind him whimpered, her body trembling slightly, her eyes opened, and she said weakly, I am. The familiar smell lingering around her nose and the handsome profile made Jiang Qingxue regain consciousness instantly.
Su Chen. Jiang Qingxue's eyes widened, and then she asked in panic, where is that woman? Where are we? This is Shenong Mountain. We made it out alive. As for how we got out, it's hard to explain to you right now. Su Chen said.
Jiang Qingxue suddenly fell silent, her face flushed, because she realized her current situation. She was lying on Su Chen's back, with her plump breasts deformed by the pressure. His legs were in Su Chen's hands.
Can you put me down first? I should be fine now. Jiang Qingxue said weakly.
However, after Su Chen put her down, she staggered and fell directly into Su Chen's arms again. The two looked at each other without saying a word. Everything that had happened before was vivid in their minds, and gradually their breathing became heavier.
The atmosphere became a little charming for a while. What the hell?
Zhang Shuo suddenly screamed, then bounced up from Xiao Hei's body, his true energy exploded, and the spirit of martial arts surrounded him.
Fuck you. I'm going to fight you.
Zhang Shuo tensed up and prepared to attack, but the scene before him stunned him.
What's going on? Traveling through time again?
He turned around and saw the ambiguous relationship between Su Chen and Jiang Qingxue, and couldn't help feeling heartbroken.
What the hell? What are you two going to do? Can you please be human? Hearing this, Su Chen took a deep breath and said, actually, I think you can wake up later.
Such a good atmosphere was broken by Zhang Shuo.
It would be a lie to say that I wasn't angry. Jiang Qingxue also looked unhappy.
Zhang Shuo was helpless and retracted his momentum, mumbling aggrievedly, all right.
I'll sleep a little longer, you guys continue to kiss.
After saying that, he really closed his eyes, but his right eyelid was slightly open, obviously he was peeking. Su Chen and Jiang Qingxue looked at each other, both shook their heads helplessly and laughed.
How are you? Su Chen no longer blamed him, but was concerned about Zhang Shuo's physical condition. He seemed to have used some secret method before to transform the Shenyang tiger into a leopard, causing a large amount of vitality to be lost and even his face to become old. It's okay, it's just a small problem. My strongest point is my vitality.
Zhang Shua smiled proudly.
It is indeed as he said. Zhang Shua is now full of energy and has thick black hair. He no longer looks old as before.
Zhang Shua has the overlord body among the sacred bodies.
He has strong vitality and won't get into trouble that easily. Jiang Qingxue explained.
As students of Di Chang, both of them are extraordinary, one has 6 flowered golden pupils, and the other has a domineering body.
But no matter what, Su Chen couldn't combine the legendary overlord body with Zhang Shua's personality. Overlord body? Su Chen said in surprise.
Of course. When the eternal little overlord reaches his peak, even the remaining limbs can be restored.
Zhang Shua held his head high, feeling very proud.
Little Chang, your mouth is as annoying as a cockroach.
Su Chen complained.
When in Shinong's tomb, even strange spirits like Qingmei couldn't stand Zhang Shua's mouth, so you can imagine how powerful his attack was.
By the way, what exactly is going on now? Jiang Qingxue brought the topic back to reality again.
The situation is that you have successfully passed the God Hunter trial. A figure walked out from the woods. First of all, congratulations to everyone on becoming the first members of the God Hunter team. Then, let me introduce myself.
My humble name is Yao Ilio. The visitor was a man in formal attire, with an elegant and refined temperament, very gentle, extremely handsome, and with a feminine air.
He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a gentle smile on his face, looking harmless.
Yao Ilio? What a strange name, why not Jialio? Do you like the second one? Zhang Shua asked doubtfully.
The man's smile froze on his face. He turned to look at Zhang Shua, his mouth twitching a few times.
What a talkative child. As for why he was named that, you should ask my father. What's your father's name? Zhang Shua asked.
After these words were spoken, Su Chen and Jiang Qingxue looked at Zhang Shua in shock.
This guy is not really going to ask. My dad's name is.
Yao Ilio was about to speak, but was almost tricked by Zhang Shua. Then his face changed. Why are you asking this, kid?
I'm here to take you back.
After saying that, he turned and left without looking back.
3 people followed behind. Someone from the Yao family? Su Chen looked at Jiang Qingxue.
As one of the 8 ancient surnames and 10 great families of Daxia, Jiang Qingxue should know something about it. I've never heard of this Yao Ilio, but the Yao family has always been in charge of the major academies of science in Daxia. Logically speaking, they shouldn't get involved in the affairs of the Divine Martial Bureau. A look of confusion also appeared on Jiang Qingxue's face, and then she began to explain to Su Chen about the 10 major families of Daxia. Each of the 10 major families in Daxia has its own strengths, and the areas they are responsible for are also different. For example, the Qing family excels in medicine, so almost all of Daxia's top hospitals are managed by the Qing family. The Jiang family is good at fighting and leadership, so they have produced many leaders.
The Yao family excels in scientific research.
Currently, most of the technological products within Daxia, such as city energy defense, starry sky battleships, and even space elevators, are produced by the Yao family. The Yao family members don't like to show up in public, and most of the family members are famous for their spiritual masters, so you rarely encounter people from the Yao family in various places in Daxia.
In the Yao family, warriors are the rarest thing. What about that one? Su Chen asked a question.
Yunlin once said that his bloodline was likely related to one of the 10 major families of Daxia. It is said that this is because that family is also where Jin Xia hides her body.
Which one?
Jiang Qingxue showed a look of disgust on her face. Why are you asking about this family?
She seemed reluctant to talk about this family. I'm just curious, what's wrong? Isn't that family also one of the top 10 families? Su Chen asked. The 10 great families?
Ha, if it weren't for the special times, they wouldn't have existed in Daxia based on what they did.
Jiang Qingxue said coldly. Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned.
It seemed that the family did not have a very good reputation in Daxia.
Chapter 118 Su Chen's embarrassment. I'm hungry and want to eat appetizers first. Actually, that family's surname wasn't originally Na, but Luo.
But they did so many disgusting things that they had to change it to Na. The 3 of them walked and chatted. Zhang Shua also came over, obviously interested in the history of this big family.
That family's history is a bit older than the Qing family's.
Before the high martial arts era, they were indeed powerful enough to lead the earth into a period of great prosperity.
But the people of that family are extremely arrogant.
They call themselves celestial beings and their family the heavenly family. And because their blood and energy contain golden mist, they are also called the golden people. At that time, all the small families had to pay tribute to that family every year to gain protection. They looked down on everyone else and were proud of the Luo surname.
Actually, this isn't so bad.
In that era, the Luo family did achieve great success. However, when the invasion of all races arrived, this family, which calls itself the Heavenly Family, adopted a policy of non-resistance.
Do you know how the 100,000 miles of wilderness came about?
It was left behind by the alien race that entered through that family's breach. While the rest of our families were fighting bloody battles, that family was openly pursuing peaceful coexistence with the alien races, even suggesting that they share the earth.
As a result, as soon as the alien race entered the earth, they gathered the wild beasts and launched a general attack on humans. If it weren't for the appearance of God Zhang, it's uncertain whether the earth would exist now. After that, in order to cover up that history, the Luo family changed its name to Na, and thus the current Na family was formed. When she said this, Zhang Qingxue looked at Su Chen and said, "I know what you are thinking. There are many races in this world that have golden mist hidden in their bodies. You can't be from that family because the smell on your body is different." "Is it different? You can even smell it?" Su Chen said with some amusement. "Of course I can. The people in that house are all smelly, ha ha ha." Zhang Qingxue smiled.
As they were talking, the three of them had already walked down Shinong Mountain and were facing Yao Ilio's off-road vehicle.
"Get in the car, I'll take you back." Yao Ilio adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the mirror surface reflecting the light in the sunlight.
Seeing this action, Su Chen always felt something was strange, but he didn't know exactly what was strange about it.
The fake Yi Zhaixing before seemed to have this habit of action. "You are Su Chen, right?" Yao Ilio suddenly said. "Do you know me?" Su Chen said in surprise. They probably didn't introduce themselves. "Of course I know them. I looked at the list before I came here." "Su Chen, Zhang Qingxue, Zhang Shua, right?"
Yao Ilio adjusted his glasses, his cheeks looking soft and handsome under the mirror, and then he turned his gaze to Xiao He and Xiao San. But he didn't say much, just smiled slightly. Yao Ilio was driving and chatting with the three people.
Only then did everyone know his experience.
Although he was born in the Yao family, he did not have the talent of a mind master. Instead, he was extremely obsessed with martial arts, so he later joined the Shenwu Bureau.
He has been on the front lines of the 1st District for many years and was recently assigned to the 3rd District. In the future, he will provide logistical support and assistance activities for the God Hunter team. After returning to Xintian City, the three got off the car. "Someone will contact you tomorrow. Just pay attention to the information and we will arrange for a mentor to guide you." After Yao Ilua gave a few instructions, he drove away. "Okay, let's go home. This time I have to have a good sleep when I get home."
Zhang Shua breathed a sigh of relief. This time he had really experienced a life and death situation and almost couldn't come back.
"Then I'll go back too." Zhang Qingxue glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and prepared to leave. "Su Chen." Zhang Qingxue suddenly called Su Chen. "What's wrong?"
Su Chen turned around, and at this moment, Zhang Qingxue ran over, stood on tiptoe, kissed him, and then ran away with a blushing face.
"See you tomorrow." Zhang Qingxue's voice echoed. "See you tomorrow." Su Chen smiled.
The way home was not long, but Su Chen was thinking about how to explain to Yunlin that he really didn't mean to have an affair with other girls. Standing at the door, Su Chen took a deep breath and pushed open the door.
"Yunlin, I'm back." Su Chen called out. No one responded. The silence in the house was eerie. Cloud scale. Su Chen's heart trembled. He remembered what Yunlin had said before.
There was no unity within the Shenwu Bureau, and many people were eyeing the royal blood of the Nine Heavens starry sky python.
Could it be that someone from the Divine Martial Bureau has captured Yunlin?
Su Chen clenched his fists, his eyes sharp and terrifying.
Click. The door opened. Are the people from the Shenwu Bureau coming to arrest me too? Su Chen turned around and was about to run out the window. No matter what, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. If he was caught by the people from the Shenwu Bureau, he would probably disappear. "Su Chen, what are you doing?" A clear and pleasant sound was heard. Su Chen was stunned. It's Yunlin.
She was carrying bags of things and walking home. Looking at Su Chen, who had one foot on the windowsill, she couldn't help but look puzzled.
Nothing much, just stretching a little. Su Chen realized that he was overthinking. But I can't say it out loud.
I could only stretch my legs, pretending to warm up, and smile awkwardly.
Look at you, covered in blood.
You must have been through a tough battle, but you're still moving.
Go take a shower.
I've learned some of your human cooking techniques these past few days, and I just gave you a taste.
Yunlin smiled. How many days?
Su Chen raised his head and looked at the clock on the wall, his pupils shrinking involuntarily. He actually stayed in Shinnong's tomb for 3 whole days, but it didn't feel like a long time.
What exactly is that place? Is it really inside the body of the god of wilderness? Hurry up! Yunlin urged again.
Hearing this, Su Chen stopped thinking about it, turned around and went to take a shower. When he came out, he found Yunlin cooking in the kitchen.
This former royal queen is now willing to cook for a man.
She was wearing a long skirt, which was relatively loose, but it could not hide her plump figure, especially the lace hollow design at the hem, which made her pair of snow-white and slender legs even more seductive.
Yunlin, have you missed me these days?
Su Chen hugged Yunlin from behind, breathing hot air from his mouth, and then gently held Yunlin's smooth earlobe in his mouth.
Yeah, cooking. Yunlin snorted. But I'm hungry now, so hungry. Can I have an appetizer first?
Su Chen's hand had already reached into the loose neckline, covering the amazing roundness.
Yunlin's delicate body trembled.
During these 3 days, she had missed Su Chen, but she was actually more worried. That's why she learned how to cook human dishes, wanting Su Chen to feel at home when he returned. Seeing that Yunlin was already aroused, Su Chen became even more aggressive.
Chapter 119. How does my husband taste? Stop messing around, I'm cooking.
Yunlin gave Su Chen a blaming look, but her hand movements were extremely real. She turned off the fire and covered the pot. Then he turned around.
He took the initiative to kiss her. Even Su Chen was caught off guard by the eagerness and intensity. Su Chen's hands wandered over Yunlin's graceful curves.
Even through the thin skirt, he could still feel the amazing warmth and softness. The two hugged each other tightly and walked out of the kitchen.
Until you enter the bedroom.
The next day, when Su Chen woke up, he did not find Yunlin, only a note left.
The meal is on the table. See you later. Carrot, love you, Yunlin. See you later? We'll have to see you tonight. Su Chen shook his head and laughed. He had to report to the Shinwu Bureau today and probably wouldn't be back until the evening.
After a simple meal, Su Chen rushed to the Shinwu Bureau. When I pushed open the door of Dichang, Zhang Qingxue and Zhang Shuo had already arrived early.
Good morning, Su Chen. Zhang Qingxue said.
Today, she is still dressed coolly. The familiar white suspender t-shirt reveals her round and white shoulders.
The fullness of her chest is amazingly curved under the cotton material.
Her lower body is a black pleated skirt, and her beautiful legs under the skirt are as straight and slender as jade.
Good morning. Su Chen smiled.
Luckily I didn't eat much breakfast today, otherwise I would have been stuffed with the dog food you two gave me.
Zhang Shuo pouted and spoke in a weird tone. By the way, where are the others? Didn't they say the God Hunter team consists of 6 people? Why are there only 3 of us? Su Chen ignored Zhang Shuo and asked. Di Chang was not in the office either. Logically, he should have arrived by now. It seems they've split into Team 1 and Team 2.
We're Team 1, and we don't know who the other team is yet.
We should be able to see them later. Jiang Qingxue explained. Snap. The door opened and Di Chang walked in.
He looked a little strange, with medical bandages on many parts of his body, as if he was injured. Now that you're all here, it's just in time for me to introduce you to your future instructor.
Di Chan laughed.
The goal of the god hunting team is to cultivate a genius who can hunt gods, and the power of gods is extremely powerful, with strengths and weaknesses.
There may even be a 9th level.
If only these 5th level warriors were allowed to go, they would most likely be sent to their deaths, so both teams were specially assigned a leading teacher.
Su Chen, this is an old acquaintance. Di Chang smiled playfully. Old acquaintance? Su Chen didn't remember having any acquaintances in the 3rd district.
Di Chang did not explain too much about this, but instead led the applause and said, "Everyone, welcome."
The three of them followed suit and applauded. Immediately following,
a plump, snow-white beautiful leg stepped in. Looking at the familiar high heels, Su Chen's heart suddenly shrank, and an extremely terrifying idea suddenly emerged in his mind.
No way. Su Chen swallowed his saliva and his thoughts almost stopped. Soon, a beautiful woman in a purple and gold cheongsam walked into the office. Her black hair was draped behind her head. Her face was beautiful and impeccable, and her golden vertical pupils carried a natural majesty. She stood in front of the three men, her graceful figure wrapped in the purple and gold cheongsam, showing breathtaking curves. It's Yunlin. She actually became the instructor of the God Hunter team. What the hell? How is this possible?
Su Chen screamed in his heart, full of disbelief. At this moment, he seemed to understand the meaning of the words on the note left by Yunlin.
See you soon.
Obviously, Yunlin had already communicated with the Shinwu Bureau, but just didn't tell him.
No wonder Yunlin seemed to have anticipated my return yesterday and even bought vegetables in advance. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yunlin. I will be your team leader from now on. I am also team member Su Chen's wife.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent.
Everyone, including Di Chang, was shocked. Wait a minute, I'm a little confused. Aren't you Su Chen's teacher? How did you become his wife?
Di Chang was stunned for a long time before finally speaking.
Who is this woman in front of me?
She is Queen Medusa of the 9 Sky Star Python clan, and her status among humans is equivalent to that of Jiang Taiji.
Who is Su Chen? A highly gifted human being. Di Chang originally thought that the two were master and disciple, but it turned out that they were husband and wife?
He couldn't combine the identities of these two people.
In fact, Su Chen did not expect Yunlin to speak so directly about their relationship. It would be understandable in other situations, but here, isn't it a bit too strange? Especially. Su Chen looked at Jiang Qingxue beside him.
As expected, after Yunlin said this, Jiang Qingxue's face turned pale instantly.
It's not because Su Chen has a wife.
In this world, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is normal, and she doesn't mind.
The problem is that the other party's wife is the team leader and mentor of his own team. If he knew about the relationship between me and Su Chen, I would probably suffer in the future.
Yunlin did not answer Di Chang's question, but looked at Su Chen with a smile, raised his eyebrows, and then looked at Jiang Qingxue.
Good job. She did it on purpose. This is not the first day that Su Chen and Yunlin have known each other. He is very familiar with the queen's character. After seeing this expression, he instantly understood Yunlin's thoughts.
Although he didn't know through what means, Yunlin did know the relationship between him and Jiang Qingxue. The main reason why she was so frank and made their relationship clear was to tell Jiang Qingxue.
And this is the purpose.
Judging from Yunlin's attitude towards Yunzi, it can be seen that she is not a stingy woman, so there is only one reason for saying this. That is to tease Jiang Qingxue.
The queen's mind is truly unpredictable.
Su Chen sighed in his heart. Yunlin used to be very arrogant, but at least Su Chen had a way to deal with him.
But now Yunlin is less arrogant, but more unpredictable.
Seeing that Yunlin had no intention of paying attention to him, Di Chang didn't want to bother himself anymore. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, you guys chat and get to know each other first.
I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he left without looking back. Jiang Qingxue.
Yunlin's red lips curled up slightly.
Arrive.
Jiang Qingxue raised her head and looked at Yunlin.
Snap.
Yunlin walked with her long and beautiful legs and came to Jiang Qingxue's side.
She was much taller than Jiang Qingxue.
When she walked in front of her, Jiang Qingxue couldn't help but feel a little oppressive.
"Teacher, what can I do for you?"
Jiang Qingxue asked in a raised voice.
The oppressive feeling on Yunlin was too strong.
It came from the Queen's Majesty, making it difficult for her to breathe.
It is hard to imagine that such a woman would be Su Chen's wife.
Yunlin didn't say anything, but slowly lowered his body, put his mouth close to Jiang Qingxue's ear, and whispered, "How does my husband taste?"
Chapter 120, God Hunter Team 2? My name is Ji Ruwashi.
Buzz. These overly straightforward and rude words were like a thunderclap, which stunned Jiang Qingxue to the spot. That snow-white face turned red instantly. At this moment, Jiang Qingxue knew that her affair with Su Chen had been exposed.
But I have never told anyone. Could it be Su Chen? This doesn't make sense. There is no reason for Su Chen to tell the other party such a thing. Just as Jiang Qingxue was stunned, Yunlin's golden pupil showed a hint of amusement as he said, "Are you wondering how I knew this?" Jiang Qingxue still didn't speak.
Yunlin's breath was very hot and aggressive, making her neck feel a little itchy.
Because.
Yunlin extended his smooth tongue and gently licked Jiang Qingxue's earlobe, chuckling softly. Snakes have a very keen sense of smell.
Hiss.
The tingling sensation from the earlobe was like an electric current, giving Jiang Qingxue goosebumps instantly.
Fuck. Su Chen, is your wife so perverted?
Zhang Shua, who was standing by, was also shocked by Yunlin's behavior.
Well. Su Chen didn't know how to answer.
Teacher, please respect yourself. Jiang Qingxue was so frightened that her whole body was trembling. The amusement in Yunlin's golden vertical pupils made her feel like she was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and she felt uncomfortable all over. Yunlin seemed to ignore Su Chen and Zhang Shua and continued, "Next, you have to perform well and let me see if there is anything wrong with my Su Chen's vision."
Hiss.
Zhang Shua was stunned watching from the side.
Yunlin's actions refreshed his understanding of women. Hey, Su Chen, is your wife always so oppressive?
I'm scared just looking at her.
Do you have to kneel on the washboard every day at home? Zhang Shua looked at Su Chen with pity. Su Chen had a strange look on his face.
It was difficult for him to reconcile the Yunlin who was extremely oppressive at the moment with the Yunlin who was like a little wife on weekdays.
Could these two people be the same person? Jiang Qingxue was frightened by Yunlin. She looked absent-minded and distracted the whole morning.
Zhang Shua didn't even dare to look at Yunlin, fearing that he would be targeted the next second.
3 o'clock in the afternoon. We're going to meet Team 2. We might even clash, and I don't want anyone to lose face for Team 1.
Yunlin was tall, and her golden vertical pupils were filled with the majesty of a queen. As she spoke, Zhang Shua and Jiang Qingxue held their heads high and chests puffed out, not daring to breathe.
Yes.
The three responded. Watching Su Chen and Yunlin leaving, Zhang Shua couldn't help but sigh, so Su Chen's life is so miserable.
The queen wife is really unbearable. He will probably suffer again when he returns home this afternoon. Well.
After saying that, he sighed deeply again. Jiang Qingxue, who was standing aside, had a complicated expression on her face and clenched her fists tightly.
Qingxue, you have to go and save Su Chen. You can't let that queen torture Su Chen like this. If you join in, you can at least help Su Chen. Zhang Shua advised.
In response, Jiang Qingxue was silent for a while, then slowly said, "I will."
Su Chen, wait for me. I will definitely come to save you. At the same time, Su Chen and Yunlin returned home.
As soon as she entered the house, Yunlin went straight into Su Chen's arms and said coquettishly, "I want my husband to kiss me."
Su Chen. I want a kiss.
Yunlin hugged Su Chen and moved his mouth forward actively.
Bang. Su Chen slapped Yunlin's soft buttocks, making a crisp sound. Ah.
Yunlin exclaimed.
Aren't you the queen? Looking at Yunlin acting like a little wife, Su Chen couldn't help but find it a little funny. We.
Yunlin blinked her beautiful eyes, pressed her full chest against Su Chen's arm, and said with a smile, "I am the queen in front of others, but at home I am my husband's little wife."
But I'm very unhappy. Su Chen pretended to be unhappy. Ah.
Yunlin exclaimed, and immediately entered the role. Her beautiful eyes rippled, and she said pitifully, "My husband is unhappy, so I will make him happy." After saying that, Yunlin lifted the hair beside her ear and cast a seductive look. This was the magical dress she wore when she first met Yunlin. When she was squatting, the tight material outlined her curves in a breathtaking way.
3 o'clock in the afternoon. The inner square of Xinwu Bureau.
Yunlin walked with the gait of a queen, her aura was fierce, while Su Chen walked behind her weakly, his legs a little weak.
See, I told you, Su Chen's life is not easy. He must be living in dire straits every day. Sigh. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shua couldn't help but feel pity. Su Chen.
Jiang Qingxue clenched her fists, her heart filled with heartache.
Hello everyone, nice to see you again.
A familiar voice sounded, and a man with a golden frame and formal attire walked over, still with a gentle smile on his face.
It was Yao Ilio.
He turned out to be the instructor of the second team. Behind him, 3 people followed.
2 men and 1 woman. This is the second hunting team.
When he saw the three people, Su Chen's mind was shocked and his breathing almost stopped. Because he knew two of these three people. Among the three people, the one walking in the middle was the failed god he killed in Shenong's tomb.
Xing Xian. He is not dead. And also became the second hunting team. How is this possible?
He didn't know the other man, but the woman gave Su Chen a very familiar feeling. The woman was wearing a long white dress, looking youthful and beautiful. Her black hair fluttered in the wind as she walked. She had a slightly thin body, but she stood tall and graceful. Her legs were straight under the hem of her skirt, looking white and tender. There was a pure smile on her face, just like her deskmate in high school, with the taste of first love. Su Chen always felt that this face was somewhat familiar, but he had never seen it before.
But he would never forget Xing Xuan's face.
The moment the three people approached, Su Chen's body tensed, his energy and blood brewed, and he was ready to attack at any time.
What's wrong?
Yunlin felt Su Chen's hostility.
That man, named Xing Xian, is the god I killed in Shenong's tomb. He should be dead, so how could he appear here? Su Chen responded softly. God?
Yunlin asked doubtfully. At this moment, three people came over.
The woman was very lively and took the initiative to come over. You must be Su Chen, right? I've heard of your name. You're very good. We will be teammates from now on. Let's work hard together.
After that, she held out her hand with a bright smile on her face.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Ji Ruoshi. Are you from the Ji family? Hello?
Su Chen did not doubt it and responded by shaking hands. At this time, his attention was all on Xing Xian.
Xing Xian also noticed Su Chen's gaze, and he smiled brightly. You seem to know me? It's you. Xing Xian. How did you get in? Su Chen shouted angrily. He was about to attack after saying this, but Xing Xian just smiled softly. What's the matter, our great genius Su? Are you going to attack a warrior registered with the Divine Martial Bureau in public? And they are also members of the God Hunter team. Chapter 121 Domineering Yunlin. Oh, registration? Su Chen's eyes were cold, and a golden glow appeared around him. You know what you are in Shenong's tomb? Oh? What do I know?
Xing Xian spread his hands, looking innocent, but took a step forward and lowered his voice with mockery. But you, the stench of divine blood on you can be smelled from a long distance away. When Xing Xian said the words divine blood, Su Chen knew that he had definitely not recognized the wrong person.
You fucking.
Su Chen clenched his fist, his blood boiling. Just as he was about to move, a cold, soft hand gently pressed his wrist.
It's Yunlin.
She had taken a step forward without knowing when, her tall figure blocking Su Chen's front half, and her purple and gold cheongsam outlined the breathtaking curve of her waist and hips. She didn't look at Su Chen, but locked her golden pupils on Xing Xian. Her voice was not loud, but it silenced the whole audience.
Take another step forward and I'll cripple one of your legs. Xing Xuan's smile froze.
Yao Ilio quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. Hey, we're all family, let's not hurt the relationship.
Xing Xian, stop talking. Teacher Yao, I didn't do anything. Xing Xian shrugged, pretending to be helpless, but still glanced at Su Chen with a provocative look. But brother Su Chen seems to have some misunderstandings about me? Could it be that you have seen me somewhere before? Why are you pretending to have amnesia in Shenong's tomb? Zhang Shua couldn't help but roar.
He had also seen Xing Xian, but that was a failed product. He didn't recognize him at first, but after Su Chen said this, he immediately remembered it.
Shenong's tomb?
Xing Xian raised his eyebrows, and then suddenly realized something.
Oh, you mean the Nuwa's lair? I've been there, on a cleanup mission. Why, Su Chen, did you see me there? Maybe, you saw me by mistake when I was killing it? When did this happen?
This statement was extremely insidious, directly distorting Su Chen's experience into a misunderstanding. Only the three of them knew what happened in Shenong's tomb, so no matter what Xing Xian said, no one would doubt it.
Su Chen was so angry that he laughed and calmed down. He held back Zhang Shua, who was about to speak again, and stared at Xing Xian. You'd better pray you're not alone. Oh, threatening me?
Xing Xian sneered, a mere fifth level. Before he finished speaking.
Bang! There was a crisp bang and it exploded. Xing Xian was pulled back several steps by an invisible force. His left cheek quickly became red and swollen, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. No one could see clearly how Yunlin moved.
She remained standing there, but slowly withdrew her hand, as if she was just brushing off the dust.
It's not your turn to judge my people,
Yunlin said calmly, but his golden pupils were filled with cold murderous intent.
Say one more thing, and I'll rip your mouth off.
The whole place was dead silent.
Yao Ilio pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, his smile a bit forced. Teacher Yunlin, this isn't appropriate to take action? Inappropriate?
Yunlin turned his head to look at him, a hint of sneer on his lips.
He's a mean-spirited person, and I'm itching to do it. What's inappropriate about that? Yao Ilio.
Qing Xin covered his face, his eyes filled with shock and anger, staring at Yunlin intently, but he really didn't dare to say anything. He didn't expect this woman to be so protective of her shortcomings, and she was ridiculously strong. Yunlin glanced at Yao Ilio and said, "Keep your people under control.
If it happens again, I don't mind helping you clean up the team." Yao Ilu laughed dryly twice and didn't respond.
He secretly cursed Qing Xian for being an idiot. He failed to test the waters and got beaten instead. Yunlin no longer paid attention to them, turned to look at Su Chen, and his voice softened instantly, "Let's go." Su Chen nodded, finally glanced at Qing Xian coldly, and turned to leave with Yunlin. Zhang Shua quickly pulled Jiang Qingxue, who was still in a daze, to catch up. After walking a long way out, Zhang Shua lowered his voice and said excitedly, "Fuck.
Su Chen. Your wife is so handsome.
She shut that idiot up with just one slap." Jiang Qingxue also secretly glanced at Yunlin's tall back, feeling complicated, feeling relieved but also a little scared. Su Chen didn't say anything, just looked at Yunlin's cold and beautiful profile, and the restless anger in his heart slowly calmed down. Having my wife protecting me, it feels not bad. On the other side, Yao Ilio looked at the backs of Su Chen and the others as they walked away, pushed his glasses, and said to Qing Xian lightly, "The plan has changed.
Don't provoke Su Chen again. Especially don't provoke his wife."
Qing Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes sinister. "Who is that woman?"
"Queen Medusa, Yunlin.
The 9 Sky Star Python's peak royal blood," Yao Ilio said indifferently. "If you really piss her off, I won't be able to protect you." Qing Xian was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth unwillingly. "I understand.
As for you." Yao Ilio turned to him, the smile on his face disappearing. "You acted without authorization and alerted the enemy.
This month's supply of divine blood will be deducted in half."
Qing Xian looked up suddenly. "Teacher Yao." Yao Ilio's eyes turned cold. "Any objections? Do you want me to tell you?"
Qing Xian met his gaze, his whole body went cold, and he lowered his head. "No."
"Go away."
Yao Ilio stopped looking at him, turned and walked to the other side, but was thinking in his mind.
"Su Chen, Yunlin, quite interesting. It seems I have to try it in a different way."
Originally, there was going to be a friendly exchange match between the two teams, but after this incident, it naturally won't be held. They can only carry out their own training.
Training ground number 1.
Yunlin stood with her arms folded, her purple and gold cheongsam highlighting her graceful figure, but her beautiful face was frozen in coldness.
The golden vertical pupils swept over the 3 people one by one. "Did you see everything that happened just now?"
She spoke, her voice cold.
Zhang Shua straightened his back immediately. "I saw it. Teacher Yunlin is awesome. He slapped that idiot so hard that he couldn't even utter a word."
Jiang Qingxue agreed softly, "It's very satisfying."
Su Chen didn't say anything, just nodded. "Relieve anger?"
Yunlin snorted coldly. "What's the point of just venting anger?" She walked up to Su Chen and poked his chest with her fingertips.
"You almost got fooled just now, you know?" Su Chen frowned. "He mentioned divine blood. You explode if he mentions it?" Yunlin raised an eyebrow. "He's clearly trying to provoke you and force you to make the first move. What are the consequences of attacking a teammate on Shenwu Bureau territory? Confinement is the least of the consequences." Su Chen pursed his lips and did not refute. He was really angry just now. But he still didn't quite understand what Qing Xian relied on to be so arrogant in the Shenwu Bureau. Moreover, he always felt that the Qing Xian this time was different from the Qing Xian in Shenong's tomb. But he couldn't tell what was different. Is it temperament? Or maybe that god-like feeling?
"And you," Yunlin turned to Zhang Shua, "did that roar really scare him to death?"
"You were just showing off your power."
Zhang Shua shrank his neck and didn't dare to say a word. "As for you," Yunlin finally looked at Jiang Qingxue, his gaze lingering on her snow-white neck and slightly trembling legs. "Are you that scared? Your legs are weak?"
With that little courage, if you really meet a god in the future, will you kneel down directly?
Jiang Qingshuo's cheeks flushed red, and she twisted the corner of her clothes with her fingers, saying in a mosquito-like voice, "I won't do it again next time." "Listen up, everyone," Yunlin's voice suddenly became stern.
"From today on, the three of you, train like hell. Practice until you can defeat those bastards on the other side."
She raised her hand and pointed to the simulation cabin in the center of the training ground.
"This is an instrument specially equipped by the Shenwu Bureau for the god hunting team.
It can simulate the combat environment and also aims to improve the survival rate when fighting with gods. After all, every member of the god hunting team is carefully selected.
Chapter 122. Don't be afraid. I will kill anyone who touches you. Now, everyone, board the planes. Actual combat, highest difficulty."
Yunlin shouted loudly.
"Ah? The highest?"
Zhang Shua screamed, "That thing can kill people." Yunlin curled her red lips and smiled dangerously, "I won't die, at most I'll be half crippled."
"I know."
The three of them climbed into the simulation cabin in fear.
The moment the hatch closed, Yunlin's cold voice came through the communicator. "Those who lose will practice extra until 12 o'clock tonight. The simulated battlefield is a ruined city."
As soon as Su Chen landed, he heard a sharp sound of breaking air in his ears. Swish! He suddenly turned sideways, and a beam of energy flew past his ear, burning his skin painfully.
"Too slow to react."
Yunlin's voice rang out coldly, 3 moving targets at the 3 o'clock position on the left.
"Eliminate them within 5 seconds."
Su Chen said nothing, golden mist surged, and his figure shot out. On the other side, Zhang Shua was being chased by a group of virtual wild beasts and was howling.
"Holy crap! So many? Teacher Yunlin, are you kidding me?" "Shut up. Did you get away with the Biao form? Turn around. Fight." Jiang Qingxue was even worse off.
She was thrown into a purely spiritual illusion. Countless twisted ghost shadows pounced on her, scaring her so much that her golden eyes flickered and her legs went weak. She was almost swallowed by the illusion several times.
"Keep calm. Is your pupil technique just for show?"
Yunlin scolded. Outside the training ground, Yunlin folded his arms and looked at the data on the screen with a frown. Suddenly, the space behind her fluctuated slightly. Yao Ilio appeared silently, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and said with a smile, "Teacher Yunlin, the training is quite fierce." Yunlin didn't turn around, his voice was cold. "What's the matter?"
"Nothing, just came to take a look." Yao Ilio's eyes swept over Su Chen's figure on the screen. "Student Su Chen seems to be making rapid progress."
"This chi and blood strength doesn't seem to be at the 5th level."
"My husband, of course he's awesome."
Yunlin's tone was calm, but it was full of naked protection. Yao Ilio chuckled, "I heard that he had some adventures in Shinnong's tomb." Yunlin finally turned his head to look at him, his golden pupils narrowed. "Teacher Yao is well informed? It's my duty to pay more attention to the team members." Yao Ilio's smile remained unchanged. "After all, divine blood is too sensitive. Many people in the bureau are watching it. This statement is extremely suggestive." Yunlin curled her red lips into a cold smile. "Anyone who wants to touch him should ask me first." Yao Ilio spread his hands. "Don't get me wrong, I'm just reminding you." He paused and said casually, "Oh, by the way, as for Qing Xian, I'll punish him with 3 days of confinement, as an explanation to classmate Su Chen." Yunlin sneered, 3 days? That's a bargain for him." Yao Ilio didn't respond, but instead said, "There's a joint outdoor mission next week, with teams 1 and 2 working together. What do you think, Teacher Yunlin?" "Whatever." Yunlin turned his gaze back to the screen, his tone impatient, "As long as those bastards don't come and cause trouble again." "Of course not." Yao Ilio assured with a smile, but his eyes behind the lenses flashed. He stood there for a while before leaving quietly. The training continued until late at night. The 3 men were almost exhausted when they climbed out of the simulation cabin. Zhang Shua collapsed on the ground and pretended to be dead. Jiang Qingxue held onto the cabin wall, her legs trembling, her chest heaving violently, and her sweaty white t-shirt sticking to her, outlining a full curve. Su Chen was also panting, but his eyes were bright. A high-intensity confrontation made him more proficient in controlling his newly enhanced strength. Yunlin walked over and threw 3 bottles of energy liquid to them. "Just barely passed." Her tone remained cold, but her eyes softened a little. "Continue tomorrow." Zhang Shua wailed, "Come again?" Yunlin ignored him and looked at Su Chen. You, stay and practice more. Zhang Shuai and Zhang Qingxue looked at each other, and immediately supported each other and slipped away.
There were only 2 people left at the training ground.
Su Chen was about to ask what he was practicing when Yunlin suddenly came closer and touched his earlobe, which had just been brushed by the beam of light with his cold fingers.
Does it hurt?
She asked, her voice suddenly softening.
Su Chen was stunned, a little bit.
Yunlin hummed softly, lowered his head, and touched the burn with his soft lips.
Su Chen's whole body stiffened. This is a reward.
Yunlin raised his head, a cunning glint in his golden pupils.
I didn't fall for it. I held it in.
Not bad for my performance. Su Chen's Adam's apple rolled, and his heart beat a little faster as he looked at the beautiful face so close to him.
But
Yunlin's fingertips slid down, swiping across his chest, and her tone became dangerous again. That Zhang Qingxue, did you see her legs?
Su Chen, I don't have any.
Her legs are quite white and they're shaking. Yunlin narrowed his eyes. Next time she shakes, I'll tie her up and train her.
Su Chen. This jealousy is completely unreasonable and yet justified.
He sighed, put his arm around her waist and pulled her into his arms.
Only you.
He lowered his head and rubbed the tip of her nose.
My wife is the most beautiful.
Yunlin hummed with satisfaction and tilted her head back to kiss him.
The ambiguous sound of water was particularly clear in the empty training ground. Suddenly, Su Chen's phone vibrated.
It was an encrypted message from an unknown number. Just 3 short words.
Be careful, Yao.
Su Chen paused and his pupils shrank slightly.
Yunlin noticed, what's wrong? Su Chen showed her the message.
After Yunlin finished reading, his golden pupils instantly turned cold. She hugged Su Chen's neck tightly, and her voice was very low, with a hint of blood.
Don't be afraid.
I'll kill anyone who touches you.
Who to kill? Su Chen hugged her waist tightly and asked in a low voice, Yao Ilio? Or Qing Xian? Whoever reaches out will be killed.
Yunlin answered decisively, a flash of hostility flashing across his golden vertical pupils. She ran her fingertips across Su Chen's back, feeling the tense muscles beneath the fabric.
But Yao Ilio is an old fox who hides himself well. Without evidence, it's hard to take action. Su Chen pondered.
That anonymous message seemed strange.
Was it a warning? Or a provocation? Don't alert them yet, he said finally. Let's see what they want to do.
Yunlin snorted, obviously not satisfied with this conservative plan, but nodded anyway. She suddenly remembered something and poked his chest with her fingertips. Joint mission in the wild, stay away from that Jiruwashi.
Su Chen laughed, what's wrong?
She looks at you with a strange look. Yunlin narrowed his eyes, like a cat guarding its food.
Pure and innocent? She's pretending quite well.
I smell a fake smell on her. Su Chen recalled Jiruwashi's innocent face and white dress, and there was indeed nothing wrong with her, but he always trusted Yunlin's intuition.
Okay, just looking at you. Su Chen lowered his head and kissed Yunlin on the forehead. Yunlin was satisfied and rubbed Su Chen's neck.
By the way, the Divine Martial Bureau has already learned that you have the blood of the Origin God. You should be careful from now on. Su Chen was actually not surprised by Yunlin's words. Because during this period of time, he had been keeping the Origin divine blood in his body for refining. People who were paying attention could naturally notice it.
Just like Qing Xian in Shenang's tomb.
Yunlin did not ask Su Chen Yuan about the source of the divine blood. Everyone has their own secrets, which need to be respected.
Yeah, I see, so can we go home now? Su Chen smiled. But I want my husband to go shopping with me and buy some fun things. I heard you humans have something called popping candy?
Yunlin blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled meaningfully.
P.S. The data is a bit too bad, and the plot design is a bit brain-burning. I feel like I'm going to burn out.
I'll try my best to fill the holes and ask for some small gifts.
Can you please? Every time I ask, there are only 1 or 2 people who are generating electricity for love. It's so frustrating. Oh. Chapter 123 Joint Mission. The God Hunt begins.
In the next few days, the training volume was fully increased. Yunlin was really ruthless. The difficulty of the simulated battlefield was set to an abnormal level. The 3 men were trained to death every day. When they came out, their faces were pale and their legs were so weak that they had to walk with the help of the wall. Zhang Shua cursed a lot, but he was obviously more proficient in using the Biao form, and his explosive power was even stronger.
Zhang Qingxue was given special attention for her mental resistance to stress.
The illusions came one after another, and she was so scared that she threw herself into Su Chen's arms several times. Yunlin pretended to be ashen-faced and decided to double the amount next time.
Su Chen made the fastest progress.
The Qi and blood of the 5th stage and 9th level gradually stabilized, and the Sun and Moon dual styles of Divine Fist could be performed coherently. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it was extremely powerful. During this period, we met the second team several times. Xingxian became much more obedient, with a faint red mark still on his face. When he saw Yunlin, he subconsciously turned his face to the side with a gloomy look in his eyes, but he didn't dare to say anything mean again. Ji Ruoshi, on the other hand, always greeted him with a smile every time they met. Her eyes would move briefly over Su Chen, then lightly move away, with no sign of anything unusual. Yao Ilio still looked like a peacemaker, smiling happily, and occasionally pushing his gold-rimmed glasses, the reflection from the lenses blocking his eyes.
Soon it was the afternoon before the joint mission.
Yunlin stopped the training early to allow the three of them to adjust their condition. When Su Chen came out of the shower, he found that Yunlin was not staying by his side as usual, but was standing by the window, looking at the gloomy sky outside with a frown on his face.
"What's wrong?" Su Chen walked over while wiping his hair.
Yunlin didn't look back, his voice was a little deep. "I feel uneasy.
I have a feeling that something is going to go wrong during tomorrow's mission." Su Chen hugged her from behind and put his chin on her shoulder. "Are you worried that Yao Ilio will do something bad?" "More than that."
Yunlin shook her head, her hair brushing against Su Chen's cheek. "The smell is stronger.
It's like something dirty is about to come out."
She suddenly turned around, grabbed Su Chen's hand, and said in a serious tone, "Promise me that no matter what happens tomorrow, you will follow me closely."
"Don't be stubborn."
Su Chen looked at the rare worry in her eyes and nodded, "Okay."
The next morning, the sky was gloomy.
Two teams lined up in front of the Shinwu Bureau Square. The wind was howling, stirring up dust. Yunlin was wearing a purple and gold cheongsam and standing in front of the team, her snow-white long legs faintly visible in the slits. She crossed her arms and watched Yao Ilu and the second team coming over. There was no warmth in her golden vertical pupils.
"Is everyone here?"
Yao Ilio pushed his glasses up and smiled gently. "This mission is located in the abandoned mines of Area C-17 in the north. According to reconnaissance, there are at least 3 gods active in this area, and their estimated strength is around level 6. Before he finished speaking, a sneer came from the side.
"It's Qing Xian." He put his hands in his pockets, a lazy sneer on his face. 6th level? Not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth.
Su Chen frowned slightly, feeling that Qing Xian's behavior was increasingly strange. Yunlin ignored him and glanced at Su Chen. "Everyone check your equipment, we will set off in 5 minutes.
"Yes." The hover tank roared out of the city and rushed into the barren Gobi Desert.
Outside the car window, the scenery was rapidly receding.
The atmosphere in the car was depressing.
Zhang Shua leaned closer to Su Chen and lowered his voice. "Damn it, I feel uncomfortable all over when I think about traveling with those two." He glanced at Qing Xian and Ji Ruoshi who were sitting opposite him.
Ji Ruoshi seemed to notice the gaze and turned away. A harmless smile appeared on her innocent face, and her voice was soft and sticky. "Brother Su Chen, are you nervous? This is my first time on this kind of mission, and I'm a little scared."
As she spoke, she subconsciously brought together her legs wrapped in white stockings, which were slender and well-proportioned. Before Su Chen could speak, Yunlin, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyelids and said coldly, "If you're afraid, get out now." Ji Ruoshi's smile froze, her eyes instantly turned red, and she lowered her head aggressively. "Teacher Yunlin."
"Pack."
Yunlin uttered a word from her red lips and closed her eyes again, too lazy to read anymore.
Su Chen squeezed Yunlin's hand, signaling her to be patient.
He could feel that Yunlin's body was very tense, like a fully drawn bow. Yao Ilio was sitting in the front row, as if he heard nothing, still smiling at the flying sand outside the window. A few hours later, the tank stopped at the edge of a huge mine. The strong wind blew up the mineral sand, causing it to hurt people's skin. According to the residual energy tracking, the target is deep in the mine below.
Yao Ilio pointed to the dark entrance below. "Team 1, left, Team 2, right. Encircle them.
If you encounter resistance, kill them without mercy."
Action.
Yunlin took the lead, the hem of her cheongsam blown by the wind close to her plump thighs, outlining a breathtaking curve. She was the first to jump down the mine.
Su Chen followed closely behind.
The mine was dark and damp, filled with a mixed smell of rust and corruption. The ground underfoot was bumpy and uneven, and you could occasionally break bones. The deeper you go, the stronger the unsettling smell becomes. Suddenly, Yunlin, who was walking in front, raised his hand suddenly.
Everyone stopped instantly and held their breath.
In the darkness, there was a rustling sound, like countless limbs scraping across rocks.
The next second, a black tide suddenly surged out from the corner ahead.
It was a torrent of countless strange beetles the size of a fist, with dark shells. Their compound eyes flashed scarlet light, and their mouthparts opened and closed with a teeth-grinding clicking sound.
Desolate beetles. Be careful, they can corrode your chi. Yao Ilio shouted. This is a relatively unique beast, which was formed by insects eating the flesh and blood of wild beasts. Get out of here.
Zhang Shuo roared angrily, and took the lead in activating the spirit of martial arts. His huge shadow expanded, and his sharp claws slapped down fiercely with bloody murderous aura.
Phew!
The swarm of beetles was smashed into pieces, splashing out smelly green slime.
But more beetles kept coming.
Jiang Qingshue's 6 flowered golden pupils lit up, and the mental shock spread, causing the beetle group in the front to instantly freeze in movement. Golden light burst out from Su Chen's body, and he punched out with a combination of thunder and fire, clearing out the swarm of insects and creating a vacuum. The second team also took action. Xingxian sneered, and his figure flashed out like a ghost. His arms stretched out strangely, and his fingertips became black and sharp. Wherever he passed, the beetles were chopped into pieces at an astonishing speed. Ji Ruoshi stood in place, clasped her hands together, and a soft white light emanated from her body. Wherever the white light reached, the beetle seemed to be purified, its movements became slow, and its shell quickly turned gray and shattered. Yao Ilio pushed his glasses, but his eyes were unclear due to the reflection of the lenses. After clearing out this batch of beetles, everyone continued to go deeper. The passage gradually widened, and a huge underground cavity appeared in front. In the center of the cavity, 3 figures stood on the mountain of ore. They retain a roughly human form, but various parts of their bodies exhibit the characteristics of different wild beasts: scaly limbs, twisted horns, and insect-like compound eyes. The rich stench of divine blood hit me in the face.
It's finally here.
The lizard-headed god in the middle spoke hoarsely, hissing with a forked tongue, "I've been waiting for you for a long time."
Yu Lin's eyes glared, so much nonsense.
Her figure disappeared in an instant, and the next second she appeared above the lizard god's head, and she stepped down fiercely with her high heels, carrying a terrifying energy.
Chapter 124, Shocking Change. Coincidence? Boom!
The lizard god raised his hand to block, and the scales on his arm exploded. He was forced to half-kneel by the huge force, and the ore under his feet collapsed and flew away.
The war broke out instantly.
Another god with bony wings on his back screamed and pounced towards Jiang Qingxue, so fast that he left an afterimage.
Your eyes are delicious. Su Chen stepped in front of Jiang Qingxue and punched out with his divine fist.
The sun was blazing as he collided head-on with the bone-wing god, and the airwaves rolled. The third god squirmed all over, shooting out countless sticky tentacles, wrapping around Zhang Shuo and the second team. Xingxian licked his lips excitedly, took the initiative to meet the tentacles, and turned his arms into sharp blades to cut madly. Good. Ji Ruoshi wandered around the periphery, with white light flashing from time to time, weakening the activity of the tentacles.
Yao Ilio had retreated to the edge of the battlefield at some point.
He seemed to be providing support, but his eyes were scanning the entire field deeply, especially moving back and forth between Su Chen and the 3 gods. The more Su Chen fought, the more he felt something was wrong. The attack mode of these 3 gods is very rigid, as if they are controlled by something, and can only mechanically use instinct and brute force.
Moreover, they seem to be intentionally or unintentionally leading the battlefield in a certain direction. He suddenly looked at Yao Ilu.
At this moment, something strange happened. The lizard god who was suppressed by the cloud scales suddenly let out a shrill roar, and his body expanded violently as if it were inflated.
Oh no! It's going to explode. Yunlin's face changed and he quickly retreated. Boom!
The terrifying explosion shockwave, carrying smelly flesh, blood and rubble, instantly swept through the entire cavity. Su Chen only had time to throw Jiang Qingxue to the ground and protect her under him, pushing Jinxia to the extreme.
The huge roar almost deafened my ears.
In the afterglow of the explosion, he saw Jiruwashi seem to be blown away by the airwave, and fell into the bottomless crack on the side of the mine with a scream.
Yao Ilu, who was originally standing over there, seemed to have anticipated it.
He dodged to the side lightly, and the corner of his mouth seemed to curl up. Xingxian grinned grimly, and took the opportunity to claw at the heart of another stunned god, greedily sucking the overflowing divine blood. In the chaos, a barely perceptible golden light shot out from Yao Ilio's fingertips and shot silently towards Su Chen's back.
Faster than vision.
Su Chen's hair stood on end, but he had no time to dodge.
At the critical moment. Snort!
A cold and delicate snort was heard.
Bang!
The golden light was accurately grasped by a slender hand covered with fine purple scales and instantly crushed into a point of light. Yunlin had stood behind Su Chen without him noticing. The cuffs of her cheongsam were slightly torn, revealing half of her snow-white arm. She turned her head, her golden pupils fixed coldly on Yao Ilio, her murderous intent surging.
Yao Ilio, you're looking for death. The usual gentle smile on Yao Ilio's face finally couldn't be maintained and became a little stiff.
He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes flickering behind the lenses as he chuckled dryly. Teacher Yunlin, it's a misunderstanding, absolutely a misunderstanding. The explosion just now was too chaotic, and I was afraid that classmate Su Chen would be affected.
That was a protective energy for him. Maybe I was a little hasty, so you misunderstood. This explanation is an insult to one's intelligence. Protective energy?
Yunlin sneered, and the purple scales on his fingertips flashed slightly. Okay, then I'll give you some protective energy too. Before she finished speaking, her figure flashed and she appeared in front of Yao Ilu almost instantly. The 5 fingers of her right hand covered with fine purple scales turned into claws, and with a sharp scream that tore through the air, she went straight to Yao Ilu's heart.
The speed is extremely fast. Yao Ilio's pupils suddenly shrank.
He obviously didn't expect Yunlin to attack as soon as he said so, and to be so ruthless and decisive. He hastily crossed his arms to block, and a soft halo like water waves appeared around him.
Bang!
A dull thud was heard. Yao Ilio was blown backward by this huge force and hit the rock wall behind him hard.
With a crack, the rock wall cracked into spiderweb-like cracks.
He groaned, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and the sleeve of his arm was torn, revealing a piece of silver soft armor underneath. At this moment, there were also several clear claw marks left on the soft armor.
Yunlin! How dare you kill your colleagues?
Yao Ilio was shocked and angry, and his voice became sharper.
Colleague? Do we need to follow the rules when dealing with a treacherous scum like you who's behind the scenes?
Yunlin stood proudly, her long snow-white legs moving forward, step by step, her high heels stepping on the gravel, making a crisp clicking sound, and every step seemed to be stepping on Yao Ilio's heart.
Do you really think I don't know your dirty thoughts? Anyone who touches me should be prepared to die. Her aura was fully unleashed, and the Queen's majesty enveloped the entire venue.
Even Xingxian, who had just swallowed the divine blood and had a grim smile on his lips, subconsciously took a half step back, his eyes filled with shock and uncertainty. At this moment, Su Chen also stood up while protecting Jiang Qingxue. Golden light surged around him, and he looked at Yao Ilu and Xingxian with cold eyes. Zhang Shuo also approached with a grin on his face, his burly figure looming.
The remaining member of Team 2 was a little at a loss.
The atmosphere at the scene was tense and ready to explode. Yao Ilio's face turned ashen, his eyes swept over Yunlin with a sinister look, then looked at Su Chen, and suddenly sneered, Okay.
Yunlin, you are amazing. I will remember what happened today.
He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up straight, straightened his torn suit, and returned to his gentlemanly appearance, but his eyes were even colder. In the mission report, I will record the following truthfully: the target self-destructed, and teacher Yunlin misjudged and failed to intervene in time, causing Jiruoshi to fall into the chasm, where her life or death is uncertain. At the same time, teacher Yunlin lost control of his emotions and attacked his colleagues without reason, he. This ability to confuse right and wrong is truly unique.
You fart! Zhang Shuo roared.
Yunlin raised her hand to stop Zhang Shuo. She looked at Yao Ilio, her golden pupils filled with sarcasm.
Whatever you say. Now, take the rest of your garbage and get out. As Queen Medusa, human rules cannot restrict her.
And she didn't care.
Yao Ilio looked deeply at Yunlin and Su Chen.
Immediately, he stopped talking nonsense, winked at Xingxian and another team member, turned around and quickly left in the other direction of the mine. Before leaving, Xingxian looked back greedily at the remaining blood and flesh at the center of the explosion. He was a little unwilling, but still quickly caught up. After confirming that they had disappeared, Yunlin's fierce aura subsided slightly.
She quickly walked to the edge of the crack and looked down.
It was pitch black inside, bottomless, with only a cold wind blowing up.
Teacher, Ji Ruwashi.
Jiang Qingxue asked with some concern.
Humph, I can't die.
Yunlin said with certainty, the fake smell on that woman is still there. When she fell, her breathing was very steady.
She didn't look frightened at all. Su Chen recalled the details of the explosion just now.
Yao Ilu's dodging and Ji Ruwashi's scream as she fell off the cliff were indeed deliberate coincidences.
He said in a deep voice, they are deliberately creating chaos, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity to attack me, or they have other motives. You must have been holding your fart in. Zhang Shua spat, damn it. Going on a mission with these guys is really off-putting. That Yao Ilio was such a piece of shit, so insidious. Yunlin turned around and looked at Su Chen, looking him up and down. Are you okay? It's okay. Su Chen shook his head.
Yunlin blocked it in time. Yunlin was finally relieved.
Chapter 125 Abnormal. God King Body. Rest. Several people did not go to look for Ji Ruwashi.
It was not only because things developed too strangely, but also because not only Yunlin, but even Su Chen instinctively felt that Ji Ruwashi was a little strange. At some point, he even felt that the other person was somewhat familiar. However, this was indeed the first time he met this person.
Deep in the mine, the remaining fishy smell has not yet dissipated.
Yunlin withdrew his gaze from the crack, but the coldness in his golden vertical pupils remained.
Let's go and continue the cleanup. Leave no one behind.
Her voice was quiet, but full of murderous intent, and she took the lead and walked deeper into the mine.
Su Chen and the other two immediately followed.
Passing through the devastation caused by the explosion, several branch mine tunnels appeared ahead.
Separately search? It'll be more efficient. Zhang Shua leaned over and looked into the dark passage. No.
Yunlin rejected it directly.
Follow closely.
That old scoundrel Yao Ilio might have some tricks up his sleeve.
Don't let them defeat you one by one.
She chose the widest mine tunnel in the middle, and a wisp of purple flame ignited at her fingertips, lighting the way ahead. The passage became narrower and narrower, and the rock wall gradually turned into a dark red mineral. It felt warm to the touch, and one could even feel an extremely faint pulsation.
This place is really weird. Zhang Shua rubbed his arms. Phew.
Suddenly, a bone spur suddenly shot out from the shadow next to him.
As fast as lightning, he went straight to Jiang Qingshua's back. Careful. Su Chen reacted extremely quickly. He reached back with his hand and grasped the pale bone spur with his palm covered in golden haze, then squeezed it. Snap.
The bone spur shattered instantly. A painful howl came from the shadows, and a thin and twisted god, as if only a skeleton was left, stumbled out, with ghostly green will-o'-the-wisp flickering in his eye sockets. Hide your head and show your tail. Yunlin snorted coldly, and with a flash of his body, he stood in front of him. His palm covered with fine purple scales was like a knife. With a whoosh, it pierced straight through his chest and crushed the beating energy core inside. The skeleton god's howling stopped abruptly, and it fell to the ground with a crash.
That's all? Zhang Shua curled his lips. It's not enough.
Don't be careless, these gods are just defective products. Su Chen frowned, his martial arts true eyes quietly moving, scanning the surroundings, and it feels too quiet. As they moved forward, gods appeared one by one along the way. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds of fighting deep in the mine gradually subsided. Su Chen smashed the head of the last human-faced spider god with one punch, and sticky green juice splashed all over the ground. He shook his hands and frowned tightly.
What the hell?
Zhang Shua gasped and kicked away the twitching remains of the arthropod at his feet.
This thing is level 6? Who are you trying to fool? I don't think it's even level 4. It's as fragile as paper.
The emerald green light lingering on Jiang Qingshua's fingertips slowly dissipated.
She looked at the mess on the ground and said softly, indeed, it's too weak. It doesn't match the mission description at all. Yunlin walked to a twisted corpse of a god in her high heels and poked it with the toe of her shoe. There was a big hole in the god's chest, and he was already dead.
A hint of doubt and solemnity flashed in her golden vertical pupils.
Is the intelligence wrong? Su Chen looked at Yunlin.
Yunlin shook his head, his voice slightly cold. Unlikely. Although Yao Ilio is a scumbag, he usually doesn't make such low-level mistakes in mission intelligence. She looked around the eerie mine. There's something sinister about this place.
Who cares? Being weak is not good. Let's kill them all and call it a day.
Zhang Shuo was quite carefree and had already started cleaning the dirt off his body. The group continued to advance and encountered several waves of sporadic gods. However, the strength of these so-called gods varied greatly, and most of them were so weak that they couldn't even organize a decent resistance and were quickly wiped out. The doubts in Su Chen's heart grew bigger and bigger. These monsters are more like empty shells that have been drained of their power than gods. Compared with Qing Xian that we met before, they are completely different. At the same time, in an extremely hidden secret room in the mine, covered with blood-colored runes, the scene is completely different. 7 true sixth-order gods of various shapes and sizes were kneeling on the ground in agony. They were trembling all over, with suppressed wails coming from their throats. Vigorous qi and blood, as well as divine blood containing terrifying energy, were uncontrollably oozing out of their bodies, turning into 7 streams of crimson blood that continuously flowed towards the center of the secret room. Ji Ruoshi was suspended in mid-air, her snow-white skirt swaying without wind. The 7 streams of divine blood all sank into her body. She closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed with a strange blush, and a subtle and satisfied moan escaped from her lips. Buzz! With the infusion of massive amounts of divine blood, her delicate body became fuller and more voluptuous at a speed visible to the naked eye. The curve of her chest became more and more breathtaking, supporting the thin dress, but her waist was still slender, and the pair of long and straight beautiful legs wrapped in white stockings under the skirt seemed to become more sleek and powerful. The energy fluctuations emanating from his body continued to rise, bringing a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Yao Ilio stood aside, pushing his gold-rimmed glasses, and a cold light flashed across the lenses. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "At this rate, I'll be able to lay the foundation for a flawless divine king body for you in a year at most." Ji Ruoshi slowly opened her eyes, and her originally pure eyes were now filled with greed and a strong sense of power. She licked her red lips, her voice lazily yet coldly. "A year? Ha ha! I can't wait that long." The cleaning task in the mine was quickly and hastily completed. On the way back to the Shenwu Bureau, the atmosphere was depressing. Yunlin had a cold expression on his face, clearly thinking about something. Su Chen was also preoccupied. The next day is a rest day. Yunlin, who had been feeling depressed for several days, pulled Su Chen out of bed early in the morning. Shopping. Buying clothes. Yunlin put away the cold and elegant queen style from yesterday and turned back into the clingy big cat, holding Su Chen's arm and shaking it. The amazing fullness and softness pressed tightly against Su Chen, making him wake up instantly. Walk. Su Chen stood up, rolled over, and pressed Yunlin under him. However, how about some morning exercise first? The commercial street was crowded with people. Yunlin was in high spirits and took Su Chen to visit various major brand stores. "Anyway, I am not short of money now, and I don't need to be frugal like before. I can spend money lavishly." She seemed to be particularly fond of styles that could show off her figure. After picking out a few pieces of clothing, she went straight into the fitting room. Not long. The curtain of the fitting room was drawn open. "Honey, how about this one?" Yunlin walked out. She changed into a black lace suspender dress. The fabric was soft and fitted, perfectly outlining her snow-white, round, full and proud breasts. The deep V neckline reveals a large area of tempting and smooth skin. Below the slender waist, the skirt just passes the hip line, revealing a pair of long and slender legs that are completely uncovered, dazzlingly white, and straight and perfectly shaped. Su Chen felt his throat dry and nodded, "Very good." "Really?" Yunlin turned around on the spot, and the hem of her skirt rose slightly, forming a thrilling arc. She walked up to Su Chen, almost pressed herself against him, raised her face, and exhaled sweetly, "So, is the dress prettier, or am I prettier?" Chapter 126 One Day. Warmth. The light outside the fitting room outlined her perfect profile and collarbone, and the fragrance was fragrant. Su Chen held her soft and smooth waist and said with a low smile, "You are the most beautiful." Yunlin hummed with satisfaction and picked up a hotter set next to him. "Let me try that one." In one afternoon, Yunlin tried on almost all the sexy styles of clothes in the store. Every time you come out of the fitting room, it is a new and extreme visual impact. Or the plump curves of a tight hip skirt, or the smooth back of a backless dress, or the slender legs set off by stockings. In the end, she bought several bags with satisfaction, including a small bag stuffed full, which she kept secret from Su Chen. After returning home, Yunlin took the new clothes and the mysterious little bag directly into the bedroom. As Su Chen sat down on the sofa, he heard the bedroom door click open. Yunlin leaned out half of her body, her cheeks flushed, her eyes watery, and her voice soft and charming. Honey, come in for a moment and help me check this new dress, if it fits.
Su Chen's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He stood up and walked into the bedroom. Click.
The door closed softly behind him. The next second, his breath suddenly stopped.
There was only a warm yellow wall lamp on in the bedroom, and the light was dim.
Yunlin stood by the bed with her back to him. She was not wearing any new clothes at all. The black lace suspender skirt she had just bought was casually thrown on a chair beside her. At the moment, she was only wearing a set of black lace underwear that saved a lot of fabric. The narrow straps were tied around her snow-white shoulders, and the back was designed with cross straps. Large areas of her smooth and shiny back muscles were exposed to the air. Her waist was deep, and her hips were surprisingly round and full. What's even more terrible is that the pair of slender, straight and flawless legs are now covered with a pair of extremely thin black stockings, the edges of which are decorated with fine lace, tightly attached to the base of the thighs, showing some seductive fleshiness.
This is called clothes? Su Chen's voice was a little hoarse. Cloud scales are always beautiful no matter when.
Yunlin slowly turned around when he heard the voice. The frontal impact is stronger. The lace bra couldn't contain the amazingly full breasts at all. The snow-white, round curves were clearly visible, and the deep cleavage was alluring. Her cheeks were flushed, and her golden vertical pupils were sparkling with a hint of embarrassment and great courage.
Isn't it pretty?
Her voice trembled slightly, but she deliberately straightened her chest. Su Chen didn't say anything. He just took a step forward, put his arms around her smooth waist and brought her into his arms, then lowered his head and kissed her. Yunlin immediately responded enthusiastically, wrapping her arms around his neck.
After kissing for a long time, Su Chen loosened his grip a little, resting his forehead against hers, breathing unsteadily. Is this the new clothes you mentioned?
Yunlin had a sly smile of triumph in his eyes, and his fingertips drew circles on his chest. Yes.
I wore it specially for you to see. Do you like it?
I love it so much that I'm about to explode. Su Chen said honestly, rubbing his palm on the smooth skin on her back, feeling the delicate touch.
And what else?
Yunlin gently pushed him away, bent down to take the mysterious little bag, and pulled out a few small boxes from it. Her cheeks turned even redder. And these?
Su Chen looked down, his eyebrows raised high. Popping candy, a feather pen, and a cool, small metal ball.
Where did you learn all this? He was really shocked.
Yunlin's eyes wandered as he muttered softly, I saw it online. They said this would be more interesting.
Su Chen took a deep breath and felt that he might not be able to go to bed early tonight. I won't sleep if I don't want to.
Wait.
Yunlin panted, his eyes blurred. Let's cook first.
I'm hungry.
Su Chen paused, looked into her watery eyes, and said with a smile, okay, I'll feed you first. After a long time, everything was over.
The two came to the kitchen and Yunlin took out the ingredients from the refrigerator. I'm the chef today,
she announced, looking quite excited. Su Chen leaned against the counter and watched her busy herself. Yunlin's movements in cutting vegetables were still a little awkward, but he was very serious. The loose hem of the t-shirt covers the middle of the thigh, and when she bends down to pick up the seasoning, the outline of her round hips is very clear.
Su Chen's eyes darkened as he watched.
He walked over and hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, his hands naturally around her waist, his palms resting on her flat belly.
I can't cook if you do this,
Yunlin said angrily, but leaned back into his arms.
You do your thing.
Su Chen kissed her fair neck, and his hand moved up dishonestly, accurately covering one side of her plump and soft flesh through a layer of cotton t-shirt. Yunlin's hand trembled and he almost spilled too much salt.
Stop messing around.
Her voice softened.
I'm not making a fuss, Su Chen said confidently.
With his other hand, he picked up the tomato slices she had just cut and handed them to her mouth.
Try it?
Yunlin lowered his head, took a bite, and ate slowly. There was soup stewing in the pot, bubbling with steam, and the aroma gradually spread.
The lighting is warm and the atmosphere is cozy and ambiguous.
When Yunlin was cooking, Su Chen was making trouble beside her, either kissing her earlobe or touching her legs, which made Yunlin blush and almost burn the food.
Finally, I managed to make 2 dishes and a soup.
After setting the table, the two sat down next to each other. Yunlin looked at Su Chen with sparkling eyes as he tasted the braised pork she made. How is it?
Delicious. Su Chen nodded. It was indeed good. Her Majesty the Queen is gifted.
Yunlin hummed complacently and picked up his chopsticks to eat. While eating, she suddenly pulled one foot out of her slippers, quietly reached over, and rubbed Su Chen's calf with her stocking-wrapped foot.
Su Chen paused and looked at her.
Yunlin pretended nothing happened and lowered his head to eat, but the corners of his mouth were raised.
Su Chen suddenly reached out and accurately grabbed her ankle under the table. The stockings feel smooth and the ankles are slender.
Yunlin cried out softly and tried to pull back, but was held tightly.
Eating,
she protested, blushing.
Well, eat yours.
Su Chen remained calm, but his fingers gently scratched the soles of her feet. Yunlin was ticklish, and immediately curled up into a ball with laughter, begging for mercy. I was wrong, I was wrong.
I won't dare to do it again. Eat well.
After a while of arguing, the two continued to eat. After dinner, Su Chen was responsible for washing the dishes, and Yunlin hugged his waist from behind, put his face on his back, and hummed an unknown tune. The water rushed and the dishes clinked. The night deepens outside the window, and the lights in the house are warm. After everything was cleaned up, Su Chen wiped his hands and turned around. Yunlin looked up at him, her eyes moist, filled with obvious anticipation and temptation.
Su Chen picked her up and walked towards the bedroom. The popping candy is not used up yet.
Yun put his arm around his neck and whispered a warning.
No.
Su Chen put her on the edge of the bed, picked up the small bag, and curled the corners of his mouth.
Tonight, take your time. Chapter 127 New Mission. Tide of Strange Beasts.
The next morning, before daybreak, my cell phone started buzzing.
Su Chen took a look and found that it was an encrypted mission instruction from the Shenwu Bureau. Fuck, so early. Zhang Shua's complaints came from the group chat, mixed with yawns. Can't I sleep anymore?
Yunlin had already sat up, the straps of her silk nightgown slipping from her smooth shoulders, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. She narrowed her golden pupils as she scanned the instructions, her expression turning a bit colder. At the C4 area frontline camp, it's suspected that a god has infiltrated the hunting force. She threw off the quilt and got out of bed, her long, straight, white legs barefoot on the floor.
We are required to arrive within 2 hours to identify and eliminate the problem. Su Chen also stood up and quickly put on his clothes. A god mixed in with the crowd? How can I find him? We'll talk about it when we get there.
Yunlin bent down to pick up the underwear on the ground, her full breast swaying slightly with the movement.
Pack up quickly and meet downstairs in 10 minutes.
The hovercraft roared out of the city and headed towards the northern wilderness. The scenery outside the window gradually became desolate, and explosions and the roars of wild beasts could be faintly heard in the distance. Zhang Qingxue frowned as she looked at the information. Area C4 is a level 3 wild beast hunting area, with a permanent hunting force of around 300 people stationed there.
The casualty rate has increased abnormally by 15% in the past week. That damn god must be behind this. Zhang Shua gritted his teeth. He only targets his own people. How fucking insidious.
Yunlin was driving the car and glanced at Su Chen in the rearview mirror. Be smart when we get there. This god must be quite capable to be able to hide for so long. An hour later, the convoy arrived at the frontline camp. The camp was built on a pile of charred ruins, surrounded by high-voltage power grids, and the air was filled with smoke and the smell of blood. Several blood-stained soldiers came forward, and the leading captain looked tired. Are you reinforcements from the headquarters? Yunlin showed his ID, God Hunter Team 1.
What's the situation now?
The captain shook his head.
This is bizarre.
They're clearly just a small group of wild beasts, yet they always cause heavy casualties.
It's like someone is deliberately causing trouble. He led everyone to the temporary command post. Wounded people could be seen everywhere on the road, and wailing was heard everywhere.
Several female medical soldiers were running around, their white uniforms stained with blood, clinging to their bodies, outlining breathtaking curves.
Zhang Shua whistled and was glared at by Yunlin. In the command post, a bearded commander was furious. Damn it. Another squad is lost. No one is found alive or dead. Seeing Yunlin and the others, he barely suppressed his anger. You've come at the perfect time. We must catch this damn thing today. Yunlin walked directly to the sand table. Where was the most recent anomaly?
The commander pointed to the northwest corner and said, 3 hours ago, the 7th hunting team lost contact there.
Lead the way. Yunlin turned around and walked out.
The further northwest you go, the stronger the smell of blood becomes. Scattered weapons and broken limbs began to appear on the ground. Zhang Qingxue suddenly stopped, her golden eyes flashing slightly. There is a residual spirit.
It is very confused and full of fear.
Suchen squatted down and picked up the half-broken military badge, it's fresh blood. Suddenly, a scream came from the front.
It's the medical soldier.
Zhang Shuo rushed over first. Everyone followed closely behind, passed through a broken wall, and saw a blonde female medical soldier being forced into a corner by a giant scorpion-shaped wild beast. The female medical soldier's uniform was torn, revealing her snow-white shoulders and thighs. She was trembling all over and was about to be in danger.
Help!
Suchen shouted loudly, and golden clouds burst out and rushed forward. Just when he was about to hit the wild beast, a strange red light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the female medical soldier.
Phew!
She didn't know when a bone blade appeared in her hand, and she stabbed Suchen's heart.
Careful!
Yunlin's warning arrived at the same time. Suchen suddenly turned sideways, and the bone blade scraped across his ribs, leaving a string of blood beads. The next second, the female medical soldier's body twisted and deformed, her skin cracked, revealing the dark scales underneath.
It's you!
Yunlin roared angrily, purple scales instantly covered his arms, and he tore at the mutated god with one claw. The god screamed and retreated at such a speed that it left an afterimage. Zhang Shuo and Jiang Qingxue attacked at the same time, and their huge shadows and mental shocks bombarded the target together.
Boom!
Amidst the smoke and dust, the god suddenly drilled into the ground and disappeared.
Fuck! It got away.
Zhang Shuo stomped his feet in anger. Yunlin narrowed his eyes, he didn't run far.
He's still nearby.
Suchen pressed the bleeding wound and suddenly looked at a brown-haired medical soldier who was rescuing the wounded not far away. Qingxue, check on her. Jiang Qingxue's golden eyes flashed, and she exclaimed, there's a mental shield. Almost at the same time, the brown-haired medical soldier suddenly jumped up, his hands turned into sharp claws and pounced on the wounded on the ground.
Court death.
Yunlin flashed and arrived first, kicking the god hard in the chest with her high heels.
Snap!
The sound of the sternum cracking can be clearly heard. The god screamed and flew backwards, revealing his true form in mid-air, a hideous human figure covered with bone spurs.
The battle broke out instantly.
This god was extremely cunning. He kept using the complex environment of the camp and the wounded as cover, making it difficult to capture him for a while. Suchen activated his martial arts true eye and suddenly shouted, it is absorbing the life force of the wounded to restore itself.
Yunlin's eyes sternly said, Qingxue. Mental blockade. Zhang Shuo. Suppress the left wing. Suchen and I will attack head-on.
The order was given and the three of them executed it immediately. Jiang Qingxue's 6 flowered golden pupils spun wildly, and the invisible mental cage instantly trapped the target. Zhang Shi roared and transformed into a fierce beast, his bloody claws tearing through the air. Suchen and Yunlin were on the left and right, with golden clouds and purple scales complementing each other, launching a fatal combined attack.
Boom!
The god finally had nowhere to escape and was completely overwhelmed by the violent power. The smoke and dust cleared, leaving only broken bones and sticky green blood. Yunlin crushed the last piece of squirming flesh with her high heels and said coldly, done. Suddenly, Yao Ilio's voice rang out from the communicator, Team 1, take note.
According to the latest intelligence, there may be a second target.
Before he finished speaking, a louder explosion was heard in the distance. The whole camp was suddenly in chaos.
A wave of strange beasts. A wave of level 3 strange beasts is coming.
The sirens blared through the sky.
Yunlin's expression changed, I've fallen into a trap.
This is the real trap. Suchen looked at the group of strange beasts that were surging like a tsunami in the distance, and gripped the three-pointed, double-edged sword tightly.
Prepare for a fight to the death. Chapter 128 Sixth Order Wild Beast. The shrill sound of the alarm tore through the air, and the entire camp fell into chaos in an instant. All units. Enter Level 1 combat readiness. Heavy firepower covers the front line. Quick!
The bearded commander roared at the top of his lungs, and the few remaining automatic turrets in the camp began to hum and rotate, spewing out tongues of fire.
Bang bang bang!
The shells fell into the front of the beast hide, blowing up a piece of broken flesh and limbs, but more strange beasts stepped on the corpses of their own kind and rushed forward madly with red eyes. It resembles a giant wolf, a moving mountain of flesh, its limbs scraping against the ground and making a harsh noise. There are many types, but without exception they all exude a violent aura.
Team 1. Form a defensive formation with me as the center.
Qingxue, mental interference, prioritize interrupting the charge of large units. Zhang Shua, roam the left wing and clean up the scattered targets that have broken through the defense line.
Su Chen.
Yunlin's voice was unnaturally calm, her purple-gold cheongsam fluttering in the chaotic air currents.
She locked her eyes with Su Chen. The right wing is up to you, hold on. Clear. Su Chen took a deep breath, and the universe blood refining sutra in his body began to circulate violently.
His heart beat like a drum, and surging golden blood and energy flowed out of his body, making him look like a god of war. With a clench of his palms, the three-pointed, double-edged sword appeared with a buzzing sound, emitting cold light. The next second, the vanguard of the beast tide slammed into the temporary fortifications outside the camp.
Boom!
The wooden fences and barbed wire were torn to pieces like paper, and several ferocious beasts with fangs and bone spurs all over their bodies roared and pounced on the nearest soldiers.
Get out of here!
Su Chen roared, his body turned into a golden lightning and cut into the right wing, and the long sword in his hand drew a sharp arc.
Puff! Puff! Wherever the knife flashed, blood splattered.
Two huge animal heads shot up into the sky, and the headless corpse rushed forward a few steps by inertia and fell heavily to the ground.
Su Chen! Be careful up there! Zhang Qingshue's exclamation was heard. Su Chen didn't even raise his head, but swung his knife upwards with his backhand. Clang!
There was a loud bang from the collision of metal, and a flying beast with a wingspan of more than 5 meters and claws like steel sickles was blown away by the huge force, letting out a shrill cry. Su Chen's arm felt slightly numb, but his eyes became even sharper. That's quite a bit of strength. He exerted force with his feet, causing the ground to crack. He took advantage of the momentum to fly into the air, chasing the flying beast that was flying backwards, and chopped it down again with the three-pointed, double-edged sword.
Split it open for me! Swish!
The blow was so powerful that it split the strange beast in half, and its smelly internal organs and blood rained down.
Cool!
Su Chen landed on the ground, shook off the blood on the knife, and his golden blood became more and more intense. Continuous battles and refining of divine blood allowed his physical strength to steadily increase. His fifth stage, ninth-level realm was completely consolidated, and his every move was filled with explosive power. On the other side, Zhang Shi roared and transformed into a half-tiger form, waving his bloody claws and tearing apart a swift cheetah-shaped monster that tried to bypass the defense line.
Damn it! It never ends!
He was breathing heavily, and there were several more claw marks on his body. Zhang Qingxue stood in the center of the formation, her six-flowered golden pupils spinning at high speed, and the invisible mental shock spread like a wave, causing the rushing group of strange beasts to frequently stiffen their movements, buying precious aiming time for the firepower point. Her face was pale, obviously exhausted. Yunlin did not act rashly. She stood still like a stabilizing force, her golden vertical pupils scanning the entire scene calmly. Occasionally, a beast that had escaped the net would break through the fire net and pounce on her. She would just casually raise her hand, and the purple scales on her fingertips would flash slightly, and she would accurately pierce the beast's vital points. Her movements were quick and decisive, with a kind of cold elegance.
Boom!
An automatic turret was smashed to pieces by a giant battering ram-like rhinoceros monster, and the exploding fireball engulfed several soldiers nearby.
A gap suddenly appeared in the defense line. Block it!
The bearded commander's eyes turned red.
I'll do it!
Su Chen shouted loudly, and the golden glow around him surged again, even revealing a faint hint of blood. He stomped on the ground and performed the Earth Dragon Step.
Bang!
A terrifying shockwave spread forward with him as the center, and the dozen or so strange beasts in the front suddenly fell to the ground, and their formation was in chaos.
Die! Su Chen seized the opportunity and rushed into the gap.
His three-pointed, double-edged sword danced tightly, like a golden storm of death, crushing all the strange beasts that tried to break through here. Broken limbs and arms were flying everywhere, and he was covered in blood, but he became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife.
Hiss that kid, is his body made of iron? Some veterans were stunned. More than just iron, he's a monster.
The battle lasted for nearly half an hour, but the monster's attack did not weaken at all, but became more and more crazy. Casualties in the camp continued to mount, and ammunition consumption was enormous.
We can't go on like this.
Zhang Shua retreated to Su Chen's side, panting heavily. His powerful silhouette had dimmed a little.
There are too many of them. We can't kill them all. Su Chen chopped down a giant wolf that was charging towards him with one sword.
His chest rose and fell slightly.
The continuous high-intensity bursts took a lot of toll on him. He looked at Yunlin.
Yunlin frowned slightly, as if sensing something, and cast his gaze towards the rear of the beast tide. Something is directing them. Before she finished speaking, the beast tide suddenly split open a passage to both sides. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy and slow footsteps were heard, and each one seemed to step on everyone's heartbeat. In the smoke and dust, an extremely huge figure slowly emerged. It is over 10 meters tall and looks like a human, but it has the heads of 3 different beasts. Its body is covered with thick obsidian shell, and its 6 arms each hold a huge weapon made of bones and rocks. The terrifying energy pressure was like a substance, making the air sticky. Level 6. Peak? Zhang Shua's voice was dry. The lion-like head in the middle of the giant wild beast opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar, the sound waves stirring up a strong wind. Roar! Many soldiers were directly shocked by the sound waves and suffered bleeding from their ears and noses and fainted. Qing Xue! Yunlin shouted coldly. Zhang Qingxue understood and endured the dizziness. She pushed her 6-flowered golden pupils to the extreme, and a solid mental barrier was instantly unfolded, barely blocking the subsequent sound wave impact. Catch the leader first. Su Chen's eyes became fierce, and without waiting for orders, he turned into a golden rainbow and shot out, aiming directly at the giant wild beast. Su Chen! Yunlin shouted, but did not stop him. He just said to Zhang Shua and Zhang Qingxue, "Cover him." Clear. Zhang Shi roared and activated his fierce form again, pouncing on the monster to the side to try to intercept Su Chen. Zhang Qingxue also gritted her teeth and concentrated her mental strength to interfere with the wild beast's movements. The wild beast sensed Su Chen's provocation, and the python head on the far right suddenly stretched out, spewing out a large amount of dark green venom, with a fishy stench. Su Chen did not dodge or evade, but growled, "Universe Starfire, quench!" The golden red blood in his body suddenly boiled, as if an invisible flame was burning. The venom evaporated rapidly when it approached, making a hissing sound. He did not slow down and approached in an instant. The lion head in the middle of the wild beast roared, and an arm holding a giant bone hammer smashed down fiercely. The power was terrifying, and the wind pressure it brought was almost suffocating. Just in time. Su Chen's pupils contracted, and the meaning of divine fist flowed in his body. His left fist instantly burst out with a blazing golden light, as if holding a miniature sun, while his right fist radiated a cool silver light, as if a bright moon was in the sky. Sun and moon dual styles, activated at the same time. He actually wanted to withstand this terrifying attack. "Open it, for me!" Su Chen roared, threw out both fists, and faced the bone hammer that was falling like a mountain. Boom! The deafening roar almost overturned the entire battlefield. The golden and black energies collided and annihilated each other wildly, forming a terrifying shock ring that spread out in all directions, tearing all the strange beasts that came close into pieces. Amidst the smoke and dust, there was a crisp sound of crack. Cracks actually appeared on the hard giant bone hammer. Chapter 129 Yunlin's Strength. Roar! The wild beast felt pain, and the lion head in the middle roared furiously. The other 2 arms held a stone axe and a bone knife, and chopped towards Su Chen in half at the same time. The speed is so fast that it leaves an afterimage. Su Chen had just completed a counterattack, his blood was boiling, the old strength had just gone and the new strength had not yet been generated, and he was about to be hit. Damn it! Do you think I don't exist? Zhang Shi roared and charged from the side, his huge shadow flashing with blood, and he forcibly deflected the trajectory of the stone axe. Swish! The bone knife still cut through Su Chen's clothes on his waist, leaving a trail of blood. Su Chen took advantage of the momentum to step back, tapping the ground with his toes to steady his body, his waist feeling a burning pain. "Thank you. Be polite. Kill it." Zhang Shua was breathing heavily and his arms were shaking. The recoil force of the collision just now was extremely strong. At this moment, Zhang Qingxue groaned, her face turned paler, and her mental barrier fluctuated. The beast tide surged forward again, and the pressure on the defense line increased sharply. Yunlin finally moved. Her figure flashed, and she appeared in front of the wild beast like a ghost. The purple and gold cheongsam tightly wrapped her graceful and plump figure in the high-energy storm, and her snow-white long legs were faintly visible in the slit. "It's so noisy." She spoke coldly, her golden vertical pupils locked onto the lion head in the middle of the wild beast. The 5 fingers of her right hand, which was covered with fine purple scales, opened slightly and grabbed forward suddenly. Buzz! The void seemed to be distorted by an invisible force, and a huge purple energy claw appeared out of thin air, with a terrifying aura that could tear everything apart, and grab the lion's head fiercely. The wild beast seemed to sense a fatal threat, and its 3 heads roared at the same time, while its remaining arms and weapons all blasted towards the giant purple claws.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Violent collision sounds rang out one after another, and energy lights flashed wildly. Yunlin snorted coldly, twisted her slender waist slightly, and slapped the air with her other hand.
Bang! A condensed purple palm print came from behind and arrived first, hitting the wild beast's chest shell accurately. Snap! The obsidian-like shell was actually dented and cracks spread. The wild beast's huge body staggered backward, letting out a painful wail. Now!
A gleam of light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He suppressed his injuries and the universe blood refining sutra in his body roared again. The golden and red blood seemed to be burning. He took the heavenly dragon step, his body as fast as lightning, and instantly circled to the side and rear of the wild beast. There was a part of the shell that had just been cracked by the cloud scales, revealing the dark red flesh and blood inside.
Divine Fist.
The golden light from his left fist was like the exploding sun, and the silver light from his right fist was like the collapsing bright moon.
Both fists were intertwined with terrifying energy and slammed into the crack fiercely. Puff!
The sound of flesh and blood exploding is so devastating. Both fists slammed into the wild beast's body without any hindrance, and the violent fist force raged wildly.
Ouch!
The wild beast let out a shrill scream, its huge body twitched violently, blood spurted out of its 3 heads at the same time, it struggled for a few times, and finally fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust.
With the leader killed, the remaining beasts fell into chaos and their offensive momentum was greatly reduced.
The pressure on the camp defenders was relieved and they suddenly cheered.
Awesome! Zhang Shua sat down on the ground, sticking out his tongue in exhaustion.
Zhang Qingxue also breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Her chest heaved violently, and the sweaty white t-shirt stuck to her, outlining a full and round curve. Su Chen pulled out his arm that was deeply stuck in the wild beast's body, shook off the blood on it, and walked to Yunlin panting. Yunlin raised his hand, and his cold fingers gently brushed the wound on his waist. A trace of barely perceptible heartache flashed in his golden pupils. Are you okay?
No big deal. Su Chen grinned, grabbed her hand and squeezed it.
Yunlin rolled his eyes at him but didn't pull his hand back. At this moment, Yao Ilio's voice came out of the communicator again, with a hint of anxiety. Team 1.
Report.
We have detected a stronger energy reaction approaching at high speed.
The direction is directly above you.
Everyone looked up suddenly. In the high-altitude clouds, a blinding white light like a meteorite, with a long tail flame, was crashing down towards the camp at an alarming speed. The pressure was far greater than that of the 6th-level wild beast just now.
Shit! There's more? Zhang Shua wailed. Yunlin's eyes instantly turned cold.
She pulled Su Chen behind her and looked up at the white light that was getting closer and closer. She opened her red lips slightly and uttered 2 words.
Here I come.
The white light tore through the clouds, and with a heart-pounding scream, it fell like a punishment from heaven. The pressure was far greater than that of the previous 6th-level wild beast, almost suffocating it.
Fuck! It's not over yet, is it?
Zhang Shua cursed loudly and struggled to get up, but his legs went weak and he sat back down, and his huge shadow completely disintegrated. Zhang Qingxue's face was pale, and her 6-flowered golden pupils flashed wildly. She tried to build a mental barrier, but the terrifying pressure was like a substance, making her brain feel like it was being pricked by needles, making it difficult for her to concentrate.
Clear the snow, save your energy. Su Chen growled and pulled her behind him.
He took a deep breath and the golden glow around him, which had already dimmed, began to burn again. Although the wound on his waist was still bleeding, he still stood in the front.
At this critical moment. Stand back.
Yunlin's cold voice rang out, and she took a step forward, actually passing directly past Su Chen. The purple and gold cheongsam fluttered in the wind, outlining her voluptuous and proud figure in a breathtaking way. She looked up at the rapidly falling white light of destruction. There was no fear in her golden vertical pupils, only cold hostility. The next second, she formed an ancient and complicated seal with her hands in front of her chest.
Buzz!
A dark purple energy that was far deeper and more terrifying than the white light burst out from her body and condensed into an incomparably huge shadow of the 9 starry sky python behind her. The shadow was extremely solid, with distinct scales and armor. A pair of cold snake eyes looked down at the sky, emitting an ancient pressure from the ancient times. Hiss. Zhang Shua gasped and was stunned. Yunlin opened her red lips slightly and uttered a cold word, broken. She pushed her hands forward with her seals in place. Boom! The dark purple giant python phantom let out a silent roar, soared into the sky, and crashed straight into the white meteorite. Two terrifying energies collided violently in mid-air. In an instant, the sky and the earth lost their color. The deafening explosion almost blew off everyone's eardrums, and the violent energy shockwave spread wildly in all directions like a tsunami, scraping the ground 3 feet lower. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, covering the sky and the sun.
Su Chen subconsciously held Jiang Qingxue tightly in his arms. Even though he pushed his golden glow to its limit, he was still pushed back by the shock wave, and 2 deep trenches were plowed under his feet. When the smoke and dust cleared a little, everyone looked up hurriedly. In the sky, the white light had dissipated, and the shadow of the giant purple python had become much more illusory, but it was still hovering behind Yunlin, emitting a terrifying pressure. She actually single-handedly withstood this blow that was comparable to a natural disaster. Yunlin lowered her hands from the seals, and the cuffs of her cheongsam were slightly torn, revealing 2 snow-white and smooth arms. She breathed slightly, and her surprisingly full breasts rose and fell, outlining an alluring curve. Teacher, you are too strong.
Zhang Shua murmured, completely convinced. Su Chen also breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yunlin's back with complicated eyes. He knew Yunlin was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. However, Yunlin's expression did not relax, and her golden vertical pupils were still staring at the sky. At the center of the energy collision and collapse, a slightly embarrassed figure slowly emerged.
Chapter 130, Light-Winged Servant. Day of Reckoning. Return.
The man was surrounded by a faint holy halo, and 3 pairs of white energy wings behind him fluttered slightly, scattering specks of light dust. He was wearing a retro-style white armor with intricate patterns engraved on it, but there was an obvious charred crack on the breastplate, which clearly showed that he had suffered some loss from the previous collision. His face was mostly obscured by the visor of his helmet, revealing only a pair of cold, emotionless blue eyes. He was looking down indifferently, his gaze finally fixed on Yunlin.
Queen Medusa.
A cold, unwavering voice emanated from beneath the visor, carrying a condescending look.
It is you, indeed.
Despicable blood thief, how dare you defile the sacred mission and shelter the blood of sin? His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, carrying an extremely uncomfortable tone of judgment.
Playing tricks.
Yunlin sneered, his long, snow-white legs slightly bent, as if to leap into the air again.
You cunning creature, come down and get killed.
The figure with light wings was not angered, but just glanced indifferently at the messy camp and Su Chen and others who were on high alert. The day of reckoning has not yet arrived.
The blood of sin is temporarily deposited in your body. His gaze finally fell on Su Chen.
That cold look made Su Chen's hair stand on end, and the primordial divine blood in his body couldn't help but become slightly agitated. After he finished speaking, he didn't give Yunlin any chance to attack again, and the wings of light behind him suddenly flapped.
Buzz.
Ripples appeared in the space, and his figure instantly became blurred, as if blending into the sunlight, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving only the ominous words slowly echoing in the air. The powerful pressure receded like the tide. The camp fell into dead silence, with only the painful groans of the wounded and the crackling of the flames. Everyone stared at the sky in a daze, still unable to recover from the series of unexpected events.
What the hell is this?
Zhang Shua asked, panting and lying on the ground. Su Chen frowned and looked at Yunlin. He said, "Blood thief, sin blood." Yunlin turned around. The hem of her cheongsam was slightly dusty, but it did not obscure her elegance at all. She walked up to Su Chen, reached out to wipe away a drop of blood that splashed on his cheek, and there was a hint of solemnity in her golden vertical pupils. Just a bunch of lunatics who call themselves servants of God. Her tone was filled with disdain, but her eyes showed that things were not simple. They specifically hunt down all beings that possess divine blood but are beyond their control. It seems they have sensed the primordial divine blood in you. Her words made Su Chen's heart sink. Yao Ilio's secret surveillance, Xingxuan's strange reappearance, and now the emergence of this so-called servant of God, the crisis seems to be coming from all directions. Deal with the wounded first and clean up the battlefield. Yunlin withdrew his hand and resumed his calm, commanding tone, as if the earth-shattering confrontation just now was just a casual act.
We'll talk about the rest when we get back.
She glanced at the wound on Su Chen's waist and frowned slightly.
Can you still move? Su Chen moved his body.
The wound was burning with pain, but he could still bear it, no problem. Yunlin nodded and walked towards the command post. Her high heels made a crisp clicking sound on the gravel, and her round and perky buttocks swayed gently with her steps, drawing an alluring arc.
I'll go find out about the casualties.
Xing Xue, help treat the wounded.
Zhang Shua, if you're not dead, get up and work. Yes.
Zhang Shua responded weakly and struggled to get up. Zhang Qingxue looked at Yunlin's graceful and strong back, then secretly glanced at Su Chen beside her with a complicated look in her eyes. Finally, she walked quickly towards the nearest wounded person, with a bright green healing light emanating from her fingertips. Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the surging blood and qi in his body and the doubts in his heart, gripped the three-pointed, double-edged sword tightly, and began to help clean up the scattered strange beasts remaining on the battlefield. The smell of blood and burnt food mixed together in the camp, making people's throats dry.
Damn, it's finally quiet.
Zhang Shua lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, his chest heaving violently.
He was so tired that he didn't even want to move a finger.
Zhang Qingxue squatted aside, with a green light flashing on her fingertips, and was giving emergency treatment to a soldier with a serious leg injury. Sweat soaked the hair on her forehead and stuck to her snow-white cheeks. The back of her white t-shirt was also wet, sticking to her skin, vaguely revealing her slender back and the outline of her underwear. Su Chen tore off a relatively clean piece of cloth and hastily bandaged the wound on his waist with a frown. The words of the winged servant of God were like a thorn in his heart.
Blood. Reckoning. He muttered to himself and subconsciously clenched his fists. Don't let your imagination run wild.
A cold voice sounded beside him.
Su Chen looked up and saw Yunlin walking towards him.
She got a military jacket from somewhere and casually draped it over her shoulders, covering the torn cuffs of her cheongsam. However, the hem of the jacket only reached mid-thigh, and her long, snow-white legs with faint purple scale patterns were still dazzling. She held several tubes of high-grade energy liquid in her hand and threw one each to Su Chen, Zhang Shua and Zhang Qingxue.
Drink it to replenish your energy. Thank you, teacher.
Zhang Qingxue took it and spoke in a low voice, still a little hesitant to look directly at Yunlin. Yunlin didn't care, unscrewed his own tube, and drank it. The slender white neck slid slightly with the swallowing movement, bringing a unique temptation. After she finished drinking, she crushed the empty tube and glanced at the messy camp. There was no warmth in her golden vertical pupils.
Pack up and evacuate in 10 minutes. We can't stay here any longer. Evacuate? Return to the bureau? Su Chen asked. Yeah.
Yunlin nodded.
I think Yao Ilio's report has already been submitted.
There will be trouble when he returns. Her tone was calm, as if she didn't take the possible trouble seriously at all.
Fuck. That old bitch. Zhang Shua got angry when he heard that.
He sat up suddenly, almost tearing his wound, and grimaced in pain.
If he hadn't given the wrong orders, would Ji Ruoshi have fallen?
And he still has the nerve to tell tales.
It's not certain whether he is giving orders blindly or not. Su Chen said coldly.
Thinking back on Yao Ilio's perfectly timed dodge during the explosion, he found it increasingly suspicious. Yunlin glanced at him and said nothing, which was considered as his agreement. Soon, the remaining soldiers and wounded began to gather in an orderly manner and board the vehicles. The bearded commander came over and saluted Yunlin solemnly. Thank you for your support. Otherwise, all of us would have been killed here today.
Yunlin simply nodded. It's my job.
The hovercraft's engine roared, carrying the tired people away from this scorched earth filled with the breath of death.
The atmosphere in the car was depressing and no one spoke.
It wasn't long before Zhang Shua fell asleep with his head tilted and snoring. Zhang Qingxue also leaned back in the chair, closed her eyes and rested, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. She seemed to be sleeping uneasy, and her chest rose and fell gently with her breathing. Su Chen felt heavy-hearted as he watched the desolate scene rapidly receding outside the window. The light-winged servant, Yao Ilio, Xingxian, Ji Ruoshi, these clues are tangled together like a tangled mess and cannot be made sense of. Suddenly, a slightly cool and soft hand covered the back of his hand on his leg. Su Chen turned his head and met Yunlin's golden eyes that were so close to him. She had sat next to him at some point, her military jacket sliding down a little, revealing her round shoulders and delicate collarbone.
Don't be afraid.
She lowered her voice so that only the two of them could hear. I'm here. Su Chen held her smooth hand with his backhand and scratched her palm lightly with his fingertips. I'm not scared.
I'm just thinking about something.
Yunlin raised an eyebrow, and quietly reached out with his other hand, Pinching the inside of his thigh lightly, a dangerous arc curved up at the corner of his mouth. Which woman are you thinking about?
Jiang Qingxue? Or that Ji Ruoshi who fell? Su Chen's legs went numb and he almost cried out. He looked at her helplessly. I miss you. Is that okay? That's more like it.
Yunlin hummed with satisfaction, but did not loosen his fingers. Instead, he became more aggressive and rubbed it twice more, causing Su Chen's blood to surge and he almost forgot the injury on his waist.
This queen is so sexy.